The scene opens with the group of people standing in a desolate, ruined area, each introducing themselves in turn. The first is a blonde-haired man with a long scar on his face, carrying a sword at his side. "My name is Mormon, I am a mercenary. Do you guys know where we are?" Next is a middle-aged man with a bushy beard, small in stature. "I'm Lai, owner of a carpentry workshop in Adora, and I apologize, but I really don't know where we are." The fat guy with blonde hair is also confused. "Handsy antique shop employee, I also have no idea where we are." The red-haired girl with freckled face, twirling her braid. "My name is Jenna, a forest dweller who also has no idea what just happened." The handsome black-haired guy with a cold expression is the last to introduce himself among the main characters. "Han Island, a farmer. And I am the same, with no information at all." The remaining background characters are confused, meaning even the humans don't know why they're here. Where is this? Is this a dream? Yeah, it's harvest season now, yet someone is speculating. Could it be that we were thrown here by a mage? Maybe to turn us into white lab rats for experiments. Everyone, don't say pointless things. Lai then thought for a moment and said, "The only thing certain right now is that we are all rookies. Maybe we will find more clues if we keep communicating like this." "What are you all talking about? Master is about to open a time-space rift, so get ready to fight." Everyone was stunned by the fairy who just appeared, wondering. "And she just called me Iso, a fairy responsible for managing this place. Please follow the rules if you don't want to get hurt." Frowning, they stepped forward. "Are you the one who brought us here?" Io calmly replied, "Why do you need to know?" Hot-tempered like ice cream, sword drawn to threaten. Can she still remain so calm after just kidnapping someone? "I will force you to vomit out everything you know." Io sighed. "Please stop if you want to live. You guys are wide-eyed and glaring with murderous intent. Even a tiny creature like you has a pretty bold mouth, huh?" You smirks. "Ha ha, why do you keep making things more complicated?" They become even more insane, raising their swords. "I will sharpen that attitude of yours." But before I could do anything, a wave of power swept past their necks, blood spraying out as they collapsed to the ground. The notification board displays that Mormonon, a 2-star hero, has returned to the goddess's embrace. His battle soul will be remembered forever, because he died by suicide from stress. Shh. I already warned you to stop if you wanted to keep living, didn't I? The rest of the crowd was terrified to the extreme. One of them, gaping in shock. Iso continued, "If you'd just listened to me, this unfortunate event wouldn't have happened." She glared at the crowd, "And anyone else among you who intends to attack me should prepare to return to the earth." That was self-defense, understood? At that moment, everyone snapped out of their shock and started shouting. "What is this? He's really dead." "Is he really dead? What are you doing?" "Just say what you want. I'll listen carefully to my orders, fight well, and win." It's that simple. A notification appears setting up the team, matching the heroes together. Then the list of heroes' names appears one by one. Lai 1 star, Lanto 1 star, Marilyn 1 star, Keiku 1 star, Jackson 1 star have joined Party 1. M is smiling. Finally, the master is starting the game. Everyone get ready. The tier in space-time is opening. Behind her, a mysterious door gradually opened wider, and the blinding light behind it made everyone feel deeply uneasy. Iso calls out the names Lai, Lanto, Marilyn, Kekis, Jackson. "Do you see that door? Go inside if you don't want to end up like Momon." Han stepped forward and waited. Geo stays alert. "Is that you again?" "What else do you want?" Han replied coldly. "She probably still wants us to climb the tower. The mastermind must have summoned all the weapons too. We are all 1-star fighters with nothing to our name. You wouldn't want to send in a suicide squad either." Jenna overheard the conversation and wondered again about the tower. What are they talking about? Han continues, "A 2-star hero just died. Can't you at least give us some gear for self-defense?" Rio glanced at the body lying on the ground. "Mormon on the loudmouth is the only 2-star here." Then he thought for a while and realized it made sense. She typed on the keyboard, sending a request to the master to equip the players with some gear for battle. The notification also clearly explained that heroes without equipment when participating in battles would be defaulted with an old wooden sword. If you put it in the armory, the heroes will be equipped with that weapon. Don't forget that you can also request to register a weapon yourself. The crowd approached Han and asked, "Your name is Han, right? Do you know anything about this place?" Han furrowed his brow, but not much more than everyone else, because I haven't been here long. Jenna broke out in a sweat, silently guessing. "What do you mean, not long? Could this guy be?" Han continued. "The only thing I know is that being slow means death, so it's best to start gathering weapons at that house over there." Han pointed to a nearby house. "It's about to begin." The group still didn't understand what was happening. "What do you mean by starting now?" Han put his hands in his pockets and turned into the warehouse. "A battle?" Hearing that, someone shouted, "A fight! Did you just say a fight? Then the crowd rushed into the house. I was completely clueless about fighting. Even as a kid, I didn't know how to fight. I'd just grab a weapon and deal with it later. They started fighting over it. I got it first. This one is mine. After the struggle, everyone had gathered enough weapons, some holding axes, others swords, and some spears. They looked surprised at the bloodstain on the ground. What is that? The body has disappeared. Was it magic? Yo nervously points at the ready gate. Quiet, now all 5 of you go through the door. Start. Lai reached out to touch the blue barrier, but suddenly recoiled in surprise. What the hell is this? Joe shouted again. Stop whining and just go in already. Don't waste my time. At this moment, Han is still calmly examining the weapon. Jenna wondered if she should follow him, checking out a shield right in the middle of all this chaos, then couldn't hide her curiosity. You know what's going to happen next, right? Why do we need weapons? Where are we and what is that little fairy? Han closes his eyes. You really do have a lot of questions, but for now, just charge into battle and kill all the enemies. The rest, you have to find the answers to yourself. The notification board appears again, and Mary, a 1-star, has returned to the goddess's embrace. Han looked up and cursed under his breath. Jenna didn't understand what was happening. What's wrong? It seems only Han can see the system notification board. The notification board keeps announcing that Team 1 has almost been wiped out. Han muttered, "This is why they only have 1 star." Jenna kept asking, "What's wrong? What just happened?" "Be quiet, you're talking too much." At that moment, a notification appeared saying the entire first team had been wiped out. Han bowed his head in thought. Was it wiped out so quickly? That's frustrating. Those useless creatures. They all died on the first floor. The fairy spirit turned back and told the others to go into battle. Ha reminds Jenna that it's our turn now. Jenna wonders why no one from the previous group has come back yet. An old man stepped forward, looking pleadingly. "Fairy, I have arthritis and can't walk much. Please, can you get me out of the team?" Jenna asked in a tired voice. "You said you have arthritis, but you were walking normally just now." The old man quickly corrected himself, and it just fell again. Rio trembled with anger, clutching his head tightly. Honestly, these fools. Han just moved straight ahead without saying a word. Jenna grabs the old man by the collar and drags him away. "Just go. We will try to fight and survive together." The old man panics. "I told you I have arthritis." The others follow behind, confused. What is she trying to get us ready for? The chubby old man grimaces while holding his spear. I never held a spear again. In the end, Team 2 passed through the barrier. Joe said as she followed, "Good luck, everyone." The old man was still struggling, even after being caught. "I think I have a stomachache. Let me go." As I step through the barrier, a strange and gloomy space appears. Looking around, where is this? A temple? Did someone find this written on the wall? The words gradually appear. Main dungeon. Your current challenge level is floor 1. Climb the tower to save the main dungeon. The door is opening, please get ready. Han shouts a warning to everyone. Don't lose focus, it is starting now. A flash of light illuminates the entire space of the room. After a moment, an endless plain stretches out before everyone. They are standing on a vast meadow as the sky turns evening, everyone gazing in amazement at the strange objects before them. Where is this? The notification says this is the first floor. The mission is to subjugate the target and eliminate all enemies. 3 level 3 demons appear from the air, extremely bizarre and fierce. Hey, what are you thinking? We are on the battlefield. I told you already. Fight to survive or die, so he raised his head, and before he could finish speaking, Hang turned around and saw 3 tall men running away, throwing their weapons behind them. Han couldn't hold back and cursed. Damn it. Hey, old man, I thought you said you had arthritis. The old man, running at a devilish pace, tears and snot streaming down his face, just said, I just got better. The alarm system detected panic among the 4 characters, reducing their stats by 40%. The 3 of them ran headlong and suddenly crashed into an invisible wall. The 3 of them touched the wall and scream, Why can't we get out? Let me out, I need to go to the bathroom. What is this wall? Remove it immediately, the old man is pounding on the wall. Han glanced back, frowning, and said, That's really embarrassing. Gina, now regaining her composure, turned to Han and asked, Can we escape if we defeat all the goblins? Hang didn't answer, turned back to prepare for battle, and asked Jenna, Do you know how to use a bow? Jenna replied, My father is a hunter. Han outlines the battle plan. I will charge straight in, and you provide support from afar. Can you do that? Gina was ready to respond. Go ahead, what about those men? Han coldly replied, Don't mind them, they're just useless. The demons roared and charged at the 2 of them. Jenna Duong shouted, They're coming! Han stared intently at the demons, thinking to himself, I've never swung a sword or used a shield before. My name is Isekai'd, but my real name is Han Celine, and it seems I've just gotten stuck in a deadly game. The demons charge up, striking hard at Han's shield. Jenna took the opportunity to shoot an arrow at the demons. To understand why the male lead got caught in this game, we need to figure out what kind of game it is. Big M Cup is a mobile game released by Mobius Corporation's studio. Its goal is to conquer a 100-story tower, supporting heroes by creating materials and building bases. You need to clear the tower using strategy and tactics. Just yesterday, Celine was still living a normal life. He leisurely sits on the bed, logs into the game, and checks out the new event information. Is there a new dungeon? This cheap and crappy game finally has a decent event. Hero ranks range from 1 to a maximum of 7 stars. I'm extremely unlucky. Even after using thousands of free summons, I've never had a 5-star hero. The dungeon can drop a fate transfer letter at a low rate, which is needed to create a 7-star hero. There's no reason not to join. Pygmy Cup is different from other character development games because it sets tough rules. No matter how much players love and care for a character, once they die, they are truly gone and cannot be revived. So whether a character is 1 or 6 stars, once they die, they're gone. You must scout the dungeon first with a single-use team. Suddenly, a notification appeared on the screen, a new dungeon had opened, and then a continuous red warning message kept flashing. The game notifies that all members of Team 38 feel scared. Their stats decrease by 30%. Celine wondered, what are they afraid of? Fiora keeps asking to withdraw and then gets worried. Why doesn't Jine care? Well, it doesn't matter. I just want to see how the boss fights. A dark figure appears in the game, catching Celine's attention as he raises his hand to ask for a character to be killed. Xin was surprised. Level 999 stars? What is this, a bug? The game announced that you lost. Xin was indifferent, clearly a system error. They were wiped out before they could even see its fighting style, and I didn't gain anything. Xin touched the screen where the level 999 monster was displayed. It suddenly looked up, smiling with a mouthful of sharp teeth. Hote, I see you. Why does Jane look stunned? What is that? Is that another way it fights too? Shouldn't the game have ended already? A flash of light enveloped Jine, and suddenly everything in front of him went dark, leaving him unable to see anything. The screen shows the steps for creating a new character. Xin stands frozen, watching as the name is chosen and the confirmation is pressed. Creating an account. What is this about? Sin's thoughts keep racing. What is this? I didn't type anything. What is it doing? Is it agreeing on its own? The light returned, and Celine's vision was able to see everything. A narration line appeared. A small village in the Hia territory where a boy named Han Isekai'd lives, a peaceful land for both humans and non-humans. Tonya, a mysterious enemy has invaded this peaceful continent. Master, if you want to save the world, climb the tower. Countless heroes will be by your side. Han stood frozen, sword in hand, staring in shock at the scene around him. The city was engulfed in flames, still unsure if this was a dream or reality, when he suddenly heard a growl behind him. Turning around, a guide to defeating the Thunder Goblins attacking the village appeared before him, along with an attached file featuring a goblin to practice against. It didn't take long for Han to realize this was real. The goblin quickly closed in and swung its sword at Han. Instinctively, Han quickly raised his sword to block the attack. Han gritted his teeth. This attack is really too much. 2 metal swords clash, sparks flying. Han struggles to push the demon's sword away, then quickly raises his sword to finish off the demon. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Knowing that killing monsters was the only way to survive, Han still couldn't and wouldn't want to remember the feeling of taking another creature's life. The notification shows that Han has passed the gate and leveled up. The system is sending the rewards to the mailbox. Han wipes the blood off his face while observing the surroundings. What's going on here? Is this inside the game? Then gradually you realize that this familiar space is actually the game world, with the tutorial signs constantly appearing. Master, before proceeding to the next stage, try summoning a teammate. Tap the Summon tab in your menu. The special first-time service is sending 500 game items for 1 high-level summon. Han, desperate to understand this, watches as the door in front of him opens. A shining beam of light reveals a female knight clad in armor, wielding a sword. Is this a 5-star hero, a rare and powerful character? Han thought to himself. Summon. Is this a summon as well? So, I was also summoned like this. It's like a hero being summoned for Pygmup's player. X opened his eyes and asked him, I have been summoned. Who are you? Han stammers. Han Selen. I am Sea Dusty, a knight. Is that Han Selen? What a strange name. Han corrected himself. It's not Han's sin. The two of you are now a team. Water's player once again traps Han and Zay in the dungeon as Zay fights and asks coldly, "Are you a newcomer? You don't look the part at all." Han grits his teeth. "This is my first time." Unlike Han, who has never wielded a sword, Hero B Saoze defeated 5 enemies in the blink of an eye. It's a complete skill gap. Because there is a 3-star gap between them, Han has nothing left to say. But the problem is what happens next. The main door opens again. "Master, the heroes have bravely completed their battle. The final guide is waiting for you. The way to make the hero stronger is to synthesize. The door has opened, so tap the synthesis option in the menu." Han grits his teeth in worry. "It's Mintu." The spirit appears, shivering as it says, "Hey, you're not planning to leave, are you? Master is waiting there." Han looked at her in disappointment. "Are you... Yo?" She was startled. "That's right, I am, isn't it? Wait, how do you know my name?" "What are you?" Han thought to himself. I'm sure I know her because I've played pup a lot. Are you going to answer me?" Hansel Jin Y opened the reference book in panic. "Hansel Jin can't be. Isn't that Han Islat?" "What? Why do you look different in the photo?" "Han Islat was born on the Him Peninsula. That's not right." Han got angry. "I am Han Jin from Seun Ganzelgu. Now please take me back to when I was still talking nicely." He asks again. "No way. Are you from Earth? Or could it be that I come from Mars?" He screams. "Damn it, I got the wrong person. How the hell did this happen? I'm going crazy." "Just go in first now." Han is furious. "No, if I go in, I will die." "You can't die, you're just being assimilated." You lost all patience, kicked Han inside, then slammed the door shut, building it very poorly. "Those people are really noisy." System notification, Master has started the synthesis. A blue light envelops Han, who is extremely worried. Mom says it's starting. Han is very afraid of this synthesis process because of the game. Summoning is the act of increasing power by combining 2 heroes, with 1 hero sacrificed to boost the stats of the other. During this process, one of the 2 heroes will definitely be destroyed. The problem with Han is that a 1-star hero is rebuilt into a 4-star hero. An ordinary player has no reason to sacrifice Han and kill Zay. Han grits his teeth, waiting for his own fate. Am I about to die? Who's so stupid to combine a 4-star hero into a 1-star hero? And the synthesis is complete. Han is surprised. "Oh, I'm still alive." "So, it's over." The 4-star hero is disappearing into the light. Han was surprised. Why did she disappear? That makes no sense. "You are a 4-star hero and I only have 1 star. Zay simply responded calmly. "I wasn't chosen. That's all there is." She smiles at the remaining him, relying on him. Han was stunned. "I don't understand anything." Back to reality, Fat Grease just got killed by a striped goblin. Han shouted a warning. "Don't be careless, or you'll die." "Old man, fight now, there's a monster chasing after you." "Anyway, I survived." Summoning heroes is just drag and drop. It is designed to make you drag the sacrificed hero into the remaining hero, which could be due to a slip or reckless play. I was lucky to survive because of a stupid mistake by the master. Nothing surprising in a game like this. After fighting for a while, Han turned to Jenna and asked, "So what about the last 2? Jenna assigned roles. "I will fight one like the others." Hang brushed it off, thinking later, "Focus on fighting and get here." Before he could finish his sentence, a goblin charged and cut off one of Han's arms. Han's eyes turned red as he gritted his teeth and turned back. This bastard then slammed his shield into the monster's head, knocking it away. Han has secretly made up his mind. "I don't know why I was summoned to the PM Cup, but I do know one thing. I, Hansel Yin, was summoned as a 1-star hero, Hanislat. Just before entering this world, the level 999 bug monster was laughing loudly. That bastard brought me to this world, and I just happened to pick the wrong person to mess with." Han activated slaughter mode, leapt up and struck, sending the monster back to its ancestors. After finishing, he sat down exhausted. Jaina quickly ran over worriedly and said, "Han Tranan, I'll be fine when I get back." Players don't have much say in the battles, because most of the fights are automated by the heroes. Nevertheless, game still claims over 100 million players worldwide because it allows you to observe this world like a god. Looking up at the starry sky, he chuckled softly and said, "Do you enjoy it?" I'm also a player who loves big makeup, creating items, tactics, strategies, nurturing heroes, and all those mysterious elements. Even though it's called a game like this, I won't give up. Loki's character is ranked 5th in the world. Master of Masters. Look at me surviving until the end. System notification. 2 players have passed the gate. Rewards include 2,000 coins, 2 iron bars, 2 copper coins, and 1 gem, and Han is the MVP of the match. Han returned to the other side of the door and began a crazy workout, running around the field while muttering to himself. I have to accept this. It's time for me to stop acting like a child. I am inside the PE Cup. I was born and summoned as a one-star hero. There are two ways for a hero to die, in battle or through fusion. A one-star hero is truly hopeless in the PM Cup. We only make useless props the most useless props. The stats are poor and the growth potential is extremely low. At this level, I won't be able to escape the threat of being forcibly merged. I have to become stronger, survive, take revenge, and come back. If I'm not stronger, it's just a pipe dream. I don't know how it will unfold from now on, but if I don't adapt quickly, there's only death ahead. If I don't accept it, I'll be swallowed whole. This reminds me of that damn military service. Being physically strong isn't enough. I also have to be mentally strong. I can't survive without staying calm. You can survive on your own while you're still young. Don't forget that. Even without parents or anyone else around, you can still manage to survive. Try to remember that difficult time. Come on. After running, Han continued to do push-ups diligently, sweat pooling on the ground. Jenna approached and asked, "What are you doing?" Han coldly says, "Training to kill monsters." "Can't you see?" Jenna said impatiently. "Why are you acting so rude?" "I traveled a long way to find you." She hesitated for a moment before continuing. "I've been thinking all night about what I need to do from now on. First, we can't escape from here, right? Jenna takes the bow and arrow and aims at a mannequin because my father is a hunter. I usually enjoy shooting arrows when I have free time. I won't get in your way. I think nothing would change if I just kept crying all the time." The arrow flies straight into the target's head. "You know how to survive here, right?" Han didn't answer, only asked, "Was yesterday your first real combat?" Jenna replied, "Yes, I was only at home all day." "So how did you use the bow?" "It's okay." Han glanced at Jenna's stats. Did she just increase 4 stats since yesterday? Even if her growth is low, she has a key skill, albeit only at 1 star, and despite being a bit awkward since it's her first real battle, she was still able to kill a goblin. Jenna seems determined not to die, and has a clear goal of what to do next. Truly, a rough gem. Thinking this, he said, "All right, I will help you." Jenna smiled and reached out her hand. "My father once said that if I wanted to survive, I had to choose someone to follow. He's a good father, right?" Han reached out and took Jenna's hand. "Please help me." The system reports Jenna as a 1-star with good intentions towards Han, and their friendship has been established. "Heroes who befriend others will receive additional rewards when in the same team." Han shouted loudly. "Hey, are you here?" Y appears annoyed. "Arag, what now? I'm busy. Even if you ask me how many times, I still won't answer. If you're curious, go climb that tower yourself. The answer is inside the tower." "I don't care about the tower. It's something else." "Am I the only one who can see the status window above your head?" "What are you talking about?" "I have no idea what you're talking about." "Han, are you joking?" "I can clearly see that it says you are at level 257. Y stammers. "I guess you can see it, right? Is it because your existence has been upgraded? When they become an A, I shouldn't say that," Han thought to himself. I was sure after seeing her reaction. I am the only one who can see the messages from the game and the messages from the master. Then you ask, "What should we do if the master escapes the game?" And I reply, "Master, I can only pray that they don't escape." Recalling the accident that happened when Watermaster, her fusion with Zay was no ordinary mishap. A 4-star ending up fused with a 1-star. The strange thing is that only 1% of 4-star heroes appear in the free summon. Luck was on their side, as 1 in 100 failed due to a mistake. Big Mup is linked to the phone, so you also can't restart it. It's been a week since they logged in after starting the game. You asked again if the time here is different from Earth, and Y shouted, "Don't ask anymore, I won't tell you." Han laughed, so that means time passes differently here than on Earth. "Thanks for the tip. Next time give me more tips." Yo tapped on the head. "Arog, you worthless 1-star trash." Han knows the spirit can't touch him. The description can only intervene when defending oneself, or when a hero refuses a master's command. Han had to learn the rules here one by one, or he would die. That is the only rule in this world. Jenna doesn't understand anything. "What are they talking about?" Han just responds. "We will have to raid up to the 100th floor of the tower. There is an entity called the Master who can give orders through ISO. We have to follow them and carry out the mission. When we reach the 100th floor, we can escape from here." Jenna gradually understood. "Does that mean we still have to fight monsters?" Han replied, "That's why we need to keep training. We need to become stronger." Jenna worries. "Are just the two of us going to be okay?" Han explained. "The Master can use money to summon someone like us. They are planning to summon many people. Our choice from here will determine our fate, but in the end, our destiny still depends on the decision of the Master." After a day of training, Han realized another rule here. Essentials and food will regenerate the next day. And if Han thinks about what he wants, it will appear in the wardrobe the next day, and of course, things like guns won't appear. There will be other rules when you achieve results from training. What Han didn't understand about playing Pigmup now became clear. There will be times when heroes of the same rank have different combat abilities. They all share one trait. They are too lazy to train. Training doesn't just increase 2 stats, but improves your skills and restores your abilities. Han thought to himself he hadn't considered this from the beginning.
Now that I think about it, I don't believe they are all the same. If a master has skills, they will categorize main heroes into 3 types. First, the master wouldn't even glance at heroes who are easily panicked.
Second, skills. High-rank heroes summoned have many skills, while most low-rank heroes possess hidden potential that masters must discover. The third, that physical condition is exactly what I am doing right now. And with the plan to improve health, 3 days have passed since our main character started training, and master-controlling Han has logged into the game. Han clenched his fist. I've gained 2 skills through training. I've done my best. Then he reminds Jenna to get ready. Master is here now. Jenna is confused. Are we there already? What do you mean by, already? 3 days have passed. Han read the system notification and told Jenna. The master is summoning a new hero, a team of 5, so he will do it 3 times. As he finishes speaking, the system notifies that the master has received 3 1-star heroes. The 3 of them appeared, looking around in confusion, constantly asking themselves, who am I? And where is this? Hey everyone, we need to get ready to fight. We'll teach you after we get through this safely. The brown-haired guy asked again, who are you to prepare for battle? ISO appears, quickly opens a portal. A space-time crack opens. Han urgently tells Jenna to choose a weapon before it's too late. Quickly selecting a sword and a shield, Han thought to himself that because everyone died last time with their weapons, T no longer had any weapons to add. When the 3 saw Yo appear, they rushed forward and asked, who are you? Where are you from? Quickly take us back. Mark. Jenna rushes forward to stop them. Stop! It will be worse if we fight her. Are you all the same? Did you bring us here? Jenna hurriedly explained, it's not me. I was also dragged here. Han frowned and said, she's just doing some extra work. They'll realize it in a few minutes. Jenna, hearing Han say that, followed him. The people behind kept rambling to Yo. My wife is waiting for me. Take me home quickly. I'm a poor farmer. I have no money. You must have mistaken me. And ISO, frustrated from being questioned so much, kept shouting at each new group of people who entered, aren't you going in? Jenna is worried. Are they going to die? Han coldly said all they had to do was not to lay a hand on Yo. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 men trying to rush forward were knocked down by Yo with 3 quick hits, falling flat on the ground. The others were pushed back, and the door gradually closed. Yo smiled and waved, cheerfully saying, happy to see you, heroes. The Han team was summoned to the 2nd floor, still tasked with controlling the target and clearing out all enemies. Han and Jenna braced themselves, ready for the goblin attack, while the others remained clueless and confused. The monsters from the space gradually appeared, this time including wolf beetles. 3 men with pale faces looked terrified out of their minds, and of course their stamina also dropped by 30% due to fear. Han glanced at Jenna, who was also in a state of panic. He gently touched Jenna. Did she eat something really bad? Jenna, who was concentrating intensely, suddenly jerked in surprise and angrily shouted, don't scare me like that, Han ordered. Take care of the 2 goblins, I will handle the wolves. The notification indicates Jenna is no longer panicked. Han thought to himself, so she was only a little scared. Luckily, compared to her, no one among the newcomers intends to help like I thought. The 2 wolves rush in, Han quickly warns, they're coming. The pack of wolves was in a fierce fighting state. One snarling wolf lunged forward. Han swung his sword straight at its head, and seeing it still struggling, he frowned. Are you still alive? Is it because of this crappy weapon? Han sharply shakes his sword and strikes again to split the wolf in 2 for good. In the end, he has killed 1. The remaining one rushed forward, but luckily Han quickly raised his shield to block and pushed the wolf away. Without a moment's hesitation, Han swung again, splitting the remaining wolf in 2. After dealing with the 2 wolves, Han was also exhausted, sweat pouring down. He turned back to look for his teammate and the goblins. The 2 goblins were sprawled on the ground, covered with a bunch of arrows like 2 hedgehogs. Han approaches to praise her. You're now a true archer. How many points did you score? Stop, they're all dead now. Jenna gradually regained her composure and softly replied, yes. The system announced that the 5th level had been cleared. The reward was 5,000 gold coins, a C-grade iron ingot, and 3 C-grade leather pieces. A blue light enveloped all 5 of them. The 5 of them moved back to their original spots and slowly stepped out the door.
The system congratulated everyone for passing the second floor and moving on to the third as the ground trembled violently, causing Jenna to panic.
What's going on? Han said calmly. Just like when we went to the second floor. Now we're on the third. Han glanced at the three men behind him. If the master is reckless, they will push me directly to the third floor.
But if that happens now, what will happen next on the third floor? Luckily, the system announced that the master has logged out.
Han sighed in relief, finally able to rest. Yo stretched and let out a long yawn, at last outside.
Han is disappointed. We're the ones who have to fight now.
How could she be tired? Han thought as he looked at the gate. 1 day per floor? It seems like time here moves at 1/3 the speed of outside the waiting room. They will probably log back in after 3 days. Han went to the storage to put away weapons and checked his status again. My willpower decreased by 1, but my strength increased by 2. I still have 4 bonus points, and my level has risen quite well, showing that my physical condition is improving overall. He put his hands in his pockets and hesitated before stepping outside. The master also didn't push the process further. If I keep getting stuck in the recovery state on the first floor, it will endanger everyone. Right now, 3 men outside are pressing Jen for answers.
Why do I have to fight? What kind of place is this?
What are those monsters? Jenna could only explain.
I already said we need to fight to survive. You can think whatever you want. How can I fight monsters when I've never even held a weapon before? You think we know how to fight?
Han frowned.
1 star is an ordinary person, someone living far from the battlefield. I remember that guy Momon. I think I understand why a 1 star is called trash.
2 stars? That Momon guy. He said he used to be a mercenary. The more experienced the summoned person is in combat, the higher their rank, right? High-level mercenaries wouldn't panic at all, but if you throw a 1-star mercenary into the middle of a battle, they'll definitely panic 100%. But they're not like 3-star or higher. They would jump straight into the fight. Are they summoned with combat knowledge? Do they know what their goal is and why they have to fight? I think they do. Judging by her attitude, I'm pretty sure. Jenna barely managed to escape the interrogation of the 3 men, then turned around and grumbled.
Why don't you help these annoying people a little?
Huh? Han?
Why should I care about those useless people?
Jenna thinks differently.
We should advise them and make them allies. Wouldn't that be better?
Han explains. They will disappear soon. Han thought to himself that she would see it's not because they are being killed, but if they keep going like this, they will disappear. But he didn't say that, only said, you and I will continue fighting in the next battle, regardless of them. Hey, I want to ask you guys something. Han glanced at him, then turned away. Just go ask someone else. So annoying. Brown-haired guy grabbed Han's shirt and angrily said, What are you saying? Han didn't say a word, punched him so he flew back and contemptuously said, You bastards are carefree while we have to fight out there. The brown-haired guy finally got scared, trembling as he raised his hand.
No, I don't care. Just go straight.
See, I did it the way you wanted. Are you happy now? Jenna could only smile wryly. This guy is as hot-tempered as ice cream. The next day, Han continued practicing. After practicing the basic moves, the two began training with weapons. As mentioned, Han used a wooden sword while Jenna practiced archery. Han's swordsmanship level has increased to level 2. The 3 others didn't come to the training ground. They wandered around trying to find an escape route, but of course couldn't find one. Jaina was practicing archery while Han was training his reflexes to dodge. Suddenly, an arrow shot Han's thigh, making him grimace. Jaina looked worried. Are you okay? Han gritted his teeth and pulled out the arrow. I told you not to worry. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of blue light illuminated, and Han's wounded flesh immediately healed. Don't think the rules of the world you come from are the same here. Wounds heal very quickly. The system notified Han that he had just learned the pain resistance skill. He picked up his sword and ordered them to continue training. Han told himself he wouldn't stop. Pain is good, it proves he's still alive. They continued to train fiercely. Sometimes Jenna was so exhausted she wanted to stop, but Han didn't agree, and their efforts certainly didn't betray their dedication. The system announced that Han has awakened a new skill. Basic swordsmanship and basic shield skills have merged into a new technique. A few days later, the master logged into the game. I let you show your displeasure and shout, hurry to the square when the master appears. Do you want a beating? Jenna smiled and stretched her muscles. Perfect. Just training makes me so restless. Ha, look over there. I feel like you're learning faster than me. I'm pretty good at these things. The 3 men still refused to give up and charged forward to fight back. Hurry up and let us go. I'm tired of eating potatoes. Are you planning to make us keep fighting? I don't want to do that. No way. Iso is really furious with these 3 guys for turning their backs. She decides she must teach them what a proper celebration is. I'm angry right now. Don't make me make you write apology letters." Then she charged in and took down all 3 of them, forcing them to drink. They refused to refuse and preferred to be punished with alcohol. The 3 of them, with swollen faces, obediently listened and entered without daring to turn back. They still have the mission to eliminate all enemies on the 3rd floor. The enemy troops here are now equipped with additional armor and helmets. Han reminds them that their weapons and tactics have improved. It's okay, just fight as they have practiced. Let's go to battle. Han and Jenna charge forward, fighting fiercely. As Han predicted, the 3rd floor was nothing special. And Jenna is the MVP, earning 7,000 gold coins, a C-grade iron bar, and a C-grade leather sheet. Jenna wiped the bloodstain from her face. "I think I'm used to these things already." Hang nodded. "Yeah, this time it's a bit boring." Jenna looked at the crowd. It seems they still refuse to fight. Han doesn't really care. "Whatever. I have no intention of fighting those who refuse to battle. If they don't participate in the fight, they won't receive EXP. The system displays a tip for the master. When dealing with disobedient heroes, try spinning the lucky wheel. They will behave better." Ha looked up at the notification board and told Jenna that it seems the master is preparing to spin the lucky wheel. Jenna asks again, "It's not over yet, right?" Master sends everyone back to the 1st floor. It seems this master isn't that indifferent either. The level 1 contributions are still just that. Jenna is still the MVP in this scene. She smiles happily, but it seems the master still decides to challenge them on the 1st floor once more. Han thought to himself, "Master won't let me rest easily if I handle these quickly." With that in mind, Han charged back into battle, going from the 1st floor to the 3rd. "I'm exhausted, Master. You're not sending us anywhere else, right?" Han, exhausted, sat down on the floor with his sword in hand, and who knew what would happen next? Jenna was also getting annoyed. "I'm going crazy. How much longer do I have to deal with those damn bastards?" Han replied, "Don't worry, it will end today." Jenna didn't quite understand. "It will end? What do you mean? Do they look like they're going to change?" "I don't think the master is free enough to keep those useless guys around." A building appears, and the system announces that the master will begin the synthesis. The 3 men frown and look on. "Where is this?" The system continues to guide the master in compiling the list of heroes. Han glanced at the 3 useless guys, bidding farewell to those who didn't seize the opportunity. As he saw the gate opening, Han thought there were many more chances he could see. Even though small details didn't appear on the screen, the master surely knew everything. That person must know who is fighting on the front lines, who is proactive, and who is lazy. Yes, the master outside the screen has added Han and Jenna to the favorites list. He orders Jenna and Jensen to go to the assembly room quickly. Seeing Jenna's panicked expression, Han reassures her, "Don't worry, nothing will happen to you." Jensen's face turned pale as he asked Han what would happen if they went in. Han coldly replied, "They will probably be judged based on what they've done." Jensen is frantically shouting, "I didn't do anything. I was just dragged here for no reason." "Hey," Han glared at him. "Go in there and stop barking so much." I wakes up suddenly. Huh. This is the first time we've had the same thought. Jensen was sweating all over his head. "So what do you want me to do? Helping you?" If only he had pretended to fight, everything would have been different. I lost patience and told him, "I'm tired of you, just go inside and finish it." The 2 of them entered, the door slammed shut, and the master began the synthesis. Jensen pounded on the door, shouting, "This isn't fair, let me in." He hadn't finished speaking when he was dissolved. Jenna stepped out to announce she had gained the additional skill, Eagle Eye. Jenna was stunned. What just happened? "That guy turned into light and disappeared completely," Han explained. "In this place, the useless ones die to be offered to others. Now it's my turn, and I don't know who will be the one among the 2 of you." Yu gives the order. Next will be Han and Toby. Toby was now also afraid, but with no other choice, he followed Han into the gathering house. The door slammed shut, and Toby, as if going mad, pounded loudly on the door. "You're going to take me home, right? Isn't that right?" "I will go home." Han simply replied indifferently. "Yes, just keep thinking that." And with Toby's deafening scream, the notification system completed its update. Toby turned into light and disappeared. Han was promoted and gained the calm skill, then calmly walked out, passing by the remaining blonde-haired man. "You're lucky." Hearing this, he froze like a statue, sweating profusely. Jenna was worried. "So if the master thinks he's useless, he will disappear into that." Han asked again, "Why are you so sad?" "You are the one who doesn't want to be left behind." Jenna trembles. "If I become useless, will this happen to me someday too?" Han reassures her. "The higher we go, the stronger the monsters and players we have to face will be. Either we die at the hands of the enemy or we die in this way. Is that it?" "It seems like you know everything, huh?" Han continued. If she wants to live, she should do exactly what her father said. Stay close to the strong. On the second day, Jenna bowed and said to Han, "Please take care of me." Han was surprised. Is something wrong with her? Jenna looked up with determined eyes. You said I should stay close to the strong, so I will align myself with the strong. Please take care of me. Han glanced, unable to believe it. If she had worked harder, she wouldn't have died, so don't worry too much about it. At this moment, the blonde-haired Aaron stepped forward and loudly said, "Please take care of me. Sorry, I was so foolish, just causing trouble all the time. No matter what happens, leaving the two of them to fight alone is truly a cowardly act, but from now on, things will be different." Ha stared at him intently. "How can I trust you?" Aaron bowed his head. "If you want me to kneel, I will agree." "So please," Jenna tried to persuade Han. It seems that in the end, he finally made up his mind. Han chose a throwing weapon for Aeon and asked, "Hey, have you ever fought a monster before?" "Before coming here, I had never fought any monsters either." Aeon is surprised. "But you're that good." "The difference lies in your determination, Han, whether you are coldly committed to winning or just surviving. Here, take this spear. I'm not an expert, but I've heard it's the easiest weapon to use." "Try using it. Do you know the basic theory of melee, mid-range, and long-range combat?" Jenna responds. "Oh, close combat uses swords, mid-range uses spears, and long-range attacks use bows and arrows. That's the basic theory, right?" Han added that since our team only has 3 people, this is the most effective way. After speaking, Han prepared to fight. "What are you doing? Get ready to fight." Aaron is panicked. "Fight now? Aren't you going to teach me?" Han runs forward with a stick, his eyes shining. "I've never used a sword before, so what's there to teach you? I'm learning how to fight on my own." "So you should also learn by yourself." Han launched a series of attacks at Aaron. He tries to block it. "You should be grateful to have an opponent to fight alongside you." "I'm just a dummy to be your opponent." Hearing that, Aaron gritted his teeth, closed his eyes and nose, raised his staff, and shouted as loud as he could. Han spun around and kicked the guy hard in the stomach. "Are you really closing your eyes during a fight?" Aaron grimaced in pain, clutching his stomach and vomiting uncontrollably. Han was strict, but he hadn't even threatened his life, and this was all he could do. "If I were a monster, you would already be dead." Jenna is worried. Isn't it too harsh for him to do that for the first time? Han frowns. "I don't want to have to take care of others. If you can't keep up, I will just ignore you." "Do you have a family?" Aaron trembles. "My sister is waiting." Han said again, "At least you have someone." "I have no one." He presses the wooden sword against Aaron's neck. "So what would happen if you can't come back here?" "Dying at the hands of monsters would be terrible. Even worse than being combined. If you don't want to continue, just give up." Hearing that, Aaron gritted his teeth. Han smiled with satisfaction, his spirit looking better than before. After training, the master built a new forge costing 500 game. Ha looked at the forge and said, "I can now take a walk around and the forge is also open." "Yo, if you're here, then come out." Y appears as a shadow. "Who do you think you are to call me that?" Han doesn't even bother to look at her. "I'm really tired of that attitude, so you better change it." "You is going crazy, really wants to deal with this black-haired guy but can't touch him." Han nonchalantly asks, "Are you the one who sent the tip to Waterby? Can you get online? If you can interfere with the system, you should be able to use it, right?" "Yes, I can. I enjoy browsing those websites." So the tips she sent are being used as the basis. After summoning the item 10 times, they unlock the first level of the training facility, then the forge. Yo was surprised and asked how you knew, and Han leaned against the wall casually and replied that the post was very popular on the PM Cup page, so she must have seen the one Loki posted. "You know Loki?" Yo was even more surprised. "Of course, I am also a user of Pygup." Yu puffed out his chest proudly. "Ha ha ha, you probably only belong to the lower levels. Lord Loki is a master among masters, a war god of Pygmy-up. If there were 7 stars, he would already be the leader of the world." Han smiled. "Why do you like Loki?" "Because he is the one who turns the impossible into possible." "Oh, so turning the impossible into possible, huh?" Han asked back. Yu sneers. "You're a pup player and you don't even realize it." Loki suddenly said, "Sorry to be the one to tell you this." While Yo was lost in her idle thoughts, Han turned to look at him. "What?" Han sneered. "I am Loki." "What are you talking about? Are you trying to fool someone?" Han didn't bother explaining and just recited a string of numbers. Account number 4, 6, 6, 3, 1913. To avoid the risk of hacking, only the account owner and the server know the pup account number. You can check for yourself if you still don't believe. Just read the museum account. I call up my computer, click and type, still half in doubt. "No way, are you Loki? This can't be true, is it?" After a moment, the result was clear. He hesitated for a moment. Then she quickly hands me a pen and paper to get my signature right away. Amazing fool. With this, I will become a VIP member of Ragna Loki. Han holds the paper and pen, puzzled. What is Ragna Loki? Explain enthusiastically. The Loki fan forum is on top of the world. To become a VIP, you need to get Loki's signature. Han let out a gasp. Is that true? I just heard it. Oh, I'm trembling. Wait a minute. So what we've said to Loki until now? Are you serious? Hint, take your time signing. I only have 1 star right now, so who cares about that stuff? Why? So suddenly shouted. Wait, what would happen to NFLHA without you? I'm also wondering. NFL. Hem is actually the name of the waiting system in Han's account, with all 13 floors, each a waiting room capable of holding up to 20,000 people. All the infrastructure there is of the highest quality suitable for level 1822. But what does it matter when Han Master is truly here? Izo is panicking. So what will happen to those 2,000 people? Han crossed his arms and looked indifferent. If you're worried, why don't you let me go back? I'm too weak and useless like soaked rice paper. I can't do it. I know. I also know you're just an intermediary manager doing some trivial tasks. But the owner of this lounge, Waterv, is from Earth, right? And the summoned heroes are not artificial intelligence either. Io confirms. Yes, this connected world is a bit different, but they are all human. Han thought to himself. Master Water has no idea that all of us are human. He's just a real player enjoying pickup. All heroes must face every danger just to satisfy their entertainment. You ask if it's more important than whether we can return if we reach the 100th floor. Is sweating? Well, I honestly don't know either. Han sighed in frustration, not knowing what to say. For the next question, who brought me here? You hesitated. I can't answer that. Han sighed. Yo felt helpless and could only apologize. It's true that when facing someone she cares about, she answers anything asked and doesn't shout like usual. Han said, No problem. As you said, I'll just figure it out while climbing the tower. In addition, within the authority level of a master, what are you able to access? Yo replied. Now, I can give instructions on how to open and close these facilities, and support some other activities as well. Are all the master lounges the same? Each room is a little different, but overall they are all the same. Han bowed his head, pondering whether the 100 million worlds truly coexist. Summoning Mobius, the system that created countless heroes by combining thousands of templates, is actually just a lie. Quantum artificial intelligence, heroes. What is called artificial intelligence is actually human beings. The system dungeons have mentioned that it has created countless contents, containing hundreds of millions of worlds. If each world in the game is actually a real world, does that mean that unconscious choices could kill a hero? Thinking of this, Han called out, Remember my words if you want to climb the tower, only then can you succeed. Yu nodded vigorously, and right now in the training yard, Jenna was practicing very diligently. Jenna is a genius. Her development speed is unmatched. Even without ever using a dagger, she can adapt very quickly. On the other hand, Aaron is quite slow. Sooner or later, he will die with this team. Jenna smiled and said to Han, I've been gentle with Aaron, but it still seems a bit too much for him. Han told him to tone down his arrogance and follow him. Jenna wondered what was going on. Aren't you planning to teach your #1 subordinate today? Suddenly, he appeared out of nowhere. Who do you think you are to keep following Han? I am the #1 subordinate. Get lost. Jenna didn't dare to argue back. I am the #1 subordinate of him, right? The two women glare at each other fiercely. You're really showing off now, old fox. Do you know who this is? Ha's master. Hurry up and cover her mouth again. Just a reminder. Are you done with your work? Io is still shouting to assert dominance over the idol. Anyway, I am Han's #1 subordinate. Remember that well. Han thought tiredly. I shouldn't have said I was Lokai. Jenna was curious. What's wrong with it? Han just said, Don't worry about it. It's just a bit stupid. They go to a warehouse. Han asks Yo, You said you have authority, right? Open this warehouse. Yo agrees immediately. No need to mention the second part. Han enters to take 6 iron bars, 3 sheets, 4 planks from the warehouse, and then asks Iso to activate the forge. Yo, yes, very obedient. Jenna asked, What are you planning to do? Han said she can't keep using the same iron sword forever. After talking with Iso, Han realized he is a half-master, half-hero. And if that's true, Han could conquer territories. This is the authority of a master. Io wonders, Loki, what are you doing? La Avean or Brian, why are they here? The system reports that the forging success rate is poor due to a lack of facilities, blacksmiths, and blueprints. Based on his experience, Han decides to choose manual forging. If you forge manually, you'll have to solve system puzzles. The higher the difficulty, the more rewarding the prize. This is a mini-game for masters. Most masters will not choose this method, but the reward is very generous. Han coldly chooses. Super difficult. Yo was stunned. Very difficult. You already have 3 punishments. Just watch. The maximum game time is 3 minutes, Yu exclaimed. I didn't even have time to see its shape. For Han, it's different. With his experience and the hands of a master-level player, he can clear the game in just a few minutes. Along with admiration, no wonder he's a master craftsman. Truly a legendary pair of hands among thousands. A few minutes later, the system announced that Han had successfully forged the legendary greatsword. I shouted in admiration. Han looked satisfied with the result. This is a powerful and sharp sword, crafted from rough materials but forged by skillful hands. Thuatang charged forward. Han kept explaining more super difficult puzzles, continuously creating weapons like a balanced C-grade shortbow, a sharp C-grade spear, and a sturdy C-grade metal shield. He tiredly stretched. Are these all just C-grade stuff? I guess this is the best I can do with these materials. Why is curious. Aren't you going to keep going? Han explained. Just a little better, and they'll stand out too much. I don't want any unnecessary misunderstandings from Master. Soon after, the Master logged back in and everyone was taken to the 4th floor. Jenna had a new weapon, and a single arrow was enough to kill a goblin. She admires the incredible elasticity of this. With such high-quality items, those thieves will definitely try to steal them. Han said if you use the personal weapon option, that won't happen. Aaron grumbled, the Master is a bit too much, only allowing the 3 of us to attack them. This floor has a new type of monster, half-human, half-bird, female demons. Han assigned Happy to handle them. While Aaron, you protect Jenna, I will do my best. Boss, the monsters are charging, and Aaron is panicking, wildly swinging his spear everywhere. The system reports that Aaron's stats have dropped by 30% due to panic. Han is annoyed. This damn kid is too excited. Jenna rushes in and gives Aaron a mental shock to calm him down. Stay calm. You'll die if you fail again this time. Are you okay with that? Aaron's nose is bleeding. He looks stunned. Han rushes into battle with the demons, reminding him to stop panicking. Damn it! Aeon stammered, I will try. The 3 finally focused on the battle and then passed the 4th floor. The reward for this level is 10,000 gold coins, 2 C-grade iron bars, and 3 C-grade leather sheets. Aaron, exhausted, sat down and vomited. He looked up and asked Han, so anyway, I didn't show any outstanding performance earlier. What will happen to me? Suddenly, there was a notification that Aaron had been added to the favorites list, and Han reassured him. Since you were put on the favorites list, it seems like you'll survive. Aaron, like a dead man chasing after a stick, shouted. I'm still alive, I survived. Jenna smiled. Following the first subordinate, it seems the second subordinate has also grown up, huh? Han shows indifference. What subordinate? I have no idea what you're talking about. Then he headed straight to the weapon storage, thinking as he walked. Subordinate? To be precise, the top subordinate is Series from the NFL Hem region. He remembers his 5 team members from his first team when he was still Loki, all 6-star, and at level 99, along with the 5 divine artifacts he created and a few ultimate skills. If I climb the tower, I might meet them someday. Since this is an automatic game, the first series for Master will handle itself. Otherwise, they do exist. Both of them are so intelligent and clever that I've wondered if they are really just artificial intelligences. Now that I think about it, they're not real artificial intelligences. Right now at Niflheima, 2 figures are standing at the edge of the tower. Unit asks, Siri, do you really have to go? Onet, you should know that we need to make the most of every resource we have. Unit continued, I don't ask for much in this farewell, but I hope you will pay attention to the investigation. And I also need you to take care of the rest of my duties. I trust you to manage the Master's territory. Cirrus spoke, and then turned straight into the darkness. At this moment, the locations around Han were being upgraded one after another. The mansion has been upgraded to level 2, increasing the hero capacity. The auxiliary buildings and the restaurant are completed, providing the heroes with high-quality meals. The training ground has doubled in size, so the heroes' training effectiveness will also increase. The 3 auxiliary buildings, the weapon warehouse, forging workshop, and lumber and refining facilities, have been combined into an equipment workshop. The healing house has leveled up to 2, so healing will be faster. Jenna looked around in shock. Oh my god, what just happened? Aaron was also surprised. Could it be that Master is an ultimate mage? Just think about it, if that's the case, Han Thong-dong explains. Master is just spending a little now, he has no other choice. This is when things start to get interesting, he thought to himself. From the diverse responses of the heroes and the exciting battles, Waters feels that they are more real than the figures made from zeros and ones. He won't be able to stop feeling that way because he's a real person. H continues. In short, after we cleared the floors, the lounge gradually became more complete. Master's activity schedule is also quite consistent. He is likely an office worker. It seems he watches attacks quite often and occasionally has enough to spend. Iso chuckled. Isn't this even better than running into a broke student master? He even bought the $65 package. Big MP is not like other games. It doesn't reward players after completing missions, and the developers hardly have any events that give out rewards so generous they slap players in the face. Han laughs. Because the number of free games players receive is quite limited, they will definitely favor paying players. Suddenly, the system announced that the master has started summoning 10 times. The summoning room door lights up brightly. Oyeon is excited. They're summoning again. Han crosses his arms and looks at the door. We've finished checking out the house, so now it's time to meet the new guests. There are 2 ways to summon in the game, using gold, also known as normal summon. Summoning in the game is called advanced summoning, of course. Summoning with premium in-game currency is more effective. 10 people step out confused, looking around, singing, "Who am I?" Where is this? They keep asking each other. Does anyone know what is happening? I no longer know if this is real or a dream. Han, losing patience, pressed his sword against an old man's neck. The old man was startled. Who are you guys? Han remained silent and cold. I have no intention of explaining myself to them right now. I only explain to those who can survive and think calmly again. Yuo suddenly appears and gives an order. Everyone gather here. Is there anyone who works as a carpenter? If you can, come forward. Is there anyone who's a carpenter or craftsman? Otherwise, is there a chef here? The old man raised his hand and said, "What are you doing all of a sudden? Hold on, you should at least explain a little first." What's going on here? Yo lost patience and shouted for everyone to shut up. Jenna also wondered, what is she doing? Just assign them. Many facilities have just been built, so if those who died are summoned now, they could avoid fighting. The system in the waiting room will now change. The system announces that the master is dividing the teams. Team 2 has been formed and everyone is fully equipped. Han said, if you have no special abilities, then you must try to push yourselves. Incompetent amateurs no longer deserve to eat the scraps. The master has finally started sorting out the useful ones, and he purged the 1-star enemies by sending them all into a dungeon. If you can't adapt, you will be eliminated. He is probably testing the first floor. The door closed, and soon someone returned to the embrace of the ancestors. If you had explained properly to him, maybe you wouldn't have had to die, right? No need to waste words on those who will die from the lowest level. Another one falls. Han is discouraged. At least 2 people must survive. The next group is quickly called, everyone grabbing their swords in panic. Does she want us to fight the monsters? I can't do it. I really can't. Aaron, wounded, charged forward. I will fight too. He turned back and said, What? There's no room for you here. Step aside. Jenna smiled. Is Aeon always like this? Han sighed. Iso, consider adding Aaron to the team. He lacks practical experience, so he's not too bad. Then he turned to remind Aaron, it's okay to retreat, but don't make it a habit like I did. He replied, I understand. Jenna stretched and yawned deeply. I want to go home and eat dinner. I haven't eaten anything but potatoes until I got here because of that damn master. Han glanced at his teammate, not sure if she could assess the situation or not. Jenna looked up at the sky. The sky is so blue, Han replied. He is watching us just like God watches over the world. Han chuckled and said, Don't worry, he's busy working and doesn't have time to eavesdrop on everyone. Then he thought to himself, he won't hear us anyway. I'm sure it will be modified and narrowed down before being handed over to the master. After a while, Team 2 had completed their mission. Everyone returned with the full force. Han asked, No problems. How many contribution points can we get from killing them? Just 1. Okay, you understand me then. Han turned around and said, Let's go back to our place. Jenna was excited. Are we finally free from the potatoes? Everyone enters the cafeteria in awe. The facilities really are better. Having a cafeteria means we can now enjoy hearty meals, right? As long as the master doesn't see that useless group again. Jen cheers. So we've basically had a fancy roast lamb meal. Aeon's eyes sparkle. I want to eat turkey, boss. Han is sweating. Didn't I say I'd kick out anyone useless? A moment later, a basket of steaming hot potatoes was brought out. Han and Jenna, with expressions more bored than ever, stare fixedly at the pile of potatoes as the chef yells, seasoning with only potatoes as ingredients. Han glances sideways. This old man claims to be a chef, but has no cooking skills at all. Han looked at the crowd and asked a woman with black hair, "You are Chloe, right? You're going to be the cook now." Chloe was confused. Huh? The system displays a notification asking Han to confirm if he wants to appoint Chloe as the chef. Old Don hurriedly intervenes. "Wait a moment, let me do it again." Han coldly said, "You're quick, but you should choose a lie that's easier to hide. This will be the only time I let it go." Don's face turned pale, and he immediately shut up. A little while later, a table of delicious dishes made from potatoes was brought out, including fried potatoes, potato chips, and fragrant potato soup. Jenna tastes it and nods. "That's really delicious."
"I didn't realize potatoes could have such a variety of flavors," Chloe said shyly.
"That's because I seasoned it with a lot of spices." Han also started talking to everyone. "While eating, listen up. I won't repeat myself again. You can remind the newcomers of what I said. Is that true?" Han just explained it once, and everyone started whispering. Jenna also stood up and said, "I've never fought before coming here. All right, let's work together." In asks Han again, "So we will do different jobs?" Han confirms that Enoch and Chloe will be the carpenters and the cooks. "The two of you will help us in a different way." I stammer, "I can also help with carpentry." Han smiled menacingly. "If this is another lie, I will suggest you be the first sacrifice for the synthesis. I think you would be the perfect candidate." He turned back and told everyone, "It's true that those who don't fight have a higher chance of survival, but don't get too complacent. There are only a limited number of spots, so if a more talented person is summoned, you will have to keep fighting." One peaceful night passed, and the next day Han's dull daily life was slightly disrupted as 3 young boys, Hansen and Dika, joined the training. Jenna said, "I bet the others are hiding in panic now." Han replied, "I'm tired of fighting Aeon. A change might be good." Everyone started fighting, and the 3 teenagers were immediately knocked away with their weapons. Han, Yi, and Aaron are bad examples, because now the kids are calling me boss. When the difference in numbers between us and them is about 7 or 8, it's like comparing children to adults. I can't reach this level in such a short time. So if this were Earth, Gina's archery skill as a novice would already be at level 5, and her sword proficiency at level 2. Aaron's healing magic has also reached level 2, but hasn't improved further. He was the first to leave the training group and the last to arrive, yet his skills haven't advanced much. For these 3, each has a level in swordsmanship. Maybe because they're around the same age, they're quite close. But these kids are much better than that bunch over there. The 3 exhausted kids sat down on the ground, looking at Han in admiration. "You're really strong, boss." Han explains that it's because my level is higher. Seeing the kids look confused, Han continues, "You'll find out soon enough." A few days later, more teenagers were summoned. This time Han did nothing. Aaron and the 3 kids handled everything, and only 1 person died in the purge. Jenna smiled. "The population is increasing." Han nodded. "It will go up even more." Suddenly, Jenna wondered why the master didn't go to the 5th floor. "We've cleared the 4th floor quite a while ago," Han thought to himself. "That's because the 5th floor is a completely different level, but thinking that is one thing." Han turned away to explain, and the other members of Team 1 still hadn't been assigned. In the game, the difficulty level jumps every year. Basically, it's like a boss room. Maybe even Han won't make it out alive. Who knows how many will die? Even after the purge and training, Hang doesn't see the need to tell Jenna about this. The difficulty level of the challenge starts now. Currently, the combat team consists of 6 members: Han, Jenna, Aeon, Jit, Hansen, and Dick. The logistics team includes Carpenter Enoch and Chef Chloe, who are testing their skills on the 4th floor. The kids with shields and swords are ready to cheer each other on. Thanks to that big brother. Aaron reminds you to stay calm. Han stands and observes. "You guys are holding shields. Usually there's no need to attack. The swordsmen and archers are right behind." The 2 of them shout and attack fiercely. Han keeps giving orders. Even the weak have their own fighting style. It's about arranging the defensive formation, using the strength of the whole group instead of just one person. Han observes the battle, thinking that he isn't participating. He is confident he can pass this stage, but if he joins in, they won't be able to practice their formation. We still don't know what the 5th level mission is, but there will definitely be some levels we can't pass on our own. After a while, we all managed to get through the 4th level. The 2 teenagers happily high-fived as they arrived, and the guard cheerfully greeted them. "How do you feel?" Rhea smiling brightly. "What do you mean by that?" "That's pretty easy," Jenna praised. "Not bad at all." Han also agreed to play a bit longer, and the master was increasingly playing more. During the second X10 spin, he received a blacksmith and a craftsman to activate the blacksmith shop. The blacksmith, the armorsmith, and the carpenter work together to create equipment, mostly E-ranked swords and shields. They are evenly distributed to the newly summoned heroes, helping them survive significantly better.
The main team received higher-grade equipment, and the 3 weaker fighters were merged together. They are the ones who never bother to go to the training ground and spend all their time trying to hide. Donf is among them too.
Someone lied about their profession. A few days later, Rit anxiously clutches his shield. Are we still going to the 4th floor today? I want to move on to the next stage. Han turned to ask Yo, are we going to the 5th stage today? Yo replied, probably so. Gina also looked excited. Are we really going up to the 5th floor? Ha warned everyone, this time it will be a bit different.
Staying calm is good, but if you stay too calm, your heads might fall off before you even realize.
Everyone responded loudly. Yes, understood. The group stepped onto the 5th floor. The scene that unfolded was a desolate city, as if it had just been through a bloody battle. Everyone looked around, and Eren was suspicious. Hey, I don't see any monsters at all, Han replied. We will go into the middle of the city and assess the situation first. Get the team ready. Han surveys the surroundings.
I can only guess that the entire city is deserted, and there's no sign of the monster anywhere. There are no civilians here either. This isn't a raid mission. Suddenly, a loud scream and a shout as someone points at a skeleton.
Hey, over here. Eren has no idea what's going on. What kind of a place is this? There are houses but no one around. Jenna guesses that this is dried blood. This mission is different from all the ones we've done before, Han replied. Those are just warm-ups. Jenna, can you climb up that bell tower? So Jenna obediently and swiftly climbed to the top of the tower. She gazed into the distance and froze. I hope I'm just seeing stars. Eren is anxious. What's going on, Grandma? Wait a moment and see. Give them time to criticize thoroughly. Review it once more. Jenna is confused. Is everything going to be okay?
Can we hold out? There are many contributing forces outside the city, and they seem to be heading this way.
How many? Thousands of them, Jenna replied. From the outer edge of the city, the goblin horde surged like a tsunami toward Han's group. The 5th floor mission became a survival task, to hold out after the enemy's assault. Are you sure you saw thousands of goblins? You're certain you didn't mistake it? I wish that were true, Han ordered. You can come down now? Eren asks Han again to be sure. Have you ever experienced a system malfunction? Han reassures. Don't panic. The mission isn't to wipe out the enemies just to survive. We just need to hold out against them for a while. Han leads everyone into a house, but the system currently cannot access this area. Clearly, this mission cannot be escaped. Han tries to find a way. Can't get into the house now, so all that's left is to move. Eren asked again, how long do I have to hold out? Han replied, 10 minutes. Just hold on for 10 minutes after encountering the enemy, then it's not impossible. Then he thought to himself, what bad luck. If a survival mission is assigned at lower levels, the team's survival rate is only 9%. Higher levels are no problem, but at lower levels it's famous as the hero crusher. Han continues to lead, unable to move along the main road, run into the alley. Ri is worried. Is there no better place? Han explained. Since all the buildings have been destroyed, there should be a gap. I don't have time to find another spot, so I have to defend here. Han leads the group to hold a corner at a T-junction. Since the alley is narrow, we only need to fight one by one, even if there are thousands of them. Everyone shouted together, yes, we will do our best. Han continues to lead. I will handle the left side. Aeon handles the enemies on the right. Ri and Hansen are in charge of the back. Attack in turns. If it's not necessary, don't jump in to help. Instead, use that time to recover. Understood? Jenna, you're in the middle of this crossroads. Try to save the name. Don't shoot without my order. Set up a barrier before they arrive, making it clear that if we let one escape, we all will die. Everyone quickly builds a barricade around us. Han ponders the strategy. 30 minutes, because this isn't a waiting room, so the time will run just like on Earth. The countdown will only start when you encounter a goblin. As soon as it's mentioned, a goblin sniffs its way over. This sacred place is so intense that even mosquito incense ignites. It turned to find Han and his group and charged. The countdown has begun. Han worriedly says, damn it, I haven't set up enough barriers yet. And with that, he swings his sword to finish off the monster. But that's just the beginning. A whole bunch of goblins keep rushing in. Han commanded to use the corpses of the fallen to block their path as they charged in, continuing to fight the goblins like a madman. But there were too many, wave after wave, and Han was so furious he cursed. Damn you to death. Jenna worries. Let me know when you're tired. Han grit his teeth. This is just like a loop, blocking and then breaking through. But I still have to keep everyone's spirits up. They attack stupidly just like their arrogant facade. Ha, you bastards. Eren, while fighting, turned and asked, as long as we hold out for 10 minutes, right? Han shouted, have I ever lied to you? 4 minutes have passed, and no matter how many times the Geop Lin are slaughtered, it's all in vain, still surging like ants and termites. Han thought to himself, don't die meaninglessly in a place like this. The fighting has worn everyone out. Han surveys the formation and orders a change. Ri, switch places with Honorable Hen is still trying. I can still hold on. Han shouted. Shut up! Move. Now. Han gritted his teeth and cursed silently. Damn it, my stamina is too low. These guys are still at low levels, and they have no skills, so they'll tire quickly from moving too much. One strike is enough, step by step, with no wasted movements, conserving energy as much as possible. Stab and slash, then stab again. Han fought while shouting for his teammates to move on. These monsters are very weak, just low-level creatures on the first floor. Although he said that, Han knew that the strength of the monsters was that there were too many, as numerous as ants, all confused. Do they not know fear? They just rush in as if they want to commit suicide. Han shouted, "Take turns," and shouted to his teammates. Hansen understood and responded. Han realizes this is the most dangerous moment. Ben calls Jenna. Jenna, help G and remember to reset your bow immediately after shooting. Jenna immediately jumps into action. I've been waiting for this, Han reminds her. Jenna, you still have the goblins at the entrance. Got it? An arrow shot out and Aaron the goblin kept fighting until he lost all sense of time, feeling like it was dragging on forever. Then he shouted at Han, Big brother, didn't you say we only had 10 minutes left? Idiot, there's only 5 minutes now. Jenna was also getting anxious. She shot a powerful arrow into the head and yanked out the arrow with the goblin's brain still on it. Don't come here, I'm annoyed already. At this moment, Ri was bitten by the goblin and shouted in pain. The system alerts that Ri is bleeding and his strength will decrease. Han shouts, continuously commanding the team. Ri, switch places with Hansen. Han Sen encourages his friend. Come on, Ri! Han shouted loudly. Don't think about anything. Just take the place. Stop crying and hold back. When you return, you will be treated. But Jay kept crying non-stop because of the pain. The system notified that his fear caused his stats to drop by 30%. Hyen was fighting and shouting every word. This soaked black mess. Pull yourself together. You bastard! Do you think you can drag all of us down with you? Ri was still crying heavily. I'm sorry. Han continues to give orders. Jenna applies pressure to stop Mid's bleeding. Reese, remember that Hansen will die if you don't switch places with him. Hearing this, Ri regains his resolve, gritting his teeth and letting out a sound. Yes. Meanwhile, Jenna hurried over and tore fabric to bandage Ri. Just then, a goblin lunged from behind Han to ambush him, but he swiftly turned around and cut the monster down, then delivered another kick. Go back and die, you bastards! The goblin horde keeps surging forward without stopping. Han Sen shouts to warn, My sword can't hold them back anymore. Can you scream? Rit clenched his teeth, trying to hold the sword with his left hand. All right, I can fight. Let's trade. Hansen checks his sword again. His sword is rusty, with some parts even broken. Han thought to himself that although it was better than an old, battered iron sword, it was still just an ordinary iron sword. He said that even if the blade is lost, the sword can still be used to fight, and if it's no longer usable, he still has his shield. Then Han ordered a formation change. Jenna, swap places with Aaron. Aaron objects, but I can still do it. Jenna interrupts. Just rest while you can, don't be stubborn anymore, Han shouted loudly to remind. Just 3 more minutes, only 3 more minutes to hold on. No 30-minute stretch in Han's life has ever felt as long as this damn 30 minutes. And Han keeps giving orders. Aaron, switch places with Jenna. Jenna is already soaked all over. Aaron reassured her, Don't worry, 10 seconds of rest is more than enough. And they continued. Hansen, move aside for Ri. Jenna, shoot your arrow at Hansen. Jenna didn't understand but still followed Han's instructions. He glanced at the remaining quivers. Damn it, we're almost out of arrows. If they can't defend in time, we're doomed anyway. Just keep shooting. Jenna obeyed and shot a barrage of arrows at the goblins near Hansen. One goblin caught an arrow flying past Han as he shouted, Hansen, switch! So he dodged and was stabbed by the goblin. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Seeing that, Jenna quickly fires an arrow to kill the monster and shouts, Ri! The kill notification system is in critical condition. Their lives are in danger. Han gets angry. Jay's fall has put the entire team in danger. Jenna is panicking. What should I do? Pull it out? No, if we pull it out, Rit will be trembling. Damn it, it hurts so much. Hansen is about to lose his footing too. His willpower was gradually wearing away. He had no idea Ri had fallen, and kept muttering, Rit, help me for a bit, just 30 more seconds. Go ahead. Even Han almost got hit by a goblin's attack because he was too busy commanding his team. Luckily, he dodged in time and counterattacked the demon army. He ran over to Hansen. Hansen, go deal with the enemies on the left, I'll handle this side. He frowned, struggling to say, but sir, there's still Rit. Han shouted, He's exhausted and resting. Stop arguing and hurry up. At this moment, the system announced that Ri has fallen in battle. Han quickly called out to Jenna. Jenna Ree is really dead. Come over here and help me. Jenna gritted her teeth. She tried to regain her composure and charged into the fight alongside Han, feeling extremely anxious. How much time is left? Han shouted. I can't keep up. Just kill them. The system again notified Jenna of her awakening skills, the novice wielding a short sword at level 3, learning quick movement, while Han's sword and shield reached level 5, and his pain tolerance hit level 2. Han knew that these strange awakening abilities would be useless if he died here, so even exhausted, he kept fighting as hard as he could. Suddenly, Han Sen cried out in pain, having been struck by the monsters. He collapsed to the ground, trembling as the monsters approached, repeatedly crying out for help. Please, save me. I don't want to die here, but how can I be saved? Oh. Han hasn't finished worrying about himself yet, and the demons have already attacked Hansen. He grit his teeth, willing to sacrifice Hansen to find a blood path to save the team. Jenna, Aaron, move with me. Jenna couldn't bear to leave Ritten Hansen behind. Han looks at her, but if she wants to cry for them, she has to survive this first. They run into an alleyway, and the dire situation ahead makes Jenna uneasy. Am I going to die here? Han shouted. Don't talk about bad luck. He glanced back at Jenna and climbed over the wall behind him. Are you telling me to run alone? What did you say? You've already climbed up. I'll follow now. The demons are right behind them, leaving no time to think. Han keeps giving orders non-stop. Don't stab, or we won't survive if we kill one each time. I've reached the top. Come up quickly. Ha quickly jumped up and reached the top. He shouted to alert Aeon. Go up. Jenna reaches down. Hold on to my hand. Aaron nodded and tightly grasped Jenna's hand. Unfortunately, the demon stabbed Aaron's leg with a sword and pinned his leg to the wall, causing him to scream. Jenna was also nearly pulled down. Han quickly jumps down, his eyes blazing with light, as Jenna holds on tight. Don't let go of him. Seeing the situation, warned Aaron. I'll cut off your legs. Say it, and I'll do it right away. Aaron was caught off guard, the sudden pain tearing through his throat as the system alert indicated he was losing blood and bleeding out. Ha jumps back to his spot and orders Jenna to pull him up. Because of severe blood loss, Aaron is in critical condition. The goblins in the game are also quite clever. They even know how to climb on each other's backs to get up to Han's group. Han orders Jenna. Use Aaron's spear. Any enemies that come close, stab them to stop them from climbing up here. If they get up, there's nowhere left to run. Jenna, obeying the order, stabbed wildly at the goblins but accidentally dropped her spear. She panicked. Damn it, I dropped my spear. What now? Are you still asking? Kick them away, there are still too many of them. How many minutes left? Gina is getting impatient. I can't hold on any longer. Han reassures her. Just 30 seconds left, only 30 seconds more. Hey, you said 30 seconds an hour ago? I'm not lying to you, just trust me and hold on a little longer. This time, Han really isn't lying to Jenna. There are only 32 seconds left on the countdown. A goblin clings onto the spot where Han is standing. He tries to swing his sword, but the demon's blade is faster, slicing into Han's stomach. Han is caught off guard, the pain preventing his counterattack. The demon grins, cruelly yanking its blade free as blood gushes out. Han grimaced in pain and fell to his knees. Jenna on this side was also hit. Han is kneeling amidst the circle of dying demons. Am I going to die here? The 5th trial is just a trial, that's all. It's so unfair. I don't understand why I keep facing so many obstacles. This wouldn't happen on Earth. Why is my reason gradually fading away? Why is that? Why? Han's unwilling will suddenly burst out fiercely. I struggled to land a hit on that bastard who just stabbed me. You bastards, this isn't over yet, I'm only at level 5. Han's eyes shot out a fierce aura. There's no way he's going to die in a place like this. Han activated the slaughter mode, wildly slashing at the monsters. If they come to attack, he will fight back. Han has learned the skill of fury, with one eye turning blood red. Do you want to kill me? All right then, all at once, you bastards. The protagonist keeps fighting relentlessly, his body covered in blood, his sword broken, but still he pushes forward to the very end. Han Le, wielding his broken sword, charged straight into the monsters alone. Luckily, the countdown timer was reset. As time runs out, the demons before him gradually vanish, with a demon's claw still close to Han's face. Aaron almost lost his life too. The system announces they have passed the test. Han is the MVP of the match. The familiar waiting room appears. Everyone puts down their weapons. Gina crouches down, while Aaron remains lying still and motionless. Han stood there gasping for breath, looked around for a moment, then convinced himself he had made it through. Jenna burst into tears with joy. Ha, can you help me up? I'm exhausted and can't stand on my own. I'm still alive. Han took Jenna's hand, gently pulled her up, and replied, Yeah, the waiting room is already being set up, so I must have passed the test. Jenna asked if the fifth trial was really that hard. If that's the case, Han will say no. This time is an exception. The system has already set it up so that if one person falls, the others will fall too.
I should not have ended up in such a dire situation where even the smallest mistake could be fatal. If I had upgraded Jit and Hansen further, training the team better wouldn't have been so difficult later on.
Unfortunately, I had to face this kind of mission again while I'm still weak. Jenna bowed her head. I understand you're thinking about the two fallen teammates with a sorrowful face. Take a moment to breathe, and Han helps Aon and Jenna out. Dava happily ran out to greet him. You did a great job. Elder sister Chloe already prepared delicious food, right? Are Rhee and Hansen still inside? Han replies. They sacrificed themselves. Han quietly repeats that they are all dead. Dika stood frozen, unable to believe what had happened to her hand. Everyone around was also stunned by the news. Han's group heads straight to their accommodation while the system announces that the master is calling their names behind them. Those called, please step forward. Han collapsed onto the bed upon returning to his room. He presses his face into the pillow. I don't plan to cry over someone who's fallen asleep, because death is just a common part of climbing the tower as a pioneer. So now that I think about it, I really learned how to master my rage. Calmness and rage can't exist together. This is definitely a system error. Staying calm helps me keep my clarity, while letting go of rage boosts my power dramatically. Maybe it's because I'm both a master and a hero. I don't quite understand, but today I don't want to think about it. I'm tired, so I'll rest my eyes. Starting tomorrow, I'll be busy, so today I'll just stay in bed. The next morning, just before dawn, Jenna was training like crazy on the training ground. Han was quite surprised. She always arrives later than me because she wakes up late. So why is today different? Jenna replied firmly. I don't want to die. Han thought to herself that she had learned a new skill yesterday, and on top of that she was talented and very diligent, while Aaron, despite going through a lot, hadn't learned any new skills. I can only gain 5 points each training session, so it's not surprising that I only reach 3 stars. Han takes off his shirt and dives into training. I'll reach level 10 soon, the highest level for a 1-star hero. I need to aim for promotion to 2 stars soon. Suddenly, Jenna interrupted Han's train of thought by reaching out and touching the 6 firm abs on Han's stomach, her face showing a teasing expression. Hey, that looks really tasty. Han frowns. What are you doing? Pick up your dignity and take your hands off. The result of throwing away your dignity is a bump on your head. Jenna pouts. I haven't even worn it out yet. Han awkwardly puts on his shirt, thinking to himself, the more he looks, the more he can't believe she's like this, always swooning over handsome guys. After everything that happened yesterday, does she still act so foolish? Jenna looked around. It seemed Aaron wasn't coming. Han was indifferent. Let him be. He's probably sulking in his room. He's close with those 3. Jenna sighed. It's usually better to wake up early and train. Da also does the same. Those 2 like to practice. But Han sneers at the half-hearted trainees in the Baki, not like the others, and is very unmotivated. They are still avoiding being integrated, only training when the master visits. Rhee and Hansen also have potential. If I nurture them further, those 2 will be very useful. The ones who sacrificed yesterday should have been some of them, not them. Jenna intervened. Come on, let's go train. At this moment, Aaron steps in. Sorry I'm late. You seem to be feeling guilty. Han asked if he would feel guilty if he could be a little stronger. Han reassures them. They just weren't strong enough to get through that level. It's not your fault. It has been a month since Han arrived in this world, but it feels like only 10 days on Earth. Han can now better sense everything happening in this world. Since back then, when I used to log in 3 times a day, morning, noon, and evening, I would check the game's events and observe what could happen, as well as study different strategies to overcome the various tower floors. Depending on the difficulty, team composition, and each character's skills, I would make decisions accordingly. Yo, I'm happy with the main team, laughing loudly. Everyone seems to be doing well. Try to follow Han's example. He has survived perfectly in the 5th floor. The master is very pleased with him. Jenna wondered why she seemed to be paying so much attention to him. Oh, this is a secret. Yuo has changed back to the roaring lion role with the crowd. You guys should train hard. Luck isn't always on your side. Rely on your strength to survive. Han sighed, turned away, and decided it was best to stay out of the way for a while. Suddenly, a system notification announced that the master had formed a new team with Han, Jenna, Lewis, Gelfrey, and Owen, leaving Jenna surprised. I don't know the other 3, so how did this arrangement happen? Han said, don't worry too much. You'll get used to fighting together. The 5 of them entered the waiting room, and a notice appeared on the wall about a dungeon party that would be renewed daily. They will gather rare materials in the Kendo Forest for 11 hours. Han crossed his arms and thought, just as I expected. The lock is open. A man stepped forward and stammered, asking Han, "Are we going to fight with you?" Han didn't answer, glancing at the man. "What's your name?" "My name is Owen, and right now our strength won't be much help." At this moment, a summoning pillar of light surrounds the five of us. "Don't worry, you won't have to fight much. The five summoned people will be taken to a forest and will return after collecting enough materials." Jenna, holding a dagger and looking around cautiously, said, "The enemies are all gone. Could this be another special mission like the one in the 5th trial?" "What are you doing?" "It's funny. What's wrong with you?" "I don't find it funny at all. What kind of joke is as cold as the Arctic?" Han crouched down to pick up a rock and explained to everyone that this is what they call the usual dungeon, a place to gather materials. When asked about the gate emitting a pinkish-purple light nearby, "So what is this? Storage box?" "No. Actually, you can think of it as a shopping cart. Just put the materials you collect into it, like the branches, for example. Then it will be stored in our warehouse to be used as an item. Each object will have its own trick. Like these 100 branches can be turned into a piece of wood, but only a carpenter can do the conversion. Trash items don't need to be collected." The crowd was stunned. That's all there is to it. Jenna was surprised, too. "That's all I need to do." "You don't have to fight any creature, right?" Han turned away. "She's different. Come with me to hunt." Jenna obediently follows. "Well, I thought I'd be the only one doing the easy work for once. What should we hunt? A wild boar, a deer, a hare, or a rabbit? So now we get to eat meat?" After walking for a while, they come across a deer peacefully grazing, and Jenna's eyes light up. "Found the prey, huh? Wait for me." An arrow hits the animal right in the neck, and Jenna happily runs over. "Looks delicious." With that, she pulls out her dagger. Cheech asked her if she knew how to butcher it. Of course she did. "How long have I been living like this?" Then Jenna became skilled at slaughtering animals. After letting all the blood drain out like this, peel it off and remove the organs. Han stood still watching her for a moment before turning around, not forgetting, to remind her to take everything and put those materials into the space portal. "Don't leave anything behind," Jenna wonders. "Where are you going?" "I'm not hunting. I'm so tired of potatoes I could scream." Ha calmly walks to a waterfall. The scenery here is like a dream. Ha checks the countdown timer. About 30 minutes remaining. After the time is up, the whole team will be automatically summoned back. He looks at the herd of deer nearby. "Found it. King lamb." Han's target is a pure white deer decorated with yellow patterns, with a golden horn that looks like a unicorn. This is a rare monster that only appears in forest dungeons. Its low-level attribute stones are used as upgrade materials, and they don't always drop after defeating it, but areas with high drop rates are quite easy to find. Han quickly jumped up and cut off the head of a nearby deer. The other deer, seeing this, charged at Han. With just a few sword strokes, Han sliced the creature into several pieces. Lord Lam, furious, stepped forward in front of Han. He taunts, saying, "All your lovers are dead. Does that make you angry?" Lam Vuong looks around to assess the situation. Han smiles and points his sword at the animal. "Come up here, baby." After a while, the two men in the group shouted, "Oh my God, it's a monster. Is that you?" Han, who has just defeated Lam Vuong, carries his head back to the group, his body covered in blood, clutching a blood-stained shield. Lam Vuong calmly asked, "Do you not recognize me?" He threw the head onto the ground, and Jenna marveled. "How could there be such a big deer?" Han, feeling too tired to explain, simply said, "Help me out a bit." "So, how many have you caught so far?" Jenna replied while wiping blood off her face. 2 deer and a wild boar. Everyone in the waiting room can eat as much as they want, but why did you bring back its head?" "It's nothing special," Han explains. "I couldn't cut off its horn. Now that I look closely, I just noticed." Even though it's a child, Jenna observes the head of the Forest King. Just by looking at the head, she can tell whether it's male or female. Of course, I've been living in here that long. The system has notified me that Jenna has acquired the veteran hunter skill. Watching Jenna carve the meat of the Forest King, Han thought to himself, "She's awakened again, so she'll probably level up easily." Han looked at the gem he had obtained from the Forest King. This is a low-level wind attribute stone, a stone filled with the aura of the forest, used to craft items and upgrade heroes. For dinner, a sumptuous feast is laid out before everyone. Everyone excitedly exclaimed, "Oh, meat! It's been so long since I last ate meat," Jenna said happily. It seems everyone is really excited. They even finished the whole deer. Han crossed his arms and said seriously, after eating, "Come follow me." The usual dungeon is a system that changes locations depending on what day of the week it is. Today's location is Sin Miro Plateau, a dungeon for collecting various elemental stones. The two of them formed a temporary team and entered the plateau. Jenna asked, "But does gathering materials make me stronger?" Han replied,
If you want to get stronger, you need to find something called elemental stones. We're here to find them. Look at this view. The breeze is so refreshing too. Han suddenly noticed a patch of red flowers nearby and thought to himself, the tree of life? I saw it in a painting before. They are the main ingredients for making healing potions. Soon, I should gather them. After walking for a while, Han and Jenna encounter a giant wolf. They both charged in, working together seamlessly. Before long, the wolf was defeated. Jenna excitedly exclaimed, "We can take down a wolf!" Han put away his sword, reminding Jenna who was sitting and butchering. "I don't know if the others can smell the blood here, so let's hurry up." Jenna nodded and then asked, "So, what should we do about its fangs and claws?" Han looked down at the green stone in his hand and said, "Take them out completely and set them aside. Set them." This stone is also a wind attribute level stone, just like King Lam's green stone. Jenna cuts with complete ease. "It's so peaceful here. Clean all the blood off your body." They say that. She didn't pay attention to Han's words and kept talking. "I wish it could always be like this. Hunting, gathering herbs for food, and sleeping under one roof. Oh, if the master isn't here, this would be paradise. Maybe I could even wear slippers, earrings, and slick my hair with 502 glue. I wish the master would never come." Han suddenly paused. Are those guys in the NFL hem thinking the same way? That it's better for the master not to come? Han glanced at Jenna and asked, "You don't want to fight? Fighting on the front lines is just the beginning. There's a lot more to do, so stop dreaming. Are you planning to take me somewhere else? If things keep getting better, what more could I wish for?" Everything is really exhausting. Han chuckled when he heard that. A few days later, Han, Jenna, Aaron, and Dika were taken to the 6th floor. Their mission was to explore the target and uncover a mysterious location. Dika was quite worried and really hoped to work with everyone. Aaron looked around. "Looks like today won't be an ordinary dungeon," Han guesses. "Reconnaissance? Another rare mission." Aaron is anxious. "My brother doesn't see the enemy." "Could it be like the 5th trial?" Han signaled. "Don't speak loudly. Everyone lower your heads and don't step on the wires to avoid disturbing the forest." The three of them follow the orders and lie flat on the ground, Han looking disappointed. "I told them to crouch low, not to lie down like that, because there's probably nothing here. I will succeed if I meet the requirements." Han ordered Jenna to climb a tree and observe the surroundings. There are 3 goblins sitting and chatting happily. Jenna asked, "Should we kill them?" "Wait, they have a prisoner, so that means they can call for reinforcements. Do you see anything else?" It seems that recently, a goblin village has appeared. Jenna reports that they are gathering there, about 100 of them. Han guesses it's like they're trying to trap us. They will ambush us if we rush into battle without scouting carefully. The group approaches the goblin crowd. Han observes and assigns tasks. Jenna, shoot the goblin sitting on the right. Aaron, just throw your spear at the goblin I heard into the trap. Han turned to look at Dika. If anything happens, jump in and help us. Dika nervously watched. Obeying Han, Jenna releases her arrow to start the battle. Yon quickly sneaked behind one of the striped HT spear monsters. The other was about to raise his flute and blow a sharp sword of Han to send the monster to the western lands. "I won't let you call for help." Done. The system reports that the Han have passed the checkpoint, and the reward is 5,000 gold coins. Are you a little surprised? Is it done? Not yet. I'll check it out quickly and then rush off. On the way, Han was sure there would be a clue about the next obstacle inside. Since it's an exploration mission, there's no way there would only be one task. Even if the tasks are assigned randomly, that doesn't mean I can't anticipate what's coming. A little while later, Han arrived at the goblin village where they were trying to tame a pack of wolves. Han hides behind a tree, observing a village. I wonder if it's crowded. Suddenly, a goblin glanced over. Luckily, Han had disappeared into the waiting room with his companions, leaving only a blue ribbon by the tree. Jenna turned to ask Han, "Why did you run off alone?" Han said, "I just wanted to check the area." Han has found clues in the main dungeon several times. The chain of missions started with an exploration task called the Flow. What does the flow here mean? I still don't understand. I wonder if what I just saw can hint at something. I feel a bit annoyed, thinking that the flow is appearing earlier than I expected this time. Chloe rushes over in a panic. Han, this is serious. Some strange-looking people have arrived. Han crossed his arms, but this isn't the first time. Chloe added that these people are different from the ones before. They are armed and the atmosphere is very strange. Han quietly said, "They're here. The master has just summoned a high-level hero. A connection to the Wolf Fur Mercenary Guild has been established, showing that the bond between the 5 summoned individuals and the master is very strong. There's a tip in this game that when you get multiple heroes in one pull, it's rare to get heroes who already know each other. When forming a team, it's best to let them fight separately, to maximize their strength." Han turned to ask Iso, "Did the master use money?"
ISO cheered excitedly. Yes, he bought the beginner summon pack for $50, 2,500 gems, and 50,000 gold. Right, Han thought to himself. So these people were sent here with a premium summoning package. If it were me, I would have turned back before the 5th stage and combined everyone into one team. He told Chloe to go back to the kitchen. They won't eat her, just a little unusual. After saying that, Han turned away to disband the team. No matter how special the newcomer is, it doesn't really change much. Right now, outside the building, a beautiful black-haired girl is leaning against the door, looking like she's lost in thought. Jenna suddenly appeared. Hello. The stranger also responded, and Jenna introduced herself. I am Jenna, sir. What is your name? I am Isekai'd. The black-haired girl responded and pointed to Han. This handsome older brother is Han. He's a bit grumpy, but he's quite kind. Han coldly says, be quiet and use me. Who the hell borrowed your introduction? Han looks at Edit Sen's status screen, a 3-star hero with the thief profession. Her skills include a level 3 novice short sword swing, a level 1 novice archery shot, and fast movement at level 1. Han guesses that, as expected, being a 3-star hero means she already has a profession. A typical thief, with weak strength and health but high agility. It seems she prefers using a short sword rather than a bow. You said your name is Idit? I want to talk to you for a bit. Is now a good time? Inside the canteen, Jenna politely offers her a drink, but Idit speaks up first. Do you understand this place well? Han replied. There are some things I know, but not all the time. What about you? Do you remember how you got here? She asked. Sadly. I don't know either. All I know is that I was summoned here to fight. That's all. The more I remember, the worse my head hurts. Do you understand anything about synthesis or other things? Summoning is sacrificing one card to strengthen the other. Han gradually clarifies his suspicion. Just as I thought, the amount of information they include in the ranking when summoned, you keep looking at her, and I can tell she used to be a mercenary. The editor lowers his head. I used to be part of the Wolf's Crest Mercenary Guild, Rena muttered. Wolf Fang? That's pretty cool. She continued, I remember I was on a mission in Han's but woke up here's. Han speculates about this new team. Since she is a 3-star hero, she must be of a higher rank than the other mercenaries. Even though she's also a mercenary, she's still different from Mormon, the 2-star hero. Gina keeps marveling at this new character. Suddenly, outside, Yo An, Jackin, Wei, Ben In, Edit, and Master are calling for you. Hurry up and go outside, Han reminded. She and her friends are being called out to the square. A tall, muscular man with bleached blonde hair, holding a large thigh, stomps out. Who is that? Who's calling my name? Edit got up and told the guy. It seems like Master is calling us. Let's go. He takes a big bite of meat. It's been a long time since I last tasted that meat. I want to see what that guy looks like. The two of them left and slammed the door shut. Chloe looked confused. He said he wanted to eat meat and took the thigh away. That place, if cooked properly, would be enough for 5 people. Jenna snapped. Then he has to make him give it back. Han stood up and told Jenna to go to the square. The new 5 members were already gathered there. The system announces that the team of 5 has been renamed Wolfpack. All 5 members are 3-star heroes. The chosen team leader, a commoner, immediately tattled when he saw Han. They look strange, carrying those weapons. Han coldly replied, I also carry weapons. The fat guy kept talking, but I just had a feeling. So, you're saying they're the bad guys? The fat guy nodded repeatedly. At this moment, Yo was urging the crowd. Come on, new recruits! Master is waiting for you. The 5 of them, full of excitement and no fear at all, smiled and entered the summoning room. Han thought to himself, this commotion is nothing. They may look like bad people, but they are also very strong. He turned to ask Jenna, what do you think? Jenna thought for a moment before giving her assessment. Edit seems gentle, but I'm not sure about the others. Then Han turned to the group and asked, what do you want me to do? Are you protecting those people? The chubby guy was caught off guard and broke into a sweat. We would be very grateful to you, Han sneered. No effort, huh? The fat guy looked embarrassed. Are you really that strong? Han sneered. Didn't you used to look down on training just a while ago? Why are you asking me for help now? If they look so strong, then kneel down and search them. Isn't that the survival tactic you often use? The group froze in shock and couldn't say a word. Han really hates these useless people. Forget about Aaron. These people are even worse than singers. Since they started neglecting training and eating only the meat Jenna hunted, they could have learned a craft from Chloe or other artisans. These guys just pretend to try to avoid being consolidated. You give a sharp glare at this crowd. Get out of my sight before I lose my temper. The fat guy turns pale as he and the others walk away with their backs turned. Han turned to remind Aaron that while he was on the brink of death from blood loss, they were just being lazy or head down sleeping.
and there was no need to feel sorry for him. Then he turned to leave, with one of the kid's eyes now bruised. Did he finish the fight? Aaron looked surprised. How did you know? With an eye swollen up like that, anyone would know what happened. Aaron explained it was just a fight he requested himself. Han closes his eyes. I see. I understand. The two leopards go inside to rest. You use them. He turned to grab Jenna, who was about to slip away. And why is she following along? At this moment, the Wolf Crest team has just cleared the obstacle. Gia can't help but laugh out loud. They're all just small fry. W laughs heartily. Goblin? They're just kids. How are they going to give me a hard time? Hey! Van looked down and glanced at Han sitting casually outside. Who are you? Who am I, you ask? That's none of your business either, Jaw snapped. How dare you be rude like that, little boy? Jenna replied calmly. You guys were rude earlier, so W butts in. Who is this woman? I, O Van 2, am introducing myself first. I am O Von DJ, leader of the wolf-headed mercenaries. And you, Islot Han, respond briefly. You have weapons with you, so you're also a mercenary. Where? Just farmers. Are you staring and asking if the recent gathering event included everyone here? Exactly. Van seems to be contemplating something and slowly says, I understand now. The system notifies that the master is summoning 10 times. Han was surprised, casually summoning 10 times already. I get it, he's only doing it because of the situation. The door to the summoning room swung open, and 10 confused people stepped out, looking around in bewilderment. Io shook his head at the master. Oh my god, master, you are so stupid. Jack and Demi and Lyko go into the synthesis room. Now someone steps forward to question. Who are you and how do you know my name? ISO interrupted. Master told you to go inside, so shut up and do as you're told. Suddenly, Jackin appeared from behind and grabbed the young man's neck. You must be Demon, you look just like him. The young man turned pale with fear. Jenna here also didn't understand what was happening. No way, Han replied calmly. Maybe so, but they were just summoned recently. Vahir ordered Jack to bring one more person here. The blonde guy with his hand gripping his neck shouted loudly, Who here is Lessico? Ja quickly figured it out and pulled the two people into the synthesis room. Han guessed that the master had just been deceived. Still, it's his first time recharging for the game. Jenna is very upset. This is wrong. You should at least give them a chance. Right now, this master is making a huge mistake. Sure, the one-star ones are useless, but there could still be someone with potential among them. Yet he sacrificed the one-star summons without even checking their abilities first. Jackin finished assembling the two just now, and stepped out, laughing loudly. I feel a surge of power flowing through my body. The system reports that I have leveled up. ISO reads the next 3 names. Sonio Daniel. Everyone, as expected, panics and starts to run in chaos. Avon orders everyone to be captured and not let anyone escape. The Wolfpack members charge into battle together, but seeing that Edit still hasn't joined, Van reminds them, what are you waiting for? Are you a member of the Wolfpack? Edit closed his eyes reluctantly and slowly drew his sword. Right at this moment, Han's voice rang out. Iso, give the master a hint. Even if they are a star, it would be a waste not to test them before joining their team. Io quickly follows the advice and sends a tip to the clueless Master Cat, because Han has been through a lot since coming here. Many events have happened enough to change a person. Jackin stepped forward. Who do you think you are to interfere in our affairs? Han smiles calmly. Interfering? I was just offering a few words of advice. He glanced at the sarcastic guy. What's wrong? Are we angry because we're jealous? Ja swings his sword and strikes. Damn this bastard. An arrow cuts through the wind heading straight for him. Ja quickly dodged. Jenna calmly warned, I was deliberately missing just now. Ja was furious, veins bulging on his head. That damn bastard. So you just drew your weapon against us, huh? Come on, step back. That's enough? Let's stop here. He was hit hard in the chest and shouted at her to shut up before turning to point his sword at Han and asking, Do you know who we are? Han crossed his arms and smiled, clearly dismissing them as a bunch of trash, which made the 4 wolfish men grimace. The system indicated that all 4 were showing hostile attitudes towards Han Isan. Stop immediately. War among heroes is strictly forbidden. Do you want to be punished by the master? Han replied. I don't think it's forbidden, Yeo stammered. It's indeed not forbidden. But Han casually exposes the wolf-headed thugs. Be honest, you're not mercenaries at all, right? Oh, Van furrows his brow. What are you talking nonsense? Of course we are real mercenaries, only acting when hired for a job. Han sneered. How ridiculous. You are a bunch of bandits. Van glared at Han. You're crossing the line. Do you want to die that badly? Han turned to Yo and said these kinds of guys only get in the way. No matter how high their level is, sometimes some heroes with evil nature are still summoned. These guys not only disrupt the waiting area order, but also reduce the efficiency of clearing levels. In other words, they are just a bunch of trash that needs to be eliminated. He was confused, but Han directly challenged him, pointing straight at the duel system activation. As in the game, a one-on-one fight is how heroes settle their conflicts. With the agreement of both teams, they can wager some special terms. Van found it very confusing. "I've never met anyone as crazy as you. What did we do wrong for you to go this far?" Han replied, "Because you guys are just trash that needs to be eliminated. No one wants you here. Earlier, you asked about the population of this area, because it would be a huge problem if someone strong enough to fight back against you appeared. That is your fear, and as soon as you're sure no one can oppose you, you act immediately. Even with just 1-star summons, it's not enough to satisfy you guys. I'm right, aren't I? Oh ho, so you're ready to be sacrificed."
Jenna is confused. What just happened? Han explains briefly. Nothing complicated about it. I won. I absorbed him. He wins. He absorbs me. Oh, wow. I agree to the challenge and point my sword at Han again. Let's do this. I'm more afraid of you. The system notification says the master declined the bet item is a summary. Han thought to himself, Waterby is just a coward after all. Then he asked Jenna to bring the newly summoned 1-star group into the mansion to avoid falling bombs. Jenna was worried if he could handle it alone. Han smiled coolly, warming up his muscles. Does she think I will lose? Jenna smiled brightly. That's right. With the top-tier team, there's no way to lose. Finally, the system has announced that the master has accepted the bet. The match will begin right now. Han makes a condition. The fight will end when one of us surrenders. Do you agree? If you want it to be quick and easy, I won't kill you. Anyway, I still needed a fresh sacrifice. Han told us to hide it from him and not let that guy interfere with this one-on-one fight. Are you going to be okay? Vaunt immediately charged forward, shouting, Are you stupid or what? It's already started and you still haven't drawn your sword? Han has already planned for Van, so... Judging by the stats alone, facing this guy isn't a good idea. He is at level 2, with his strength stats approaching 20, and his beginner-level swordsmanship is also advancing to stage 3. But don't be arrogant just because of such a small level difference. Van widened his eyes as Han suddenly transformed before him, activating a berserk state that boosted his strength, stamina, and agility. Han dodged Van's deadly strike, jumped behind him, then grabbed his arm and slammed his head into the ground, sending shards of dirt and rock flying everywhere. Han slowly drew his sword, spun a few stylish moves, then stabbed it into the shoulder. This move is quite perfect for dealing with those who don't understand their place. If you keep moving stupidly like that, you'll die right away. Ovan cried out in pain like a pig being slaughtered. Hang leans close to Oven's ear, smiling eerily, and says, Surrender now. Oven quickly replies, I won't. Before he could finish speaking, Han spun his sword and plunged it deep into Ovan's body, causing him excruciating pain and agony. Say it clearly, I didn't hear anything. Clearly. W steps forward now, trying to negotiate. Stop it, we've lost. Let it go. Han retorts, Release him? Did you ever think about releasing others when you were consumed by the desire to devour them? W stammers, That's not the same thing. That's not... If I say it's related, then it's related. This is a duel we all agreed on. Why are you interfering? Whether to stop or not is up to the participants. The match will end if the loser admits defeat. Von musters all his strength to raise his head and surrender, but Han won't let him speak easily, covering his mouth with his hand. We have to play for a while before we can end this, right? Han calmly continued speaking, but if he says nothing at all, it won't stop. This guy is now my prey, so don't worry about his life or death. Just go and sleep. Benin already had his hands on the 2 swords behind his back and shouted, You crazy bastard, do you think you'll live well after doing this? Do you know who we are? Han remains very calm. Aren't you the one who said you were the Beardwolf mercenary team? Are you sure those guys are the Braidwolf mercenary team? The girl remained silent. That was their name in the past. But now Han sneered and said, You are just a bunch of petty bandits now, huh? With the way you guys are wandering around and treating everyone like that, Edit, why are you still hanging around them? Edit was confused and said, I'm just doing what my father asked me to. Han gradually persuaded her, saying, Edit, think carefully. Are you planning to play with trash like them, or do you want to join our side? Edit was even more confused and couldn't answer the question. GACHA was going crazy over this attitude. You bastard, how dare you show your ass to the enemy? Do you want to die that badly? Han tiredly said these losers yell too much. Jackin is still ranting about the Edit. You know what happens to traitors in the end, right? Meanwhile, Vano's hand trembled as he reached for the nearby sword. How could Han not notice? Just when it seemed he had grasped the sword, Han forcefully pushed his head down again, dirt and rocks flying everywhere, and he smiled in satisfaction. This will be the final day for those scum. He told Edit, join our team. I need one more person. And right now, the situation is quite convenient for you. Jackin shouts, you know the price you have to pay for betrayal. Edit's legs tremble. She closes her eyes to think, then seems to have made up her mind. Edit opens her eyes and strides confidently toward Han. I'm satisfied. That's right. Everyone should follow the right person. It's correct that you followed me. The system reports that Edit has left the team, so the Brawling Wolf Squad has officially been disbanded. Han told the other 3 guys, I have no reason to look at your dog faces anymore. Get lost. The other 3 remained silent, turning around with murderous intent. What are you talking about? I surrender. Before he could finish, Han interrupted. Are you sure you'll be okay after surrendering? No matter what, I will swallow you whole. Van, unwilling, gasping for breath, threatens back. You'll regret messing with me. Han is getting impatient. You're starting to become a problem. Surrender quickly. The other 3 can't watch anymore, so they decide to jump in and attack Han. He rushed to block. The decisive battle is not over yet. You must not interfere. The 3 who don't understand the rules aggressively thrust their swords at Y. Get out of the way, you rats. You bastard, if you get involved, I'll kill you too. This is clearly what Han has been waiting for. He happily watches the 3 chosen to go into the ground. All right, you idiots are so stupid. Goodbye, Yo with red eyes, smiling. You won't get a second chance. With just a snap, the heads of the 3 automatically detached from their bodies and fell to the ground, creating a strange rain of blood above her head. I told you not to interfere. If you don't want to accept the drink, then just drink the punishment instead. After finishing, she turned around happily to show off to Han. Loki, what do you think? Was I cool just now? How can I do that? Han praised me. Amazing good job, sis. Seeing the situation in front of me, I know there's no way out, so I breathe out and surrender. Han returns to normal state, holding his head in pain. Could this be a side effect of the frenzy? I think I should limit its use unless in a life-or-death battle. Since Han has defeated Vaunt, the system will now consolidate him. You, tell Han, just tap on the screen, okay? Han grabbed Van's hair and smiled. He wanted to cancel the synthesis. In that case, he shouldn't have agreed to this fight from the start. It seems he doesn't even know about the existence of the one-on-one fighting system. Truly a noob who only spends money and plays sleep mode games. Han has been fully upgraded with beginner-level sword and shield skills and increased pain resistance. Han feels great. Feels pretty good, doesn't it? Yacht is extremely worried. What should I do now? Will the master quit the game? When the 3-star units just got summoned from the premium pack and hadn't even had a proper chance to choose, I already sent them to sell salt. The master must be feeling bitter now, and all that's left are 1-star units. Han reassures him that if he were to quit the game, he would have done so when I lost a 4-star hero early on. Han has set the highest level limit. If the master wants to level up the hero, he needs to increase his own rank. Han thought to himself as he walked. It's really sad, considering how you summoned 10 times for free to save money. Now that you've just made your first top-up, a few 3-star heroes are already gone. You're really unlucky, Master, but if people like us keep appearing, the waiting room won't be able to operate normally. You'll have to thank me later. Ha! Look at the pile of corpses in front of us. These guys are just strong, but not smart at all. I'm currently at level 10 and can increase my stars through synthesis. I'm still the MVP in most battles. If he's stupid enough to cause trouble and bother me in this situation, climbing the tower won't be able to make Han look up at the sky with excitement. This place called Water, with the stars above Master, what are you planning to do? If you want to deal with me, you have to do it decisively. After the battle, Han Thong calmly walks into the canteen. In front of him, Tatsuya and everyone in the area are already waiting. Seeing him, everyone was overjoyed and cheered excitedly. You're truly an amazing boss. Han turned to pinch Jenna's cheek with a frown. What is going on? Jenna, are you doing these things? I told you not to say unnecessary things, right? Jenna is in terrible pain. What are you doing? I was just telling the truth. The fat guy stepped forward. Well, Han, we've heard enough. Thanks. About those guys with swords threatening to kill us earlier, the others just went along with them. That's right, those guys are really the bad ones. Han sighed. It seems like there's some misunderstanding. The fat guy pretends to understand everything. We all know now, we're not that shameless. And we still want to thank you for saving our lives. From now on, we won't let him finish his sentence. And cut him off directly. I only saved the newcomers. This has nothing to do with you guys. What do you mean? Han chuckled. Master is really furious right now. Just then, outside ISO, Lewis, Gelfrey, Owen, Andio, Arnold, and Dunka were all announced. These 6 people came out and immediately appeared in front of me. Hang thought to himself, this master reads the situation quickly, that's why he changed his attitude so fast. The fat guy stammered to reassure everyone. Just stay calm, it's nothing special. We're just going to hunt those goblin things. Jenna also wondered why. If they were following the usual formation, the master would only call 5 people. But just now he called 6 people. I don't know what for, Han said straightforwardly. What else is it for? To synthesize. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The fat man shouted loudly. What do you mean? We've done our best. Han asks Arendika, do you think they work that hard? While you sweat and toil all day at the training ground, what are those guys doing? Arendika lowered his head without answering. Han asked Jenna if they had ever helped her hunt for game. Jenna thought for a moment and said, I think they also helped carry the meat and go hunting for me. Han sarcastically replied, even the cattle can carry things too. It seems like you guys are only worth as much as the cattle, huh? What does Jiasuk mean? Han, annoyed, kicked the guy square in the face. Stop whining already. Yo, losing patience, appears and shouts. I said go out to the town square right now, can't you hear me? I'm giving you a pass this time, but don't think you can ignore me again. The crowd is now panicking and screaming. Please help us, Master will follow your advice. Jenna turned around and asked who the Master would gather them for. Han crossed his arms and replied, it must be Edit. Because she was just summoned, she is still at a low level, that will be a good choice. The crowd is still begging ISO. I won't go anywhere. I told you I wouldn't go. Just one more chance, if you could give me one more opportunity. ISO lost all patience, turning the useless crowd into gold as she was upgraded and unlocked the trap skill to disarm weapons, warning those behind her. Who you were before coming here doesn't matter. Don't think others will carry you, and don't expect anyone to protect you. If you want to live, prove your worth. The group turns pale. One stammers, I have no talent for fighting at all. I only hold a sword, but my hands are already trembling like this. What should I do now? Do you want me to die? Han glanced back at Chloe Enor and Piotr Patrick. If anyone matches your preferences, teach them the craft. Want to speak up. Being a hunter isn't a skill you can learn in a day or two. However, Han continued, if they have enough willpower, they can learn on their own. If those people want to fight you, just tell me and I'll crush them, and I'll buy. If you want to learn how to hunt and prepare meat, go to Jenna. If you want to learn woodworking, go to Eno. There are many ways to survive, but you guys just don't do anything worthwhile. In the end, the master also confirmed the completion of the synthesis. Jenna smiled. He's truly a gentleman. Indifferent me? You're quite funny, Jenna continued. He's teaching them how to survive. Han thought she was not wrong. If they followed what she said, they wouldn't die foolishly anymore. It was just the master losing his temper earlier, but today or tomorrow, they will also be eliminated. The second floor is gradually approaching us. At that point, the second team will start to become important. Instead of a small team just identified by a code, he will want a team strong enough to rival the first squad. The next morning, Chloe finished baking another batch of bread and smiled as she greeted Han. Ha 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 ha, looking at the bread, I wonder, what is this? That's bread. This woman told me that she used to be a baker. Han picks one up to eat. I don't remember us having flour in that warehouse. Chloe laughs and explains. She makes them by turning potatoes into flour. Han was pleased. That's great. The more dishes we have, the lower the stress level in the waiting room. There must be flour in the regular dungeon. Cao Nguyen asked Miro to leave, and the two of them told the others to find their own way in. Han opened the door just as Edit was coming over and said, Edit, come to the training ground with me. Go to the training ground and see Jenna already practicing with her bow. I ordered Jenna go spar with Edit for me. Remember to use that dagger, Jenna wondered. But my usual weapon is a bow. Stop begging already. Don't let Han say another word. Jenna pulls out her knife and charges into battle with Edit. She kept attacking, forcing Edit to retreat and dodge repeatedly. She was also surprised, how could a child be so strong? I'm not a kid, you can tell I'm grown up. All right then, come on in. After a fierce battle on the training ground, Edit collapsed to the ground, clearly defeated. She gasped and asked, Jen, were you two mercenaries? Never. I am just an ordinary girl from an ordinary hunter family. At first, we weren't this strong either. We were definitely much weaker than you. We only became stronger after starting training here. Han stepped forward and added that if those idiots hadn't been so stubborn about increasing their strength, I would have been in trouble. Right now, you might be weaker than us, but you possess superior skills and level up faster than our one-star team. As long as she levels up, she will definitely catch up with us someday soon, Oyan shouted from behind during training. That chicken herd, all of them. I'm training my body to the limit, but I still can't catch up. Han sighed. After all, she could become stronger depending on how dedicated she was. Don't be lazy with your training, no matter who you were before. I smile and wipe my sweat. I will remember this. The training ground is much more crowded now. Everyone seems to have realized the situation. They have trained harder. It's only natural. No one can help them. If it's not valuable here, it will be eliminated. Ha looks around. However, the numbers of those who truly exist will not be many. Even the support roles like carpenters forging weapons, if they don't do their job well, they will soon be absorbed anyway. Han approached a young man practicing swordsmanship and asked, "What's your name?" The young man, sweat on his forehead, turned around and replied, "My name is Roderick. I was recently transferred here during the latest summon. I already heard what you told everyone yesterday." Han drew a wooden sword and asked, "What were you doing before you came here?" "I am a porter in a mercenary group. I carry supplies, stand guard, or set up camp." "Doing those things, but you look like you know how to fight, huh?" Roderick chuckled dryly. "Because I want to become a mercenary." Han smiled and raised his sword. "Then pick up your sword and see if you can become a mercenary." Roderick didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. That night, the time to test the new recruits began. The masters didn't care whether they needed help or not. Aeon volunteered to join, but was turned down. 2 people have already died, and 2 more have been assimilated. Roderick was the one who was merged and reached level 3. The others went to the dungeon as usual every week. The fire attribute stone mine is still closed, and at dawn that day, the main team members gathered in front of the yard. Jenna muttered, "Why does it have to be at dawn?" "I'm so sleepy." Han crosses his arms and sighs. "Does anyone know why I called everyone here?" The 5 of them fell silent for a moment. Dick raised his hand to speak. "Are we choosing team members?" Jenna was surprised. "Isn't it the master who is supposed to choose the teams?" Han replied, "I have a few suggestions. Even the master can't refuse." And now Han is holding up a cup with some papers inside, and we will draw lots to choose the teams. There are 6 people, so we will split into 2 teams of 3. Seeing Da silent, Han reassures him, "Relax, I won't leave anyone out. 2 people will be team leaders. I am 1, and Edit is 2. Edit looks surprised. "It's me. What about Jenna?" Han straightforwardly. "Jenna is not allowed." Jenna clearly isn't convinced. "What about me?" "I'm pretty good too." Ask Edit for more. But why split into 2 teams? If one team gets wiped out, what happens if the 2 strongest members join the same team? "Wouldn't that mean we'd be short on people?" Han replied. "The master will handle that. Remember the 5th floor as an example. The members' strengths are too uneven, and the whole team is in danger because Jit and Hansen can't keep up. There's no need to split into multiple teams if one team can clear the entire floor, but then you'll need more people for the missions. In special missions, maybe 10 or even hundreds of people are needed, and it would be very complicated if the team isn't properly staffed, including a reserve team in case the main team is wiped out. I used to choose randomly before, but now there's a summoning rule. Hopefully Master has learned already. Han, let's split up. Red with me, blue with Edit. No need to be happy or sad. For me and Edit, it's the same. You place the cup in the middle of the field. Draw your card. A moment later, Jenna smiled brightly. Red means I'm very sad, and blue means I'm really upset. Aeon also drew the red one. Edit speaks up. So there's no need to check the remaining cards. Looking at Dika and Roderick in confusion, she said, "Just look at their faces. It seems like I'm not very trustworthy, huh?" Daha quickly spoke up to explain, but Edit continued. "I know. I haven't been here long and I don't have much combat experience either." Han glanced at the situation and said objectively that the gap in strength is too big, but there's nothing else to do. He smiled and said, "Edit, you might get left behind if you can't keep up." Edit also smiled confidently. "Of course, I saw them get overwhelmed yesterday. Don't worry, we won't lose." The system informs the master that the hero is proposing a fixed team, consisting of Han, Jenna, and Aaron. Team 2 includes Edit, Dick, and Roderick. In this game, heroes occasionally make proposals, and masters decide whether to accept them or not. That night, Han's team was sent to Floor B. The mission here was to eliminate 13 level 8 goblins. Aaron exclaimed, "Lucky us, this looks pretty easy." Han drew his sword and told his teammates, "Stay here and watch. I will kill them all by myself." The goblins immediately charged at Han. He took a deep breath and entered a frenzy. With this strength, he killed all 12 goblins with just a few sword strikes without breaking a sweat. The remaining monster, trembling, looked at him and slowly backed away. Its sword was broken, leaving only the hilt. Han puts away his sword. Jenna asks, "I'll finish it off," Han predicted. "It's likely this mission is part of a series and can't be completed right away." He turned around and said,
Let it go. There's only one of them, so it can't do anything. Let's start searching. Ha looks around to assess the situation. The first strange thing is that it's raining. Second, there's a river. And third, was there a dam here before? After reviewing, Hang goes back to finish off the demon. The others move on. Jenna asked him. So today is over, right? I'm going to take a shower. Do whatever you want.
Eren, what will you do? I will go to the training ground with Eren's enthusiasm. Han advises you not to overexert yourself, or you'll damage your body. Suddenly, Han glared and told Eren to stay, revealing that the tiger-named master had decided to spend money on the game. This package costs $70 and includes a new soldier strength pack with 5,000 gems and 10,000 gold. Han pondered, then told Jenna to take the drawing paper from my room and place it on that table. Eren hands over the edit here. No one understands, but they do as they're told. The system notifies that the item purchased by the master was successful. The summon room door opens. Han announced that a new person will arrive soon. The system is notifying that the upcoming high-level summon will begin shortly. Master chose 2 high-level summons costing 1,000 game points. Han chuckled silently. I knew he would choose that way. Even though some people never spend money to win, no one pays just to win once. When they first start playing P-Makeup, players are often captivated by watching the artificial intelligences with autonomous control over the heroes. Observing how the heroes react when overcoming stages or combined rooms is quite interesting for new players. The enjoyment of watching the heroes, supporting them through the stages by giving commands and guidance, and considering tactics and strategies increases as you climb higher and upgrade the waiting room, revealing more content. The way the heroes behave also gradually changes. Playing with their lives like that must be very exciting. The summoning process is complete. The master has summoned 2 rare characters. Are Yonka and Roderick both 3-star characters? Roderick asks you. Who are you all? Ivanka was just as confused, about to step forward, but carelessly trampled on her dress and fell flat on the ground. Jenna arrives just in time. I brought a lot. Oh, who is this? What is she doing down there? Where are you hurt? Han replied. Don't worry about it. She can stand up on her own if she wants to. What kind of outfit is this? Edit also appears at this moment. She is a noble. Han was surprised. With my experience as a mercenary, I think she's a noble young lady. I wonder why she's here. Yonka was still lying on the ground, too embarrassed to get up, her face now as red as a tomato, sweat soaking her entire body. After a while, having explained the core concepts of master, summoning, and synthesis to the 2 of them, Roderick began to understand them to some extent, but he had no knowledge at all about high-level skills. He is the protector of a major city. Besides claiming that he always feels a sense of responsibility, he has no distinctive personality traits. Roderick's eyes looked somewhat distant. I always feel like I have some duty to do, as if I were hypnotized. Do I need to stay here and fight the unknown enemies? Han responds. Yes, I will explain in detail after the draw is finished. Edit and I both need to recruit more personnel. If you draw the blue token, Roderick will go with you. If it's the red draw, then it will be Ivanka. Han silently assesses. A veteran or a noble lady, it's obvious who makes a better choice. He turned to Jenna and said, Bring me a few tokens, please. Jenna quickly ran over. Yes, drawing now. Han glanced at the colors of the 2 slips. If the right slip is red, then the left one will be green. He glanced at Edit, who was smiling softly. Damn it, it seems like Edit has seen it too. Jenna sets the cup down on the ground. Let's go with this one. Han hurriedly rushed over, and the answer he needed was on the left side. Edit's hand was also reaching out. Yonka hesitated, then suddenly erupted, a burst of flame appearing behind Han, leaving him momentarily stunned. Fire magic? At the same time, both captains' hands are reaching for the red spot. Han smiled. Why don't you let go? You saw it too? Even the editor refuses to give way. Dreaming of this visit from Trui, Han turned to ask Ivanka, Are you a mage? Ivanka's status bar has been clearly introduced. Yonka is playing with a fireball in her hand. This is a brief introduction about me. You're still doing great. Just try being a good person once. A wizard would fit better in my team. Don't you want that guardian instead? Han didn't back down, clutching the card tightly. It's a shame. I've never been a good person. Fire magic combines very well with that archer. In PUP, warriors and priests can be upgraded to 1-star through proper nurturing. And magicians are completely different. They are individuals who can only possess the ones summoned yesterday, with a fee. The chance of summoning a mage is extremely low, Ivanka wondered. Hey, what are you 2 doing? This isn't fun at all. I'm not some specimen for you to evaluate. Jenna was startled at that moment. Only then do I realize that the 2 of you have been spying on us. Cheating. Jenna decided to try again. Drawing lots is all about luck. Yonka still doesn't understand. What exactly are they doing? Han explains. It's very simple. We are deciding which team you'll join. You're a bit slow to catch on compared to the man next to you. So who will I join? What does it mean to grasp the situation? I was just dragged to a completely unfamiliar place. Roderick advised me. Think carefully. I believe they are trying to manipulate us. Ivanka was a bit stunned, and Roderick smiled. Do you understand now? She covered her mouth. It's looking quite unwell. Not in a good way. Treated like a toy. Roderick chuckled softly. I agree. Jenna, after eating, crossed her arms and looked at the captains. All right, no more cheating this time. Let luck decide fairly. Han objects. How can luck be fair? Jenna, stay calm and don't argue with the referee. All right, no matter the outcome, don't hold a grudge. All right, baby, let's play fair. The two of you draw lots. Everyone holds their breath, waiting for the result. Han raises the red token, smiling triumphantly. Let's go with that. Do you want to complain anymore? Then he turned to Ivanka and said, You will join my team. That means Roderick will join Team 2. At that moment, Iso was desperately pulling a background character out to the square. He saw Han shouting, Lord Han, didn't you say you would let us live if we worked hard? That's enough. Yo, shut up and come here quickly. You, the new mage who just joined the guild, come over here now, Han reminded. You can't learn any support skills. Yanka, go quickly. If she doesn't want it to fail and become as disgusting as they are, she will be successfully synthesized for Yanka after a while. Han reminds her again as she comes out. If she falls behind, she'll end up the same. There is no way to avoid the risk of being synthesized. If you want to survive, you have to keep trying harder. Iso keeps adding another person to the synthesis room. Roderick marvels at how brutal it is, and Han mentions it's his turn now. They are his synthesized items. After completing the synthesis of the two new soldiers, Yo excitedly opens the time crack. Han explains to Yanka, who is confused, that he is testing the new members' abilities. ISO requests Team 2 to advance into the space crack. I think you will be the main character in this fight. Roderick is very cooperative. He bows his head and replies, I understand. Looking at the three people entering the gate, Han asked the new member, So, Mage, what spells can you use? Yanka asked sharply, What's the point of your question? Han furrowed his brow. Are you not going to fight anymore? Just answer. Yanka was unwilling. Wait, why should I go in there? Han said straightforwardly. Aren't you here to fight? As a hero, shouldn't you understand this? Do you need a reason to fight? If you don't fight, you'll become a material to be synthesized like those guys you just absorbed. Yanka looked clearly confused, and Han's expression turned cold. So I'll ask again, what spells can you use? Yanka sat down wearily. Fire. The strongest spell I can cast is a level 3 fire circle. Han crossed his arms and asked further, I already know you can use other fire demons. Is there anything else? Can you use teleportation or any support spells? Yanka smiled. Support magic? I don't know any. Why are you asking if the fire mage can use support magic? Oh my god, so frustrating. So you don't know any spells? Yanka snapped. Yeah, so what? Stop asking for more. If you see my magic, you'll be amazed. No support magic can compare. Han glanced at her, thinking it was indeed a bit unlucky. She better be as good as she claims because a defensive system is more flexible than an offensive one. I asked because even though she's a fire element combat mage, there's still a chance she might have awakened and gained other abilities, but it doesn't seem like it now. Still, she's a mage after all. Han said again, From now on you have to fight with us, understood? Yanka seems reluctant. She's really reluctant. But I understand now. Have you fought monsters before? Of course, my nickname is the RIVL Witch. At this moment, Team 2 had finished their task. Everyone came out looking very happy, and Han wondered, are they only going to the lower floors to test their abilities? Looking at Edith's expression, it seems Roderick is stronger than she thought. He looked at his team and announced, It's our turn now. Get ready. You said, Our team will enter the space-time rift. Han smiled excitedly. Let's go. The whole team will conquer the 4th floor with the mission to climb the tower and save the world. Han is quite satisfied. Maybe we should go to the 4th floor. The next level might already be locked. If you want to test her abilities, the 4th floor should be enough. There are a happy monster and a goblin there. What I want to know is how she uses fire magic. Han calmly informs Ivanka that when the battle begins, they will only observe to see how capable she is. Yanka was shocked. What are you talking about? Han explains, I can conquer the entire 4th floor alone, but I lack confidence because your rank is lower. Oh, you said I would be amazed by your magic. Yanka gritted her teeth and said, That's right, but I am especially different. How am I different? Yanka pointed at Han. Just watch and you'll see. Don't go beyond the gate. So let's get started. The gate will open in 10 seconds. Get ready. Good luck. Han looked at Yo's face, suddenly understanding something, and hurried out to check the mission. He muttered under his breath, "Master, this damn fool and this damn crow brought the whole team up to the 8th floor, a brand new level." So Han quickly reorganized the team. "This is the 8th floor. Everyone be careful and get your weapons ready." Everyone is also very tense, not understanding what's happening. "Aren't you the one who said we were just here to watch? Weren't we supposed to be on the 4th floor? Hey, why is it suddenly the 8th floor?" Han shouted, furious. "Be quiet. Does Han think he's angry because of what happened last time? You're holding a grudge just for killing a 3-star general? This tiger is really petty. He grits his teeth. He's trying to torment us. Or does he want to say that testing our abilities on the 4th floor is boring?" She lights a blue flame to take them up to the 8th floor. Jenna looks around. "Huh, I think I've seen this before." Suddenly, Han shouted, "Everyone move aside." Ivanka was standing frozen, not yet understanding what was happening, when Han quickly jumped in and pushed her down. "Don't just stand there like an idiot." A gust of wind carried an arrow rushing past. Han angrily looked at the mission board. The 8th floor has conquest missions, defeating enemies, and a total of 27 level 9 mount-riding creatures. There are not just one, but nearly 30 of them. This time it's going to be a real headache. Han's group was surrounded in an instant. Han only had time to eliminate Jenna and then drew his bow. Han grits his teeth. Moreover, the terrain here is uneven. He turned to Eren and said, "When they approach us, dodge to the side and attack now. Can you do that?" "Yes, I will try." Han was about to turn to command Yonka when a monster shot an arrow at him. Han quickly drew his sword. Just then, another one appeared behind and swung a horizontal strike. Han quickly ducked to dodge and then swung his sword to cut the monster in half. Another one charges at him, sword almost hitting his face, but Han ducks and avoids a deadly strike. The wolf pack of the demons also charged forward to attack. Han struggled to defend with his shield before daring to call out for Eren. Teammates quickly arrived to rescue him, launching attacks against both demons and wolves. Han fights back while giving orders. "Yonka, cast your spell." She was still in shock and asked again, but Han was already annoyed, thinking, what kind of reckless entry is this? "Don't make me say it again. You said you're a mage, so kill them all." Yonka hesitates. "I need more time to recite the spell." "How long?" "A minute." "Then speak up, girl, if you know how to chant so it doesn't take so long. Don't wait for others to remind you." Queen Y closes her eyes, begins to chant. A fireball and magical rings surround her. Han screams. Eren, block the arrows aimed at Gina, support her in fighting back. Eren follows the order, tries to spin the spear to deflect the arrows and support Jen. Han observes for a moment and realizes the enemy prioritizes taking down the mage first, continuously rushing towards Ivanka, with Han blocking the front. "I can buy some time, but blocking all these guys will be tough. Maybe I'll use magic shields to deflect a few arrows." Han shouted to Ivanka, "Can you raise a few magic shields?" But Ivanka closed her eyes and continued casting the spell, as if she didn't hear Han's words. Jenna was also extremely anxious. "If you stay there, you'll get attacked." Han frowned in frustration. She just can't forget those shields. She can't even use magic and move at the same time anymore. She has to stand still to recite the spell. The attacking wolves are relentless, one after another, falling. Then another, riding a wolf charging forward. The attacks only grew more intense, with the wolves hacked down becoming even more ferocious, their fur flying as they ignored the pain and charged at Han's group. He keeps fighting wave after wave. Eren shouts to signal Han. He quickly turned around and saw a group of goblins jumping in, ready to tear Yonka apart, while she just stood still, unaware of the chaos around her. A goblin raised his sword, aiming at Ivanka's head, and swung down. Han rushed forward, quickly grabbing Ivanka and teleporting away instantly. "What are you doing?" Yonka struggled, and Han was extremely annoyed. "Why are you standing there chanting spells in the middle of the clear sky without any protection?" Yonka said bitterly. "It's a hassle. Don't you see I'm turning all that mana into a lie?" Han was also too tired to argue, releasing Ivanka, grabbing her hand along with Jenna and Aeon to run toward the forest. "All right, let's move. Do you see that forest? Run straight to it. Jenna worries that we might get blocked again like last time. Just get there first. Target her magic at the spot where we were just now." Ivanka kept pleading, "My hand hurts too much. Let's slow down a bit." The Geopolin horde stormed after them relentlessly, determined to chase and kill to the end. Jenna led the group and announced, "It seems like we can enter through this way." Han quietly calculated, "So this is the connection between the forest and the plains." Then he turned back and shouted loudly. Ivanka immediately stopped. "Why did you yell at me like that, Hang?" "No need to talk much." I grab Ivanka's hand and kick her hard, sending her flying up. Size doesn't matter if she's dead, right? Wait until all the teammates arrive. Han stops. Jenna is urging. Big brother, you should come in too. It's very dangerous. Han warned everyone. Just wait there, I'll go in right now. Then I enter a berserk state. Han quietly worries. Today, he's had to use his berserk state twice already. Even if it harms my stamina, I need to buy some time. The aura around Han turns blood red. He charged with deadly intent into the melee with the goblins, and they immediately shot an arrow towards Han. He grits his teeth and raises his shield to block, just as a wolf-riding enemy charges at him with unbelievable speed, leaving Han stunned. He quickly assessed the situation, dodging up, down, left, and right, not only avoiding swords but also arrows, struggling desperately. The continuous attacks left Han no time to react. He gritted his teeth, realizing all the enemies were closing in on him, thinking they were using probing tactics, staring intently at the goblin with a spear rushing toward him. If so, Han used a ground slam to leap up in a zigzag pattern, cutting down both the wolves and the demon. I just need to destroy your so-called agility, that's all. Wherever you jump, enemies will come, and I get so caught up in fighting the enemies in front that I don't notice someone sneaking up behind me. Eren hurriedly shouted a warning, but it was too late, as the wolf's claws pinning Han to the ground. The system notified him that he had released the berserk state and returned to normal. Goblin thrusts her sharp spear, aiming at Han's head, stabbing down. Han grits his teeth and slashes his sword up through the wolf's throat. It yelped in pain and leapt up, causing the monster's spear to miss. Seeing this, the other wolves went berserk and charged forward. Aoyun, stop rushing in. Let me handle this. Han immediately steps in. Don't come out here. I will draw their attention and buy us some time. You and the others just focus on fighting the ones running towards you. But honestly, Han has lost all patience. Has the old witch still not finished her spell? Thinking I hit the jackpot and got a huge reward. Thank goodness, just in time, Jenna reports. Boss, the witch has finished her spell. Let's get out of here, Captain. Hearing that, Han teleported and ran quickly forward. The two goblins chased closely behind. He stomped back, kicking the little demon away towards their army, while Han fought his way through, clearing a path for Ivanka's fireball. She opened her eyes, softly recited a spell, and a powerful burst of fire shot straight into the goblins. The firepower is impressive. The flames seem endless, burning the goblins and wolves to ash. Jenna and Eren sit in the tree, watching the fire in awe. Is that magic? Han looked into the flames and saw a few figures emerging. He shouted, There are still some left, Eren. Jenna, support her. We will wipe out these little demons. A powerful demon charges at him. Han turns around and swings to block, two metals clashing, sparks flying. Han pushes his sword aside, and the demon, losing its footing in the sword fight, rushes forward like lightning. He swings his heavy shield to hit the monster's head. While fighting fiercely, he didn't notice someone quietly waiting for a chance to ambush. Just as it got close to Han, an arrow flew in. What the hell? Han suddenly snapped out of his trance and turned around. Jenna smiled. What do you think? I'm pretty good too, right? On the left flank, Aeon charged forward, his spear piercing the throat of the rushing wolf. Hit by a deadly blow, the wolf collapsed. Eren excitedly said, If you get tired, I will protect you. Han smirked, starting to act confident. On the other side, the goblins continue to charge forward. Jenna spins gracefully, aiming at a goblin. She pulls out a dagger, stabbing him precisely in the head before the two of them roll away from the wolf's back. Others then turn to attack Yonka. They realize she's just standing still. Yonka, lost in her prayer and with her eyes closed, doesn't notice the danger approaching. A wolf lunged forward, its mouth full of sharp teeth. Luckily, an arrow shot through the air with precision, hitting the wolf squarely. Jenna sighs in relief. Almost dead, she turns to her teammate and shouts loudly, Ivanka, wake up, run now. Yonka raised the fireball with one hand, still chanting with her eyes closed. Jenna desperately shouted, Hurry and run. Oh my God, her grandmother still hasn't finished casting the spell. At that moment, Yonka opened her eyes and flames ignited in her gaze. Unhurriedly ordered Aeon, Damn it, let's run. Eren follows orders, staying close behind. A powerful aura surrounds Yonka. She clenched the fireball tightly and chanted, causing a pillar of light to burst up among the goblins. The ring of fire beneath their feet continues to spread. Boom, boom, deafening explosions shake the earth. Debris and rocks flew everywhere. Han and Aeon quickly lay down to avoid them. Han raised his shield to block the falling rocks like a meteor shower, gritting his teeth and saying, Damn, if we don't run now, we'll be wiped out too. After a while, when the falling debris stopped hitting his head, Han crawled up, looked around, and the smoke and flames still filled the air. He wondered silently, Is it over yet? Han narrowed his eyes. There's still one Lin survivor left. That damn thing is as tough as a little hero. Yanka raised both hands and uttered 2 words. Destruction. A swirling fire vortex suddenly appears, crazily lifting everything into the air. Jenna grits her teeth and clings tightly to a large tree as the fire tornado destroys everything in its path. Trees fall, rocks and debris fly everywhere. Even the goblins is shattered. The scene looks almost like hell, with flames everywhere, smoke and fire in all directions, and broken trees. Yanka stood silently, gazing at the scene before her. Han was also quite stunned by this incredible power. Speechless. From your position, there's a dirt path leading straight to where the goblins just stood. To describe the scene, it's like this land was hit by an atomic bomb. The system announced that everyone has passed the test, and Ivanka was the MVP of this battle. The group was then summoned back to the waiting room. Eren is still stunned, having slain over 20 Night Riders with a single move. Is this magic? Jenna admires it. This magic is also off the charts, at the very limit. Eve Wong-ka burst into laughter. This is the absolute power of the fire demon magic. Didn't I tell you that you would be shocked when you saw my power? I am the witch of the Count of the Ryfil region. Why Ivanka, Ryfil? Before she could finish her sentence, Ivanka suddenly fell backward in shock and Jenna hurried over. Ivanka fainted, blood pouring from her nose. Han guessed she must have run out of mana after using such a large amount, recalling the entire battle just now, thinking that while she was casting spells she couldn't do anything for a minute, and her nearby teammates kept focusing on protecting her. Besides being unable to use defensive magic, her strength, vitality, and agility are all below 1 star. I've fought and battled alongside many mages, but a mage like her is the first I've seen. And of course, there are many more incidents like this in reality. This isn't the first strange thing, but it's also quite rare. If I had to compare her to something, she's like a rusty cart without armor or wheels, only foolishly focusing all her strengths on her cannon. Her firepower is strong, but she has no agility or defense at all. Seeing Ivanka collapse on Jenna's shoulder, Han smiled. But to be fair, she is indeed very strong. It's just a matter of time before we complete all our close, ranged, and mixed teams. The next day, after logging in, the first thing Master did was build a dedicated base for the mages. After completing the magic research room, the research function was unlocked. Master also built an alchemy laboratory where various item synthesis experiments will take place. The library has also been completed. The mages can now learn and improve their knowledge. The 3 auxiliary buildings of the training area, the magic research room, the alchemy lab, and the library, have been merged into a new magic castle, with Yanka panting and begging. Why do I have to do this? I'm a high-level wizard. Why should I go through such barbaric training? I am a mentalist. Yanka was forced to run to improve her physical strength while whining. Han kept laughing. Then she just needs to eat only potatoes. Meat is for those who use physical body skills. Ivanka is so bitter. How dare you prioritize food over my intellect? That's why Han did it, even though it couldn't help with the chanting process. But she needed to be trained to dodge attacks aimed at herself. Han sped up and ordered Yanka. Speed up. Ivanka's eyes are already teary. Why me? Han sighed and frowned. You keep whining, it's really annoying. On the battlefield, only swords and spears matter, and durability is extremely important. Plus, it's better than that tight, uncomfortable outfit you're wearing. Yanka tried to explain. That's my family's magic item. The magic item is something that can increase the damage of fire spells. The dress Ivanka initially wore was believed to be a special magic item crafted by her family just for her. Ha watches her explain. Even though it's endurance training, this is nothing to scoff at. You have to run 3 laps around the field every day at a slow pace without a sandbag. Compared to my usual training, I could write her an essay on how easy today's workout was. Yanka ran while looking pale. I don't need these hellish training sessions. Han just ran ahead quickly to start showing off. It seems like tonight, Ivanka just wants to eat potatoes. Let me go talk to Chloe. Yanka, furious, quickly chases after Han. Han ran while looking up at the eye in the sky. That master, he does nothing but watch, but I have to admit, watching the current situation is really fun. Currently, reaching level 10 is no longer too far away. Luckily, we have a mage and the magic tower has also been unlocked. Thanks to all the dungeons opened yesterday, we can now gather all 3 types of materials from each dungeon every week. The materials we have are stored in the warehouse and are waiting for my instructions. It's time to craft consumable items like potions. After finishing the tasks, the system notified that Master has logged out of the game. Han turned away from the training ground without forgetting to tell Jenna not to let Ivanka escape. Jenna keeps running alongside Han, cheering him on. Ivanka, keep going. Keep going, keep going.
Crafting potions was originally a high-level task that required an apothecary and a master alchemist, but it's similar to the weapon forging process. If he uses those mini-games, Han can still craft it without the necessary skills. Han just entered the newly built magic castle, currently at level 1. Phil. He looks around and realizes this is its true form. He picks up a book to study, but it's a specialized guide that he can't read. Let's start crafting the potion bottles. He picks up a handful of ingredients and drops them into the bottle. The mini-game for potion crafting is a rhythm game. Of course, this game is all about Han's quick hands. He keeps passing levels, and the system keeps notifying him of successful potion creations. After a while, the shelves were filled with successfully crafted test tubes. It turns out that as long as you're a pro gamer, even if you're a warrior, you can handle all the professions of alchemist, blacksmith, and alchemy mage effortlessly while standing by in silence. Just as low-key Ha expected, he looked at the pile of potions and muttered to himself, 6 healing potions and 2 mana potions. Master might suspect, but this is still better than trying to store the potions and dying for lack of supplies. After a while, Han called Aaron and Jenna over to discuss his strategy. Now our team officially has a mage. The two nodded. Yeah, that's right, because we won't have a chance to draw lots anymore. Han asked, does anyone know why I brought the coal furnace here? Then he reached into the burning coals and looked closely at what he was about to do, while Jenna and Aaron watched in shock, frozen in place, shouting, Big brother, what are you doing? Han grits his teeth, trying to endure the burning pain, and explains, if Ivanka can control fire, then we have to get used to the fire too. Then he counts each second, while the 2 people on the other side look at Han with a very strange expression. Counting to the second mark, Han pulls his hand back, his burnt and swollen arm instantly restored, as if he had never touched fire. Han looks at his healing arm and says, anyway, we'll recover quickly in the waiting room. Ivanka uses fire magic, and we will fight alongside her, so if we don't get used to it, what will happen? It's that we'll be cooked before the enemy does. Jenna trembled, stammering, so that's why you let us do crazy things like this. Aaron also broke out in a sweat. How long do we have to do this? Until everyone can endure it, Han said calmly. Jenna and Aaron share the same worry. Do we need to keep doing this crazy act until we can resist fire better? Han seemed to read the thoughts of his 2 teammates and continued, remember what happened on the 5th floor when we weren't prepared for it? Aaron, hearing this, clenched his teeth and reached into the coals, but Han held his hand back. Find a place where no one is watching and do it. I don't have a twisted hobby of watching you scream in pain here. What I do is just to set an example. Aaron hesitated, then replied, I understand. Jenna still really doesn't want to. I don't want to do this. After all, I'm only attacking from behind. Han smiled, his eyes gradually losing their humanity. He took Jenna's hand, preparing to press it against the coal bucket. You don't want to? Then let me do it. If I hold her hand and place it here, it won't be too hot. Putting it in from the start will hurt more. Jenna screams like a pig being slaughtered, trying to retreat but unable to pull back. Han continues, are you planning to run away every time Ivanka uses magic? She can't even protect herself or move while casting spells. If we can't stay by her side to protect her, she only has the path to death. She can't even dodge a snail if it attacks her again. If you don't want to waste the mages we've been lucky to find, then learn this fire-resistant skill until we reach level 10. I will learn it too. Jenna sighed in relief as if she had just escaped death. But enduring this pain, after thinking it over, I still don't really want to do it. Han ignored her, drew a dagger, and said to Aeon, sorry, but you still have one more task to choose. Han turned the knife and plunged it into his own hand. Han glanced at Aeon and asked, how about now? Even though he tried to endure, the pain still made Han moan. He told the 2, you don't have to do it like I did. Everyone can find their own way. Han hands the knife to Aaron. It will help him endure the pain. Han silently thinks it will be very tough, but he needs to do it. Although the healing potion can restore everyone's health, it often comes with intense pain. If you want to fight while using the potion, being able to endure the pain is absolutely essential. Jenna trembled and asked, no way, I also have to do this? Han's answer made Jenna breathe a sigh of relief, but the next words felt like a punch from heaven to hell. And somehow she knew she would have to learn to endure pain someday. Jenna was sweating with fear, so please let me do it last. Before she could finish her sentence, Han interrupted her, saying she would learn to switch. Jenna was surprised and didn't quite understand. He explains, practice until you can switch between bow and sword formation as quickly as possible, so you can fight freely at both long and short ranges depending on the situation. Jenna was a bit confused, but I find archery more comfortable than swordsmanship. Heng Kiam Kak said, then start switching from now on. The medium and long-range melee formations will be eliminated. From now on, we will form a triangular formation with Ivanka in the center as the main damage dealer. We will start training tomorrow. Although it's not really suitable for you, if only Aaron and I are taking damage, it won't be enough to protect Yonka. You need to cover another side during the fight. Jenna pondered for a moment. The young lady was too well protected. This could be called princess protection, but they couldn't ignore this method if they wanted to use Yonka properly. The most effective team composition in this game is the dual mage system. It would be better if they had an angel mage to heal and shield the group. The 9th floor still exists, but they will probably pause for a while. Level 9 might be assigned to the second group, so they can gain tower climbing experience. Han opens the door to the room, thinking, as long as the chain of missions is still ongoing, we can't level up with just one team. At that point, if there is a sacrifice, no one will be there to replace them. Developing auxiliary teams with different members is common knowledge, so the master probably already knows. Persuasion, survival, escort, breakthrough, assassination, protection, encirclement, pursuit, escape. Suggestions have been made. Level 10 is a difficult floor, where at least 2 groups need to cooperate for a mission. Since it's a cooperative mission, it'll be more dangerous and difficult than anything we've experienced so far. We can't slack off in our preparations. Han carries a bucket of water, a bucket of coal, lights a fire, then puts a cloth in his mouth to prepare for his self-training. Once done, he repeatedly plunges his hand into the fire. The flames hissed and sizzled. The burning sensation on her skin made Han feel numb. After a long while, Han had successfully learned the fire resistance skill. Early in the morning, Ivanka's scream signals a noisy day. What is it? Contrary to her straightforward appearance, Han is quite relaxed. What does she mean by that? Right now, she's of no use, so she definitely needs to improve her technique, shorten the casting time, and reduce the energy consumption. Yonka is frustrated. Yonka, how dare you say such insulting words? Han narrowed her eyes at her. Don't like it? Yonka has no other choice. She grits her teeth, reluctantly turning away. Fine, I'll do it, right? Ivanka's fire magic follows a 3-tier structure. The first tier is creating flames and shooting them forward. The second layer involves burning by detonating the flames, and the third layer causes an upward explosion. The more layers of techniques she uses, the more energy she consumes, so the effects will definitely be very powerful. But to achieve that, she also needs to keep training with all her might. Han approaches Jenna and orders, "Let's start training." They are gradually approaching the 10th floor. Everyone is training with increasing intensity. From early morning until late evening, Jenna Duong was shooting with her bow. So I'll start now. Han quickly raised his sword to block the arrow, training and thinking at the same time. As usual, I practiced blocking arrows, and at some point I stopped using the shield and trained by knocking arrows and swiping them away with my sword, Jenna praised. It seems this training makes you stronger. You're improving quickly, Han coldly said. There's no need to praise me during training. As he spoke, he pushed aside a sharp sword rushing toward his head. The system notified that Han had learned the counterattack skill, and Han's beginner sword and shield had reached level 6. Han acquired the skill he wanted. Just then, Jenna drew her dagger and charged, but Han dodged by leaning back, causing the attack to miss the air. Quick as lightning, Jenna bites the tip of her knife and draws her bow to aim and shoot. Han is a bit satisfied, delaying the change of the awakened star. But Han is still faster, the sword now pressed against Jenna's neck. Han praised her. Not bad. Your words make Jenna as happy as during the new year. Han thought to himself, even though she started as a 1-star, she has great potential, and her learning speed is exceptional. If I didn't know about this game, I wouldn't have been able to surpass Jenna, she replied quietly. Oh, so that was the one who said you don't need praise during training? Who could that be? Han irritably pinched her cheek. I want to be able to beat her. Thinking about it, an ordinary 1-star hero would be at Aaron's level. Even though he has raised his healing magic compliance to level 3, that's all he can do. Aaron hasn't been to the training grounds for a long time and just stays in his room practicing pain resistance and fire-resistant skills. King Ka is probably also practicing what she needs in the castle's special training ground. Even though her firepower has slightly decreased, her spell is still quite powerful. Apart from mandatory situations, she only needs to use the first level of that technique's 3 levels. The training ground now only welcomes a few 1-star summons, but they are all useless. Both Team 1 and Team 2 have fewer than 5 members, but it seems the Master has no intention of recruiting new heroes. It looks like he wants to gather more free people like us to help level up those in need. The next day, as expected, the edit team returned after infiltrating the 9th floor. They looked pretty exhausted. Even Roderick had to support 2 new recruits. Han approached again and asked, Looks like you guys are having a tough time. What's the challenge? Conquering a goblin village with about 50 goblins. Han asked further. Is there anything else? Is there anything special about that place? If you notice anything strange, let me know.
I frown and think for a moment before saying, The ground is just a muddy swamp, like it just rained. Han looks a bit confused.
Mud? Is that all? I moved on without time to notice anything else. At that moment, ISO announced it was Han's group's turn to pass the checkpoint.
Han announced to the team that it was their turn. Quickly, the whole team had cleared the 4th floor. Ha watched her team step out eagerly, silently assessing that there was nothing left to train on at the 4th level.
With that defensive strategy, my level is 10, Gina's is 8, Aeon's is 6, and Ivanka's is 4. Everyone's levels have reached the limit of the current floors. We've upgraded as much as possible on these lower levels. So the equipment workshop helps develop the overall gear of the GACHA Armor Team E by upgrading it from rank D to rank D+, by attaching metal pieces on the outside. Aeon and I received the Sword Squad as support weapons. The two added to Team 1 and 2 in the training yard are Suron and Min. Even though they lack combat experience, skills, and the ability to keep up with the team, there's no other choice. The 10th floor is not far now. That night, Han was sitting in his room writing plans when Yo appeared, excitedly asking, "How's it going? Loki, have you predicted the upcoming challenge? You should be able to handle it easily, right?" Only a god can do that. I don't know what you're here to help me with, but stop saying useless things.
Yo wondered. But you're the boss of this game.
If I were a god, I would have conquered 100 floors long ago.
Damn it. Han silently thought the best of the best. I am indeed one of the top-ranked players in this game. But after 2 years of grinding, I've only reached level 88.
My entire team was wiped out by unpredictable challenges and traps. The master of this game advances through failure. It's just that Master hasn't tasted defeat yet, so he doesn't know how tough it is.
If things keep going like this, the moment he tastes defeat will also be my last. The next morning, the entire group of warriors was armed. The helmeted figure stands in the square, while Yonka looks around, confused. Why are all these people gathered in the town square? It wasn't that kid calling them here, Ha reminded me. She will call them soon, so don't ask too many questions. Yonka is annoyed. He always acts like he knows everything. Han doesn't argue. He quietly guesses it's been 30 minutes since the master logged in, with no orders indicating he's considering anything. Is he aiming to conquer the 10th floor or just waiting a bit longer? The new member is still unfamiliar with the team, while I have already reached the limit of level 10 for 1 star, but haven't fully mastered the skills. Something still feels missing. If he gives me another week, I can upgrade my skills to the limit of 1 star. Then we can conquer the 10th floor with a much better advantage. But life isn't like a dream. The notification light on the board lit up. Han could confirm his suspicion. If he followed his own advice, it wouldn't be like the master I know. The letter Y appears, and a notification opens, revealing a space-time crack. Ha stares intently at the gate. This is our reality, not the master's. That's right, in the end, it's just a game. Even if we all die, he just needs to recruit more heroes. The cave turned around and told the new recruit Surin, "When the battle starts, find a place to hide. But I can also fight. A level 3 with a beginner-level healing skill. In this scene, he will only get in the way. If this battle had been a week later, maybe then we might have a chance." Lost in thought, a notification appeared. Warning, this is a difficult challenge requiring the participation of 2 teams. If you lack team members, supplement with high-level or free summons. Tip: use the tactical room to share your strategy with the heroes participating in the challenge. Han thought to himself that he didn't even know how to use the battle strategy, which is a bit complicated for beginners. Thinking of this, Han turned to tell Eyes to go get some items from the storage. ISO listens to the command, taps for a while, and the warning panel appears again. "Master, is there an unused item in the storage?" "Let the heroes carry these items and use them when necessary. Continue." Items can be crafted manually at the smelting facility or magic castle. Materials can be obtained from daily dungeons. Items are lifelines, and victory for heroes are what you need to know to become a veteran player in the game, Han calculates. We have a total of 6 healing and mana potions, 3 for each team, which is perfect. The mana potions are mainly for Yonga. He smiles at Edit. "How are you feeling?" She also smiled confidently. "It's all done. Do you have any final wishes?" That was a bit too much of a joke, buddy. Whether you're eating fish sauce, salt, or shrimp paste, go rinse your mouth. Then Han will get serious again.
"We might be taken to different trees, so we should regroup as soon as possible. Just wondering."
"How can I do that?"
"Just head towards the center," Han replied. "If you don't know where to go, then locate yourself from the high vantage point." Suddenly shouted, threatening everyone. Please try not to interfere. I will keep a close watch.
Han, feeling discouraged, told them not to try to control them. Yo was startled. Really? Truly? Yo still hesitated a bit, but Han smiled and said, "Don't worry. I will help you get through this level." The group entered the waiting room, and as soon as they stepped in, they saw a man crying while clutching his head. "We are all going to die. Everyone will die. We can't win. We will all die. Women and children included, no one will escape. We will all perish." Han itched to move forward, kicking the man so his head jerked forward. The man looked around and swung back. "Who's there? Who are you?" Han also wondered, "Who's this fool?" He continued shouting, "A ghost?" "That's right, it must be a ghost," Jenna guessed. "Hey, I don't think he can see us. Try asking the man." "Hello? Can you see us? Hey, do you know who this man is?" Han already knows. They are NPCs in the game. There are many cases where NPCs appear in challenges, and I wonder why they can never cooperate well and always act so clueless. A team of soldiers rushes past. Ha looks around, wondering. Is it real? This city seems familiar. Aaron also suddenly realized. He reminded me, and I just realized it too. "Boss, I think we've been here before. It looks a bit different, but the cityscape and architecture feel very familiar." Han narrowed his eyes. "This can't be real. We've been here before. This is the junk city used as a trial on the 5th floor, where many people have died. Only this place hasn't fallen yet." Jenna also realized. Wait, isn't the timeline a bit strange? Nothing has been like this before. This isn't the first time we've encountered a strange timeline.
Let's talk about that later, Han.
Han, the important thing is that we've been summoned here, and to survive, we must complete the mission. The mission hasn't started yet, so we should take this time to gather information. I'll give everyone 5 minutes to explore this area as much as possible and report back to me. You must return here immediately after 5 minutes. If you're late, you'll be left behind. The team was ordered to go and explore the fortress, with Han choosing a tall bell tower to get a panoramic view. This is probably the best spot to observe the battle. A soldier trembling and clutching his head is lying nearby. He glanced at the soldier. The soldier's confidence has been at an all-time low for a long time. There are about a few thousand goblins in the northern forest. The system reports 2,213 goblins with unknown levels. Are those the siege towers? Han guesses luckily they seem to have no intention of besieging us. To the east are a few hundred goblins and the river we saw on the 7th floor. They are also unidentified level goblins, and they don't have any trapping tools either. He turned to look at the soldiers nearby facing them. It seems that the people gathered outside the castle are all the forces we have. There are 353 human soldiers with unknown levels. The monsters are 10 times more numerous than us, and that's not even the worst part. No matter how I look at it, this is a hopeless situation. But there's still no description of the mission. If this is a survival mission, our chances of survival are quite high. If a survival mission requiring us to survive for a certain period is activated again, it will be much easier than the one on the 5th floor. There are a bunch of NPCs we can use as bait, and we also have a wizard skilled in wide area defense. The Wheel of Fate will turn soon. The 2-man team has also joined. Han approaches his teammate. This mission? Before I could finish speaking, 3 red warning lines suddenly appeared. Han was stunned. The 3 warning sounds indicating high difficulty, really? The description of the 10th floor mission is to defend the target and protect the city from collapse. Han curses under his breath. Actually, it's not about survival, but defense. Including teams 1 and 2, there are a total of 10 people, and with the 350 NPCs, the total force is around 360, facing thousands of goblins. Han calmed down and outlined the plan to the team. Everyone is here now. After sharing the information we've gathered, we will discuss the details of the mission, objectives, and give each person's role in it. Jenna will report first. As for me, even though I tried to talk to the people in the city, no one responded. This means we can see and interact with NPCs, but they can't see or hear us. Aaron reports that the evacuees are currently gathering in the city center. Meanwhile, the north and east gates are both under attack by the swarm. With no gates on the south and west, we're basically trapped. It means that if the outer wall falls, everyone here will be wiped out, she said anxiously. Han said, "Tell me, what do we need to do this time? Is it to defend the city?" Defend the city? Han confirmed that our mission this time is to protect the city from the enemy's invasion. In other words, we have to eliminate those pests. Edit with concern. No way, Roderick asked. What if we retreat for now? After escaping the walls and reassessing the situation, we could conduct guerrilla attacks on their rear. No. I think eliminating all the enemies is necessary for this mission to succeed,
and therefore the failure condition is up there.
Standing in front of the bell tower, someone speaks. Commander, look at the statue shining. The twin goddess statue is usually seen in special missions. Han glanced at the wall. It has nothing to do with killing Goblin Lin. If that statue gets destroyed, it's our fault. Roderick crossed his arms and fell into deep thought. I can't believe we just had to kill all the enemies and protect that statue. Han continues speaking, and if somehow we fail this mission, all of us will die. Everyone became extremely tense upon hearing those words. Roderick confirmed once again that even if we escape the city. Hang nodded and said yes, no matter where we are, if the mission fails, we will die. No exceptions. This is truly a dire situation, but as long as it's still a game, no matter how impossible the task seems, there will always be a way to complete it. Han analyzes the enemy. Although the goblins are numerous, the only tool they have is the surrounding tower. And moreover, only the group in the north has a tower. This means if we can successfully defend in the north, we will buy enough time. Edit's team will move to the northern outer wall and assist with the defense. You should try to break or push the ladder they use to climb over the wall. Edit asks again, so that's our role? You don't look happy. Is there a problem? Tell me what you think. He frowns. No matter how hard we try, there are only 5 of us. I don't think adding 5 more of us to the 300 NPCs already. There will automatically mean the city is protected. Exactly. Han thought to himself. She's not wrong. The combat power of Team 2 is equivalent to 50 human soldiers. And as long as they have nothing else to encircle the city, their only way in is through those crude ladders. If you manage to defend the most critical point on the wall, the effectiveness of the defense will greatly increase. Even if we can buy some time, there's no way we can just wipe them out like that, Han replied. I know that too. Even if both teams cooperate, it won't change anything. No matter how long we hold out, the city will eventually be breached. It's all about the difference in the number of troops on each side, the ratio of strength in a one-on-one fight. Even if we include our team, it's still 2 against 10. From what I remember on the 5th floor, they had no intention of retreating. In other words, winning this battle is impossible, but there is definitely a clue. Han told Jenna there is a river to the east of the city. Try to remember what happened on the 7th floor. He recalled the dam that was broken, which he saw on the 7th floor. At that time, Han wondered if the heavy rain on the 7th floor caused the dam to overflow, making the water flow extremely intense. All clues from the 5th to the 9th floor pointed directly to the eastern dam. There must be a reason why the game is guiding them here. But destroying a dam on a river far from the city, what could that possibly mean? Damn it, there's too little information. Han clenched his fists, and suddenly Jenna remembered something. I just remembered, I heard this. I could hear the sound of hooves from across the river. Jenna remembered the scene when she was standing by the riverbank and saw a whole army of soldiers riding through the forest. Han suddenly seemed to realize something. He flies over and pinches Jenna's cheek. Why are you only telling me this now, Grandma? Then he turned to organize her team, buying as much time as possible. If the outer defenses fall, retreat to the inner wall. Use soldiers and refugees as meat shields if necessary. No matter how hard it gets, lock the city gates and hold out. Until we return, I can't afford to show weakness while everyone is working harder. Edit smiles. All right, we'll hold out for as long as we can. Jenna wondered. Huh. Is that all there is to learning tactics? Is it a bit too brief? What should we do now? Han explained very briefly. Unlike her, Edit is smart, so she understood immediately. Pack up your things. We will move to the east gate. Aaron is worried. Commander, should we leave? There are a few thousand GOP Lin outside. It's very dangerous. That's right, but we still have to go. If we stay here, sooner or later, we're doomed. The dam we reached on the 7th floor was already destroyed. If the horse sounds Jenna hears our reinforcements, then the reason the city on the 5th floor was destroyed is likely because the reinforcements couldn't cross the raging river caused by the broken dam. That means what we need to do is go outside through the east gate, break through the crowd, and prevent the dam from being destroyed. Jenna hesitated. If that's the case, then Jenna's words don't make any sense. Han drew his sword and said, yes, we will play this game of chess. At the city gate, the refugee crowd floods in as human commanders keep giving orders. Hurry up, move the refugees into the castle, line up properly, no pushing, 1 person at a time. Han's group barely managed to get past the refugees. Ivanka looked back and sighed. We only just made it through. Remember, we've only just left the inner city. Things get tougher out there. They've already reached the final gate. Han orders Jenna, climb the wall to check the situation outside. Han is preparing to open the gate. Yonka begins to chant. As soon as the gate opened, she immediately cast her spell. Han glanced at Suran. Is he here too? Run over to the gate, and Han orders, Ion, pull the chain to open the gate. The soldiers couldn't see Han's group, so when they saw the gate open automatically, they panicked and shouted, "What's going on? The gate is opening." "What's going on? Have the soldiers finally joined in?" "No, the door is opening by itself. It's turning on its own." "What's going on? Stop right now." Jenna climbed up high and shouted, "Commander, there are a bunch of goblins outside the gate. Aren't they going to rush in when I open it?" Han replied, "It doesn't matter. Go down first. Ivanka's magic will clear the way for us. We will stop the soldiers from pushing in." Han below keeps fighting the soldiers to keep the gate open, and the soldiers turn pale. What is going on? Is this some kind of demon possession? They keep running towards Eren. "Stop! Stop right now!" Yenna stands right next to the stairs, kicking the soldiers' legs to make them fall over without any need for fighting. Ivanka begins to chant his fire spell. The gate just opened. An arrow sliced through the air and headed straight for Ivanka. Han swiftly rushed out and precisely caught the arrow. The demons standing by the city gate stare inside as if they were creepy old men peeking at someone else's daughter. Han swings his arm and throws the bow and arrow, hitting one right in the forehead. Jenna is still diligently blocking the soldiers from getting close to Wei-on, and the soldiers are helpless. Is she a demon? "Where are you? I won't let you go." Just as he was speaking, he was hit by Jenna's flying kick and fell to the ground. One soldier was on the ground trembling with his hand. "The goddess has abandoned us." Suddenly, it started pouring rain. Han glanced at Yonka and asked, "Her fire probably won't be affected by the rain, right?" She smirked without answering, just standing there as if waiting to see what happens. Finally, Eren opened the gate and shouted to alert Han. The Geoplin flooded in like a breached dam. Han immediately ordered, blowing away the target. Ivanka followed the command, launching a fireball at the bloodied goblins. Everyone quickly turned into fire for Han's reminder. "Burn the demons, not the gate. And make it explode outside the city walls." Following orders, Yuanga detonates the spell, instantly obliterating the goblins. When the path ahead is clear, Han's goblins follow orders. Jenna, Eren. The two of them quickly ran out through the burning gate. "Understood. We'll go ahead now." Han gives Ivanka a potion and advises her, "Take a sip each time you use a move." Yonka takes a big sip. "Yeah, I got it. There are still many things to do." "Can you handle it?" Han confirms once more before Yonka walks away. "Of course I can. Who do you think I am? I still have at least 100 more tricks up my sleeve." Han turned to the new soldier and said, "Are you surprised? Do you still want to follow us?" Han asked because the system was alerting that Surin was panicking. "All stats decrease by 30%. Han continued, "Go to Edit. She will tell you what to do. If you survive this battle, I will train you." Surin hurriedly turned back and ran to the Edit team. The soldiers hurriedly closed the gate. Han strolled forward and said, "If you want to close it, then do so. The escape route is blocked. The only way left is forward. I will kill you all." As they reach the city gate, Han immediately orders everyone to their positions. Yonka stands in the center. Eren and Jenna protect from behind, while Han takes the front. Han reminded, "Yonka, only use level 1 skills. Even with weak firepower, just make it spread as much as possible. The rain is getting heavier. Everyone is a bit worried. They will pass through the flames and crush us." Han said nothing, staring intently at the demons. With 20 seconds left until Ivanka finishes her chant, Han silently counts down in his mind. At this moment, a goblin flew in, swinging its sword at Han's head. He swung his sword horizontally, splitting the goblin into 2 halves, with each strike taking a second. The remaining 3 block all attacks from the enemies, so Ivanka can focus on chanting. Every second feels like a century as the goblins surge forward in a relentless assault, not giving the group a moment to breathe, chopping down one after another in a fierce onslaught. The battle became extremely fierce. The goblins didn't know what fear was, as they seemed to fight even more fiercely the more they were hit. And in these final moments, Han shouted loudly to assign roles, protect Ivanka's focus, and change positions. The first move, ablaze with fierce flames erupting, burning the goblins alive, they howled and writhed in the sea of fire. Han quickly ordered everyone to move on. Although he could feel the intense heat outside the armor, he was still able to withstand the scorching temperature. Luckily, Ivanka is part of the team, but because of the rain, the firewall is disappearing very quickly. Han hurriedly gave the order. "Yonka, recite the spell again. Eren, support me on the right. I will handle this alone." Once again, 20 seconds pass. Another countdown, another scene of bloody rain and wind. In the final seconds, Han orders a change of position and the flames flare up again. Han keeps moving forward, using the flames as a shield. This is how we will reach the river. Outside the fire circle, the army of Goblin is still waiting for Han's group. In the dark night, rain falls all around. The Lord of Goblin stands on a cliff in a red cloak, beside a fluttering red flag. His face is fierce with deadly intent, 2 sharp fangs gleaming in the night. He draws his dragon sword, raising it high into the sky, shouting the tribe's cry as if he intends to level the entire city. Ivanka is still diligently chanting spells here. A fire erupts, burning a group of goblin in front. Han quickly seizes the opportunity and orders his team to attack. A demon flickers behind the flames, suddenly lunging with a spear at Han. He narrowly dodges and then stabs the monster in the throat. Han suddenly realized that their attack pattern had changed. Are they still charging forward despite the fire spells just now? Sure enough, the goblins kept charging forward with flames blazing. Han leapt up and cut down several to clear the front line. He looked through the flames and saw the Alpha howling orders from the cliff. It must have known that Ivanka's spell has a delay, so it controlled the monsters to attack regardless. We can't let this situation continue. It's clear it knows our plan. Damn it, you don't have to be that smart. Although Aaron and Jenna still seem fine, if this continues, they won't last. There's not much oxygen left and everyone is surrounded by fire. Fire resistance only increases heat tolerance. It doesn't make you completely fireproof. So Han started shouting even louder. Everyone gather here. I'm only saying this once, so listen carefully. We can't lose. Now there's only one chance left. Aeon is worried. The only chance? What are you talking about, Ha stares intently at the mastermind. I'm talking about the chance to tear that monster apart. At this moment, the monster also looks at Yonka, secretly realizing she is the main character that needs to be protected by the group. It then ordered a top to attack, hesitating outside the flames for a moment before charging through regardless of the fire. Han immediately appears, kicking the monster away. Another one rushes in, but is quickly taken care of by Jenna. Han rushed over and asked Ivanka, have you finished the spell? Burn it down. Ivanka obeys the incantation, and the flames burst forth fiercely, sweeping toward the goblins, who are somewhat intimidated by the fire. Han shields his face from the heat, using a move that seems not strong enough, but it's not over yet. Damn it! Yonka unleashes the second move, burning fire, shocking the demon lord. It's like a series of bombs exploding instantly. Aaron raises his shield to protect Jenna, the archer, who aims precisely at the main boss. At this moment, Ivanka, exhausted and fainting, falls backward. Ha quickly catches her. Yonka is confused. I know what she's thinking. I say don't say anything. No matter how strong the magic is, it can't wipe them all out. If we keep being surrounded and don't have time to recover, the whole team will be wiped out. However, we are not the target of the goblins, but the fortress. We are just obstacles in their way. They will risk everything for this fortress, or to remove the obstacle. Without their leader, what will they do next? Without making the others wait, the group quickly shifts their attack directly toward the fortress. Han is stunned. They chose the fortress? Everyone ran desperately to the riverbank and stood there panting. Han said, "We're safe now." Aaron crouched down. It's so far away that they're rushing toward the fortress, so they probably don't care about us. King Waiwangka collapsed on the ground and said, "Come on, can't you put me down more gently?" Jenna, catching her breath, added, "I thought I was going to die." Han speculated that everyone might have survived because their leader had died. If he were still alive, the plan would definitely fail and he would kill them all. Han applies medicine to her burn and says, "Let's rest for a bit and use magic water to heal. Apply the ointment to her burn and take a sip. Everyone only has one bottle, so don't use it all up." Too bad Han observed the situation, looked at the crane. Than tree in the north was still surrounded. The outermost Than tree was still holding firm. The edit team could still fight back. This is only the beginning. On the other side, a group of goblins is gradually approaching. Han smirks to himself. They don't give us a moment's rest. On the other side of the riverbank are 19 level 9 goblins, Han orders. Everyone prepare for battle. Suddenly, a silent but twice as large foot as the ordinary soldiers approaches. Aeon trembles. Han? That's Han smirking. Yes, this time they brought along a really big buddy. This time, the goblins are teaming up with orc demons. They come with a level 23 attachment as big as a beggar's kid. Everyone looked at the approaching giants and Han slowly drew his sword. I'll handle this. Ivanka creates a firewall to stop them, while Aeon protects Ivanka. Ivanka worries. I can hold back the goblins, but what about that monster? My firewall won't hold up against it. The monsters charge forward as Han shouts loudly. Stop talking and get started. I will deal with that pig. The ORC attacks Han first, swinging a heavy hammer down fiercely at him. He quickly lunged forward, thinking to himself that just one hit from it would be the end. Wow. Han tries to dodge the orc's powerful attacks, but with such immense strength, a shield wouldn't help. I guess I just have to attack gradually, even if it takes more time. Ivanka casts a ring of fire around the ORC. Han and Jenna jump in together to attack. Han swings his sword to cut the monster's leg. Jenna on the other side also fires 3 arrows into the monster's back. The orc collapses in pain. Jenna cheers. Oh, it works. Because it's bigger, it's easier to aim at than the goblins. It can't dodge, so if it keeps attacking like this. The girl was mid-sentence when the ORC suddenly stood up, causing the arrows on its body to fall off. Jenna looked surprised and said, "Never mind, goblins are much easier to handle." The two of them charged back into battle with the orc. Han dodged while reminding her, it doesn't need to dodge because there's no need to avoid. If it doesn't hit the critical point, it won't take any damage, so there's no need to waste arrows. Jenna is worried. Does it have a critical point? Outside the circle, an orc charges fiercely. Why are you getting more confused, Han? Just answer me or it's too late. There's another one over there. Han is panicking and running away. Damn it, Aeon is busy dealing with the goblins. If there's one more, we won't be able to handle it. If this keeps up, we'll be at a disadvantage. Then I have to take a risk. With that in mind, Han charged at the ORC, using his shield to push it staggering backwards. He tries to forget the pain, runs into the middle to confront it, and slashes a sharp strike upward. The orc screams in agony, howling deafeningly. Han smirks. This one is a male, but not anymore. This critical point lives up to its name. The angry orc starts smashing the surrounding rocks and dirt. Han kicks the beast, then leaps up and drives his sword into its neck. He quickly jumped up, thinking to himself, "Too shallow, not the right spot to cut, but it doesn't matter." Then he jumped up and slammed his shield down on the sword, forcing it deep into the monster's vital point. Ha jumps down, pulls the sword out forcefully, blood splattering everywhere. The orc collapses to the ground. Han sneers, glaring intently at the orcs in front of him. "Next one!" Aaron shouted to announce. "Han, it's coming this way." Han is startled. "Is it aiming at Ivanka?" Jenna, shoot an arrow to distract it. Jenna shot an arrow past the orc's face, but it didn't care and kept charging toward Ivanka, nearly kicking Aeon away. Everyone froze, watching the orc prepare to crush Ivanka. "No, it's too late," Han shouts to Ivanka. Suddenly, Ivanka was pushed away by the orc, and everyone stared in confusion as the orc charged fiercely in one direction. What's going on? It seems Han suddenly remembered that on the 7th floor there was a dam that had collapsed, with debris scattered on the ground. The goblin had no weapons but possessed the destructive power to demolish walls and buildings, which Han had already realized. He shouted, "Damn it! It's not targeting Ivanka, it's aiming at the dam!" Han shouted. Jenna immediately jumped onto the monster and stabbed its right shoulder with a dagger. Han also didn't hesitate and shot up quickly. "Do you think I would let you do that, you ugly monster? You will bury yourself right here." And with a single slash to its back, it spewed blood and collapsed face first into the river. Seeing the muddy river stained with blood, Han breathes a sigh of relief, almost lost. But just as he hadn't finished thinking, a huge hand shot up from the river and the orc leapt out, smashing the dam in an instant, leaving Han and the others no time to change clothes. The dam shattered into pieces. Han shouted, "Han, kill the remaining goblins, what should we do now?" Han silently watched the struggling ORC in the water. "We have failed. If the information and predictions I have are correct, the enemy's fortification will have reinforcements hiding in the forest. But now the dam has collapsed, so they can't cross the river. If things continue like this, the 10 people from Team 1 and 2, along with the 360 soldiers guarding the city, will have to face more than 3,000 goblins." So Han was lost in thought and suddenly startled when he realized his teammates were calling his name repeatedly. Han clenched his sword, turned around and said, "Let's go back. We need to find another plan." But even Han himself was confused. And is there really another way? Suddenly, Ivanka stepped forward. "Wait here." Han didn't understand what was happening, only saw her raise her hand, recite a spell, and a purple light shone from the bracelet on her wrist. Drasutius, a purple stream snakes underground, then rises to lift a huge boulder into the air. Han stared in amazement at the scene before him as a large stone floated in midair. Ivanka exerted her strength to send the stone flying toward the dam. The stone fell, perfectly filling the broken part of the dam, successfully connecting the two sides, leaving Han stunned. Miss Ivanka smiled smugly and flicked her hair. "Moving objects is one of the most basic spells, so why wouldn't I know it?" Ha freaked out. "Mom, I'm freezing. If you can do this, you should tell everyone." "I thought we were doomed." Yanka was startled. "Are you yelling at me? Did you say that loudly?" "Wait. Why are you angry when if it weren't for me, the mission would have failed?" Ha suddenly pinched Ivanka's cheek. "Who told you to hide this ability? I clearly told you to tell me all the spells you know, but she's upset. This spell is so simple. There's no need to tell you about it." Han regained his composure and glanced at her. "Whatever happens, it's thanks to you that we still have our lives," Han thought to herself. In the end, if it weren't for Ivanka, this campaign would have failed already. The only thing left
While thinking about the next move, Jenna suddenly shouted, "Zap! The goblins are coming back!" The goblins charged too quickly, once again putting the Han group on the defensive. Damn it, did they summon the whole pack here? The bloodthirsty goblins gather and attack again. The Han team rushes into the chaos, fighting and dodging wildly. Han is worried. After a while, there's still no sign of the army of the court, and he's growing more anxious. What if I just chanted? What if there was no reinforcement army from the start? Han keeps fighting and commanding his team at the same time. Yonka, damn it, finish that remaining potion and use a second-level spell. A goblin suddenly jumps out from the crowd and ambushes Ivanka, who is focused on casting a spell. The Han team is too busy fighting a goblin to intervene. Ivanka suddenly shouted, startling Han, who turned around just in time to see the sharp claw of the goblin about to reach Yonka. Then a figure rushed in, splitting the goblin in two. The figure riding a horse sped past everyone and stopped in front of Han, glaring at him. He wore a helmet armor resembling a lion's head, and both his horse and weapons gleamed brightly in the rain. The goblin crowd hesitated for about 2 seconds before rushing forward again. The stranger raises his sword to the sky and shouts, "Elite cavalry! Show your strength! All charge forward!" A herd of horses rushes from behind, and Han turns around. Cavalry? From the darkness, an elite army appears with unstoppable momentum, riding across the bridge. This is an allied NPC cavalry unit participating in the battle. Han turns back to remind his 2 teammates who are staring at the army. Ayan, Jenna, don't stand there. Gather around Yonka. The cavalry charge forward, striking down the enemy like a revengeful blow. The cavalry force has about 500 men. Although they are still outnumbered, they are much stronger than the defending soldiers. Aaron happily reports to the boss that they are retreating. Jenna is excited. Wow, that's amazing. It seems we don't need to lift a finger anymore. Can we just stand here and watch now? Han asked everyone with a frown. I wish we could do that too. Do any of you know how to ride a horse? Riding a horse, of course. Do you know, boss? Han casually said. I can learn it now. Usually masters cannot directly participate in battles, but they can influence them. For example, Han requested the system to unlock the beginner riding skill book. This skill costs 500 game coins to buy. Once purchased, the hero will immediately learn it. Han didn't hesitate and pressed the IS button to confirm. Horse riding is one of the skill books sold in the combat shop. Although he couldn't learn skills for direct combat, he could acquire supplementary skills to assist in battle. The system notified that Han had awakened the riding skill. He skillfully mounted the horse, carrying Ivanka, while the other horse was shared by Jenna and Aaron. Jenna looked at the officer riding the horse with wide eyes in surprise. You said you didn't know. Han remains calm. Now I understand. All right, we've closed the gap in our strength. Now it's time to launch the counterattack on those crazed fools. Han rides his horse alongside the soldiers, quietly calculating. Until the city gate falls, the eastern troops are not yet a major threat. Right now, we need to watch out for the enemy equipped with siege weapons from the north. The cavalry unit heading north shares the same idea. If we follow them, we might succeed. But wait, this can't be that easy. No way this damn game ends like that. Han challenged his teammates to split up, saying we would leave the battlefield. Aaron was confused. What? Aren't we supposed to protect the northern gate? Thousands of horses are being cut down. Do you think this will end easily? Move out of their archery range and head towards the northern forest. Jenna obeys clearly. The dark clouds have partially cleared. Han looks up at the sky. The rain has completely stopped. Perfect timing. They rush into the forest following Han's orders, and he observes the situation ahead carefully. The goblin archers are preparing an ambush from within the forest. If we use Ivanka's magic to block their path, we might be able to prevent the attack. Do you see? There are currently 211 goblin cavalry in the forest and 23 aggressive orcs approaching outside the wall. Han said to Aeon, if these goblin riders on wolves join the main force from here, it will cause a big problem. Our cavalry unit won't be able to effectively stop them without support. Ivanka, do you still have some magic left? Yonka replied, I can do it, but the magic won't be too powerful. Ha reminds us, focus on that area instead of strength. From now on, we will go through the northern forest. Use your power to burn down the entire forest. Inside the city, the edit team is struggling to fight the monsters. They climb up slowly from the ladder and then ascend the wall. Da grits her teeth and swings her sword at the head of a goblin standing on the ladder. The demon falls but clings tightly to your shirt, trying to die together. You panic and scream, I can't save myself. From behind, Edit rushed forward and cut off the monster's arm, freeing both of them. You turn to stammer, thank you, Captain. She orders to focus on fighting. Suddenly, she heard the thunder of hooves and glanced in that direction. The cavalry captain challenged her. All troops prepare. Show them the blazing power of the armored cavalry. The army charges at the goblin horde with unstoppable momentum, fighting relentlessly. I'm glad Han's reinforcements arrived successfully, but for now we still have to deal with the Geoplin clinging to this city wall like lizards. Keep fighting, everyone. Victory is within our reach. On Han's side, Ivanka finished chanting and the flames erupted, burning the entire forest. The Han soldiers watched as the Geoplin writhed in the fire, and he silently calculated that if she used more magic, she would run out of mana. So Ivanka's role probably ends here. If we go on like this, we'll burn down the entire forest, but that's not a problem. Actually, that's for the best. The forest is an ideal place for the goblin to reproduce, and burning it all down will also help eliminate them. The city's guard line begins there, with about 100 surviving warriors fighting on the northern wall. The city's defenders suffered heavy losses before the cavalry arrived to help, with half of the cavalry killed in the ambush by the goblins and in the subsequent battle against the remnants of the goblin cavalry. If we hadn't burned down the entire forest, the whole cavalry unit might have been wiped out. Aside from that, the cavalry really is formidable. Despite being in an extremely unfavorable situation in terms of numbers, their skills were enough to overcome the disparity in strength. And so, the hero's mission was complete. With the victory belonging to the cavalry and humans, the team stood on the city wall hugging and dancing. We're alive. Edit saw a familiar figure below the city wall and smiled brightly, waving. Han. Han's group also smiled with relief. We suffered no losses and received no messages indicating anyone returned to the goddess's embrace. Jenna also smiled brightly. No one has to die. We're different now from when we were on the 5th floor. Han also thought to himself, yes, we are no longer who we were in the past. Let's move forward. At this moment, Jenna wondered why we haven't gone back yet. Isn't the mission already over? Hearing this, Han froze and quickly looked behind. He recalls a series of recent events. Yeah, we've taken care of all the monsters, but the quest completion notification still hasn't appeared. Why hasn't it appeared yet? There's nothing left to do. Suddenly, a bright red notification appeared, loading and restoring. The surrounding space turned black and white. Everyone froze. The silence was deafening, and the red notification continued to show a serious error occurred. You have been disconnected. Please wait. Han was confused. Everything suddenly stopped. Suddenly, a voice from the void spoke behind him. Han was startled and turned around to see a shadowy figure with glowing red eyes staring at him, its level displayed as 999. He gritted his teeth, knowing it was the demon face that turned him into a game back then. Recalling Han's memories with a team of carefully selected 6-star members, we were the South Koreans who had surpassed level 88. Using heroes no one ever thought of, I have reached the top 5 globally. This is a game entirely based on gacha elements, skills, and combat. Heroes will fight their own battles on their own. I can give some simple commands, but the heroes will carefully consider which skills to use for reasons that are not entirely clear. There are things that can't be done during battle. But if this were really just a game based on star levels and luck, I wouldn't have been able to reach my current position. The biggest factor that drew me into this game was that you could beat luck with skill. But it all comes down to that damn level 999 Demon Lord. Even for 7-star heroes, the maximum level is only 99. That doesn't make any sense at all. Han gritted his teeth and cursed at the devil face who dared to trap him here when suddenly he noticed a hooded figure standing next to it. His name is Dark Priest, level 15. That guy looked at me with red eyes and a mocking smile. I'll be waiting for you. After he finished speaking, he turned and walked away. As he left, the figure of the level 999 demon also disappeared into the sea of flames. The system just announced, recovery successful, connecting to the server. We apologize for any inconvenience. Han is still in shock from the appearance of the stranger. Jenna wonders why. What's wrong? Your reaction? Han shouted loudly. Jenna quickly mounted her horse and rushed into the castle. Jenna flinched at the loudness of Han's urgent voice. Don't hesitate anymore. Hurry up. And then he said. Han urged his horse to run like crazy toward the castle. Aeon hurriedly chased after him. Big brother, what's going on? Hang grits his teeth. This isn't over yet. The Dark Mage, a monster that was not reported in the lower levels. Its abilities. As Han was just thinking, some nearby corpses suddenly moved. One corpse rose up, its body transforming into a terrifying monster. The soldier shouted in panic and terror as the corpses of goblins and other soldiers around him slowly rose to their feet. Aaron stared in horror as the monster swallowed the soldier whole. What is that? Han immediately reminds you to ignore everything that happens and to run straight back to our starting point. The system reports unclear information about the zombies. There are currently 2,436 of them. Han gritted his teeth and said, reanimated corpses, in some special cases, can turn dead bodies into zombies, which will keep attacking until their heads are destroyed.
Such monsters appearing in the lower levels is impossible. On the wall, Edit hurriedly ordered, "Someone go out and open the gate." The gate was opened again in a ghostly manner, causing the soldiers inside the city to panic greatly. "What? The gate is opening! Close it quickly!" Jenna and Aaron hurriedly galloped past, but suddenly felt something was off. She stopped her horse, turned back, and looked at Han standing still outside the city gate. Han handed Ivanka to Jenna and ordered, "I'll ask you to watch over Ivanka. Gather her with Edit inside the castle, and protect the goddess statue. You can hold out if you lock the gate. Keep it like that until I return." And then he grabbed the reins and turned to face the monsters. Jenna screams, "What are you doing?" Aaron was also stunned. "He couldn't do that, big brother."
"How can you survive against monsters like that?" Han shouted loudly. "Aeon, stay alert. You will come back alive to me or become food for those writhing creatures."
Aaron gazed into the scene ahead, gritting his teeth. "I will come back with you, big brother." Jenna looked worriedly at the team leader. "You will survive and return, right? Is that even a question?" "Yonka told me to say don't die. You have to be the same." The door has completely closed. Han sighs deeply, a blue light flickering in his eyes. He looks at the approaching zombies, drawing his sword from his back, ready to fight. Han thought to himself, they look disgusting, but they are nothing if they act alone. The zombies sped up and charged straight at Han. He also didn't hold back, spurring his horse forward and starting a bloody battle, fighting while analyzing the situation. It would be the end for him if he faced them all at once. The only plan now is to think of a way to counter it, when a deafening bang suddenly interrupts Han's thoughts. He turns around and sees the monster he just cut down coming back to life, holding a huge hammer and repeatedly smashing the city gate. Han is stunned. "Oh my God, did that guy just come back to life? If this keeps up, the gate won't hold much longer." The zombie wolves are now chasing Han fiercely, but Han is not alone. Jaina stands on the city wall, shooting accurately to take down 2 wolves, and Han smiles with satisfaction. That little girl is indeed here. The soldiers inside the city, seeing the gates shattered repeatedly, trembled like leaves and stood frozen in place. In just a moment, the gate was violently smashed open, and the soldiers screamed at the top of their lungs as monstrous, bizarre creatures charged into the city. They trampled over each other and fled in chaos. Han clenched his teeth. "Is the gate already broken down?" You look ahead, secretly thinking you'll have to deal with the one who cast the spell. That guy disappeared into the smoke of the burning forest. "I'm coming for you, you dirty bastard." If that's what happened, I'll skewer you like a piece of meat. The movement of these zombies is based on 2 principles. First, to destroy the idol. Second, their craving for living beings. Their fighting skills and physical abilities are even worse than when they were alive. But their craving to eat flesh increases abnormally. It would be even more troublesome if we let them live, because they will become stronger and attract more corpses nearby. A completely random object created solely to fight against attackers. Han fights and kills while secretly wishing, "It would be good if my body could split in 2 like this in times like these." Looking back, Edith's leadership skills are even more trusted than his own. Even in a situation like this, she still demonstrates impressive combat skills. Our top priority is to protect the statue. If the outer walls are breached, they must immediately defend from the inner walls and protect themselves within the city gate. If Jenna and Aaron use the experience gained from the 5th floor, they will be able to hold out longer. The crowd of people clutching their belongings ran in chaos, screaming like it was the end of the world. Hey, what the hell is that?" They rush toward the inner wall, which is tightly closed, begging us to let them in. I know there are still rooms behind the inner wall.
"We have nowhere else to run. Please, save us."
Han has already entered the burning forest outside. How long they can hold out doesn't matter. What matters is whether he can quickly defeat the Dark Mage. He covered his nose and looked around. The system notification said Han had awakened the fire resistance skill.
Level 2. He drew his sword and advanced deeper into the forest. Some monsters charged out from the flames, but for Han, they were no match. He swiftly dealt with them with a single sword slash, but the continuous fighting had worn him out.
He tilts his head back and drinks a vial of restorative potion. After drinking, Han surveys the space before him. "This is the edge of the map. I know you're there." At this moment, Makin, Suron, and the others are in a state of panic, causing their stats to drop. A few more minutes, and Makin will have sacrificed himself. Edit is already injured, Dick is panicking, and Han remains standing still. At that moment, a black flame arrow shot through the fire. Han quickly raised his shield to block it, but the dark bow is not an ordinary bow. It pierces through shields and strikes Han. He braces himself and observes from a distance, silently assessing. The combat ability of dark cultivators is very low, but they are the type of monsters that usually appear in the middle floors. Their strength varies greatly on lower floors. For example, now the black arrows are coming at him all at once. Han grit his teeth, dodging and slashing repeatedly. Although he avoided many, the density of the arrows still hit him. He looked at the shirt and sighed in relief. I might have died if I didn't have the bulletproof vest. Right now, the system warns that Han is bleeding. So he will tire more easily. Han silently thought, it's over now. The situation is so tense. Every time I breathe in, bones and smoke mix into my lungs. I don't have much time left before consciousness fades and my team gets wiped out. Suddenly, a voice rings out behind Han. I want to talk to you. Just talk. What do you want to say? You're different from us, the masked man said. But Han, turning, threw his sword toward the voice. Without wasting a second, Han quickly pulls out the dagger. The system notifies that Han is entering a berserk state. He seemed to lose his mind as he charged forward, ignoring the dark arrows piercing his body. His whole body was riddled with holes, but he didn't care, rushing straight at the dark monk and stabbing him repeatedly, causing him to collapse before he could even cry out. After killing the villain, Han coughed up blood. Exhausted, he staggered to sit against a tree, blood-stained and gasping for breath. Have you finished clearing the floor yet? Is it not over yet? Then this is the end. Han's vision gradually blurred. I don't know anything anymore. I'm sure I'll die before the statue is broken. The system announced that Sauron has also fallen. Han cursed. Damn it, what kind of death is this? I was dragged to an unknown place and about to die, and I've had to endure this all along. Everyone in the city is fighting with their lives. At this moment, the statue of the god suddenly shone with a golden light, then turned blue, and everyone was transported back to the waiting room. The team has cleared the stage. The reward is 70,000 gold and a low-level fire attribute stone. Among the heroes, one is about to level up, ready to combine materials into an upgrade stone and recover lost memories. The dungeon exploration has been unlocked. Collect adventure stones and other rare materials. The system displays a message. Master, congratulations on completing floor 10. The name of the lounge will be changed to Tanya. Han is helped into the bedroom by his teammates. I don't know how much time has passed. Han gradually regained consciousness and looked around at the familiar space before him. I'm still alive, he thought. Live? Why do you look so sad? Aaron turned back and saw Han and quickly said, Boss, you're awake. Everyone was very worried. Ignore it. There's nothing to worry about. What are you thinking that makes you look like this? Aaron relaxed. I was thinking about the reason why we are fighting. Han took his water and sat down. What's the reason for fighting? Aaron's face darkened as he slowly recounted that after he left the gate, the corpses had flooded into the city. And Han listened and thought to himself that all the NPCs must have died up there, so he probably has to endure more stress. Aaron finished speaking and pulled out a chair, saying, I'll take my leave. Are you planning to go tomorrow looking like that again? Aaron chuckled softly. I'll be back to myself by then. Han bowed his head in thought, and that evening a lavish feast was laid out before everyone, with sweets, meats, eggs, and sausages all included. What is this? Why are we having such a lavish breakfast? Chloe smiled. Lord Han asked sharply if I had prepared the most lavish meal possible with the ingredients we had. Why wouldn't I like it? Gina sat down beside him, smiling brightly. Of course I like it. Only with good food can I follow the right path. Thank goodness Jenna is still okay, and Aaron is back to normal. Yonka is also fine. He glanced at the new recruit on duty. This one will take some time to fully recover after CET. The next morning, the system announced that the master had logged into the game and needed to upgrade a hero today. The hero that can be upgraded today is Han to upgrade a hero. Besides the synthesis room, the master needs auxiliary facilities for the upgrade rooms. The master chose the support facilities of the synthesis and upgrade rooms and began construction. A few seconds later, the system announced that the upgrade room was complete. The upgrade materials include low-level fire attribute stones, low-level water attribute stones, and low-level wind attribute stones. The synthesis process is complete. Congratulations on the upgrade. With this, they've already escaped the 1-star level. Let's move up to 7 stars and conquer the tower. Ha looked at the gem and sighed. I wonder if I can ever reach 7 stars. Yu snorted confidently and said, GACHA, besides Loki, who else could have reached 7 stars? Han thought to himself, if that's the case, then Ceres has already reached 7 stars. He remembered trying everything he could before, but had never received a 7-star hero. He must meet some special condition. At this moment, the system notifies the master that the upgrade process will begin. The upgrade room door opens. Han slowly walks up the stairs. Once I enter here, I will be upgraded to a 2-star hero. So, this is the door leading to the 2nd floor. Han steps up to the next level. This is the upgrade area, one of the places the master cannot see. After placing the hero and materials inside the upgrade room, the hero will appear after being promoted to the next star level. Master couldn't know what happened during that time. Han placed the gem onto the stone pedestal. The moment the gem touched the stone pedestal, it shone brightly and gradually transformed into a towering beam of light that filled the entire room, forcing Han to close his eyes against the blinding glow. When Han opened his eyes again, he seemed to be standing in a room with a woman holding a child in front of him, continuously saying, "My child, be good, be good." Han cautiously pulled out his mirror, his eyes tense. "Who are you?" But he reached out to touch an invisible wall, unable to even get close to her. He silently thought about that child. "Clearly, I have no one to call family. That child is not me. That is Han Islat. The child was supposed to come here, not me." Han turned and stepped out the wooden door behind him, thinking he didn't understand what was going on and that wasting time here was pointless. In front of him is the space of the square. Outdoors, it's gloomy. Han is surprised. A waiting room? Turns out there's more than just a constructed facility, and it doesn't quite look like Wadarv's waiting room. The door suddenly opens and a small figure flies out. Is that so? Take a closer look. Seeing that this character is smaller than Iso and that the spirit keeps gesturing wildly, he asks, "Why are you telling me to go into the crack? Time?" Han approached and saw the door with the words, "Prove your ability." The dungeon upgrades to a very hard difficulty. Before Han could regain his composure, the dungeon door suddenly opened. The 3 warning words suddenly appeared again, a red light enveloping Han. He was stunned. What kind of pressure is this? Suddenly thrown into a passive state, Han becomes panicked and all stats drop by 30%. He bites his lip and activates his frenzy mode, and somehow he manages to escape the panic state. Han drove his sword into the ground, panting. Suddenly, the level 999 villain appeared and calmly said, "We finally meet." Why the hell is that bastard here again? Yes, we finally meet. He thought to himself, damn it, there's no chance anymore. This is the one who wiped out the Diora M level 5 and 6 star guilds in less than 10 seconds. The demon continued, "Why don't you rush at me? You must be really angry, huh?" Han is furious. "Just say some meaningless words and send me back." The demon laughs. "Ha ha, very good. If you hadn't held yourself back like that, you would have died a long time ago." Han suddenly felt an intense headache. Are all hero upgrades like that? The demon approached Han. "You know it's not like that. You are a special existence. This place is a gift for you." The black streaks on the demon gradually fade away, revealing the figure of a girl with flowing long hair. "My stage is set for the glorious rise of Pygmy Cup. This is for that person." Han stared blankly. "What are you supposed to be?" Han, clutching her head, watched as the new creature transformed before her eyes. For some reason, she looked very much like Yo. Yo might look like that when she grows up. The monster in human form approaches Han with a smile, saying, "I don't know how to introduce myself." Han glared and said, "What kind of useless introduction is that? I know you're just a damn bastard." Yo burst into a big smile. "It's just a trick. Do you think I look a lot like Yo? It's not that I resemble it, but that it looks very much like me. It's just a copy of me." She pulls out a card, and if you count carefully, it's worth 479 million. Isn't it just like the total downloads of the game? She throws the card towards Han, who catches it and sees it's a business card. Is she the president of Mobius Cop? Han clenched the business card, frowning. "Are you messing with me?" She still remains very calm. "It doesn't seem like we only have 1 or 2 names, each of them used depending on the situation." Han angrily throws the cigarette pack to the ground and stomps on it. She smirks when she sees this. "That's a bit rude." Han is really annoyed with her. You look at her coldly. "Did you bring me here as well, or is that just a coincidence?" Yu laughed again. "Don't be so angry at me. I never expected you to be summoned into this game either. It was an unexpected accident. Just an unforeseen event." "Han, are you pointing a sword at me? I don't care what your situation is. Hurry up and take me back if you don't want to die." He sneered. "You dare threaten to kill me with just 1 star? Are you dreaming too much?" Han gritted his teeth. "It will change over time?" Yo narrowed her eyes, her red gaze emanating intense killing intent. "If so, killing you here might be the answer." From the dark pool beneath her feet, a sharp black arrow shot out again. Han didn't bother to dodge, letting the arrow pierce straight into his heart. He just stood there angrily watching the villain. She smiled playfully and snapped her fingers once. "You didn't even blink when you chose the spear to pierce your heart. That's brave of you." Han sheaths his sword, calming his previous murderous intent. "What does she want?" he asked, because he knew she basically had many chances to eliminate him in the game. But she called him here, which means she might have other intentions. Yu stood up, and the chair vanished into nothingness. "It's nothing much, I just want to have a talk with you." The unbeatable player. "Loki,
Ranked 5th in the world, I am a fan of yours. You have no idea how many of your games have impressed me every time I watch. NFL is also the company's top priority for observation. How could we not be interested in someone like you? I am here to tell you a truth about this world. Loki, what do you think about the story of this Leo Tower game? Without waiting for Han to answer, Yo continued, explaining that this is one of the elements that players don't really care about in the game. They always focus more on the content and gameplay. Like me, honestly, the story in this game is quite outdated, and there's not much to learn about this world. After just a little evolution of the hero, most masters don't even realize a world exists. Yo snapped her fingers again, and the scene behind her suddenly changed. She smirked and asked, "Do you know where this place is?" Han crossed his arms and frowned. "I don't really care that much." I turned back and said, "Sorry, I went off topic a bit. This is on the Tonia continent in the Him Peninsula, Neoksha City. Although it's the city we found on the 10th floor, you can see it has been completely destroyed, and the scene gradually changes according to Yo's description, especially with all the wreckage. This is Sia, Kyora, Bionia, Madian, Acadia, Linia, Hanzi, Arantia, Snia, and even Bia. This is the current situation of all the regions belonging to Tonia. Do you think Niem is different? All the continents connected to Mobius have become like this. Over hundreds of millions of worlds are facing destruction at the same time. This is a book whose ending has already been decided. A sad ending. Everything will come to an end. The characters in the book all hope for a different ending. All they have to do is simple. They need to pull someone from outside the book into it. They need to repair and rewrite the book, even if the setup and the chances of ending in chaos. Even if space and time collapse and shatter, a higher dimensional entity can change only through observation. That is why this game was created. Master Loki Han was about to say something, but then smirked. I wonder what grand story she's about to share with me. So what is the reason you told me all this? Io extended his hand. I want to cooperate. Han doesn't understand. Cooperation? Save the world with me. Before she could finish her sentence, a dagger was thrust straight into her head, causing Yo's close companion to jump in shock. Han coldly said, "I was just wondering what you were about to say, but you keep rambling on about nonsense." The image of Iz gradually becomes blurry. Think about this, Loki. Do you agree? Or should I refuse? He said through clenched teeth. Stop talking nonsense. You bastard, after dragging me into this world and making me endure everything, now you want to cooperate? What game is she playing? Thinking of that, I say, I won't cooperate with you. If you're planning to kill me, just try it. At least I can smash your head once. Yo smiled eerily. You're too rude. It hurts me deeply. Yo stepped closer to Han, the knife on her head falling to the ground. Han stared at Yo. I've deceived everyone I could, but I can't kill that bastard. Right now, I only have 1 star with a few levels. I can't. If I want to try to kill her, I have to become stronger. Han tries to negotiate again. I don't want to talk much with you. Just let me go back. Yo tilted her face and replied, You hurt me? I used a lot of interventions to bring you here. Loki, I value you more than the other players in this game. Even if someone places a skilled ranker before you, they would only be like a flicker of fire compared to the power of the moon. Do you know why? Because you set a unique kill streak that no other player has ever seen a notification for. Master, trust in your bond with the heroes. Y continued, I know you know where this phrase often appears. Ha looked at it and replied that it was a notification that appeared after removing the guidance. He smiled. You are the only one who understands the meaning of this word. Among 100 million masters, you are the only one. The scene suddenly changed again, the space burning with flames. Y asked, Do you know where this is? Loki? This is the challenge on the 80th floor of NFL where you became a master 6 months ago. Among hundreds of millions of players, only you and 4 others can reach this terrible and difficult challenge. That's why 6th-ranked Ha looked around, recalling how this level brought him an incredible sense of surprise. Floor 80. Han put away her sword again. Why are you showing me this? Yo sat down comfortably as if at home and made another chair for Han. It's simple. Let's watch this scene unfold. Sit down, you'll be comfortable with it. Yo is really enjoying the view in front of her. What do you think? Seeing it with your own eyes, not through a screen, is truly magnificent, isn't it? Luoki Han sat down and recalled the feeling of first reaching level 80. This level is the first conquest stage where everything is kept secret from the players. Big Me has random challenges and difficulty levels based on NGG. But after reaching level 80, all the AIS fail miserably. Among them, the 80th floor is also known as the Wall of Tears. I am the same, right? I've been through that too, Han guessed. I now know how to get past this obstacle. What do you mean? Are you going to show me the video of me reaching the 80th floor?
Yo tilted her head and smiled mysteriously. Nothing, you'll see if you keep watching, right? Here, little one. She smiles and hands him a glass of lemon water. Ha takes back his guess, confident that after reaching level 79, he can immediately pass level 80. And apart from the main team, I suffered a humiliating defeat, and most of my strength was destroyed. That hell is the only thing I can use to describe it. A harsh environment where no life can thrive. That's what level 80 is like. The monsters on this floor are named after the shards. Shard of Chaos level 113, quantity 2755. Fragments of Despair level 108, quantity 3164. Fragments of Envy level 121, quantity 2348. Han exclaims, "Those are shards, things that make levels above 80 feel like hell." ISO is satisfied. That's right, you know a lot. So, do you know this one? The difficulty of Pigmup might be based on that account, and the summon rate is also extremely different. Loki, is that why you've never pulled a 5-star hero? You think it's just luck? The reason you can't get a high-level hero isn't bad luck. It's simply that there are no more heroes left in NFL HAM. Similar to the difficulty, Sin IFLH is one of the few accounts rated S within the company. It's the worst of all, and that remains a mystery. How did you manage to reach level 88? Han didn't answer, only bowed his head and drank water. Suddenly, a flash of light flickered in the illusion ahead, and Han startledly stood up, knocking his glass of water onto the ground. 5 shadowy figures emerged from the beam of light. The strongest warriors in Ni, from 5th to 1st rank, are all here. The monsters stare fiercely at the 5 people in front and charge forward to attack. Suddenly, everything froze, and the system displayed a notification. The strategic room effect has been applied. The max level base is gathering the map of the dungeon displayed on the strategy screen. You can guide the heroes by tapping and dragging. Suddenly, a series of yellow guiding arrows appeared, constantly jumping across the terrain, directing the heroes to the rally point, attack point, and defense point. Iso smiles and exclaims, "The tactics and plans you created on level 88 are quite interesting. Gather as many auxiliary items as possible and attack the enemy. The plan is complex, but the goal is simple. Look directly and see how they act and what you mean to them. That is why you are unique." Master Lokai, the 5 heroes are now standing in front of the glowing strategy orb. What is his order? Unet replied. As always, perfect. No need to add anything else. Ceres stood solemnly. Failure is not an option. Unet agreed, obviously for us as well as for him, as we have shown. The system announces that the time freeze will end in 10 seconds, and the battle will resume soon. Get ready. The 5 of them then began to unleash their power. I am Nihaku GF, the Bow King, and Muden Nidelk, the King of Spears. I am Sword King Redigion. I am Eye King Unicit. I am Fire King Cirrus Agen. At the same time, the countdown system ends. The monsters rush towards the 5 people. Cirrus swings his sword and strikes fiercely, immediately engulfing the fierce monsters in flames. Yu is very pleased. Ha ha ha, impressive. They really promised to be loyal to you. They are all 6-star, so they can be considered the strongest on the server. Except for 7-star, no one can compare to them. I assure you, you have helped the people here. Han paid no attention to the compliment and simply asked coldly, "So what?" Yu calmly takes a sip of water and continues speaking. Ha ha, actually what matters is not their abilities, but what they think of their master. As tower climbers who keep growing, they will start to realize the truth and soon fall into despair. When they realize someone sees them as toys or pets, can they still remain loyal to their master? Yo glances at Ha, as if you're different. You truly are the only one managing their waiting room. Loki, you are the king of Nihem. Even now the heroes of Nilem are frantically searching for you, even though they know you have fallen here. Just think about it. What kind of hero can wander around for days, scaring people everywhere just because their master has disappeared? Are the heroes in the waiting room doing the same? The little Y standing beside also shakes his head in agreement. Your way of playing is quite unique and fierce. Although I didn't expect it, who would have thought a master would appear? The one who doesn't use the synthesis room, right? Han glanced at Iso, thinking that normal masters would use the synthesis room to control heroes. When heroes disobey orders or are useless, normal masters will eliminate them without hesitation, using fear to make them run away from the waiting room. Even low-ranked heroes can showcase their talents. The master would use it as food for a higher-ranked hero. For me, I've never rolled a 5-star, and I've only ever managed a 4-star once. Everyone calls it a dead account. Even when people tell me to delete it, I still keep playing. I'm used to that absurdity now. Han suddenly remembered a scene from the past. One cold winter evening, snow falling all around, young Han looked sadly at the cheerful face of the child being taken out to play by his father. Thinking of this, Han explained, "I don't not use it, I only use it when necessary." Yu smiled again. "Other masters don't merge multiple times a day. Only you are different. In fact, it has been effective. The way you run the game is truly unique. Before you became famous, most owners used heroes as toys. They used them until they got bored, then discarded them like disposable items." Yu's words are very true. Even when the heroes are low level, if they have potential, Han won't abandon them. If he rules the waiting room through fear, it will collapse soon. Reward them when they prove useful, punish them when they can't. She continued, half questioning, half probing. "Have you uncovered the truth yet? These heroes are just human too. I don't know how you know that, but it's impossible for you to keep playing like this. That's my conclusion," she said, turning to look at Han with a strange gaze. "The true heroes are so incredible that it's hard to believe they are just characters created by a program. They respond differently to each command, and their actions are not the same. But everything is just as unbelievable as it seems. Han never thought they were human. He thought to himself that this was just the most effective tactic." Han crossed his arms and asked Yo coldly, "So you like my style? Are you trying to say that?" She grinned from ear to ear. "Yes, I want to talk to you at least once. I'm so ashamed I couldn't do that while you were still on Earth." Han also smiled, and the atmosphere became strange. "I'm also very ashamed. Are you glaring at me? Because if I had met you on Earth, I would have buried you 8 feet underground. You have already collected my resentment. If nothing happens, I swear I will never forget this. You really made my blood boil." Yo chuckled softly, tidying up the empty glass, and casually watched Han approach. "Really? Are you seriously shoving your face in mine? Neither Taya nor Nai are related to me at all. I am from Earth. Don't impose your situation on others." Yo laughed loudly at that. "Ha ha, you're not involved at all? The heroes of Nile would fall if they heard you say that." Han put his hands in his pockets, turned, and walked away. They can do whatever they want. But in his mind, he thought that if she just wanted him to climb the tower, there was no need to call him here. The NFLH team was actively attacking. In fact, we suffered no damage until level 88 and the demon wall where the top-ranked are. Level 90 is almost within our grasp. But while we were doing all that, I was pulled here. Han crossed his arms and said, "I will not cooperate with you. My only wish is for you to get out of here and disappear before I lose my patience." Yo pretends to be regretful, saying, "You could have become a warrior to save Mobius, but, well, that's not a problem. I just want you to reach my place safely, so I can overlook this level of insult." Han suddenly asked, "How did you cause the Dark Mage to appear on the 10th floor? And what if I am? But don't get too angry. From level 15 onwards, I won't interfere anymore. Even if I do nothing, your pride will still greet you with a shock. It's just like an S-rank difficulty in the NFL?" She smirked with a twisted smile. "No matter how well you do, there's about a 90% chance the master will give up. Well, if I lend you a hand, I might be able to change that. At the very least, I will put my name on this to guarantee it. If you can reach the top of the tower, I will send you back. And there's one more thing. I will transfer half of my shares in Mobius Corporation to you. You will become a major shareholder of a super corporation capable of shaking the world's economy. So, are you going to accept or not?" Han narrowed his eyes at her. "I just need you not to appear in front of me anymore. The major shareholder of Mobius will let me go back and reward me." That offer is tempting, but after everything, Han knows he can't trust this woman. "He still keeps trying to persuade me, so you'll hate me forever then." "Why?" Right now Yo is choosing a dagger to the head of Han, sneering. "The higher I climb the tower, the more truths I don't know will be revealed. Even if I don't rely on trash like her, I will use my own strength to come back." "Are you answering?" "The knife earlier was my answer." Yo's image blurs, still smiling. He, fine, since you're committed, at least you have to reach this level, otherwise you wouldn't be able to climb the tower. "I will forgive your rudeness. I will forgive. You started climbing the tower, so I will show you this." A golden door suddenly appears, slowly opening, accompanied by Yo's voice. "The true introduction of Pygmy Cup is being prepared just for you." A pink light flashes, filling the entire space, revealing an orange sky accompanied by the narrator's voice. A land where humans and demons coexist peacefully. On this continent filled with peace and prosperity, an unknown enemy has begun their invasion. Do you know why the difficulty of Pygmy Cup is so high? It's because you have to turn the tide of the battle that the destined outcome is defeat. Change its fate, Luochi. At this moment, the narrator's voice continues, but there is still a glimmer of hope. That is the master. If you want to save the world, then climb the tower. Many heroes will walk this path with you. Trust in your connection with the heroes. The future of this world is in the hands of the master. Many enemies will block your path. Mysterious lands hide fierce and savage foes. You speaks again. Of course, it's already in your hand. The future of this world is in your hands and your master's as well. Can you truly reach the top of the tower of tasks that no one has ever completed before? Climb the tower. Loki with the pink door opens in front of Han. Behind him, the red eye stared intently at his back and said, "No, we will carry the person." Before entering the gate, Han turned back and shot her a sharp glare. "Get out of here!" At this moment, the system congratulates the master on awakening the forgotten hero's memories. Han has completed the upgrade and is now a 2-star hero. The graphics are being upgraded, and your level and skill limits have increased. Han stands in the red-lit upgrade room, thinking to himself, is it finally over? Eren was waiting for Han at the gate and looked concerned as the captain stepped out. "Oh, you're back already? So what were you doing in there alone?" Han replied succinctly. "It's just an upgrade. You'll experience it soon too. Is anything happening out here?" Eren replies. Nguyen Wai Van is still the same as usual. Ha recalls the scene she just saw. Is this person's younger sister Nina? The reason Eren had to return, his goal unchanged, climbing the tower and going back to Earth, Han went back to his room and sat down on his bed.
If anything changes, it's only that I find it even more disgusting. No matter who you are or what your name is, I will definitely repay this debt.
The next day, the system issued an apology to all the masters for the unexpected server shutdown that occurred a few days earlier, likely affecting those on the lower floors of the tower. I can confirm that it is related to what appeared on the 10th floor just before we managed to pass that level. The system didn't apologize, but instead gave the masters a bunch of rewards. 500 game points, 50,000 gold, increased hero card affinity through gifts, and all daily dungeons will be open for 3 days. I suddenly appeared and set off a grand fireworks display. "Loki, congratulations on your upgrade." "Hey, you don't look too happy. Did something happen?" Han glared at her. "I've already met your true body. You doesn't understand." "The main body? What do you mean?" Han didn't answer. "You're also the CEO of Mobius Corporation, right?" Yo was stunned. "No way, you know to that extent." Han smiled. "I don't really care. Nothing has changed. I'll climb the tower. You just need to help me do that." Yu nodded in agreement and pulled out a yellow ticket, excitedly showing it to Han. "Do you know what this is? That gift card, you can get whatever you want with it." Han held the ticket, wondering. "Really? Are you giving this to me?" Yo pouting. "It's definitely from Master." Even that fool realizes how amazing Loki is. Gifts are things you can send to a hero when they do something you like or reach a milestone. You will need to use gold depending on the value of the gift, and higher tier gifts may require using game resources or high-level materials. Usually you need to use premium currency, but if you use event tickets, you can do it for free. 2,000 tickets. A gift worth less than 10,000. Master thinks his value is about that much, so he will probably be quite surprised. He didn't do anything special, yet his heroes are actively climbing the tower for him. Han returns the ticket to Yo. "I don't need to give it to anyone else." Yo gasped. "Really? But with this you can have anything you want. Delicious food, fancy clothes, beauty products that enhance your looks. With money you can buy even a fairy." "Ha," he sneered. "Not everything can be bought. 10,000 gold can't buy a decent item in the shop. Why are you following me? I'm going to sleep now." Oh, holding the ticket nervously. "Wait a moment." A horse statue appeared in the air. It turns out the master used a gift card to buy the horse statue. Han, feeling disappointed, holds the statue in his hand. "What the hell is this?" Yo wipes his sweat. "That's Master's prize." Han coldly threw the statue away. "If you buy the fruit, everyone should get one." Io was so shocked by what he saw, he froze in place. Han understands better than anyone else that if he only gives to one hero, others will feel resentful. Giving rewards for appropriate achievements is a way to confirm whether you are a good master or not. Based on the heroes and their personalities, the gifts they desire will vary. Giving random gifts isn't enough. Using them incorrectly is even worse than not using them at all. Han goes to his room and flops onto the bed. "For me, I know and remember the personalities and preferences of the top 100 heroes of Nilhem. A statue of a warhorse? Watervey, what are you thinking? Are you panicking? Or do you really not think about anything at all?" The next day, Han's team entered the time crack. Currently, the team's second rank isn't the main issue. The biggest problem is internal rivals. Han told the team, "Let's clean up quickly and get out of here." He closed his eyes and thought,
The enemy named Master is the problem. Even though he's just a novice, I have to wake up. Ivanka's death count has reached the maximum due to her repetitive training schedule and experiences on level 10. A good master must first take care of their heroes. Yonka turned to Han and asked where we're going this time. Han calculated that with the current situation, we can't climb to level 11, so probably to level 8 or 9. The water god still hasn't realized Pigmup's true nature. The current highest level, level 11, appears on the wall. Han frowns. No way. Is this divine sign just because I'm too skilled or what?
Just as they finished thinking, the system announced that everyone would challenge the 11th floor, and the door would open in 10 seconds. Hang irritably informed the group. Get ready, it's the 11th floor. Jenna is worried. What? The 11th floor?
Are we moving on to the next floor already?
Our condition is so good, it's a term created within the gaming community.
This is the kind of disease where Master MX has to rely entirely on strategy for the heroes, and then mistakenly believe that clearing the level is due to their own skills. Usually, he rearranges his heroes on lower floors before aiming for level 11.
Take us straight to level 11. I know he's completely mistaken. The door gradually opens. The mission on this floor is to wipe out the enemies. Han is completely sure that the master is not a good player. He's worried whether he can reach level 100 with such a fool. The scene on level 11 is a desolate graveyard. Gradually, skeletons emerge from the ground, forming a level 11 skeleton squad. Jenna was surprised. Skeleton soldiers? Ha reminded herself to deal with this first. Everyone get into position. The skeleton soldiers didn't hesitate for a second and charged forward as the battle began. One reason Pigmup is called Dui Gameng is because the early floors team completely relies on luck. If they can summon a good hero, the player will pass easily. Otherwise, they will face a very difficult time. What kind of case does Master have? The skeleton soldiers are quite annoying in their attack style. But since their numbers are small and Han's levels are higher, it's not a problem. Back to Master's issue. His first 4-star hero has merged with me. Even the 5 characters connected to that hero have all died. But that doesn't mean he has no luck at all. He was very diligent in the early levels. He continued to develop the infrastructure, train heroes, and craft items. He was following the same strategy he had used before. The change started at level 5. He completed a mission he was supposed to fail thanks to Han.
And so he gradually started to go off course. Without any planning, he used 5 special spins at once and didn't bother to develop new members.
He led them to the 10th floor, and there was an even bigger mistake. Master believed the hero's skills were his own. He thought that it was because of him that they could pass the challenge. The Master, who only relies on heroes and the game, wants to be called the best. Han's team has cleared level 11, earning 30,000 gold, 3 iron bars, and a bowl of bone dust. The entire team is summoned back to the waiting room. He wiped his sweat, thinking to himself that it's been a long time since he leveled up. At night, Han sat in the summoning room with Yo. She immediately appeared, not letting anyone call her a second time. Ha looked at her with a hint of admiration.
You always answer when I call, right?
Y scoffs proudly. Hey, of course. So what's going on? Han frowns. I want to know some things.
He hesitated. Some things I can talk about.
Without waiting for her to finish, Han interrupted. There's a limit.
You mean to say that? I've already heard everything from her. So you can't tell me any information outside that scope? Yes, so stammers in shock.
Normally I wouldn't be able to do that. But then she gathered all her courage and shouted, All right, I will make an exception for you. Han, take your time. What's her first name? Yu isn't quite sure. Who is she? Han explains. Your true form. Yu pondered for a moment. The manager has many names, reaching hundreds of millions depending on the world he is in. If you want to know a name in Tonya, it's T. Han then guessed. Each world has a different name, is that right?
Her name in NFLhem is also different from here. After completing level 10, the name is assigned to the waiting room depending on the master.
The name here is Tia. My account is NFLhem. Rank 4 is Renit, and rank 3 is EQL. If T's words are correct, then each master holds the fate of a world in their hands. There are currently 100 million worlds, and that number is still growing. Han asked further.
What is the next sentence, Mobius?
So looks confused. Mobius, are you talking about our company? Our company? Han interrupts. Not that company. It paused for a moment, then slowly said, It is a spiral universe connected to thousands of parallel worlds. Han then guessed that is why each account has a different mission, and no hero overlaps among players. Han thought to himself, so each master is assigned to a different world. I think I've started to understand her identity a little. So, the next question I've always wanted to ask. Is water a person? Of course it's a human. Io replied, only humans on Earth can become masters. Han interrupted, that's not what I meant. I was asking if I can influence water, and Y froze in shock. Influence the master? Then she disappeared before leaving, reminding Han to wait while she went to check. Han, hearing that, lay down on the bed to learn about Mobius, so he didn't have to think about it right now. After a while, ISO appeared excited to deliver a message. Don't worry, Waterv is 100% human. Han nonchalantly asked, can I really trust that? Yes, I have. I confirmed it with another manager. ISO has been insisting from the beginning. To do that, the requirements are complicated and too risky. That's enough for me. Information for today, Han whispered softly with his eyes closed. Got it? Let's step back. Early the next morning, everyone gathered at the training ground to practice intensely. Hans has confirmed that Waterv is just an ordinary person, unaffected by anyone. So what he's doing now is Water's usual way of playing. There's no mistake. Wat is truly suffering from the highest level of arrogance. If this symptom worsens, he will face difficulties in the future. Water V is only at the first level of being the best. With the right approach, they can cure him. The most effective way is to eliminate the hero that the master relies on the most, Han. Today, Han charged into the training session with 3 people from the edit team, playing a 3-on-1 style. He quickly realized this approach was a bit too much for him. Moreover, Han also got a scratch on his face. Just then, Jenna and Aaron charged forward together, and the training session shifted back to 3 versus 3. A while later, Waterv logged into the game. Han's team was ready to set out again. Jenna and Aaron chat happily as they walk. Are we going to the 12th floor? We're starting to speed up. Aaron is a bit worried. Isn't that a strange move? This is too soon. We just climbed to level 11 yesterday, and it's not even a day back on Earth. The ISO displays a warning about a space-time rift opening. Han considers that if they are sent to level 12, he plans to clear 2 levels in 1 day. Thinking of this, he stopped. Jenna was surprised. Hey, are you not going in? Han didn't answer, then turned to ask where his Wat was taking us. A question made Yo freeze stiffly, then scratch his head and ear, hesitating to say, level 12. Han squinted and said, exactly as you think, but in this game, heroes can demand and oppose the master, and sometimes disobey orders. The 3 of them turned to stare intently at Han. I refuse to participate. Yo stared in horror. Really? Han said casually, I won't go. Do I often joke around? Jenna was still in shock. He said he's not going, so he can do that? Isn't following orders mandatory? Han replied, so I haven't said it yet? Everyone can refuse, but you didn't mention the last part even though you'll face the consequences. Jenna still can't believe it. This is the first time she's heard it. Isn't it true that the others also got dragged in and just ignored the shouting and didn't want to fight? Han replied briefly, they don't know how to stop. Yo was extremely worried about the idol and desperately tried to persuade him. Please reconsider. It's very dangerous. Han smiled and stopped throwing us into the prison repeatedly. Yu's face twisted. Han continued, I know what you're about to say. Han knows Eyes is worried that he will be synthesized. Although he can refuse to participate, he cannot refuse to be synthesized. If W goes berserk, you will become the synthesis material. Han emphasizes once again. I won't join, Yonka shouted loudly. So what about us? Are you saying we have to fight alone? Han replied. Everyone can decide for themselves. I will not stop anyone. Aaron clenched his spear and stepped toward Han. If he wouldn't go, I wouldn't go either. Jenna also calmly turned back. You should have brought this up earlier. This is too troublesome. Ivanka also quickly joined in. How can I get through alone? The system shows a notification that Group 1 has lost control. The trick is that heroes sometimes resist. You can handle it by listening to their requests or punishing the instigator. Han smirked. Punished the instigator, really? You panicked and explained. I didn't write this, Han replied. I know, Jenna turned to ask. So what do we do now? Han remained silent for a moment, then smiled. Let's wait and see what that divine master will do. Wat looks completely surprised. He never expected the hero to refuse to follow his orders. Han thought to himself that although he could have known this from online guides, perhaps he didn't actually know. Io then summoned the edit team. Edit group approached, wondering why they were being summoned when they thought everyone had already left. Han explains we have decided not to go anymore. Edit is surprised. What? How? After a while, Edit still didn't understand why Han did that, so he approached again and asked, It's too dangerous if you don't prove your worth to the master. Han cut him off and said, I know I will die. Do you think you would like it if someone disobeyed orders? Edit still looks very worried. Are you planning to commit suicide if you say you did it? I think you're fighting to stay alive. After hearing that, Edit bowed his head in silence, no longer arguing.
Han understood that true loyalty could never exist in a hero. They are all fighting just because they don't want to die. Edit explained to his teammates, and then told Han, "We will go, and we need to become stronger." Besides, I don't want it to be summarized anymore. Saying that, the edit team turned around and walked into the waiting room. Jenna asked Han, "What will happen to us?" Han sat relaxed. "I don't know. It depends on the master." Jenna hesitated. "That's not what you usually say." Han replied, "I will tell you one thing. If I am synthesized, I will give up immediately and never disobey master again. That way, no one will die." Jenna smiled, saying, "You can't die. If the main character dies, it's all over." Aaron and Ivanka agree. Han smiled contentedly. They have grown a lot. The system displayed a message that Dika was injured, and the user was also hurt. Dika was in a state of fear. Han thought to himself that level 12 seemed much harder than level 11. After a while, Edith's group came out. 2 people badly injured and 2 exhausted. The person covered in scratches. Hang asked, "How are you?" Edith's face was grim as she turned to look at Han, trying to figure out how to disobey that divine order. It seems she now understands Han's motive for the strike. He smirked easily. The edit team also collectively refused to grind, panicking. "Everything is worse than I thought," Han confirms. "That's right. His 2 main groups can't be used either. He won't be able to join the main dungeons, the weekly dungeons, or the exploration dungeons." The waiting hall is now paralyzed. Han turned back to tell our group that we didn't follow the master's orders, but we will keep doing everything as usual. We won't stop training, and all the dungeons will open in 3 days to make up for the mistake, right? We need to restock the potions. Jenna and Aaron also need to level up. Since we can enter the weekly dungeon at will, let's go. You follow and try to persuade Han. What do you think will happen if the master takes a break? Han replied indifferently. He can do whatever he wants. If he can't solve it, we won't be able to climb the tower either. Izo still worries. What if he combines Loki? Han smiled and said, "I prefer dying peacefully rather than dying from exhaustion." It's not too hard to solve this problem. Like in the suggestion, he just needs to gather the heroes who caused it. Of course, the heroes' tension will reach its peak while their morale drops to its lowest, but they will never disobey orders again. He can buy gifts or upgrade facilities to boost morale, and with that, Han turned and walked away. Of course, water isn't that smart. The next day, Han's team entered the dungeon to gather elemental stones for leveling up. Ivanka and Han are one group, Jenna and Aeon are another. The 2 groups enter different dungeons, and thus everyone receives a basic elemental fire crystal. Then everyone continued training. Han's shield spell reached level 6, which required a special training session to advance to a higher level. Do you need to find an opponent of your level to fight, or should you limit yourself during training? Han gave Ivanka a task because she only masters one type of magic, which is practicing control magic until she gains this skill. Ivanka, of course, showed resistance. "I only know how to use fire magic." Han just needed to say one sentence to make her speechless. "Do you want to eat potatoes all day long?" That day, Watervy didn't log in, and even the next day he was extremely worried and complained to Han. "Master still isn't logging in. Has he quit playing?" Han nonchalantly sips his water, unaware, until the system notification appears that Waterv has logged into the game. He was so happy he's about to cry. He's in now. Edit standing nearby guesses. Maybe he changed his mind? Han said, "I don't think so." He thought to himself that if proving to be the best was that easy, he wouldn't be so famous. Obviously, he plans to use all the game resources and rewards to change the attack team. Just as he finishes his thought, the system announces that Water begins a special summon. Spending 1,500 games isn't a total waste. He managed to recruit 3 3-star heroes, Stettin, Mile, and Tasir. It looks like some new heroes have joined us. Han pulled up his chair and stood. "I understand now. Edit wonders if we need to split the team if someone like Roderick or Ivanka joins." Han interrupted, "No, we don't need to do that. They won't join our group. Edit doesn't understand anything." Han then said, "You will see soon enough." The 3 of them, just summoned, were already arguing loudly in the square, especially Mazel and Tasser. She opened her mouth to criticize Tyr, saying, "You smell like old men, don't you know?" T.S., hearing that, exploded and drew his weapon. "Oh, you little brat, do you dare say that just because I was kind to you?" Ma is also sharp-tongued and sarcastic, ready to draw her sword and fight. "You think I'm weak because I'm a woman? You son of a bitch." The system has established an enemy relationship between the 2. Warning for the master to maintain good relations among the heroes. Han slowly approaches to assess. They've just arrived here and are already preparing to fight. Steen saw Han and ran over as if he had found gold. "Oh, you were here first?" "That's right," Han replied.
I am Stinroth, an apprentice knight. Are you okay? If you stop those two, they won't listen to me. Old Taze shouted from afar. Why should I do that? You're just a coward. Let my fiery blood surge and turn back with a stern voice. What? Mao also sneered in contempt. I agree. Who would listen to a lucky guy with a good family anyway? Stin, furious, drew his sword. I can forgive insults to me, but I cannot forgive insults to my family. Somehow, the hostility between the two of them turned into a three-way relationship in a very miraculous way. At this point, it had finally approached and asked, What's wrong with these guys? Han just stands there watching the drama, explaining it to Edit. They probably don't like each other very much. The reactions between the heroes are very important. Some heroes boost their stats when teamed up, but others actually decrease their stats. Although it's rare, they often fight immediately after being summoned, like these three fools. Tosser throws the sickle towards the other two. I'll teach you some manners. Suddenly, a pink shield appeared in front of Stin, blocking Tosser Yo's attack, and she looked extremely annoyed. What's wrong with you guys? Are you crazy? Do you want to die? Tassir wondered. Who is this girl? I am Io, representing the master. Don't do anything stupid, or I'll send all three of you to see your grandparents right now. I am stronger than all of you. Just hearing the word master makes my head hurt intensely. Yo continued, Anyway, fighting in the waiting room is forbidden. I'll let it go this time, understand? Mao casually suggested. Then deal with those two. I don't want to see them. If I have to form a team, I prefer the guy over there. She points at Han Yo and glares. How old are you to decide on team choices? Only the master is allowed to do that. At that moment, the system announced that the master had chosen 3 new members to form a team called the Trio, and immediately a time-space rift opened for the 3 to go on a grind. Han turned and walked away. Edit wondered, where are you going? Han goes to sleep. Han replies, what about them? Edit asked in surprise. Han turned away indifferently and said, they won't come back. As Han returned to the room, system notifications kept popping up. Tassir fell into a frenzy, attacking his allies himself. Sin was also injured and fell into a frenzy. Mael also shared the same fate and attacked his own allies, and Sin had killed one of the 2 allies. Han closed her eyes for a moment, then sighed. I'm trying to sleep, but all these notifications are louder than the noise itself. And the ending is something everyone can guess. The 3 of them holding hands and returning to the earth. Iso, tears streaming down her face, moves to Han's side. At the same time, the water notification system was activating. Iso panicked, pulling hair and shirts from Han. Loki, what should we do? What if they delete this account? Han replied succinctly, very possible. What will happen to me as she screams and cries loudly? For us, if the master doesn't log in within 5 months, the account will be automatically deleted. You know it too. We can't just leave it like this, Han said again. Then change it to the waiting room time. We still have about 1 year and 6 months left. Yo freaked out. The waiting room can't operate without the master. I have no authority to intervene. I will disappear forever, even though I haven't lived that long. Han was already feeling dizzy, so he tried to reassure her. Don't worry too much. It's not confirmed yet if he intends to stop playing. He would have stopped when he completed the 4-star character collection. Are you really crying? And then did you wipe away all your tears? All right, I'll trust you. Han asked again. But why are you so worried? Will you die if we don't climb the tower? Asking casually, but the answer surprised Han. That's right. Iso softly confirms. Han stands up and asks again. Are you going to die? Yes, I will disappear. Han stood still for a moment, then silently calculated. Wait a minute. If it's 6 months, my Nilheim doesn't have much time left. The next day, water logged in again. This time he continued to spend money to buy 3 new summons. Han and Aaron, who were training, also stopped and looked back at the gate. The summoning is complete, and the door opens to reveal 3 new characters, Noken, Winus, and Gen, all 3-star heroes. All 3 step out, but 2 of them look extremely lost. Han smiles and steps forward. Looks like these guys need to be taught a lesson. Do you want to do it, Aaron? Aaron nervously waved his hands and said, No, I don't. Noki looked at Han with contempt, about to make a preemptive move. Who are you? If you don't want to die, Han replied with a smirk. You're talking too much. I can hear your voice from the training ground. Be careful in teaching and disciplining them, Jenna added. Be gentler when your group comes here. Hearing that, Noken's temper flared, and he swung his sword at Han. What's going on? Suddenly, someone's voice stopped him. No, I didn't hit him, leader, but Han was faster. He grabbed the guy's collar and punched him a few times, like a gift for the first meeting. Ho was growling, thinking it was Hello Kitty on the other side.
Edit also eagerly wanted to give Jen a massage that could soften muscles. Weus watched this scene and turned pale, too scared to say a word. Watt keeps turning 3 more times. It seems that the god over there still hasn't learned anything and plans to just pick 2 one-star characters to complete the team. There is a strategy of combining high-level and low-level heroes into one team, but it's better to be flexible and try 5 times. Han and Edith finished their M lesson just as Master was choosing a new team for the 3-person group. As Han expected, he added Roberin and John, a 1-star hero, to the team. Han smiled and looked at Noken. Welcome. Sorry for teaching you right after you arrived, but it seems you'll be heading into battle immediately. The time crack is opened, and the 3rd team immediately enters. This time, the 3 of them don't seem to be hostile towards each other. Although one person was seriously injured, they passed the test without anyone dying. It seems they understand their roles within the team. ISO shows them the 100,000 G gold ticket. Well done. This is a gift from the Master. A few days later, Jenna nervously asked Han if it wasn't too dangerous. Han asked back, "What do you mean?" "Those guys, we should take back what was stolen from us." He smiled and said, "Let them be." Sometime later, even without a mage, the group's skill balance was still quite good. The 3-man team continued to grow stronger without anyone dying. Water's plan seems to have gone smoothly. Noken smugly told his team, "Do you know why they weren't sent away? It's because they were abandoned by the Master. If we get stronger, we can synthesize them." "Yeah, except for that little mage girl. We can add her to the team." Jen wondered, "Isn't our group already big enough?" Miss Seal sneered, "We have 2 useless ones. Just get rid of one." Suddenly, a voice rang out behind Noken. "Oh, that sounds interesting." Noken is feeling proud of himself. "Yes, that's the plan." Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly jumped in surprise. Recognizing Han's familiar voice, he stammered, "What are you doing here?" Han smirked. "Just getting some water? Keep going." Noken quickly stood up. "Nothing. I was just about to go to sleep." Han glanced at the group. They are not capable of working as a team. They treat the 1-star character in the group like an animal. Water must be very pleased. Despite some obstacles, the 3rd group finally cleared level 14. They easily passed levels 13 and 14, but there was a challenge at level 12. Was it because they were lucky, or because of something else? No one in Group 3 has reached level 10, but Water keeps forcing them to continue. Han guesses that when Group 3 reaches level 15, we will be overwhelmed. Yonka is starting to get a bit impatient too. Shouldn't we try to do something? "They will catch up with us if we keep going like this. I don't know anything." "You should do something," Han replied. "I'm doing it now. I won't stop you from changing groups." Yonka protests immediately. "I don't want to go with them. That's completely wrong." "Then just wait. Have you mastered controlling magic by the time the opportunity comes?" "Of course. Who do you think I am?" Yonka stopped, waving her hand, a stream of purple light enveloping nearby objects. Han praised her, saying, "You did well. Non-mind and active mind are basic summoning techniques. However, since Yonka is still new to training, it's quite exhausting." Han looked up at the sky thinking, but the Master didn't make any move. The waiting room had all the necessary tools, but the number of people had already reached the limit. Some structures have been unlocked after completing level 10, but none have been built yet. He needs to level up the system to level 3, but he currently has no intention of doing so. Waterev's plan is to focus entirely on the 3 and ensure the smooth completion of level 15. The 3 have realized they are receiving special treatment from the Master and have begun to reveal their true selves. Right now, they're just scolding Chloe to add more meat to their portions, taking Roby's spot on the sofa, and doing a few other small things. But if they succeed in completing level 15, they will become even more violent. The next morning, the 3-person team was ordered to gather in the square. Everyone was very excited. "Hee, it's time. Let's go." How can 3 third-rate experts be equipped with just low-level blood bottles each? Jenna sat outside, scratching impatiently, focusing for a long time, then handed us what we made. "Master is really unreasonable." Han sat and watched. "Can we make more? Why is Jenna tearing it up, I wonder?" No one's here now that we've gone to the cloud level. Everyone's just watching." Han simply replied, "This is better." The time crack opens and Noken, before leaving, loudly warns Han, "You're a son of a bitch. I'll see you again when I return. I'll tell the Master to punish you, so you better get ready." Ha ha ha. Han didn't bother to reply, smirking as he wondered when they'd be able to go back, still acting tough for now. He still teases, "You're really famous?" Aaron suddenly asked. "Tim, what if they succeed?" Han replied. "If they clear level 15, we will stop resisting. If not, we will die." The chances of the 3-man team completing level 15 are not 0.
There will be a time when level 15 is completed by the Suicide Squad. At that point, our resistance would be pointless. Watt will regain confidence and no longer need them. Han advises everyone to listen to the Master and not oppose them if they return. Han didn't finish his last words because he knew he would be assimilated. Whether the whole group gets assimilated after reaching level 15 or they fail, it's a game. Nauken's group advances to level 15, still full of confidence. All right, let's go kill everything. Suddenly, seeing the scene in front of him, Nauken's expression twisted. What the hell is this? Nauken's group enters the summoning room, and everyone gathers in the square as if waiting for their destiny. They succeed, and one person here will be assimilated. The civilians whisper and gossip, while Han's group and Edit remain silent, waiting. 5 minutes passed. Han thought silently that since no notifications appeared, they were still safe. Suddenly, a long notification appeared all at once, not one by one, but the entire group of 5 was wiped out instantly. Team 3 was wiped out instantly. Within the first 5 minutes, Han suspected it was a special mission. At the same time, the entire world suddenly shook violently as if it had just experienced a massive quake. While everyone was still confused, a notification appeared that Master had logged out of the game. Io appeared confused. Master threw her phone, grabbing Han's collar and crying, "Something's happened, what do we do now?" Han warned. "There are many watching, let's leave first and talk later." Han stands up on his own. "The show is over, let's go back." Jenna is surprised. "What about the third team?" "They were wiped out." Han replied casually, thinking to himself that instead of completing this floor, they were destroyed as soon as they arrived. "We have no clues at all about level 15. What a waste." Jenna looked at the gate with doubt. They just left. Han turns back to his room. That's all the skill they have. After that mission, Watervey stopped logging in. I don't know how long it's been, but Tonya has completely retired. Bao's mood is always gloomy. Han still keeps up with his daily training. It seems whether the Master logs in or not doesn't really affect him. Io isn't like that. Not a day goes by without her crying and screaming. Like now, while Han is training in the sword cave, Yo flying beside the Master who isn't logged in, she doesn't even bother to change out of her pajamas, just keeps saying, "Lo, what should I do? What should I do? What should I do?" Han glared at her. "If you're bored, go to sleep. We have to keep living. Wake up in the morning, train after eating, have lunch, train, and keep training until evening. It's been 10 days already. Apart from you guys, the one-star ones do nothing at all. Because the Master and the guild are gone, they have nothing left to fear. No one. Not even someone who wants to go to the dungeon every day." Han wiped his sweat and calmly said, "You've been in the waiting room for 3 days in real time." As soon as he finished speaking, a system notification appeared, indicating that Master had logged back into the game. Han was also surprised. "What, he's back?" Io's eyes sparkled as he looked up at the sky where the star named Master had just returned. A bright flash suddenly lit up, causing Han to shield his eyes as Master finished taking a screenshot and logged out again. Huang, confused, logged back in after a while and did nothing. Then she grabbed her hair. "Wait a minute. Is this account going to be locked?" Han calmly, "He didn't do nothing. He already took a screenshot." "I don't understand why you took a screenshot." H sneers. "Why not keep it as a memory?" "What is your hobby?" "Yo, I wiped the screen. I told you I was browsing the VIP museum website." Han asks mysteriously. "So you can access the internet, right?" Yo hesitated. Of course, she turned around and just happened to catch Han's strange gaze. He smirked and said, "You need to give me a hand." When Han got back to the room, he asked Yo to scream, "No way! Are you planning to access the internet here?" "Yeah." Han stretched out on the bed and asked, "You can't do that?" Why hesitated? It's not that it's impossible. Ha stared at her intently. So why the hesitation? She explained that it's not easy to interfere with information from another dimension, and there are penalties for doing so. We need to rely on the data left by the Master. If it's just a quick reply, it might take over an hour, but if you want to write a topic or send a message, there won't be much time left, and it's not easy to pursue your hobbies. Han seems contemplative. Is it that intense? Yu sighed. Of course, I'm also very tired of it. It's been a long time since I last visited the Loki fan forum. Han suddenly sat up. Just as I thought, I need to use the internet, he asked directly again. Then that's better, Han replied. Iso was stunned for a moment then, as if she had made up her mind, slapped herself twice with all her might, and shouted with the full strength of Fang. Because of Loki, the fire of determination burns in Yo's eyes, and she raises both hands. The combined power of the little fairy. Immediately, a computer materialized from the space, and Y trembled, overwhelmed by cold. Sorry, but I can't hold this for long. Hander faces the pose like a goddess of the empty sky. Do you really need to hold that pose? Yo is still trembling nonstop. I'm focusing now. This is a concentration pose, so hurry up, old man. Seeing Yo trembling intensely, Han coldly said, "If you're tired, just stay silent and wipe it all. We'll finish quickly." Han opened the Pigmup online forum website. Seeing the familiar interface, Han felt quite nostalgic. "It's been a long time since I last came here." I scroll through the website and click on the section I need to find. Let's see, the help request section. Han smiled. Looks like he was right. There is a help request from Water on the community forum now. "Hello everyone. I've been trying to figure out everything for almost a month since I started playing. At first it was fine, but then I got stuck and couldn't get past the level. I think I followed the instructions on the forum, but something must be wrong. This is the current state of my waiting room. All my 1-star generals are rubbish. My 3- and 4-star characters are all dead. Along with that, there is a picture of the waiting room he took a few days ago." Han is only now seeing his in-game avatar. "Is this my avatar? Handsome, just like the character in the game. But who drew that? I'm so curious." He scrolls down to check the comments. It's quite lively there, mostly criticism. Deep Brat's account is crying out. "What kind of gameplay is this? I'm blind now. How could I possibly reach level 14? Gen Kaino's diagnosis is very accurate. This person is in the final stage of believing they are the best, and they are contagious only through isolation. Now the One Piece Goopy account is also very confusing. Which force helped him get past level 14? Just tell me I give up. If I were a hero, I'd be going crazy." There are still some comments below. "You should change your strategy. It had probably started fine, but then it all went wrong." "That's wrong. Damn it, he's forming a team with hostile heroes." "Are you planning to organize a tournament or what?" one person wondered. "But just look at the stats of those 2-star characters. How is he training so insanely that he has so many skills?" One person nods. Whoever is carrying the god must have been lifting weights a lot. Some people give advice. I really don't know what to say. Telling him will probably take several pages. He can just read the instructions through Loki's screen. Han glanced over and saw Yo's face flushed, lips clenched tight, and silently thought, this must be ISO's limit. If I send the post from my cloud data to Waterv and successfully help him with the gameplay, Waterv's way of playing will change now. Han typed on the keyboard for a while, then moved his hand to the send button. After finishing, he typed a few lines to reply to Water's post. "Check your email, you can read it." Han just posted a comment under the name Loki, and the comments immediately exploded below. "What is this? Is it really Loki? I suspect it. Oh my god, it's really Loki. The nickname is always on the game guide for the medical uniform. Wow, where has it been all this time? Loki Idol, please read my message. Please save the Idol fans from this obsession with being the best. Why is Loki helping him? Is he the president's son, or is the museum admin involved in some scheme?" Looking at the comments, Han thought to himself, I forgot I had to stay anonymous. Just then, Yo let out a scream and collapsed. The previous computer screen also disappeared. She trembled as she lay on the bed, but still didn't forget to ask. "Is it done? Everything's good." Han replied, "Good, it's done. Now, everything depends on Water." My ASO is stunned by the amount of power they had to exert earlier. "Looks like you sent a message. What's written in it?" Han calmly replied, jotting down my gameplay style and some other miscellaneous things. Hearing this, Why So suddenly woke up, blinking rapidly and opening his mouth, excitedly saying, "No way, that heavenly book?" Han, confused, asked again, "What do you mean?" Yu excitedly explains to the idol that rumors say it contains advanced attack strategies that the community hasn't perfected yet. The screen-guided solutions were written by Loki himself. It's a book containing everything about pig makeup. Why did you send that to Master? Get out of the way, man. Do you always rush at handsome guys like that? You're only half right. What I sent to Master are records of my gameplay and the things I researched over 2 years, including some hypotheses. Yu's eyes sparkle. So the legendary thing is real. Let us keep crying and return to his inner world. Even though I can't say it contains everything about PEP, it definitely holds all my knowledge. However, I'm not sure if Waterv has read it or not. It's as long as several books, and initially it wasn't written for others to read. However, if he reads everything and can handle it on his own, everything will become incredibly interesting. Will he lose interest in the game and log out forever, or try again? After some time, Watt logged back into the game. Han sat on the chair, tossing the dagger in his hand, thinking to himself, finally, it's here. ISO suddenly appeared, holding the warhorse statue, nervously looking at him. Loki is the fruit of Master. Han raised his hand and said, "Give it to me." Io was startled. "Are you going to smash it again like last time?" Han holds the figurine and explains, "I made a few modifications before I sent the documents. He has to give his favorite hero a warhorse statue at least twice to be allowed." The system notified Master Han, who was pleased to receive the statue, increasing his affection.
That's why Han changed his attitude, because he knew the master had read all the documents. Very good. I don't need a master who doesn't listen. Han walks toward his teammates. If they decide to push all the way up beyond 100,000 active accounts, he won't be able to control himself otherwise. Even though I still don't fully understand the document, Han looked up at the sky and smiled. I am willing to act if you sincerely wish for it. At this moment, the Team 1 system notification is no longer out of control. To prepare for the restart, everyone dispersed to their rooms to change clothes. Han just returned to his room when ISO appeared and asked, Loki, what will happen if Master doesn't change? Han replied, I don't think that's possible, so when is the next opportunity? You understand that you just need to shake the internet, right? It also depends on the speed of collecting intervention points. Han still doesn't understand. What exactly is an intervention point? ISO enters a state of explanation. It is what Mobius uses to interfere with causality and the laws. When the master logs into the activity, intervention points are collected. The faster you clear a level and the game itself, the more intervention points you accumulate. Transform into a full bag of items. They are the material form of intervention points. Each gem has the power of creation. Han has gradually finished preparing his gear. He sheaths his sword and asks, so it's like the power of money in the real world? People clap their hands. Human money can create deep hatred. Virtual money is great, but cash is even better. If you bring cash to the headquarters, you'll get an extra 1%. Han slowly stepped out, muttering, 1%? You're really stingy. This is our first time going out after such a long break. Outside your team's base, they were already waiting. The group stepped forward majestically. Han smiled and said, from now on, we will end the ceasefire. Jenna casually follows behind. I don't really care much. This is fine too, Han asked. Does no one feel itchy? Jenna hesitated. No, not really. Hearing that, Han was a bit dissatisfied and glared at her angrily. Jenna quickly turned her head away. Oh, it itches. It must be itching. She really wants to fight now. Aaron is a bit worried. This guy, even if Master changes his mind, our team only has 4 members, and we're missing 1. Han smiled, not worried. At this moment, the Edit team is training hard, so ISO orders Edit to temporarily join the team. Come here. Hearing that, Edit put on her coat and approached Han. Did you lift the ceasefire order? Han is standing downstairs by the stairs, as you can see. And what about the Master? Edit still wondered. You will find out later. Han replied briefly. Edit smiled. All right, if everyone says so, let's all step into the tier in time. Edit! Remind Han. Hurry up, I can't stay here long. I don't expect you to stay for long. You can lead Team 2 once we've cleared level 15. Their trial level is level 8. The mission on this floor is to trap the target and eliminate all enemies. Everyone looking around also realizes which floor this is. Tell the whole team it's time to show what we've practiced. These monsters on this floor are 27 in total, all level 9 Gopin knights, charging like fierce wolves. Ivanka coldly looked at them, whispered an incantation in reverse. A white-purple light burst out, enveloping the space. The goblins froze, confused, then suddenly layers of earth rose up beneath their feet, flinging them backward. Jenna didn't waste a second, firing her crossbow repeatedly at the chaos monsters, each shot hitting precisely at their weak spots. Then, Ivanka raised both hands, chanting an incantation to burn, and flames erupted from her palms, shooting straight at the goblins. Han was very satisfied. It used to take 40 seconds, but now she only needs 10 seconds. When it was his turn to act, Han rushed forward, her sinister gaze sweeping over the demons. This is the final level. How far have you cleared? The demons split into 2 groups and headed there. Edit stands in the middle of the blood-splattered scene, expression blank. So you guys called me into the team just to make it look good. It doesn't take much effort. Han's team has completed the mission. Aaron and Ivanka are promoted with rewards of 5,000 gold and 3 C-rank familiars. Han glances at the team, silently assessing. Jenna can now strike much faster. Now Min can trust her to support. Edit still hasn't fully integrated into the team, but she's smart and will find her role soon. Ivanka has also become much more flexible with her magic, completely different from before. Does Jenna look bored now? Edit smiles, just watching and having fun. Yonka massages her exhausted shoulder. Is today finally over? I'm exhausted. Han said nothing and grabbed Ivanka to drag her away. Not finished yet, Yonka struggles and fights back. People use magic to cheat death and come back. If you don't know, don't talk nonsense. Han simply replied tersely, Don't worry, you don't need to do much. Yonka is still struggling. I don't trust you. With that handsome face, you're just a liar who talks nonsense all day. I've been fooled by those words too many times before. Now the system is notifying Water V. Master, there is a member capable of research. Try starting a study. Successful research is the foundation for smooth operations.
Han pulled Ivanka into a room filled with books and bottles, and Ivanka, suspicious, looked around with her hands on her hips. Is this the magic hall? Why did you bring me here? Han explained briefly. I told you not to overexert yourself. All you need to do is research. The system displays a suggestion to explain this feature further to the master. Current research on Hero Reaction Level 0, Expansion of Level 0 Base, and Deep Dungeon Level 0 Research. Advice. You can earn research points by bringing members into the research room. Try upgrading the corridor as you like using the research points. Ivanka, who is suggested as a 3-star researcher, doesn't hesitate to press agree. Ivanka had no choice but to step into the role of researcher. Yanka suddenly appeared, causing Yanka to be terrified to death. Stop screaming and don't suddenly appear like that. You scared me half to death. Damn it, he shrugged. Just act natural. I didn't mean to appear like this. Do you see that table over there? Just solve the problems and put them into the box over there, pointing to the table with some rolls of paper on it. Prince Y approaches, picks up the silk thread and reads it, his eyes gradually darkening. These are things I learned at the Magic Academy. Why the hell do I have to stand with my hands on my hips? If the master asked you to do that, do it the way he wants if you don't want to learn a lesson. Han is now standing in front of a bookshelf, picking out a book to look at. I can't understand any of it. It's like water pouring over a duck's back. I have no clue what's going on. Prince Yi Wonka, despite his resistance, also sat down to take notes, though sometimes he just had to scratch his head and ears. After a while, the system notified that the master had received a research point. The research speed is 10 hours, costing 10 games per hour. At the same time, Yanka finished solving a problem and threw it into a nearby furnace, where a blue flame burst up, swallowing the paper. Han thought to himself, 10 coins an hour? Indeed, the effectiveness isn't great. I expected that since she doesn't have any research skills. At this moment, the master set the research time to 3 to 1 days. The researcher warning system can detect dissatisfaction if you set the research time too long. That's really true. As soon as Yo announced it, Yanka strongly objected. No, it's extremely headache-inducing and exhausting, not easy at all. I'm trying my best to solve it, as if I'm a cow being milked. I strongly oppose being treated like a slave by you all, Han thought to himself. That's right, this does affect her schedule a bit, a way to keep Ivanka's efforts going without wasting time. Thinking of that, Han closed the book and gave a command to Iz to make a request to the master. Han requests a fur coat, and the master immediately agrees, summoning a white fur coat from the space. Han hands it to Yanka and says, You've always wanted this, right? This is an advance payment. I will give you more if you do well. Yanka mutters reluctantly. You dare bribe me with a fruit? That's so shameful. But she quickly hugged her shirt with both hands, her eyes fixed and unblinking. Han, hearing that, quickly held on. Then just return it if you don't want it, Yanka hurriedly said. Who said I don't want to? I will do it. He looks at this scene with a bored expression, speechless and unsure of what to say. Later, the master continues to change everything. He takes the members to dungeons every week and has weapons forged at the equipment center. He forms an additional 3-member team. This is a rookie team with new members. The master has definitely made changes. Han was very satisfied. This result wasn't too bad. Right now, Yanka was sitting and studying when she suddenly called out, Do you want to learn magic? Han pondered, Do you want to learn magic? Yanka continued, If it's just me teaching, it would be difficult, but I have some books here, so it's possible. Han thought to himself that as a 2-star character, his class was beginner level. From 3 stars onward, he would be able to choose a class. At this level, I can become a warrior. But if I meet the conditions, I can unlock the path to a hidden class. One of them is a sword mage, but being considered an hidden class doesn't mean it's powerful. Hearing this, Han refused. No, thank you. I prefer to focus on one thing. Yanka smiled. If you change your mind, just let me know. Han wondered if she was asking because she didn't want to do the exercises alone. Yanka blushed as if caught off guard. What a boastful remark. Judging by her expression, I guessed right. Yanka sighed and propped her chin up, asking how you had been living before coming here. Han also propped his chin. Me? I am a farmer, just lying. Who would believe you? Han said focus on her problem and ask less. However, Han also did not forget Yanga's background. She was once the daughter of a prestigious family, but that family had fallen into decline due to war. Lost in thought, suddenly a lightning bolt struck right into the magic room. Han and Ivanka jolted awake, confused about what was happening. Han thought for a moment, then said, It has begun. No need to make them wait. The hero reaction research system has leveled up to 1. The goddess has blessed the waiting hall, followed by a beautiful meteor shower covering the entire room. a star flew in front of Yonga, offering 3 research options: Hero Reaction Research Dungeon, Structure, Research and Waiting Hall, Expansion Research. It seems Water has chosen to unlock the Hero Reaction Research, costing 30 points. Yvonne suddenly felt dizzy, lightheaded, and sat down with a headache. What is this? It doesn't look good. The horse suggests it for you. Try saying the status window. Ivanka still didn't understand and asked again. The stats window. Suddenly, a window filled with numbers appeared in the space, startling Yonka. Han reassured her, I guess you can see it. It shows her abilities in the form of numbers. Han guessed, the Team 3 died because they didn't know exactly what the mission was. They don't know the conditions to complete that level because they can't see this system. Research the hero's reaction so the system can be viewed. Han asked again, do you see her strength, intelligence, HP, speed, and skills? Yonka was still muttering to herself. Intermediate fire magic control. Han turned away with a smile and explained, I think that's your skill, and we should tell the others. As soon as the door opened, a deafening scream caught Han's attention, and he saw Eren running around the yard, shouting as he went. Hey, hey, there's a ghost. It has a light like a ghost chasing after me. Han laughed and held Eren tightly. Don't be silly, it's not a ghost. Eren, being held tightly, panics and struggles. So what is it? The light, like a shooting star, suddenly struck Eren, and a strange sense of satisfaction suddenly welled up. Jenna over there has also opened the status window, so this is what he often looks at. Han was quite surprised. Do you already know? Jenna smiled. Sometimes I hear you muttering like that, so I just follow along. In the evening, Han's team gathered in Canaan to discuss the new stats panel, and Jenna was quite curious about this new feature. So this is the level of stats and skills, and we can become stronger because of this, Eren also realized. Sometimes I just feel stronger for no reason, so I guess it's because I leveled up. Ivanka is a bit dissatisfied. I can't believe it. Even the Grand Mage can't do this. How and where did you find out about this? We've never heard of it before, Han answers briefly. Just happened to know it. Yonka was skeptical. That story sounds too fake to me. Jenna, on the other hand, had no doubts because the boss was the first person here. Hang nods in agreement. Jenna's construction skills are impressive. That's right. I am the most experienced person here. Ivanka stared intently at Han. It's really suspicious. Suddenly, she turned back and sighed. You don't have to say anything. Everyone has their own secrets, and the truth is, your advice is always helpful. Jenna agreed. That's right. It's very useful too. Thanks to that, we're able to sit here now. Ivanka sweat and glanced at his teammate. I didn't know you were so good at flattery. Jenna explained smoothly. It's not flattery, it's a survival tactic. Ha looked at everyone and smiled faintly. If we make it to the end, I'll tell you everything. Of course, that was probably also the moment to say goodbye. The next day, Jenna shared this information with everyone in the waiting hall. Maybe because their level of research is still low, only some information is displayed and not everyone can see their stats. At the training ground, Han and Jenna are practicing very diligently. After firing a series of arrows and watching Han counter each one, Jenna was curious. So that's also a skill? Counterattacking like that. Han tossed her a basket of new arrows and nodded as if to answer. Jenna muttered, Actually, I can't pierce through it. Han suggested that if there was a counterattack skill, she wouldn't think there was also a piercing skill, right? Jenna froze. A piercing skill? How is that possible? Han said little, immediately demonstrating in front of her teammate, then suddenly appeared behind Jenna. She hadn't even had time to see anything, only feeling a surge of murderous intent from behind and quickly lunged forward. Dodge Han's sword, she shouted. Are you going to kill me? Han launched his second move to remind her, you'll be fine if you don't die immediately in the waiting room. It will be very hard to level up your skills without increasing the training intensity. Focus more. Jenna then struggles to dodge Han's attacks, forgetting to use her weapon, and Han realizes this, suddenly ending the training match. Wait, you shouldn't just tire yourself out with training like before. From now on, use real weapons, not the practice ones. There are no rules anymore. Han puts on his shield, and the new training goal is to beat the opponent until they are almost dead. The training continues, with everyone watching in awe. Han is truly incredible. Can you believe it? He used to be a farmer. There's no way someone could be that confident. It's just talk. A single sword strike sent Chenna flying backwards. Wait a minute. What is this? The girl shouted. Han narrowed his eyes at her. Have you given up yet? Eren is waiting. Han suddenly wondered if he should train with both of them at the same time. Eren, who has lost all 32 matches against Han, scratches his head. No, I'm fine. Jenna refused. I will try a little longer. She shook her head, forcing herself to focus intensely. Han charged forward. I am coming. Suddenly, a sword appeared right in his line of sight, startling him and knocking the sword away. Regaining his composure, he realized Jenna was using a short sword. Suddenly, Jenna looked up, her right eye now glowing orange. The system notifies that Jenna has learned the weakness detection skill. She fires a series of 3 arrows. Each arrow hit Han's weak spot, making it hard for him to defend. Surprised, Han asked, "Where did you learn that?" Jenna smiled excitedly and said, "I just thought of it. When you mentioned piercing skills, I tried it out." Han was pleased and thought to himself, so she learned a skill just from my suggestion. "This girl is really interesting." Han looked up at her, smiled, and said, "I'll attack again." Jenna draws her bow. Readying herself won't be easy. Baby. Jenna fires a series of arrows, limiting Han's movement with the first arrow and targeting his weak points with the second and third. If not, she will shoot the knee-bin arrow. Being able to control her arrow like that, Han silently thought it would take more effort to face her. At the same time, Jenna's basic archery skill level increased to 6. Han was startled. Another skill leveled up. "Are you kidding?" Han gritted his teeth, focusing on defending against a series of arrows shot by Jenna. "Will Han lose this battle?" Jenna smiled, her right eye glowing with a deeper orange. Everyone around was amazed. Can't believe she's still human? Han was already impressive, but Jenna is no joke either. Aaron stood nearby, sweat running down his face, truly amazed. So that was the genius. He clenched his spear, trembling. The training match continues. Evenly matched, Han plans his counterattack, unable to close the gap, with the shield only for emergencies. Anyway, this practice is to gain new skills. I need to do better instead of just being a target. Han grit his teeth and tilted his head to dodge the arrow if he could predict its direction. Just then, an arrow sliced through the wind, flying about a hand's breadth from Han's eye. Turning obstacles into opportunities, Han awakens his clairvoyant skill, shield throwing at level 3, and basic swordsmanship at level 7. He moves smoothly to the left and right, sweeping his sword across Jenna's neck. She grit her teeth and fell back without hesitation. Han pressed his sword against Jenna's neck, ending the battle with a triumphant smile. "This is your 19th win, right?" Jenna stammered. "Monster stuff." Han wipes his sweat and glances at his status board. "You have gained some skills." Jenna moved closer to Aaron. "How many skills do you have?" Aaron replied. "I have basic healing magic, pain tolerance, and fire resistance." "How about you?" Jenna scrolls through the stats board. Basic archery, basic melee, quick shot with weakness detection, Hawkeye, agile movement into action. Aaron looked dejected. "That's enough. Don't read anymore. It hurts my heart again." Having many skills doesn't mean you're strong. It also depends on your level. If you have some skills that don't fit well, it could be more of a disadvantage than an advantage. Thinking about my own obsession and calmness is an example, but that is a special case. But Jenna has 9 skills, truly a top student. A while later, Watervey logged in and combined different types of stones to craft basic advancement stones to help heroes level up. However, this time it failed. Han sighed in disappointment with only an 8% success rate. Jenna sat happily beside Han and asked, "Can I now advance?" Yu is surprised. She's already a 2-star now. Time is passing so quickly. During the second evolution stone synthesis, Watt successfully combined it. He chose to advance Jenna. Han thought to himself that he was level 12, Ivanka level 8, Aaron level 9, and Jenna was level 10. Jenna took the gem and turned to Han, asking, "Will I not die?" "I'll be back soon." Han watched her figure fade away. His evolution process was special because TE had intervened, so Jenna would see things differently from him. The system reports progress. Your forgotten past has awakened. Jenna's pre-evolution process is complete. Is she now a 2-star? Jenna walked out with a grim expression. "I had a very strange dream. The forest I live in is engulfed in a sea of fire," Han says. "Stupid dream." Jenna is still overwhelmed by negative feelings. "Yes. Somehow I will." Han comforts her. "Forget it. Don't worry about it." Jenna, now listening to Han, tries to regain her spirits. "Ah, I see. What a terrible dream." Han asked further, "Is there anything else?" Jenna remembers, just a little. Like a weight on my shoulders has been lifted. That's all. Han speculates that the evolution process is like awakening a forgotten past. Remembering through evolution. So all heroes are losing their memories. It will take about 4 or 5 stars for them to realize the truth, how they were summoned here, and what happened to their world. Not long after, Aaron also advanced to 2 stars. Han didn't know what he had dreamed of, but he had tried much harder. After training, Aaron was surprised that Han no longer paired up. "Are you going back?" Han approached a dummy. "I have something to do." Aaron suddenly said, "I need to try as hard as you do." Han warned, "You will destroy yourself if you overwork." But Han interrupted. "I'm fine." Han sighed and then entered a frenzy state, attacking the dummy repeatedly. Aaron stood watching Han for a moment before walking away, feeling a bit down. Ha looked at the dummy with a cross-shaped cut. Not yet finished, I am stronger, but still can't focus my power where I want. If I activate Berserk mode, I will become even stronger. The skills would become less effective, and I would lose my composure as well. If they could combine, they would have done so a long time ago. Like the basic sword and shield technique, if the two skills are compatible, they will merge into one. The voiceover suddenly sounds from behind. You're still training so diligently at this late hour. Han, what are you doing here? She didn't answer and stepped closer to Han. I want to ask you a few things before we go to the 12th floor. Your group isn't made up of those who went to the battlefield, right? Gina is a ranger, Aaron is a hunter, and you're a farmer, right? Even so, I don't believe it, Han replied succinctly. Well, Edit hesitated. Have you killed anyone before? Han glanced at the girl. Her group had reached the 12th floor. Are you asking how determined we are? Yes, I am. To survive, Han replied grimly. I can stay here thanks to someone else's life. 3 people have already been sacrificed for me. Have you figured out the answer yet? Edit and recall a fleetingly sad past. That's right. You killed the Wild Wolf mercenary group. Han goes back to training. Are you mocking me? Edit hesitated. No, I was just interrupting. Anything that appears on the screen is a monster. All you have to do is kill it. Edit reminds. You may see it that way, but your teammates don't. Han rushes into training. If not, I need to find new teammates. Edit still hesitates. That, Han said. I know them well. You don't need to worry. She sighed. All right, I'll do as you say. The next morning, the time crack opened. Han's team set out on their mission. Jenna excitedly asked, Do you think it's still on the 11th floor? Han replied, This is enough. This time it's probably level 12. As soon as he finished speaking, the system confirmed they would go to level 12. Han reminds the team to do what needs to be done no matter what happens. Jenna replies, Don't worry, I know. Han just said, If you know, do your job well. A flash of light transported everyone to a neighborhood. The mission on this floor is to eliminate the enemy. Everyone quickly take your positions. Jenna shouted, The conquest type! Where is the enemy? Suddenly, she looked over, her eyes wide open and bulging as a group of fully armored soldiers pointed spears at Han's group. Stop! Lower your weapons and reveal your identities. Their enemies on this floor are 11-level human soldiers, a total of 13, all stunned. What? Human soldiers? He turned away and clenched his teeth in frustration. It's clear to her that killing people still feels very unsettling. Han's face darkened, and it was obvious that the team's aura had vanished when facing the human army. Aeon shouted, Boss, they're not monsters, they're humans. Han coldly asked back, So you don't plan to fight them? Aaron hesitated. No, we should talk to them first. Yanka also spoke up. I agree. We can add more information if we talk to them. We can resolve everything peacefully. Han asked again. You don't plan to fight either, right? Ivanka stammers. I hope we can avoid bloodshed. Han turns to Jenna. What about you? Jenna was at a loss for words, clearly just as confused. Why doesn't Han realize that the other soldiers are different from the NPCs? They can see Han's team, but they are also enemies. Han reminds him. What are you doing? Draw your weapons. Aaron hesitated, trying to persuade Han once more. Han, annoyed, drew his sword from behind. If you're not going to fight, are you trying to stop me? Seeing Han like that, everyone fell silent and didn't dare to make a sound afterward. Han gave in again, sighed, and said, do whatever you want. Aaron sighs in relief, bows his head and says, I will try to talk to them. Then he takes his spear and walks toward the soldiers. I am Aaron. I will negotiate with you. We're the same. We don't know why we were brought here, Aaron asked. Why did you guys come here? The soldiers remain on guard, making it difficult to explain. Many things have happened, so come closer so we can talk better. Aaron then steps forward after hearing this. I came here, but the soldiers made a condition. Put down your weapons first. My comrades are tense. We don't intend to fight, so don't worry. We just wanted to talk. Aaron hesitated for a moment, then also lowered his spear. Han quickly stepped forward and whispered, Are you stupid? Are you going to do everything they say? Then he turned to the others and shouted, Come here and put down your weapons. The soldier shouted, No. Han refuses to back down. Why are we the only ones required to put down our weapons? What are you trying to do? The soldiers looked at each other in confusion, and then all put down their weapons. All right, but my 3 brothers and I will go with them, moving forward and talking as you see fit. We're unarmed, and I hope you'll cooperate. Han saw that and put down his sword and shield. Are you ready? The commander is satisfied. All right, now we can discuss, but you know what? There was a voice echoing in my mind, and even when I covered my ears, I could still hear it. That voice kept ringing, even now. He smirked. Oh, really? What is it saying? The dark veins suddenly spread from the neck to the face of the commander. He swung his hand, stabbing the sword forward quickly, his eyes blazing red, his face twisted in a sinister way. "Kill you all!" The two accompanying soldiers' eyes also turned red as they charged at Han and Ion, but Han had anticipated this from his time as a master. Han kicked the sword lying behind him, reaching back to grab it. Heroes hesitating to attack will be eliminated. Cooperation never exists, no matter who he faces. He charges forward, slashing through the neck of one soldier, then quickly taking down the other two. Everything happened so quickly that everyone was stunned. A few other soldiers charged forward to confront Han. He swung his sword at this one and smoothly threw a dagger straight into another's head. A soldier behind him was aiming to draw his bow and shoot, then gets stabbed by Edit Phi's knife. Han clears his throat, causing Aeon, still in shock, to suddenly wake up. "Pick now, kill or be killed. Do you still want to talk?" Aeon grit his teeth and raised his spear. "I will fight," Han asked again. "Jenna, are you going to let them go?" Jenna coldly draws her gun. "Kill or be killed, of course." She raised her face, her eyes blazing with murderous intent. "I have made my decision," and spoke. Then she fired several arrows in quick succession at the soldiers rushing up. King Y also prepared to recite the spell. "I'm in position now." Only then did I smile. "I was worried for nothing," Han replied. "Obviously, it doesn't matter whether the opponent is a monster or a human. What created this team isn't talent or strength, but spirit. They are the ones doing everything to survive because they are the real monsters." Edit shouted loudly to warn everyone to scatter. "They're not normal," Han replied reassuringly. "I know. Everyone stick to the formation and fight the monsters." Yonka chants a spell. Han checks the timing and shouts loudly to warn everyone to spread out. Immediately, flames burst from Yonka, burning the enemies and making them scream in pain. Jenna was also busy, shooting anyone she saw, while Eren fought fiercely. Han led the charge, cutting down enemies like a madman, secretly assessing their weakness. Good armor, but their attack was disorganized and lacked formation. Another soldier falls, while a different one, trembling, crouches down and retreats. "Wait, spare me. Spare me. I have a wife and daughter at home. I need to go back to them." "Go back? How?" The soldier's eyes widened as he clutched his head tightly. "How?" Suddenly, he screamed wildly, a mass of black blood pouring out of his mouth and nose from the soldier. Han quickly ends the soldier's life. Yonka steps forward to look around. "These people are really strange. They have been brainwashed. I've met a few of them before, but I've never seen so many people brainwashed at the same time." Including the last time, Han turned back and asked, "Are they the same person?" "Yeah, I did kill them, but they are indeed the same people from before." Han looked at the corpses. Their blood was black and thick, like tar. Still, there's not enough evidence to say for sure. Han's team has finished the level. As they all head back to the waiting room, Han turns and says, "Get used to it, I will do the same next time." "Are you saying you'll keep killing people?" Han turned and left the room. "Yes, monsters and humans are no different." Just as Han predicted, floors 14 and 15 are also humanoid monsters, with different equipment and formations. But they are all similar. They are all hostile to Han's team, which is convenient because it allows them to kill enemies without hesitation. But fighting humanoid monsters is more intense than fighting regular monsters. Waterv noticed this and stopped everyone from fighting. He allowed the whole team to rest after the battle. A few days later, everyone had leveled up enough to challenge the 15th floor. Han reached level 15, Eren and Gina reached level 13, and Edit and Ivanka both reached level 11. Due to their higher rankings, Edit and Ivanka's experience points didn't increase quickly, which is a disadvantage for high-ranking heroes. The portable equipment is also back in operation. Han can carry more items thanks to the cloth bag. He asked to borrow some basic HP potions he brought along. Yo reminded him, "Don't drop it, it's very expensive." As soon as she finished speaking, Yo slipped and dropped the HP bottle she was holding. Of course, the vial shattered and was no longer usable. Han sneered at her. "Did you just say land?" Yo immediately responded, "That's not true. I don't know. It was the master's fault for overworking me. Anyway, everyone is equipped with 3 HP bottles each, except for Yonka, who has 1 HP bottle and 2 recovery bottles." Yo advises carefully. "You all better listen to Han if you want to survive." Han looked at her with a disappointed expression. "What are you talking about? Yo keeps going. I'm serious. It will be a problem if they rebel." Everyone entered the time crack and finally reached level 15. Han wasn't exactly sure what the mission was, but it wasn't a conquest like at level 10. Han begins to explain the plan. "We will proceed as usual." Jenna asks, "We just need to follow your instructions, right?" Han replied, "Don't rely too much on me." "I don't think so. Just follow him. It's fine. His orders are clear." Han reviews his stats with a total score of 107. equal to that of a 3-star hero. It's been 2 months since he arrived here, and he hasn't taken a break yet. The system suddenly notified that the master agreed to spend 300 game to use the screen recording feature. Han smiled softly, guessing that reviewing again is not a bad habit. This will help improve your judgment and decision-making skills, even if you don't need to use it for this mission. It will be essential when you reach higher levels. Han said, "There are 2 issues I am concerned about with this mission. One is that it is a special mission related to the goddess statue I mentioned on the 19th floor. It says we will die if the statue is destroyed. This, floor 15, is the same. The 3 of them entered and died within 5 minutes. They probably didn't even get into the fight. Hearing that, they felt a bit worried, unaware of what had happened or the cause of the death. So, what should we do when we get in there? Find the fastest mission and make sure we don't fail. We don't have much time, maybe only about 15 minutes. Jenna was a bit startled. 15 minutes? Han explains. The 3 of them went in and died within 5 minutes. Do you understand what that means? We will fail if we do nothing. We will all die. That's the second issue. Han has calculated it carefully. Time passes differently in the waiting room and during the mission. Based on the account discrepancy, we have about 15 minutes. 15 minutes in the mission equals 5 minutes in the waiting room. Very little time. In other words, this is a time-limited mission. The system will notify that the 15th floor door will open in 10 seconds. Han turned back to his teammates and said, "We will gather information for 3 minutes once inside, and then start the mission." The 10 seconds are up, and everyone teleported to a busy city. Everyone walks along the busy street, and Han looks around. This level is also a city. It seems no one notices Han and the others. The 2 men standing nearby are still chatting animatedly. Han guesses everyone is an NPC. This place is quite peaceful, unlike the 10th floor. At this moment, the mission appears on the 15th floor, a defensive task to protect a specific individual. Han swears inwardly. What the hell is this? Does it want us to find someone in this crowd? Looking for a needle in a haystack or digging for gold at the bottom of the sea? Is this game for dogs? Han guesses that Team 3 was probably very panicked when they saw this crowd, not knowing what the mission was or who the enemy was. They haven't reached the 10th floor yet, so maybe they thought the goal was to kill the residents here. There are only 2 possibilities that could lead to their death: being truly killed by the enemy while attacking the residents, or letting the person they need to protect get lost in the crowd. In other words, if we don't want to end up like Team 3, we have to find that person. Han turned back and told everyone, "The goal is to protect. We must find that person. They might die soon if they don't act now." Jenna looked around worriedly, but who is it supposed to be now? There are no monsters here, only ordinary people. Han asked, "Do any of you know this place well?" Aaron suddenly raised his hand. "I'm here. I used to come here when I was a merchant. This place is called Adi, a crossroads area that fosters very active trade. So we're in Thonia. Do you know of any notable places in the city? If you don't count the Holy City, it's also one of the top 3 largest temples," Jen exclaimed. "A is the White Silver Shrine. I've heard of it before. I heard that place is very big." H shares his guess. "So you guys need to hide there?" Aaron is thinking the same. "Maybe so. Right now, something is probably happening there." Han turned to tell Edit, "Now we're heading to the temple to support me." Edit nodded in agreement and took a few steps back. In a flash, he jumped onto the top of a building that offered a panoramic view of the city. Han and the others moved with the crowd towards the temple. There were 2 guards at the gate. Everyone else passes without issue, but Han's group is stopped and can't move on. Before he finishes speaking, Han kicks the soldier in the face. The soldier collapsed unconscious immediately, while the other soldiers, still stunned, only managed to curse halfway through his sentence. Getting hit by Han's punch also knocked him out cold. Aeon was startled. "Wait a minute. Why did you start fighting already?" Han will finish handling everything before turning around and speaking sternly. "Don't you all understand yet? If they can see us, it means they are the enemies. Remember, the NPC cavalry and the soldiers on the 10th floor couldn't see us, but these guys can see us clearly. That means they are not ordinary NPCs. Yanka frowned, but we could also be wrong in our guess. Han calmly, confidently, "I haven't killed them yet." Yanka looked at the soldiers' faces. It seemed like they were half dead already. As they got closer to the temple, everyone had to marvel at how crowded it was. Everywhere was full of people. Han asked again, "Aaron, is that the White Silver Temple?" Aaron replied, confirming the location is correct. At this moment on this balcony, an elderly man with silver hair and a cane that looks like a magic staff stepped out, appearing to be the owner of this place. He opened his eyes to look at the people below, cleared his throat, then struck his staff heavily on the ground, releasing a blue light that spread through the space.
Everyone pay attention to keep order. The descendant of the great sun is about to arrive. No one is allowed to cause chaos. King Y raises his head to look at the light. This is a powerful magic. Hang nodded. There's not much time left. We need to hurry into the temple. Jenna was worried. Inside, a Han guessed it. With everything happening on the main stage, it means the person we need to protect will be the main character of the entire ceremony. Han's group approached the main gate, but a group of soldiers blocked the way, shouting loudly, "Stop! Do not proceed." Han coldly draws his sword. "Stand still if you don't want to die." The soldiers become alert and shout loudly to send the message. "These guys have weapons, are you insurgents?" Han chuckled. "Rebellion?" You step forward and smash the goddess statue, breaking it into pieces. That's what rebellion looks like, right? The commander orders, "Kill him now." The level 13 soldiers charged at once, and Han smiled. You guessed right. King Y is having a headache. His courage is truly sky high. Han gets ready. Does everyone believe in religion? The team is also ready. Aaron simply replied, "Of course not." Jenna smiles. "I only trust myself." You too. Han encouraged everyone. "We have to get past those enemies. The person we need to protect is probably inside the temple by now." Han and Aaron charged forward to break through the enemy's encirclement. The soldiers were extremely fierce, fighting with all their might to take lives. Han was no less fierce, fighting and defending himself. He knocked away a soldier, the team leader. No need to take down everyone. Just get past whoever you can. The commander is shouting at the city gate, blocking the way and protecting the temple. Han runs forward at full speed, with Jenna shooting arrows from behind to support. He warned, "Don't kill them all, there's no time left." The target is probably hiding somewhere in this temple, though I don't know why, but surely that person will be sleeping soon. There are only a few minutes left. Han kicks open the shrine door and looks around. If they don't find that person on time, everyone will be doomed. At this moment, the system displays a notification indicating the mission classification has changed to guard mode. Han shouts for Ivanka, and she understands. Chanting a spell, he blocks all the chairs at the main door. A monk, startled, turns around to perform the ritual. "Who are you? How did you get in here?" Han stared intently at the man. The chat window still hadn't changed. He told everyone, "This is not the right person. This corridor must connect to the entrance." The side door swung open, and a group of soldiers rushed in. "Where do you think you're running to?" "Han, Commander." "Everyone is worried about the right wing, so follow me quickly. I will go from the left side." Jenna replied. "Yeah, you go ahead first. You're doomed." Before he could finish his sentence, the soldier was struck in the solar plexus and fell to the ground. Han rushes up the stairs, constantly searching for the person he needs to protect. The old man on the balcony is not the target either. Han wonders if it's the descendant of the great sun that the old man mentioned. It must be. A shadow flickered at the top of the stairs. Han rushed over as the figure stepped out, sword glowing, and introduced himself. "I am Kai Von Chose, Holy Knight of House S, and I am here to show you the terrible wrath of the goddess." I will ignore the fool rambling and head straight upstairs. The confused knight called out, "Hey, wait until I finish introducing myself." It took me all night to remember the whole speech. "Wait, don't ignore her." Han runs along the corridor, smashing through each door, frantically searching through the rooms. He ran past someone, but it seemed like that person didn't see him. Han thought to himself, "Not everyone here can see me, right?" Now there are less than 3 minutes left, no time to waste. Han kicks open a large door, revealing a room filled with rare flowers, and on the far side, a large glass door reflects the two of them. Suddenly, 3 armored soldiers stepped forward, raising their swords for the peace of the temple. Outside, the old man with white hair and beard stood respectfully before a young girl. "Madam Saint, the people have gathered in the square already." The saint replied, "But isn't there some trouble in the garden?" The old man reassures him, "Maybe there's an intruder. We'll handle this properly. You don't need to worry." Inside, Han is engaged in a fierce battle with 3 knights. These guys are incredibly skilled. Han tilted his head to avoid, but still got cut by their swords, blood splattering onto nearby flowers. Han clenched his teeth. These guys are on a completely different level from the soldiers below. Fighting 3 at once seems a bit tough now. Han kicked one of them hard in the leg and then drove his sword straight into his leg. The knight screamed in pain. As he struggled in agony, Han ran past, snatched the sword from his hand, and beheaded another attacker rushing at him. In an instant, one kid still held back the sword of this guy with one hand, while the other blocked the attack of the other with a shield. Then he quickly stabbed the sword straight into the face of the other guy. Then another one joined in. Both of them, wielding 2 swords each, charged into a fierce fight with the remaining enemy, who is also the commander. They are quite evenly matched. Every attack was perfectly defended. After Han used both swords to counter the knight's attack, one hand blocked the sword while the other decapitated the knight.
Finally, the battle ends, and on the balcony, the saintly maiden steps forward gratefully saying to the old man, "I will never forget this opportunity you have given me." The old man behind her says, "Of course, your holiness, the goddess will surely be pleased to hear this." Han opens the door and steps out, the old man startled and turning back, shouting, "Who is sneaking in? You managed to get through all those defenses." He spins around and raises his staff. Han is stunned by the scene before her. The old man kept pointing his staff at the saintess and shouted, "Die!" A red light wrapped around the staff, and Han suddenly woke up, realizing he wasn't the target, but the girl they needed to protect. Han quickly charged forward, slicing off the old man's head with his sword, causing the staff in his hand to fly off course into the nearby building, sending debris flying everywhere. The people below panicked and scattered in fear. Han stood watching the saintess in front of him, not intending to attack himself, but aiming at the girl we need to protect. The saintess screamed in fear. Screamed, "Who are you?" Han approached, "But you don't need to know. The holy maiden is very frightened." "Are you a hitman? Are you here to kill me too?" Han suddenly sensed something was wrong, glanced to the side, then quickly pressed the holy maiden's head down, swinging his sword to block the incoming dark weapon attack from the opposite side. The holy maiden struggled to get up. "What's going on?" What's going on?" He crouched down facing three strangers in front of him, cloaked in full robes, throwing hidden weapons directly at the saintess. Han ran out to shield her with his shield. He examines the poison, which contains a purple liquid. This is a toxic-tipped weapon. Now Han is sure these assassins are targeting the saintess. A man rushes forward, holding a dagger, aiming to stab the saintess, but an arrow flies in and hits his head, causing him to fall down. Luckily, it was an arrow from Edit standing on the building across. Over here, Han rushes at a stunned enemy and swiftly stabs him through the heart. On this side, someone jumps in, throwing a dart in their hand, quickly blocking with a shield and then slashing again. After taking down the assassins, Edit also jumped to the scene. The wall was too high. I had to spend some time climbing over it. There are two more guys, but we took them down already. "Who's this kid?" Edit turns to look at the saintess. She looks so familiar. The saintess still doesn't realize the situation and loudly says, "Who are you? This is not a place for someone like you to break in. Go back now." Before she could finish her sentence, an arrow whistled through the air past the saintess's hair, startling her and making her scream. Han Chengtai leaned on Lan Xia, watching the assassin on the other side of the building. "Are you sure? If we leave, you're definitely going to die." The saintess also turned back to look at the confused assassin struggling to draw his arrow, asking what is going on. "If you want to live, follow us, or you'll be left here to die." Han and Edit walked towards the door. "What is her decision?" The saintess sat blankly for a moment before bowing her head in agreement. The system announced the mission was complete. Special NPC Frias Lagner has joined your team. 2 more notifications appear. The mission objective has changed. The new goal is to escape the city with Frias and Lagner. Han thought to himself. An escape ship mission. All right. I knew they wouldn't let us complete the mission that easily. He picked up the crossbow and told Edit to prepare for a pincer attack. "I will try to hold the enemy back." At this moment, Ivanka, Aaron, and Jenna run over. "Hey, there's no time left. The soldiers are gathering down there." Ha told everyone to remember this girl. She's the one we need to protect. Friss looked annoyed. "I'm not a little girl." Ha smirked. "She got furious when I called her a little girl." As you can see, Yanka was stunned. "You are truly surprised. I didn't expect to meet you in this situation." Friss was surprised. "Who are you? Do you know who I am?" 2 arrows from the other side cut through the wind and fly towards us. H reminds us. "What time is it and you're still playing the Guess Who game?" Edit suddenly spoke up. "Listen, we will climb down with this rope and try to open an escape route." She quickly tied the rope securely to the railing. "I have visualized a way out. The left side has the fewest soldiers and a complicated path, so it's a good place to hide." Han also agrees. "So we will go that way." Edit will go ahead. Then Aaron, I, Ivanka, and Jaina follow. Ivanka wonders why she isn't leading, and Han responds, "Ivanka, create a wall of fire so the enemies can't reach us." Aaron and Edis will go down first to make sure no enemies block our way down. Ivanka obeyed, shooting a fireball at the soldiers in front, causing chaos among them. "As a mage, kill the mage first. Climb out onto the balcony, so I will go first." Next, Aaron also manages to climb down smoothly. Han turns to tell Friss, "I'll go next." Friss was stunned. "Me?" Han sighs in frustration, and then tightly hugs Friss before hanging down the rope, reminding Friss to stay close. "Hold on tight, don't let go." "Where are you flying to, Frizz?" The arrow flying towards her made her fearfully close her eyes. When she reached the ground, she saw Friss still holding her tightly. Han urged her to let go, and then left, while he looked up at Ivanka, shouting for her to hurry up. Eren is now fighting off the soldiers to clear a path. Suddenly, a dagger flies in and pierces his side. The system immediately alerts that Eren is bleeding and poisoned. Han is stunned and quickly shouts Eren's name. Eren only nodded to reassure the team leader. "I'm fine." Jenna was the last to go down. She waved her hand dismissively like, "I thought I wouldn't die, but I'd at least lose a layer." Han's team has located the target and ensured the safety of its members. Now, they just need to escape to complete the mission. Han quickly shouted, "If you don't want to die, run to the left. The soldiers are chasing hard. Don't let them escape. Catch that witch and those hounds." Freeze was stunned. "Which witch?" Han asked. "It seems to be referring to her." A soldier rushes out from a corner of the wall. "You won't get past him." Before he can finish his sentence, Han and Edit quickly team up to take him down. But then a group of elite soldiers rushed in, and they were almost surrounded. Edit immediately looked for a new route. Han is on this side. The whole team hurriedly follows. Han asked again, "This way is definitely correct. I know the way we're going. Just follow this road. We will definitely reach the suburbs." Ivanka chants and piles up dirt and stones to create a barrier blocking the soldiers' path. After running for a while, they reached a quiet corner of the street where Edit leaned against the wall and suggested, "Let's rest for a bit." Friss, exhausted, sat down heavily. How could this be happening? Han also said we should rest for 5 minutes before moving on. Han knows Yonka's barrier won't hold for long. They'll be found soon. Being surrounded here is worse than over there. Han thought for a moment before pulling out the HP potion and drinking it all. The team also drank healing potions. Hal looked at Ivanka, pondering that if Ivanka could use level 3 fire magic, they could create an escape route. And as long as they could run away, the mission would be complete. Han approached Aeon to check on him and asked, "Aeon, how are your wounds?" Eren sat on the ground, panting heavily, his wound already bruised all over. Aeon chuckled softly. "It's true I drank a lot, but the pain still won't go away." Jenna worries. "Boss, do you have any way to heal him?" Han pondered for a moment before turning to ask Freiss, "Do you have any special skills?" Freiss looked a bit uncertain. "What kind?" "The healing system. Sometimes in the game there are a few NPCs with special abilities. If she has one, that would be great." Friss looked at Eren, lowering her eyes with regret. "I'm truly sorry." The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Han replied, "I understand." Everyone was speechless, unsure of what to say in this situation. The poison couldn't be cured with normal HP-boosting potions. Maybe Eren can only move his body for another 10 minutes at most. None of us brought any antidotes, and there are no NPCs with healing skills. Aeon decided to speak up, saying, "You once said you would abandon us if we couldn't keep up. I think this is that moment." Eren trembles. "Stay strong, get up, I will buy us some more time." "Just let me stay." Han remained silent. Jenna said softly, "I want us to continue standing together." Eren brushed it aside. "Jenna, you can't do that." Eren remembers those moments on the training ground. "I was too weak." H turned to ask Ivanka what she thought. Ivanka looked away awkwardly. He decided to leave. Hantron hesitates. Considering efficiency, leaving him behind would be the right decision. The target has no self-defense ability. Bringing Aeon along would be too much for us. Protecting one person and protecting two are two completely different issues. Han closed his eyes as if he had made a decision. He took a potion, drank half of it, then tossed the other half to Eren. "You don't understand. Ask again. What is this?" Han replies, "Drink it." Eren tried to say these won't do anything, but Han stared at him. "It can't heal you, but it will prevent your condition from worsening." Everyone takes out all the medicine they have. Once done, Han hands the bag containing the medicine to Eren and advises him, "Remember to take a dose every 10 minutes. Eren hesitated. "It's too late to waste time." Han interrupted. "That's my business. We will split up to act. The first group will include Edit, this girl, and me. We will take this girl away from here. The second group includes Eren, Jenna, and Ivanka. You two will stay behind to protect Eren until she escapes successfully." Jenna asks again. "So we just need to protect Eren?" Han replied, "They're targeting this girl, so if you go the opposite way from us, you'll find a safe hiding spot." Aine hesitates to speak, but Han immediately cuts him off and stays silent. Edit is also quite worried. "Han, if we do that, it will be hard to escape. There will definitely be many guards at the exit, making it difficult for us to protect her successfully." Han turned away calmly and replied, "There are other ways." "I don't understand the other way. The main goal of this floor is to find and protect the target, and the new goal is to free the target." "All right, I know they won't let me complete the mission easily, so now we'll blend into the crowd first, and tonight we'll escape from this city." Han looks at the sky turning into sunset. and clearly states his plan. He chooses the night because then they are less likely to be detected by small groups of soldiers. Han can't afford to face them head-on. Nightfall will be an advantage for Han's team. You can split the team to move stealthily and escape without fighting. If there's no need to fight, they don't need a mage in the team. Fire magic is too easy to attract attention, so Han can't take Ivanka with him. Jenna will stay with Aeon's team. If they encounter a bad situation, they will have a better chance to adapt on the spot. Han assigns the plan to Jenna's team. You should go to the outskirts of the city where patrol groups are usually active all night. Just take Eren and run. Eren is still very remorseful and keeps apologizing for causing trouble for everyone. Han said, "Don't misunderstand. I am not saving your life for your personal benefit. And you two, if a situation arises where you can no longer protect Eren, don't hesitate to leave him behind. Your lives must come first. Remember that." Han looked up at the sky. "It's time to get moving. You go right, we'll go left." Han's group split in two, Han asked as he walked. "What about the hidden locations?" "There are quite a few. Some alleys have complicated passages, and we can also go inside the buildings." Han was surprised. "We can go inside the building?" "Yes, I already tried just now." Han thought to himself, "It must be different here from the 15th floor. That's a good thing." They went deeper into an alley leading to a street that looked like a slum. A scruffy man rushes over to Frias, causing her to startle. His eyes gleam with sleaziness. "Hey miss, are you lost, or did you run away from home? I can take you there." Before he could finish speaking, Edith charged forward and kicked him in the shins, causing the old man to fall backward. She then stepped ahead and said, "I will go ahead and find a place to hide." Suddenly, a tips guide appeared on the system for the master, explaining that in long-term missions, sometimes tasks can take longer than usual. Even if the user logs out, the heroes will continue their work. Han thought to himself, a guide message for the long-term mission, probably just sitting and watching, would be boring. And this little girl, I looked at Friz and seemed worried, but she was still trying to stay calm. I think she's not an ordinary girl. If she were normal, she would have refused to follow us from the start. This little girl quickly realized that in this chaotic situation, following us was her only way to survive. After walking for a while, they decided to enter a house to rest. Han praised her, saying she found a good spot with a back door that will make escaping easier for us. Edith pulled a string and said we should hide here until nightfall. "I've set a trap at the entrance." "Be careful." Freeze sat in the corner and sighed. "So are we staying here now?" Edith opened the door and said to Han, "I'll be back soon." Han wondered, "Are you going out again?" She smiled. "I have something I need to finish." Just being here alone is enough to protect her. "I will go find a way out." After the edit, the room once again fell silent. Han sat on the chair, lost in thought. Maybe he should take Jenna's place. There's not much I can do in a place like this. Lost in thought, Han was suddenly interrupted by Friss speaking up. "Frissan Lagner." Seeing Han turn to look, Friss repeated himself. "Frissan Lagner, that is my name. I am the second heir of the Empire," Han asked coldly. Friss smiled, probably meaning nothing to him. "Where are you from?" "That's not your concern, Han," closing your eyes, indicating you don't want to say too much. Friss frowns and says, "I've already revealed my identity, so at least you should respond." Han remains succinct. "Even if I tell you, you wouldn't understand." Friss asked curiously, "Really? You come from a place I don't know about?" "That's also true." Han nodded. Suddenly Friss asked an unrelated question. "Are you perhaps the warriors who saved Nelsa?" Han hesitated. "Is Nelsa the name of the city on the 9th floor?" "I think I've heard some NPCs mention it before." Seeing Han not respond, Friss slowly took off the crown on his head and said softly, "It seems I was right. I've seen them in my dreams." "A dream, huh?" Han glanced at her. "You must have nodded in the dream." "The warriors fought tirelessly to protect the city. I can't see their faces, but I have a feeling you're one of them. The survivors of Nelsa said that a group of people protected them, and that without them, the city would have fallen. However, they couldn't see the faces of those people. I've been having strange dreams all year long. The worrying thing is that in those dreams, everything is destroyed. The Empire, the cities of the 4 great clans, the villages, towns, and even the entire continent are engulfed in flames. Those dreams make me sure that if things go on like this, the continent will eventually come to an end. Do you know? Currently, strange events are happening across the entire continent. Mysterious illnesses, parasites, and monsters. We believe the Neo-Sa invasion is part of it. Monsters don't usually invade human territories like this." Han was silent for a moment, then asked, "Why are you telling me this?" "I need strength," Friz replied. "Power?" Han was surprised. Friz looked directly at Han. "The power to save the world. You want me to help?" Friz replied as a confirmation. Han leans back and closes his eyes. "I don't understand why she asked me for help.
Aren't you a princess with great power? I'm sure you still have many knights under your command.
Friss lowered her eyes, sad. I am just a puppet. All I have is my princess status. I have nothing else. No one is willing to listen to me. Friss clenched her teeth. No one obeys my orders. Han still hesitated. You have money? Go find some mercenaries.
Friss pleads, I will hire you as my mercenary. I will pay any price you want. Even though I am just a puppet, I truly have money.
Han was unwavering in her decision. No, find someone else if you're willing to pay, then you can hire someone suitable soon enough. Friss clenched the crown. No one would believe what I say about my dreams. They didn't even want to listen to me. But he is different. He didn't mock my story, that's why I wanted to hire him. Ha looked away. This is really a blessing. If the explanation I heard from the previous evolution is true, then this stage is actually the past of the city. He recalls T telling him he needs to help them change the story, even if the settings and authenticity are disrupted and time is mixed up and destroyed. Han sighs, knowing that no matter how much he wants to help, it's useless. This little girl is an NPC. Once this mission is over, we won't have anything left to work together on. Friss hesitated. Are you still refusing? I have my reasons, Han responds. Friss is curious. What reason could there be? Maybe she'll laugh if Han sneers that we come from another world. Friss, from another world? What do you mean? Han thought to himself. Well, I have nothing to do until night falls, so maybe I should tell her a little bit. It won't hurt. Thinking of that, Han turned to look at Friss and calmly explained that it's a really terrible place. We came here for a mission. In that world, we are assigned missions, and if we fail, we die. This time, the mission is to protect someone. We didn't know who they were at first, but then we realized it was her. If we can't protect the target, we will die. Friss hesitates. Wait a moment. So you guys came from another world to carry out your mission here? Han replied. Yes, we have to return to our own world after completing the mission. That's why I can't help you. Friss pondered. It's quite a ridiculous story. A different world. You're not lying to refuse my offer, are you? Han glanced at her. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. I don't care. Friss suddenly smiled. All right, I believe you. You are warriors from another world. I don't doubt the story you're telling, because you didn't mock my story either. I understand that you have your reasons. I will no longer try to change your mind. You do your part, and I will take care of mine. So what is your job then? Friss frowns. Isn't it obvious now? That is to prevent my dreams from becoming reality. Han thought for a moment before speaking. Are you the one who called everyone to the square? Friss confirms. You mean the White Silver Hall? Yes, I was planning to give my speech there. Han suddenly stood up, walked around the house, and asked as he went, What is this for? To increase my influence. Right now I am nothing compared to my older brother. Han turned to look at the girl. Influence? If it weren't for us, this girl would probably have died here. If each mission in the PM Cup game has its own meaning, then Friss must be a worthy NPC to be saved. After some thought, Han entered the inner house, leaving only one line. My name is Han. Friss was stunned, then blushed and repeated his name. Han, thank you. If it weren't for you guys, Ta would have lost his life already. Han reminded him. We're not done yet, I understand. Han wondered. Does she know why they want to kill her? No, Friss is also quite clueless about this. Suddenly, Han Kuang covered Friss with a cloth. She stood out too much, like a moving billboard. Are you asking me to wear this? And what about the outfit I'm wearing? We'll throw it away, there's a junkyard outside. You don't want to? Friss whispered. No, I expected this to some extent, but let me be alone. Han understood and moved to another room, but he could still hear noises from this one. Can I hear the little girl crying? Even though it's just in name. She's still a princess, probably only 15 years old, so it's probably very hard for her to accept her current situation. Friss finished dressing and touched her dress, wondering, this fabric feels strange. Han put on the princess's outfit and casually said, I think some bugs laid eggs on it. Friss was startled in horror. What, you're joking, right? Han clears his throat. I'm just joking. We will leave in about 2 or 3 hours. You should go to sleep. Friss obeyed, leaning against the wall, closing her eyes and falling asleep. Hang sat pondering her plan. If something happens to Aaron, I will receive a message about his abnormal condition. We still have time, just a little longer. The moon has risen high. Han glanced at the girl sleeping. In the end, he had talked too much. After finishing the edit, she returned to her room. She really sleeps well. Han asked immediately, how do we get out? I found it. Edit hesitated briefly, but still had a small issue. In front of the city gate, a group of human soldiers stands guard strictly, totaling 22 men, far too many for the 2 people with Han. Edit worries. Should we go to a different city gate? Han disagrees. That would just be a waste of time. I doubt they're any different from here. Han silently calculated that if it was just about passing through alone, it might be possible. But I can't ignore this princess. The mission is only considered successful if she passes through the gate and defeats that knight. A level 21 knight should be at least 5 levels higher than the knights I've faced before. I have no other choice. Thinking this, Han asked Edit again, "Do you know where Aaron's team is?" "No," she replied. "But she understood the structure of this city, right?" Han quietly calculated and ordered Edit that if she returned to the slums, she would find a dress and a crown. Find Jenna and tell her to dress up properly. Edit also faintly realizes Han's plan. Han said, as if confirming, "We will use her as bait. If Jenna successfully disguises herself as a princess and causes chaos, some of the soldiers here will probably leave. According to Edit's information, they have no other escape plan left. If they have time, they could observe more, but they can't know how much longer Aeon can hold out." Edit nods and turns away. "All right, I'll be back soon." Ha looked at his shield, realizing he would have to leave it behind here. There's a risk it might accidentally reflect light. Hang turned back and told Frias at most 1 hour we'll leave here within that time. She stays inside, and when I signal, Hang runs out. Frias is worried. "Even if you get hurt," Han said calmly, "I would die anyway." Friss had no choice but to nod in agreement and then open the door to the house. Before leaving, she looked at him with a sad expression. "This must be the last moment we get to be together, right?" Han smiled. "Maybe so." Han looked into the house and then sped off. At another house, Aaron's condition is critically severe. He is bleeding continuously, his face pale and grim. Yonka is extremely anxious. How much longer do we have to wait, or else he'll die for sure? Jenna also didn't know what to do, only able to care for Aaron and pray. "Please hurry up, we can't hold out much longer." Han quietly hid in a corner, determined. "We will leave this city before dawn." Han calculated carefully. Jenna and Friss have similar builds, so it will be quite difficult to tell them apart in the dark. Just then, the system announced that Aaron was poisoned with a deadly toxin. Jang's HP dropped sharply, and his condition was critical, so Han gritted his teeth and charged forward. If Jenna is discovered while in disguise, all forces will focus on her and put everyone in danger. I have to distract the enemy and protect Aaron at the same time. It will be difficult, but there's no other choice if I don't finish this mission quickly. The notification appeared. Han has awakened a new skill and is silently moving. He quietly sneaked up behind a soldier without him noticing. On this side, Edit has found the hiding spot where Jenna and the others are concealed. She lifts her princess dress seductively. Jenna quickly put this on. Han hides in a corner, watching the soldiers. Moving silently is the skill of thieves, but perhaps fate is also on his side. There are 22 enemies, and it's unclear how many will leave after Jenna acts. At worst, I will have to fight them all. Wait for the right moment. Wait for the signal. At this moment, a column of fire erupts fiercely, drawing the soldiers' attention. The soldiers, confused and unsure what was happening, were suddenly approached by a soldier who reported, "Captain, we found her. The white dress and gold crown match what you said." The commander immediately gave the order upon hearing that. "Let's go to the rescue. Everyone follow me." The soldiers rushed out, following the order. Han peeked and observed, counting the soldiers fleeing. "That's good. Only 4 left here. The high-ranking officer is still around. A bit concerning, but better than before." "Then let's fight quickly and finish fast. Think it, do it." Han Song drew his sword and beheaded a nearby soldier. The system display kept showing numbers from 0.01 to 0.76. With each of Han's strikes, the number keeps rising, and the surrounding soldiers are too easy to handle. In just a few blows, Han has taken the lives of 3 enemies, but the high-ranking knight is still standing. Han slowly approached the knight, gritting his teeth and saying, "Get out of the way, and I'll spare your life." The knight still stood firm, but as Han got closer, he finally drew his sword. The system's number has jumped to 14.28. Han silently calculated in his head, "It's probably not going to work. With his current strength, he can't pierce the armor. I will have to stab through the small gap in his armor, but there isn't much time to gauge his strength." Thinking that, Han had no choice but to fight while searching for his weakness. The knight truly lives up to his reputation. No wonder he's the strongest on the 15th floor. Every sword strike from Han was easily deflected by him, and Han was furious. "This bastard, isn't he going to attack?" I deliberately left an opening when attacking, but he didn't even bother to counterattack. He knows that as long as he stalls, he will win. Han paused, ready to charge, when the system announced Jenna was injured. "Aaron is dying. There's no other choice." Han goes into a frenzy, charging at the knight like a madman. His strength stat is 40.
If he can't pierce through, he'll break his armor. While attacking Han, the system reports that Ivanka is losing control of her mana. This happens when a mage uses too much magic. Han cursed under his breath. Damn it, there's no time left. He shouted, "Kid, run, don't worry about anything. Get out of the city gate, just run along this road." He kicked the knight away and told him to get far back. The knight was thrown back, but then he took a running start and charged straight at Free Frizz to strike down. Han immediately leapt forward to save her. On the right flank, an assassin was waiting, jumping up and launching a barrage of poison arrows at Frizz. Han sacrifices himself to jump in and block. Frizz desperately calls out to Han, but he's too loud. "Don't stop now. If you do, we're all doomed. Run as fast as you can." Han, poisoned by the arrow, starts bleeding profusely as the knight jumps in to strike again. Han grit his teeth and held back. The two of them continued to struggle, neither willing to give in. The knight charged and struck Han hard in the chest, causing him to collapse in pain. Luckily, Han was wearing a breastplate. Otherwise, his ribs would have been shattered. Han looked at the knight's condition, smiled, thank God. It seemed he had inflicted quite a bit of damage. The knight had also been stabbed in the left eye by Han. Trembling in pain as he clutched his face, Han sneered and asked, "Does that hurt, sweetheart?" "That price you paid is still a bit too low." At this moment, the system notification also got injured. Han is in a hurry and has no time to delay anymore. At this moment, the assassin behind is drawing a bow to shoot a dart at Frius running away. Han quickly calculated in his head, kicked the knight to block the arrow, then swiftly pulled the dagger embedded in the knight's face and threw it straight at the assassin's face. "What the hell are you looking at, you bastard?" The knight's side didn't give up and slashed at Han's back, but he jumped up and kicked him right in the face, knocking him back a meter. Han quickly draws his sword and charges at the knight. His entire body now emanates a strange red glow as he bites his teeth and strikes the knight in the chest, ending the battle. Han collapsed to the ground, coughing blood, his sword flying out of his hand as the poison spread too quickly. He tried to follow Friss's figure, counting the seconds until she escaped the city, then closed his eyes tightly. Looks like it's time to say goodbye. I'm so exhausted. A blue light surrounds Han on the horizon. Dawn has broken. Friss kept running towards the sun, exhausted and breathless, but refusing to stop. The Jenna team, fighting off the enemies, is gradually being summoned back to the waiting room. Everyone has been promoted, with rewards of 100,000 gold and 3 A-grade iron bars. "Just escaped from death?" Jenna roars. "Goa, I thought I was dead. You're the one who forced me to wear that weird outfit, right?" Han remains completely calm. "You don't like it?" "It looks expensive." Jenna got annoyed. "That's not the issue. Did you know that all those soldiers were trying to hunt me down?" Ha shrugged, but no one was hurt. At this moment, the master has also finished recording. He quickly logs out of the game. Ha looked at the team rolling around on the ground, encouraging them. "You all did great, no one got hurt, and we successfully defeated the boss. Especially you, Edit. This will be extremely difficult without you." Edit smiled modestly. "I was just doing what I should." She turned her back and walked out. "Now I will return to my team. Anyway, I don't plan to stay here long. I'm sure the master will replace me with someone else." Han thought to himself that everything, including the bait plan, would be impossible without knowledge of the terrain and the ability to gather information. Maybe the real MVP of this mission is the editor. Yonka stood up and yawned loudly. "Every time you almost kill us all. Now I'm going to rest." "My skin doesn't like being sleep-deprived." Jenna nudged Aaron, who was still standing still. "Aaron, don't be too upset. This time you were just unlucky. You're not a burden." Wait until Jenna leaves, then Aaron speaks. "I'm sorry about this," Han interrupted. "You understand on your own." "Stop acting like that. I won't save you a second time." "There's no guarantee that something like this won't happen again." Aaron remained still. Frowning, "What are you rambling about?" Aaron clenched his fists, his face dark with gloom. "Are you planning to take me all the way to the top of the tower?" "No matter how hard I try, I don't think I can keep up with everyone. The gap between me and others keeps growing each day." "Ivanka, Jenna, and you too," Han responded. "So what?" Aaron didn't say anything else. I suddenly walk past Han. "I'm sorry, I was just talking nonsense." Ha looks at AON's shadow. Once again, we have suffered heavy losses because of AON. If he hadn't been injured, we wouldn't have been in such a dangerous situation. But I was the one who chose to save him. My reckless decision has put everyone in danger. Aaron's current level is 14, so there's not much difference in levels, but his stat growth rate is very different. Gina and I gain 5 or even 6 stat points each level up, but Aaron's stats don't change at all. If we consider his skill set, it's even worse, with low proficiency, and he has very few skills. He has decent basic combat skills, but isn't good at utilizing them. For now, he's okay with what he has. But in the long run, the gap will only widen. In the end, he will be left behind either because of his lack of skills or because he dies during a mission. We don't have much time left to stay by his side.
Han stepped through the gate without enough talent. I can't abandon him because we've been together all this time. But I can't be unreasonable enough to keep an useless member. If he can't keep up, he'll be left behind. That is the undeniable truth. The next day, Ivanka looked at Han with sparkling eyes. Really? You won't punish us by only letting us eat potatoes for not running, right? No way. Have you been deceived your whole life? From today on, training will be voluntary. I won't schedule any more training sessions either. Yanka cheered happily. Han explains to Jenna and Aaron that this will last for 3 days. Actually, it's like a vacation. The master won't call us to fight during this time. What are you two planning to do? Jenna scratched her head and chuckled. Getting to rest all the time feels a bit strange. I'll train until dinner and then take a break. Now it's become a habit, Han wondered. What do you mean? I told you you don't need to train. Jenna shrugged. Anyway, he will keep training all the time. In that case, Han trains almost every day, like now, running with weights strapped to his legs. Each dumbbell weighs about 10 kilograms. I have to carry at least this much, or I won't feel tired because my physical ability has already reached the limit of a human. Is this also an effect of the intervention power that is mentioned? Because after I gave Water the strategy notebook, the atmosphere in the waiting room changed. Low-level heroes usually just hide in a corner, afraid of being eliminated. But over time, they have started to relax more. Because Water isn't gathering them, they no longer need to compete with others. At this moment, Belkis spat loudly, catching Han's attention. He turned around to see Belkis and Nerissa from Team 3 approaching. What do the rising stars of Team 3 want from me? Belkis, I heard a very ridiculous story in the waiting room. It doesn't matter who you were before coming here, whether noble or trash. If you want to survive, prove you're useful and show your true worth. When someone told me these words, I was excited because this place must be somewhere I could get anything, as long as I proved my worth. I enjoyed risking my life to fight, he frowned. But now, standing here, I can still hear the laughter of those who are considered no better than dogs or pigs. The person questioning is a newcomer to the third group. He is from the second generation, but is a strange guy. Although he has never received formal training, his perseverance in practice is no less than Aaron's, and his talent is truly extraordinary. And the girl standing next to Nerissa suddenly thinks as Belkis draws his sword. I'm sorry we're so late, but isn't this completely different from what we've heard? He licks his sword in a sick way, and if you allow it, I'm ready to teach those guys a lesson again. Is that okay? Ha reminds him not to go too far. Belkis still grins as long as he doesn't kill them. That's fine, right? Not a funny joke. Han is angry. He turned back and glared at him. Belkis scratched his neck. That's really scary. Sorry for being rude. But aren't you supposed to give me an answer? Did you lie to me? As for proving your worth, from what I've seen, I don't think it really matters, heroes. I heard there's some kind of aggregation system that can help remove trash, but strangely, the master isn't using it. Han didn't explain much, just said, focus on your work and you'll understand soon enough. Belkis turns away. Well, I'll wait and see. I'm really looking forward to it. Watching their backs, Han pondered, using synthesis carefully. It's his principle when managing the quiet NFL. When I posted this strategy, many other players also followed my principle. But everyone failed. Fear is one of the biggest motivators driving heroes to act, so without synthesis, heroes will no longer obey their master. They become lazy, act arbitrarily, and even ignore orders. This is similar to the current situation where the number of active members is too low compared to the total number of heroes. Han takes a walk around the square and suddenly spots a familiar face. Has he just returned from the dungeon again? That's the carpenter who's fixing the lock. Han approached and asked Han, something must have happened, right? Why did you come to the house alone, crying, saying no one would do the work? They just pick up a few branches and then become lazy again in the forest. It's because of them that I have to do everything myself. The times have changed so much. In the past, those kinds of people only had one way out: death. Isn't the world now too beautiful to be true? Han frowned upon hearing that. At this point, Water must also realize that the usual dungeon runs and training are not going smoothly. Performance is plummeting rapidly. There are two solutions. Solution 1. Consolidate everything. In this situation, most second-generation heroes will be merged, but their work and training efficiency will improve. Of course, if overused, the stress level will skyrocket like a runaway horse. The second solution is to motivate the heroes with something other than fear. Now, the master logs directly into the research room, reviews the progress of the research levels, and chooses to improve the facility infrastructure. The system notifies that the selected research project has reached level 1, allowing more facilities to begin construction.
Now the master can customize the detailed functions of the facilities. The facility customization feature has been unlocked. This is a feature that allows the master to customize the structure of the facility as they see fit. Han looked at the notifications and smiled. There will soon be just one more team. Aaron steps forward to make a suggestion. If you have time, could you fight me a match? Han was surprised. With that physique, you just fought at it. You won't last a minute, Aaron hurriedly explained. I'm fine. Han frowned. Do you think that just pushing yourself is enough to become stronger? Suddenly, Yo's voice rang out. Everyone gather at the town square. Han turned back to remind the team that it was a rally order. Pause the training for now. Jenna was also curious. This is the first time the master has called everyone together. Could it be a gathering of some sort? When everyone gathered at the square, ISO was already waiting there. Is everyone here? Everyone is here except those in the dungeon, right? If you're sleeping and not here, you'll be in big trouble. Chloe is eager. We are all here now. He orders. All right, everyone here, move into the warehouse now. Everyone gradually moved into the warehouse. Yo reminds them, you might disappear if you get caught in it. Be careful. Nobody understands. What do you mean by getting involved? What do you mean? Iso didn't answer, raising her hand to signal. We are about to undergo a mass renovation. As she finished speaking, the building shook violently, causing everyone inside to sway. The system entered construction, upgrading the residence and training ground to level 3, Jenna excitedly cheered. This kind of thing happened before, and now that we have a lot of people, it's time for an upgrade too. Why renovate? Jenna chuckled mysteriously. She was late, so she probably doesn't know. That was when the master created more facilities in the lounge for us. Hopefully this time there will be an additional hot spring bath. The system informed master to continue building the bath, auxiliary facilities, dining hall, and auxiliary dining areas. Aeon turned to ask Han, what do you think will appear next? Han seemed pretty indifferent. Who knows? We'll see what happens later. Because of the upgrades to the facilities, the town square has leveled up to level 3. Han suddenly said, but it's not what you're waiting for. Aeon hesitated. I was looking forward to it. Han smiled again, and you will see Jenna reassuring everyone. Don't worry, he's just building new houses for us. We've been in a terrible place from the very beginning. The crowd cheered loudly. You mean the facility is still under development? That's right, Jenna responds. The crowd is overjoyed. My bed isn't very comfortable. Do we also get to try the new food? All done. You went back to report. It's done. Everyone can go outside now. The crowd eagerly looks around. Oh, you're right. The buildings have changed. Now there are some 2-story buildings. Where does that staircase lead? Is that the new inn? It's even bigger now. Next, the training center was upgraded to improve the efficiency of hero training. The bathhouse has also been completed. The progress of the heroes on the facilities has improved significantly. The relaxation area is now complete. The heroes can now rest comfortably, and the tavern has been upgraded so they can enjoy better meals. Everyone eagerly rushes to the inn, but they are met with an empty inn, just a set of tables and chairs in the middle of the room, and the group begins to feel dissatisfied. Why are there no rugs or decorations on the sofas in the lounge? Even the heating inside the room has disappeared. The forest is gone. Are we going to sleep on the ground? What's going on? Jenna also doesn't understand what's going on. That shouldn't have happened here. Han casually, can't you see the elevator? Now it even has a second floor. Go and see. When Jenna arrived, she was overjoyed, her eyes shining brightly. Wow, it's on a different level from the first floor. The second floor has fancy sofas, luxurious decorations, even a reading room, and a bathtub. And the others are all excited too. So everyone wants to stay here too, huh? How can we register a room? I can't sleep on the ground. If you keep whining like that, everyone will follow suit. Hey, is anyone planning to stay on the first floor? So why don't we settle this and bring the beds to the rooms of those who need them? How are we supposed to register for a room? I want the second floor. I need to shower every day. You think I don't know how to clean myself? The people keep arguing back and forth, and what's funny is that those who contributed haven't even opened their mouths to compete. The useless bunch keeps fighting. Edit holds his head in frustration over the noise. I still don't understand Master's intention. Why do these people keep spouting such meaningless words right now? Everyone doesn't understand. Is it meaningless? Registering for a room is very important. I'm not going to explain, just leave one sentence. Everyone, go to the second floor square. The master will assign your rooms. Following her advice, everyone gathered at the ISO square, looked at their notes for a while, then said, we'll be told where to stay tonight, so listen carefully. Team 1, there are 4 of you in total, and all of you are on the second floor. You can choose your rooms freely. Team 2 of Edit also has many rooms, so feel free to choose.
Chloe, Eno, Anter, BCK, Amarine.
You are also on the second floor. The rest are on the first floor. The useless crowd protests loudly.
What? What do you mean?
I don't accept it. Belkis and Nerissa have just arrived as well.
What is this strange event? I just went hunting. Someone explains. Listen to her. The master is dividing the rooms. Jenna quietly asked Han, "Hey, what's going on? It sounds strange." Han remains calm. "I think it's completely normal." Jenna still wondered, but there are only 30 people on the second floor. Belkis smiled. "So Team 3 is also on the first floor?" The crowd is still pushing to claim their rights. "There are many rooms on the second floor, aren't there? Why are we on the first floor? Such a waste." "Exactly. I'm sure at least 30 people can stay on the second floor," Han smirked to himself. So far, all the heroes have lived in the same way. The level of effort and progress varies for each person, but the rewards are the same. That management method works well as long as there are very few heroes and you are consolidating all of them. But upgrading the hero lounge requires separation. Jaina worries if they really need to divide everyone like this. It's as if Ivanka, wearing a white fur coat and holding a fan to cover her face, steps forward and says, "Nobles and commoners, it's a clear path that must be taken if the master wants to manipulate us according to their will." I don't like the way they run things like that, but this is pretty good. Jenna was stunned. "Nobles and peasants," Han explains further. At least she still wakes up early to go to the training center and trains until the end, also hunting in the dungeons every day. More than half of the meat we've consumed comes from her hunts. She also fulfills her duty in the mission. "But what about them?" King Ka looked coldly at the crowd. "They're not doing anything at all. You really are too stupid. I explained this a long time ago. Even the editor has a suspicion. So instead of combining, he's creating a hierarchy. The people over there keep complaining, one after another. Rearrange the rooms." "That's right. How can we sleep in a room without beds? It's obvious they're trying to harm us." Adjusting the base, this feature is only used to decorate the waiting room a little at the start of the game until the master realizes that the heroes have very human-like personalities. What was just created is Model A3 that Han used initially at NFL Hem. It has some disadvantages, but it's the simplest way to minimize the use of combined heroes. Yu has run out of patience, her eyes blazing. "You guys are making me angry." She punched the ground so hard it shattered, sending rocks and nearby people flying away. He shouted loudly, everyone acting as if they could do whatever they wanted. "Just a month ago, all of you should have been taken down. You should consider yourselves lucky you weren't subjected to that." Someone was about to retort, but Y raised his hand defensively. "But do you want to get hit by my nuclear punch again?" The crowd looked grim and scared, all falling silent as they glanced over at the others. "You have no more complaints, right? Now get out of here." "Chloe and Amarine, you will be working as chefs for the second floor." Chloe was surprised. "Just for the second floor?" Yo nodded. "They are in charge of preparing the food for the residents on the second floor." A man shouted again, "Wait a minute, so what are we supposed to eat?" Yo coldly says it's your problem. "Eat dirt or something like that." "Meat is banned on the first floor, but there are potatoes in the first floor fridge. You can roast or do whatever you want with them." The man shouted, "Do we have to eat those things?" "Yeah. What do you think?" Huffs and puffs. "You made us sleep on the floor and didn't even give us any food. I'm already angry enough about being forced to stay here. Are you still treating me like this now? Do you think I'll accept this kind of thing?" Yo looked at the man with a provocative gaze. "So what are you planning to do?" "I'm so scared again." The man with the knife rushes forward. Yo rolls up his sleeves, ready to fight. Wait for a quick slash. The man's arm flew into the air, his sword flying out of his hand, blood splattering everywhere. The man cried out in pain, clutching his arm. Yo glared at the one who acted on his own. "What are you doing?" Belkis smiled brightly as he grabbed the man's arm. "As long as I don't kill him, it's still okay, right?" Back when Belkis first stepped into this world with wet feet, the man named Alan was the one who talked to him for a long time. "I don't care who you were before, whether you're a noble or a scum. If you want to survive, you have to prove you're useful. Show your worth." That's what Lord Han said. "If you want to get along in this place, you'd better follow the rules." "Don't worry about Team 1 or Team 2. They are truly monsters." Belkis ponders. "I just saw them training. If training can make me as strong as that, I could compete with that guy named Aaron." "So, how strong is this Han?" Alan hesitated. "I'm not sure about that. I've never been on their team before. So where did you hear these rumors from?" Belkis asks from Jenna. "She told us a lot, unlike the other members of that group." Belkis asked further. "Have you ever seen heroes being combined?" Alan waved his hand. "Not yet. I came here after the master stopped that, so that's why I'm still alive." Belkis stroked his chin and muttered, "The synthesis allows players to become stronger after each battle and learn more skills through training, and the leader of this place is Han." who is smiling eerily.
All right, thank you for the information. Alan cheerfully introduced himself. My name is Alan. If you have any other questions, Belkis interrupted. Sorry, but I'm not interested in your name. Back to the present, Belkis just sliced off the man's arm while spinning his sword. I've heard all about the hardships the senior has endured.
It must be pretty interesting. I'm also a bit sad that I joined the team late. For me, proving my worth isn't important. From what I know, there is a system that is very effective at eliminating trash. It seems like the master doesn't use it then. Strange. He turned to toss the arm to the man. You can reattach your own arm. If you press it onto the cut part, it will heal on its own. Ah, you don't know because you've never done it before, huh? I stayed here after witnessing this interesting event. Belkis smirked in a twisted way.
I like that a lot. I'm a bit bored now. Does anyone want to have their hand cut off like this?
If not, then don't even think about protesting. The crowd retreated, only daring to shout out. You crazy bastard!
Belkis laughed. Better to be a crazy person than a useless pig, right? Han speaks.
Belkis, what are you sticking your nose into?
Belkis shrugged. Sorry, but it was so disgusting that my body acted before my brain could react.
Ha looks at the trembling man on the ground. You're lucky. If it weren't for Belkis acting, Iz would have crushed his head already. Io, shivering, asked Belkis, Do you hear me?
Belkis laughed. So the division between the first and second floors is like a pigsty versus luxury.
That's right. Yo said you are also on the first floor. Belkis is very confident. Don't worry, I'll be up there soon. Yo clearly explained again. I'll summarize it so you fools can understand.
Out of 35 people, only 13 are allowed on the second floor, while the remaining 22 must stay on the first floor. Those on the second floor can freely use the buildings here, but those on the first floor cannot.
If you try to sneak up to the second floor, you'll all die. If you want to go to the second floor, you need to improve your skills and experience. Look here, a perfect role model who is incredibly confident, pointing at him as an unbeatable ace and a top student. He walks away and she starts a few minutes of praise for the idol. Did you see how he performed on the 15th floor? The talented monk and Han immediately pinched her cheeks. Stop your speech right now, he frowned at the crowd. If you want to live comfortably, show off your skills. The master is watching you. If he thinks you're good enough, he'll let you go to the second floor. An old man stepped forward, but it was too difficult. We were all dragged into this against our will. Do we really have to live like this now? Belkis itches her ear and is about to draw her sword. Han glares at her sharply. That's enough! You're getting a bit arrogant, little brother. Then he turned to the others and said, I'm the same. We were all forced into this. Actually, everyone has to learn to fight or do something similar, right, Jenna? Jenna confirms. Yeah, that's right. We didn't even have any food beforehand. And just one mistake means being taken out for review. Do you all think we train every day just for fun? Everyone has to pay the price, the man stammered in response. So you want us to fight as well as you do? Han nodded, thinking that support players and item collectors are still not very necessary. Most of them are players who can fight, and a small portion of talented ones will move up to the second floor. Half accept this, while the other half still oppose. Maybe everything gets worse when they become used to the luxury they had before. To change the system here, you need to gradually eliminate free gas because heroes like that are useless. There will definitely be obstacles and opposition when you try to change too much, especially since everything has already been arranged in advance. That's the best course of action right now. As expected, just thinking about this, another man shouted. Nonsense! You want us to fight while being treated like trash? What kind of injustice is this? We won't accept it. Belkis scoffs contemptuously. Even if he's fed well, he wouldn't be able to fight. But that man brushed it off and shouted to everyone. We will take back what belongs to us, right everyone? Then the old man turned to Han and asked, Do you think we don't know the secret you're hiding? Han didn't understand what secret. The old man chuckled mysteriously, convincing the master to change his mind. Hearing this, Yokamnin knew the master wouldn't dare to lay a hand on us. You definitely tried to hide it, but we know everything. What? Risk your life and fight monsters just to live comfortably? That really sounds crazy. The people behind also join in. That's right. Why should we do that? Then they all united and shouted out loud, We refuse to fight. We can't do this. The notification system reports a major strike is underway. The heroes are rebelling. Hanji calmly adjusts his sword. Are there 10 people refusing to fight? They seem to be unaware of their position. He throws the sword to the ground, causing the loudest man to fall silent, not knowing what Han intends. Then Han kicks the sword toward him and coldly says, Cut off your own arm with this sword, just like he did. Then I will let you live. Are you crazy? Why do we have to do this? Han said calmly. If you keep ignoring what we say, there's no other choice left. The price for this lesson will be quite high. The fat guy still insists.
What a silly threat. We know everything. We can refuse the master's orders. Huss smirked. That's not wrong. Heroes have the right to disobey the master's orders, and ISO cannot harm a hero except in special circumstances. If you don't obey the order, your lives will also be at risk. You're not in the same position as us. Of course, the fat guy isn't willing to accept it. No matter how different we are, we're all risking our lives. That's just how life is. There are always some idiots in the world who are useless but still demand their rights. Although he loves to eat, he's also lazy to work. I give up on editing. He doesn't even know. Han walks up, pats his teammate on the shoulder to signal no need for words, and says, "That's a good attitude, then risk your life." The fat, stubborn guy, no need to say it before he could finish talking, Yo already called out the names. Belkis, Alan, Leslie, go through that door quickly. Is that the synthesis room? Yo confirms with a nod. Belkis happily heads downstairs, and Iso turns back to urge the remaining two. Hurry up, we don't have much time. Both of them were still stunned, unable to believe it. Yo got annoyed. Is this the first time you've seen this? What are you doing? If you don't go in, I'll push you in. Han chuckled. That's hilarious. They know about disobedience but not about the synthesis? Genocide. I told them, but I doubt they paid attention. Han watched as Yo gritted his teeth and dragged the two men into the synthesis room. It's been a long time since the last synthesis. Now, more people are unaware of it than those who know. The door closed, and the master confirmed to proceed with the synthesis. The two men were thrown in, still muttering in disbelief. Unlike Alan's terrified expression, Belkis was smiling brightly. Oh, you're Alan. Nice to see you again. Thanks for last time. You taught me a lot. You said I could ask anything, right? Belkis looked thoughtful, then smiled eerily at Alan. Sorry, I don't think I can ask you anything else now. Alan shouted his final cries. The two have been absorbed by Belkis. During the fusion, Belkis leveled up and gained a new natural wild skill. Belkis happily steps out laughing like a madman. It feels so amazing. Not enough yet. Isn't there still someone else? I still see a few more offerings for the sacrifice. Han called down from the second floor. That's enough. Your turn is over. Belkis looked regretful. What a pity. Anyway, it was really satisfying. I hope there will be many more times. Next, ISO calls out the names Nerissa, Oliver, and Dobobioter. Want is a bit distracted, panicking and stammering. It's me, but I am very diligent. When Io reminds me it's not Witter, it's Gutter who steps forward immediately. Gutter shivered with fear. Wanter narrowly escaped disaster and sighed in relief, while Gutter angrily grabbed Suiton by the collar. What's going on? I didn't say that. I said nothing would happen. Suiton is clearly nervous too, sweat beading on his face. It should have been like that. That's really what I heard. Then why didn't you two come out again after just going in? Gutter turned around to explain to Iso. I was tricked by this guy. I was fooled. I didn't expect this to happen. Iso nonchalantly looked away. Who has the time to care? Nerissa has also been upgraded. Suiton screams. We will stop the strike. I don't care about the following names. Jenna Lauren. The square echoes with screams and cries for help. Help us. Help us. It's his fault. Kill him. Jenna looks briefly sad. Everything ends like this again. Suiton is terrified and screaming uncontrollably. We will stop the strike, so why not stop now? Han silently observes the current situation. It's clear they're just being used as pawns to scare everyone. Although this method is better than threatening everyone collectively, it's still a necessary fear. Next, it's Edit and Lai Den's turn. Edit can only sigh and walks into the synthesis room. Black keeps running around, constantly refusing to go. In the end, this situation is also their own fault for pushing themselves into it. He knelt down at Han's feet. Come on, tell me what you just said. Han, what do you say? Lai Den begged earnestly. I heard you can communicate with the master. Tell them to stop this. Han agreed to cut off his hand with a sword, and then I will tell you. Li Den stared in disbelief. Then Han continued speaking. Didn't I tell you? This is already too little. Suiton rushes forward, shouting and criticizing. Are you crazy to say he should cut off his own hand? Han remains calm. That's exactly what I said. Li Den is sweating profusely. Isn't that a bit too much? Not just a finger, but the whole arm. Han sneered and asked again. Didn't you already risk your life? Lai Den trembles as she raises her hand pleadingly. Can you cut it for me? I don't think I can do it myself. Han leaned against the railing. Are you dreaming? I won't do it, the man shouted in despair. Are you just going to let us all die? Han replied. I already gave you a choice. He coldly looked at the group. If it's already become such a big deal, I can't forgive them for the future. But if someone can actually cut off their own hand, I might consider sparing their life. Of course, cutting off a hand isn't easy. Some have tried to cut off their hands with a single strike, but failed. To do it in one blow, They need a powerful enough swordsmanship or a high enough strength stat. Otherwise, I can only slowly cut myself. In the end, Han was called up. Han slowly approaches the synthesis room. Eventually, everyone else has disappeared one by one. Sight entered the synthesis room trembling, asking softly, "What will happen to me?" Han simply replied, "Don't worry, it won't hurt." He cried his last words before being transformed. "Just wanted to finish the summary." Han stepped out and rubbed his neck. "There's not even enough to fill a gap anymore, only 25 people left. A scream echoes from the second floor. "You all are crazy monsters." Belkis angrily steps forward. "Who said that?" Han stepped in to stop him. "Stop it!" Belkis crosses his arms in annoyance. "Is that killing chickens to scare monkeys? There are still a few who only know how to bark." Han is discouraged. "I already told you. Why are you still so impatient?" "Senior, stay calm. I must have already taken them all down by now. I'll see you on the second floor." After the summoning rounds, the master continues to summon 10 new heroes. Now, the location of the summon depends on their ranking. Free heroes are on the first floor, premium ones are on the second. Soon, the selection process will begin. Through this process, at least 2 people will die and a few will make it to the second floor. Han warns his teammates, "Don't get complacent just because we're on the second floor. We could be knocked down too." Jenna hesitated. "Really?" Han stood watching the new soldiers. Once there's a second floor, the third isn't far behind. The floors will keep increasing, and the rankings will change accordingly. On the second G, Gina was sitting enjoying a hearty breakfast. Seeing Han approaching, she greeted him warmly. "You're awake?" "I don't know why, but today's breakfast is really delicious." Han replies, "There are fewer people eating, that's all." Jenna smiled. How could Chloe and Amarine prepare food for 30 people at the same time? They probably can show their skills now. Han also intends to praise them. It seems their cooking skills have leveled up. The first floor is probably in the middle of a battle right now. Han looked out the window. "I can see everything from this new place." The second floor can be seen from anywhere, so if there are people who are not satisfied, it can help them set higher goals. Aaron is currently practicing hard in the yard. Seeing Han, he stops to greet him. "You're here?" Han asks if you've managed to sleep for 4 hours. Aaron laughed and replied, "I think there are only 3. You're also risking too much." Han couldn't help but marvel. The biggest change at the training ground after reaching level 2 is the addition of a personal training room and a dueling arena. The personal training room can be locked from the inside, so Han can train there early in the morning without anyone noticing. The dueling arena doesn't have the same recovery effect as the lounge. That means Han can fight under real conditions, and if he gets seriously injured, he has to be pulled out. The upgraded facilities mean the same for the team. The question is, who will fill the gaps in Team 1 and Team 2? Han, Belkis, and Nerisayo. Belkis's personality is too fierce. He's reckless and also more talented than anyone else. The wild natural skill he unlocked yesterday has less than a 1% chance of occurrence. It's an passive skill that turns anger and fear into combat power, but it is highly compatible with transformation skills. Compared to him, Nerissa lacks combat power, but she is very calm and cold. She is excellent at invisibility, disguise, and transformation, so if developed, she could become an outstanding thief. Ha looks at the 3 defeated by Belkis. The others are not worth mentioning. Belkis looked up, smiled at Han, then beckoned him over, and Han also found it amusing. The arrogant bastard. Han slowly walks down to the training ground. Belkis suggests, "Can you teach me once, senior? Here there are only a bunch of pigs and dogs who can't withstand a single move of mine." "Are you saying you hate pigs and dogs?" Han stepped closer to Belkis, a blue aura surrounding him, because to me, you're also one of them. Belkis burst into laughter, his entire body covered in a red glow. "If I don't fight, I can't tame these beasts." The 2 madmen stared at each other before charging at each other. The 2 swords clashed, producing a sharp metallic sound. Belkis's swordsmanship is quite good, and his techniques are also tricky. But compared to Han's skill level, he's still no match. Han seized the opening and kicked him, causing blood and a broken mouth. But Belkis was extremely excited and charged forward to continue fighting Han. He silently assessed that if that's all he has, I probably won't need to use Berserk mode. But like this, after a while, Yo called the team down to the square. When she arrives, she is panting heavily. Just moving up and down is already exhausting. "I really am getting old," Evokla wondered. "Why are we being called here? Are we about to climb the tower?" Han just arrived too. That probably isn't the case. "We still need more members." Ivanka is curious. "Then why is that? I also don't think we're members going to the daily dungeon." Io explains that the master ordered them to go to the exploration dungeon. In PUP, there are 3 dungeons: the main dungeon, the daily dungeon, and the exploration dungeon.
These are the 3 types of content heroes can access through the space-time gap. Han thought to himself that the exploration dungeon had been unlocked since passing level 10, but only after reaching level 15 were they assigned to go there. Sodugda doesn't even have time to rest anymore. The space-time gap has opened, so let's go down to the first level. I'm super busy, Jenna wondered. Is there a similar door on the 2nd floor that we can't use? You just replied. No way. Aeon also doesn't quite understand. Is that dungeon really necessary? Han's response was not exactly yes. It will take up a lot of our time. It should be at least a day or 2, and the waiting time inside will be even longer. Ivanka asked again. Why is it taking so long for us to get in here? Who knows? Han shrugged. Isn't that supposed to be obvious by now? Ivanka looked confused. So there are things you don't know either? I thought you knew everything. The system is sending a message to the master requesting money for this mission. Each hero will receive 3,000 gold. A bag of money appears in each person's hand. Han explains. This is the master's travel fee for us. Each person takes 3 coins. Jenna excitedly raises it high. Wow! So this is gold coins. Yonka seems quite indifferent. It looks expensive. Huh? I'll ask right away. Don't be complacent. We might have to fight. The dungeon is revealing itself. They will explore the Him Peninsula area. There are 2 days remaining. Here's a tip for the master. Once you've finished gathering information about the dungeon, the heroes can stay outside longer. The master can advise the heroes on which items they should collect. The portal summoned the entire team to a very familiar place. This place is the city of Nea. Jenna also realizes this is the residence on the MTH floor. How strange. Back then, this place was chaotic. Duong Thi forced you to die like a flock. But now Ivanka chuckled softly. But it's okay this way too. We have been through so much that this no longer surprises me. Aaron turned to ask Han. What should we do here? Are we supposed to find and eliminate the target? Ha looks around to assess the situation. It seems we don't need to fight, but I can't be sure. Let's go ahead. This dungeon is different from the main or daily dungeons. This dungeon is unpredictable. Sometimes heroes leave empty-handed, but other times they bring back something shocking. Judging by everyone's attitude around here, it seems like the people are talking about us. It looks like this time the NPCs might actually see us. A guard stepped forward and said to Han, "Show me your pass." Han slipped a gold coin into the guard's hand, leaving him stunned. "Is this enough?" the man stammered. But this isn't it. Another soldier, smiling warmly, approached and patted the new recruit before saying to Han, "We'll let you through, but don't cause trouble." Han smiled and stepped forward. "Well then, I guess I have to go through the north gate." "That should be enough there," Jenna muttered, truly greedy. Han didn't care. Those people just needed money to be dealt with. Han looked at the crowd on the street, thinking that before they cleared out the 10th floor, Neil had almost been destroyed because the inner city walls had been breached. But now there's no trace of that in the city at all. Yonka asked Han for his opinion. Should we take a walk around first? Aaron still doesn't know what to do. What information should we gather now? The whole team looked at Han, waiting for an order. Han replied briefly, "Do whatever you want." Everyone was surprised and wide-eyed as Han repeated, "Aren't you listening? Just gather the information. But do whatever you want to do. Just relax. Don't worry about money. The master has given us money. Let's go eat some good dishes and enjoy the scenery." They still don't quite believe it. "Doing missions is just like going to enjoy yourself, right?" "Are you serious?" Jenna stammered. "I can do anything?" Yonka doubts it. Han responds, "Just relax and leave it to me. I will handle everything." Hearing this, all 3 of them looked increasingly shocked. Aaron was so surprised he couldn't speak. Ivanka hurriedly lifted her skirt and walked away, muttering to herself, "I'm going far away from this city. Don't try to stop me. I will go very far away." Han just reminds you that staying calm is also part of the mission. Once we finish the 20th floor, we won't be able to rest. Remember that. Yonka still feels a bit confused. "I'm really going. I'm going to enjoy the sea view." Han just nodded. "Okay, fine. You'll be back in the waiting room in 2 days. Aaron turned away. "If you say so, I'll go out and have some fun." Jenna runs after Han. "I will go with him." Han immediately refused. "Don't." Jenna no longer begged and turned in a different direction. Just as he turns away, Hai passes by 2 men also armed. He paid attention to their story. Clearing the way, so what? The black-haired guy blocks the way. "You can't go any further. You're blocked." Just as I thought I should call, Han thought. "There are too many mercenaries around here. It's strange." After walking a bit further, he looked up at the bulletin board. Suddenly, I saw a familiar face on the wanted poster. Oh no, it's so familiar. Isn't that the princess girl we had to protect earlier? He carefully reads the wanted notice. Heresy, summoning magic, insulting the royal family, murder, arson, theft, rape. They've pinned all the crimes on her. Are you also targeting that witch?
You're just dreaming. That's not going to happen. Even the best hunters in the entire continent couldn't find her anymore. Oh, since you're a bounty hunter, you probably already know. So you just call this kid a witch? The boy then pins a wanted poster on the board. I heard she rips out the hearts of infants to sacrifice, and she also uses forbidden dark magic. Black magic is forbidden? Han is curious. The boy replied, I heard she summoned those who weren't supposed to be called, but I don't know the details. Han suggested, I want to hear more. What do you mean? I'm busy now. Han took out a gold coin and the kid turned around completely, accepting the money with a formal bow. You are now the most free person in Neosa. Material truly determines consciousness. The kid started walking and explaining that her name is Friis Anjagna, but since she was angry about her family name, everyone just calls her Free Assis. She used to be a royal heir before. Han asked again. But you said she has been wanted for a year. Yes, that was when the warrant was issued. The kid pointed to the wanted poster. I've seen the wanted notice before. Han frowned and crossed his arms. A year ago, I had just broken up with Free Assist less than a week earlier, on the 15th floor. I've also seen the symbol on this wanted poster before, similar to the ones on the armor of the people I've killed. Collecting all the information, this order was issued right after Free Assist escaped the city. And now she's wandering everywhere. It seems like she's still alive somewhere, Han asked further. And when was the last time the monster attacked the city? The boy is really careless. I heard that about 2 years ago there was a strong wave of contributions. I heard that when the council took charge, they managed to deal with this I heard the attacker was that witch. Because monsters usually don't move around in such a formation. Han sighed and thought. They put everything on her shoulders. I hope she's still okay. After thinking for a moment, Han still wanted to learn more. Is there anything else special? The boy replied, there was also an outbreak of a disease, monsters are increasing, and the weather is getting colder. But the strangest thing is the dungeons. The curious Han asked about the dungeons. I think it was a few years ago when ruins started appearing all over the continent. We called them dungeons, but they were very strange. Ordinary people were blocked by an invisible wall and couldn't enter. Han guessed. So, some people can enter and some can't. The boy smiled. That's right. There's also a rumor that at the end of the dungeons there's a strange stone, and if you get it, you'll gain special power. So there is also a dungeon here. The kid was stunned. Huh? How about you? Seeing Han cross his arms, he calmly said that this place is full of mercenaries. I don't think what you just said deserves a golden dragon. Take me there, I can't let myself get hurt. The two of them walk down the street just as two people carry a heavily injured person past, and the boy looks a bit worried. That's why I don't want to go there. Han guesses the dungeon is probably in the heart of the city. The kid replies, it's right next to the church in the city center. This dungeon clearly appeared right after the invasion. The stairs leading to its entrance are easy to spot, aren't they? Actually, there's nothing special about them standing in front of the dungeon entrance, which is surrounded by a wealth barrier and heavily guarded. If it wasn't something important, they wouldn't be guarding it like that. There's always treasure in a dungeon. Gold, gems, and even expensive equipment. It's basically a treasure mine, yeah. Of course you could get killed. The amulet is exclusive to the dungeon, so they profit from these entry and exit tokens. They also split the treasure found in the dungeon. They're truly a bunch of thieves. I think I've completed my part of the mission with the gold. I'm heading back. If you have any questions, just come to me. Han turned around and asked, how do you know where I am? The kid ran off quickly. That's your business. I'll make it up to you later. Han looked at the crowd in front of him, pondering. Based on the equipment that these people are carrying, they probably plan to stay here for several days. I guess I'll have to investigate the bunker another time. Where are the members of my team on their vacation? I have nothing to do. So boring. The mercenaries are all glancing around nervously. Almost no one intends to enter. Those who can pass the barrier compared to those who cannot. I think most of them are the latter. After observing for half an hour, it seems only under 10% can pass the barrier, but it seems if the captain can enter, the whole team will follow, so I'm sure I will get through. After a moment, Han looked at the kid in surprise. You're still here? What's wrong? I thought you were going to work. The kid bows and pants heavily. I took the gold to be appraised, but its value is higher than I thought. Of course, it's some kind of ancient gold and silver. Han glared at the kid. I can't give you any more. Are you planning to take advantage of him? The kid shouted. You're not trying to ask for more. Just because I'm kind to a petty person doesn't make me a gentleman. This one is free. Do you want to try the service I just mentioned? Han turns away. Not yet. The kid persuades you. I heard you're very interested in witches. Actually, the witches have been falsely accused by the ruling class. Han remains indifferent. I know. No need to say it. The kid was startled. Huh, what do you mean? I had to put in a lot of effort to get that information. There. Then I will be your tour guide. I know a lot of cool places. I've done that before too. Han sighed in disappointment. You said you didn't need it anymore. Why do you keep clinging to me, kid? The little boy is tall because he reminds me of myself. This statement makes Han pause. Your sibling? You're from the East, right? Among the children playing with me, there was one who looked very much like you, with black hair and black eyes. The first time I talked to you was because of your appearance. You're the first person after that person from the East. His name is Chat Han. He turns away and reminds you not to tell. The kid still doesn't understand. Han repeats. He told the kid to keep it secret. The boy was curious. His name isn't exactly unique either. Han changes the subject. Just take me to the blacksmith shop. The kid obediently led Han to a blacksmith shop. This place is full of armor, helmets, swords, and shields. Jenna is also inside this shop. Seeing Han, she was surprised. Who is that kid, huh? Han didn't answer, then turned to ask Jenna. A bow and arrow? Jenna happily shows off her new bow and arrow set. You never told me I should have a longbow all along. Of course it was enchanted. I paid 2 gold coins for it. He contemplates the attribute chart of the bow. It grants D, but looks luxurious and is not very practical. He sighed. She bought a fake. Use that money to buy something more valuable. He pointed to a row of gemstones in the display cases. Jenna approached in surprise. They are elemental stones. Han added that if they took them back, the blacksmith master would love it, because they are materials used for upgrading stones. There are also a few other notable types of stones. Jenna holds up the newly purchased longbow. What should I do with this now, boss? Han coldly threw it away. What's the point of keeping something useless? Han looked at the glowing green stone inside the glass case. This is the real treasure, a rebirth stone, an item that allows players to experience boss battles that have been disabled after completion. You won't get any EXP, but you'll gain experience from doing the mission. Jenna just now remembered the kid. But who is that kid following you? Han pushed the door open and walked out without looking back. Forget it, I don't know him. The kid hurriedly ran after. I know him. You are his tour guide. My name is Jaws. Han keeps walking. Yeah, I got it. Goodbye. I've heard enough. I have a secret investment plan. Before Joss can finish, he tosses a gold coin to the boy. Joss reached out his hand, confused about what was happening. Han said, You've completed the mission successfully. Go home now. Joss's eyes sparkled with a bright smile. Thank you. Thank you for investing in me. Jenna is curious. Investment? Are you planning to start a business? Joss said to Han, I will keep the details secret, but I will definitely pay you back. No need, Han said. No way. I really hate owing money. If you need anything, Han interrupted, then help the witches if you get the chance. When Joss looked back, Han was gone. He blended into the crowded crowd. Jenna was curious. What are you talking about? Who is the wizard? Han explains. The child we saved is the wizard, Jenna remembered. Oh, is she the princess? Han didn't reply, only reminding Jenna that there was still plenty of time and she could go for a walk if she wanted. The 2 days are up, and the Han team returns to the waiting room. Yonka sighs. I can't go to the beach. It's blocked off. Did you really try to go? Han asked. Of course, Yonka frowned. Han thought to himself that it seems we can't go beyond a certain perimeter. Clearing dungeons will reveal new areas every 10 floors. If we reach the 100th floor, maybe we can go anywhere on the map. Jenna suddenly wondered. But how many days have passed? I noticed there are some people I don't recognize. About a week. Has it really been that long? It seems like a few people have already reached the 2nd floor. Did I find anything useful at the equipment store? Ha reminds the team to rest. Starting tomorrow, we will resume training. Yonka sighs. Training again? Jenna pats her on the shoulder. I'm going to take a shower. Seeing Aaron go upstairs, Han called out, Where are you going? Seeing you not answer, Han said seriously, You should rest as I told you. Why won't you listen? Do you want to destroy your body? Eon hesitated, but brother, Han turned away, not wanting to talk much. From tomorrow, I will train and rest. There are a few people like Aaron and Neem. Most of them don't have a happy ending. Some things aren't just about trying hard. If they can't achieve something despite trying their best, it just means they lack the talent. They will either have to find another way to survive or sacrifice themselves in the line of duty. The next day, from early morning, the sound of metal clashing echoed through the training ground as Edit and Yu were sparring intensely. The team captain reminded her to move faster. You're too slow. He's getting tense. Yu grit her teeth and fought back against Edit's fierce attack. Jenna was truly amazed. I thought Team 2 wouldn't train in such a dangerous way, but they're actually fighting with real swords. Seeing Han silent, I turned to find him frowning and asked, Has something changed? Han replied, Dia is not here. Indeed, on the edit field, user, Roderick are all present. So why did you go on duty? As a founding member and the only one-star member, you didn't show up. The system now shows that Belkis and Nerissa have been removed from Team 3. Moreover, the two of them were also added to the master's list. The heroes received a 2-star treatment. Han announced to everyone that the new recruits have arrived. Belkis walks in leisurely with his hands in his pockets, followed by Nerissa, and he laughs loudly. This place is truly luxurious, quite different from the first floor. Han sighed. Looks like we need to recruit more people. Jenna asked again if they really had to draw lots. Han suddenly said, "Wait a minute." He looked at the two newcomers, thinking to himself, are they only planning to follow a top-tier team? Then welcome to the second floor. Looking at this situation, we'll probably have to go down to the first floor since he hasn't killed anyone. Now that the two-person team has fewer members, with only 3 people left, they can't go anywhere. That's why Han and Edit's team decided to tighten their training. It would be great if the master could recruit high-level members. But Han doesn't think they have good intentions. Han is quite worried about his team. Belkis smiled and looked at Edit. Why are you putting on that kind of face? You look like you're about to kill us. I just came to say hello, Nerissa said coldly. Only you are like that. I am not. Then she turned to ask Han, do you think we'll be in Team 1 or 2? Han crossed his arms and replied, asking like that is unnecessary, sis. Nerissa went straight to the point. I want to join Team 1, and I'm confident I won't be a burden to the team. Belkis gritted her teeth and sneered, you bluff, this crazy bitch knows her place. Nerissa didn't hold back and shot back immediately. Strength alone doesn't define a person's worth. Besides combat skills, I have much more to offer. If you have eyes to see, then you would notice, Han reminded him. You two don't have the right to choose, I know that. Nerissa replied that the master or the two of them are the ones who make the decisions. And Jenna approached Han with a question. That's strange. It seems like she really wants to join our team. How am I supposed to know that? And then he turned to ask Nerissa why she wanted to join our team. Nerissa remains calm. I think the rumors are just exaggerated. What rumor? The one about your team? At first I didn't believe it, but I saw it with my own eyes. Han thought to himself, she must have used the resurrection stone. Rebirth stones help heroes redo completed missions or review others' battle histories. They are usually used to redo missions. But Watt replayed the video of our completed mission. Thinking that, Han asked, what did you see? All of it. Nerissa replied honestly, the rumors actually underestimate how talented you are. Wanting to follow the strong to survive is only natural. That's why I want to join Team 1. Frowning, she asked, what about Team 2? Nerissa refused. I prefer Team 1. Were angrily questions. What do you mean? We're not that bad either. Do you really believe what you're saying? Nerissa glanced at you, and you grew even more annoyed. Of course, that bastard, you're just a rookie too, Belkis teased. Who cares if I'm new or old? This is a battle for survival among the strongest, not the oldest. You've been here longer than us, but it seems you don't know anything, huh? He turned to Hanto and agreed. I also want to join Team 1. I'm sure I will be more useful than her, I guarantee it. Han reminded the two of them. If you two have heard the rumors, you should know we chose the team by drawing lots. Nerissa objects, saying that method is entirely based on luck. I think we need a more effective method, Han said to Edit. Then I will make the decision. She bowed her head and replied, you choose. Han asked again, well, your team already has enough people. I don't need someone unwilling to join my team. Be careful, your team won't be able to operate properly, Jenna whispered to Han. It feels like even if you're the one making the decision, someone will still be unhappy. Isn't drawing lots a better option? You have someone you want to recruit? Han replied. I don't know anymore. If it weren't for Belkis's personality being so bad, I would probably choose him. Then he turned to speak to Belkis and Nerissa. Neither of them wanted to rely on luck, nor leave the decision to Quinn. Do both of you want to prove that you're worthy of being on my team? Then let's settle this with a fight. How can I choose if I don't know their abilities? Thuong's role here is useless. Fight until one of you is defeated, then Hai will decide. Belkis opens the door to the arena and confidently steps in. I have never refused a challenge before. It's been a while since I had a satisfying fight. Am I allowed to kill her? Han frowned at him. If you can do it. Hearing that, Belkis seemed to turn into a killing machine. He smiled eerily, his eyes gleaming with boundless greed. Nerissa had also entered the room, and the door was closed. Han stood outside and called in, you can fight however you want. I need to see what you're capable of. Nerissa opened her bag and took out a purple potion. You said that. You're crazy. Nerissa coldly pours the potion onto her sword. He said, I'm fine with any way you want to fight. Han also realized what that vial of liquid was. This is a paralytic poison that causes the whole body to convulse. Nerissa has been skilled in using poisons ever since she arrived.
Nerissa threw away the empty vial, drew another gamma knife, and pointed the sword covered in that purple substance at Belkis.
I've used it many times when fighting monsters.
This is the first time it's been used on a person? Belkis sneered and drew his sword.
She won't give me a chance to try it. The system has notified that both sides have accepted the duel,
Jenna exclaims. The tension between them is so intense, it feels like one of them might actually die.
Han shrugged. It could happen too.
The master also pressed the support button for the duel. Han crosses his arms and focuses on the room. Let's begin. Belkis immediately rushes forward. Nerissa, already prepared, repeatedly stabs towards Belkis. He smiled eerily, dodging all attacks. The two began a stunning sword fight, fierce and brutal. Yu exclaimed, "That bastard is completely different from when he fought me." Turns out he was only using a fraction of his strength.
Han also reminded Jenna and Aaron, watch carefully, they might be able to learn from them.
Hang also quietly assessed the skills of the two people fighting fiercely. Their weapon techniques are both at level 4, just like the user. But during the fight, they show many differences. Nerissa seems to be taking advantage of her position. Yonka approaches Han now. Weren't they just arriving?
That's surprising. Maybe their level and skills are both low.
Han was surprised. Why are you here? They must be doing research by now. The two in the room still haven't decided the winner. At this moment, Nerissa lunged forward, one hand swinging down while a hidden weapon shot out from her sleeve, causing Belkis to dodge too late. One side of his face was wounded, and the poison from there seeped into his flesh, paralyzing him and making his limbs immobile. She smiled and said I slapped her, but before she finished speaking, Belkis gritted his teeth and charged forward, smashing his sword hilt into Nerissa's stomach, causing her to be thrown back and fall to the ground. He wiped the blood and cursed,
"You damn bastard, you made me unable to move properly. I've won."
He turned to Han and said, "You see,
The duel is over. Do you have any comments?
Good hit. I've also made my decision." Belkis smiled brightly. So, of course, I furrowed my brow and cut him off. Nerissa will join Team 1. Nerissa lies on the ground, a 45-degree smile on her lips, while Belkis turns pale, unable to believe her own hands. Jenna also admires. She's quite impressive. Seeing everyone's expressions, Han knows that only Edith, Roderick, and Jenna truly understand what just happened. Indeed, an interesting outcome. Nerissa deliberately pushed herself into a corner to catch Belkis off guard. That twin sword technique was just a trick. All it was meant for was a single attack. Belkis trusted his skills and charged in. The others watched the battle but couldn't see this hidden tactic. Belkis was still stunned, voice trembling. "Say it again," Han said coldly.
"If you want, I can remind you as many times as you like. Nerissa is the one who joined the team first."
Belkis is not willing to accept it. "What is the reason?" "Do you know who makes up our team?" Han said calmly. "A swordsman, a spear wielder, a mage, and a marksman. All 4 of us are oriented towards combat. We need someone like Nerissa to better adapt to the situation. I thought you were strong enough to accept that. But maybe I was wrong." Belkis was still furious. "If she hadn't played dirty, I could have taken her down in just 5 minutes. Han crossed his arms and said sternly, "I acknowledge your talent, but you're not suitable for our team. That's all. Or do you want to fight me to try? If you can hold out for a minute, I'll accept you." Belkis grits his teeth in frustration, glaring at Han. Suddenly, he smirked maliciously and looked at Aeon. "I wonder what it would be like with one more member?" Han understood Belkis's meaning, but he intended to refuse. The sword-bearer and the spear-bearer have different roles. What matters is not strength, but the formation. Belkis sneered and said, "A team? That probably makes sense, but he hasn't even fulfilled the responsibilities of a spear user. I've watched all his matches. They were quite interesting, but there's someone who doesn't quite fit. Do you really need a healer that badly? To the point of willingly overlooking his flaws?" "Don't you see he's the one blocking your way?" Gina shouted angrily. "Aaron has done very well, so stop talking nonsense. Maybe you don't realize because of your talent, but sometimes comfort can be poison." Jenna was about to speak when Han stepped in front. "Be quiet." "Yeah, you're right. The healer isn't really that important. We could change our team if a skilled swordsman joins, but only if that swordsman is stronger than the healer. Do you think you're more useful than Aaron?" Belkis chuckled and stepped out of the arena. "If I didn't think so, I wouldn't have brought up these things. Accept my challenge, Aaron." Everyone was silent, unsure of what to say. Han thought for a moment and then asked, "Are you sure you won't go back on your word? Aeon has been here much longer than you. If you challenge him with this unreasonable confidence, maybe I will start to see you differently. Don't worry, if I lose, I'll quietly go back to Team 2. Aang turned to ask Aaron, "It's your turn to choose now, Aaron. It's okay if you decline." Aaron hesitated, saying, "Give me some time to think." He looked at his teammate, thinking to himself,
It's time I noticed that Aeon is putting in more effort than usual. I also know that if things continue like this, the ending won't be good. But Aeon is still much more useful. We've worked together for a long time, and even if he falls behind, he can still hold his position a little longer. To overcome this situation, he needs a catalyst. After thinking, Aaron looked up with eyes full of determination. I accept the challenge. Belkis's goal was achieved with great satisfaction. Finally, Ha reminded the two before closing the door. If you rewind, you can no longer join the first team. The winner will become a member of the first team. Do you agree? Aaron and Belkis replied in unison, yeah. The fight begins. The door slams shut. From the very beginning, the atmosphere was tense. The two stared at each other fiercely before rushing to fight. Jenna was a bit worried. He really agreed, even though he said he didn't have to fight. That's his decision. So Han sighed. I know, but what if he loses? Jenna is anxious. That guy's pretty strong. If he just follows what he's trained, he still has a chance to win if he stays calmer. Both sides have level 4 weapon skills. Belkis has some innate advantages that Aeon doesn't, but Aaron also has one benefit: experience. Just then, during a clash, Belkis charged forward. Aeon blocks the sword and then uses the momentum to knock the staff's end into the guy's face. Belkis coughs up blood and looks at Aeon.
You're quick. I give you credit. You was excited outside.
That's right, teach that new soldier a lesson. Han thought to himself, I don't care who Belkis was before coming here. I only know that he had no experience fighting monsters before coming here. Belkis just arrived recently. And unlike Aaron, who has endless combat experience, he has never fought a boss monster. He also has never battled spear users like Roderick or Aeon. Moreover, in the battle between two skillful heroes, the spear user's movements are flawless. Indeed, Belkis was hit many times by Aaron, and he even looked a bit struggling as he defended himself, while unable to get close to Aeon. You scream until your throat is hoarse, so arrogant like that. Hi-ha, when you join our team, you'll have to stay and wash dishes. Spears are very useful. They have been used since ancient times for hunting and even in warfare. Thanks to their long-range attack, spears are made increasingly longer and are very effective in large-scale battles, but useless in one-on-one combat. The difference in attack range between a sword and a spear is 1 meter. In some cases, this gives an advantage, but a spear user cannot react quickly enough when facing a short-range attack. They can't match the strikes of daggers and don't have much range advantage over bows. But we're talking about humanity. This is where they must push their limits, so this kind of logic is meaningless. Back to the battle. Aaron seems to have the upper hand. He hit Belkis quite a few times. Han also silently assessed. Although Belkis was very talented before coming here, the moment he stepped into this place, the rules became quite detached from reality. Aaron has fought him countless times. He is used to fighting against beings stronger than humans and monsters. Sword users have different combat tactics compared to spear wielders. Jenna was surprised. He's doing very well, but this doesn't seem like him at all. Yanka whispered. What do you mean? With this team, he'll win decisively. Jenna shook her head. No, senior, look carefully. The number of hits he lands has decreased, and upon closer inspection, Edit also speaks up. She realizes that Aaron's technique is very precise, but too obvious. The weakness in the strategy is that it's very easy to read, and moreover, Belkis has very sharp eyes. Based on how quickly he can spot Nerisa's attack patterns, it's certain that he has extremely sharp observation skills. Sooner or later, he will acquire a skill similar to Han's mind's eye. At this moment, Belkis spun in the air and landed on the ground, spitting out 2 boring words. Then he charged straight at Aaron, closing the distance, and said in a stern voice, "You are joking with me." Aaron stared at him intently but said nothing, as both of them simultaneously jumped back. Belkis was furious. So why did you hold back, or do you underestimate me? I heard that when Team 1 trains together, they would eliminate each other with the move they aimed at Aeon. But this battle was different. Why didn't you attack my weak spot? Aaron remained silent, saying nothing. Han suddenly spoke up. You've softened. How could Han not see that? Aaron's healing magic is easy to read, but Belkis adapts too quickly. Now there's only one thing Aaron can do. Han continues. Aaron, since when have you started considering the lives of your opponents? You're strong enough to show mercy to your enemies now. Use all your power and don't let me down. Belkis smirked. I heard what he just said. Aaron bows his head, then looks up, spinning his spear swiftly. Fine, don't hate me if I accidentally kill you. Belkis adopts a defensive stance, raising his sword. Of course, the battle continues. Aeon charged, relentlessly attacking Belkis with dangerous spear techniques, startling him into deflecting Aeon's spear.
Without hesitation, Aaron charged forward again, stabbing his spear into Belkis's groin. He swiftly jumped back to avoid the attack.
Aeon raised his spear high and struck fiercely at Belkis's head, but he quickly jumped to the right to dodge. The force was so strong that the spear's tip was bent. The onlookers outside showed a range of emotions: calm, worried, and sorrowful. A few people who saw the outcome of the battle bowed their heads and sighed. Blood was splattered all over the arena. Belkis, covered in wounds, stands tall. Though dizzy from blood loss, I have won. Aaron is now kneeling on the floor. User screams, "No way, Aaron clearly had the advantage. What exactly have you been up to? I'm sure you used some dirty tricks." Belkis shrugged. "I have no idea what you're talking about." Suzette screams. "We can't know for sure." Rodri spoke up. "Enough already." The system announced that Belkis won the duel. Ivanka wondered why. "I thought Aaron would have the advantage." "Strange, isn't it?" Jenna also couldn't believe it. "He did really well. It's too much for him. Just one move." Han agrees. "That's right. A single move is hard to describe. Saying he's sharp isn't enough." During the fight, Belkis read Aaron's attack pattern. It was clear that the longer the battle lasted, the more attacks he dodged, eventually finding Aaron's weakness. But Belkis waits instead of immediately turning the tide. In just one move, he realizes he only needs one attack to win and eliminate all unexpected variables. To seize the best opportunity to counterattack, he endured Aaron's numerous hits and struck when the chance arose. Possessing sharp observation skills, logical thinking, and the ability to analyze and calculate his chances of winning. His method requires patience. Belkis slowly leaves the arena. "It's a shame. If you hadn't held back from the start, everything would have been more interesting." Aaron bowed his head, clutching the wound on his shoulder. "I think so too." Nerissa leaned against the wall and said, "I'm not satisfied with this outcome, but maybe he's just not ready yet." Han said seriously, "If no one objects, I will keep my promise. Belkis will join Team 1. Aaron leaves the team. The master here also presses the agree button to remove Aeon from Team 1. Team 1 officially changes its lineup with the two new members, Belkis and Nerissa. Han continued, "Aeon, you lost for reasons I cannot understand. I can't keep you on the team anymore. You probably already know that. You ran over to explain, but Aaron just didn't want to hurt his team." Han turned away coldly. "Come on, stop making excuses. We're not here to make friends, but to survive and defeat the enemy. Those who don't understand that will die. Remember that." Jaina was about to speak, but Han interrupted her. "Everyone go rest now. It's too late." Aaron sat quietly in place without saying a word. Belkis smiled triumphantly. "It will be very enjoyable." Nerissa humbly said, "I look forward to working with everyone." "I'm Nerissa." Han turned to the newcomers and said, "I don't quite understand. Do you think life will be easier for the two of you if you join Team 1? Actually, it's the opposite. The tasks we have to do are much more dangerous than Team 2. Belkis smiled. "I know that's the reason I'm here. I want to become stronger." Everyone has also returned to their rooms. Heng turned back, crossing his arms as he looked at Aaron. "If you sit there forever, nothing will change," Aaron muttered. "I don't want to leave because I have become weaker." Han steps onto the stage. "Why don't you aim for his weakness?" "Because I have become weaker. There's no other reason." Han knew full well that Aeon was lying. At first, he clearly had the advantage, so why did he give Belkis a chance to win? Aeon stood up in disappointment and replied, "We shouldn't kill our comrades. Since when do you care about that?" Han doesn't understand. "I don't think I made you weaker. I just changed my mind. You know, I don't have any talent. Maybe I could beat him, and I'm quite confident about it. But as he becomes stronger and stronger, do I have the right to kill him?" Aaron is becoming more and more gloomy, someone who shines brighter than me. I looked and realized that everything I did was useless. No matter how long I trained or how hard I tried, when compared to true talent, is that why you let him win? Han confirms again. Aeon turns to look at Han. "I can't hurt Master. They are important people. I don't see what I see in you and Jenna within myself, and the fog before my eyes won't disappear. I feel like I'm just wandering aimlessly." "There is a position for a guide to train newcomers on the first floor. I think you're well suited for that. Just go and teach newcomers at a safe location. That position is usually very competitive, often 10 to 1, but I will specially recommend 2 people. "What do you think?" Aaron muttered. "Teach others how to do it?" Hang frowned at Aaron. "What are you still hesitating for? What is your goal? Getting as strong as Belkis? Isn't your goal to reunite with your family?" Aaron hesitated. "That's right, but why?" Aeon clenched his teeth, took a deep breath, and walked past Han. "I'm sorry, I will become a trainer." "Come on," Han said sharply. "If you don't want to, then don't do it. I once knew someone like you. He was also very useless. When I was your age, his swordsmanship was only at level 2. I had wanted to kick him out many times because he was so weak. Do you want to become stronger, Aaron? Aaron widened his eyes as he looked at Han. Han turned his head away. Probably not. Suddenly, Aaron knelt down and shouted through tears. No, I've always wanted to become stronger. I don't want to be pathetic like this anymore. But is there any way for someone like me to become stronger? Han simply replied, yes. Wait until that gate opens and I will take you to Nihem. Ian doesn't understand. Where is that? Han smiled, saying it's a very good place. The next day, everyone gathered together. Jenna smiled and extended her hand, saying, I'm Jenna Zero. Nice to meet you both. I may be a rookie, but I'm pretty confident. The two of them had no intention of responding to Jenna's outstretched hand. Han just thought they were still a bit shy, and then turned to tell Belkis Nerissa that there was someone they needed to meet. They have been told that any injuries they sustain here will be healed, and we are fighting a fire mage. They will need to get used to that. Nerissa asked again. So you mean we need to resist fire? Can we learn how to do it as quickly as possible? Belkis raised her hand and asked, should I just put my hand in the fire? That's a stupid way. Han sneered, but even if it's stupid, it's very effective. Belkis confidently said, I will learn in 4 days. Even though I know this girl will scream in fear to see it, Nerissa showed she was not inferior. So I only need 3 days. Hang turned to Jenna and said, you will take Aaron's place next. You want me to take charge of the archery, right? Jenna understood. Han continued to review Belkis's team formation. Both of us fight in close combat, but don't get overconfident. Fight within the range where your teammates can support you. If you only trust yourself and refuse to cooperate, you'll also be considered useless. Remember that. Belkis nodded in agreement. All right. Han glanced at Nerissa, silently calculating. Nerissa Yar has too many skills in swordsmanship, daggers, and other weapons. She moves quickly, hides well, and has many other movement techniques. She also has good observation and reconnaissance skills, as well as poison-making and ambush techniques. Thinking of this, he asked her, what did you do before coming here? Were you a killer or something? Nerissa replied briefly, that's about right. Han calculated that if she really was an assassin, she would have requested a high-level summon, probably mid-tier. After considering, Han decided Nerissa's main role would be mid-tier. But depending on the situation, she must be able to fight in close combat and protect Jenna and Ivanka, and she might also need to sneak behind enemies to attack if necessary, while also handling intelligence gathering. When given the order, you must do so. Nerissa nodded and replied, I will remember that. Still, Han is prepared. Someone like Nerissa might agree outwardly, but if she doesn't fully accept it, conflicts could very well arise. Han guessed she might have developed a bad habit from the environment downstairs. Yanka stepped closer and asked, what about me? What should I do? Han glanced at her and then turned away. Just run along with those sandbags. Edit looked at this scene, sighed, and Han, hearing it, turned to give advice. She probably still needs more team members, as Team 2 will always be short-staffed because the master isn't paying to spin the wheel and cover the costs. If you can't find anyone, go down to the first floor and look. Edit looks surprised. First floor? If you look carefully, you'll find someone useful. Da has decided to become a trainer on the first floor, focusing on training those who are determined and truly capable and just keeping an eye on them. If there are no more summons now, that will be her only option. Since the free gacha is still ongoing, there are probably over 20 people on the first floor waiting list. There should be at least one talented person. Edit looked at the people training on the field, thought for a moment, and then said, I guess I have to listen to you. Han added, but when looking for talent, don't be arrogant or overdo it, or it could lead to discrimination among the first floor members. You mean bullying? Edit asked. Many people in this environment will bully those who are better than them to show off their strength. As he finished speaking, a group of 3 men with creepy smiles was gradually approaching a rookie on the training ground. In the fighting room, Han explains to the 2 newcomers the training plan for today. If we understand each other's strengths and weaknesses, it will be very beneficial. There are no rules, so everyone can freely use real weapons. Belkis smiled as he stepped forward, excitedly saying, This is good, Han. Are you sure you can handle fighting alone? Nerissa, you should come too. Belkis brushed it off. I thought you wanted me to give it my all. Are you sure you'll be okay? This battle will be very different from a regular training match. Han coldly asked again, Do you want to fight me for 1 hour and 1 minute? Belkis's eyes gleamed with bloodthirsty desire. If you are willing, if you have the heart, then I am willing too. Han did not refuse, charging into a frenzy, ready to face Belkis. According to Chloe, the first-tier heroes had met with Belkis a few days earlier. That group includes those who were eliminated from the third group for losing to Belkis.
Of course, no one can lay a hand on him. Those thugs got beaten to a pulp. It seems that the people in that group still go around bullying heroes they dislike or the second-tier candidates. Of course, that's nothing special. Right now, no hero can stand against the second-tier candidates. But Han wanted Belkis to know that there are still people much stronger than him. Belkis charged forward, swinging his sword fiercely at Han. But with just a light block from Han, his sword was knocked far away. Han coldly said, "Looks like you're quite arrogant after defeating the weaklings on the lower floor." Belkis could only awkwardly smile. "You're as strong as I thought." Han sneered. That arrogant bastard. This outcome was no surprise. Belkis returned to her position.
"Luckily I joined this team. I will fight alongside this woman against you."
Like in the previous battle, she opened her bag, poured the purple liquid onto her sword. Han frowned and asked, "Are you really going to use that?" "It seems like that's what he wants." But she replied succinctly. Belkis looked at Han, this time both of them fighting together. "This won't be an easy match, brother." Han smirked and held his stance. "Who knows? It's not even 6:30 yet, so no one knows who's better." But this time, it's not even 6:30 yet. A moment later, Belkis and Nerissa, exhausted, sank to the floor. "Basically, we've lost." Belkis was a bit surprised. "I thought the two of us could beat him." Han returns to his normal state. "The two of you aren't necessarily stronger. Besides, you can't really coordinate with each other. Fighting Eren or User is one thing, but I don't think either of you can beat Jenna if you fight together." Jenna, who was nearby and heard her name, looked confused and turned around as Han urged her urgently. "What are you doing? Come up here. They're waiting." Hearing that, Jenna hesitantly grabbed her bow and spoke to Han. "I'm a bit scared," Han reassured her. "Don't worry and fight. You're stronger." Han turned back and said firmly to Belkis and Nerissa, "Form a team. I won't allow solo fights anymore. Keep fighting until you beat Gennady." Belkis was displeased. "Isn't he underestimating us a bit? I don't think I will lose to her." Han didn't explain further, just said, "You'll see." Belkis glared at Nerissa again and said, "I don't want to fight this woman. She was just tripping me up." Nerissa turned away and snorted. "I want to say that too." Hearing that, Han shrugged and said, "Then go ahead and fight. Don't just talk. I'll fight as many times as you want if you can beat Jenna. Hopefully you'll keep your word," Belkis confidently replied, before turning to tell Nerissa to step back. "This match is mine. Jenna will attack first." She shot an arrow. Belkis naturally easily blocked the attack. But as he blocked a series of arrows, more shot straight into his eyes, each one hitting him right in the head. Belkis keeps retreating to block the attacks, not giving him a chance to catch his breath. Jenna fires another volley, and taking advantage of Belkis's frantic defense, she shoots an arrow straight into his collar, pinning him to the wall. Han calmly, "See? I told you, she's stronger than you." Belkis forced a reluctant smile. "Turns out I'm just a frog sitting at the bottom of a well." Han said again, "Remember, fight alongside Nerissa and must defeat Jenna within 2 days. As you can see, we have to battle many strong enemies during the mission. So why do you want to fight alone? You two can't even handle such a basic thing." Nerissa glanced at Han and said, "I still have one more fight left." Han sighed and replied, "You're really stubborn." "Oh, whatever, let's fight. The match will be over in just a few seconds." Nerissa was defeated in a similar outcome as Belkis, pinned tightly against the wall. Han bowed his head and said, "Neither of them could last more than a minute." Belkis and Nerissa are a bit fired up now and ask Han, "So we just need to defeat her together, right? I don't like the idea of 2 against 1, but I'll try. This time it won't be easy for us to lose." With that, Nerissa charged forward to attack first. Han watched from outside, only able to sigh and think how pitiful it was. After slicing through Jenna's arrows, before Nerissa could regain her composure, Jenna charged forward at full speed, slashing and knocking Nerissa's weapon aside. "What are you doing? You're even worse now than when you fought alone." Belkis muttered a curse in frustration. Han calmly says, "Even if you curse, it won't change anything. Or do you want to switch to Team 2? They don't train like this there." Belkis gritted his teeth and said, "I will try one more time," then turned to Nerissa, blaming her for not lasting more than 10 seconds. "Useless. Nerissa is no less capable. He talks big, but he can't even swing his sword once." Han thought to himself, "That's right. His pride must be hurt. Jaina grew up in the forest, so she is more familiar with wild animals than with domesticated ones. You need to learn quickly when facing intelligent beasts. Even fierce beasts are just prey to a trained hunter. A monster must be used to hunting in a pack." A few minutes later, the match ended, and Belkis and Nerissa were still pinned against the wall like before. And this time, they also got hit with quite a few arrows. Han said, "Don't waste any more time. You'll automatically recover once you leave the arena.
Don't strain yourselves. Just go outside.
Belkis and Nerissa drag themselves out and sit down to wait for recovery. Yanka waves her fan and approaches.
Those two are strangely in sync. Han sat down and started reloading his arrows.
What are you doing here? Weren't you practicing advanced telepathy? If you don't go practice somewhere else for 10 seconds, I'll report you to Chloe. 109.
Yanka quickly disappeared right away.
I'm leaving, isn't that enough?
At this moment, Han Ion suddenly appears behind him and then disappears again. Belkis, still unsatisfied, demands to fight one more round.
Han has been exhausting himself all day. That's enough for today. We'll train again tomorrow.
Nerissa also wants to practice more.
Don't we still have plenty of time?
Han gestured towards Jenna. They've been clinging to her over 10 times, so she can't even practice her own moves. Don't waste other people's time.
If neither of you can beat Jenna tomorrow, I'll find another member.
Belkis looked incredulous, speaking sharply. Are you serious? H has been indifferent since birth, never knowing what it means to joke. I will only give one chance in the training match tomorrow.
If you lose, you know what that means.
Han turned and walked away. Take Jenna with you and don't let me down, Jenna whispered in Han's ear.
Are you really going to do that? About firing those two people?
Have you ever seen me lie before? Han glared at her. Jenna is quite innocent too, really. The last time. She hadn't finished speaking when she was hit right in the head with an arrow. Now you like to joke around. Han turns away and walks on. If you don't know how to cooperate in the battle, even special talent is useless. Jenna pats her head to soothe her sore lips, but if he expels those two, I don't see anyone capable of joining the team.
Wait a moment, isn't Aeon here?
Anne interrupts, it's not Aeon. Han silently thought they are skilled in combat, but they either don't trust their teammate next to them or are too confident in themselves. But if that doesn't change, sooner or later, something will happen. Over here, Belkis clenched his sword tightly and gritted his teeth, saying, I will kill you, for sure. The next morning, Han, Jenna, and Ivanka waited outside the fighting room. Jenna looked around. Where are those two?
Are they already ahead?
Han replied. No, they went down to the first floor. What are you doing down there? They asked me for a little more time. Ivanka cheerfully inquired about today's training schedule. So, how is today's training going? Han smiled. We will need to increase the intensity because we're missing 2 people. Yanka growled, I knew it. Hearing footsteps, Jenna turned around to see Belkis and Nerissa approaching. Han frowned and asked, Are you both ready? The two of them walked toward the fighting room, their fists clenched. As much as possible, I am ready. Han announced that the rules are the same as yesterday, using real weapons and no restrictions. They only have one chance. Nerissa replied, I know. Belkis also replied, Fighting together is not really my style, but I will draw my bow and speak loudly. I'm going up there. Suddenly she paused, only to see the 2 defenders standing still. Why are they just standing there instead of rushing in? Jenna shot a series of arrows. I'm still attacking. Pay attention. The volley of arrows aimed at Nerissa flew over, and Belkis rushed out to block the attack. Meanwhile, Nerissa threw a hidden weapon from her sleeve, and Jenna jumped aside to dodge. As she moved, she kept shooting arrows. Suddenly, Belkis shouted, I see it now. Jenna was startled and turned around, just as Belkis blocked an arrow and closed in on her. The system notified that Belkis has learned the long-range damage avoidance skill. Jenna smiled, still too far away. The 2 of them continued to rush forward. Nerissa blocks the attack while Belkis shields her in front. With these attacks, they split up, attacking Jenna from both sides. She jumps high to dodge just as a hidden weapon flies perfectly toward her. Jenna suddenly spun and landed on the ground, then a surge of aura hit her, making her startle and turn around. Is that a deadly attack? Belkis rushes forward, sword in hand, aiming straight at Jenna. She flipped backwards a few times to dodge an attack. Nerissa suddenly appeared behind Jenna, sword at her throat. The battle is over, and Jenna chuckles nervously. I guess I lost, huh? Belkis now smiled lightly, as if it was nothing. Han smirked. Haven't they realized this a few days ago? Han quietly assessed that Belkis's ruthless intent in the last fight could have masked Nerissa's presence a bit, since an overwhelmingly dominant presence tends to attract the opponent's attention. It is natural that the remaining teammate would have more time to consider their next move. If they viewed our battle as just a boss fight, they would surely realize that team strength must come before individual power. Han declares that anyway, you 2 are pretty good. Remember that feeling just now. Belkis looked at Han challengingly. With this method, we can also beat him. You want to try? Okay, little brother, and if you want, I'll indulge you. It's clear that they were defeated by Han immediately. As soon as the battle started, Han activated Frenzy and crushed them at the first sign of weakness.
This is quite simple for Han. Not only has he beaten them like this a few times, but the team still has some time before the tower climbing begins again, and the master doesn't immediately send the first team out. It seems like the master is spending time with the new members to help them get used to the team, and because of that, the first team is almost ready. The next day, after some training, Han announced a new training plan. Starting from the next session, Jenna will also participate in battles. Belkis and Nerissa are sitting and waiting to recover. What do you mean? We will form a team, just like you two. Hearing that, they both froze in surprise. Are you joking with us? If you team up, how many lifetimes will it take to win? Relax, Han tran on. I'm not saying this will be our fixed team. We'll just take turns forming teams with different members to improve our teamwork skills. Belkis still doesn't really like this group work. I thought we would usually fight individually. I heard that back in the old days, on floors 10 and 15, you were the one carrying the team. Honestly, I don't think the other members are that impressive. So what's the point of practicing in groups like this? Han frowns. Are your eyes just for decoration? I can't do anything if I'm all alone. If some members are weak, no matter how well they work together, they can't become a good team. And the same goes for the opposite. The mission will fail if you don't know how to cooperate, no matter how strong each individual is. Of course, if someone is extraordinarily strong, they can truly carry the entire team. But I don't think there's anyone like that in our team, including myself. Stop complaining about everything. Once we get used to the team, we'll train you so much individually that you'll be sick of it. Belkis agreed, stood up and said, I will be watching closely. The two of them developed very quickly. Now the four of them can split up to fight 2 against 2, including basic training in the morning and weapon training in the afternoon. All 4 spent the whole day sparring. After each victory, they would rotate team members. However, the problem was that whichever team Han was on would win. But gradually, they learned how to work together as a real team. After a week, they added Yonka to the formation training, focusing on Ivanka and Jenna's weaknesses and how to fix them. So how do you maximize their strength? Han has shown Belkis and Nerissa these key points. Nerissa also marveled. The more she learned, the more amazed she was. Every tactic is very meticulous and effective. I can't imagine what profession he had before. Han shrugged and sat back comfortably. I told you I was a farmer. You should tell a more convincing lie. At this moment, ISO calls Team 1 to gather at the square on the first floor. Belkis is excited. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Are you really eager to go out and fight? It's still better to compete with a wooden toy. Belkis follows Han. Whatever, Lauer. Let's go. Remember, we're not going on a picnic. Aaron leaves the room smiling at Han. Be careful. Han. Han smiles. Don't worry. Team 1 is heading down to the first floor square. Those people kept staring at Han's team with no friendly intentions. Han frowned. Who are these people? Nerissa explained. They are the ones summoned after the floors were separated. This is the 3rd generation. Nerissa continued. Maybe you don't know, but there's a strange rumor that Han interrupted. I know the first heroes, like Jenna, Edith, and myself are the 1st generation. Belkis and Nerissa are the 2nd generation summoned after I wrote the guide. And the others were summoned after the upper and lower layers were separated. So, they are the 3rd generation. The crowd gritted their teeth and cursed under their breath. Even the arrogant Belkis glared back. Whose dog just barked? Try biting me and see what happens. Han will stop you right away, no problem. Suddenly, a man approached Han urgently and asked, Are you Han Islat? I am Melk, brought here 4 days ago. I have something I want to ask of you. I have a terminal illness and life is already difficult. Could you take me upstairs? Han, impatient, pushed the man aside, causing him to fall. Get out of the way, even if you have cancer or whatever. The healing power of the waiting room can cure everything. Are you messing with me? What are these guys doing right now? Don't block Team 1. The boss is waiting. Hang turned to ask Nerissa. Since when did they become like that? Ever since the layers were divided, everything has been changing little by little, and Yonka doesn't understand any of it. Why is that? Han replied. That must be a side effect of dividing the floors. She sighed. They are really strange, but whatever. Now the mission is more important. The group stepped into the time gap, currently on level 16. Han sternly reminded the team, If you enter the battlefield, follow my orders. Do you have any objections? Everyone replied in unison, No. A blue light enveloped the 5 of them as they were taken to the 16th floor. This level's mission is to investigate strange locations. Belkis raised an eyebrow. Investigate? I've never heard of a mission like that before. Jenna spoke up. I've completed a mission like this once before. It's not too hard on the 6th floor either. Han crossed her arms. This time it might be different from the 6th floor. Let's see. Then everyone looked around, assessing their surroundings. The place they were standing looked like a castle, possibly a mansion.
Nerissa frowned. This is a place Han also recognizes, he asked her. Do you recognize this place?
Not necessarily. I'll let you know when I'm sure.
Han assigned. Let's check this area first. There must be a way up to the next floor somewhere.
You knock on the door in front of you, but of course it's not this one. It's outside the mission area, as everyone can see. Nerissa, go ahead and stay hidden to observe the surroundings and report anything unusual to me. Nerissa follows the order to scout ahead. Han draws his sword and shield, then says, Move in formation. Use reconnaissance formation. Everyone explored every corner of the castle. Yanka was a bit afraid of ghosts. It looks a bit creepy, doesn't it? Could this be a haunted mansion? Why is no one here? But Han doesn't think so. Since everything has been cleaned, it can't be an abandoned mansion. Maybe we'll come across something soon. Han knocked on the doors, but none of them could be passed through. Yanka was amazed. Isn't this place way too big? It keeps going forever, Belkis explains. The structure of this place is quite unique, so the inside feels that big. From the outside, it must look pretty strange. Yanka suddenly turned around and teased him. You seem smarter than you look, huh?
Belkis snapped, her murderous aura gradually rising. What did she just say?
Yanka was startled and realized he had gone too far with his teasing, so he stepped back. There's no need for him to be so hot-headed. Han reminds them to stay in order and not to speak loudly. They reached a three-way intersection and everyone stopped, 3 paths looking exactly the same. Han guessed it was a maze. Jenna asks again. A maze? Han nodded. This is not an ordinary mansion. The paths are all jumbled like a maze. Yanka is worried. So which way should we go now? Han said, Just stand here and wait for Nerissa to come back. You lean against the wall. Looks like we've got a troublesome mission on our hands. Jenna crouched down. I've never been somewhere that looks like this before. There's no one here, the path is strange, and the other missions are all very simple. Belkis frowns. I agree, this is really boring. Hearing that, Han turned to ask, Are you doing the mission just for fun? You shouldn't be so bored about it. I thought I would have to fight some powerful enemies too. Han leaned his head back. Just relax. But don't lower your guard. There's no way there are no enemies. They're definitely somewhere in here. Belkis bowed his head and smiled, a murderous intent clear in his eyes. Then that's good. 5 minutes later, Nerissa returns with a report. I followed the corridor in the middle, and it seems like all the branching paths lead to the same place, which isn't very complicated. I didn't find any enemies or traps. But the strange thing is, Han took notice. Strange how? It's hard to say for sure. You should go there yourself to see it. The whole group heads to the room Nerissa mentioned. In the middle of the room, a maid sat crying uncontrollably and kept coughing up blood. Nerissa explained that she didn't react to us and her condition was very strange. As they spoke, the maid suddenly retched, vomiting blood that made Jenna startle. Belkis suggested, It's really suspicious, isn't it best to just kill her now? If you don't want to get involved with women, then let me handle it. Han immediately reminded her, Forget about her when you see something suspicious. It's better not to interact with it. Jenna looked worried. She seemed to be in real pain, probably suffering from a very serious illness. Han sneered. Do you want to help that person or what? Jenna hesitated and turned away. I'm not that kind-hearted. I was just sighing. Let's just keep going. The group left the room and continued down the long, silent corridor. Yanka is getting tired and starting to feel bored. Jenna is checking the door. There must be a way out somewhere. Belkis also sighed, and Han had to remind everyone to stop complaining, because sooner or later, something was bound to happen. Han quietly considered that we had already encountered 3 identical halls. This maze isn't particularly difficult since most of the paths are straight. The only change comes when we prepare to enter the 4th corridor. Did Nerissa come back with news of enemies in the next corridor? The group quickly gathers. There are a total of 7 armored enemies armed with swords, spears, and bows. Han immediately assigns the roles. We will set an ambush as soon as we enter.
Jenna and Nerissa will handle the archers. The rest will take care of the sword and spear fighters.
Everyone quickly moved closer to the enemies. Han hid behind the door, glanced outside to assess the situation, then signaled 3 with his hand. 3 figures rush up, one soldier about to take a sip of water, eyes wide as he sees Han charging at him, and before he can shout, he's down. Another, confused, yells, Who's there? Then Belkis was right behind him, a clean cut beheading the stubborn soldier. Bored and seemingly finding pleasure, Belkis charged forward to cut down the enemy like chopping tofu. In just a moment, Han's group had taken out the soldiers below. Han then surveyed the scene before him, with the staircase leading upstairs in front and the entrance right behind. So Han pulled out his shield and raised it up the stairs, only to find an invisible wall blocking the way, causing the shield to bounce back behind him. As expected, the whole group still couldn't go up to the 2nd floor. Han tells Yanka to prepare level 1 fire magic aimed at the back door. Yonka, still unsure, prepared herself. Within seconds, the door burst open, and 23 heavily armed and armored soldiers stormed in. As soon as they entered, Ivanka finished her spell. A huge pillar of fire shot out, leaving everyone no time to change clothes. The soldiers kept shouting defiantly into the flames from the scorching heat, as Han ran to the side of the battle commander. Belkis and Nerissa, upon hearing their names, understood and followed Han into the unreachable flames, swinging their swords to begin the second battle. Belkis strikes left, Nerissa strikes right, Jenna provides support from afar, and Han keeps cutting straight ahead. The last soldier falls, burned to a crisp. Han reminds everyone, it's over now, let's focus on recovering. Yonka, arms akimbo, looks curious. How do you know? Know what? There will be more enemies coming, he explained calmly. Even though we've killed all the enemies, the barrier leading to the second floor still hasn't opened, which means there are still some we haven't eliminated. See? Now the barrier to the second floor has been opened. Once we get up there, we'll have completed this mission. We should prepare more carefully before heading to the 17th floor. Belkis smiled in agreement. This floor is so boring. Han glanced at him. Do you have a habit of destroying everything or what? Belkis didn't deny it. Honestly, that's pretty much how it is. The obstacle has been cleared. Belkis and Nerissa have been promoted, receiving 50,000 gold as a reward. Back at the square, Jenna wondered, do you think level 17 will be like this too? Han replied casually, maybe. Jenna sighed. I don't like it at all. I prefer to finish everything quickly. Even the owner left while we were still wandering around. Then she turned away long ago. I'm going to take a shower now. Han turned to everyone and said, today's enough. Everyone did a great job. Everyone gradually dispersed, leaving only Han and Nerissa. He wondered, why are you still standing here? Is there something you want to say? She hesitated, then said, I have a few things I want to talk to you about regarding the place where we just completed the mission. Han agrees. When they arrive, he pours her a glass of water. So, what do you want to tell me? Nerissa takes a sip, puts down her glass, and gets straight to the point. The mansion we just arrived at, I know that place not only by recognition, but actually I used to work there. Han leaned back in his chair and looked at Nerissa. So what is the reason you're telling me this? Is it because I think you have a very high chance of surviving until the end? That place is called the Golden Mansion, belonging to the Hansen family, one of the 4 noble clans. Han took a sip of tea with a smile. I see. Since I'm just an ordinary farmer, I don't know much. Nerissa looked at Han with disappointment. No one would really believe what you're saying. Han quietly reflected on the story Nerissa told him. The Tanya continent is ruled by a single nation called the Empire, and within the Empire there are 4 clans wielding power rivaling that of the royal family. Aznik handles the arts, Lentia takes care of literature, Hansen deals with gold, and Surenbo oversees magic. Nerissa continued, even the Emperor has to respect the heads of the 4 great clans. So is this place the Hansen estate we just arrived at? Han asked again. Nerissa thought for a moment and said, I think so, but I'm not entirely sure. Only the entrance looks similar. The rest of the structures are completely different. I still can't understand the reason for this change. The previous missions were the same. I can't understand why we have to do them, but I feel that each mission is strangely connected, and I am even more certain after reviewing the images from the previous tasks. Not ordinary monsters, although I'm not entirely sure. I heard that their blood contains the blood of dragons. Nerissa continued, I saw you rescue the princess on the 15th floor, but it's still hard to understand why the Golden Mansion only appears on the 20th floor. Han crossed his arms and said indifferently, I don't know what you did there, but if you want to give up, just say it now. Nerissa smiled brightly like spring sunshine. I don't intend to give up because they are all damn bastards who deserve to die 1,000 times. Nerissa finished speaking and stood up, saying all she knew might be useful to him. Han sighed and cleared his throat. So how much longer does she plan to hide there? You noticed me, huh? Of course, with all that sparkle, it's hard to hide if you want to run away. Is something wrong with Yo? Yo stammered. No, it's just that I was lucky this time and didn't encounter any problems climbing the tower, but I feel a bit uneasy. Han nodded. The real game begins now, especially with the upcoming 20th floor. Iso agreed. Yes, there are even countless complaints about the 20th floor on the support forum. Yes, this will be a real test for water. Based on the information I've gathered, the pieces are gradually falling into place. The bounty order was issued targeting the main NPC on the 15th floor. It seems to be connected to the Hanan family because most of the reward comes from the Hangen household. I don't know what the real purpose of that was, but from what happened on the 15th floor, it must be related to the goddess. Iso was quite tense. So, you mean there's some connection between floors 15 and 20? Han pulled his chair and stood up. Maybe so. I learned 2 more things from my recent conversation with Nerissa. First, the Golden Palace with its 5-story maze structure matches the number of floors we need to pass through from the 16th to the 20th floor. Next, the members of the Golden Palace we encountered on the 5th floor are bloodline dragons. He screams, "What is that?" That means the monster on the 20th floor is most likely a dragon. They are so powerful that it's almost unreasonable with hardly any weaknesses. But luckily, it's not a pure dragon. Yo trembles with fear. But a dragon is still a dragon, Han pondered. The only thing we can do is prepare thoroughly. Then you turn back to our room and we will complete this mission. Just support me when I ask. Yo hesitated, then softly replied, "Yes, I understand." The next morning, Team 1 continued climbing to the next level. Their mission on level 17 was still to explore that castle. This time, everyone was on the 2nd floor, facing 5 gates. The team is better prepared, bringing backpacks, sleeping bags, paper, pens, and necessary tools. Belkis raised an eyebrow, noting that the 5 different gates were even more complicated than those on the 16th floor. H reminded her to get ready, saying if this floor was also a maze, it might take several days to get through. Jenna is very worried. We won't get stuck and die of hunger or thirst, right? Han reassures her. Don't worry too much. If we follow the rules carefully, it won't be too difficult. But Han secretly thought that the difficulty level of this account was not to be underestimated. The group set out to explore the mansion. Han takes out paper and pen to note down the details he needs to pay attention to and the route to follow. There are also some traps along the way. Yanka almost got killed for not paying attention. Luckily, Belkis threw hair to pull him back. And there were soldiers too, but they were nothing compared to Belkis and Nerissa's bloodthirsty fighting skills. The normal reward for level 17 is 50,000 gold, and Belkis is the M5P of that level. The whole group then moves up to level 18, exploring until they get tired and fall asleep. Han assigned shifts so someone would stay awake to watch. Then when that person woke up, they would switch with someone else on guard. And so floor 18 was also completed. The MVP of the floor was Jenna. The prize money remains the same, and clearing level 19 wasn't difficult at all. Jenna is the MVP again. After clearing level 19, the group returns to the square and Jenna stretches. Reaching level 19 was easier than I thought. Why do you keep threatening everyone with starvation and death, Nerissa? Nerissa explains that we have indeed encountered some dangerous situations and that familiar patterns keep repeating themselves. The reason we can get through this easily is because of that, Nerissa said, looking at Han. Suddenly the ground trembled. Yanka wondered why. I wonder what the master is building. It's been noisy all this time. Han explains that a storage warehouse is a place that can hold all sorts of miscellaneous items. A storage vault? But isn't there already a warehouse? Han speaks softly. That's the difference. That is our tomb. Ivanka was stunned. Tomb? The storage system has been completed? Master can reflect on the heroes who have returned to the embrace of the goddess. Master can review illustrations and data of the fallen heroes through the memoirs. However, they can only be viewed if the hero's relic is stored inside the archive. A few days later, during this period, Master had Team 1 train and rest, while Teams 2 and 3 tackled the old challenges again. Han gathers Team 1 to discuss their training plan. In the end, the Master allowed Team 2 to ascend to level 16. The sub-teams still need improvement, and the Master also understands that well. Team 3 will soon begin their assault on the 16th floor. Everyone should understand that the moment we reach level 20 is approaching. Jenna, from now on you will focus on practicing your bow skills. If you need more equipment, ask others for help and focus only on improving your longbow skills. Yanka tries to strengthen her firepower with fire magic. Unlock the 4th circle if you can. Yanka looked surprised. The 4th circle? That's not easy. Nerissa spoke, outlining her own plan. I will go to the dungeon weekly. Instead of paralysis, this time I will prepare a few deadly poisons. It might take some time. Belkis crossed his arms and challenged, I want to spar with you using real weapons. Hans smirked and looked at him. Then let's start early in the morning. Anytime, any minute works. Han smiled contentedly. This guy is really interesting. Even after losing countless times, he has never given up. Her way of thinking is completely different from Eren, Dika, and User. Ivanka then intervened. I also want to train and fight. Why do you always look down on me? I can fight too. But you once said you didn't want to when you frowned. King Y refuses to look away. I've changed my mind. I don't want to go into that strange room anymore. Yanka remembered the place Han called the tomb. At that time, Han also said that it seemed the Master was preparing for the 20th floor. Yanka shouted, Building a tomb is actually preparing for the 20th floor? This is ridiculous. And why is it called the storage room? Han explains. It's like a mausoleum, of course not for holding our bodies, but just to store the items we used before we died. Bist frowned. This is ridiculous. So that room is where I mourn for the deceased? I'd rather build a training ground. Jenna remains very optimistic.
I think that's good. It seems they're still thinking of us. So even if we die, we won't be forgotten. Yonka keeps shouting nonsense. It sounds like someone died on the 20th floor. Jenna held her tightly, reassuring her. No, we have Han. Everything will go smoothly like on the 15th floor. Yonka is even more scared. What does she mean? We almost lost our lives on the 15th floor, so don't worry too much. No one will end up in that room. Nerissa admired her. She truly is a strong girl. Han is also very satisfied with this companion. Without that strong mindset, they wouldn't have lasted until now. That's why I usually take her along. Hey, Nerissa, by the way, we're already on the 20th floor. That will definitely be a tough mission, Han said with a smile. Are you afraid? Of course not. If I was afraid, I would have chosen a support job instead of joining the team. It's not too late yet, Han reminds her. Nerissa says nothing, only turns her back and smiles softly. Back to the present, Ivanka, Han, and Belkis are training very hard. Ivanka and Belkis form a team to challenge Han. While training, Belkis's basic swordsmanship rapidly advanced, reaching level 9 and then level 10. Jenna also quickly learned plus the skill along with the spell. Han wears stones on his hands and feet to train. His stone bag is so heavy that as soon as he drops it, it sinks into the concrete floor. The preparations for the 20th floor went smoothly, and Han's team gained a few more useful members on the 2nd floor. A pharmacist who can craft healing potions has been assigned to the magic room. Shift change. You have become a trainer. Return to the 2nd floor. Daha is still very grateful that Han promoted him to become a trainer. With floor 20 just around the corner, all support efforts have become extremely important. Now, each support profession has more apprentices. The blacksmith workshop has been improved to meet equipment needs, and he can now produce items at level D. Team 3 has also started climbing the tower because Han's team might need their help to clear the 20th floor. It seems that after this attempt, they will become an official team on the 2nd floor, instead of just a group of talented individuals. That night, Han sat and reviewed his notes. Floor 20 is extremely difficult. Even the master must have known if he read my guide. I also went through a tough time at level 20 modding. I lost 3 teams in a row back then, but we can't afford to fail even once. At level 20, and in all the missions that follow, the next morning the team was already prepared at the square. Han reminds himself to check if he has done everything he wanted, like writing a farewell letter or something similar. Just write it all out first, then wait for the others to die, and I will tear the letter into pieces, Jenna chuckled. Yonka is really writing. Belkis also laughed. What are you writing? Ivanka Ka, blushing as she writes, says, Shut up, it's none of your business. Han says something to encourage everyone. We will survive. Have I ever tricked anyone before? Yonka muttered. This one has been fooled many times already. The system announces this mission requires 3 teams, and Team 2 is also approaching. She smiles and says, So this is a boss raid. I'm not sure anymore, but it seems like we only have one enemy. Team 3 is also here now. Everyone is full of fighting spirit. I will do my best. Teams 2 and 3 can start fighting once the first team meets a certain condition or after a certain amount of time has passed. Jenna was excited. So this is a full-scale battle? Han replied, This mission allows multiple teams to participate at the same time. Suddenly, a character caught Jenna's attention with an unfamiliar face, holding a trembling sword and shield, his face pale. Han once again explained, a sacrificial sheep sent to gather information about the 20th floor. He will go in first to observe the surroundings, then I will follow. This is already happening on the 16th floor, don't you remember? You kicked him in the backside. What are you still doing? Hurry up and get in. The rookie was pushed in and couldn't even last a few minutes, but it's expected that the master will choose Team 1 as the vanguard. Han smirked confidently. Let's go. It's our turn now. Yo flies around warning. Be careful and listen to Han. Bis frowns. You really are a flatterer. What exactly did you do to this fairy? Edit also smiled at Han. You go ahead. We will catch up soon. The whole team officially enters the 20th floor, and of course, this mission will be recorded. The entire team stands in a long, deep corridor, at the end of which is a large door. Han turned back and warned everyone. Once we pass through this gate, the mission officially begins, and we will proceed as we trained. Then he turned around and pushed open the gate in front of him. A bright red warning line appears, announcing that the mission on the 20th floor is to eliminate the enemy. In front of them is a scorched dirt field surrounded by triangular stone pillars. A gloomy, silent atmosphere with the strange crimson sky creates a tense mood. Jenna raises her bow and surveys the surroundings. We are in a completely unfamiliar place. King Y is also beginning to chant a fire spell. Suddenly, a laugh echoed from the space, as a nobleman in a red coat approached, laughing lewdly as he walked. Upon closer inspection, his eyes no longer looked human, and he shouted, It's all because of you, Earth!
Han coldly commands, immediately instructing Jenna and Ivanka to coordinate, one shooting arrows, the other casting fire, destroying his right arm while flames engulf the man. Han rushes forward and continues to order, "Keep shooting, we will defend." Han, Belkis, and Nerissa draw their swords and charge into the flames together. From within the flames, the nobleman blinked and transformed into a level 42 half-black dragon with a completely black body. Han reached out, with no time for surprises, and focused on fighting. Behind Han, Jenna aimed her powerful arrow at the dragon, but strangely, each arrow hit a red wall and couldn't reach the creature. The system announced that this monster can resist physical damage. Jenna was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. Immediately, Ivanka begins to chant a fire spell, but the raging flames cannot reach the monster. The system again reports that this monster can resist magical damage. Ha frowns, still unscathed after being burned by level 2 fire magic. Thinking of that, he charged forward, swinging his sword at the creature, but just like before, the monster remained unharmed. The system then reported that this monster was immune to this attack. The main character, Belkis and Nerissa, work together with their swords. One strikes from the right, the other from the left, but only one result appears each time, with the system showing only one hit. Suddenly, the dragon stands up, and Han quickly warns to stay away from it. The dragon then shook its body, shooting out a series of black scales that flew in all directions. Everyone quickly dodged and defended themselves. At this moment, the system notifies that Nerissa is injured. Han quickly assesses the situation. Nerissa takes the healing potion and reports to Han that it's okay. There's no problem at all. Jenna couldn't bring herself to shoot another arrow. "This time, I will aim for its eye." The arrow was knocked away again. Jenna hesitated. "What is that? I don't think it's doing anything." Belkis was struggling just as much. Neither sword nor arrow could harm it. It seems magic is also useless. Its scales are too hard. Han clenched his teeth. "It's not that it's hard, but that arrows or swords can't pierce through." "What do you mean?" Belkis is vague. "It means that no matter how much we attack, it will be useless." Everyone was confused. "What? So, how do we kill it now?" At this moment, the dragon charges again. Han quickly told everyone to wait and speak later. "It's coming." Han continued to charge forward to fight without forgetting to command Belkis and Nerissa to advance, maintaining the same formation. Nerissa and Belkis are covering the left and right flanks while Han is in the middle. Ivanka is casting fire magic from behind, but aside from the system notifications, the monster remains unfazed. Belkis panics. "What should we do now?" Han shouted back defiantly. "Stay as far away from me as possible. I will fight this thing alone." As he spoke, he jumped up and slashed the monster several times. Right now it keeps shooting scales again. Han is defending while giving orders. It only attacks one opponent, so if we all attack at once, it will be very exhausting. The swarm of scales suddenly turned into a group of level 14 shadow demons from the abyss. Han smirked. Everyone has work to do now. Belkis also became excited again, "So we just need to get rid of those things." Han jumps back in to find a way to kill the monster. Yeah, there's definitely a way. Belkis fought off the monster soldiers while thinking to herself, "Our attack will be effective against them. I will eliminate them all." Jenna keeps fighting without a break, so we just need to hold out until we find an opening. Han is fighting the monster while also trying to assess its attack. Reluctant to take physical or magical damage, shooting scales, close-range physical attacks, summoning claws, shooting scales, slashing with claws, and summoning hands with a tail. Those are its 3 attacks, nothing complicated. The person and the monster keep fighting each other. The monster attacks, you block. Just as you're about to strike back, the system pops up again, mocking you. Han gritted his teeth in frustration. What the hell is this game trying to do to us? The battle became extremely fierce and unbalanced. Han kept swinging his sword, while the monster just happily took the hits, not even a scratch. On the contrary, Han was injured quite a bit, constantly needing to use a healing potion. Like an endless loop. Jenna at the rear was extremely worried and informed the teammates, "Han is in danger." Han immediately dismisses it. "Take care of yourselves first." King Y also starts to worry. What kind of monster is this? "My attack is ineffective. These strange monsters keep appearing one after another. Are you trying to make us find a place to all die?" Han reassures his teammates, trying to hold on a little longer. Belkis is getting really impatient too. How much longer do we have to wait? Han couldn't think of anything else as the monster's attacks grew more relentless, and he couldn't come up with a strategy to fight back. More importantly, I don't know when this stage will end, as an opponent cannot be defeated with endless summoned minions. This is truly a hopeless battle. At this moment, Han looks toward the city wall, where a group of soldiers in neat armor and helmets are standing densely. He wondered to himself, when did they get here? Are they watching this battle?
At this moment, the dragon lunged to attack, causing Han to jump back to dodge, while Belkis, though struggling, still smiled. Watching you fight, I could tell this battle was pretty tough. This mission is quite fun this time, huh? You could kill that monster, right? Han faced the creature with a smirk. It seems he's talking nonsense more and more. Suddenly, the system announced that the formation was complete. The master can now send the rear team to assist the heroes in difficulty. A blue flash flickered on the city wall. The master has sent Team 2 to the front line. Jenna is worried. Team 2 is here. Edit stands on the wall looking at Han playing with the dragon in surprise. What is that thing, Han? Aaron, anxious to run down, was stopped by an invisible wall. Roderick saw this and understood as well. We can't go down there anymore. Yuo continued. It seems our role is different from Team 1. At this moment, the soldiers on the wall all turned to look this way, their eyes glowing red and looking extremely eerie. The system announced that Team 2 must fight these 23 human warriors. Behind them is the statue of the goddess, surrounded by a red light. Roderick quickly grasped the situation. So our task is to get past these soldiers to support the first team. The mission is becoming clearer. The vanguard team faces the boss, while the rear team secures the necessary items for this multi-objective mission.
Immediately, they follow the command to lead the entire team. Dyer takes down the archers first, then jumps into the fight with the soldiers. Everyone, keep going. I'll finish these guys quickly.
Team 2 quickly joins the fight, slaughtering the soldiers. Han also commands his squad. Hurry and eliminate all the minions before Team 2 reaches the altar. Yanka asked hurriedly. Will anything change if Team 2 arrives? For now, just prepare the third circle spell, Han replied. Understood. Give me a moment to cast the spell. Yanka closed her eyes and began chanting, continuously firing fire spells at the minions. After each wave, when she is exhausted, Jenna quickly hands her the mana recovery potion. Everyone has finished dealing with the henchmen and returned to Han. The dragon is in the process of smashing its sturdy tail into Han. He gritted his teeth and swung his sword, knowing it was hopeless. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, and hot blood splattered all over Han's face. The dragon, losing its tail, roars in pain. Han looks in surprise at his glowing sword. The system immediately announced that Team 2 had seized the altar. The goddess statue no longer glows red but emits a faint golden light. The power of the altar is beginning to take effect. The master activates the blessing spell of the goddess. A beam of light from the sky shines down on the goddess statue, with divine power continuously bestowed upon the hero's weapons. The power has reached its maximum level. The hero's weapons are now covered with holy energy. Everyone breathes a sigh of relief and stares intently at the monster. It's time to tear this damn beast to pieces and end it once and for all. Han reviews the plan again. As you can see, our attack can deal damage to it. Now we will split into small groups. One will face the boss, and the other two will eliminate the shadows. Group 1 is me, and Group 2 is Belkis and Nerissa. Group 3, Jenna and Ivanka, will support Groups 1 and 2 from behind. Watching the creature's tail curl up, Han immediately warns that it's about to spray a wide-range attack, so get ready. The claws just shot out, and Belkis and Nerissa immediately charged forward, working together to slash at the creature's sides. The monster, in pain and frenzy, lashed out wildly everywhere. The henchmen quickly appeared, as numerous as a storm from all directions. Han hurriedly ordered, "Fight, the boss is tough and exhausting, so come back quickly and take turns for me. While fighting the shadows, I will recover my strength. The three of you support me." Jenna follows the order, continuously aiming and shooting at the soldiers, capable of taking out dozens at a time on her own. Han quickly realizes Jenna's arrows are gone, and runs to clear the soldiers so she can retrieve more arrows. Jenna understood perfectly and coordinated smoothly, running to retrieve an arrow and aiming at it, with one person clearing the way and the other immediately following behind, shooting down the surrounding soldiers. Han continues to give orders. Jenna, use the longbow to attack that boss. Now I will deal with the remaining shadows. As soon as he finished speaking, he struck down the soldiers right there. Jenna aims precisely at the monster's left wing, just as Belkis rushes forward and strikes exactly where Jenna was aiming. The monster roars in pain. Han continues to lead. Group 2, switch positions with me now, and after retreating, remember to drink the potion immediately. After saying that, Han drew his dagger, shot it straight into the monster's eye, then sped up to slash across its face. At that moment, Edith shouted out, "Edit? Han, we can't hold out any longer." Han quickly jumps back to dodge the attack, urgently calculating a counter-strategy. The defenses of Team 2 are limited. They can't hold out forever. Eventually, their barrier will break, and they won't be able to protect the altar anymore. The soldiers over there are trying to push North Ascension to climb up to Team 2's position. Edit shouted, "Hit them down from the Ascension, don't let them get up." A piercing scream echoed through the chaos. Han immediately looked up. Yu had been stabbed.
blood pouring from his mouth as he collapsed. Order him to retreat quickly. Ayun, upon hearing the command, hurriedly helped Yu sit down against the goddess statue. Yonka is worried. Then it's really dangerous. Han is also anxious. I know that. We reached our limit faster than expected, and will be wiped out if the altar is stolen. With those 4 members, Team 2 can only hold out for another 5 minutes. At this moment, the ground suddenly trembled, and a building appeared before everyone's eyes. On the top floor, there was a bow. Master continues to assign Team 3 to the battlefield. As Team 3 appears, Han quickly takes command. Run now! Team 3 froze in confusion. Han shouted, hurry to the top of the tower, run to the top of the tower, quickly! Use the sniper rifle on that divine beast. Team 3 understood and quickly fought off the soldiers while heading towards the building. Belgus rushes towards Han now. It's time to switch places. Han grit his teeth and said, I understand. Han drew his sword as Belgus charged forward and struck the monster right in the face. Do you think the poison will work on it? Han, while fighting the soldiers, replied, I probably have a little left. It's losing consciousness. Use that. I understand, Nerissa responds. Jenna fires another shot at the monster. Han immediately asked, how many more arrows do you have left in your longbow? Jenna replied, use them all. Han's team must defeat the boss before Team 2 is completely defeated. Things are also very hectic at this moment. Rotary, help Aaron prevent him from climbing up here. I'll handle what's ahead. Team 3 has now reached the top of the tower and hurriedly reports, we're here and about to reach the crossbow. Han knows that once the altar is taken and the blessing disappears, the dragon will become unbeatable. If that happens, the hero's chances of winning drop below 10%. Han, leading her team, is the only one who can operate the ballista. The other 4 need to retreat toward the gate. Saran looked confused at the launcher. How do I operate this? Han snapped in frustration. Do you really have to ask about that? The deadline is breathing down our necks. Saren broke into a sweat. I understand now. I'll turn around and lead my team. Stop the enemies. I'm out of breath. Hurry up, Duke Da. Jaina is also anxious. This is my last antenna, Han said as he ran close to her. Use the sword team to destroy the shadows and protect Ivanka. Now I will take my turn. Saran took aim and prepared to shoot, but the dragon moved too quickly, making it extremely difficult for someone inexperienced like Saran to aim properly. She panicked and shouted, this monster moves too fast. Han heard that and ordered Belkus Nerissa to make it stop moving for a moment. All right, we'll try. But just then, the dragon swung its tail powerfully, knocking the 2 people away. Han quickly leapt up, drove his sword into the creature's leg to pin it in place, then signaled to Saran. Fire now! I was promoted before because of this. At this moment, she recalls how confused she was when she first arrived here. Surely a few others felt the same way. In a situation like this, only those who adapt quickly can survive. Saran was born and raised in a poor family, lacking food and clothing. The only person she could rely on was her sister, whom she had known since childhood. When she reached the age of being sold to the dock, she worked in a place filled with dangers threatening her life. In her dreams every night, she always hugs her doll, sobbing and calling her sister's name to ease her loneliness. One day, her boat encounters a giant monster. The captain's name back then was also always shouting aggressively, What are you doing, Saran? Hurry up and shoot it! Shoot quickly! Saran stood next to the cannon, trembling as she watched the monster cry silently. Overwhelmed by the pressure from the captain's shouting, she closed her eyes tightly and, like determined to fight for her life, faced the rising monster. She bravely fired and hit the monster in the chest, igniting a strong belief in Saran that with perseverance, anything can be achieved. She trains diligently with her sword because she believes that here, anyone can become strong. She doesn't need to obey anyone, only herself and her teammates. Han suddenly turned back and shouted loudly, Not yet! Shoot again! As he turned, he was startled. A bow and arrow suddenly pierced directly into Saran's head, killing her instantly. The 3 team members nearby, witnessing their captain's death, panicked like headless snakes. Han quickly ordered, Stop hitting randomly. Everyone focus on the target. But at this moment, they were all overwhelmed with fear and couldn't hear anything else. The entire Ba team fell into panic, their overall ability dropping by 50%. Han gritted his teeth in frustration. These bastards are really something. Belkus also realized that things were about to get really bad. As expected, Team 3 gradually fell one by one. Han didn't have time to pay too much attention to that side and ordered his team. Hurry up before the monster recovers. Get ready to attack. A messenger reports that Team 3 can no longer hold out, so Han tells Ivanka to prepare to cast magic. Ivanka shouts, I'm sorry, I don't have the strength anymore. Gradually, Team 3 was wiped out. Han shouted to Group 2, Get out of the way.
Let me handle this. Yu is now in critical condition, gradually delirious, muttering to himself, I am a mercenary. Han rushes up quickly, pulls out a dagger, aiming straight at the spot where Saran just shot. That was the firing point that hit and caused its scales to scatter. Based on my observation, if I stab the sword straight into it, I might be able to pierce its heart. Try to stay with me, just a little longer. Yuo didn't hear anything, still muttering to himself. The scholars will travel around the continent together and be truly brave. Han continues to give orders. Team 1, when I give the signal, charge at it immediately. Got it? Please wait a little longer. D is now climbing over the wall and shooting at the surrounding soldiers. Ignoring it, another soldier had climbed close to the wall. With a quick strike, he delivered a precise sword thrust through the enemy. Dan vomited blood and fell from the wall. Yu's life was also counting down second by second, blood pouring out more and more. I'm cold. I'm so cold at it. Where are you? He kept shouting in despair. Help me, please? I don't want to die. Save me, but it's too late. The soldiers below the city are just waiting for you to fall so they can turn you into a hedgehog. Yusoer looked around as the other soldiers approached. Suddenly, old memories flooded back to him. Back then, he was looked down upon so much. Focus on watching the luggage. What are you glancing at? You, don't tell me you want to become a mercenary. Then they mocked him. He gave up. He didn't even know how to use a sword. So raised his trembling hands to touch the sword, looking at the laughing soldiers. I know how to hold a sword. On this side, Han was both fighting the monster and dodging its attacks, trying to minimize casualties, when suddenly a familiar system message appeared. This monster is resistant to physical attacks. Han hesitated, then softly said, I'm sorry. I truly am sorry. The altar has been taken over by demons. The goddess's blessing is gone. Yu is dead. Team 3 has been wiped out. And now the stone launcher is useless. Team 2 is in the same situation, with no way to reclaim the goddess statue. Is there really no other option left? Han stands there, gasping for breath. Things have come to this point. How can I find the answer now? At this moment, the dragon struck down fiercely at Han, who quickly raised his shield to block and then jumped back to dodge. Jenna fought while retreating closer to Han. It seems the 5th floor is the same, so what should we do now? Han replied that reclaiming the altar is the way. But even if they go, the 2-man team will still be destroyed, so we should keep observing. Belkis, give me the sword. Then Han said, Ivanka, burn this sword. You can create white flames with your hand, right? I will try to combine it with the transmission of power when Han's sword is engulfed in white flames. Yonka reminds him that although the goddess's blessing is in the fire, it is too weak to refine the blade. But if the great blessing is restored, he can use magic more powerfully, which might take some time. Han smiled and said, That's enough. Yonka asked again, Can we do level 4? All right, then that's good, Belkis said, struggling to hold on and feeling anxious. So what should we do now? Han said. Don't let them touch Yonga. Belkis nodded. Stay strong. Han wields his sword, engulfed in flames. I don't need to be told that. Behind Ivanka, she begins to recite the spell. Above, Han charges straight at the monster. He identified the spot hit by the stone launcher as its vital point. He dodged the attack and jumped up to strike directly at that spot, but his blessing was not strong enough, still too weak to cut into the monster. If I can't disable its attacks, what other way is there to reclaim the altar? Han is at a loss. What if I shoot the rock launcher again? They keep holding on, waiting for it to lose too much blood and die, but no matter how much they attack, its strength remains the same. There's no other choice left but the worst outcome. Han grit his teeth and kept fighting, slashing repeatedly at the monster to find an opening. There's no more time to think of a strategy now. I'll do whatever it takes until I find a way to kill it. Belgus glanced over here. Even after such an attack, it's still so strong. Nerissa reminds him, Hey, is there still time to look away? Focus now, no more hesitation. Han suddenly had an idea. What if he attacked its wounded spot? Without hesitation, he slid underneath the monster and slashed directly at its tail. It screams in pain. Han sees a glimmer of hope. Without any resistance signals, now is the time to attack the wounds as much as possible before the blessing disappears. The monster refused to stay still and charged at Han, knocking his shield away as he tried to block. The shield was thrown forcefully backward. Ha realized it was heading straight for Ivanka, and he shouted urgently, It's spraying venom, get out of the way, Ivanka! But Han knew that once Ivanka was chanting, she couldn't move, so he leapt to shield her, and this action caused Han to be hit by many splashes, blood pouring from his body. Jenna worries, Are you okay? Be brave, don't worry about me, focus on yourself. Protect Ivanka and deal with the shadows. Don't let any name affect her. Suddenly, the system sounded an alert that the Black Dragon's rage had erupted. Han at this moment also enters a berserk state.
A human and a beast driven by madness clashing fiercely. The black dragon swings its tail and hits Han. Han clenched his teeth and raised his sword to block, but unfortunately the sword gradually wore down and shattered into pieces. Han quickly shouted, "Nerissa, you understand? Throw me your sword." Han grabs the broken sword, jumps up, and channels fire into Nerissa's sword before continuing the fight, attacking the monster's wounds with two swords, making it scream in pain. However, Han was unfamiliar with Nerissa's slender sword, which was more prone to breaking, but better than nothing, right? He shouted, "I'll fight you to the death." However, the monster changed direction and charged straight toward Yonka. Han quickly realized its intention. "Here's your dagger." Han leapt onto the monster's back on tiptoe, his legs heavy, dizziness hitting him, his body screaming for rest. Han silently wished that he could give up everything, that he was allowed to let go of it all. A flickering blue light appeared in the night sky. Then the blue glow gradually became clearer. It was Han. He lunged at the monster with his body covered in wounds, but he didn't care. All Han could see now was the goal of killing this demon. The system announces that Han has acquired the unyielding skill. His soul has been leveled up after reaching the limit. It's true that danger breeds heroes. Han's berserk skill also doubled in level. Han repeatedly stabs the monster's head with the dagger, from the top of the head to around the sides of the ears. The monster howled in pain, black blood spurting from its mouth. The Belkist group had fought so fiercely that their hands no longer felt anything.
Damn it, he's been hit countless times. Han keeps stabbing recklessly, stabbing until the knife shows signs of cracking.
He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Damn it!" as Han paused for just a moment. The monster seized the opportunity to rise up and throw Han to the ground. The powerful strike cracked the ground open, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. Jaina shouted Han's name in worry, but Han didn't answer, suddenly grabbing the monster's head tightly, one hand holding its neck where Sauron shot. Han used all his strength to look up at the sky and scream. Along with the deafening screams of both man and beast, a horrifying yet non-mythical scene unfolds before everyone's eyes as Han, with bare hands, tears off the monster's head from its neck, blood spraying everywhere, resembling a scene from hell on earth. Han, covered in blood, stands tall with his foot on the monster's body. Han has achieved a new feat, the dragon-slaying skill. However, when Han emerges from his frenzy, he falls into exhaustion. All stats drop to 90%. Han smiles, leans back, and falls freely from the dragon's body. Jenna quickly runs over to catch the captain, smiling in admiration, and says, "Well done. The distant shadows of darkness are gone." Belkister behind shouted, "Focus, everyone! It's not over yet!" As he finished, the monster's claws lunged forward. Jenna startled, lifting Han and jumping onto the beam. The monster's body suddenly stood up, blood continuously gushing from its headless neck, claws relentlessly striking at Jenna. Nerissa and Belkis hurried to join the fight. "There's no way. Its neck was cut off. How is that possible?" "The blessing is gone too. There's nothing we can do now." Han suddenly laughed calmly and said, "Don't panic, Ivanka has finished casting." At that moment, Ivanka opened her eyes and recited the spell, Enf. Instantly, a huge flame burst forth, shooting straight at the monster. Soon it was engulfed in a sea of fire, its figure fading within the fierce blaze. Jenna was stunned. That's Ivanka's Four Rings fire magic. I've never seen it in real life before, then. Ivanka raised her hand to form a yin-yang circle and chanted a spell to merge it. As the flames gradually disappeared and a third of the monster's body was burned, a giant pillar of fire descended from the sky with a deafening roar, leaving everyone there in awe and stunned by the power of the magic. The monster exploded, and the game was over. All survivors level up. The reward for clearing the stage includes a low-level dragon heart, 2 C-grade black dragon bone shards, 2 C-grade black dragon scale shards, 2 C-grade black dragon claw shards, and 150,000 gold. The MVP of this match obviously goes to Han. The system congratulates Master for surpassing level 20 and reaching amateur rank. The low-level dungeon and the second exploration dungeon in the underground prison, Hells, have been unlocked. A new building outside the square has also been unlocked. Everyone was summoned back to the waiting room. Jenna was happily excited. No one died. Belkis breathed a sigh of relief. Few houses mean none of us are in them. Han cleared his throat. Just leave me alone before... Go help Ivanka now. Belkis crossed her arms, looking at Han with interest. I want to ask you something. Are you really human? Han, indifferent. What are you talking about? Belkis continued. I've never seen anyone cut off a dragon's head one by one like you. Jenna ran over to help Ivanka up. Are you okay? That explosion really blew the whole garden apart. Han stood up and looked at his team. What remains are the 5 of us in Team 1 and 3 in Team 2. Team 2 is also battered and standing in the waiting room now. Roderick gently helped her up. Han, I'm sorry, we haven't completed our mission successfully. Han bowed her head. What did she say? We can get through this thanks to everyone. Take care of your team. Don't be discouraged by things like this. Edit softly says. Understood. Okay. The 3 from Team 2 step out of the room, Narisa's voice a little subdued. 15 people went in, but only 8 came out. Han said in a deep voice. All 3 of our group are dead now. Still, it's better than everyone dying. But now we don't have any backup team good enough. Well done, everyone. Tomorrow is a day off. Do whatever you want. Belkis is excited. Tomorrow, I want to fight you. Ha grimaced and told him to shut up. Enough with the nagging. As the door opened, Iso happily hugged a wooden statue and pressed it against Han's face. Everyone did great. Truly amazing. This is a gift from the master for the hero, the Dragon Slayer. Ha looked at the gift, then thought to himself that he didn't need it. On this side, Edith opened the door, stepped in, and leaned against it, exhausted. She closed her eyes as she opened them, her gaze full of regret and guilt. As she was the only survivor left, she sat down in despair, whispering to herself that she was the only one left. Then, tears flooded the silent night of the house. The next morning, Han frowned as he watched Jenna happily running around the square. I thought I told her to rest for a day, so what is she doing here? Jenna seemed hesitant. I wondered if I should go into the record room, but the atmosphere there made me abandon the idea. Even if I trained now, I'd be exhausted. I'm planning to go to the rest area. I heard they have something called chess. Hang nodded. Then go ahead. Jenna suddenly asked again. Where are you going? I'm busy, Han replied, and left immediately. Due to their latest mission, many heroes have returned to the goddess's embrace. From birth, Yu of Team 2 has been a 2-star hero. I quite like him because he grasped new information very quickly. As for his personality, he's more enthusiastic than 1-star hero Han, so he will probably cooperate very well with Deer, who was recently recruited. Saran and the other heroes of Team 3 are not bad. They just lack experience fighting boss floors. Their deaths showed that the hall is missing something. At this moment, inside the storage house, Team 2 stands silently in front of the display glass showcasing the fallen heroes. No one knows what thoughts were running through their minds at that time. A moment later, the master logged into the game. The system announced that a hero was waiting to be promoted, and that hero was Han. Previously, to upgrade to 3 stars, you needed mid-level upgrade stones. The trick is to combine basic upgrade stones with basic spirit stones to get mid-level upgrade stones. Master decides to build an additional transformation room as a secondary building for the synthesis room to obtain spirit stones from hero transformations. The promotion room is also upgraded to level 2. After building the transformation room, Water immediately performs the hero transformation. This is the second method to turn a useless hero into a valuable one. He struggles to drag a struggling hero into the transformation room. The door closes, and a few seconds later, a basic spirit stone is completed. The reason the transformation room was created is because when the effectiveness of the synthesis room decreases due to the gap between the target and the material, Master is advised to use the transformation room. Han sat on a chair outside the square, thinking that now we have enough materials to upgrade to 3 stars. The guy earlier isn't even worth synthesizing anymore, and it's not exactly a beautiful scene either. The Master is synthesizing a basic advancement stone and a basic spirit stone to create an intermediate advancement stone, with a 91% success rate. After a burst of effort and using all his spiritual power, the mid-level advancement stone was completed. Yo, excited, presented the advancement stone to Han. Congratulations, you are now 3 stars, right? Is this the second time? Ami is excited because since the highest is 7 stars, you only need to do this 4 more times. Changing the subject suddenly, how many intervention points have you collected to connect to the network? I want to contact Master again. Y froze in confusion, unable to speak. Hut leans in close to Iz and gives a cold glare. Have you used it all up? Yu jumped in surprise. It's not YouTube. I only watch a little bit of YouTube, I swear. All right, I have used it all, but I have no other choice. There are too many heroes. I have to work all day, every day. I thought I would die with this much workload. So, how many do you have? I guess you haven't used them all. Yu held up 3 fingers with a stiff smile. I already said the usage time was about 30 minutes. If you send an email or post, the time will be reduced. Han put away his sword and turned around. That's enough. Get ready to go. After saying that, he walked straight into the upgrade room. It's still the same room, the same interface unchanged. Han places the stone on the pedestal. A flash of light appears, and he is transported back into the dark room from before. Han also recognized the familiar room when suddenly a sob caught his attention, and he saw a boy in a white shirt sitting on the ground in the corner crying nonstop. Han reached out and touched the invisible wall. Just as he suspected, the area around here was blocked, and he couldn't leave through another door like last time. Now I can't do anything. Han frowned in frustration as the sobbing continued to echo in his ears. He angrily kicks the cabinet beside him. The kid on the floor softly calls out. Han's parents looked uncomfortable, crossing their arms with cold eyes. What a terrifying scene. Fortunately, Han didn't have to endure this for long. The system notified that Han has successfully leveled up. When Han levels up, he can learn an additional profession. He stepped out of the room and saw Yo sleeping soundly on the chair, struggling with discomfort. You fell asleep so quickly after we left, did you? Iso was startled awake and quickly sat up. Han turned around and said, There are too many people here. Let's go into my room to talk. Iso smiled and tried to flatter him, then jumped onto Han's shoulder. All right, let's go. At this moment, the system notification announced that the master was summoning 5 times in a row. It seems they are summoning more heroes to fill the gaps. Han turned to Yo and asked, Are you sure you don't need to go? Tomorrow is fine too. Don't worry, the selection process will start tomorrow. When we get back to Han's room, Yo speaks first. I have something to tell you beforehand. I browse the internet not just to play around. Actually, I've been trying to help you. She lifted her chin proudly. I've researched many things that could help you. Did Han turn around to change clothes? Do you want to know? Of course you do, right?
I have some exciting information. First, Master has already registered for the Ragna Loki fan club.
Han was stunned. Huh? He looks up to the sky. His pride reaches the clouds. So that means Master has recognized Loki's greatness. Han sweats in front of Yo's idol performance. So, Master has joined our fan club? That's right. The Ragna Loki National Association of Loki Fans. #1 community with a calculating look. What more are you waiting for?
I'm so jealous I want to be part of it too.
Han sighed with boredom. What's the second thing? It's information about NFL Hem. Hearing this term, Han suddenly looked up. ISO continues to tell. They have already posted an advertisement recruiting students. The requirement is 3 stars or higher and level 20. Heroes from the second server will soon receive their class. Han frowned. Show me the details, student. As you gesture, a pink screen appears in the air, and Han scrolls to the recruitment information, with the top access being the recruitment service for training. The owner of the post is Loki's account, and the recruitment details are as follows. Starting the training service, I will accept 100 heroes from the second server. I will train your heroes to meet your requirements. The process will take 10 days. The training sessions will take place at the NFL Heim facility with the trainers. Please leave the heroes' names and spatial coordinates in the comments below to ensure the best results. Others will not be able to see your comments. The second server condition at level 20 has no class. The cost is 500 game per hero. Note, self-operate, life insurance for heroes, with bonuses if they reach higher levels.
I is extremely angry. Isn't that ridiculous?
Loki is right here. How dare they? Han read the article for a while, then burst into laughter. I is surprised. What's going on? Aren't you surprised? I thought you'd be really shocked. Han calmly said,
I asked you to manage my social media accounts. Basically, they are doing the same thing anyway.
I don't understand what you mean, Han replied briefly. The hero of Nilem. Han guessed it when he was here, but the poster was Loki. The only ones capable of doing this are the heroes in Hem. Who would have thought they would interfere with the user system? Han really can't imagine. It seems the vice president has more authority than he thought. He reread the post carefully, thinking to himself, these conditions almost seem like they're inviting him. Io pointed and gestured on Han's shoulder. It's been a long time since NFLH posted something to check out. Looking at the timeline in May.
Io nodded. That's right, it's May on Earth, but Loki is really here.
So who posted it then? Han replied. Only the top hero of the series and the second-ranked UNET have authority when I am absent. Clearly, this is a UNET post. The service mentioned in the post is about training potential newcomers from different waiting rooms, with heroes participating in intensive training alongside skilled trainers using high-grade equipment. Training sessions can also be used to gather game resources, so I often used this method during my prime. What should I do now? Han replied, somewhat indifferently. Of course I registered. I'm checking the odds chart. Is the 1 in 100 chance that the master registered for us? Each hero costs 500 games. Han smirked. Didn't she say she joined the Jaina Loki Club? Don't worry about it, he thought to himself. Watt registered as a fan of his coffee, meaning they know who sent the message. Then Han turned to Iso. Open the window. I need to send an email. Iso quickly responds, wrapping a white bandage around his head and transforming a film table for Han. He sits leisurely, checking his email, ignoring the grinding of his teeth as he maintains the computer interface. What does it mean that Water still hasn't replied to the previous email? Could it be that after reading it, they didn't know what to say? Thinking of this, Han sat down to craft a new cat. That night, as Edith stepped outside, she saw Han standing there, seemingly lost in thought. Seeing her, Han suggested she come with him for a while. The two of them went to the common lounge on the second floor. Han cares, has she slept yet? Edith simply replied, Who knows? Han thought to himself. She looked tense and then asked how the team members were doing. Edith's expression darkened. The old man is still fine. Aaron seems to be training his 100-armed push-ups more than before. He must still be at the training ground, but the kids on the first floor, since the entire third team was wiped out, all the fighters have left. Some even say they would rather eat potatoes for the rest of their lives than die on the battlefield. Han pondered. Truly, the survival rate of fighters is extremely low. Right now, the fighters, support teams, and subgroups are all out of balance. Edith is worried. Is there a way to solve this? Han asked calmly. They need proper training and experience suited to them. The lack of experience of Team 3 against the main boss stages was the main factor causing their death. If we had enough Echo Stones, we could show the other teams our fighting style, but we don't. And the training center's situation isn't looking good either. No matter what we do, it all depends on how much the master wants to invest in equipment and resources. Edith was stunned. Anha looked at her. What's wrong? It seems like I might be overdoing it a bit. Edith lowered his head hesitantly. It's nothing. I just think you're very talented, knowledgeable in every field, with very precise plans, carefully calculated decisions, and excellent in combat. I can't even imagine that you single-handedly killed the dragon. Compared to you, I feel like trash. The first time I met you, I already thought that. But for some reason, the distance between us keeps growing. Han shook his head and said, Don't overthink it, I told you. I can't do anything alone. Edith smiles. Sorry about that. Han then got straight to the point, saying I will be absent for a while, about a month. A month? Are you going on an adventure or something? No, I am going to a farther place at a leisurely pace. Until I return, please take over my position. You will have a lot to do. Edith stared at him intently. So I have to do well, right? Well, at least don't let me fall behind, Edith wondered. But where are you going? Ha asked seriously. I will go to another waiting room. Edith was obviously very shocked. She thought she had heard wrong. A different waiting room. Han had already carefully planned this in his mind. Apart from myself, Edith is the most important hero in this waiting room. Even if I try to train Jenna or Roderick, they will find it hard to have her leadership skills. No one can replace Edith Han, so how should I explain this? That should be enough. Thinking of this, Han explained briefly about the scale of the Pigmup game. Edith was extremely shocked. 100 million? Are there 100 million places like this? Han smiled as he looked at the girl holding her head. 1 million is just a figure. Actually, there's only about that much there. No, but I can tell you're worried about something, so I reassure you that we'll only need to contact the waiting room. You don't need to worry. Edith grimaced, feeling like I just stepped on a landmine. Phew, all right, I understand. I will try to follow your instructions. Han smiled brightly. I trust you. Han finished talking and headed back to his room. He walked away, thinking that my level 2 Fury, Defiance, and Satlong non-bonus stats from Berserk are almost at 10. Defiance reduces effects like poison, confusion, bleeding, and other status effects. And most heroes who use Frenzy are advised to use this supporting skill. Satlong non gives me a bonus every time I fight a dragon. This is a special skill that cannot be trained but must be achieved through accomplishment. The system rewards my decisive strike, not Ivanka's, the one who finished off the dragon. I've never been lucky, but somehow I got lucky. He looked out the window and softly said, I will meet them again soon, the true form of what I have nurtured. The next day, the master logged into the game as the system started a series of tutorial lessons. The Primordial Rift is a special setting that allows you to experience the outside world of the PM Cup. It is only unlocked for masters above level 20 and does not require any additional activation fee. This feature includes messaging, warfare, and event participation. Be aware that when the Dimensional Rift opens, you can join the Dimensional channel on the right side of the main screen. You can communicate with other masters here. Note that when the Dimensional Rift opens, you will receive a dimensional code. The level 1 leaf of the waiting room will also be disabled. You may have to face invasions from other masters. Please be careful. After being guided, the master agreed to open the Dimensional Rift. Izo stands in front of the gate in the second floor square, her hands glowing as she swings them, causing the gate to open wide. She warns Han that opening a dimensional rift isn't necessarily a good thing. Han calmly, but I can do much more than I am now. Ha smirks at the door as the rift opens. I am even more certain that Niall Hem chose water as the candidate for the trial. Chat Eo flew closer and asked him, What did you suddenly remember you wrote in the email to the master? Hanbin calmly replied, "Nothing much, but it's also very important. I mentioned 3 things: posting comments to register for the new recruit summons and opening the dimensional crack. All the answers are hidden, so I asked them to provide internal information from NIFLHEM. With that, the odds of 1 versus 100 or 1,000 don't matter. The second is about game tips. I blurted out, "So you gave them the Heavenly Book, and then what else?" Han lowered his head and chuckled softly. Their way of playing still isn't enough. Right now, the main task of the waiting room is to train low-level heroes. This is the right decision, but relying on that alone is incredibly foolish. He pondered that their ranks are low, but some are talented. Still, they are inferior to the high-level heroes. Hang nodded. Training low-level heroes only works once the system is stable. She can't just throw them into the training ground and hope they make a difference. I still need the strength of high-level heroes. As for the third matter, she will ask. Han gradually stepped into the dimensional crack. And finally, don't blindly trust everything I tell you. The way the waiting room operates needs to adapt flexibly to the situation. In a certain location, they are no longer allowed to follow my instructions and must make their own decisions. At this moment, a long notification box appeared again, stating that the TIA waiting room has been assigned a space code for the current coordinates, 195T13.447.935. Your current area is 95.513. A tip is to use the Rift Gap tab to see if anyone is nearby on the map. You can now use the Prime Channel chat to interact with other masters. Be sure to protect new players before your account reaches level 40. You won't die when facing another master. Even if your heroes die, they will not be destroyed. However, fallen heroes will have reduced skill stats, abilities, and level. Tips for reviving heroes are no longer the same as before. We recommend using them for fusion or transformation. Han walks straight into the blue light ahead. When opening a dimensional rift, you can enjoy various features like interacting with other players. Moving to other waiting rooms, the benefits gained from communication, war, and event participation will also increase. But this also means you allow other users to invade your dimension. Han enters a dark room with a giant whirlpool-like light in front of him. The system then alerts the master of an enemy invasion, asking to choose an escape route in case of attack. Han glanced back, then looked at the door to his waiting room. Since returning from NFLH, it must have been upgraded. That evening, Eren and Belkis were fiercely sparring in the training room, seemingly evenly matched, with each move both deadly and spectacular. Several times it seemed like Belkis was about to charge forward, but Eren skillfully blocked her, regaining the advantage. In a clash, he almost stabbed her in the eye. If he wasn't quick enough to bend back and dodge, he would have lost an eye. But Belkis always proved he's a clever swordsman, able to dodge attacks while keeping his sword close to Eren's neck. Belkis, smiling triumphantly, glanced outside. "What's going on? I thought we were on break." Han stood outside the door calmly and said, "I have something to tell Aeon." The two moved to the entertainment room where Jenna and Ivanka are playing chess. Jenna seems to have just won another game, while Ivanka is frustrated, grinding her teeth as she looks at the chessboard. Still cursing like hell, Han was surprised. "Is there also chess here?" Jenna turns to greet the team leader. "You're here. Do you know how to play this game?" "I never knew about it before with Ivanka." Ivanka slammed the table. "You don't know? Is that really true? So how could I have lost 10 times in a row?" Jenna shrugged and smirked. "How am I supposed to know? I've lived in the forest my whole life. Today is the first time I play this game." Han turned to look at Ivanka. "I have to talk to Eren and Jenna because there's no one here." Ivanka is furious. "I'm here. Does your teacher think I'm just air?" Han laughed. "I was just joking. Can you step outside for a moment? We'll only take a quick moment." Ivanka stepped outside and then closed the door. Everyone sat down at the table. Han adopted a serious expression as he looked at the two people sitting in front of him. Jenna Eren is about to leave this place. You can imagine how stunned the two of them are. Han had to explain for a while before Jenna finally stammered to ask. "So the 3 of us are going to another hall?" Han replied. "That's right. We'll train in another hall for about a month and then come back. This will be a good experience." Eren lowered his head awkwardly. "Wouldn't someone else be a better choice than me?" Ha frowned. "You're the one who said you wanted to become stronger." Eren hesitated for a long time before bowing his head and replying, "I will go." Hang nodded. "Then everything is simple. Jenna, can you step outside for a moment?" Jenna just went out, and Eren suddenly remembered. "Han, is that the place you mentioned before?" "Yes, Niflheim is with us for a month, but you're not the same." "Eren, you probably will never come back here again. What's the point of going there now?" "Have you understood? The trainer position is vacant. Dikia can't handle everything alone." "You don't have to be a combatant. You can choose a different path. I'll give you more time to think. Why walk a path full of thorns? Aaron was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head, appearing to struggle intensely with his emotions. After a while, he clenched his fists tightly and looked up clearly, saying, "I will go."
Han is satisfied. All right, tell Edit to let you leave the team. Your training period won't last just a month. It will take you a year.
Is it really that long? Aaron was surprised. Do you think you can get stronger with just one win? He thought to himself, looking at the young man in front of him. So it's still not long enough to change our fate. But the wheel of fortune here is turning 3 times faster than in our world. After dinner, Han shared his plan with everyone. Belkis raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why can't I go with you to the place you're heading to?" Nerissa seems more indifferent. "I wonder about that too." And Ivanka slammed her hand on the table. "What about me?" Han simply replied calmly, "I will send everyone there when the time comes.
Just follow what Edit said, especially you."
Belkis chews a piece of bread and wipes his mouth. "You don't need to worry so much about that." Ha sneers at him. "Really? Do you ever review your own behavior in the past?" Then Belkis suddenly asked, half joking, half serious, "Are you sure you're going to come back?" "What do you mean? Are you implying Han is looking at you? I'm asking if you really intend to stay there forever." Belkis seemed to see through Han's mind. Han knew this guy was quite perceptive, so he said, "I've also thought about that, but don't worry, I'll come back." The next day, the NFL Hemrangrito 7 flight system announced it was requesting to land. Master didn't hesitate and nodded in agreement. The plane landed right at the waiting hall. Master sends the 3 off, costing a total of 1,500 game for this trip. Han, Jenna, and Aeon are also fully equipped and ready to go. "Everyone is seeing the 3 off?" Smile asked Roderick. "Are they leaving?" The old man sighed. "It's pretty boring without them." Belkis and Nerissa smiled. "Have a good trip. We'll be waiting for you all." Yanka, though upset and silent, couldn't help but come out to see you off. Han smiled. "What's with the intense farewell?" Suddenly Yo appeared out of nowhere, tears welling up. "Han, I heard a strange rumor. Is it true that once you leave, you won't come back?" Han is speechless. "Who said that?" Jenna reassures her. "Don't worry, I promise I'll bring him back." Yo, panicked, clings tightly to Han's neck, tears and snot streaming down. "Don't let them take him away ever. Those guys are a gang of ruthless thieves." Han pinched her cheek. "I can't let this loudspeaker keep blabbering like that." The girl sniffled and reached out her hand for Han to take a look. "Anyway, I have to go back there. Promise me." Han reluctantly reached out his hand. "All right, you don't need to worry anymore." Everyone turned around and walked away. Iso keeps talking. "You promised, remember that."
You have to go back there no matter what. Aaron chuckled. That fairy only talks to you like that.
Han is tired of Yo's over-the-top farewell, while Gina turns back to wave goodbye to everyone before following Han into the light. As soon as he stepped in and saw the scene before him, Han smiled proudly. Truly impressive. In front of them was a ship as large as a beggar's father. It looked both massive and luxurious, with each ship shaped like a shiny metallic bull's head. "Wow, that looks really cool," Han asked. "Do you know about flying ships?" Jenna nodded. "Yeah, my father told me about them a long time ago. The ships floating in the sky. I saw one before, but I wasn't allowed to sit on it because it belonged to the nobility. The system is now starting to verify identities. Are you Hani Slot Genesiri and On Deocat from Tonya?" After a careful check, the ship descends a ladder. The system will notify the master after sending the heroes. Their subordinate units will be transferred to NFL Hem. Aeon looked around. "This aircraft has several differences compared to the one I saw before." Han smiled. "Is it newer?" Aaron thought for a moment and replied, "I think so." As soon as they boarded, a guide in a black uniform was already waiting there. "Hello, I am Lai Den, your guide to NFL Hem." Han thinks she's a mage, although he's not sure who she is since there are hundreds of people like her. Lai Den reports to the captain through a special device. 7 passengers have boarded the Rangrit 07 and left. Jenna feels a bit worried. "Are you sure we're going to be okay?" Not far from here, a couple is standing and laughing loudly. Han glared back sharply, causing the couple to startle and quickly turn away before walking off. Han warned the two. "There are many heroes from other halls, so just stay put." "All right then," Jenna nodded. The system announced that the ship would take off in a moment. As soon as he spoke, the ship shot up and sped through the light tornado at the end of the path, revealing a vast, desolate, and endless land before everyone's eyes. This is the 1935th dimension in Tia. Aeon marvels at what seems to be a newly discovered world. "Great." Han smiled softly. "Really?" Jenna tilted her head and asked, "Is there anything that can impress you?"
Watching the scenery, Han walks away, glances back and advises the two. "Go inside early, in 2 days we'll arrive."
Han looked up at the towering spire before him, the very tower he had to climb. Below us is us. What we see is a fallen version of ourselves.
Ranger 07 flies through different dimensions to pick up passengers.
All of them are heroes chosen to participate in the training program. There are a total of 20 students on Ship 07, including us. The others are on different aircraft. Jenna lay in her room recalling the scenes from the Skyway and couldn't help but talk to Han. There are really many strange places.
Our base is completely intact. Other locations are either engulfed in flames or submerged underwater.
What does that mean?
Han lazily replied, lying on the bed.
How would I know? An announcement was played over the loudspeaker.
Attention all passengers, we are about to arrive.
Please step out onto the deck. Ha looked out the window and thought to himself, we're almost there. He turned back to ask Jenna, where is Aeon? He said he would use the empty storage room to practice. Let me go call him. The train is at Space Dimension 1106, Niem. On the busy black deck, the stewardess reminds passengers not to lean over the railing.
It will be very dangerous to go beyond the safety barrier. The ship may shake during landing, so please hold on to the railing tightly.
Jenna and Aaron also just stepped off the ship and suddenly froze in place. Everyone on the ship was also stunned by this sight. Only from the tiny whirlpools did dozens of ships like theirs appear, one after another. A huge ship also emerged above them, much larger than the one they were approaching. Aaron was stunned. Is this NIH? Jenna also looked up. What is that? Black Lai looked up and explained, oh, that? That's 301. It's a transport ship that can carry 37 fighter ships. The planes next to Ship 01 are escort ships 0, 3, and 18. The ship suddenly accelerates straight into a vortex of light. The blinding light forced everyone to cover their eyes as Lai, smiling brightly, stepped forward.
All right, everyone, we've arrived. Welcome to Enfilsheim.
The familiar scene gradually appeared before Han on the announcement speaker. Ranger 07 arrived at the third-floor parking lot. Number 5. Ranger 07 has landed in the third-floor parking lot. The bridge is lowering. Please be careful. One by one, the ships land at the docking bays on each level. Li Den stands on the ship, waving to everyone. I have another trip coming up, so I have to say goodbye to everyone here. Thank you, students. Good luck, Aaron said as he walked away, still in awe. That's incredible. Jenna looked around, stammering, yes, there are really a lot of people. A group of 4 people in senior uniforms was already waiting, and the one who looked like the leader spoke. So, you are students of the 7th class. I am Elder Kinbra. I am Hem, a senior coach of the NFL. Follow me. Han walked along, thinking to himself. I realize that he looks very different in real life compared to the photo. Aaron asked softly, how wide is this place? One person in that group replied, there are 4 other areas. This is just a small part of NFLH.
Head to the elevator entrance, and Elderkin orders everyone to line up one by one.
What is this machine? Where are we headed next? Elderkin said coldly. I will explain later. The fat old man is starting to show his attitude. Hey, old man, you're so mean.
Before he could finish his sentence, suddenly his face was covered in blood, and he fell backward.
But that's not all. Elderkin grabbed his face and punched him so hard it tore, sending him flying backward. He coldly repeated as if nothing had happened. One by one, this scene makes everyone shrink back in fear. Han's group was no exception. Jenna's eyes widened in surprise. I didn't even see how he struck anymore. He's really strong. Han also doubted. He's stronger than me. Han recalls his recent attack. He was too fast. Even with my clairvoyance, I can't see anything anymore. If he's a high-level trainer, he should be at least level 70. Even if we all rush in at the same time, we still can't beat him. Thinking that, Han tried to read his status window, but the system reported that Han couldn't see it. Jenna stared in shock. Is he stronger than you? Han nodded. Of course. Just follow his instructions. The crowded group was divided into separate elevator cabins, which traveled from the 5th floor down to the 2nd. Ha looked at the scene of Enfilsheim and couldn't remember all 20,000 people. When they reached the 2nd floor, the elevator door opened, revealing Trin, the training center of Enfilsheim. This training ground is probably 4 or 5 times larger than Tonia's training field. Everyone is amazed by the grandeur of the facility. Are we going to train here from now on? It's so spacious. Elderkin orders again. Line up. The general will arrive soon, so stay quiet. A girl with a long scar on her face, tying her hair in a ponytail, spat behind Elderkin. That stupid old man is crazy to line up. Suddenly, she seemed to be struck by a sudden dizziness and collapsed to the ground. Elderkin glared at her, as if a wave of deadly aura was approaching. Han also realized that Elderkin was using a threatening skill. The atmosphere grew extremely tense. He felt a bit nervous. They are all leaders in different halls, so using force to control them is the best option.
If you act arrogantly and cross the line, you'll be beaten down gradually.
By the way, the top 13 floors of the NFL Hem diagram are reserved for the top 5 ranked individuals and their subordinates living there. The 12th floor is for the top 100 highest ranked players after the 5 above.
Level 11 is the top 400, and Level 10 is for high-ranking officials. Level 9 is for management officials. Level 58 is for mid-level fighters. The 4th floor is for novice combatants, the 3rd for production staff and gatherers, the 2nd for building the novice training center, and the 1st floor has not been decided yet.
Hey, if we follow your advice, can we really become stronger?
The senior team members smirked and said, "Just follow our instructions and you won't regret it."
Elderkin only asked you to keep order. He didn't tell you to stand stiffly.
While remaining silent, you can relax. Han sighed in frustration. Even after leaving Earth, I still have to endure these ridiculous things. After everyone gathered at the square,
The female general appeared and introduced herself.
"Hello, soldiers. I am Paradisa, responsible for all training at NFL Hem. From now on, you will undergo training, but I won't force anyone. If you want, everyone can go back without doing anything. We will do our best. But whether you want to learn or not is your choice.
Everyone here is our guest, just like I was before.
Suddenly, she asked a random person in the crowd,
How many planes are there in your territory?
The man looked confused. I have 2. Let me smile.
In the NFL, there are a total of 427 aircraft, about 210 times more than your territory.
The man was furious. What does she mean? Is she trying to mock me? Elle isn't too concerned and continues casually. If we compare our forces in more detail, we're about 3,000 times stronger.
As everyone knows, the Master has high hopes for all of you. But do you know how to meet the Master's expectations?
Is your master good enough for you to be willing to bet your life? Jenna quietly asked Han, confused. What is she talking about? Han shrugged. Who knew? He keeps asking if your master is suitable for Loki, and hearing that, Han realizes that's what it's all about. I wondered why there are so many people here, Elle continued to explain. After completing the training here and returning, what fate awaits everyone? 80% of the people here will only be seen as pawns and face a meaningless death. 10 out of the remaining 20% will become sacrifices. That is the fate awaiting everyone. Everyone will become toys and be thrown away like trash with no dignity at all, but this place is different. If you prove your worth, you'll be rewarded. This is everyone's chance to become part of NFL Ham. Han has understood the motivation behind the recruitment. The first reason to bring students here is for the gems. If everyone earns 500 games, they can make nearly 50,000 games. The second reason is to recruit more people. XL smiled and pointed at himself. Our master doesn't care who you used to be or where you came from. I used to be Nai's enemy too, but now I'm standing here. Thinking of Parisa, she didn't originally come from the NFL. She was a hero of the one who tried to ambush me when I couldn't clear floor 80 and lost most of my forces. She led the invasion. I destroyed his hall and captured him. Cirrus told me to execute her, but I took her in because we're short of people. Jenna asked again, what is she saying? Is it some kind of permit or something? Han sighed. She means the top 3 students will be allowed to become members of Neum. Jenna hesitated. Han interrupts. She will change halls. Everyone here is loved by their master. NFL Hem trains them, and those who rank highest will be rewarded and given the chance to become part of NFL Hem. Then they will negotiate with the original master. The amounts vary, but will be between 1,500 and 5,000 gems. A paid gacha roll costs 500 gems, so with 1,500 gems, you can get at least 3 3-star heroes or higher. The master knows this, but still agrees. This is what has been making ISO worried for a long time. Let finished speaking and turned around. Just think carefully. Of course, Nehem will be responsible for everything. Elderkin stands beside and begins the next task. He asks his assistant, shall we start dividing the heroes by their professions? How many people are there in total? 5 warriors and 46 bandits? He announced to everyone that those who want to become warriors should go to the right, and those who want to become bandits should go to the left. An assistant steps forward to coordinate and give orders to the crowd. Everyone, follow the general's instructions. Those who want to become warriors go to the red flag, and those who want to become bandits go to the green flag. Jenna asked again, so what happens next? Han explained again, they are sorting us out. By the end of this training, we will all have a profession. Aaron also explained further, I think I've heard about this before. Once you have a profession, you'll learn advanced skills or something like that. Jenna said happily. So I guess I should go to the green flag area. Once done, the assistant reports that the total is 100 with no issues. Elderkin nodded. All right, go ahead. Jenna goes to the green flag area, waving to Han and Aeon at the red door. See you later. A moment later, everyone moved into a large room as Elderkin calmly explained. Now we will start lining up in front of me to assess your current skill levels. That way we can ensure you all receive the necessary training, so there's nothing to be afraid of. This test will divide the students into 4 levels: low, medium, high, and top. After sorting them into these levels, they will begin training. Han is the one who came up with this system. When people approach Elderkin, a pink panel showing their skill stats will appear for him to evaluate. Elderkin reviewed Aaron's stats, a low-level student at level 20, with his healing skills still not surpassing his father's level. Thinking of this, he issued the next order for Han to proceed. After reviewing your stats, Elderkin was impressed. Very impressive. The assistant was also surprised. What's going on? Look at this. Even the assistant was equally amazed after reading it. Level 20. Someone like him was born as a star. Elderkin spoke. I need to have a private talk with you. Sorry, but you need to stay here. Han remains calm. Fine. Han steps onto the chair, relaxes, and tosses his bag aside. Elderkin glances over. I was about to tell you to just relax, but it seems you've already done that. That's right. Han should be relaxed now. It's like you're at home with Tition, isn't it? Han asked back. Why do you want to talk to me? Elderkin didn't answer, only replied, I have reported to my superiors about you. The Major General will arrive here soon. The assistant ordered the others. Everyone else, follow me. Ha looked at the old man, recalling that when he was born, Elderkin was also a star. In his first battle, he panicked and couldn't do anything. I even kept a recording of that moment, and it's pretty funny. Those days when I was a rookie under the strict trainer, Elderkin didn't know what Han was thinking. Just reminding him, the general will arrive in a minute. I'm leaving now. Han sits leisurely. This feeling is really strange. The places I built and the heroes I personally raised are real and walking around here. I have received the report. You must be Han Isekai'd, right? The door in front suddenly opened and Elle walked in with a smile. Han, alert, reached for the sword on her back. What do you want to talk to me about? I guess you're not here to recruit me. Lo quickly draws his sword, aiming it at Han's hand as he prepares to draw. That's right, I did not come here to recruit you. Han smirked. So you're here to interrogate me, he says coldly. Yes, you're excellent, but still need more time. You can't beat me. Han squinted and looked at her. I understand now. Elle, still in the starting greeting position, asked where you got that information. What information? Han asked again. Bokkel sneered. You didn't really know, that's why you're asking, right? I mean, how do you know that Master Loki has taken her away? She glared at Han, her eyes shining with a purple light. It's like you just need to give the broadcast schedule and she'll send you to hell right away. I guess your master is the one who knows. No matter what, tell me everything, including the source of the information. If you still want to live, who are you? Han thinks it's no longer fun, then asks again in a teasing tone. You want to know who I am? He frowned. You haven't finished your sentence yet, Han calmly ordered. Come out, here's. A response echoed in the space. Yes, sir. A whirlwind rushes forward rapidly. Han smiles. It seems that in Nihem, she is truly everywhere. Han finished speaking, and the storm dissipated, revealing a beautiful angelic sorceress. She knelt before Han and bowed respectfully. Hello, Matter. Back to Tao Nia. At this moment, a group of people come out onto the training ground, smiling and shaking hands as they go. Nice to meet you. I am Joubert. Friendly tip. I am the DC trainer. Nice to meet you, sir. Joubert continued. I've heard explanations from others about this world. Clearly, I will die if I don't adapt quickly. This is truly a frightening place. So you are our trainer. You look very young. Rubus, who comes from the mountains, is holding a sword tightly and doesn't know much about the outside world. But I guess you learned hunting from a master, right? Kali glanced at that hand and thought to himself, not again, daring to challenge me? Then he smirked and said, let me remind you that I arrived here long before you. This place has rules different from the world we knew before. If you train with all your might, one day you will become stronger than me. But if you don't do that and from the start you show off by squeezing him hard enough to make him grimace, he would have died right there, a female voice said. What's going on here? It's so noisy. Were they just summoned here? What breeze brought the beauty here? I thought for a moment and then said Aaron has already left. Now there are 3 open spots for trainers, so I plan to look around the first floor. Do you have any suggestions for the trainer position? I'm quite excited. Recently, a few ambitious and capable people have appeared. Many have come to me and left stronger than I am. The teasing guy Roderick. He has a strong sense of responsibility and is truly powerful. He will be a good match for you, Anon. He is energetic and full of vitality, so sometimes he makes a good leader. Since teams 3 and 4 are no longer the main attacking units, the members often switch in and out, meaning their abilities can change depending on how well Koin, Bainik, and Lilini cooperate. They work well with Anon. They are all quite calm, but I can see what kind of good qualities they have just by watching them train. I think these 3 make a good team. I briefly recall the beautiful friendship I had.
In the past, I was almost envious of them for having such a good friendship here.
Oh, and finally, a person named Ran was talking passionately when suddenly a purple light flashed, enveloping the entire space. She was startled, that light. Dika also recognized it. Summon stars? Belkis smiled with interest. This isn't the second floor, not the first floor. I guess we've finally met some strong opponents. From the light, 3 pairs of legs emerge. The one at the front smiling with immense arrogance and confidence. Returning to Nihehem, we are at the moment of their appearance, bowing to their master. El stared at Han in surprise, while Han calmly sheathed his sword. I've been waiting for you for a while now. Yoon is still kneeling on the ground.
Sorry, I was busy preparing to welcome you.
It seems the master has been injured. Letunet frowned as he looked at the bleeding scratch on Han's neck. Extremely panicked, his mouth agape, stammering uncontrollably. No, it's me. Yoon hurriedly flew over and used magic to heal Han.
Oh my god, are you okay?
Master Han pointed at Let, whose eyes were wide open and trembling all over.
I think she's no better than I am.
Yoon smiled coldly like the wind in the Arctic. El greeted him right away. He is our master, Lord Lu Qi. How dare you, and how foolish to point a sword at the master, curse in front of him and prepare to kill him. That's a serious crime. Tears streaming down your face.
I'm sorry, I didn't know.
Yunet narrowed his eyes at her, wondering how she planned to make amends and atone for the grave sin of drawing weapons against our master. Let in a state of extreme panic, nervously pointed her sword at her own neck, clenched her teeth and said, "If you allow me." Han was speechless. She doesn't know anything. She is just doing her own DNA work. Forget it. Which hero would know that their master would descend into this world? Yoon returned to her gentle demeanor. With me, she's an exception. Han sighed and thought to himself that she's quite a character. Yuet snapped his fingers. Master, this isn't a suitable place for us to talk. Let's go somewhere quiet. The whole room is filled with white and purple light, and H and Unit have reached the top floor of NFL Hem.
Une thoughtfully prepared a tea table to welcome Han. The surroundings with flowers and sunshine show her kindness.
Ha looks around as if she can see the sky. We must be on the 13th floor of NFL Hem. Unit politely. Yes, among the 20,000 residents, only the top 5 and their secretaries are allowed here. She handed Han a hot cup of tea and said, "Please help yourself." Han raised his teacup and looked at Yunet. How did she know it was me? She calmly poured herself some tea and replied, "Only the 13th and 12th floors know that he hasn't logged in for over 3 months. No information has leaked out, so if anyone knows this, it must be him." Han remained composed. "So that's not enough." Yoon continued calmly. "When you disappeared, I realized that you had fallen into Mobius Nell Red. My secretary and I are the only ones who know you're here." "Oh, I guess now it's 3 people, including Excel. Would you like to meet the other members as well? I can summon all of them if you wish to meet." "I'm sure they would all be pleased. Nihaku and Muden are currently busy on a mission. Lydian and I are currently on training duty." Han notices a missing name. Cirrus put down his cup of tea and thought to himself that Nihaku, being responsible for diplomacy, is often absent here, as I have completely moved away from my base to take on regular missions outside the NFL Hem. Unit didn't answer. She just turned to Secretary Nelred and asked if she could bring us more tea and cakes. Nelred quickly went and brought another tray of tea and the cakes. "Master Loki, it is an honor to meet you." Han took a piece of cake and tilted his head to ask Yunet. "You don't hate me, do you? I thought I might get stabbed or something." Yunet smiled and said, "So you mean because you used me as a pawn? How could I hate you? You don't discriminate against us. You always give us a chance and lead us to victory with your brilliant mind. Without you, Ni Flame would have disappeared long ago and wouldn't be as strong as it is today." Pete reached out and touched the flower on the table. "Both I and everyone else here are very grateful to you."
Master Loki, in any case, it is truly an honor to meet you. You are as brave and handsome as I imagined.
"We have prepared a castle for you on the 13th floor. So please rest there and return tomorrow morning." Ha frowned. "A castle? We have prepared it specifically for you," confirming it is located in the center of the 13th floor. He dismissively waved it away. "I used to be a master before, but not anymore. I don't need such luxurious treatment." Unet was confused. "Do you mean you will go back to the 2nd floor with the others?"
"I put a lot of effort into that place and a welcoming party for you. Can you look back at the victories you've achieved?"
"Thank you, Han, for your straightforward response."
Yoon stood up suddenly. We can go down to the second floor immediately and talk to them. Han immediately blocks. Don't. Then how can we support you? Onette panicked. I have so much to say and do for you right here, Han sighed. I already have a place to train. Come pick me up when I finish training. Yunette is stubborn. Master, what should I do now? We can send all the trainers to you and Han can glare and dismiss them. We can replace all the trainers as you wish. Disbanding Unit is driving him crazy. The training facility on the second floor has a very small room and isn't suitable for you. I can make repairs and upgrade it. Han bluntly interrupted. Number Unit gives up and collapses on the table. But how can your dignity allow you to be there? Han was speechless. What do you mean? Unette looked up and smiled brightly. There are many qualities I can see in you. The aura of a king surrounds you. Nellet, do you see it? Net replied, honestly. I'm not sure if there is, sir. Did you hear that? Spreading nonsense should be just right. Yoon turned back with the cold smile, looking at Nell Red, the secretary who couldn't coordinate with the boss. Then Han pulled him to stand up. Anyway, I will return to that place right now. Open a teleportation gate and don't make it obvious. Yoon obeyed and quickly moved her finger. A portal to another dimension opened instantly. Aang turned around and walked straight ahead. Before stepping through the portal, he suddenly turned back to praise. Yoon, you did very well without me here. Do you still see me as your master? Unette quickly bowed and responded politely, of course. Han smiled contentedly, about to turn away when a loud scream rang out. Where is the master? Yoon. She awkwardly turned around and smiled. It seems that Lijian has figured out you're here. He's breaking through the magic barrier to get in. By the way, I haven't said anything to him yet. Han was a bit surprised. Is he always like that? Yoon chuckled. He has always been the one most eager to meet you. Your #1 fan. There's no more time. Lijian usually speaks calmly, but it's very hard to talk to him when he's angry. Hang nodded and walked through the gate. All right, I'm off then. Han maintains a calm demeanor as he steps out to blend in with the crowd. He frowns. Is that an illusion? It seems like no one noticed I suddenly appeared. Nell Red suddenly poked her head out. If you are looking for your companion, they are this way. Han looked at Nissel Red with confusion, wondering when she started following him and what she was doing here. He was suspicious. Why are you following me? Nell Red said casually. For your safety, Master. Don't worry if anyone dares to lay a finger on you. Master's eyes flash with a murderous intent. I will crush his spine immediately. Han sighs. So what kind of useless training is this? I want to go home. A few days later in Ni, Han was treated very well. He is lying down in a very comfortable room. Thinking of Unette, she has taken good care of me. This is the 5th floor of the annex building, used to welcome new recruits. The top floor of the annex is reserved for trainers, but strangely, there are quite few rooms. The original spot for me was on the 4th floor, but an unidentified fire broke out in the room, so I was moved elsewhere. There was a knock on the door and Han slowly went to open it. Little Red. She bowed her head and asked, Is there any inconvenience for you here, sir? The conditions aren't great. If you'd like, you can go up to the 13th floor. Han shook his head. It's fine. You didn't tell them who I am, right? Of course not. Nell Red bows his head to Han. I will carry out my mission well once again. Han goes downstairs and immediately meets Jenna and Aaron. The girl waves cheerfully and says goodbye. Are you here, Debit? The facilities are quite good, so I slept very well. Aaron also smiled. I slept very well too. Ha looked suspiciously at Aaron's face and tired eyes. Yeah, maybe so. Jenna just points to her 2 new friends. Yesterday I talked with some other girls. They think this place is really great. There are many people, good facilities, and a lot of strong fighters. More importantly, Ni Flame has never been defeated before. Oyun also said the same. I've also heard Kemosiat. Everyone says this place is unbeatable. Han frowns. Never lost before? Are they talking about battles between experts, not missions? Jenna said that they told her not to worry about being captured or dying while on a mission. The rewards here are very good, and the merit evaluation is also quite fair. No one will be discriminated against, no matter where they come from. Trot Han asked, Do you both also want to become top experts here? Jenna smiled. What else can I say now? Of course we have to go back. My teammates are still waiting. Aeon nodded and said, So am I. Han silently thought that even if they didn't want to, they could still achieve excellent results. They could be betrayed. We have no choice in this matter. Today, we all have a class. Elderkin is the teacher. He explains passionately. Based on experience, you probably already know this. This world has different rules from the real world, so what do you need to do to survive? He emphasized that this is information from a pink screen showing the rules of this world that warriors need to understand, including stats, skill information, types of missions, how to complete them, how to obtain items, enemy types, their information, and how to confront them. The first thing you need to grasp is your position in this new world. Jenna rubs her chin. Stats, skills, quests. I think I've heard of them before. What are they again? Han crossed his arms and closed his eyes. I already explained it to her. Elderkin continued. Everyone has their own position, and it's a game called chess. In this game, the heroes are toys used by the master. If they don't realize this, they won't be able to survive. Song Tiet Han went up again to have tea and chat with Unet. She said, yes, I know I am just a pawn in the game, and I moved to help the master entertain. Han suddenly asked, do you know I ended up here? Yune smiled. Master, do you remember what I said yesterday? The bond between the master and the heroes is very strong. The fact that the master hasn't logged into the account for 3 months is classified information known only to level 12 and above, and it is an interference power. As the level increases, this power grows stronger, and the bond between the master and the heroes becomes more solid. The moment the master fell into Mobius, the 5 of us instinctively knew. Han frowned. That rule only applies to level 13 members. Unet replied softly. The difference lies in ability. Han also understood that Yuna, despite both being at the highest 6-star level, had a huge difference in combat strength. Even if everyone in the top 100 gathered together, they still couldn't defeat the top 5. Unet summoned a book. That is thanks to the special privilege you granted to the 5 of us. A series of pink screens identical to Elderkin's appeared out of nowhere. Han was surprised that she could interact with the system. Unet seemed to read Han's thoughts. The heroes are growing closer to the master thanks to their sincerity and feelings, which means we gain the power to intervene. Han becomes more convinced of his suspicion. So you are not ordinary heroes. Unet smiled brightly like a flower. If you rank us as A, we will have 6.5 stars. Although we are from Mobius, we can enter Earth. And it's all thanks to you. Master Han pondered quietly. I am truly amazed. Of course. The higher dimensional space is a vast place meant for us. So why am I here then? Han wondered. Unet enthusiastically explains that when heroes are close to their master, the master also becomes more attached to the heroes. One of the reasons Mobius can control his presence is because of that. So it means other 7-star heroes are completely different from ordinary heroes. They have the ability to freely break the system's imposed rules. You could say they are half hero, half master. I remember facing a 7-star opponent when the server limit broke due to an incident. I managed to defeat them, but their level was really unreasonable since the system's level cap was only 99. Unet continued. If you know, then you won't lose your master authority. I feel you probably won't need the Book of Reversing Fate to become a 7-star. Han smiled and took a sip of tea. You're talking too far ahead. Now I'm just a small fry too. Han put down his teacup. So Siri, that means Siri didn't go out to find me. Unet remembered what her teammates said on the last day they met. Unet, you should know that we need to make every second count. Han observed Unet's expression and then continued speaking. So that's why I didn't see any fairy in the waiting room? You look surprised. You really understand quickly. I am taking on the role of that child. So how long can Ni FLH endure? Han feels a bit worried. Yoon laughs. Are you worried that your account will be deleted because you haven't logged in for 6 months? Don't worry. NFLH has more intervention power than other places, so we won't be deleted after 6 months. With the remaining influence, living for 10 years is no problem. Han sighed. It's hard to believe. Has your question been answered yet? Yoon calmly asks. I suppose it's already settled. Unet snapped his fingers, a pink glow enveloping the room. I hope I can talk with you more. The beam of light dissipated, revealing a magnificent and luxurious room before Han. Yoon spoke. This is the castle prepared for you, Master. After learning that you had fallen into this place, I was both worried and happy, because I could see you in person, and with my sincerity, you have arrived here. Master, I believe this is the moment for you to return to your rightful place. Master, please stay at Ni Flami Iun, and kneel before Han. Although you have become a hero, you are not ordinary. With my support, you will complete your mission as our master. I will transfer my power to you, so you don't need to worry. If we support them through the alliance, they will grow without your presence. We need you. Master, a notification appears asking if you accept NFL Hem's transfer of power to you. Han remained silent for a long time before reminding Unet. I'm no longer the master. Unet just smiled. We will support you. Tonya will continue to receive our assistance, so you don't need to worry. Han smirked. So what? Then decisively pressed the reject button. Unet's eyes widened. Master, if we have made any mistakes, Han will turn away. You have done nothing wrong. I am just weak right now.
Yoon hurriedly said, "If you give us time, we will not interrupt. I will go back to Tao Nia. Do you hate us or just dislike this place?" Han sighed. "Do I have to explain again?" Yunet stood up, his face turning serious. "I understand, but we won't give up. If you can't go back to Earth, what will you do?" Han fell silent for a moment, then said, "I will follow your wishes." At that time, a tornado rose up, and Han frowned. "What is this now?" A clone of Han appears behind him, and I explain, "I think that a master leaving to continue unnecessary training is truly pointless. I mixed some magic spells together, so even your teammates won't recognize them." Han spoke in a low voice. "Does she mean to replace me?" Saoban said, "You need to make the most of your time here, right? Please allow me to go." Han bowed his head in frustration. "Fine." In the pitch-black space filled with thick bone smoke, Eren, badly injured, stands stabbing his spear at the monsters surrounding him from all sides. Frightened and unsure what to do, Chat Han shouts out, "Eren, what are you doing? Come and kill them all. Be fierce and savage." "Eren, hurry up, we can't hold out much longer." The system suddenly announced that Eren activated his hidden power. All stats increased by 1000%, and his whole body felt like it was electrified. Eren's eyes shone like lightning-powered superhuman. He swept through with a single strike, knocking down dozens of soldiers, then charged into the enemy ranks, striking left and right, killing countless foes. Jenna was surprised. When did Aeon become so strong? Belkis was also stunned. "I never thought he could have such strength. Has he surpassed us?" Roderick marveled in disbelief. Suddenly, a trembling voice made Aeon startle and look up. Han, covered in blood, smiles at you. "Eren, well done." Tears streaming down his face, Eren frantically called out Han's name, but the panic overwhelmed him, and he woke up to realize it was all just a dream. He sighed regretfully, knowing there was still class today, and everyone was gathered in the lecture hall. Jenna was sprawled out asleep. Han and Eren are deeply focused on the lecture. Occasionally, Eren glances at him, then looks down as if lost in thought, then suddenly lifts his head with determination to listen more closely as a group of trainees pass by Han and Nisil Red Han in the hallway. Based on their uniforms, he guesses they belong to the main branch. He raises his hand to lead the way. "Master, please follow this path. This elevator is reserved for high-ranking members." It reached the 13th floor and allowed the Lord to directly enter the young lady Yunet's garden. Han took the elevator to the 13th floor and sat drinking tea as usual. Today is still a beautiful day. Eat sits with her chin resting on her hand, looking like a true merchant lady. "I want to send 1,000,000 gems to Town Nia." Han calmly sipped her tea and dismissed that idea immediately. "Don't interfere with Tonya." The girl turns away, covering her face and crying. "Master, you made me sad." "You really do look cool if you were stronger and didn't need our help, but Han is tired and exhausted. You want me to rely on you a bit more? Something like that, right? I will ask you later." Hearing this, Yoon's eyes lit up and a wide smile spread across his face. "Really?" And then the excited girl rushes over. "What is that about?" "How can we assist you, sir?" Han ran out of words, raising his hand to push Unet's face away slightly. "It's hard to watch, isn't it? Why does Fang's intense passion feel so familiar?" After a while, Han arrives at a towering mountain range. The rugged mountain range rises with sharp peaks piercing the sky. Steep, rugged cliffs stand bare, with no trees or signs of life, only jagged rocks and deep, dark crevices. At the foot of the mountain, the gray, uneven rocks form a bleak and harsh landscape full of challenges. Han glanced at the black stones beneath his feet. So this is a black iron, much harder than the legendary tough steel, and only a hero with extraordinary talent could carve into it. He is so talented that I suspect he might be a flawed character, the heavenly swordmaster of Clay Soul Ridigen, a shirtless man with a powerful aura swirling around him, standing ready with his sword. "I'm waiting for you." Ridigen is a 2-star hero, a great genius among the thousands of heroes Han has chosen. Ridigen hesitates before turning back to look at Han. "It seems this is the first time we meet. Master has strengthened my power before." He plants his sword into the ground and kneels before you. "I will enhance your power immediately." Master, seeing the person kneeling so respectfully, Han silently thought he couldn't sense his presence, as if he were looking at an inanimate object. Is this a visual effect, a form of evolution of the calm skill? And another reason is because he possesses the merged body and sword skill. Han calmly said, "Get up, will you train me the old way?" Ridigen still maintained his bowed posture. "A unit has granted you authority, so you can review it." Han looked over Ridigen's stats, all at level 99 max. His stats are typical for a level 1 1-star hero, but he managed to cut through black iron with such low stats. Han smiles contentedly. Good, I confirm. We can start now. Ridian stood up and respectfully replied, "Any time you want." Han immediately enters a berserk state, his whole body surrounded by a blazing red light. He reminds, "Use all your strength." Then Han suddenly leapt forward to Ridi, where the broken stone was, caused by the powerful force he endured, and immediately cracked apart. The fight began with Han rushing straight ahead. His hand swung the sharp sword straight at Ridigen, but with superior agility and strength, Ridigen didn't need to dodge, just simply swung his sword to block the attack. Every strike Han makes is calmly blocked by Ridigen with one hand, looking very relaxed and effortless. Han quickly realizes that he is much stronger and faster than him. I moved 3 steps while he only moved 1. While Han was analyzing his opponent, a strike from Ridigen split the shield in front of Han in half, and in the end the sword was pressed right against Han's neck. Han had to admit he couldn't do anything. After the battle, Ridi immediately kneels down. "Please forgive me for pointing my sword at you." Han frowns. "Don't say things like that. I'm feeling uneasy. That's just how strong I am. It's pretty strange, isn't it?" Ridi bowed his head. "I don't have any. If I were at your level, I would find it difficult to defeat you." Han shook his head. "You're exaggerating. You have always been the most talented person so far." Ridigen was stunned. "The most talented? You've already reached basic swordsmanship level 10 while you're only at level 7. The reason you can't level up is because level 10 skills are the limit for everyone before changing classes. I thought you were a bugged character." Ridian is grateful. It's an honor to be held in such high regard by you. But if talent is everything, then the hero closest to the master is Han, smiling as he re-equips the shield that the system has restored to its original state. "That's right. Although you didn't surpass Unet in every aspect, there's not much difference between the 5 of you. As long as there's a variable, the outcome of the game can be turned around at any moment. It's hard to say who would win if the 5 of them fought each other. Now, let's move on to the next part and fight until I understand it." Han once again entered a frenzy, while Jenna's group was now having a meal in the cafeteria. Jenna casually asked Aaron, "Do you think Han has been a bit different lately?" Aaron, chewing, asked back, "How is he?" After asking, he tilted his head to look at Han standing not far away. "No warrior in L is stronger than me. Do I have to train with these kids? That's shocking. Does anyone trust their own skills? Don't you realize? Stop just talking and attack them." Han simply threw a cold punch, and the 2 of them spat blood and flew back. Aeon watched Han's casual boxing display calmly and said, "I think he's still normal." At this moment, a manager ran over shouting, "What's going on here?" "You want to be kicked out, huh? Fighting among students is strictly forbidden. If there is a dispute, handle it differently. I repeat, if there are any issues between students, I will deal with it very strictly." Han Bansao stopped his fist from breaking the man's teeth, though Jenna still felt uneasy, finding it a bit strange. Aeon simply nodded politely, "So what?" Suddenly, a provocateur appeared, beckoning Han with a mocking gesture. "Come here, you bastard. Only by showing your true talent will others recognize your worth. Come on, I will beat you with just 1 finger." Han silently accepted the challenge, and the 2 clasped hands. At the signal, Han struck the provocateur's hand down, causing him to foam at the mouth in pain. Seeing that, Aaron had no more doubts. "I think he's still the same as before." Back at the mountain where Han is training, Han once again jumps forward to attack. Ridigen calmly raises his sword to block. Han grit his teeth and asked, "Does he not avoid me? Maybe he has changed his sword style." Objectively speaking, I am a special type, in the top 1% with only 10 skills, especially calm and quick. Composite and unyielding skills are highly valued. If it were me, I would be willing to pay over 5,000 points to recruit myself. But now Ridigen's value is priceless, and I don't know how many points it would take to recruit him. After just a few sword strokes, he switches from attacking to defending. Han once again lost to the spear pointed right in front of him. Ridigen is not only a powerful warrior, but also very calm. Every move he makes is carefully calculated, at a speed Han can barely keep up with. Han laughs as he grabs Ridigen's sword, panting, "Let's fight again." Hang realizes Water is not the only one who has learned how to lose. I have never lost in Tonya. Not Jenna, not Aaron, not Belkis or Nerissa, not even Edit or Roderick. No one has ever defeated me completely like this before. I have always fought and always held a position superior to others, but now it's different. An overwhelming power, a monster I can't touch. After a few strikes, Han's sword was easily and cleanly knocked away. Ridigen calmly catches the falling sword and says, "You've improved a lot in such a short time. If you break through the wall again, you can get a common grade weapon." Han smiles as his injured hand gradually heals, his eyes still full of interest. That's a hard sword, right? The last time you showed me was a soft sword, and it seems there's still no penalty, even though your physical strength doesn't exist. What technique will you show me this time? Redigen throws Han's sword back, expressionless. Guess what? Han Chi caught the sword and swung it forcefully forward. Redigen leans aside to dodge. The mist strikes, sending rocks flying everywhere. Han glares. Redigen, with a total score of 40 points, can't even leave a scratch on him. Redigen calmly deflected Han's strikes while beginning his lesson. A sword isn't necessarily stronger, just because it contains more power. Its speed is the same. Even if you swing it with a strength rating of 10, it might not be entirely powerful. Han charged forward, leaping into the air and swung down fiercely. How much power does my sword have? About 80% of your total strength. My son is 3 times stronger. Han asks, and Redigen responds very succinctly. Ha ha ha, just jump down and praise her. Redigen is just as expected. He's very strong. Redi is humble and feels honored to be praised by you. After the conversation, they charged at each other again, beginning a new training match. In the dormitory, standing in front of Han's door, she hesitated for a long time before deciding to knock, her face full of regret. She sighed. He has been away for a few days. It's really hard to meet a trainee during her training period. Recalling the moment when he had his sword at Han's neck then, he realized he had been too rude to the master. On the mountaintop, Han was still training diligently, while Redigen continued to block and comment. You only need to stay here for a year, not even a month, and you'll become stronger than you are now. Han lunges forward, attacking, eyes fixed intently on the opponent. That's obvious, Redigen said while fighting. The way you fight is different from me. Basically, your weapon skills are excellent and your techniques always support each other. Master has a fighting style similar to Series, being a well-rounded person who can showcase his abilities in any situation. Even when searching everywhere through Mobius, the number of 3-star heroes capable of fighting on par with Master is only a handful. If you train properly, you will definitely become the strongest. Han sighed. I wish it were as easy as you say. If we talk about the strongest person, Redigen is the only hero capable of defeating Series. He is a master in small-scale battles and one-on-one duels. When facing humans, his combat ability is almost absolute. Redigen analyzes. The strongest point of the master now is that he can use the Berserk skill without losing his calm ability. The reason you have this is because Han responded, and I guess it's because I am half hero and half master. Calm and Frenzy. There are skills that a hero cannot use at the same time. Clearly, that is a bug that has exceeded the system's limits. Redigen continued. The current state of the Master is similar to a 7-star hero, and all 7-star heroes are above level 100. Their skills are now on par with a Master. Skills that initially couldn't be combined can now be merged. Skills that were initially inseparable will become separable, so the number of people they can defeat is infinite. Han frowned. At that point, the balance would collapse, so it's considered cheating. In my experience, the 7-star hero also has one more characteristic. Han wondered. What is it? It's a high overall efficiency. Hearing this, Han suddenly looked surprised. Redigen explained. When a hero receives data from a provider, 90% of the information is lost during the transfer. DSO means that even if you use a hero with 100 strength as a sacrifice, the target hero will only receive 10 of that strength. Han hesitated. But wouldn't a 7-star hero be different? Redigen bows his head and sheathes his sword. I can tell that you have been trained in swordsmanship stances. Usually masters from Earth haven't been trained in swordsmanship. I can see the traces of a knight's swordsmanship in your fighting style. Ha recalls the first battle, when Castori, a 4-star hero, merged with him. I guess her combat experience has merged with mine. Thinking about it, are you saying that I have my current talent because I merged with a higher-level hero? Redigen pondered that if that was the case, Master's swordsmanship would be very different now. But while the synthesis did influence his swordsmanship, it wasn't much. From what I can see, that hero's swordsmanship is only at a basic level. Can you now use that hero's swordsmanship skills? Han nodded seriously and drew his sword. I'll give it a try. Then he closed his eyes and thought about the last moment in the synthesis room with Zhe. She said, I wasn't chosen, so I will leave it to you. A flickering light appears from the shadows. This scene feels so familiar. Han didn't open his eyes, evading the attack in a flash, leaving a streak of blue light on the ground that hadn't yet faded. The system announced Han's skill awakening, his basic swordsmanship now at level 9. Han decisively thrust his sword forward, nearly reaching Redigen's neck. But Redigen was quicker, raising his sword to block the attack and couldn't help but marvel. That's better than before. Now put the sword back in its sheath. In your case, this synthesis doesn't just give you extra experience points. Be careful. High performance doesn't necessarily mean it's good. Your information and that hero's are mixed together, which could have negative effects. Maybe that's why you can't learn the defensive skill, even though you have swordsmanship. Han, exhausted, slumped to the ground and thought, gathering too much information causes confusion. Then he thought to himself that he should be more careful because he wanted to achieve the skill of body and sword harmony in the future. At this moment, Red pushed a cart forward. The car is already set with plates and utensils like spoons and dishes, master. Is it mealtime yet? As soon as she finished speaking, she transformed into a magnificent set of tables and chairs with a feast laid out before her. Han Red bowed respectfully. Everything is ready. Enjoy your meal. Red then disappeared. Han told Rydian, we will eat together and continue later. Yes, master? Back with Tonya, the master sends a new team into the time crack to get used to the battles. The group is on level 18, exploring and thoroughly checking the designated area. In a tight encirclement, Riemann shouted, Rosalilai, shield me! Immediately, the two girls with spears charged forward at the same time, stabbing like skewering grilled meat. Riemann continued to lead. Bink, those arrows won't affect those knights. Protect Anon from behind. Bin draws two swords with both hands, immediately charging to wipe out the enemies behind Anon. He nervously warns, Binnick, be careful with those knights using swordsmanship. I understand, Binnick responds firmly. Then Remna screams. Both of them crouched down. Anon and Binnick were startled. Reacting instinctively, he bent down as Riemann leapt from behind, swiftly cutting through and killing a dozen soldiers. The system announced that everyone has cleared the level. Anon and Lilai were promoted, and Riemann was the MVP. Riemann's team hesitantly steps out of the waiting room. He praises his teammates. Everyone did very well. Even when facing humans, you remained unshaken. Anne replied, I've gotten used to that since the 12th floor. It's necessary to survive. Rosa encouraged her friend with a smile. You're doing well. Lee, the shy girl with a red face, replied embarrassedly. Thank you. Rosa and the group chatted excitedly. I heard the 3 team might be aiming for the 2nd floor. We need to try to get to the 2nd floor. 2, I'm really tired of potatoes now. I think if we had a chef, our food would be better than hers. I heard Julie already has 3 kids. Maybe she's really good at cooking. Lai looks excited. Bin just brushed it off. Haven't you tried her cooking yet? She put all the spices and ingredients in so it turned into porridge. Just like pork porridge. She should give up on the wish to eat well here. Everyone is chatting lively, not noticing Edith standing with crossed arms on the 2nd floor, paying close attention to their every move. The girl falls into thought. No one knows what she's thinking. Tanya's master divided the heroes into teams as follows. Teams 1 to 3 are the main combat groups. The key heroes in the hall are the ones trying to conquer the tower, to gain access to the 2nd floor of the hall. Teams 4 and 5 are support groups. They assist the main fighting team or any other group of qualified heroes. Because they always take turns supporting the main combat team, there is no fixed formation. Teams 6 to 10 are backup groups. This is the team that explores dungeons daily or tests combat performance. They are used to check where the battle will take place. Someone will be sent to the combat area before the main team moves up to the next level. Members of Team 4 or 5 who are less active will be transferred to Team 6. Finally, heroes who are at risk of being assimilated or transformed. These are heroes not listed in the above teams. Heroes who are worthless and cannot demonstrate their abilities risk being assimilated or transformed. Early morning at Taya, in a closed training room, an intense and brutal fight is underway. Team 2, consisting of Edith and Roderick, faces off against all 5 members of Team 3, with the duo standing confidently like a solid wall. Edith is a swift warrior with sharp eyes constantly watching every move of the opponent, while Roderick, despite his age, exudes calmness and maturity with each step he takes. Both have incredibly quick reflexes, with each attack and defense executed with near-perfect precision. In contrast, the 3-person team with overwhelming numbers, despite having experienced warriors like Riemann, lacked coordination and overall strength. Riemann, their leader, tried to command, but it seemed every plan was shattered as soon as the members started rushing into battle. Bink and Anon may be strong, but they still lack experience fighting opponents like Edith and Roderick. Rosa and Lilai, though brave girls, seem to lack the skills to handle fast and powerful attacks. Facing the 3 rushing toward him, Edis charged straight into the center, kicking Anon in the stomach. Immediately behind, Roderick's spinning strike knocked the 2 girls to the ground, as their combat training left no room for mercy. But the 2 girls, the old man turned to confront Riemann. Binnick Duong aimed but couldn't shoot, only feeling confused. This is really unreasonable. Suddenly, a knife pressed against his neck with a cold, chilling voice from the 2nd team leader. I told you to fight with the will to kill anyone.
If not, you're the one who will die. Even though it's 5 against 2, we can't let our guard down. On the battlefield, as long as one enemy survives, there's still a chance to wipe out the entire team. The battle is over. The 3-person team has been completely subdued. Anon gasps for breath, covered in wounds but with eyes burning with determination. Please let us try again. Edit nods in agreement. Both teams charged at each other again, fighting fiercely, while Roderick simultaneously subdued both girls with a single strike. Freeman took every hit from Edit without dodging once. Anon and Binnick launched their attacks at the same time right behind Ran. Edit dodged and countered while analyzing. Everyone was still hesitant when facing the opponent. Although they are used to fighting enemies, they are still not accustomed to facing their teammates. Even with their lack of experience, I guess their scores are enough to pass the test. There are 5 candidates. The one most likely to join the team will be revealed in the next episode. That night, the sky was clear with no moon. A lavish meal is laid out in the dining room on the 2nd floor. Is everyone enjoying their meal? Binnick, Anon, and Lil are having a very comfortable time eating. Tongthen replied, "Thank you, it's very good." Edit paused for a moment before announcing, "From now on, the 3 of you will be members of Team 2. The 3 of them froze, their movements stopping all at once. Edit frowns. Don't you like it? Anne is very excited. No way, it's such an honor, finally a chance to go to the 2nd floor. Unlike Anon's excitement, the reactions of the 2 teammates seem even more opposite. Binnick reminded them, "Don't make such a fuss." Lai hesitated, "So going into the 2nd floor means the mission will be more dangerous, right?" "They said that your brother also went to the 2nd floor and has already died." Lai bowed her head. "So I've been very scared since I arrived here. If someone were to put me in Team 2, I would respond coldly. Then just stay on the 1st floor. Even if you stay on the 1st floor, one day you will die anyway. We have seen many people disappear. You might be taken to survey the fighting floors as part of a group. They will subject you to many different tests to form a raid team. If the 3-person team enters, the atmosphere in the waiting room will also change. Since they have passed level 14, they will reach level 18 where everyone has been for 3 days. Once the 3-person team enters, your chances of reaching level 2 will be lower. Think carefully before making a decision. After the 3 of them go down, everyone on the 1st floor will look at them with unfriendly eyes as if they are traitors." Rosa was among them, and when Li Lai looked at her, she turned and walked away. Riemann placed a hand on Anon's shoulder as he looked confused. "Congratulations on reaching the 2nd floor." The 2 of them awkwardly turned to look at the team leader. In a corner, Rupert sat quietly observing without saying a word. The next day, the master logged in and began switching heroes to obtain soul stones. The one chosen is screaming, "Why me? I tried my best after all. You said that if I tried, I would survive." "Let me go. What was I trying so hard for? Just give me a chance." "But once you're in there, there's no way out." The hero transformation is complete. The master is starting to upgrade the 3 new heroes, Anon, Binnick, and Lil, to 3 stars. The crowd started to panic and fear. Those 3 are already gone. One day, we will all end up like that too. But with my skills, I'm not sure I can make it to the 2nd floor. In another corner, Daika was beaten so badly in the training match that he spat blood and was pushed back. Robert slowly approached him. "If I'm stronger than you, I can survive, right? It doesn't take as long as I thought." Dick wipes the blood off his face and exhales. "Congratulations. Soon, Master will include you in a team of 4 or 5. Robert stroked his beard and chuckled. "So does that mean I am now a candidate for the 2nd floor? Since I arrived here, I've climbed to the 11th floor in just 2 weeks. So I'm not completely useless, right?" He turned around and looked toward the 2nd floor, his eyes filled with ambition and desire, unhidden. The scene shifts back to the mountain peak where Han is diligently training. The sparring match between Han and Redigen is still ongoing. Except when eating, Han's techniques are becoming increasingly diverse and versatile. Redigen continues his lecture. When reaching level 10, you need to separate the skills. If low-level weapon skills are about fighting, then mid-level weapon skills are about war. From the intermediate level onward, it's no longer just simple battles. It will become a battle where everyone builds castles and pressures each other, defending their territory and destroying their opponent's domain. This is the essence of mid-level weapon skills. Kwang Sword, Soft Sword, and Swift Sword are suitable for such battles. Master, you have established your own territory. However, it is not complete yet. For now, it is just a fence. You must build it into a solid wall. If someone breaches the territory, they must not escape. After some training, Han's low-level swordsmanship has reached level 10. He suddenly jumps forward and strikes strongly at Redigen's sword. He smiles with satisfaction. Good. Redigen pushes Han away and strikes another illusionary sword like a green snake into the air. Han calmly watched as the sword strike cut through and toppled 3 surrounding mountain peaks effortlessly.
Redigion calmly said as the rocks and debris fell like mulberry leaves. Master, if you reach the highest realm of this part, you can cut them even without touching or swinging your sword. Han smiled and said, I have no intention of going that far. I have no intention of becoming a master. Han turned away from Redigion and gave the order. Unit, she responded immediately. I'm here. Han slowly puts on his shirt. I've been outside for too long. How is the training going? Open the gate to Min before tomorrow afternoon. Do you mean the digital space 0584? Yoon asked again. Hang nodded. Someone will be sent there. Han finished training and went to his room to change. Ni raised her hand and knocked on the door, receiving permission from Han to enter. She opens the door and enters. The master is awake now. As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed around cleaning Han's room at lightning speed. Han was a bit startled. Does Nin really need to go that far? Nin replied briefly. This is a courtesy that master doesn't need. Han gives up and returns to the main task. All right, unit, cancel that plan. I will go out by myself now. Are you participating in the training now? Unit asked again. Yeah, Han confirmed I also have something to tell the others. Nothing much in the morning. I have something to do in the afternoon. Yoon happily responds, yes, sir, and complies. Han encounters Jenna and Aaron walking ahead in the hallway. Jenna stops and waits when she sees Han. You seem a bit different today. Different how? Han frowns. Jenna rests her chin on her hand, pretending to think. I wonder what's different about Kang. It's hard to tell. But I have that feeling. Han secretly sweats. Her senses are sharp too. She stretches and lets out a long yawn. The classes are really exhausting. After sitting and listening to lectures for 10 days straight, my body feels frozen solid. Han leads the group again. Starting today, the training will focus on combat formations, which might be a little different. But there's one interesting thing. Everything you told me during class turned out to be exactly right, as if Na could see the future. Han was speechless, saying, This girl, please take back what you just said. Her instincts are not sharp at all. If I think about it, with everything I've done so far, even a fool would realize I'm different from ordinary heroes, right? Hang turned to tell Aeon. After today's schedule, go to the backyard of the annex building. Aaron was a bit surprised, but quickly responded. All right, for today's training, Aaron and Jaina will be divided into opposing teams, and the instructor will explain the new training process. From now on, you will conduct sparring matches using the combat formations based on the theories you've learned. You may have never cooperated with your teammates before, but if you perform well in the training match, you can improve your tactical skills. The training match begins now. Han watches the battle from above, silently assessing. The speed of improvement truly is remarkable for a one-star hero. Because each move has a corresponding skill, she can perform many different actions. Right now at this level, she has no opponent. If she uses her teammates as shields, she could fight alone against an entire group. As for Aaron, Han briefly pondered. School's out. Where are you taking me? Stay quiet and follow me. Han didn't say anything more. A gate suddenly appeared in the space, leaving Aaron stunned, and there was a maid already waiting. Han smiled and said, Let's go in here. Aaron broke into a sweat, hesitant but still followed Han. On the other side, he looked around and asked, I don't know where we are. Who am I? Oh my, where are we? Nin introduces himself, saying this is the 13th floor of NFL Hem, the Fog Garden. Aaron is startled. Level 13, is this where the strongest people live? That's right. Eunice stepped out confidently, smiling brightly. Nice to meet you. I am Unitas. I am Matt's right hand, Ni whispers. Cirrus is actually Matter's right hand, isn't she? Unette turned around with a sinister smile at her assistant. Aaron was confused and asked Han, What's going on? Han Unette frowned. Did he call you Han? Han quickly changed the subject. The gate leading to Muden. How is it going? She smiled and reported the progress. Of course I am opening it. Seeing Unette's respectful attitude towards Han, Aeon becomes even more confused. What is going on? This current situation is really confusing. Ha looks at you sternly. Didn't you say you wanted to be stronger? Aeon, I am trying to help you achieve that wish. You have the right to refuse. After being trained here by the coach, you will fulfill your role in the Ray. Yuna also speaks up. In my opinion, you should listen to him. I've seen a few people like you who always try to compensate for their lack of talent through effort, but eventually, at a certain point, they will hit a wall and can no longer grow. Han reassured him, there's no need to be sad. Not everyone is like that. Yunette nodded. There are always exceptions. Even though he's far behind others in talent, there's a fool who has reached our level. Hearing this, a glimmer of hope appeared in Aaron's eyes. Even though everyone tried to teach him, he still couldn't learn. Aaron quickly asked, And then what? Yoons raised his hand. A pinkish-red light burst forth, and a space portal appeared before Aaron. You will only witness it. This is the gate to space 0584.
This is the place where the war was held 2 years ago, and where Muden currently resides. Unit warns that this dimension is dangerous enough to cost you your life. Ni said, many people have been trained by Muden in that dimension, and all of them have died. That's right. The survival rate is less than 30%. It's very dangerous. If you're afraid of dying, you shouldn't go there. Aeon clenched his spear so tightly that his veins were bulging.
But if I can survive there, I will become the strongest, right? Then I will go, I say it through clenched teeth.
My eyes are filled with determination.
I don't want to die. I want to do my best.
Unit approaches Aaron. The time during the trial will pass differently than here. Remember that. Aaron bowed his head and softly muttered his sister's name before decisively stepping through the gate. Han, take care. Han watched her teammates back and softly asked if she thought he would survive. Unit is straightforward. The chances are quite low. I already told Muden. But Hang walks away. If he regrets and comes back, take him to Town Nia, she says confidently. He won't come back. Han suddenly smiled. I know Aaron has set out to find his own path, just like I did. Han returned to the Heohud Mountains to train with Redigen. After a grueling fight, leaving them both drenched in sweat, the training session ends with Redigen's powerful strike. Han gasps for air. Is that good enough? Redigen nodded. I think you have achieved your goal. After all the hard training, Han's level remains unchanged, still at 20. The stats are the same, but one thing has changed. His basic swordsmanship has advanced to intermediate level 1. Han has finished separating the skills. Although his proficiency with the shield skill has decreased, his understanding of swordsmanship has become deeper. Resilient, calm, furious, and unyielding, his other passive skills also leveled up. Most importantly, his class changed to warrior. With this, Han now has the qualifications to develop his skills. He lost the stealth movement skill due to his class penalty, but he has no regrets because that skill wasn't suitable for him anyway. Jenna has also completed her class change to a thief, with 37 wins and no losses against rookies, so she no longer needs to join that training group. After reaching intermediate archery skill, she is now trying to merge her weakness detection and quick shot skills. And she will attend Nizel Lesna's training, a level 13 archer after Nihaku. Unit suddenly presents a ring glowing with purple light. Please accept this, Master. This ring is the legendary SS Heaven's Fall, a ring made from special refined crystal crafted by NFL It contains power beyond all rules, but to use this ring, you need high-level magic. This is a special binding item that others cannot use or destroy. Unit smiles. That ring is reserved for the Master. If you wear it and pass it to someone else, they will recognize you. The more important thing is that if you wear the ring, we can contact you no matter where you are. Han frowned. No need for that. Just keep the ring on your finger. Eat added that this ring also has the function to manipulate high-level information. Besides item information, you can also manipulate the status window and system logs. How long can I use it? If Tanya's master reaches level 50 or above, the effect will decrease. Han praised her, saying she did very well and that it must have been very difficult to create such an item. Yoon smiled and said, I started making it before you arrived. It was already finished before you came. She covered her mouth and cried, 8 tears falling from her right eye. But you have to leave again. It really leaves me speechless. That's a bit much, seeing each other again, huh? Hearing this, Yoon's eyes lit up like headlights, almost jumping over the table to the front of Han. Really? I will come here again before returning to Earth. She looked disappointed. That's not what I wanted to hear. Han pushed his chair back up. Oh, right. I forgot the most important thing. Open the armory. I will take a weapon from NFL Unit, follow orders and immediately open the level demon NFL weapon storage. This is a vast and magnificent space, like a weapon palace crafted from the most precious and powerful materials in the universe, with walls that look like they are straight out of a sci-fi movie, where every detail has an alien technology vibe. From the entrance, the glow of the shimmering gemstones illuminates the space mysteriously, creating an ethereal and mystical atmosphere. Inside, each weapon is displayed in its own glass case. On the walls, the weapons are arranged in an orderly yet impressive manner. Each weapon emits a unique energy that instantly captivates anyone who looks at them. The long swords have blades as sharp as if they could cut through the air, with hilts embedded with glowing magical stones. The bows are crafted from mystical wood with strings made from the fibers of legendary creatures, capable of piercing through anything. There are also swords and axes that are just as sharp and powerful. Han picks up a sword to examine it. This is a level B plus supreme sword made from high-quality steel with special forging techniques combined, lightweight and sharp, not easily broken by external impacts. Unit speaks. Such low-level weapons are not suitable for a master.
Please, follow this way to the area with more special weapons. The two of you walk along the room to a large round door engraved with a golden goat head, the symbol of NFL. Eunice raises her hand to activate a spell that unlocks the door, and a pink magic circle immediately appears. All the weapons here are at S rank or higher. This is the true treasure of the master. A few seconds later, the gate opened, and Han squinted to look. There are 132 weapons, right? Yoon nodded. There must be a total of 132 weapons, all of which are created by the master using his fingertips. The space inside here is even more mystical than outside. All the weapons in this place are rare, and among the most powerful in the game, Pigmup. It's the weapon stash that every master dreams of having. Just one is enough to be satisfied. Yoon pointed to the sword wrapped in a purple and gold light. Do you want to use this My Steel sword? It can disable defenses and deal damage to opponents, making it very useful for climbing towers. My Steel is a sword forged from a combination of cursed world branches and black iron, using blessings to inflict damage on enemies. However, it has no ability for physical or magical attacks. Han recalled holding the sword, remembering that in Tonia, where I live, there is a black dragon on the 20th floor. If I had this, I could disable its physical and magical defense layers, then Han would put it back on the shelf. However, the effect is still limited. An item that can be used on multiple targets would be better. Yoon introduced another sword surrounded by dark red aura. The S+ level Barasata sword, made from the horn and scales of the Dark Lord Demon, nullifies the opponent's physical resistance and related S-level physical attack skills. This sword was forged by defeating the Dark Lord Demon. His soul can hide in multiple dimensions and then pass through the opponent's armor or scales, turning them into puppets when Han touches the sword, but it can't disable the opponent's magic defenses, so it's not suitable for attack. Yoon points again to a spear surrounded by golden lightning. What about the Gung Dia spear? Han frowns. You want me to use this thing? That's right, since it's an activation type, it's okay if you don't know how to use a spear. Han thought, the first version of Brunak was also convenient. Just one strike and I could crush dozens of enemies. Yoon smiled and said, you can take all the weapons here because they were created by you, Master, from the very beginning. Hang modestly replied, it's not just me, it's thanks to the support staff's help. The devices I craft are only at the basic level. If it weren't for your help, I wouldn't even dream of getting an S-rank item or higher. Isn't it true that most weapons are only suitable for their own owners? I shouldn't take everything just because I want to. As expected, there are no weapons here suitable for me. EU doesn't think so. Although the treasures here are very valuable, they can't compare to the dignity of the master. Han thought for a moment and then ordered EU. I need to craft a type of weapon. Eat follows the order and immediately opens a path to the forge. The two stand above, observing the whole scene. This is a grand and impressive space. This forge is not just a tool, but a magnificent structure, as large as a building, with equipment and materials beyond human imagination. The space here is surrounded by blazing red beams from molten demon wells, and the entire room is enveloped in a special atmosphere that can adjust its temperature to suit different weapon materials. The space can become as cold as ice or as hot as hell, depending on the creator's needs, from rough materials to a sharp sword, a magic bow, or powerful armor. Each weapon carries a part of the mysterious power from the universe, as if they are bonded with the ultimate energy. Han is satisfied. Did she prepare everything in advance? Yoon smiled proudly. Of course, Master. She then activates the magic to start the forge, and the entire room is enveloped in white and purple light. The ring on your hand also glows, linking all the power of NFL Hem. From now on, you can create special items. 3 pink screens appear in front of Han, displaying all the stats and attributes of the weapon for Han to choose. Master, what kind of weapon would you like to create? A growth-type weapon. Step 2 is selecting materials. H quickly selected 13 types of ore, 10 types of leather, 15 types of crystals, 9 types of wood, and 8 other materials from the NFL's Rare Materials Warehouse, totaling 55 types. The materials shot rapidly into the magic well from the circle. The system has notified that materials are ready and the furnace is prepared. Yoon begins summoning the master blacksmiths. An old man steps out of the magic circle, his voice deep and gruff. Yoon, why did you summon me? This is an order from Master Yoon. Brief announcement. The old man looked toward the source of the voice and asked, So, the master is here? When he looked up at where Han was standing, he was startled. Ah, no way. Yoon smiled, but the summons were as firm as steel. The first summon order is to gather all craftsmen of level 1 or higher to the workshop. The old man snapped out of his shock and quickly assembled the craftsmen under his command. Hurry up, we need to show our skills after a long rest. Next to the forge is the NFLH, level max item factory. As long as all the conditions are met here, the best weapon will be created. The linked objects include max-level blacksmiths, woodworking facilities, processing workshops, and supply bases. Everyone is at level max. The number of participants is 135. The initial processing quickly begins, starting to transfer materials. Han asks, "What about the design?" Yunate responds immediately. It is currently being drawn, with the weapon shape automatically evolving alongside analysis of the owner's fighting style to modify its form accordingly. Next, the BJ alloyed furnace and factory are being built. The blacksmith gives his opinion. Is it too difficult to use 13 types of ore? Their properties don't match at all. Eat responds, "Please wait until further instructions." She turned to Han and bowed her head to ask Master if it was okay. The calculation results show that the difficulty of creating this weapon is higher than expected. How high is it? The estimated difficulty is even higher than Hell level. Han raises his hand. Its difficulty is equivalent to creating 5 divine weapons and maybe at a divine level. Unate's suggestion might be even higher. Han smiled, waiting to see her prepare to be enchanted by it. Yes, Unate respectfully worries that it cannot operate automatically, making it quite exhausting and difficult to perform. There are a total of 8 difficulty levels when creating items, from useless level, lower level, mid-level, high level, peak, super peak, hell, to super hell. In this case, Han pressed the super hell level. However, anyone who wants to enter hell must have a sacrifice. To activate the super hell furnace, Han must choose 3 items. The hidden difficulty level will be unlocked depending on the level of the sacrificial item. Han recites the names Stormbringer, Bigota, and Azat. Unit confirms. What about those 3? Han tapped the screen and nodded. Yes, as you command. Suddenly, 3 precious swords were thrown into the furnace from the sky, and the system notification announced that you had sacrificed valuable items. Now let's move to the door of hell. There are 3 difficulty levels: super hell, divine level, and super divine level. Han clenched his teeth. Super divine level, huh? According to the main character, everyone probably knows he will choose the hardest level from the start, right? As expected, the system's warning efficiency drops by 33% due to the difficulty penalty being activated, making success unlikely and almost impossible. Stop, Han smirked. It told me not to do it, but I already sacrificed the item. Yoon understood and replied, "Then there's no turning back." Hang tensed his muscles. Do its riddles have any meaning? Of course they do. Hearing the answer, Hang nodded. I understand now. Press continue. A long list of puzzles appears before Han, with a total of 13 options for him to choose from. Solving the cube, a Tetris-style game, shooting balls, nonogram, spot the difference, puzzle pieces, maze, hidden objects, mini minesweeper, unlocking magic, decoding, tangram, all at super hell difficulty. Han calmly said. First is the Rubik's Cube challenge. Are you ready? Yoon? The girl calmly casts her spell. Yes, of course. A huge cube appears before the 2 of them. The system announces the start of the 27 by 27 cube puzzle with super hell difficulty. Han scrolls his fingers over the keyboard, focusing intensely on left-right. Up, down, left, right, up, down, right, left as the super hell difficulty. Curse punishment of opening his eyes causes his vision to darken, making it impossible to distinguish any colors before him. The countdown timer started at 29 minutes. Han frowned, unable to see anything. Having calculated this formula, Han's fingers began to glide at a devilish speed. 3 left, 2 right, 5 up, 4 down, 2 left, 2 right, 2 up, 8 down. Han completed the first puzzle in 14 seconds with a 100% match rate as the hellfire blazed within the primordial furnace, completing the power transfer intervention, and the factory began processing. Manette is happy. Finally got it right. Let's move on to the second game. The rhythm and difficulty of the game remain the same. Han places his hands on the keyboard, and as he gives commands, his hands glide like a true piano genius. In just a few seconds, Han finished as well, and Ayun coordinated seamlessly. As soon as Han finished, she also added Divine Fire to the Primordial Forge. The third game is Tetris, also with X3 speed boost. Han excels with a 15-hit combo as the Primordial Fire is infused with hellish magic. The fourth game is Shooting Marbles with a triple combo boost, and then the fifth game, Nonogram, is solved in an instant. The sixth game instantly reveals the differences. The old blacksmith is stunned. I can't believe it. He's really back. Yunette is also fully focused on reading the spell to coordinate forging with Han. The alloy is finished now. After completing the sixth game, move on to the seventh puzzle. Then the eighth maze game. The ninth hidden object search. Game 10 is Mini Swiper, 11 is Magic Unlocking. As soon as he finished, he moved on to the 12th game, Decoding the Cipher. All completed in just a few seconds. Han concentrates intensely,
not allowing any mistakes because losing even once would cause the production to fail. By the final game, the 13th, a puzzle game, Han glanced at the screen and thought to himself, I used to play these games when I had my phone like a complete fool. Now that I've escaped the human world and become a hero, this level is nothing to me. The 13th game is also finished in a flash. The blacksmiths below are working tirelessly, reminding each other to be careful and avoid mistakes in every step. Annette smiles in admiration. Great job finishing 13 games in 5 minutes. Your skills have improved a lot. Han tilted his head and cracked his knuckles, saying, that was just the warm-up. Now the real challenge begins. The 14th game, a 35 by 35 cube puzzle in a secret arena with a super difficult challenge. Even with double the punishment, the rules remain the same. Han grits his teeth and concentrates more than before. Left, left, up, down, 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 right, left, left, up, down, up, left, up, right, up, left, up, right, up, down, right, up, left, up. The demon spirit of hell has taken residence in the primordial furnace. The casting process is complete, and moving on to the next stage. The 15th challenge is a maze with a 30-minute time limit. Han completes it again in just a few seconds. The eternal flame of hell appears in the primordial furnace. Other features have also been added, such as automatic recovery at level A. With a special level S, the level S toughness is increased for challenge 16. Han is surprised to be playing 2 games at once. Game 16, 100 by 100 picture puzzle with a 2-hour limit, and Game 17, spot the difference with a 30-minute limit. These challenges are truly not meant for humans. But in this world, Han is no ordinary person either. Han puts on his VR headset, one hand solving puzzles, the other searching for differences. A wonderful word appears on the screen. It automatically upgrades to SS level with an A+ rating predicted, and a B- level boost has been added. When the 21st game started, the pace of the game sped up 3-fold, and Han's expression grew darker. Things are getting serious. Mindan is losing focus. Game 21 has also been completed. The hellish Loi Nguyen begins to reign in the primordial furnace. Yunette continuously recites spells, appearing, displayed, confirmed. She closes her eyes and informs Han that this is the final round. Han tries to catch his breath. The system panel won't keep us waiting. The final challenge, all puzzles appear at once. Complete all the games within the allotted time. There are 32 puzzles with a 5-hour time limit. At the same time, 32 screens appeared simultaneously, filling Han's vision. Han takes a deep breath and starts typing rapidly, quickly completing each puzzle one by one. The 5 elements gradually merge into the sword, and when Han grits his teeth and presses the final key, ending the puzzle, a burst of golden light erupts, spreading throughout the space. The system announced that Han had successfully created Bifrost level U, just as Han collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath with tears welling up in his eyes. Yunette smiled. Is it done? Han worries. Is there any mistake? Yunette also breathes heavily. Han, right? As you can see. The sleek black sword just forged is called Bifrost, with an unknown level. It is a sword forged by Hellfire, possessing infinite power. There are 3 important notes for the hero. The first note is that this is a special owned item. The ownership cannot be transferred or revoked. The second note is that it stores user data and automatically improves, with the current owner being Han. Third, the sword is linked to the SS grade Heavenly Degradation Ring. Han was stunned, wondering why it was connected to that. Yunette turned away, chuckling nervously. I was worried you would leave alone. Han sighed. So you added that without telling me? Yunette explains, it helps you move between different dimensions so you can summon any weapon from Neich, Hem, to your side. Han examines the sword. I've never heard of that feature. This sword is truly very powerful, Yunette added. Even if you're outstanding, you can't predict the future. You really want Han to interrupt, I know. She pleaded earnestly. If you allow it, I will leave Nihim and stand by your side. If something happens and the master doesn't make it, we will have no one left to rely on. This sword can summon weapons from NFLH up to 3 times, only when you are truly in danger. H raises an eyebrow. Summoning weapons from NFLH 3 times. Is there any other limit? Iyun smiles. Sorry, sir, but its power is somewhat restricted during main missions. Because the distance between teammates is too great, you can only use it once per mission, Han said calmly. You don't need to worry. After seeing the sword, I also want to avoid any mistakes during use, so I will try to limit that feature. I no longer need to carry the weapons I used before. Yunette looked at the sword and shield on the ground. Are you really throwing them away? Han nodded in response. Unette then threw it into the demon well and said, "I will miss you. When I return here, I will make everyone amazed." The next day is the final training day of the 1-month training period. On the arena floor, 2 instructors lead their groups in a sparring match, showcasing their skills to the students. Their moves are swift and elegant, flowing seamlessly from one side to the other, impressing everyone. Jenna tries to focus on following the instructor's moves. They say this is the final training session. I wonder if we will learn anything.
Han, are you able to keep up? It's so fast, I can't tell what it is anymore.
The male instructor passionately explains that those wielding weapons like spears and halberds must fight from mid-range positions.
If you're fighting one-on-one, you must not let the enemy take control of the territory, the female coach added. The key to becoming a thief is to keep your opponent off guard by constantly performing different moves so they can't predict your intentions, says 5-star hero coach Valine in a serious tone. And now the coaches will guide each person through a practice match. Everyone, wait for your turn. Jenna and Han are at the very front. Jenna faces off against the female trainer. She throws a dagger to attack first. The trainer smiles with interest. Usually, when there's a big difference in ability between the two sides, people instinctively avoid close combat. But she didn't do that. Damn. Jenna tried her best but couldn't hit her. On the contrary, she was leisurely watching the match behind her. That is the guy from the same waiting room as her. Over on the other side of the field, Han was sparring with Coach Valen, and with just one strike, he hit her. Everyone around was amazed. Do you see? It's hard to believe he countered the coach's attack. Valen is also stunned. A level 20 person just attacked me? She was furious, immediately entered a berserk state, and prepared to rush forward to attack, but a hand reached out to stop her. Valen, that's enough. Don't go too far. Valen immediately returned to her normal state, pale as she apologized to Elder Kin. Sir, I apologize. Elder Kin said nothing, turned around and thought to himself, this is already the 7th training session we have held. Over 1,000 students have passed through here, but I've never seen anyone with such talent. I know Valen hasn't shown his full strength yet, but so far no student has ever been capable of injuring a trainer like this. He's really special. Unette sat observing everything, smiling smugly. Now everything is just beginning. Tomorrow the students will return to their waiting rooms. Ni went to Han's room to tidy up as usual and found it spotless and shining, with not a single thing left. She pouted in disappointment and asked, "Have you finished packing?" Han smiled awkwardly. Today is the last day, so I want to clean everything myself. Then he sighed and asked Unette why I ranked first. And they even put up banners and fireworks to celebrate, like a bunch of ostriches. I don't remember doing anything like that, do I?
Yun calmly explained that his talent and skills had surpassed hundreds of students.
Thanks to that, I had the chance to reward you with an item. Han raised an eyebrow.
You mean this sword? Yes, that's right. That is the reward from NFLH for the top student. H thought of Jenna.
And what about the second place? Unette replied. Jenna, sir. She is first in the thief category and second overall in the rankings.
She is also very talented, Han immediately reminded. Don't worry about her. She will come back to me.
Don't worry, sir. I have already reminded the head coach.
Han suddenly remembered. Elliot is also here, right? Did he come back to give Nin a letter, saying he's been looking for me to apologize? I wrote a note to encourage her. Please pass it to her for me. Han didn't forget to praise her. Nin also did a very good job. The assistant bowed and replied, "It is my honor to serve you." After finishing, Han went up to the 13th floor to say goodbye to Unette. The girl is deeply attached to her master. Master, do you really want to return to Tonia? It's good here too. I think Cirrus feels the same way. Han smiled. Thank you for everything. Without you, I would have had to spend a lot of time and effort. You're quite an interesting person. I think if I were everyone else, I would feel pretty frustrated. Master has led everyone into challenging and intense battles. Everyone had to do everything Master wanted. So I want to reward everyone, but in reality, I can't do that. Unette smiled brightly. It's okay. If you want to do something for us, just stay in touch regularly and we'll be happy. Han set down his tea. Contact? Unette pointed to the ring on Han's hand.
The ring I gave you has a special feature that allows you to contact us. It's not used often, but just once a week is enough to make me happy.
I truly want to know what you do. Whenever you are sick or injured, if you face any difficulties and need help, we will be there immediately. Han stood up from his chair. All right, I will keep in touch once a week. Unette remembered to tell Han that Master Ridian also wanted to see him and had some advice for him. Then Han came to say goodbye to Ridian, truly a dedicated mentor. He continued teaching Han swordsmanship until the moment they parted. Finally, he bowed to say goodbye to his master. I have said everything I needed to. Whenever you summon me, I will come immediately.
After saying goodbye, Han and Jenna boarded the boat to return to Tonya. Li Den was very happy to see everyone again. Has it already been a month? You have learned a lot, haven't you? I hope your experiences at NFLH will be helpful. It's very dangerous outside, so take care. Jenna leans back like a ship, peacefully enjoying the view. Finally, we're leaving this place. I want to soak in the bath for a long time as soon as I get back. Han chuckled lightly and asked, Is the bath here not good? Jenna, resting her chin on her hand, replied, The trainers are very good at teaching and the facilities are good, but after all, this is not home. I wonder if things have changed there since we arrived. Maybe there are more new people now. At this moment, the ship's announcement announced the preparation for a space jump, and as they passed through the whirl of light, a column of fire erupted from the ground. Han smiled. Isn't that Vatan's fire? It's truly magnificent. The girl stands on the ground, looking up at her master. The fire just now was a farewell, Han thought to himself. Not the right time yet. When I'm stronger, we will definitely meet again. 2 days later, the ship arrived at Town Nia. Jenna and Han were told to stand by the ship's deck to prepare to disembark. Black Lai happily ran over to say goodbye to the two guests. Hello to the outstanding students, first place and second place. I have heard the news. Wouldn't it be better to stay with Nai Flame? Jenna smiled. The team is still waiting for us. The ship has landed in Toya to drop off passengers and complete the transport. Li Den stands on the ship, waving goodbye sadly. Jenna runs down the ship, puzzled, saying, No one is here to pick us up, right? It's so deserted, Han said indifferently. We didn't tell them we were coming back, so how did they know to pick us up? Suddenly, a figure rushes in with a deafening scream, tears streaming down Yo's face as she speeds like lightning to fiercely embrace Han. You're finally back. I thought you wouldn't come back. I thought you had left for good. I told you I would come back. He wiped away tears, surprised. Nilay is better and more magnificent than this cramped place. Did they tell you to stay there forever? Did they tell Han to respond briefly? He immediately adopts the demeanor of a romantic heroine, her eyes shimmering dreamily. So because of me, you refused them? Han was speechless. Unable to find the words, he just kept walking forward. He swooped around chatteringly near Han's ear. He's probably tired. Then rest for now. The conditions here are better now, no longer the old dilapidated place. It's changed. Was there something different while I was away? Han raised an eyebrow. He smiled proudly. Of course he would be amazed. Han stepped through the gate and looked around. It seemed like the area had expanded much more than before. So, the third floor has been completed? That's right. Yu-hoon happily laughed. It's truly unbelievable. I was worried that enemies might sabotage us. Joe continued. The first floor is for the useless, the second for supporters and promising people but not yet fully developed, and the third for fighters, right? Han could guess right away that ISO nodded. The food is better, the bed is soft and warm, and there's even a recreation area. Han lowered his head, wondering if Watervey had read the email I sent. I left 2 pieces of advice in the last message. First, strengthen your power with advanced summoning spells. Second, don't rely too much on your strategy, but improve his skills instead, then look up and ask how many members are fighting on the third floor. 15 ISOs responded quickly, so we've doubled the number. Teams 2 and 3 are done. Tell them we will have a group meeting tomorrow and the day after, and we can start the 21st floor mission from the day after. Yo was startled and started to stammer. Yeah, don't misunderstand what I'm about to say. But Loki, while you're not here, after listening to Yo's story, Han understood that they climbed the tower when I wasn't here. That's right, Han reassured Yo. It's nothing. Why are you so stiff? If they aren't eliminated during the mission, it should be fine. Yo also relaxed her facial muscles. That's right, no one died. So what floor have they reached? Han put his hands in his pockets and slowly walked across the square, level 25. Hearing the answer, Han froze. The 25th floor? That's right, Han asked again. Is it not 24 but 25? That's right, Han ponders. Did they really defeat the boss as well? This doesn't seem natural. According to the numbers, many things have changed, but they have changed beyond what I imagined. Thinking about this, he asked Master when the advanced summoning was. It was exactly 1 month ago, right after you left. ISO reported seriously. Show me the system data from then until now, Han ordered, and immediately a bunch of data screens appeared before him. He read very carefully. Having summoned 5 times in a row, it seems he has already spent some money. She added, they had purchased a package beforehand. Han's eyes stopped at a notification that Master Watev had acquired the 4-star hero Kisasa. The second 4-star of Watvi. This guy is really lucky. He managed to get that 1% chance twice. Since they were summoned not long ago, I can still defeat him. Despite the level gap, they will level up as much as they want. So did these newly summoned guys clear floor 25, you added. They have many resurrection stones, so tomorrow when the master logs in, you can watch the recorded video of the floors being completed as requested. Han smiled, a bit eager, really wanting to know who they were. The training ground was now filled with the clash of metal, as strikes echoed loudly against armored dummies. Belkis lowered his sword, panting heavily. It seems he has been training for a long time. What are you doing? It's late. Belkis didn't look happy to see Han back. He glanced at him and then turned back to continue training. You're back already? It's been a month. I just got back. What's wrong? Did something happen? Nothing. Belkis denies it. I'm just training. Han glanced at the bloodied hand holding the sword, looking like he was unleashing all his rage on the training equipment. Belkis stops in her tracks and challenges Han. I'll finish it soon. So wait a bit, we'll fight each other later. Han sighed. I think it's time to go to sleep now. Belkis frowned. Just one final shot. I'm saying it. He raised his sword and aimed directly at the target, slashing 5 star-shaped cuts into the mannequin in front of him. The armor shattered into pieces and crashed to the ground. Belkis faces Han. I'm ready. I don't see you carrying a shield. Did you throw it away? Han replied that a lot has happened over the past month. A moment later, in the training room, Belkis looked a bit impressed. Your sword looks unusual, nice. Are you jealous? Han smirked and asked if I asked nicely, would he give it to me? But Belkis scoffed without even asking. Belkis jumps in to attack first. Han swings his sword to block and gradually pushes Belkis backward. After exchanging dozens of sword strikes, Han judged that he had improved. It seems his beginner weapon skills are now around level 9. He smirks and stares at him. It seems something has happened to make him annoyed, huh? A slash of his sword sweeps past, causing Han to lean back to dodge. That's right, Belkis said through gritted teeth. Han stood upright, swinging his sword from below to force him to struggle, then seized the moment with a straight kick that sent Belkis flying into the wall behind, sinking into the corner as Han rested his sword on his shoulder. If you want to attack me, wipe your sweat first. If you keep feeling uncomfortable, you won't be able to use your skills to their fullest. Belkis hesitated, holding onto the wall. You've become much stronger. What kind of training did you go through? The secret is a simple answer. Belkis rubs his shoulder. I feel like I'm being shot by a cannon. This world is truly vast and full of unimaginable things. Belkis casually walks past Han, surprised that I was defeated by a kid. Han looks a bit surprised. That kid? Belkis's face looks pretty bad. He replied tiredly, I won't be able to speak when I see their appearance. Be careful. He waved and went straight to the gate. Han stood lost in thought for a moment before heading to the dormitory. As soon as I arrived, I saw Yonka sleeping soundly at the table. Maybe she was reading a book and now feeling sleepy. He wondered why she was sleeping here instead of in her bed. Han walked into the hallway on the 3rd floor of the dormitory. The settlement has changed, now with 3 tunnels, each area with 5 rooms. It seems each team is assigned according to different choices. Back in the room, Han stretched out on the bed, gazing at the ceiling, lost in thought. The 3 teams, the next day, Tu Sang-han had called them for a team meeting in the common room. It's been a while since we all gathered, hasn't it? Ivoka muttered irritably. Is that all you're going to say hello with? Han forced a laugh. All right. It's my fault for not waking you up. Hearing that, she also calmed down. Why don't we throw a party? We now have 3 floors and better food. Han shook his head. No, we start training this afternoon. Yonka pouted, really grumpy, not happy at all. Han crossed his arms and looked at everyone sternly. By the time the master returned and was speaking, a foot suddenly appeared from under the table. Han didn't hesitate, kicking the table away and sneering at the sneaky intruder. There's a little mouse here. If you're going to run away, do it properly. The beast girl was a bit surprised. Got caught? But quickly, she regained her composure and stood up. Then there's no other choice, she laughed proudly. I am Bobby, an honorary member of the Wind Fury tribe, unlike the filthy and cowardly humans like you. The whole room falls silent, or rather speechless in front of this proud girl, who then turns back to look at everyone. Ha ha, are you all so scared you can't even speak? No wonder, I've been different from you ever since I was born. Suddenly, I felt a tug on my neck from behind and struggled fiercely. What is this? Let go of me, you filthy human. Han didn't care much and turned to ask everyone, who is this girl with such audacity? Nerissa introduced her as a member of Team 3, who has been training since last month. Big Ebby shouted loudly, You cowardly scoundrel! You are truly a despicable and disgusting person. Han doesn't mind. This is the first time the kid has attended a meeting, so why act like that? Big Ebby gets even angrier. Shut up, you weakling who got beaten by her yesterday. Come here and help me quickly.
Belkis suddenly felt humiliated about what happened yesterday, anger boiling over, and she was about to draw her sword to cut this brat in half.
Jenna hurriedly stopped her. Ah, brother, don't use a sword on a child.
Belkis sneers.
Does it look like a normal child to you?
Bigabee, fed up with being dragged by the collar, suddenly launched a 5-finger strike aimed at Han's heart. Luckily, Han recognized it and dodged right away.
This is a pretty strong move.
5 claw marks left 5 deep gashes on the floor.
Bigabee was surprised. Do you mean you dodged it? Han frowns. What is that? Nerissa explained again that all the members of that group are beastmen. They are an extremely rare race living in the far eastern region of the Empire. Bigabee became even more fired up
and shouted, "Don't mess around anymore. Attack! Isn't there any brave enough to go up?"
Belkis rubbed her temples and struck her on the back of the head with the sword hilt, knocking her out. And the atmosphere quieted down. Stop barking. You're dizzy now.
He turned to Han and said they have a different way of thinking from us. It seems they don't like humans very much.
Jenna leans down to poke the beast girl's cheek. What are you planning to do now? This little demon is so adorable.
Han crossed his arms, looking genuinely annoyed.
After thinking for a moment, Han carried the little girl on his shoulder back to the group of beastmen in the original forest room at the end of the corridor. The more he went, the more this place looked exactly like a real forest.
Looking around to assess. They even created an entire forest for this group. It must have cost quite a bit. After walking for a while, they reached the beast folk tent and everything around was eerily silent. Han wondered silently, is no one here? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Who are you? Han glances back subtly. 2 beast women are standing on the trees staring intently at him. Han puts the girl down and silently assesses. Their appearances are not much different from humans, so I said, why put a child like this to become a snake spy? The girl doesn't seem suitable. She rebelled too much, so I knocked her out. The 2 beast women exchange glances. The orange-haired one crosses her arms and ponders. So he's the one they mentioned? The pink-haired girl seems hesitant. If that's the case, among those guys, the orange-haired and pink-haired ones jump down and ask, are you Han Isekai'd? How do you guys know my name? The orange-haired one approached, lifted her sister, and replied, she's waiting right there. After saying that, the 2 jumped away quickly and disappeared, leaving Han watching suspiciously, unsure of what they intended to do. Thinking that, Nien Han still headed to the Beastmen's training ground, but how did he know it was the training ground? Because there were training dummies and climbing areas for sparring, when suddenly a shrill laugh echoed from the space. Ha ha ha, I've been waiting for you. A beast woman who looks like a leader suddenly jumps out, smiling brightly and revealing sharp teeth. I am Kisasa Bey, pleased to meet you. Han Il, I have heard a lot about you. The strongest man in the waiting room. Han was stunned. Where did that nickname come from? That strongest man? She laughs loudly, crouches into a stance, and her whole body radiates a golden aura. I saw your fight through the Master's miracle. Very impressive. It's been a while since I felt this heat. Warrior Han Isekai'd, let's fight. Whether Han accepts the challenge or not, Kisa rushes toward Han, her legs leaping off the ground, circling in the air like a black panther hunting, its claws slashing down like deadly blades, aiming straight for Han's throat. But he is not easily overwhelmed. In an instant, his sword swung up to block Kiyosasa's attack. He frowned, a claw strike. Like lightning, she spun around and kicked Han in the head. He dodged to the side, and her attack hit the ground, causing a shockwave that made the earth tremble and debris fly everywhere like an explosion. Han smirked and said, what kind of monkey strength is this? Why is that little girl so terrifyingly strong? Han lifts his face to look at Kasa. You want to fight me? A glint of excitement flashes in his eyes as Kisasa smiles brightly. Of course, there's nothing more exciting than fighting a strong opponent. She charged again, her sharp claws continuing to strike with force. Hang raises his sword to block the attack, as blades and claws entwine in a deadly dance. The clash of metal and claws echoes sharply through the silent forest. Han chuckled softly. Kisasa's team of 3 had completed level 25, or perhaps it was all due to luck. Slightly aside, regarding Kisasa, she is a 4-star level 22 hero with a formidable skill set. As for the stats, they've already reached the maximum level. Some of the skill sets have also been leveled up quite high. She is a descendant of a B-level Beast King, and the heir to the bloodline of the Beast King. In ancient times, she fought to claim control over the Empire and the 6 realms. She is descended from brave warriors and has a strong ability to attack and resist fear when facing death, with a 20% increase in her unique skill of beast transformation. The battle continued. Han calmly stepped back, gathering strength in her legs before suddenly launching a powerful strike. The sword aura sliced a long line through the air, forcing Kisasa to raise both hands to block,
but with the power of the divine sword, a force she didn't expect sent her flying backward. Regaining her composure, she shook herself,
planting her foot on the ground to slow her fall. GACHA smiles, a bloodstain already on her lips. Han's arm also bears a deep scratch from her claws, still bleeding profusely. Han quietly assessed her opponent, who outperformed her in every aspect. GACHA slowly stepped closer to Han, looking extremely excited.
"You are truly different. I never imagined your abilities would be this impressive." From the start, there has been a gap between Han and GACHA, and she also possesses rare skills, including the use of mid-level weapons. Her skill set includes a feral beast level 4, a forest hunter level 8, and lightning-fast movement that has reached level 9, not to mention she also has a carved seal. In other words, among the 4-star heroes, she is the most different. Judging only by the stats, she is already comparable to a low-level 5-star hero. Without the fusion sword skill, Han might also have been abandoned by her. Han's wound gradually heals, and he looks around in panic.
"Hey, what are you two doing?" Han smiled. "Don't stop us. We're not going to fight. We're just greeting each other."
He laughs loudly from afar. "So you do know that too?"
Her entire body radiated a golden aura again. This was a conversation of actions between the two bodies. "This greeting ritual is to strengthen our friendship without a word of warning." Kia rushes in from afar again. "Although you are human, I like your house very much." Han is also not inferior, gripping his sword tightly. "All right, focus and remember what Rydian said. Ignore the other trivial techniques and focus only on the most important one. That way, you'll be stronger."
I'm not skilled enough with the sword to master it like Rydian, so I have no choice but to focus intensely on a single technique. Only when I realize that truth can I learn the unified sword body, the heavy sword. A large, purple aura emanates from Han's strike, clashing with the distant yellow light, creating a blinding glow. The ground beneath their feet shattered and flew everywhere in the air. She's quite an exciting and captivating opponent. Then she jumps and moves swiftly through the air to confuse Han. At one point, GACHA leans back and prepares a powerful kick aimed at the back of his neck. With a loud crash, the kick created a dark red flash that felt like the sky was falling. Han entered a berserk state, and his sword, somehow, had already blocked her kick. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'm busy, so just finish it quickly." Kia frowned with a smile. "I see. I'm really sorry." Suddenly, her eyes lit up. The unique skill system activated beast transformation, and GACHA transformed from afar. Han stared at the scene before her. A burst of light erupted with the force of an explosion, knocking down and shattering the surrounding trees. So this is really what she looks like. In front of him was a giant tiger with glowing eyes and a golden flame surrounding it. The unique skill engraved on the royal beast descendant's crest. Now I understand why they are called beastmen. Over here, Belkis is also training very hard. It seems he has been training for quite a while, sweat pouring down. Nerissa approaches. "Are you still from training here?" Belkis said coldly, not bothering to care. She walks past, her voice even. It seems being called weak has hurt his pride a lot. Damn, are those guys really worth my concern? Belkis remembered the day he first met the Beastman group. Back then, he and Nerissa stood on the second floor looking down and discussing. And after a day at the location, they went up to the 4th floor and returned alive. Belkis snorted. "So the 3-man team has already been assigned to the 2nd floor? The rules here are a mess. Edit approaches. There's no way the destination can train Beastmen. Staying on the 1st floor is pointless anyway." Belkis turns away. "If the master has made a decision, I have nothing more to say." Edit. Just a reminder. "They may not be stronger than us right now, but they'll catch up soon," Belkis said with disdain. "Why bother with those weak ones? Just focus on training." A few weeks later, Yo announced Kisasa, Nisazu, Daruma, Nandio, and Lakari gather on the 1st floor. The crowd buzzed with excitement and a bit of confusion as they looked at the victorious Kisasa beastmen. "I'm back from floor 25. The whole group went to fight the boss, but it looks like they didn't suffer any damage." Everyone was stunned and buzzing with excitement. Surprisingly, Team 3 was sent up to floor 21, but they broke through all the way to floor 25 in just one attempt. Since Teams 1 and 2 are short members, it makes sense to send Team 3. That's unreasonable. Are they really that strong? Edit is a bit worried. Now the situation has completely turned around. I didn't expect them to reach level 25 and come back unscathed. How will Han explain himself when he returns? Rupert crosses his arms and ponders. "We must definitely reach the level to become members of the 2nd floor. This is really interesting." ISO excitedly told everyone. "Everyone, let's go to the warehouse right now." After some upgrades, Tonia's Sphere has reached level 3. The city has expanded with more buildings, especially the forest area reserved for the Belkis Beastman group.
which was created for the 3-team squad. It's probably very expensive. Nerissa responded indifferently. Are you complaining again? If you want to compete with them, try talking to Yo and see if those fairies will listen to you or not. Rikari, sitting cross-legged on the roof, sneered, I have to go check because I just moved here to live. Living among humans is so boring. It's so much more fun here. Belkis turned around and asked, Who is that girl? Rikari shrugged. Hey, human. Are you the strongest there? Belkis paused for a moment before a bloodthirsty smile appeared. Let's fight now, little sister. Rikari is just a kid, so Belkis can easily win. Belkis then took the little girl back to the Beastman group. The other 3 looked at him with cold eyes. As he confidently laughed and challenged others, Kisasa approached. In an instant, he was painfully defeated, covered in wounds. Belkis clenched his teeth in frustration as Kisa took each step closer to him. You're not the strongest among humans, are you? I know. I've heard the story. The black-haired one is the strongest here. Not bad, but since you're not him, you're not allowed to come in. That human's aura and murderous intent are no joke. This kind of overwhelming presence that can suffocate others makes Belkis, despite her fury, helpless. The more I remember, the angrier I get. After destroying another puppet created by Belkis, he wiped his sweat and thought to himself, I used to believe I could face those monsters. But when I actually confronted them, an instinctive question suddenly arose within me. Could it be that since I was born, my fate was already sealed to lose? With my current strength, I can't win outright. Belkis's hand clenched unconsciously, veins bulging, blood dripping from the wounds on her hand onto the ground as she fought against those monsters. I can't stay at this level anymore. Suddenly, a loud noise from the forest caught his attention. He guessed Han was still fighting that beast woman, and the battle was extremely fierce. Sat Long, who had decapitated a real monster, was now fighting another creature. Thinking of that, a terrible feeling of unease arose in Belkis's heart. I will defeat you no matter what. At this moment, Han smiled and raised his sword towards the beast, declaring, I will tame you, beastmen. A white mana aura combined with his white hair and red-striped eyes made Han look like a demon lord from hell, causing the reader's breath to catch. After a fierce fight, Kiasa happily sat on a fallen tree, waiting for the healing system. It's been a long time since I had such fun fighting. It was worth coming here for you. Are you okay? Han calmly sheathes his sword. It's okay, this isn't the first time I've fought like this. She truly is a formidable warrior. Kiasa Cha praised her without holding back. Han thought that if he kept fighting for another 10 days, either his upper body would be torn apart or Kiasa's head would fall off. Definitely one of the two. There's no need for that. Her combat ability is excellent, and she even has the power to transform. Although her temper is a bit unusual, she is tolerable. Kia sat in the distance, resting his chin on his hand, thinking that I was really wrong to have La'akari come to invite you. Looking back, La'akari really hates humans. The child's parents were killed by humans. Han glanced at the little girl watching the scene from behind a tree nearby. She also argued with Belkis. The other 3 also didn't know when they had been standing behind Kiasa. Kiasa chuckled and explained. The girl caused trouble for him because she was very interested in anyone who looked like a strong warrior. We hate humans, but not innocent people. If you feel offended, I apologize. We can fight one more time, haha. Kisasa seems to really enjoy fighting Han. Just like Belkis, whenever there's a chance, she challenges to a duel. Han sighed. Does that kid never get tired? La'akari still hiding behind the tree, tears of frustration in her eyes. Sister, are you bringing a human into our house? You're a traitor. Then Ki slowly places a bag in front of Han and sits down, calmly opening it and generously offering him some. Do you like meat? There's a lot here. Thanks to you, I have plenty of fresh meat to eat. The bag opens to reveal a pile of raw, bloody meat, some still dripping with blood in front of Han, who frowns silently. Ki Shasha calmly takes a piece of meat and eats it happily, then asks, Aren't you going to eat? Thank you. I'm not hungry, Han. I quickly decline and change the subject. We need your cooperation to complete the upcoming missions. If you're here, climbing the tower would go more smoothly, Ki Shasha said casually while chewing. Do I really need to say those words? My family has been here from the start because of the contract, or rather, I am ready to follow any request. Han's contract is not very clear. Kisasa licks his fingertips and recounts the destruction of the world. When our homeland was shrouded in darkness and decay, I heard a voice that said it would save us, so I agreed to follow every demand. The other members of the clan couldn't hear that voice, which was strange. Kisa pointed back with a puzzled expression, but I still had my mission to do. Thinking that the humans here were all useless, which was a relief because a great warrior still existed here. Ki Shasha raised his hand.
his face showing a fierce expression. "Warrior, tell the humans not to invade our territory. We will never forgive those who trespass." She pointed at Han and smiled, "But you can come anytime." Und. The next day, when training began, Ha noticed changes in the waiting room, the biggest being that each side was assigned its own training ground. With the opening of 2 separate training centers for both sides, previous issues have been somewhat alleviated, and finally, the master is online. First, he checks his email. There is an email from Loki of NFLH informing about the training results over the past month. The content of the email is as follows. "Thank you for participating in the training course. Your hero has completed the training successfully and achieved high results among 200 recruits. So we are sending this email to congratulate him. Heroes with outstanding achievements will be rewarded, and the master will also be commended. Hero Han, 3 stars. First rank. Jenna, 3 stars. Second rank. The rewards include a high-grade spirit stone, 2 high-level upgrade stones, and 300,000 gold. Han's loot includes a level ring and an A-grade sword, while Jenna receives a magic amplification belt. The master was very grateful and immediately gifted Han a warhorse worth 5,000 gold. Io grumbled as he carried the statue. Loki, master gave you that gift. Han, feeling disappointed, threw the wooden statue into the water in front of Izo's surprised eyes. The system notified the master that the hero's affection level had decreased. Han turned to Yo and said, "Don't send things like this anymore. Just get rid of them all." Iso looked a bit sad, thinking he thought you would like it. "Just tell him to give you something to eat." Han sighed. "All right, wait a moment." Iso turns away to prepare more for the master. "Master, if that item decreases the hero's affinity, try using a different one. The affinity level is an important indicator to increase the hero's abilities." 5 minutes later, a white horse statue with the same pose as the brown one just now appeared, but it was a little more expensive. Han impatiently slapped the horse to the ground, causing the statue to shatter into 3 pieces in Yo's latest panic. Han turned and walked away. The number of people in the waiting room has reached nearly 100, but the management is still poor. "Show me the video from the 25th floor using the resurrection stone," Iso stammered. All right. Han enters the waiting room and quietly waits for the master to use the resurrection stone. After a moment, a series of videos appear. Han closed his eyes, and when he opened them, he found himself standing in the scene of level 25, on a cliff overlooking the city ahead, quietly assessing his surroundings. A desert plain, with the mission still unknown. Kisasa's Team 3 has completed the level 25 task and can find out exactly what it was by observing this village. A group of people rushes past Han, shouting non-stop. "Catch that damn bitch." A fully veiled person, seemingly BJ, has been cornered. A guy raises his sword to block all exits, not even allowing an ant to pass. The soldiers shout in unison, "Yes, sir!" The leader-looking guy turned to ask his subordinates to check the warrant to be sure it's her. The soldier opens the paper and smiles. "Well, I think so." The soldiers surround him layer after layer, clearly not intending to let him go. The stranger gasps for breath, speaking urgently. "You can't let me go. I have what I'm looking for. I won't harm any of you. Are you saying you won't touch us? My son had a stroke because of you. He's now dying at home." Another person spoke up to accuse, and not only that, but because of you, the monsters are now running wild like this. The stranger weakly explains, "I didn't do that." The soldier shouted loudly, "Shut up, traitor of the Prius Empire." Hearing this, Han finally realized that the familiar person was the princess his team was supposed to protect last time. Han crossed his arms and watched silently. She's no longer a kid. The 2 soldiers standing near Han whisper and discuss. "Should I shoot the arrow? They said if we kill her, we'll be rewarded." Hearing this, everyone quickly drew their bows and fought to shoot the traitors to claim the credit. Prius clenched her teeth and found herself in such a dangerous situation, not knowing what to do, only watching helplessly as arrows whistled past, until suddenly a figure leapt into the middle, breaking all the arrows with a single move. Lakari gives a sinister smile and says, "I smell the filth of humans, and there are many of them." The girl jumps in front of Prius and the soldiers, kicking away the remaining arrows and killing all the humans here, right? Kisa sat on the wall and reminded us not to kill her. We need to protect her, but the others should be killed. The confused soldiers tried to form alliances. "That woman is a wanted criminal of the Empire. If you protect her," a claw quietly reaches around the man's neck and swiftly cuts it off, while behind, the entire team of 3 charges forward to slaughter all the soldiers. Sharp claws slashed through the air, blood spraying everywhere. Prius stood stunned, watching the scene, feeling both bewildered and confused. At this moment, a system notification appears, assigning the mission to protect NPC Prius Anjagna from escaping the designated area. A frightened soldier looks at the slaughter before him and quickly considers a ceasefire. You guys, where do you come from? Please listen to me. We have no intention of fighting you. We are only after that witch. Before he could finish speaking, he was cut into 3 pieces by Lakira's claws. The girl gritted her teeth and said, "This is why I don't like humans. Why would I want to talk to someone who wants to kill me?" Kiasa turned back and told Prius, "That woman, follow me." Prius hesitated. "Are you beastmen? Why are beastmen, who normally live only in tropical regions, appearing here?" Kiasa frowned without replying and turned to order Daga. "I heard strange sounds and smelled a strange scent. Dam, please find out what is happening." "Yes, ma'am." She quickly obeyed the order and jumped away. Siasa glided across the mission board. "This is a escape mission to leave the designated area with the NPZ. Prius Tor, everyone. Were you the warriors back then? One of your team members has saved me before, right?" Kisa grimaced. "What is she saying?" Nandio jumped forward, speaking in a harsh voice. "She's such a noisy little girl. If you just tear off her arm, she'll shut up, right?" Prius backed away in fear. "Isn't there someone named Han in your group? Black eyes and black hair. He is taller than me by a head when wielding a sword and shield." Nandio grumbled. "What nonsense is she talking about?" From afar, it seems like she has recognized him. Is the person she's talking about him? Her face lit up brightly. "So, you do know him? I'm looking for him. If you come with Han, Kisa will cut him off outright. He was there before, but not now." Priya stammered. "What do you mean by that?" "Could it be that I heard he went to a distant place? Maybe he's already dead now." These words naturally entered the ears of the dead man, making his face scrunch up like a chili pepper in frustration. Living right there, but being told he's dead. At this moment, Naisat returns from scouting and reports. "Sister, a group of monsters is heading towards the village. I think they'll arrive soon." Kiyahasa nods. "That's why you heard those sounds earlier. We have to get out of here now. That woman is following the evil one." Before leaving, Lakari glared at Priyas and said, You seem a bit more decent than those people." Priyas glanced at the corpses on the ground and replied softly, "Not necessarily." On the other side of the city, a legion of lizardmen suddenly stormed in. The human soldiers immediately charged into battle to defend the city. The system immediately announced the emergence of an antagonistic relationship between the lizardmen and the human soldiers. The numbers are quite uneven, with the advantage clearly on the lizardmen's side due to their superior numbers. The Khas over here are also running for their lives, having scouted ahead so they can easily find a clear path. Lakari runs after Prius, panting. "Human, can you run even faster?" Prius gasped for breath. "I did my best." Over there, she glanced back. "No need for that. Slow down." Then she shouted loudly ahead, "Daruma!" A large figure leaps gracefully from one roof to another, landing right in front of Casa from afar, then quickly joins the group. "I am here, miss." "How's the situation?" Kasasa is getting anxious. Daruma calmly reports that there are 3 exits, west, east, and north. Monsters are ravaging the western gate. The humans are fleeing through the eastern gate, while the northern gate is quite deserted. "So all the humans are heading toward the east gate, right?" Daruma nodded. "All the monsters will rush here soon. I think it's too late for the humans to escape now." Over there, they are calculating. "How many monsters are there at the gate?" "When I was patrolling, there were about 30 of them." Priya suddenly spoke. "Wait, I have something to say. Can you warriors help them by stopping for a moment?" Prius looked up with a pleading gaze. "Just 5 more minutes. In 5 minutes, the refugees can escape safely. Just stay on the main road and hold off the monsters for a little while. I know it's really shameful to beg for such a dangerous favor from a benefactor, but those villagers are all innocent people." Kisasa looked back at Prius in surprise. Akari, furious, grabs Prius by the collar and says, "I don't care how many people die, let them do what they want. They are always slaughtering our beast folk after all." Lakari, unable to contain his anger, raised his claws to attack Prius. Kisasa stepped forward to stop him, her voice firm, telling him to stop. Lakari, unwilling, struggled to break free from Kisasa's grip. "But sister, this human," Kisasa reminds her, gripping Lakari's hand firmly. "Don't be careless, just tell her that we don't agree, and that's it." She turns around and glares at Prius. "Sorry, we can't help you," Prius pleads. "Is it really impossible?" "Yes," Kiasa replied coldly. Prius clenched her teeth, recalling the bustling crowd of women and children on the street just now, feeling an overwhelming sense of sorrow. The system now displays a notification that a branching path has appeared in the main quest where NPC Prius asks for help. This side quest is to buy time for the refugees to evacuate. The reward includes increasing the NPC's favorability, experience, and gold to unlock additional bonuses. This side quest is unrelated to the main mission. I understand that not doing it doesn't really affect anything, but if you do, you'll get extra rewards. There are 3 options for the master to choose from. Option 1 is to do your best to complete the task. The hero will need to protect the refugees and safeguard the city streets. You will receive 2 rewards. The second is to complete it, and the hero will only need to protect the refugees. The third level is refusal, each person for themselves. Only Daruma supports the side quests, Nandio is neutral, and the other 3 oppose. Kisasa looked far ahead as Prius ordered, "Open your eyes." At that moment, the master outside also declined. "Sorry, but that's too dangerous for us. I can't sacrifice my loved ones to save humans." Han completely understood Kisasa's choice. The reason she refused the rare opportunity to earn experience, gold, and extra rewards was because of the unique nature of their 3-person team. Because they are a minority, losing any member is not easily remedied. Prius's hands tremble as she clutches her dress, blaming herself for still being powerless to do anything. The 3 of them turned around and Kisa ordered, "They will soon be here, so let's keep moving." After a while, they reached the northern gate. Mingling with the soldiers and lizardmen, Kay moves forward bravely, quickly taking out enemies blocking the way. Wherever she charges, blood is shed, and she keeps blocking the path to let others pass. Macau pulls her closer. Prius runs past, tightly closing his eyes, unable to face the human corpses. Han calmly walks among the corpses, quietly assessing. This mission is not difficult. Perhaps this is just a moment of peace before a great storm. All they had to do was escape with the NPCs, and there weren't hundreds of lizardmen rushing at once. The double-level boss also didn't appear. The difficulty of level 25 is unlike any of the floors we've experienced before. But with the choice not to save the refugees, the 3-man team easily cleared stage 25. The whole team leveled up, earning 200,000 gold as a reward. Kisasa was the MVP. Watching the video is complete, Han returns to the waiting room. He looked at Prius, thinking. The quick quest appeared on the 25th floor. Thanks to it, I have a chance to go back into that stage again. It's an exception that has never happened before. A tip appears on the screen. Side quest 2. For quests with branching tasks, you can try again. You don't need to clear the floor. However, you cannot receive rewards you have already claimed. Han remained still, staring at the screen in front of him, beginning to calculate. The rewards from side quests include experience points and gold. NPC affinity increases, and additional treasure chests will be unlocked. Gold experience points can be transferred to other heroes. The real importance comes afterward. Level 25 is the stepping stone to reach level 30 and is likely included in the bonus rewards. Information about this next level will be revealed. Han smirked, pressing his finger firmly into the most vulnerable spot, protecting both the refugees and the city on that mission. I can do this. Han smiled with great confidence. After returning from the waiting room, Han immediately called for a team meeting. Tomorrow, we will go to the 25th floor. Belkis is lifting weights, looking surprised. Already so early, are we going to stay up all night? I think just 1 or 2 hours won't be enough for us to return to our old fighting habits. Ivanka is also quite thoughtful. Are you leaving tomorrow? I won't complain, but you've changed a bit. Looks like you've also abandoned your shield. Has the team's strategy changed? We've only trained for 1 day. Isn't it too early to leave already? Han remains calm. Don't worry, everyone's roles won't change much. Our training involves sparring with Team 2 to maintain our condition and sharpen everyone's combat instincts in real battle. Belkis looked unconvinced. Facing Team 2, 3 young rookies arrived to fill the remaining member spots. I think fighting them won't awaken our fighting instincts anyway, Han wondered. What was your nickname again? After a moment, the 3 new recruits stood upright in front of Han. Let me introduce them. From left to right, Nan, Lil Lai, and Binnick. Nan was so excited, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Han, showing his fanboy spirit. I've heard a lot about you, big brother, and I've seen you with my own eyes, too. When you killed the black dragon, you looked so cool. Lil Lai was more shy than him, nervously tapping his hands together and stammering. My name is Lil Lai. Bin is quite calm. I am Bink. I've heard a lot about you and hope you can help. And On chuckled softly. He just acts that way, but once you get used to him, you'll see he's actually quite enthusiastic. Bin is cold. Don't waste your words anymore. Edit seems very pleased with these 3 new people. They joined Team 2 about 2 weeks ago. They are quite ambitious, and their strength is not bad either. N is full of enthusiasm. We will do our best. Binnick sighed. You talk too much. Edit smiled. They will be very helpful for future missions. Han stood silently the entire time, then softly said to Edit, Don't get too close to them. It will be difficult to complete the mission later.
The image of the three of them now looks very much like Dika's team from the past. Those three have become very close. When the other two left the arena, Edith understood what Han was talking about and clenched her fists, saying firmly, don't worry, this time I won't let them die. Han nodded and turned away. I understand, so I'll rely on you then. After the introduction, Team 1 and Team 2 entered the training house. Unlike the anxious looks of the new recruits in Team 2, Team 1 appeared very relaxed and at ease. Nan was extremely lucky to be matched against Han. He charged forward, stabbing in the direction of Nan, making the boy startle and grit his teeth as he fought back. Han smirked and swung his sword again. Up until now, he had only been playing around with a toy sword, so fighting with a real one feels completely different, doesn't it? Just attack as if you want to kill us. Remember, if you're not serious, you'll pay with your life. Anan raises his shield to block, but it's no use. His experience is too inexperienced compared to Han. After a strike, Anan was knocked back by Han's song. In an instant, he turned around and cut the two arrows just as they were flying toward him. He was not intimidated at all, and quickly loaded another arrow to shoot. Han praised him, saying he adapted very quickly. Li Lai also charged with her spear towards Ong Chien when suddenly a surge of deadly aura hit her neck, making her freeze. It's been a long time since she last encountered such a threat. She's just a coward who managed to crawl this far. Lai quickly regains her composure, turns around to block Belkas's sword strike, and Edith swiftly jumps up to kick in a rescue. Belkas crouched down and spun backward. Han asked curiously, "Do you know her?" Belkas smirked and said, "She was right next to me during my first battle. I thought she would stay stuck on the first floor forever, but now she's here." Nerissa is fighting Binik and also giving some advice. The obstacle in her way is her own personality, but just by looking at her movements, you can see she is very talented. Edith seems to think it's not enough, so she suggests to Han, "Han, don't hold back with them. Even kids should suffer a few injuries." Han gave a sinister smile and asked, "Can I kill them?" Hearing this, the three new soldiers all stopped their actions at once, their movements stiffening as if glued, and Edith was furious. "Come on, boss, we finally got 3 good ones. Don't scare them off now." The team leader chuckled, glaring at the 3 new recruits with deadly intent filling the room. Did everyone hear that? As long as you don't kill them, you can do whatever you want. I'm so bored today, I shouldn't have said anything. That night, in Tonia's laboratory, after tirelessly working, Han successfully created several vials of heat-resistant potion. Yu was a bit worried. "Is it okay that you create items like this?" Master will definitely become suspicious. Han calmly says, "If I use this ring, I can hide a few things from Master. Help me out a bit." Rio's eyes sparkled as he looked at the ring on Han's hand. "Where did you find it?" "From Neem. I got it from an acquaintance." Yo was even more excited. "Really? Is that person in it?" "That is the strongest fairy house." Han didn't reply, contemplating the battle tomorrow. "Although level 25 isn't as hot as the other levels, I still need to prepare everything. Thanks to Yonka, we can all resist fire, but that skill can't help us withstand the heat of the desert. This mission won't take much time, but we don't need to waste our energy on stupid things." The next day, Master logged into the game and saw a notification that Han had requested to complete the level 25 side quest. Of course, he agreed immediately. Who wouldn't like employees eager to work overtime? The Terran time opens, and Han's team calmly steps through. The blue light immediately transports them to the side quest branch. Returning to when Prius knelt and begged the Beast team to save the refugees, a shadow suddenly appeared and blocked her path. Brius looked up in surprise. "How is this possible? How could you appear here?" Han and her team appear in a cool and confident manner. "Have you been well lately, miss?" The group looked around confused about what was happening. The beastmen from earlier are laughing. They're probably at home eating and sleeping now, so you don't need to worry about them. Belkas wondered. "So, who is this woman?" "It seems like she's going to ask us to do something." Brius is still very confused and keeps muttering. "I don't understand. Is this magic?" "No, even magic can't do this." Han reassured her. Now is not the time to panic like that. He drew his sword. "We need to deal with those trash first." Prius asked again, half excited, half worried. "Do you mean you'll follow my request? Are you that clueless? We've already started taking action. So we have to buy more time for the people to escape." "I like this mission." A notification panel appears for the Master. Han suggests he accept the side quest. Master, of course, agrees. Prius was so surprised she couldn't believe her ears, but when she heard Han's words, tears welled up in her eyes out of gratitude and emotion. The secondary mission officially begins, and Team 1 charges into the crowd of lizard gods, fighting fiercely. Their blades move so fast that the lizards' heads are severed before they can react. The lizard demons scream and howl as they form a circle, trapping everyone inside. Han orders all 17 of you to burn them to ashes within 10 seconds. "Yes, sir." Gina fires the first shot with a series of deadly accurate arrows. Once hit, there's no escape. Nerissa is also very busy with her sharp sword strikes, each move deadly in an instant, while another group of demons jumps in to attack Yonga. She glanced back, muttered a spell, and generously unleashed a huge explosion on the demon worms, either burning them to ash or blowing them apart. She wiped the sweat off her face, feeling so annoyed. The weather here is really uncomfortable, and if it weren't for the Han medicine bottle, I would have been in big trouble. Belkis fights freely, a satisfied smile on her face. After a long rest, this is the first time I've felt this relieved. The surrounding villagers are clutching their heads in fear. How is this possible? Oh, gods of heaven and earth, they are afraid because they only see the bloodied lizards, not Han's group. Han explains to his teammates that they can't see us. Jenna just wonders why. Those people have no intention of escaping here. Belkis jumps up and cuts a lizard in half, still smiling. So they will have to die here, right? A pool of blood drops, causing the villagers to huddle together in fear of ghosts. Han frowns. Our traces are quite clear. Brias steps forward and urges everyone to leave, saying, if you stay here, you'll die. Hurry to the east gate. A nobleman stepped forward, voice stern, asking who she was and what she was doing. Prius explains that they are fighting to protect everyone, and it seems only I can see them. Are you the one who ordered the demons here? Prius asked sincerely. I have no such power. I only asked them for help. Stop pretending. I know who you are. You are a traitor to the Empire. Pry, you definitely sold your soul to summon the demon guard here. That invisible demon stone is definitely under your control. The old nobleman, going crazy, got a shovel to the head, and the woman behind was furious. In times like this, nobles like him only know how to run away. Even if they are demons or ghosts, it's thanks to them that we survive. Everyone quickly ran away from the city gate. I won't forget your kindness today. Prius smiled, relieved, seeming to have succeeded somewhat. Ha reminds you, it's not over yet. The side mission has already started. Prius was panicked. What's going on? With this many, it's too crowded. The clock starts a 10-minute countdown, and a legion of lizards appears before everyone. Han begins to plan. If we block their front, they won't be able to attack from behind. That's easier than the 5th floor. So we need to block all 3 directions at that time. If we spread out, it will be harder for them to encircle us. Suddenly, the sound of battle cries erupted, drawing everyone's attention, and the tribal chief of the serpent tribe stood up, loudly threatening. GACHA, those humans have broken the natural order. How dare you defy the will of heaven? I will bring divine punishment down upon this wicked land. Before he could finish, an arrow shot through and split the old chieftain's head and body in 2. Jenna frowned. We have to kill them, right? Han smiled contentedly. It's perfect. Prius worries. Are you going to be okay, Han? There are too many of them, Han reassures. There are about 100 of them, so each person kills 20. But Priya still isn't at ease. Han moved forward just by looking from behind. The kids are divided into 5 groups, each leading 2 children, with no one interfering with each other. King Ka's reading speed is already very fast, able to read and attack with explosive burning techniques simultaneously. The power of this spell has also been upgraded. Jenna still chooses the archer's style of attack, notably the reward she received from NFL Hem. A set of B-level magic arrows can increase the number of arrows to 100, meaning the arrows refill as they are used up. Just like that. Gina can shoot dozens of arrows in succession to take down dozens of enemies. Han, needless to say, wherever he goes, enemies fall. The sword in his hand gleamed brightly, each strike hitting the enemy's vital points with a single blow. At this moment, Han successfully awakened a new skill, a powerful slash. Belkis charged forward with blazing eyes like a demon from hell, the thick scent of blood in the air fueling his excitement.
A single slash sent 4 soldiers to their ancestors. Belkis's basic swordsmanship in this battle has also been upgraded to the highest level of a 3-star hero.
They slaughtered hundreds of people, yet everyone's faces remained as calm as if nothing was happening. Nerissa sighed, so bored they were no different from puppets. There are 4 minutes and 38 seconds left on the countdown. Prius is stunned. You've become incredibly strong now, completely different from before. So what's the reason behind it? Han puts away his sword. Some things are hard to explain in just a few words.
She stammered, but his appearance now still hasn't changed at all compared to 3 years ago.
And you have changed quite a lot. Han smirked.
Brias placed his hand on his chest and bowed respectfully. I will express my gratitude to the warriors here.
I can see another warrior standing here, and the remaining 2 are armed with swords and bows. Jenna cheerfully says hello. Han explains that Edit and Aeon are still alive. They are somewhere nearby. Nerissa wondered. So, is the mission over then?
Suddenly, a distant rumbling sound echoed as another army of lizards charged forward, their screams mixing with their hurried footsteps.
Humans? I can see the humans.
When they arrive at Han's place,
They suddenly stop and look at the corpses of their fallen comrades lying all over the ground.
They hesitated for a moment, looked at each other with concern, then turned and ran straight ahead. Belgium, puzzled. What's going on? Why are they running?
So they know fear now, Han replied calmly. There are 3 minutes and 21 seconds left on the countdown. Jenna paused for a moment, then asked, There are over 100 of them. I don't think this mission is difficult. Could it be that we are truly much stronger now? Han pondered.
Maybe so. Nerissa, go scout around and see.
It seems the situation has stabilized. The others should rest for a while. Yonka frowns. After drinking that potion, I felt the weather was really terrible. Jenna chuckled and took Yonka's hand. Come on, let's go over here. Yonka doesn't understand. What's going on? It's fine here too. Jenna turned back to invite Bel Kisti. Let's go, Bel too. Belkis frowned in annoyance and said, Don't call me like that. After Jenna led everyone away, Han and Priya stood there. Han sighed. It's really a waste of effort. Priya sat down heavily, clutching the pillow, and asked shyly, How did you get through everything? I thought you were already dead. But Brias looked up at Han with shining eyes and blushing cheeks. Finally, we have met again. Han felt a bit nostalgic. That was a precious time. Prius laughed, saying that there were times he thought I had died too. Those beastmen. Han explains that they just recently joined us. I also just returned, so I don't know much about them. Maybe in the future you and they will meet often. Prius nodded. I see. They're your new colleagues, right? Han laughed. I can't manage them. Prius also laughed. They really are hard to manage. Thanks to you guys, I was able to do it. You mean the town situation? No. Prius briefly hesitated as he looked at Hangen, one of the 4 great clans. They are always after me. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to go on living. I'm a bit shocked that the entire residential area has now turned into a pile of debris. Han listened silently to Prius, thinking to herself. According to Nerissa's explanation, Hanen's family is connected to the Order, Pris's main enemy. It seems like the 20th floor is somehow involved. I can't understand the strange atmosphere in the villa. Han wondered why she came here. It looks just like a desert, that's right. This is a vast desert called Siukia. I came here to find that thing. That thing? Han doesn't quite understand. Yes. It's the thing I saw in my dream. It's called the Prius key. Honestly, just say it. Han raised an eyebrow. And what will she do with it? Isn't it pretty clear now? I used it to save the continent. What the hell is that key supposed to be? I don't even know exactly what it is. Prius quietly felt that if I found it, it would be very helpful. Han shook his head. You keep talking about unrealistic things. When we first met, I always wondered what your dreams were really like. What kind of destruction you were talking about. Prius has appeared twice in the main mission, along with some minor connections to other missions. There are 3 entrances to this village. The refugees are running towards the east gate, while Brius is heading to the north gate. Is there any other way to find the key? Thinking of that, Han smiled. I think we'll meet again for a long time, kid. The countdown timer hits 0. 10 minutes have passed, and a flash of light appears in the sky. The mission success notification system activates. Since this mission has been completed, there will be some changes. The soldiers on the ground are also gradually disappearing. What is that? Han smiled. You don't need to worry about what it does now, just run quickly. You'll reach the north gate, right? Yes, that's right. Are you ready? I've taken care of everything. Priya stands up. Whether she's with him or encountering strange things, it's really true. That's right. Han stepped forward and called out to his team, Everyone gather up. Priya and Jagna. She has died at least once before. The 3-person team that advanced to the 15th floor through high-level summoning was wiped out. And recently, the 3-person beast-human team completed the 25th floor. In other words, Prius has appeared here 3 times now. No. If you include the solo teams the Han group has sent to test the difficulty of the trials, that number is even more than 3 times. A moment later, the whole group escorted Prius out of the northern city, and before leaving, she turned back and smiled at Han. We will meet again, right? Han replied with a smile. Han is on the next floor. What do you mean by the next floor? What I mean is that I will see you again soon. I hope so. Thank you for your help. I won't give up. I will keep living to honor your hopes. The system announced that the mission was complete. Everyone leveled up, and Jenna was the MVP of this round. The special bonus reward gate has been unlocked. The bonus gate may appear through a rift in space-time, with only 1 chance and 1 hero. Everyone returned to the waiting room. Jenna stretched. This time isn't anything too serious either. The 30th floor being like this is really great. Yonka frowns. As for that long, I am not at all reassured. Based on my experience, it's usually easier at first and harder later. What do you think? Han replied briefly and curtly. Me too.
Ivanka pouted in annoyance, replying insincerely. Han casually told everyone, "You all go ahead," and Jenna wondered why. So where will the big brother go? Nerissa walks straight out. It seems like he's going to gather some materials. The scenery there is also beautiful. Maybe he's going to relax alone or something like that. Han didn't care what others said. Standing still and looking at the current mission, the additional reward challenge was a personal task with only one chance for a single hero. Hard to ignore it. The system notified him of an additional reward offer. Han hesitated not, immediately pressing the accept button. The system light immediately teleports Han to the mission location. Han looks around and assesses. This is a maze with complex paths everywhere, no monsters or traps. An hour later, Han completed the challenge and received 5,000 gold as a reward. Han marked it on the paper, but there was not a single precious gem. But anyway, I've finished everything on level 25. Starting tomorrow, I'll begin the journey to clear level 26. If I'm right, the 25th floor mission was just the beginning. And Han's smile made me a little hopeful. As Yonka said, easy first, harder later. She understands quite well the nature of this game. The next day, as Prius, in tattered clothes, struggles with the heat and dryness of the desert, a familiar voice reaches her. "You're still alive, right?" Prius tiredly looked up, Han's team-like savior god standing tall before her. "As you can see, I am still alive. Even though I was mentally prepared, it was still difficult." Han handed her a bag. "This is some refreshment and food. You should use them." Prius took the bag. No one should owe him forever. Belkis looked around the desert and asked what the mission was this time. "It's simple. Just walking with Prius and protecting her." Han finished the potion and asked Prius, "Do you know the way?" "I don't want to get lost." She pointed in a direction. "In my dreams, I've seen it many times before. Just follow the symbols." Ha squints and looks in the direction Prius points, wondering if he saw a monkey or not. Suddenly, Han was startled as a squad of about 15 snake gods approached from afar, armed with full gear and marching in a very imposing manner. Nerissa reports that they are better equipped than before, likely elite soldiers. Jenna bursts into laughter. "They are perfect for helping me work out after a meal." Han drew his sword and gave a brief, ready command. And then with a few quick shots, some fresh blood splattered out. The group of gods clasped hands and headed to their final resting place. Prius was stunned. Even the Empire's soldiers hadn't reached this level. Han's team cheerfully turned back to greet Prius. "See you on the next floor?" Prius nodded. "I understand now. Han will meet you on the next floor. Finish this stage, Belkis and Nerissa will level up, and the reward is 50,000 gold and a vial of desert essence." Everyone else returned to the waiting room. Belkis muttered bitterly. "I really don't understand why there are always missions like this. Do I have to keep following that girl forever?" "Ha, be careful with your words." Bishy sneered. "She's nothing special. Can I not call her a girl? Is she a princess or something?" Han laughed and said, "Fong Long is really impressive." "That's right. Belkis is still teasing the house." "What are you talking about?" I just turned around in surprise. "What? Wait a minute." Han didn't answer, just smiled and walked out. Nerissa, expressionless, said, "If you see the result of level 15 being the rebirth stone, you'll understand." Belkis was stunned. "Is she the girl from that time? How is that possible? Just a few months, and I really can't understand this place." The next day on the 27th floor, as the moon rises high, the divine being enters a frenzy, screaming out loud, "Those who disrupt order like you must die." Over here we have Han, in a frenzy with white hair and red horns on his head, already waiting. As he runs up, he draws his sword in a quick basic slash like always. "What are you barking at? It's itchy." "Done." Prius hurriedly took his steps forward. "We don't have much time. We need to hurry and look up at the sky where the stars are. If my dream is real, the end of the world will happen in less than a decade." Han doesn't understand. She doesn't know what the keys are, so why is she collecting them? Prius clenched his fists, eyes determined. "That is the proof. The keys. They are legendary items mentioned only in the kingdom's legends. If I can get them, they'll lend me their power. Who are they?" Han leaves no detail unnoticed. The Asenis clan, one of the 4 great clans and the strongest military family in the kingdom. I promised them I would prove I am useful. To do that, I have to accomplish the impossible. Han tilted his head. "So collecting the keys is impossible?" Prius replied softly. "That's right, but why are you helping me?" Prius, confused, clasped her hands together. "I have nothing to offer you. I'm out of money too. All I have now is this pitiful body." When Prius was confused and didn't know what to do, Han straightforwardly said, "I don't want anything from you. Don't misunderstand. It's just that my mission happens to be related to it." Prius felt a little sad, but quickly pulled himself together and stammered, Anyway, thank you very much. Jenna and Ivanka, standing behind, overheard everything and suddenly got caught up in the romance. So that's how it is. Yanka fanned herself. I can imagine that story of the princess and the knight. Jenna also pretended to be eager to hear the story, just like in a romantic novel. Han was just walking hand in hand with Prias a moment ago, now suddenly standing behind the two girls with a deep voice that made them jump.
What are you two talking about that's so fun? Spill it. Jenna quietly slipped away, leaving Ivanka helpless and unable to run, as Han grabbed her cheek. She's so adorable. I was just in front of her. Ha gritted his teeth and said, I hate being misunderstood the most. Remember that. Yanka pouted and sulked. Why did you only pinch me? Jenna said it too. After a fuss, it's all over. Han, Jenna, and Ivanka were promoted, receiving 50,000 gold and 2 B-level desert dragon scales as rewards. The sky's light shone down again. Brias, accustomed to this scene, asked Han with a smile, Are you going to the upper floor? Han smiled and replied, Not necessarily. We are not the only team. See you later. The 5 of them returned to the waiting room and then stepped out into the square where Yo was waiting, while Han quietly calculated that if the 30th floor also requires team coordination, another team would have to be assigned to the remaining task. During the 20th floor raid missions, the entire attacking team faced danger due to mistakes made by the other team. Perhaps the master has realized they are not fools who refuse to learn from their mistakes. The next afternoon, Team 3 climbed the tower just as Han predicted. Since morning, ISO had been gathering Team 3 at the first floor. Team 3 will replace Han as Prius's commander. Although a bit crazy, Kyasa knows what to do and what not to do in their situation. While Han is in Ni Hem, the base has also completed the profession change. Because their levels are still low, they can only switch to basic professions. Cool.
That's already very good. Belkis is a 3-star warrior, and Nerissa is a 3-star thief.
Both of them have been getting stronger, as shown in the training matches among the 3 of them. The sword techniques and the coordination of Belkis and Nerissa are becoming more refined and harmonious. After the 3-person team successfully cleared floor 28, the next day the 2-person team was assigned to conquer floor 29. Although they also completed the mission, it was clear that the 3 rookies returned feeling disappointed. Next is the boss challenge on the 30th floor. Han suspects this mission will be very difficult because level 25 is very easy to conquer. The 15 of them, including Han, are in the 3rd floor waiting room and haven't reached the required level to challenge this floor. To have a chance to conquer the 30th floor, they know they need to level up everyone to 30 first. To do that, they'll have to clear the 28th floor again. The other floors are connected through chain quests, so Han can't try again. The Master sends Team 1 and Team 2 to floor 28 in turn. Prius does not appear on level 28. After the fight with the lizard, Han also gained experience. This is a slaughter mission, requiring the hero to eliminate those sitting behind the desert dunes. Han's intermediate swordsmanship in this level has reached level 2. While the main characters were busy working, something happened. Some people on the first floor formed a guild and stole items from the dungeon daily. The most important things are meat and fruit. They don't put resources into the portal, but keep them in their own pockets. Half of them have already been gathered, while the other half are kept in the prison awaiting punishment. By the afternoon of the second day, Water sent the first floor heroes to move the warehouse materials to level 30 to become information gatherers. Everyone trembling, they step into level 30. The system warns this is a major mission requiring 5 teams to work together. In less than 5 minutes, they will be destroyed. With this, everything begins to become clear. Floor 30 is Tia's first major mission, requiring 5 teams, so the Master sent 5 teams as the vanguard. That night, Han sat in her room taking notes and planning the ascent to floor 30. Han thought for a moment before using the ring to contact the girl who answered with a pouty voice.
Master, I thought you'd call me right after arriving. I'm sad.
Han was speechless, staring at the ring.
Annette chuckled awkwardly. Hi, I was just joking.
Han sighed. That was a pretty lame joke, and threw a piece colder than the North Pole. Yoon pouts. You were the one who called me that, weren't you? Han hesitated, then changed the subject. I'm about to face the boss challenge, just in case I wanted to warn you beforehand. Are you implying that accidents could happen? Yoon asked anxiously. It's not impossible. Yoon immediately reminded.
Immediately reminded.
If you are in danger, use the ring. Han smiled. I understand.
Yoon suggests that if you allow, we will send Niu to you.
Han frowned. No need to ask. Yoon also knew the answer in advance. Doesn't she understand her master after all? Anyway, take care of yourself. Your life is no longer just yours.
Han smiled. Don't worry. I don't plan to die. I'll contact you later.
Yoon repeats as a firm promise. Don't die. You absolutely must not die. I understand. I'll let you know as soon as I get back. This time I won't let you be sad. Yoon smiled contentedly. He said that, you know. Han disconnects, leans back on the chair. In front of him is a diagram of the 20th floor room and the shape and weapons of the snake gods. It's hard to predict what will appear on the 30th floor. Exploring, conquering, escaping. If this were just an ordinary floor, I could have already identified 3 objectives. But missions in Tonia are always unpredictable. The maze I explored during the boss fight will definitely appear again in some way. All team members need to remember this maze and note a few clues in the notebook we have, even if it costs one of us their life. Lost in thought, Chat Han accidentally knocked over the ink bottle. Seeing the ink droplets spill out, Han froze in contemplation. The next day, the 3-person team continued their dungeon raid to level up. The sun shone warmly in the sky, but on the ground, it was a chaotic bloodbath with blood splattering everywhere. Kisasa's face darkened with a bloodthirsty smile, every swipe of her claws leaving an enemy fallen to the ground. This time they are still fighting against the lizard god's followers. Lakari and Daruma are also busy with the right wing. The sound of wind slicing through the air continues to whiz by. Nandio and Nisat handle the left wing. Their fighting spirit is just as fierce as the sisters. Before the lizards could scream, their heads were severed, and in an instant, the battle was over. Of course, the victory belonged to Kisasa's team, and we can see Water continued to rapidly develop his account. They have almost completed leveling up everyone, including Team 3, by continuously challenging Floor 28. Now it's time to train the remaining teams, so Teams 4 and 5 are assigned more tasks. They wandered across the desert plains to improve their combat skills. Besides fighting, they also prepared other things. Yonka was taken to the magic castle and spent 18 hours answering questions, until she mastered the accelerated research skill. Of course, she nearly went crazy, fighting until she was exhausted in the tower, then sitting down to solve problems afterward. As expected, capitalists are bloodsuckers. There's no other choice after all, since she's the only one capable of conducting research in Tonia. The hero's reaction level in the waiting room is 3. There are 5 teams, and to ensure smooth coordination among them, they need to raise that level to at least 5. After 3 days and nights of suffering, Ivanka was finally released. She was exhausted to the point of fading, no longer caring about anything. Jenna awkwardly smiled, encouraging her. Well done, Ivanka. The hero's reaction level has increased to 5. They now have the additional blessing of the goddess. Additionally, they unlocked a new feature called Level 1 Communication. This is a very essential function because sharing information through communication is the foundation of building a team. Heroes who have learned this skill can communicate effectively, and the power of combined attacks will be enhanced. Han was the first to try this function, which is like telepathy but with a magical upgrade. Telepathy now works like a mobile phone. Just think and others can hear and reply, making communication more common with this new technology. Now we can communicate remotely. The research level is still low, so there are many limitations. We can communicate within about 1 kilometer, and for now, only the team leader can contact others. Edit stared blankly. What kind of magic is this? I can hear your voice in my head. Han glanced at her. You should try it too. We'll need it when we reach the 30th floor and to inform the other teams. Breaking out in a sweat, touching my head, I start practicing telepathy. Ah, I see. I understand now. Jenna was surprised to see Han. It's been hard to meet him lately. He must be very busy. Aang nods. I have to go to many places. He looked into the fighting room where Belkis and Nerissa were battling fiercely. How long have they been fighting? Jenna replied that it was this morning, because they said they were about to learn a new skill. Ha looks at Belkis charging into the fight, somewhat impressed. He's really something. Actually, I think he's trying even harder than Aaron. I have a feeling that instead of just training, he's really risking his life. When we fought each other, it was the same. Jenna was fierce. We're the same, right? You act like we don't try hard enough in training. At this moment, after a series of quick moves and dodging Belkis's horizontal strike, Nerissa charges forward to counterattack. Immediately, Belkis reacts by knocking Nerissa's sword away. The sword flew into the air and then fell quite far from her. Belkis, soaked in sweat with blazing red eyes, demanded her to pick up the sword. Unlike Belkis, who was still full of fighting spirit, Nerissa looked exhausted, wiping sweat from her face and panting heavily. Han stands watching silently, contemplating. His sword style is changing. Could this be the prerequisite for mastering the intermediate weapon skill Redigen mentioned? It seems he'll level up soon. Nerissa has also worked hard in training, but she specializes more in support skills like gathering information and detecting traps. Now, the gap in combat ability between her and Belkis is already very large. At this moment, Belkis is attacking continuously, isn't he? Making Nerissa struggle to defend herself. In a moment of distraction, Belkis suddenly lunged forward, swinging his sword at Nerissa, who couldn't dodge or block in time. A bird appeared out of nowhere and flew between them, blocking his strike. He turned back and told her, "Step back, Nerissa, I will train with him." Nerissa gasped for breath, feeling guilty. "I'm sorry," Belkis sneered. "Where have you been lately? You're so late. I've been waiting for you all day." Hans smirked and said, "Sorry about that." Belkis's whole body immediately radiated a powerful aura. A sinister smile appeared on his face, and his eyes turned red with streaks. "I'm glad I joined Team 1. If I had joined Team 2, I wouldn't have experienced this." Han's aura is intense, his glowing green pupils. He smirks and points his sword at his opponent. "When did you become such a chatterbox?" Han's stats appear on the screen. You have reached level 29 warrior class. Han's skill set includes intermediate swordsmanship at level 3, sword body fusion at level 1, powerful attack at level 2, and clairvoyance at level 6. Fire resistance level 3, pain resistance level 6, calmness level 6, frenzy level 8, unyielding level 3, dragon slayer level 1, horse riding level 1. The training match begins. Belkis smiles bloodthirstily and leaps forward to attack Han. With this powerful attack, Han could block it with just one hand. Belkis was not willing to accept defeat and unleashed a series of extremely sharp sword strikes. Han doesn't attack yet, quickly maintains his defensive stance, assessing the opponent's sword techniques. He loves fighting, and no matter how many times he falls, he will always get up to continue the fight. Even though he realized he was weaker, he didn't give up. Indeed, Belkis fought harder, with increasingly unique and unpredictable sword techniques. Han smiled contentedly. If he weren't this kind of person, he would have kept Eren in the team already. They fought for a long time, their red, blue, and black sword strikes intertwining, with powerful blows that sent rocks flying everywhere. Belkis's basic swordsmanship has been upgraded to intermediate level 1. That night, in the common room, the male team leader of the 5 fighting teams gathered together. Han was the first to speak, and this was the first time the 5 teams gathered together. Edit smiled, surprised that Team 3 was also here. Kyasa, sitting cross-legged by the windowsill, replied, "We are also part of this important mission. I have no intention of neglecting my responsibilities." Edit smiled brightly. "Thank you. The beast woman is pleased. You're not strong, but you're still very polite, unlike some other humans." The Edit chuckled and said, "I'll take that as a compliment." At this moment, Captain Riemann of Team 4 stepped forward. "Are you Han?" "I am Riemann from Team 4. I've heard a lot about you already." The bearded man sitting relaxed in the chair also introduced himself. "I am from Team 5. Pleased to meet you. I'm the one who called everyone here, not Han. I want to decide the command system from the 30th floor upward." Kia doesn't quite understand. "What is that command system?" Han explains, "We have 25 people, so we will need a leader." Kyasa bursts out laughing. "Oh, I see, you mean the warrior chieftain, right? That makes more sense now. So we're choosing the strongest person, right?" Han shook his head. "A strong person doesn't necessarily have good leadership skills. I would like to nominate Han. He has the most experience in missions and is also very good at assessing the situation. Those who have fought alongside him the most will surely agree. He is also a very strong warrior." Kisa also agreed. "If the Dragon Clan warrior is the leader, then I have no complaints. But we won't fight together. We don't like fighting as a team. Edit seems to oppose it. But if that's the case, choosing a leader wouldn't matter at all." Han interrupted. "Fine, then tell Edit that their way of fighting is different from ours. Forcing them to fight our way won't be effective," Kyasa said with a satisfied smile. "You're clever. Warrior? Of course we know how to work together. During the mission, I will respect your opinions. So we have to follow your orders then?" Han shook his head and said, "I will only give basic orders. The rest will be up to you to decide." Han also understood that as a leader, no one wants to be ordered around too much. Sure enough, hearing that, Riemann's eyebrows also relaxed. "All right, fine," Edit said with a teasing smile. "He just sounds mean, but he's actually very kind." Han glared at her, then silently walked away. Han cleared his throat and said, "I want to tell everyone beforehand that no matter what happens, don't panic. The first person to panic will lose their life, but every problem has a solution. Just remember this one thing. Don't be afraid to die. Keep fighting on." "See? He's kind." Before she could finish speaking, Han kicked her foot mercilessly, making her scream in pain. Finally, Han reminded them, "There's one last thing. If you're not going to fight with all your might, then don't participate." Han's sharp gaze and commanding presence fill the air. Riemann gently swallowed his saliva. His hand clenched into a fist until the veins stood out. "I have tried very hard to get here. I have no intention of being lazy." Han said nothing, only thinking to himself.
Let's see how it goes. Rubberish suddenly spoke. Can I ask you for a favor?
What is it?
If you want to be the leader, that's fine too, he said in a deep voice. Anyway, everyone says you're the leader here. Teams 4 and 5 worked really hard to get to the second floor. But as soon as we arrived here, there was a third floor. If we do well on this mission, can you let us go up to the third floor? Han considers and then responds. That decision is up to the master, but I can offer a suggestion. Han takes out a sheet of paper to redraw the maze inside the tower before the mission begins. Everyone must memorize the map. It is a maze that might appear on the 30th floor. Du, sitting in the observation seat and watching Han all along, thought to himself, he's too young to be a leader. We gathered here to choose a leader, but it seems everyone has already decided that he will be the leader. If this meeting is only to show us the gap between the second and third floors, then are we just pawns? The old man suddenly grinned slyly. I will wait patiently. Soon the leadership position here will be mine. Are you kidding me? This old man is also really good at pretending to be wise. He thinks long and hard, but he only comes up with foolish ideas. The next morning, the sun had risen high. Golden sunlight spreads everywhere in Tia. Han's team is ready to set out to conquer the 30th floor. Is everyone ready? Han smiled. I'm ready. Nerissa sheaths her sword and asks, have you written your will yet? That familiar question from Ivanka before facing a tough door. Have you written it yet? Of course not, Belkis said with a smirk. No one intends to die here, right? Because this time the boss will lead us. Jenna winked. Han chuckled softly. You're relying on me too much now. Jenna burst out laughing. You turned so quickly. Weren't you the one who told us to stick close to you? The teasing ends. Han's serious as he orders the whole team. Let's go. The cape billowing in the wind, the heroism of this team is no joke. The heroes in Tonia's combat formation are all present at the square. Team 1 is led by Han and includes Han, Jenna, Ivanka, Nerissa, and Belkis. Team 2 is led by Edit and includes Edit, Roderick, Annan, Bink, and Lilai. Team 3 led by Kisasa includes Kisasa, Layakari, Daruma, Nandio, and Nisat. Team 4 led by Riemann includes Ryman, Rosa, Likulin, Vidin, and Roderick, who is always joking. The last team, Team 5 led by Jubert, Riken, Kazan, Miju, and Jetty, was proposed by most members of all 5 teams to be led by Han, so it's natural that he would take on this role. With determination, we will be more useful than we are on the 20th floor. Han smiled, not needing to specify where. Ivanka looked at the number of people around and sighed. More and more people are involved in the same mission. If this keeps up, we'll need hundreds of heroes in the future. Han hesitated for a moment after hearing that. Ivanka, who was watching Han, also guessed the answer from his movements and was stunned. Really? Even saying Feng Long would hit? To prevent panic among everyone, Han chose to beat the village drum and went straight ahead regardless of Yonka. At this moment, Yo appeared with a message, and everyone could tell what it was, right? This is the 30th floor. If you underestimate it and get killed, don't blame me. Do your best and try not to block Han. Then she started playing the role of Fan Loki, with her 2 braids forming heart shapes. Han, good luck. Belkis pouted. Are you famous? I'm jealous. Han was speechless. Let her be. The time-space crack has opened, and everyone is taking turns entering the waiting room. The master has also already activated the match recording mode. Jenna smiles and turns back to encourage everyone. As long as we stay focused, we can survive. A blue light flashes, leading the group to the mission site. In front of them is a desolate, ruined desert city, with a fierce sandstorm raging. It seems to be an abandoned city. No sign of people. The entire city is shrouded in fog, making it impossible to see the road ahead. In the desert, the heat is undeniable, and the weather conditions on level 30 are quite harsh. The team all put on their hats to avoid as much dust and sand contact as possible. Ha looked around, still trying to make sense of it, when Ivanka added, "A city? Is this a city?" Han looked at the cracks and stains on the surrounding buildings, which looked quite old. He touched his ear and used a magical communication method. All team leaders, please respond if you hear me. Edit has picked up the signal. Is this Han? Yes. Han from Team 1 confirms her current location is in a very strange city. There's a lot of sand here, and the weather is hot too. How about you? Same here. Let's gather together up first. Han ordered us to go to the city center. I don't need to explain anymore, right? Edit received the order. We will be there soon, Han asked again. Can the other teams hear clearly? Ryman is now picking up the signal. This is us. I am Riemann from Team 4. Han repeats the command. Team 4, come in as well. Remember to contact the other teams as well. Because of the distance, I can't reach them. Got it, Ryman replied. Han thought to himself this could be a bit dangerous. All the teams are splitting up. King Y is covering his mouth tightly but still coughing heavily. Why is there so much sand?
Nerissa also frowns. The weather is terrible. Han pulls up her scarf to cover her mouth and begins the mission.
We will go to the city center and meet the other teams. Nerissa, you will be the navigator.
Find Prius, she might be nearby. Nerissa received the order, her entire body surrounded by a purple mist before she vanished behind the sandstorm. Belkachan's face is covered with a cloud of dust and sand, blocking the smell around him. The visibility is terrible. Ha reminds us that Nerissa will report everything, but we still need to be cautious in case of an ambush. They all continued straight ahead, with only the howling wind of the sandstorm filling the air and no other living creatures in sight. Jenna hesitated. I'm a bit worried, but nothing has happened yet. Yanka glared. Don't jinx it. They go to a building featuring the two very familiar goddesses from the boss battles, and Han uses the magic communication device again. Team 2. Team 4. Both teams responded simultaneously, and Han ordered, Does everyone see the round building in the center of the city? Gather there. Confirm once you've assembled. Got it. Riemann also confirms.
We saw it too. I've also contacted the other teams. I will pass on the message.
Got it. At this moment, two figures gradually emerge from the sandstorm, and the group immediately prepares to attack. Luckily, Nerissa is supporting Prius, who is unconscious. I found the princess. She fainted in the street. Han turned to ask Ivanka, could it be a trap? Ivanka understood and used her eye magic to scan Prius, and then confirmed, she is real. Han then took a dark red revival potion. What is she doing here? Nerissa replied. It seems she was overwhelmed and fainted. Han helped Prius up and held the vial of solution close for her to drink.
After drinking for a few seconds, Prius opens her eyes. Han calls softly.
Han takes another light yellow potion and hands it to Prius. This is a fever reducer. Drink it. Prius takes it and takes a sip, gradually regaining consciousness. Han frowns. Do you want to die? Prius nervously explained. I'm just looking for the key. Is it this? Han softly asked again. Prius looked up at the statues of the two goddesses and nodded, definitely. It looks exactly like what I saw in my dream. It's here. Her face was smeared with dirt and scratches, but her eyes were full of confidence and determination. At this moment, the system displayed the mission board for this floor. The mission type is exploration, with an unspecified target. The special objective is the survival of NPC Prius on Lagner. Or in other words, it's still about protecting Prius's survival. Han frowned, looked at the mission board, then turned around to give orders downstairs. Go with Jenna, and if anything happens, remember to hide. Then he will immediately contact the other teams. This is Han from Team 1. Quickly reply. Did you see the mission window? It just popped up. I see it now. Edit, explore, and escort the target to survive. Team 1 has secured the target and informed us. No need to look for her anymore. Notify the other teams to gather immediately. Clear. Edit has received the order and is ending communication. Prince Yivhuang grumbled as he brushed the sand off himself. This is so troublesome. Han encouraged her to hold on a little longer. She asked again if he was sure the key was inside. The key is definitely inside. Han glanced at the goddess statue on top of the building, his voice firm and unwavering. By this point, each team still had 25 members. Going back a bit to his memories, he was born into an extremely ordinary family. After becoming a very ordinary man, he used the little swordsmanship he learned to join the army. The moment his life took a turn for the worse was when the peaceful world he once knew turned into hell. During the fight against the goblins, an arrow blinded his left eye. After all his comrades had been killed, he was left surrounded by the goblins. He was so terrified that he chose to run away, with the bullet arrow and the goblins chasing him closely. Rubus, after running desperately into the forest, managed to lose them. He wandered aimlessly. A deserter wouldn't know where to go, but luckily, he suddenly met some people. They gave him food, took him along, and even treated the wound on his eye. But he was haunted by an intense fear that they might attack while he was sleeping. He couldn't tell if they were good people or just a band of bandits, so he chose revenge and killed all his benefactors. When fear took over him and turned into fear of others directed at him, he realized that was the true thrill. Back to reality, Riemann informed the other teams about Han's orders. Team 1 is escorting the target. Team 3, Team 5. Does everyone see the domed building? Don't worry, our eyes are very good. If you're talking about the building in the city center, we'll meet you there. This is Jubas from Team 5. I can't see the building from where we are, but we will try to move in that direction. Based on their current positions, it seems Team 3 is the farthest away. Teams 2 and 4 are quite close to the central building. Team 5 is a block away from Team 22. A little later, everyone from the male team had gathered at the central square. Han introduces Prius to everyone. This is our escort target for this mission. Hello, warriors. I am Prius on Lagner. Rima was surprised. Mr. Lagner, isn't that the royal family's surname?
Prius bowed his head without replying, a hint of sadness in his eyes. Rima recalls the battle scene of Team 1 from her memories. Could she be the person she saw in the replayed stone? But the ages don't quite match. Thinking this over, he softened his tone and said, "Well, I'll ask about it later." Robert crossed his arms and frowned, thinking, so this is the target we need to escort this time. I don't understand what this mission is for. Han stepped out and ordered, "This temple is the most prominent in the city. Team 1 will go in first, the others stay outside to guard. Are you going to be okay?" "We don't know what's inside yet," Han advised. "I will contact you immediately."
"We also can't know what will happen outside." Riemann turns away. "Then we will search to the south," Rupert also replied. "Then we will head west." Nerissa approached the door, touched it to sense, then turned back to report. "It seems there are no traps." The door opens, and the group cautiously steps inside. Prias's eyes lit up as he looked at the object in the middle of the room. "That's it!" he shouted. In the empty room, there is a large pedestal in the center with an exquisitely crafted golden sword resting on it. It shines brightly, floating in midair. Hay furrows her brow, thinking, a sword of the Order? Nerissa looks suspicious. "Strange, I can't sense any enemies. It's as if it's luring us to take it." "Is that all? Isn't it a bit too easy?" Belkis crossed her arms. "Yeah, if that's the case, there's nothing left to enjoy." Priya stepped forward and took the sword. The system announces the completion of the first item acquisition, the Void Key. Yanka glances at the sword. What? Nothing at all. The words just spoken immediately triggered an earthquake that made everyone lose their footing. The system displayed a warning. Yanka forced a smile. It seems something is about to happen. At that moment, Edit immediately called Han. He quickly answered. "What's going on?" Edit's voice is extremely hurried. "Hurry up and go outside." Han's team rushes out. Han looked around in amazement. Has the sandstorm disappeared? Nerissa also doesn't understand. How is that possible? Suddenly, a loud rumbling echoed as the ground beneath everyone's feet trembled violently. Han quickly asked, "Nerissa, where is the nearest exit?" "It's to the southwest." "I will lead the way. Hurry and run," Han ordered and contacted the team leaders. "We will leave the city. Run now, everyone." Ryman doesn't understand anything. "What's going on? How should I know?" Han panting as everyone runs on the street. Several shadows suddenly leap over their heads. When Han turns back, he realizes it's Kisasa's team. Everyone jumped like superheroes, rushing swiftly over the rooftops. Yanka looked back, startled, and shouted loudly, "Look behind you!" Belkis chuckled happily. "Here it comes." The remaining teams scrambled chaotically, as if a tidal wave of sand was rushing forward behind them. "Run faster!" Riemann kept running and looking back. "What the hell is that?" Then his eyes widened in terror. Truly horrifying. "Han here, I'll hand Prius over to Jenna. I'll run straight ahead. I'm leaving the kid with you." Even if Jenna dies, she must not let go. Jenna nodded. "Got it," Han shouted. "Keep running. There's only 5 minutes left to the exit. Anyone still able to run, help those who can't. If we die here, it will be a big problem." Jade from the 5-man team can no longer run and clings tightly to Rupert's hand for help. "Wait, don't leave me behind." The cold-blooded man pushed her away and ran straight ahead. JY staggered and fell backward. She screamed in despair before being buried in the sea of sand. The system announced that JDY has returned to the goddess's embrace. Behind, the sea of sand is gradually swallowing the entire city. Du's eyes become extremely desperate and frantic. "You are just tools for my goal. I will survive and rise to the top." The team has lost one member, leaving a total of 24 people. The tsunami is getting closer and closer. Riemann is anxious. How much further until the escape route? Han keeps running and jumps over an obstacle. "We'll arrive in a minute." He thought to himself, "Luckily, there are no monsters around here." Han continued shouting to remind everyone. Once outside the city, don't stop. Keep moving forward. After running for a while, everyone has put some distance between themselves and the city. Everyone stopped and turned back to watch the sand covering what used to be the city. Riemann was gasping for breath. "We're safe now. What should we do next?" Cass looked down apologetically. "Is it because of me?" Han encouraged her. "Don't worry. If you keep blaming others, you'll just get tired." Yanka sighed. "Phew, we're out of there now, although it was a bit dangerous." Jenna wondered. "Captain, where are you looking?" Han pondered. How do I appear to her? Jenna was stunned, her eyes wide with confusion. Well, another earthquake has struck, and everyone is worried. An earthquake? Does such a quake even exist? Han sighed. "It's been a really exhausting day. Contact the team leaders and get everyone ready to go." Manhwa was surprised. "Still not finished yet?" Han smirked. "This is just the beginning." Rupert was also extremely anxious. "What on earth is going on?" Han drew his sword to warn everyone.
Grab your weapons and get ready to go,
Cass exclaimed in panic. Before he could finish speaking, a series of red warning signals blared out, and a bright pinkish-white light burst in front of everyone as the rising sand lifted everything, including the buildings, higher and higher. It's as tall as a 30-story building and then stops. The pile of sand gradually flows down, revealing a giant set of teeth.
Then gradually, a giant brown figure appeared. Han frowned. Is that also appearing in her dreams?
Priyas was terrified.
No, I've never seen anything like that before. The system has announced that the type of mission has been changed again.
The giant just opened its eyes when the system announced the next mission to defeat the enemy, with the special goal still being to protect Priyas. The giant is introduced as an ancient statue, his level unknown. Needless to say, everyone's expressions are exactly the same. Eyes wide open and mouths agape, speechless with shock. Only Han frowned thoughtfully, while Kiasa smiled faintly, but her eyes showed some concern. Grebd stared blankly at the creature approaching, muttering, "What is this?" Then he suddenly bowed down and looked up to laugh loudly. "Ha ha, so this is a real fight. No, that's not it. His eyes turn mad after saving me, and you kill me again. In his memory, killing, raping, arson, looting, these actions have all become his habits. There was a time when he held a pile of gold in his hands, watching his dream of standing at the top of the world slowly come true. Just a little more, just a few more actions needed. But that wish didn't last long, and during a escape, Robert shouted out in anger, "Damn knights! Someone has already leaked the information. Follow me quickly!" But on the escape, his horse hit a rock, and both he and the horse fell off the cliff. The henchman brought him back, bandaged his wounds, and laid him on a pile of straw on the floor as they huddled together to discuss. "Boss, it's already like this. If we go on, the bandits will disband. What should we do now? Or just leave him be? If things continue like this, he'll only become a burden." A single slash severs his arm, and he screams in pain. "You bastards, do you think I'm stupid? Do you think I don't know your plans?" Say it again. That was Dubat's final memory. His broken pelvis had healed by the time he reached Taya. He was so happy to discover this surprise. Here, all wounds are healed. Although the scars still remain, they don't cause any trouble for Rupert. He thought to himself that the people living on the second floor have detailed information about everything. I will have to learn more if I want to reach the second floor. This is a heaven-sent opportunity for me. I am sure I will reach 2 stars. I am better than everyone else. And with this cunning smile, I see an opportunity to climb even higher in this battle. Han Ilas, known as the commander of this place. Are they naturally a 1-star? He used to be a farmer, so there's no reason I can't climb higher than him. But when the giant boss's fist slammed down, he was the first to panic. Rupert is panicking. This opportunity never existed from the start. Everything is exactly like when the knights came for me. There's no way to win here. I have to run. Rulin also screamed in fear. You mean fight that thing? Are you joking? Vidin also gaped, eyes wide open. That's nonsense. That's not an ordinary monster. How can we possibly defeat something like that? No way. The system reports that all members of the BN team and the 5th team are terrified, so their stats drop by 30%. Riemann, sweating profusely with fear, turns to ask Han, "Punishment, are we not running away anymore?" Jubo also shouted. "Even if you try to hold a sword and shield, you won't be able to fight those giant monsters. You're just talking nonsense." Belkis sneered contemptuously and spat out a sneer. "Shut up, you bastard!" Rubus was startled. "What?" Belkis calmly approached him. "Isn't he just as worthless as a scoundrel? Maybe I just have a bad feeling about those bastards. Are you a crawling worm? So furious, grinding in my teeth. This crazy bastard." Belkis burst into laughter. "What's with that expression?" "I will kill you here." Han immediately stepped in to stop him. "Stop right there," Robert stammered to Han. "What else can we do? How can we escape?" Han coldly replies, "We are not running away. Didn't you see the status window just now? We can't escape until we kill that thing." Han drew his sword and prepared to attack with style. "Get ready for that battle." Du froze and stared at Han intently. What is this guy? Is he crazy? At this moment, a jumble of mixed emotions is taking over Rupert's mind. Fear, terror, and the sense of despair that he thought he had forgotten. Does he really want to fight amidst all that? The madman wildly swung his arm and shouted, "Do you want us to defeat that giant? Do you think it's feasible?" Everything just feels so dull. Before he could finish speaking, his hand was already torn from his body by a swift, precise cut from Captain Han. Belkis wondered why he stopped her, but still attacked him. Han calmly replied, "We can't let him die." Han turned to instruct Rekensler. "From now on, you will be in charge of Team 5.
The master outside also accepted Han's proposal. After finishing, he looked directly into his eyes. Choose. Fight or die. Riken stammered. His face pale. But Ha said firmly, unlike before, as long as you're here. You need to kill any enemies here if you can. It doesn't matter who the enemy is. Move if you want to stay alive. Yonka over here is just getting started. Ha, I know this isn't easy at all. Jenna is full of optimism. We can do it, we always do, and we will keep going. Belkis smiles with interest, while Nerissa remains calm as if nothing is happening. Rick sees this and responds accordingly. He raised his sword and shouted, "We can fight," Prius worried. "Are you sure?" Han calmly said. "We will find out soon enough." After shouting our resolve, Rickon still felt a bit afraid. But how are we supposed to kill that thing? I was taught to observe the situation in these moments. Only then can we find the answer. That's what I was taught at NFL Ham. Hang nodded in satisfaction. Exactly. The first thing to do when facing the boss is to analyze its attack patterns. Han silently studies the opponent's characteristics. It's over 300 meters tall. I can't estimate its weight. Its body is made of some kind of stone. We're just like ants compared to an elephant. Riemann saw it approaching and started to panic. What should we do? Say something, Han replied. We need to hold out until we have enough information about it. So should we stay away from it? He stammered. Do you think it's possible? Riemann held his head. And then what? At this moment, behind him, beyond the curtain of red flames surrounding them, the faint shadows of a series of creatures appeared, gradually approaching before revealing their true forms. This is the first wave of monster alerts. A legion of 31 level 23 divine beings, 4 level 25 divine knights, and 2 level 26 divine witches stormed from behind. Han warned the team. They will arrive soon. Quickly, Edit shouted. Han, they're coming from the west, too. Han frowns and looks to the west as well. This is the second wave of monsters in the trial, larger than the first wave, consisting of 53 level 23 divine beings, 10 level 25 divine knights, and 2 level 26 divine witches. A beam of light flashes before Edit's eyes. Upon closer inspection, Kisasa's Team 3 is rushing toward the west to take responsibility for handling this. Han reminds the other teams not to worry about Team 3 anymore. Team 2 will be in front. Teams 4 and 5 will be behind. We will protect the target. We will also find a way to take down that giant. The others take down the monsters and make sure they can't reach us. What about the giant? Don't worry. You just need to keep the key and stay away from us, then you can shout to command everyone to form a line. Right now, Riemann is panicking, and the enemy is approaching from the east. Yes, that's right. The third wave of monsters has also been triggered, but in smaller numbers than the second. Specifically, there are 22 level 23 lizardmen, 3 level 25 knights, and only 1 level 26 mage. Han is a bit annoyed. This floor really wants to force us all to die. Suddenly, Jaina shouted loudly as a warning. Han and the others immediately looked up and saw that the giant statue's feet had been hanging above them for a while, ready to stomp down at any moment. With a loud crash, rocks and debris flew everywhere, and the sand surged like a tsunami. Fortunately, Han's team and Praz managed to escape in time. Han contacted the team leaders, and creating distance between the other squads would prevent us from attacking the giant. The 3 squads except Kisasa's all received the order together. Then he turned back to remind Bryas. Kid, don't get distracted. All right, I understand. Sending a message. Han, sorry, there are too many of them. One of them is heading straight for him. Han looked up and saw the horde of divine lizards right in front of him. I rushed forward and cut one of them's head off before replying, It's fine. I've been waiting for this to happen. Just focus on your team. Unexpectedly, the 4th and 5th waves of monsters were deployed simultaneously, doubling the previous number, with hordes of lizard demons riding beasts charging into battle. Jenna with her level 2 spear whirl remains highly accurate, killing dozens of enemies with each shot, while Yi Wang-ka, with his mastery of fire magic, uses a fiery tornado to sweep away countless foes. Prius froze in place when suddenly a huge shadow covered her. Han was busy fighting nearby and shouted, Idiot, run! Startled, Prius turned around and saw the giant's fist coming down towards her. It seemed too late to dodge. Prius could only stand frozen in fear, eyes wide as she stared at the looming fist in the sky. She shut her eyes tight, waiting for death to come, but a voice echoed in her ear. Are you okay? Prius was surprised to open her eyes and find herself in Han's arms. He warned, Watch out, that one is quite strong. Be careful. Han, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Han Trenan. Suddenly, the ground shook, and I was so surprised. Han asked further, How is it over there? Update the report. We are holding out, but the enemies are coming in increasing numbers. As soon as I finished speaking, the system displayed the 6th wave of monsters being launched, along with an attachment of 86 lizards rushing toward us. Han runs around to the back of the boss to study the opponent. It is made of a hard, smooth surface layer of rock with few gaps to grip and nothing similar. Jenna is now running alongside Han. He announces that we will move. Jenna wondered what he was planning to do. One of the two things either crawled inside it or climbed on top of it. Ivanka also stayed close behind.
Huh? Are you serious?
You explain. Look over there. The flames are getting closer.
We can't stay here much longer. This place will soon be engulfed in flames.
Belkis smirked. So you mean we only have one place to run to, right? It's not easy. How do you plan to climb up?
We need to corner them, Han replied.
A corner? Belkis pondered. After informing the team, Han contacts the team leaders. This is Han from Team 1. Has anyone seen the goddess statue or something similar nearby? Rakan from Team 5 responded. The goddess statue? What do you mean, like a flame? Ha reminds you. Don't worry, just focus on what's ahead. Edit the report. I didn't see anything, either. Over there, they are reporting better news from afar. The goddess statue? You mean this strange, female sculpture? It's buried in the sand near us. Han turned back to inform the entire team and ran toward the western desert. Hurry up, he said, then quickly handed the key to the reckless Brias. Brias quickly drew out the sword. Han thought to himself, no reaction, we can't stop it yet. Team 1 quickly moves forward. Han hurriedly contacts Team 3, Kisasa.
Han here, what's going on?
Kisasa quickly replies that she's enjoying herself here. Try placing your hand on the statue and see. Kisasa obeyed, placed her hand on it, and reported. The warrior saw no reaction at all.
Han replied, got it, get everyone from your side out of there. We're on our way.
Boss, the monster is right behind us. This is the 9th wave of monsters according to the report. They're coming in even larger numbers. Han, lead the retreat, get everyone to our location. Rehman, upon hearing that, commanded the entire team. Team 4 retreated and regrouped with Team 1. Riken also informed his team. The other squads are moving. We need to go too.
Suddenly, he was startled to see Rupert carrying the bleeding arm and running in the opposite direction. He called out, come back here.
Rupert doesn't care. Keep talking, kid, and don't order me around. At this moment, the old man is extremely frightened, recalling Han's recent slash and realizing he still can't see his sword's path. Damn it, he's at the same level, but he's stronger than me. No way. Suddenly, he remembered Da's advice. When entering the next level, don't panic or be afraid. If you lose your composure, everything will fall into chaos. He gritted his teeth, surprised that he now remembered its advice. Kazan hurriedly chased after Joubert. Rupert, take me with you. Rupert, indifferent, ran while muttering to himself, as long as I'm alive, my hand will be regenerated. If they are still alive, the two of them run away as fast as they can, and the snake gods don't bother chasing. A deafening scream rings out, and the members of Team 2 are wounded, bleeding heavily. Edit pulls out the medicine tube and reassures him. Stay calm and take the medicine. Roderick announces. Edit, only 2 people are left in Team 5. They will soon be lost. Edit panicked. Huh? Are they already dead? No, the 2 of them have escaped. Roderick frowned. I suddenly remembered that old man. I recognized his gaze. It looks just like the eyes of my former teammate. Roderick made a quick decision. Lila, stay in your position and join Team 1. I will go pick up Team 5. The 2 people from Team 5 are currently whispering to each other. M tried to encourage the captain to stay alert. Riken kept muttering under his breath. We need to regroup with Team 1. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. Karen is running against time and is now being impaled vertically on a spike from the lizard creatures on this side. Han frowns. We're at the limit now. The fire is gradually shrinking the area where we can operate. The lizard gods keep appearing, and gathering together in this chaos is pointless. Han silently calculated, and then gave the order. Only Brias follow me, the rest go help the other teams. Belkis looks worried. Are you going to be okay? Han reassures. It'll be fine. The whole team disperses to follow orders and spread out. Prias hurried after Han, anxious. What is he planning to do? Han sneered. Giant monsters are my specialty. The goddess statue is located above the palace where the key is kept. However, when that monster appeared, it was swept away along with the city. The second goddess statue over there in Kia is fighting a monster. There must be a reason it's there. At this moment, the 13th wave of monsters begins, and Daruma quickly leaps high into the air, then lands with a thunderous stomp, causing the lizard gods nearby to shoot out from the side. The witch lizard then spreads her arms to cast a spell along the path, but Nisat and Nandio swiftly rush forward. A slash cuts through the witch's head.
At this moment, Kisa receives news from Han. We are heading to the giant statue. Have Team 3 retreat quickly. Just then, she turned back and saw Han running toward her, the statue raising its hand high for a devastating strike. Kiasa runs ahead and orders the team to move forward. Enough fun, let's go. The whole group obeyed the order and immediately ran away. Yes, ma'am. Han ran while holding Prius, sweat pouring down. You need to practice running, princess. The giant's fist was right next to them. Han pushed himself to run desperately toward the goddess statue. The giant's fist was right above their heads, ready to strike and cause a gen earthquake that would shake the heavens and earth. Everything fell silent, as if the monster had shattered Han into pieces. But no, as the fog of dust and smoke disperses, a faint golden light appears, then becomes clearer. Within that halo of light, Han and Prius are still safe and intact. The light from the goddess statue protected the two of them, blocking the giant's punch. Suddenly, the light intensified and burst forth, spreading through the space. The system announces that the item's effect has been activated, and the goddess's power will make the ancient wall glow brightly. The golden light erupts and gradually surrounds the ancient statue, like an invisible cord binding him tightly. The ancient name stands still. Ryman is surprised. Has the giant statue stopped too? Han stands on the arm of the statue and gives the order. Listen up, everyone. We're climbing up this statue now. Han asked the team leaders, who wants to go first? Wai Vankaka stood on the edge, using hellfire to attack the lizards blocking everyone's way. Everyone shouted encouragement to each other, urging them to climb quickly. Han reached out her hand to help Edit up. She was grateful. Thanks, Han frowned. Where is Roderick? He went to withdraw the team 5 minutes ago. Over here! With a screech, the spear pierced the lizard's throat. Rakan sat down beside him, panting. Thank you, sir. Roderick remains calm. We will maintain this position and retreat safely once it's secure. He charged again, sweeping his spear to clear out the approaching serpent gods. Riken marveled. Impressive. Roderick remained silent without saying a word. I remember the teammates I trained with before. That night when Roderick and I trained until exhausted, you confided in him. Honestly, for me, it's more like going on a trip, so the experience I gain is almost nothing. My dream is to become a mercenary and travel across the continent. Right now it feels like a dream, but I still have a long way to go before I can become a mercenary. I haven't even beaten you once, Roderick. He shook his head. You're already a very skilled warrior. Hearing that, he bowed his head in thought and then stood up. I will bother you once more. Dee stepped forward with a determined look in his eyes. I will also need to rely on you a lot. Before I go back, I will become stronger. It has to be like that. At that moment, Roderick told Dion that he was immature. But then he had to witness Dion fall from the city wall, pierced by enemies, blood covering his face. Despite his wounds, he still tried to hold his sword until his last breath, but in the end, he died with his body pierced through. Thinking of this, Roderick was filled with renewed strength and charged forward fiercely. Wherever he went, the divine line trembled and bowed. In the end, the two of them successfully reunited with Edit. She sighed in relief that they had survived and returned. Riken knelt on the ground, coughing heavily. Rupert had already interrupted Edith. Forget it. He's not dead yet, but he probably won't survive on his own. Han announced to everyone that all 22 people had climbed the tower and were now attacking with full force. Everyone's eyes sparkled with fighting spirit, and they all leapt up, launching a coordinated attack. The distant figure looked fierce. Ha ha! I was just waiting for that line. Everyone rushes along the arm to get to the top as quickly as possible. A red warning message suddenly appeared on the system. The stone statue's self-defense system has been activated. The arm of the ancient statue spun wildly. Then automatic arrow shooting machines emerged from the joints. From other holes, the lizard gods crawl out from inside and rush towards Han's group, while the automatic arrow shooting machines, more accurately spear shooting machines, activate simultaneously. Nisat and Nandio quickly dodge to the sides, while Han at the back cuts apart the automatic spear with her sword. Then it's Edit's turn, rushing forward with two swords like a ninja. The lizard gods are numerous but not strong. Everyone has their own task, with Roderick and Lai Lai fighting side by side with twin spears. The spears relentlessly pierced into the lizard horde, Anon wounded, but his fighting spirit remained unbroken. Bin stands right beside him, supporting with arrow fire for teammate Edit Thor. Team 2 will lead the charge. Rahman also advances boldly. Team 4 will follow behind Team 2. Everyone follow me, Han thought to himself. We've regained our spirit. The only thing left is to clear this floor step by step. In front of him, a lizard god witch was casting a spell, with streams of blazing red energy pouring from her hands that transformed into lizard knights. The system announces that the herd of lizard gods has gone berserk.
and a figure with white hair, horns, and red eyes appears before everyone.
Han also entered a berserk state, slashing through the newly appeared lizard horde with his sword. The frightened witch tried to retreat, but Han stepped forward, kicked her away, and then gave an order. "This bastard is hollow inside. I will destroy it from the inside out." Kisasa quickly jumps in. "I'll go ahead." Hang calls her back. Kisasa takes it. "What is this?" Kisasa wondered. "It's an internal map. Follow it." You pull out a piece of paper. Kisasa smiles. "You've got something impressive." "I will use this map well," Hang said to Prius. "Brius, everyone, including you, will go inside." Prius was surprised. "Me too?" Han looked at the approaching divine beings outside, which were more dangerous than inside. She knew the team would stay behind, and we would handle things outside. Han told Casa to go in first and destroy everything she saw inside. Both Kiasa's body and the flames are burning brightly as she laughs with delight. "I get it. I'm so excited." In an instant, Kiajasa transformed into her original fire tiger form. Caprias, who was panicking nearby, then leapt down into the underground tunnel. Following that, the entire team of 3 also jumps down. Edit the instructions before they descend. "Han, be careful." Han reassures her. "Don't worry, Yanka is just complaining. Why does our team always have to do such difficult work?" Han smiles. "Why is that? You don't like it?" She pouted. "That's just how I see it." "What should we do now?" Han will announce the plan, and we will continue climbing up the robotic arm and destroy any suspicious machines. "Sounds simple, huh?" Ivanka sighed. Nerissa is sitting by the mouth of the pit reporting that everyone, including Team 5, has entered inside the statue. With her sharp ears, she immediately realized the spear launcher was still active, along with a few lizard gods rushing toward her. He dodged to the side and unleashed a spiritual sword technique. A green light erupts, wrapping around the spear and then shattering it into pieces. Avwanka coldly recites the fire spell, destroying the remaining spear with flames. The lizard gods are no longer intimidated and continue to charge forward. Gina is in charge of this group, and every arrow she shoots hits its target. Over there, Belkis and Nerissa are also fiercely playing lizard chopping, having almost cleared out the enemies. The statue grits its teeth in anger. Han looks up at him and sneers. Under the statue, the flames surrounding it had closed in, and a figure was kneeling at its base, gripping a sword and panting heavily. "So it's due after all. Does the villain live too long?" He stared with wide eyes, breathing heavily, looking from that direction. "Damn it, there's nowhere left to run now. No matter where I run, those damn reptiles are everywhere, and the flames are closing in tighter." He looked up at the arm of the statue. It's tall and far away. How could I possibly reach it? Those people have already climbed up there. Do they really think this is possible? Thousands of questions raced through his mind as he tried to run. Had they already reached up there? Outside, Han's team is fighting tirelessly against the serpent gods, while inside, Kiachasa is also enthusiastically destroying everything she sees on her way, marveling as she shatters a blue stone. All these strange machines here, just destroy them all, and it's done. Han is satisfied. "Yeah, keep going. The warning from the system sounds again outside." The stone statue's self-defense system has reached level 2, and a few more spear-selling machines have sprouted from the statue. Han shouted, "Yanka!" She understood. He cast a fire spell at the flying spears, followed by 41 fully armored and armed lizards. Ivanka's eyes glow with a mystical purple light as she spins her hand and clenches it into a fist. Then a surge of purple energy sweeps across, hurling the lizards into the flames below. Immediately after, a massive foot as thick as a pillar crashes down onto the ground. It is a massive level 23 ORC, rushing from another gate, wielding a weapon. It only managed to shout before 3 arrows flew in and pierced its left eye. Before he could shout the second word, Han rushed over, gently splitting it in 2, the head rolling into the fire as distant news arrived. "We've taken care of the second machine." Her voice suddenly hesitated as she found the third machine. "What is this?" Anne immediately asked again, "What's going on?" The machine has risen to the surface. Just after it finished speaking, a column emerged nearby, containing a blue crystal inside. "I see it now. That's what it's trying to hunt down and destroy. I'll inform my team. It's appeared near me. We'll handle it and find the next one." After saying that, A ordered Nerissa Belkis destroy it. Both received the order and soared up suddenly when a few snake gods unexpectedly crawled out, screaming and standing in front of the stone pedestal like protectors. Of course, with just a few basic sword strokes, the two cut the lizard creatures into pieces. Belkis sped up and shattered the crystal. The system immediately displays a warning. The stone statue's self-defense system has reached level 3. The statue's eyes suddenly flash and gradually turn into 2 bright spots that illuminate the night. Han tries to analyze. What the hell is that? Every time a crystal is destroyed, the security system is triggered again. Maybe I have to destroy all the crystals to defeat it. The two have spear guns and the reptiles are guarding. A 2 has a spear-throwing machine and an orc. And level 3 has one too. Han seems to have an idea. He slightly smiles as the system displays a warning. The ancient statue is shooting beams of light from its eyes, and the beam of light is heading straight toward Han's team. The power of this light beam is no joke. It destroys everything in its path, even burning the demon lizards that come near. After the dazzling light, a deep groove appeared as a straight line on the statue's arm. It seemed like Han's group had been wiped out, but upon closer look, they appeared a bit stunned. The 5 of them split into 2 sides, just in time to avoid the deadly attack in the middle. Eve Wong-ka, slow to react, was pulled aside by Han just in time to escape disaster. Jenna sighed. That was an interesting attack. Ha, you're too far from the head. Jenna, support us. Inside the monster, a fierce battle is also raging. Rima jumps up and slashes the exhausted orc, and this endless cycle just keeps going. I don't even know where we are anymore. Han immediately ordered to destroy the engine again for Kissus's team. Everyone just needs to buy time by defeating the monsters. Suddenly, Vian's agonizing scream makes Sa startle and turn back. The system immediately reports that Vian has returned to his ancestors and is in critical condition. And Edit asks Han, "How is the situation?" Han asked again. "Are you also being shot by the light from its eyes?" Edit asked in surprise. "Laser beams from the eyes." Han dodged the light while slashing at the monsters. "So what is it? Give the brief report, Edit." It started with a slingshot, then a continuous firing device, and now Han immediately realizes that it seems the same inside. So he tells Edit, "Got it, that's enough." Han raises the spear he just snatched from a lizard and aims directly at the target. If we can block the light beam coming from outside, the trap inside will also stop. Han leans and throws the spear with all his might at one of the statue's eyes. Of course it hit the target. One of its eyes is damaged. Surprised, huh? It has stopped. But Han replied, "We've finished dealing with it, let's keep going." Kyasa also sent a message, and they have already defeated the 4th one. At this moment, the light from the goddess statue suddenly flickered, faded, and then went out. The target system warning effect has ended. The stone statue has escaped the goddess's power and immediately started moving again. Jenna shouted, "Captain, I don't think we have any time left." "Balancing is too hard." She turns and runs. "I'll go ahead." Han, busy dealing with the remaining demons, shouts back, "I'll be right behind you, don't worry." "There's no time, we'll go ahead." Seeing the statue's arm move higher and higher, Ivanka shouted to Han, "What are you doing? Come up here quickly." Han was fighting and realized something was wrong. They were attacking him wildly without fear. Do they all want to die together? Thinking of this, he ran towards everyone. "Come here." At this moment, the monster stands up and continues moving, causing the bell-kist above to tumble down the slope. They all struggle to find something to hold on to stay steady. Jenna leans out, reaching out and shouting, "Captain, hurry up!" Han takes a running start, jumps several times, and then soars up. Jenna was right in front of him, feeling like their hands were about to touch when Han started to fall. His momentum wasn't enough for him to reach Jenna. Jenna shouted in worry. The captain was still there, but Han was falling freely through the air, desperately trying to escape, with his position poorly chosen and too steep. He didn't know where to hold on, and he would hit him with a single strike. In that split second, hanging by a thread, Han gritted his teeth, gripping the hilt tightly, as the sword in his hand was not just a weapon, but his only chance of survival. Without hesitation, Han swung the sword toward the nearby wall, channeling all his strength into his arm. The sharp blade cut through the hard stone, sparks flying everywhere. The fierce impact numbed his arm, but the sword still clung tightly to the wall, slowing his descent. The intense pulling force made Han's whole body shake with each wave, his muscles tensing to hold his position steady. The wall screeched as the sword carved a deep line across its surface, leaving a long streak of damage. He continued sliding down, but his speed had significantly decreased. Han also used his feet to slow his fall, and luckily, just before reaching the fire below, his sword helped him stop. He gasped for breath when suddenly a flash of light appeared, indicating the screen had been captured. Han was stunned. What the hell is going on with someone taking a screenshot of me? Jenna above is still very worried, calling out to him non-stop. "Captain," Han is reassuring her, "don't worry, I am not dead." "Wait a moment, I'll come to save you right away. Forget about me, don't worry, just focus on moving forward to the front. The crystals like before will keep appearing." Jenna hesitated, but Captain Ha spoke sternly. "I will handle my side myself." He looked around and suddenly saw some gates near the fire beneath the statue, and the flames hadn't reached that area yet. Han quickly decided that was the place. If he wanted to survive, he had to jump into its body. Han was so focused on finding an escape that he didn't notice Rupert hanging nearby with his sword. The old man gasped for breath, then leapt to the side, grabbing Han's hair tightly. Han was startled as his body was pulled backward, realizing that the vile old man was still alive. He muttered to himself, "I will survive. I will climb up right now." He also saw the doors. If I can jump inside its body, it's truly unbelievable. The old man smiled triumphantly. Han sneered and coldly regained his composure. The pile of white hair also disappeared, and Han's arm grabbing his hair fell into the middle of the chaos. Du was stunned, unable to believe it, and forgot to say a word before falling freely into the raging flames below. The system announced that Rupert has died, a fitting end for a despicable coward who was afraid of death and finally died a pointless death. Han glanced at Kin Bi once more before leaping onto the sword, then used it to jump over to the door he just passed. He looked at the sword still embedded in the wall, reached out his hand to pull it back, and a purple light enveloped the blade, which immediately spun around several times before returning to Han's hand with a cool flare. Han safely enters inside and immediately contacts the team leaders, all teams reporting their current situation. As he steps in, he is greeted by a harem of lizard women equipped with armor and swords, ready to relax. A divine lizard stepped forward, apparently the leader of the group, shouting, "I am my body, the greatest divine lizard warrior." "I won't let it finish its introduction." Han rushed past, head and body parts scattering in different directions, just as expected. Han also scolded it, get lost, and ran straight ahead without looking back. I remember when I was at the side checkpoint, I had already gone through these paths before. Unlike other teams that need to memorize the layout of this level, even if I have to find the right path, I'm not afraid of getting lost. So if I just ignore the traps and monsters, I can quickly reach the top. Because he knew the way by heart, Han easily bypassed all the traps, arrow volleys, and spike pits without breaking a sweat. Han dodged the arrows flying from the hidden mechanism while communicating with Kisasa. "Kisasa, how far have you gotten?" She quickly responds. "We are in a very large circular room. There are many strange machines here, but no way leads upstairs." "There's only a staircase," Han ordered immediately. "Then move down and destroy everything in your path." "I understand," Kisasa responded. A few seconds later, Kisasa immediately reported, "The fifth engine is malfunctioning and also pointing upward. Coincidentally, the fifth engine rises up right into Ivanka's line of sight." Jenna hesitated. A crystal appeared on her other shoulder. "What should we do now?" "Yanka, the statue's head is blocking our view. Even if I use the wind to bend the arrow's trajectory, I don't think I can hit them from this distance," Yanka muttered. "Looks like I have to step in this time, too." The system sounds an alarm, and the statue's self-defense level reaches 4. With a screech, another door emerged, and a level 35 magic golem stepped out, its arms surrounded by sharp blades like deadly claws. He charged straight at Ivanka's distracted group. The statue's head also turned back, and the system immediately warned that the ancient statue was firing a beam of light from its mouth. He opens his mouth, a burst of light gradually gathering inside. Yanka just turned around. "This time I will disable its magic." Then a red beam of light shot in front of her, with the sharp claws of the golem from before hidden within the red glow. And just as those claws seemed to slash across Ivanka's eyes, Han appeared. He jumps down and drives his sword straight into the golem's head. It collapses to the ground, but immediately turns its head 180 degrees and strikes back with both hands at Han. But Han didn't want to waste time on these matters. He unleashed his spiritual sword, slashed a deadly strike at the monster, then charged forward, punching through its body with his bare hands. As soon as I finished dealing with the monster, the statue had gathered enough deadly light. Heng raised his sword and thought, "Show me your true power. Your true." The communication system, awakened weapon, a special power has enveloped the Bifrost divine sword. The sword is covered in a red light, with several black lightning bolts emanating from it. The statue opens wide and unleashes a beam of blue light toward Han. Yen quickly rushes forward, using his sword to block that enormous power. The two powers continued to clash, sometimes pushing Han back a few steps. Sometimes Han surged forward, and eventually Han gained the upper hand, advancing step by step. Then he charged and struck a heavy blow that not only shattered the previous beam of light, but also destroyed the boss's mouth laser system. Everyone stood there in stunned silence after witnessing what just happened. It wasn't until the boss's explosion that Belkist finally let out a sigh of relief. "You're too late. We've been waiting for you." Yanka got annoyed. "Stop joking around. I really thought I was going to die." "I don't care about you." Han chuckled as if teasing. "I'm the one who almost died, so why are you making such a fuss?" Belkis seems interested in Han's weapon. "What kind of weapon is that of his?" "I also want one. It's one of a kind."
You can't have it even if you want to. Han replied straightforwardly. The rest is Ivanka's task. She aims, fires a blast of fire, and shatters the crystal on the statue's shoulder. And after destroying her, she muttered, "You are too reckless. Even if I had 100 lives, it wouldn't be enough for you to use anymore." Han put his sword away, wanting to talk later. Everyone run, quickly. Are you saying we should run into that pit? Hang nodded in confirmation, and they immediately rushed forward as the giant hand of the statue suddenly appeared in the space to block their way. Bang! The heavy hand strikes down, but everyone managed to escape. As they approached the pit, another door emerged. The door swung open, revealing a different magic golem with its arms equipped with 2 guns. But before it could fire a shot, 2 arrows flew in and destroyed its guns. Before she could regain her composure, Jenna darted to the shoulder, side, and stomach. Using her keen eye to spot weak points and her agility with her twin daggers, she easily took down the golem in an instant. After killing the monster, Jenna felt very pleased. Hee. So this is how you kill them? Ha reminds you. Stop showing off and keep running. Key reports from the communication device that the 6th engine is finished. Han stood at the edge of the pit and asked, "What's the situation?" "They're resisting quite fiercely." "Haha, but they can't stop me. I will kill them all." Kia laughs triumphantly from afar. "Is the escort target still safe?" Han asked one last time before jumping into the hole. "What are you asking so strangely for?" "Of course, she's still safe." Han announced that they would soon encounter a dead end, so everyone should prepare to escape. "I've marked a suitable escape point on the map for everyone." Ha finished speaking and jumped into the hole. After jumping in, a red circular room with a structure from the ceiling to the walls and floor appeared before them. It seemed to be the same round room they just encountered. Jenna looked around, hesitant. "This place is really strange." Suddenly, the system's red alert blared loudly. The wall's self-defense mechanism has reached its maximum level. Jenna was startled and pulled her hand back. "What is that?" "Did I accidentally hit something?" Han reassured her. "Don't worry, it's not your fault." The door in front of them opened, revealing a level 35 Egyptian royal-style magic golem, a level 34 ancient priest-style magic golem, and a level 33 ancient Egyptian deity-style magic golem, all stepping out together. Suddenly, a loud laugh echoed from the wall-mounted speaker. "Welcome, fools, to the trial chamber. Ha ha. Witness the greatest masterpiece I have spent my whole life creating. Be my test subject for my masterpiece." Immediately, the 3 golems pressed together, beginning the fusion into a robot like in superhero movies. One body fitted into the other. Jenna broke out in sweat, scanning for weaknesses but couldn't find any, frowning. "What's its weakness?" Han replied casually. "How would I know? I do have that ability, but not you. That speaker still acts so arrogantly. My work has no weaknesses. Kneel before my greatness." After a moment of convergence, a level 46 S-class ultimate super magic golem appears before my eyes. An unbeatable monster with no flaws, fully armed with advanced weapons on both hands and all over its body, Han silently assesses. Surprisingly, it's stronger than the hybrid dragon from before. The iron door where the golem emerged is slowly closing. Han quickly took off his sword cover and threw it straight at the door. The sword cover just fit to block the door from closing. The golem begins to boast, "What are you fools trying to do? Lowly creatures like you will be easily killed by me." Huh. It looks confused, watching Han's team not fighting, but running straight toward the door. They all start crawling through the sword bag and running into the corridor. Jenna laughs happily. Truly a beautiful scene to behold. The golem is angry for being ignored. What's going on?
Wait a minute. Hey, you guys.
Han just said one last thing before the door closed. "We'll see each other again soon, so just wait here for us." Suddenly, 2 glowing cheer sticks appeared in the air, waving and shaking as Master outside had spent 50 games to buy spirit cheer sticks for his heroes. Ivoka was surprised. What was that light? Han had no intention of explaining pointless things and simply said, "Don't mind it." On this side, Kisasa shattered the crystal and laughed loudly. "Ha ha, the 7th one. The warning system of the stone statue has been seriously damaged." So Ki contacted Han. "We have reached a dead end. It seems we can't go any further." Han instructed, "Climb the stairs and then turn right. If she goes straight down the middle road at the intersection, she'll see another one there." "Wait for us there," Kisasa asked from afar. "What are you planning to do?" Han replied, "We will destroy the head of the statue before leaving." Kisasa chuckled. "Challenging the hardest task, huh?" At this moment, Jenna shouted a warning. "It seems like something is following us." Han guessed surely the golem has destroyed the doors. As Han finished speaking, the golem arrived, continuously smashing and roaring. "Don't underestimate my masterpiece. After speaking, it drew its gun and shot 10 arrows at Han's team. Belkis saw the danger and jumped in, swinging wildly to block all the arrows. He decided to stay. Just leave this to me. Yanka disagrees. What are you talking about? We will fight together. At this moment, the editor sent a message. Suddenly, many enemies appeared at this moment. Han asked again, how many are there? There are more than 100. I'm trying to reach the exit. But Binnick, who was injured, is with Idit. Han advised. Understood. Try to hold on for a while. No matter what happens, don't let Prius die. Edit received the order. I will do my best. Belkis tilts her head back and drinks a healing potion to prepare Chuan for the fierce battle. Nerissa decides to stay and fight alongside Belkis and Ivanka, turning to Han and saying, the three of us should be enough. Go now. Yanka is discussing the strategy with Nerissa and Belkis. If two of you can help block the way so I can cast my spell, we can get through. Han saw the situation and said to Jenna, let's go. Jenna hesitated, but didn't she trust them? Han frowns and reminds them that they won't do it if it's not feasible. Remember this. Jenna felt a bit reassured after hearing that. Before leaving, she warned her team, don't die. Yanka laughed and replied, staying here is much safer. On the way, Jenna still hesitated a bit and asked, they'll be fine, right? Hang nodded. Trust in them. They've been training hard, not just to play. Although he reassured Jenna, Han thought to himself, I need to hurry up. On the side of Team 4, Ryman was fighting monsters while encouraging Rosa, who was seriously injured. Rosa, stay conscious. Rosa's face is pale, bleeding continuously, and she can only walk steadily with Roderick supporting her. Thutao replied, stop shouting. I have a headache. Riemann encouraged, this mission will be over soon. I thought this was impossible, but we really did it. We can survive and go back. Just hold on a little longer. Surviving and returning home, she looked at the fierce orc before her, wondering if this hellish place would ever end. A few minutes later, the system announced Belkis was losing blood, while Jose had returned to the goddess's embrace. Han was fighting monsters while feeling extremely frustrated. It's painful to admit that Big Mup is a game so difficult that only a few can endure it and keep playing. This game is so hard that you might think the developers didn't want you to finish it. It's similar to my account. On the way, Jenna and Han also faced countless monsters. After a fierce battle, Jenna saw Han was injured and asked worriedly, Han, stay calm, don't worry. No matter what happens, we will complete this mission. After running for a while, Han reaches a sturdy-looking iron door. Without hesitation, he draws his long sword and slashes it open, then kicks the door down. Inside, there is a room filled with cameras like an observation chamber. In the center, a divine lizard is sitting there. It is the mastermind of this challenge. It is introduced as a truth researcher in Kurusa level 35 technique. Seeing the Han rush in here, she let out a terrifying laugh. Stupid humans, you have finally arrived. The girl grins, narrowing her eyes as she stares at Han. Do you know what the girl you're trying to protect is trying to do? That girl is trying to defy the laws of the universe. Humanity has made a wrong choice. Han coldly thrusts a dagger into her. Jenna, fed up, quickly knocked 3 arrows and shot them at her first encounter. The attack was so swift that the serpent goddess couldn't dodge, causing both of their strikes to stumble backward as Han stepped forward and coldly asked, what have you been rambling about all this time? Then he turned to Jenna and ordered her to destroy all the strange devices here, not leaving a single one intact. Jenna quickly responded, ignoring the lizard woman's last efforts, and carefully wrote on the ground with blood. I haven't finished talking yet. The golem is equipped with very advanced weapons, attacking the group non-stop, able to easily block Nerissa's strikes with one hand while countering Belkis with the other. And on top of that, it's very tough. How am I supposed to destroy something like that? Just then, Ivanka finished her spell and unleashed a fierce flame toward the boss. The flames burst forth, engulfing the monster as Belkis dashed to its side, eyes blazing with determination. If I can't defeat something like this, how can I possibly take down a dragon? Back to our cool main character. Han has found the hidden room with the final crystal. This crystal is bigger than all the previous ones combined and is placed on a complex contraption of wires and gears. Han muttered to himself and then struck the crystal with his sword, causing it to shatter instantly and crash to the floor. The system displays a bright red warning indicating danger. The ancient stone statue can no longer hold out and is in the process of destroying itself, with white smoke billowing from its mouth and its entire body trembling violently. The system has updated the mission type to escape. Everyone must get out of the statue. The main goal is to keep Prias alive. Han immediately runs out to inform Jenna. This place is about to collapse. We need to get out of here now. Jenna just finished destroying the devices, worriedly asked, what about the others? We'll regroup with them on the way. Come with me quickly, Han urges. Run out of the room now and I will immediately inform the other team leaders. Listen up, team leaders, I just destroyed the last crystal. The current doors are probably all unlocked now, and the flames should have gone out, so quickly find an escape route. Edit, report back immediately. We have found the exit. We will get out of here. What about you guys? Han replied. We're fine. We'll escape on our own. Rand's side is far away and didn't receive the signal. Seeing the intense shaking, Liul turned back to ask his team leader. What's going on with this shaking? Has Team 1 already succeeded? Rimen frowned and urged urgently. The type of mission has changed. We need to escape quickly. What about Rosa? Rosa's body was torn apart by that orc. Rahman brushed it off. We can't carry those corpses with us. There's no more time. They've also received the information from over there. She jumped ahead and killed 2 lizards, then ordered the team to move out quickly. We will clear the way ourselves. Watch this, humans. At this moment, I just ordered the team members to help the injured while checking on the others. Lai, help Anon. Bink, can you still run? Bink nodded and took a healing potion, replying, Yes, I can. Everyone sprinted towards the exit. Roderick urged them on. Hurry as fast as you can. We will be left behind if you are too slow. Bin quickly ran to the back and responded clearly. Han kept running and encouraging himself. This is the final stage of the mission. Stay alive. By this point, out of the original 25 people, 5 have been lost, and the remaining 20 are all wounded and bleeding. The Belkas team just finished dealing with the golem and paused to rest and catch their breath, waiting for Han and Jenna. Seeing you two run over, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. You're too slow. We've been waiting for you for a while. What about the golem? Han asked. I was about to destroy it when suddenly it stopped moving. Did you cause this? Han turned around to remind him. This place is about to collapse. We can talk later. Follow me. Chat Ha saw a deep, clean cut on Belkas's thigh, blood pouring out constantly, a pretty serious wound. Knowing what Han was about to say, Belkas brushed it off immediately. You don't need to worry, it's nothing. Before he could finish speaking, Nerissa struck Belkas on the back of the head with the hilt of his sword, knocking him out, then quickly caught him. He just kept acting stubborn for no reason. I'll carry him, let's go. The shaking grew more intense, and the pipes holding the statue's mechanism started to burst. Thick smoke obscures the view, and Han keeps running while thinking that the way out has become more complicated. If we don't memorize the map, we're all dead. The exit is right in front of us, but we face another problem. The exit is quite far from the ground, about 1,000 meters away, and there are still some flames below that haven't gone out. Jenna looked down worriedly. How can I get down from here? It's too high here. Can you use your magic control? Yoka Ivanka's face twisted. It's not like it's a universal spell or anything. Han assessed the situation and called Nerissa. Get the ropes ready. Nerissa said nothing, quickly prepared the rope and threw the other end down. Jenna was shocked. Does he really want to climb down with just one rope? Han replied that she had done this before, but this time it was much higher. Jenna screamed. Han no longer has the children. I order, this rope isn't long enough. We will have to climb down another section ourselves. There isn't much time left. Everyone, hurry up. Nerissa follows the order, carrying Bio Kiss. I will go ahead. Kisasa's Group 3 just arrived at another door. Kisasa carries Priyas in her arms as ordered. The exit is over there. We will jump down. They all jumped up suddenly and used their sharp claws to cling to the wall, scraping to slow their fall. This scene looks absolutely cinematic. Ngao does his best. Even Anne can't help but be amazed. The Team 3 members, I don't know what more to say. Edit is busy giving orders. Everyone get ready to climb down, quickly grab the ropes. The stone statue is gradually destroying itself from the inside, with many parts exploding, speeding up the self-destruction process. The lizards were all thrown out and 100% dead, and then the statue collapsed right in front of everyone. 20 people have escaped safely and are sitting on the ground catching their breath as Nerissa breathes a sigh of relief. We made it out. Edit smiles happily. Well done, Han. Han turned to ask about her team. How are the others doing now? We're still doing pretty well. A few people have died, but everyone on my team is safe. Hearing that, Han felt reassured and took a sip of water. Riemann gasped for breath and then burst out laughing, admiring Han. Ha ha, you're really impressive. What did you do before coming here? I learned a lot from you. Rickon added, you already saw how good he was before, but he's even more amazing than we thought. Jenna lay sprawled on the ground, mocking. Actually, when he separated from your group, he performed even better. Riemann interrupted. What uncle are you talking about? Don't call me that, I'm still young. Priya stood silently, a hint of sadness in his eyes. I feel so guilty, I don't know how many people have died because of me. If the dangers everyone has faced are linked to my collecting keys. As she was explaining, Han suddenly slapped her, making her freeze in shock.
She rubbed her cheek and shouted, "Why did you do that all of a sudden?" Han, expressionless, turned back and asked, "If I told you not to collect them anymore, would you stop, Prius?" Prius hesitated. "That—" Han turned away. "If you feel embarrassed about this, then don't think about it anymore." "I understand now." A blue light beam appears, bringing the heroes back to the waiting room. The system announces the successful completion of the challenge. All 20 heroes level up, with rewards including 300,000 gold, 3 low-level magic machine parts, 5 basic water bottles, 7 desert-level B divine scales, 3 A-level magic crystals, 5 desert B-level essences, and the MVP of this challenge is none other than Han. Han finally let out a sigh of relief when he got back to the waiting room. It's finally over, the main goal of the mission, finding the keys. Prius said there are a total of 3 keys. She has only obtained 1 so far, and getting the remaining ones will be very difficult. As he was thinking, a sudden voice called out softly beside his ear, "Loki, Loki, Loki." You came here with tears streaming down your face, throwing yourself into Han's arms and crying uncontrollably. "You're amazing. You're truly the best in the world." Han glared at her. "Stay silent. You're deafening." Then she transformed into a horse statue and happily said, "This is a gift from Master." Seeing the statue, Han froze, sprayed on some glue, and was speechless, not knowing how to express his feelings. "I hit the horse at least 3 times, so why does it keep giving me gifts?" Yo sweat all over and forced a nervous smile, anxiously waiting for Han's reaction. But then Han just gently chuckled at the Master's stubbornness. "Fine. I give up." The next day, a grand feast with all kinds of delicious dishes was laid out in the square. This is the celebration the Master threw for the heroes returning from floor 30. Riemann is very satisfied, tilting his head back to drink a glass of beer, laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha. This really is paradise. When I first arrived, I thought it was hell, but it turns out it's not so bad. Not much different from being a mercenary." Likulin nodded in agreement. "Yes, death is inevitable." Yonka was eating grilled meat on a skewer and criticizing Kai for being rude. Truly impolite. "I don't think so. We only live once, so just live the way we want." Edit also agrees. He said that's right. Being rude is better than being a coward. Li Lai bowed his head sadly. Still, many people had to lose their lives. Edit tilts back the empty beer glass, takes a deep breath to gather strength, and replies, "It's truly unfortunate, but we must move forward. It's okay to mourn those we've lost, but we also have to celebrate that we're still alive." That's the mercenary style. Li Lai quickly lifts his glass of beer. "I understand now." Belkis looked like he was sitting on a pile of fire, constantly anxious. "When will it be finished? I want to get back to the training ground." Chloe is worried. "We had to work really hard to prepare these dishes. You don't like it?" Belkis hesitated. "No, Nerissa was just eating and speaking frankly. He's just shy." Belkis sneered, holding up a thigh threateningly. "Do you want to die?" Han is pleased as he watches the party. A celebration to boost morale and relieve stress. The thing I've never forgotten since I was in Nihem. It's not as grand as Neelam, but it's enough. I didn't expect them to be able to prepare this without me reminding them. They've improved a lot. Suddenly, a girl approaches Han. "Anyway, aren't you the main character of today's party?" "Han, what did you do before coming here?" "I'm Farmer Han, just kidding." "Haha, just joking." She burst out laughing. Han sighed, really annoyed, but he couldn't leave either. The girl continued to tuck her hair behind her ear and shyly said, We came here last month." Jenna stood behind, looking extremely excited. Suddenly, Yo rushes from behind at lightning speed, startling the girl. "Big news here. Han is in a hurry and calls his name." Han reminds him, "It's too noisy, you only need to call once." She tugs at his shirt, looking anxious. "I have something to tell you about this." Lulin, with a flushed face from the alcohol, steps forward curiously. "What's going on? Another battle?" Yo glared back with a sneer. Not your business. Just die from alcohol poisoning. You drunken fool, if it weren't for Han, you'd be dead already." As she was rambling, Han flicked her hard, making her stumble forward. Han grabbed Yo and told everyone, "I'll be back soon." Yo kept pleading. "Ouch, my wings are very sensitive. Be gentle." Han coldly ordered, "Eat with your mouth." When they got back to the room, Han finally let Yo go, crossing his arms and asking, "What's wrong?" Yo was tearful. You'll be really shocked." Then she used her power to open a screen. "Hey. The power of the fairy." The screen shows the pig makeup game forum. Han quickly understood the issue after skimming through it. It seems Water shared a video of the 30th floor raid. There are so many views. Io nods. "That's right. The Master's post content is as follows.
These are my heroes from the level 30 raid. I previously posted a question. Then I received a lot of help and found a solution from there.
I'm posting this video because someone asked. The hero in the video is Han, a 1-star hero from the beginning. Even below the comment zone, it's extremely lively. Hope Lunch account doesn't believe it. A 1-star hero when first summoned? You're joking. Kimochi's account replies. They're serious about it. Could you check the previous post? They already had this hero back then. He is 2 stars but has the stats of a 1-star. The C-Tech account is impressed. He is quite strong for a hero of the same level and star, but is very skilled overall in the game, as if he was born to do this. It's like Loki's series. Afterwards, there are quite a few comments expressing surprise at Han's abilities. Han thought to himself, his reaction exactly the same as when he posted a video about NIHAM.
Scrolling down, someone also asked the master about how to train heroes, and upon reading the master's reply, I gave him the warhorse statue a few times. He seems to like it.
Han looked utterly incredulous, having smashed the statue at least 3 times, yet master's words made it sound like he liked it. Han doubted. When did I ever say I liked that horse statue? Wow, excited. What do you think? Loki, you're a superstar now, both as the owner and the hero. Han was emotionless. Oh, this is so exciting.
The system notified Han that the master had purchased the limited edition winning package, which includes 4,500 games and 300,000 gold. Not only that, but the buyer will receive 150 games and 10,000 gold every day for a month.
This package costs 50,000 W. Han was surprised.
Water spent that much money? Truly brave.
That person has never spent that much money on this game before. Iso marvels.
Well, the video still got over 50,000 views anyway.
Han reminisces.
I also once spent all the money I earned from videos on the game. Iso was satisfied with that wise choice.
The system notified the master of 3 unread messages, all from other masters, but W didn't seem to care much and chose not to read them.
Han guessed that their account might have been compromised, but as long as our coordinates weren't exposed, ignoring private messages wouldn't cause any problems.
But if that happens, it could be invaded by other players. Han is overthinking it. Yu looked for a while, then hesitated and asked Loki, "Are you not happy? Why do you ask that?" Han was surprised. He didn't seem to be happy at all.
Han shook his head. "I'm fine. That's interesting."
Han opened the door and headed back to the square.
On the way, he thought to himself that we had gained a lot of attention from other players through the video.
But I am nothing more than a hero more talented than other heroes. Pigmup's true followers wouldn't bother with us unless they saw our true talent. He told Iso to let him know when the next video was uploaded. Y nodded.
"All right, I'll remember." Riemann saw Han turn back and happily asked, "What's been going on? It's been a while."
"Nothing much, just some casual chatting." He slammed his beer down on the table and laughed loudly. "Ha ha, have a drink with me." Han naturally took it and drank it all in one gulp. He doesn't like drinking alcohol, but since it's a special occasion, he doesn't want to refuse. Starting tomorrow, they'll be busy. The next day, when the master logged in, the system kept sending notifications, including congratulations for reaching level 30 and other new features being unlocked. The weekly dungeon has opened, and the weekly dungeons have advanced to intermediate level. Not to mention the 3rd exploration dungeon, Ka has also unlocked it. New facilities have been unlocked. The Taoya Hall area has been changed. The connection area drops from 95.513 to 88.347. Current coordinates are 188T347.447.935. The ancient ruins will start appearing from level 8. The owner's area will change every 10 levels to keep high-level and low-level players separated. Of course, new content becomes available whenever you level up the area. The ancient ruins open at level 30. Sending a team to explore with a spaceship might bring back rewards. Ancient ruins are special areas where you can find rare materials and gemstones that can't be found in regular dungeons. Items can only be received after conquering the ancient ruins. In other words, if you haven't, you should conquer it if another player has already done so. On the other hand, it's better to be prepared to defend it. Han calculated that to build a spaceship, I will need a lot of high-level materials, a lot of money and time, and the right engineers. I also need a mage engineer of at least level 4. In the near future, Water won't be able to build a spaceship. In the end, the situation isn't much different from when the dimensional window wasn't opened. It's a pity. After a while, WaterV started posting ads to rent a spaceship on the forum. Of course, that option was also not feasible. The rental cost was outrageous, and if it got damaged, he would have to pay for the entire ship. Finished, Master is logging out of the game. Han looked up at the system notification, pondering. A spaceship? Belkis wondered. What are you looking at? I thought you would be training with me. Belkis asked that because the two of them were standing in front of the training room, but Han kept staring blankly.
Han thought to himself, it's fine to have it, but no need to rush. Anyway, we'll get it eventually, so let's go back and tell Belkis.
Suddenly, Han stopped, and the system notified him of an unread message from the master in the voice chat channel. So Han looked up at the sky again. It seems they haven't checked it before logging out, but it doesn't matter. Belkis hesitated. If things continued like this, today would end without any training. That night, while Yo was sound asleep, Han summoned her once again. Bye, sleepy, rubbing her eyes. What's going on? Han gets straight to the point. Yo, I need temporary ownership rights. Huh? Authority? Yo is curious. I need to check the private messages.
As you wish, Primordial Power.
Han checks Master's messages to see the one he missed. A message from someone named Shinunu saying hello and that he's bored being here alone. Han immediately responded to his greeting. Seeing him start typing a message right away, he thought to himself, they must be online. We're neighbors in the same area. Sinu replied that he's very happy to meet the master and that he's been online all day. He asked if the master just went online. Han nodded and told Iz to show him this person's location on the map. Iz typed for a while, then handed it to Han. Han frowned as he looked at the map. Shinunu's city is called Harura, currently marked in red, while the other buildings are gray.
All in gray. Y explains. The gray color means they haven't logged into the game for a long time. Each area should have at least 100 people.
There are only a few active lobbies here. Keep sending messages, Shinu. Am I here all alone? How boring. I hope you won't quit the game like others. I want to help you.
I farm a lot, so I have plenty of items.
Can you tell me your location?
I will send the items right away. You can check the coordinates at the top right of the interface.
Han sneered.
Are you going to be direct about it?
Then tell him to wait a moment. Yuo is worried. Loki, wait a moment. Han interrupted this guy. I know this guy is a hunter. Han knows it too, and this group is also called the Stupid Hunters. They pretend to want to help, then steal your friends. New players are very easy to fall into this trap.
Han said that if there are many gray accounts in the area, it means he's done this many times before.
Yo snorted coldly and ignored them. They weren't worth responding to. Seeing Han lost in thought, Yo approached. Loki, why are you talking to him?
If you give him the coordinates, he could attack us.
Han explained while typing on the keyboard. Not sharing the coordinates with him doesn't guarantee safety. Hunting on the 30th floor is quite rare. Y was surprised that they already have a spaceship on the 30th floor. Han continues explaining, or maybe they are lucky, or they spent a lot of money in the game, or they have a high-level friend helping them, but it's still very troublesome. Ha messages back apologizing, saying someone told her to be careful. You're worrying for no reason, haha, Shinu reassures. I also want a spaceship. What should I do now? Han started to lure. As expected, Shinu spoke right away. The drawing is very confusing, isn't it?
I have a few. Do you want to try your luck?
Yo was startled. Loki, you know what Han is talking about? Delete the log after I finish with this name. She tugs at Han's hair. Wait, wouldn't it be better to do this when the owner is online? They aren't here right now. Han relaxes. It's good that they're not here. Yu was still panicked, but anyway, Han pressed the power off button. It's okay. He smiled eerily. That makes me think back to the old days. I've never lost a street fight. In the PM Cup, many owners have dropped out halfway. They usually fall into two groups. Those who give up climbing the tower to socialize, and those who switch to PvP. The ones in the latter group rarely stop hunting. There is only one solution for them. The clock placed in the common room on the 3rd floor is ringing loudly. Team 1 has gathered in the lobby. Han silences the clock and announces, "Get ready, they're coming." Ivanka yawns widely. What are you talking about? It's midnight already. Are you feeling dizzy? Nerissa understood very quickly. Is this an attack? The cave nodded. I like that you understand quickly. You know what to do, right? Nerissa replied. I will call all the captains. Han orders Jenna to tell those not fighting to stay in the room. Jenna quickly received the order and ran immediately. Yanka only then fully regained consciousness. What is happening? Han explains. I told you before that people from other halls might invade us. She sighed. And that's what's happening right now. Good grief, I think we'll get some rest if we lose here. Han smirked and interrupted. Are you joking? Then I thought to myself, do you want a spaceship? I'll get you one, a really good one. The atmosphere on the 3rd floor is tense, while downstairs in the 1st floor yard, 3 useless 1-star guys are sitting and complaining. The party on the 2nd floor must have already ended. That on Io, we can hear them from here. I guess that laughter belongs to Riemann. How can he be laughing like that when his comrades are dead? One guy asked in disbelief. He used to be a mercenary. I heard that half of the 4- and 5-man teams were killed. He leaned against the wall with a terrified look.
"Isn't that good news for us?" one shouted. "You fools. Jub is dead too. A monster like him is dead. We mean nothing to those teams."
That's right. They may have all the privileges, but who knows when they might die. A useless one-star thug approaches, wielding a spear. Yes, Rupert is a fool. He tried his best to reach the second floor and finally died, his face flushed from drinking too much. In a teasing tone, he asks, "But don't you feel tired of this boring life? Do you call this living?" One of them stared blankly, pointing at the cup that the demon was holding. "Is that alcohol?" He raises a piece of meat, speaking with contempt. "The way to look busy with your master, the way to eat meat and drink wine. I know how to do that, I can share it with you. What do you think if you help me?" Everyone evacuates inside as GACHA runs around announcing the emergency. "Everyone hide, there is an invasion." These guys don't understand. They stand there stunned. An invasion? "What invasion?" GACHA shouted loudly. "Everyone stay inside and do not go outside. This is an urgent order from the third floor. There will be an invasion from another hall." He froze, his face filled with fear. Another hall? On the third floor, the captains have gathered in full. Rimen was surprised. Is it really true that another hall is invading us? "I can't believe it. You look calmer in the edit." Han, "I guess you called us here because you have a plan." Han calmly puts on his gloves and smiles confidently. "Yes, we will defeat them." Sitting far away on the bookshelf, he laughs excitedly. "A battle?" Han replied. "Just leave it to us. Get ready and come help when I give the signal." Riken said nervously. "Are you sure you can handle this with only 5 of you?" Belkis said, grinning widely with excitement. "We will see." Feeling bored, just in time, Ha glanced at Belkis's shining sword, reminding him, "Don't use it hastily. If not now, then when?" Han replied. "Don't kill them, there's still a lot to do." Killing them is a backup plan. There is a hero protection system on the 40th floor. Only punishment, even if a hero dies in PvP, they don't truly die. However, the death penalty causes permanent reduction of all stats and skills, so dying results in great loss, and even a highly potential hero will become useless. At this moment outside the square, a giant vortex of light appears. A ship with a pirate flag glides through the vortex and enters Taya. Warning system, an unauthorized aircraft has entered the hall. The capitalist flying ship is landing without any defense systems. Your heroes haven't detected the intrusion. The infiltration could cause significant damage. Be careful. The dark ship looks pretty fancy as it deposits money into the waiting room before landing. They drop the gangplank with a thud. Han hides behind a nearby wall, peeking out. The robbers walk and talk about their plan. "No one is welcoming us, it's so boring. Based on my experience, the warehouse should be on the first floor. Steal as much as possible and take all the gold coins." "Of course," the boss-like figure chuckled loudly. "Witnesses, you know what to do." A dark-skinned guy with a huge scar on the left side of his face, looking almost like a gorilla on the inner face, with a fur coat around his neck, frowning, replied, "Yes, bringing them here almost got them killed, right?" The boss smiled. "Yes, we will make them join." After the 5 robbers pushed a cart into Taunia, the red-haired man waiting at the train yawned tiredly before suddenly being pulled back by his hair. Having dealt with one, Han calmly approached the train operator. "There's a guy with gray hair fiddling with the screen," Han asks with concern. "What's going on that's so busy?" The driver immediately recognizes the different voice, quickly pulls out his sword and turns to attack Han. "Damn it!" Han simply grabbed the man's wrist with one hand and twisted it behind his back, forcing him to his knees. He kicks the guy straight in the face, causing his blood to keep flowing. Han glares and asks, "Are there only 7 of you inside?" The guy with most of his teeth broken, clutching his nose in fear. "I don't give. I'll squeeze your hand hard, making you scream in agony. Speak before I break your arm." The guy is in pain, tears streaming down his face, stammering, "Yes, there are only 7 of us." Han drew his sword, calculating silently. 4 people in the carriage, 1 leader and 2, including this one, on the flying ship. None of them are Dharmar mages. He asks again when you will leave. He quickly replied, "It's expected in about 10 minutes, but I can change it to 5 minutes. As soon as he finished speaking, Han had all the information he needed. He strikes the driver's neck with the hilt of his sword, knocking him out cold. At this moment, Han contacts Edit. "It's me, Han. How is the situation?" Han replied, "Keep an eye on everything. Just wait another 10 minutes and then go back to rest. Don't wait for us." "I don't understand what you mean by that." Hang didn't reply and went to the control panel, pressing a few buttons. "The control system notification has been disabled." Han frowned as it continued to run automatically. "It's really troublesome. I can't do anything." Unable to control the ship, Han turned around, then knocked out the 2 robbers and threw them into the storage room. Han reads the system message. Master, the enemy is attempting to raid your warehouse. The basic level dragon heart, 3 black dragon scales grade C, 2 basic level magical technical components, black cactus grade C, and 300,000 gold have been taken out. You think they are stealing all the valuable items. Sounds of footsteps approaching the ship. Han stepped aside as 2 bandits, full of loot, smiled contentedly, thinking today's haul was great and they'd get wine and women. Ha ha, no one's around, just a bunch of fools. The 2 of them got off the ship to report to the red-haired guy Surwey. Where is he? Has he gone to sleep? I thought we could trust him to keep watch. The ship's engine roared to life and plunged into the whirlpool of light. They were surprised. Today we are leaving earlier than usual. That guy replied indifferently. Who cares? The sooner the better. The system keeps warning in vain. But the ship had already passed through the light vortex and disappeared. It shifted space and hid to one side, waiting patiently, while the rest of the team waited in the storage room. The ship accelerates and blasts toward Harura. In Shinunu's 3,847th dimension, the gorilla leans out over the railing and sighs. The previous master wasn't like this. This world has really changed, hasn't it? Before he could finish his exclamation, a foot kicked him off the ship. The gorilla fell freely, still staring blankly in confusion, only able to shout out once. After finishing, Han Bin calmly walks to the storage room, opens the door, and a man falls out. With Belkis standing behind him, he raises an eyebrow, a fragile figure. What can he do? Do we need to hide in there? I thought I was going to die from a lack of air. Han said nothing, only asked, How's the situation? Belkis drew his sword. This is the last one. The thief, hearing the sound of the blade being drawn, tremblingly threatens. Wait, don't kill me. If you do, you'll face the consequences if you don't want to die. Before he could finish, Belkis, impatient, drove his sword into the thief's body, causing him to thrash wildly. Shouting loudly, Belkis looked down with contempt, dismissing them as nothing but weaklings. Jenna walks over to announce that we're done too. We're worse off than we thought. Clearly, they've done this countless times before. Ivanka laughed. I was also nervous about this time, really disappointed. Jenna asked again, Your plan is to ambush them, right? But there are only 5 of us. Are you sure about this? Nerissa is also worried, They will have at least 8 people. I have interrogated them and it's clear we can return to our waiting hideout. Rest up now. Han interrupts. No, that would ruin the ambush plan. I'm sure they will notice something's wrong. If the ship is late, we'll go to their base without turning back and end everything in one go. Belkis chuckled excitedly, stepping on the thief. This can be done. I can kill a bunch of weaklings like this in one go. They're really too weak. The reason all the bandits are weaker than their level is simple. They are not properly trained, and there's no reason to train hard when you've given up climbing the tower. Han orders to loot everything here and then burn it all down. We will make sure they can't rebuild. Han thinks to himself, yes, we will completely destroy them until they give up the game. At this moment, a beam of light wrapped around Han's sword, and at the same time, the system announced that control of the log had been restored. Han was surprised, the control of the log. Does that mean I can now view the system from outside the waiting hall? Right now, Shindunu's system is informing our master that the capitalism spaceship is returning, and heroes from other factions are invading the ship. 2 people are waiting for the ship downstairs. They smile brightly and say, You're back quite early this time. Did you bring anything useful? It's been a while since we had something good. Surely the master will. The bearded old man was rambling when the person next to him was shot in the head with an arrow and fell to the ground. The old man froze in shock, turning back, not understanding what was happening before being quickly overwhelmed. The death prevention protection system has been activated. The 2 recently lost souls are being protected and will not die permanently, but their stats and skills will be permanently reduced. Lost souls can be revived with soul stones after a week. Master Sinunu just logged in and immediately activated the city's defense system. A light red hue covers all of Harura as Jenna rushes down worriedly. I think we've been exposed. But on the contrary, Han smiled, a very sinister smile. This is just the beginning. It's time for them to realize who they are messing with. The group split up to make their move more easily. Han and Ivanka dashed through the square where 3 drunken men were sitting. They looked around confused, wondering what was happening. The thug saw Han and shouted loudly, It's him! He's the intruder! Who do you think you are, you bastard? We will tear you apart. Suddenly, a barrel of beer was kicked over and rolled away. The beer kept flowing endlessly from there, quickly spreading to Han. I saw Han smiling brightly before throwing a lit match into the puddle. Do you guys like fireworks? What? That crazy bastard. Then boom, fire-meeting alcohol exploded like New Year fireworks, and the notification system announced that the second-floor square was on fire. Instantly, the souls of the 3 men returned to their ancestors' embrace. Han clearly wanted a swift and decisive strike, ending everything before the enemy could even understand what was happening. Han, Belkis, and Jenna charged forward, killing everything in their path. Han ordered them to eliminate all enemies without mercy, smashing open a door inside where 3 people were choosing weapons, apparently the city's armory. Han quickly threw the spear barrel, and Ivanka set fire to it one after another, causing a room to explode and spreading to the entire building. The system announced that the second-floor bedroom was on fire, and the infrastructure was severely damaged. Ivanka ran while watching the blazing buildings, feeling guilty. I feel like a villain. Han reminds us there are only 2 choices. Be the villain, or be the victim. If they are fully prepared, we might also lose a few people. Ivanka understands that, but he refused to let that happen. Han continued, the essence of an ambush is attacking when they are sleeping or vulnerable. We will exploit this to gain the upper hand on the first floor. Shimmelara led a group of people blocking the stairs and shouted angrily, "You bastards, you can't go any further!" Han's group halted. They're quick. I didn't expect them to gather so fast. Similar points the sword at Han's group. Hey villain, are you running away? Han turns back and smirks. I forgot to set fire to the warehouse on the second floor. Similar was stunned. What? Han rushed up quickly. I'm back to do that now. Similar just stomps his feet in anger downstairs. Clearly, Han knows that these people are not allowed to go to the second floor. He carries the torch, throws open the door to the second floor warehouse, revealing stacked wooden crates inside. Suddenly from behind, a girl with claws ran towards him, closing her eyes as she lunged at Han. He simply spun around, causing her to stumble and fall flat on the ground, unconscious. Han is pretty sure this is the storekeeper, but it doesn't really matter. He throws the torch into the warehouse and then causes another explosion. The warehouse girl is crying on the ground. Hey, you bastards, Jenna wondered, but is it okay to burn everything like this? Han explained, it would be stupid for us to loot. That's not our goal. He turns to command Yonka, Nerissa, to burn everything in the equipment room. Nerissa carries the box. Yeah, I get it. Yonka still feels like something's off. I really feel like a villain. My control over the management area has dropped from level 5 to level 3 due to the impact of the chaos. Han and Belkis stand watching their arson work. Similar rushes over. What the hell? What are you guys doing? She screams with eyes blazing with hatred. I will kill you all. Come here, Belkis smirked. You want to die so badly? Han ordered coldly. Kill her, that's all I need. Belkis, like a released dog, rushes at Similara, and the martial arts exchange begins. A few moves seem evenly matched. Similar, confident, has already spotted the opponent's weakness. She executes an overhead strike, then Belkis shifts to the right and smirks. Are you trying to meet your grandparents early? And swipe. One of Shimilara's arms was cut off and flew far away, and her other arm was also torn off along with her sister. That was a perfect shot from Jenna. The same insane scream echoed out. Before she could finish her insult, Belkis decisively struck again. Shimilara's upper body is drunk with victory, while her lower body sends her soul to the Nine Springs ancestors. Those behind, still stunned by the massacre, suddenly burst out. 2 arrows fly straight into 2 heads. She fires a few more shots, then turns to check on them. Is that enough? I think about half of this place has already been burned down. They are villains, but there are also some innocent people. At this moment, the equipment room's notification system has also been set on fire. Han turned to leave, reminding Jenna we're not finished yet. Don't worry, we won't kill anyone else. We'll just destroy their facilities further. Most of Harura's warriors are dead. Items and equipment are lost. The warehouse has been burned down. The armory and square are also destroyed. Half of the dormitory is gone, and the equipment room is no longer operational. Han is determined to burn everything. Burn it all. Burn until the master wants to give up. This is the feeling of thinking you're a chicken, but actually being rice, as the system notification from Tonya came through. Sinunu has sent 74 messages. Han coldly dismisses them. Get lost! Stop bothering us! The others cowered in fear, and one man, gathering his courage, stood up and clenched his fist towards Han. Stand down, don't come any closer. If we risk fighting back, we might win. I have something to ask. If you answer, I will spare your life. Anything is fine. Please go ahead and ask. Hang nodded in satisfaction. Where's the magic user? The man seriously raised both hands and pointed in that direction. In the magic hall. Thank you. Han approached the building, reaching out to open the door when a disheveled fairy dressed as a pirate appeared out of nowhere. No, this can't be happening. This girl keeps cursing this bastard. If she wants to steal, she should just take the stuff. Why did you burn down their house? Do you have no conscience? Is there no sense of business ethics at all? You damn demon keeper. Han coldly says, move aside. She clenched her fists, refusing to die. Han said nothing and directly pushed her aside. Yu kneels on the ground, trembling and lamenting. If you take him away, I don't know how I will survive. My dream of becoming the king of thieves. Hoo. She looked up and started to complain. After half a year of enduring hardships under a cruel master, I finally made it here. So why is it like this now? Don't you see that I am pitiful? Han opened the door and casually responded. He was sitting there stiff as a board, with her hair sprayed into a hard, unmovable style. Han calmly entered the magic room and saw a female mage dozing off at the table. He thought to himself, magic users are essential for controlling the spaceship. And even in this chaos, he's still sleeping peacefully. Han patted the wizard a few times. He sat up, rubbed his eyes. Who dares disturb my precious sleep? I just stayed awake for 3 days and nights working the night shift. In an instant, the wizard was gagged, bound, and carried out on my shoulder. In a state of complete confusion about what the hell is going on, he's just frozen stiff. You finally dare, Han said calmly. Finally what? I will take her away. He turned to the nearby group and said, get out of here if you want to live. Hide in the bedroom. The crowd bowed and then ran away. Han placed Tio into the cart. Jenna was surprised. This child, Han explains, it's an unbeatable prize. Don't let it slip away. Isn't this kidnapping? Jenna's eyes widened in surprise. So it is kidnapping after all. Han calmly pulls her onto the spaceship. Let me handle the ending. Jenna nodded. All right, don't delay. Han took the torch and returned to the magic hall. Iso screams and cries out, you bastard, why did you do this? Killing people, burning houses, and kidnapping talented individuals. You're no different from a demon. Han was indifferent, calling me whatever he wanted, then casually threw the torch into the hall, waiting until the system announced a fire before he finally stopped. Yu cried and asked why, but Han responded coldly with no mercy, choosing to destroy everything completely because in the past, when he robbed the first hunter, he spared him after he begged for his life. A month later, he was betrayed right behind his back. The next hunter was the same. No matter how people and circumstances change, the outcome remains the same. Through countless experiences, Han has established a principle. People like this will never change. Yo grits her teeth and clenches her fist, punching towards Han. Do you think you'll live well? But suddenly a wall of fire blocks between you two, and punching the wall makes her hand swell up into a lump. Han now calmly explains that there are 2 legitimate conditions for an elf to defend itself. First, when it is not under its master's command. Second, when the hero attacks with murderous intent. Just stand there and watch. Han walks around, checking if there's anything left unburned to set on fire. Yu follows, clutching her head and crying out loud. If you go this far, Master might kindly step in and say something and maybe give up. He is annoyed and angry, you know that, but you still pretend to do so what should we do now? Han coldly said, it's up to you. After finishing, Han stepped into the lounge where the spaceship was docked. He gazed at the ship with a hint of admiration and said, that's quite a stylish name. Nerissa is already waiting downstairs. Are you here already? Han asked. How is the spaceship's condition? Can it take off? Nerissa carries the stuff up to the ship to report that the system has shut down and seems to need something to restart. Ha! Where's the kid? I've tied him up on the ship already, Jenna replied. The wizard tied to the post, struggling and screaming non-stop, Han thought to himself. I have no idea what he's saying, and then took off his gag. As the seal is lifted, Sio's mouth moves instantly. Let me out, Ness, or I'll crush your head. Do you know who I am? So you're just an indifferent necromancer kid, the boy said through gritted teeth. Yes, she is the one even third-rate mages are afraid to hear her name. Han is not very interested and gets straight to the point. I want to launch the spaceship, so what should I do now? Kyo grit his teeth. Are you crazy? Do you think I will tell you? You bastard, I will dip you in mud until you die. Belkis, extremely frustrated, drew her sword and pointed it at Katio's neck. You're so arrogant. Cut off a few fingers and maybe you'll confess on your own. Han just stands there, not stopping them. Don't do this. We really look like villains. Seo screamed. So you really are the villains. Han sighs. We keep misunderstanding each other. Seo curse. What misunderstanding? While the scoundrels were cursing, Belkis's sword pressed against Seo's neck, making him change his attitude immediately. Put away your sword first and then we can talk. Han orders him to put it away, but if he shows any sign of using magic, cut his hand immediately. Belkis obeyed and stopped. Seo still muttered curses at the roughness. Han crouched down to untie Katio. Whatever misunderstandings there are, we'll deal with them later. For now, we need to return to the original place, so you must cooperate. Do you understand? Seo isn't quite sure. Go back? Han glanced at him and asked casually, we can't be trapped here forever. Behind Han, Belkis stands watching Tio intently, not missing a single move. Lurking, ready to cut off the wizard Tio's sweaty hand, Hein said, "It's all your fault that everything turned out this way. It's not hard, just activate the coordinate I just arrived at." Tio, terrified by Belkis's murderous aura, was crying out, "I am just a researcher." Belkis hates tears so much that she flicks her hand away, gritting her teeth as she says, "Don't cry anymore, or I'll be forced to kill you." Han glanced at his teammate. This guy really has no compassion at all. The true skill of a necromancer lies in various support spells, including fire-extinguishing magic. Luckily, if he had joined from the start, those guys here probably wouldn't have been taken down so easily. While Han was pondering, Xiao had already started up the ship. A message appears on the screen. "Capitalism has been approved for access." Xiao sighed in relief. "Now will you let me go?" "Let me go back." Han calmly grabs the boy's hand. "What did you say?" "You have to go with us too." "Tie her up." Belkis eagerly waits for that moment and swiftly throws the binding rope at Katio. He had just opened his mouth to curse when his mouth was quickly sealed shut. Han stands satisfied, waiting for the train to start as Belkister behind him desperately ties Xiao up tighter. Shinunu's ghost appears again, shouting and cursing. They've really taken everything. "It's all just a bunch of bastards we only meant to say hello to." Han doesn't care. "Are you Q, greeting and looting the city like that?" "Yo, do," with a threatening tone. "Do you think you'll be safe after this? Do you know who's behind us? Just hearing his name is enough to make you all terrified." Hearing that, Han also became quite curious and turned around, waiting for her to continue. Isso directly faces Han, representing a renowned organization, a united super-elite guild composed of only the top 30 individuals. Our master may be useless, but he has connections with high-ranking members of that guild. Han paused, then raised his hand to scratch his ear. "What's going on?" "Is that all the anonymous threats you have?" Yo muttered to himself. "Enjoy your current victory, but when that day comes, begging will be useless." "My name is Tanyo, don't forget, and remember what your name is." Hearing the question, Han smirked and smiled. "My name is Loki." You raise an eyebrow at why. The pirate bursts into laughter at Han's introduction. Then she restores her anger, giving Han a beautiful middle finger along with a message. "You talk nonsense shamelessly. Do you want to be executed? Remember, I will definitely take my revenge." Along with Yunet's scream, the ship set off and soared into the swirling light. Han leaned against the ship's side, thinking to himself, "Revenge, huh? What a troublesome word." Suddenly a voice echoed in Han's ear. "Master, are you happy?" Han realizes it's Yunet and smiles. "You're watching, aren't you?" Yun sits leisurely drinking tea. "Sorry for the inconvenience. There are many wonderful scenes I can't miss. My album of memories has gained another page. My name is Loki." The girl senses it again. Han blushes and scratches his head. "Don't do that, it's really embarrassing. By the way, what is the United Society? Have you heard of it before?" Yunet pondered for a moment. "I haven't heard of it either, but I will investigate immediately," the gentle girl said. "I just need your order. Once the base of the Alliance is identified, I will destroy it. The army hasn't fought in a long time. Everyone is eager." Han shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. Just leave it be unless they attack first." Yun was uneasy and tried to persuade Han. "If they attack?" Han smiled and said, "I will let you decide then." Yunet achieved her goal, smiling satisfied. "I look forward to it." It seems that all the wolves under Loki's command are extremely bloodthirsty. After a while, the ship finally arrived in Toya territory. Bianca stretched and yawned, clearly asking, "What time is it now?" Jenna replied, "Maybe it's morning." Han praised, "You did very well today." King Yvonne Ka Lao, who is not used to praise, was startled and said, "Don't tell me you finished, and then told me to go out again. Who do you think I am? Today is the day to see it through." "And what about the kid?" Han replied. "I will take care of him for now, don't worry." Han carries Katio and tosses him onto the bed. The boy lies still, seeming to be asleep. Han looked surprised and said, "How can this kid still sleep in this situation?" Han changed his clothes and woke Sio up. "Hey, how long do you plan to sleep?" Katio half opened his eyes, then suddenly sat up and shouted, "Where am I?" "Where is it again?" "This is my room. Why did you bring me here? Let me go. Sio, this is begging." Han sat down at the table for a serious talk. "No, kid. From now on, you'll be in charge of the spaceship. And you'll also help with some research. I still need you to make potions and charms. You also know how to use supportive magic, right? Join the mission too. It would be easier with 2 mages." Tio listened to one of them, staring blankly as if he couldn't believe his ears.
A moment later, regaining his composure, the boy shouted, "Are you kidnapping me and making me work again?"
You think I will, you bastard? Go die. The system notified that CO is angry, so Han only then learned his name. Suddenly there was a knock at the door and Jenna called out, "Han, it's me. I saw you hadn't eaten anything, so I brought you some." Han replied. "Come in." Jenna carries a tray with a sandwich and a glass of juice and hands it to Han. She looked at the bed. "That's the wizard from yesterday, right?"
Han says from now on he will fight alongside us.
"Let's get along well." Han hands the tray of food to Katio. "You must be hungry, so eat." Seeing the kid seem to avoid accepting it, he said that if you don't eat, you probably won't be able to escape either. The boy hesitated for a moment and then told Han, "You should also untie me." Han stepped forward to untie Katio. Jenna was surprised. "Is that okay?" Han calmly says, "It's okay. He can't do much on his own anyway." "No, I mean I cooked food for you." Han couldn't answer this and unchained himself. Kao picks up the plate of food and starts munching loudly. "No matter how much you try to tempt me like this, I won't be defeated. I will not cooperate with bandits who burn houses and loot indiscriminately." Han raised an eyebrow. "You're robbing? Do you know what your master is doing?" CO froze and stammered. "That." Han pressed further. "Don't say you don't know, if you have even a shred of conscience." CO trembles, unable to swallow or find a way to defend himself. "I declare it now. You are an accomplice." CO angrily threw the sandwich on the ground. "I was just following orders. When you return, you'll just receive similar instructions again." Han replied, casually. "That kid is extremely wealthy. My master is not like that. It wasn't like this at first. Now we're just lost. I believe in my master's words." CO collapses and then gets up. "Do you believe in your master? Dreams are just illusions. Do you think he will change? Think carefully. Do you want to unleash your potential here or be drained and die there?" CO clenched his teeth, unable to say a word. "It's a pity. At least our master listens to our opinions. The place you're in is definitely not like that. Han always insists you're exhausted to the point of being unable to move even in emergencies. If you were in better shape, we might have had to die there." Han observed Katio's condition and thought, "Looks like just a little more temptation and he'll join our side." He continued to persuade with conditions, promising certain guarantees. First, a life without overtime work. At this moment, Ivanka just happened to open the door and walk in, hearing that she objected. "I'm afraid." Jenna quickly covered her mouth and pushed her out. Hang nodded, and then returned to his role as the HR recruiter, assuring that there would be guaranteed rest time outside of working hours. "During your free time, you can do anything you want. Also, we don't loot for no reason." CO frowned. "But you just did that today." Ha speaks firmly. "If they don't attack first, we won't do anything. You know it. They came here to steal first. Check the spaceship logs. Want a fish? We focus on completing our mission and don't waste time on pointless things." CIO still resists. "Completing the mission here doesn't mean anything. This isn't my homeland." Han wondered if there was something special about this place. "You still have family here? No?" So Han just breathes a sigh of relief. "If there were, it would be complicated." "That's good. Please continue with the third condition. You won't be discriminated against just because you're from somewhere else." CO raised an eyebrow. Do you think you're a leader?" Han raises his hand. "Not a leader, but I do have at least some authority. Ensure rest time is guaranteed, focus on the mission, and treat everyone equally. I can guarantee these 3 things." CO hesitated for a moment and asked again to be sure. "You're not working overtime, right?" Han was 90% sure of victory and nodded with a smile because he still needed CO, as even without piloting the spaceship, the value of a mage in missions remains significant. In battles, support mages help the team effectively. When not fighting, he also takes on the role of enhancing with various enchantments. He is a top talent considered a 5-star level thanks to his high-level potion-making skills and excellent research abilities. After convincing him, Han went out into the corridor. Yanka was already waiting outside. She is tall. Why should I be so submissive to him? We're both mages, so why do I and he get treated so differently? Han smiled. He's already caught in the net. Yanka kept pressing him. Are you saying that because I'm caught in the trap, I don't deserve to be treated well? Han chuckled. You seem a bit restless. Yanka pouts. What are you so nervous about? I'm fine. Han gets back to the main point. Anyway, I won't let him go even if he doesn't want to, Ivanka wondered. Of course, whether it's forcing or anything else. Han nodded. Yanka still hesitated a bit. If he said he didn't like it, Han would turn back and ask, Are you letting him go? Back to that guy? Ivo-Ka was startled. Then Hua looked angry. It's not like that, but let's give him some time, Han thought to herself. She used to complain about not wanting to work alone. But now that she has a little brother, she's screaming. Han goes back to his room. Well, I'm going to sleep now. Call me if anything happens. Take this person to tour the rest area. Yanka, she was surprised. I sighed and asked Han, so should I ask Gina to do it then? Yanka turned away, reluctant. All right. Han now changes direction. There are still many things to do. Finish up and go rest. I need to stop by the rest area one more time. Again? Han replied. Once you start sucking on the straw, you have to go all the way to the bone marrow. I've already calculated it. If there's a spaceship, there must also be repairmen. I need to take all of them along. The next day, the master logged into the game and began checking the notifications. The first message was about compensation for frequent server errors. War number 7 is about to be released, so updates are underway. The first step is for the system to provide detailed skill information. If the master has questions about the hero's skills, there is no need to look for a guide. The system will provide skill ability information. The second announcement is that during the master's offline period, many unidentified activities were reported. Water? Press confirm to see the full display of the awesome spaceship. The system also explains that the spaceship is the main means of travel through space-time portals. This small spaceship is called Capitalism. The next announcement is that a new 4-star hero has joined Kolosani and is being held prisoner, along with 14 unidentified spoils. She is smiling brightly. The owner seems quite surprised. Hang nods. It seems like a lot happened in just one day. Master must have been pretty shocked to take a screenshot. It probably will be posted on the forum, Han explains. Just building the airship took over a week and required countless raw materials, not only the airship itself, but also carrying the core mage of the space nucleus. Of course you'd be amazed. ISO calculated last night's Chungguo to be worth about 7.8 million gold. Everything is recorded in the log, so Han's role as the mastermind cannot be hidden. The system then displays a message that Han has requested the master to recruit CEO, and further explains that the master can bring the hero from another waiting room. However, to sign the contract, the hero's consent is required. Han returned to his room and asked CEO, who was still sitting dejectedly on the bed, "Do you want anything?" CEO still stubbornly refused. "Even if you try to sweet-talk me, it won't work. I admit this place is a bit better than Harura, but don't think I will accept." Han paused for a moment, then lowered his head and sighed, turning away. All right. The only option now is to consolidate everything. Hearing this, CEO's whole body trembled violently. Han clicked his tongue. He's already 4 stars. His skills must have increased significantly. There's no way to keep a useless bug alive. Zio was terrified, reaching into the air, trying to provoke Han but unwilling, muttering softly, What? Seeing Kati tugging at her ear, then clenching her teeth, Han chuckled. Just kidding. Seo angrily curses at this damn dog. Han doesn't care about the kid's curses and continues playing the role of HL to lure potential candidates. I guarantee 3 things. If you have any other requests, just say so, and I will try to fulfill them. Seo kept trying to come up with the most unbelievable things. Give me the March issue of Rumagini magazine, you definitely won't get it. That magazine is only published in Harura. Han requested the Rumagini magazine costing 7,000 gold from the master, and it was approved immediately. Han gives the expressionless kid a look. Something else. Sayo held up a magazine with a cover featuring a voluptuous beauty. Her smile wide and her face flushed, trembling, then demanded a 9-tusk elephant and a rooster with 9 spurs. Sayo requests, so then the mink fur towel. Han suddenly appears. Is there anything else? Seo is shocked to the core, stammering, Where did you get that from? Han raised an eyebrow at the kid. Have you never received a reward before? That level of excitement. Seo hesitated. So in the end, Han suddenly smiled and turned around. I'm leaving now. Oh, where are you going? I haven't finished talking yet, Han said with a half smile. You told me to go catch them, so Han immediately ordered a mission to Harura to loot and capture. Of course, Master has never refused any request from Han. Han flew directly to Harura, causing so much smoke that everyone in the hall came out to welcome Han, along with a message. Hey dog, how dare you come back? She hits casually, but all her strikes land on an invisible barrier. Yo gets even angrier. Get out of here. Leave now. Don't come back. Han couldn't care less. He simply went to get what he needed and returned to the room, bringing back the item and telling Ko I've got it. The deal is done. From now on, she will work with us. The person Han brought back is JY, an aircraft mechanic, standing shyly. Sorry, Katio. Tio leapt up. How did you seduce her? Reddy bowed his head. I told you before, I'm sick of working there, and the master doesn't care whether we live or die. Seo was surprised, but Han let the two talk privately, then left the room. Yanka was waiting outside. How is it? Is everything okay? Almost done? Everything will be decided by the end of today at the latest. Yanka wondered.
What do we do next when that wizard joins? I don't know either. We need to think it through. Ivanka felt a bit anxious, but said nothing more. Han returned to his room just as Yunet contacted him. The investigation into the guild you ordered has concluded, and I will report the results. The guild was established 6 months ago and seems to have transitioned from the popular mobile game league to this one. They once dominated the entire server there. There, they were called the Blood Dynasty. The joining conditions are quite specific. Only males aged 30 and above, with an income of over 10 million WWs per month. Ha frowned. 10 million world each month? Yes, precisely. A income record of over 10 million world per month is required for a full-scale battle against a heavy-paying guild. Han sat pondering, realizing that the name of the United Guild comes from the way they communicate in Game L. The purpose of founding the United Guild is to dominate and control the entire server too. In reality, they moved up through different areas, constantly peeking nearby accounts, then forcing them to become vassals and collecting tributes. Ayuit continued, the unaligned owners are trying to band together to fight back, but Han also understood the problem. It can't be. You mean that's the way it has to be, right? Yes, but their financial resources are too strong. Han immediately thought of a question and asked, what is the estimated force? They have 73 5-star heroes and 318 aircraft, so they might also have a secret force. Sir, please advise on the countermeasures. If you order, I will launch a preemptive strike at any time. Eat gently consults. Han replied, let them be as long as they don't interfere with us. One day, Yunet hesitated. Han sighed. They will come eventually, don't worry. Yunet remembered. It was the Dragon Knight before, and Ouroboros last time, right? This time it's the United Guild. Similar things have happened many times before. Han smiled. Those who say they will dominate Server 2, could it be that they attacked, suddenly becoming the symbol of Server 2, NFL-HEM? Now that guild no longer exists, if he weren't stupid, he would know which side to choose. A moment later, it seemed Tio had been convinced and sat down to sign the contract with Han. The boy hesitantly asked again, you're not fooling me, right? After signing the contract, I was dragged into some strange place. Han crossed his arms and said, your imagination is pretty good. Watching action movies for over 180 minutes or what? Of course not. Tio calmly signed the contract. The system announced that Han had successfully convinced Tio, and the boy was ready for the master's command. The next morning, Yo called out in Han's ear, Loki. Loki. Han glared at her, whispering so only she could hear, it's giving me a headache. The girl cheerfully asked, Master wants to give a gift to Loki. Do you want anything? It seems like the Master wants to know what you desire. Han is pleased. Looks like you've also learned how to pick the right fruit. Huh. Seems like that's what it means when you say you'll give a gift. He glanced at the pile of horse statues on the shelf, calculating that if they were cavalry, this wouldn't be enough. Han requested 10 steps of horse riding, costing 50,000 gold. The master immediately confirmed the gift without hesitation. Han happily arranged the horse statues on the shelf, perfectly aligned, thinking he needed to collect 1,000 of them. That night, Han held a team meeting and brought Tio along. Seeing Ivanka and Belkis arrive, the boy prepared himself. Hey, look at that guy. Is there something funny going on? Belkis cracked his knuckles. You're too polite. It seems you need a little lesson. Han stops. Don't scare him too much. He probably just needs some time to get used to it. Belkis turned to look at Tio, who was sitting in fear, holding his head and whimpering. It really is useful. But with this attitude, it doesn't seem to help at all. Yanka wondered how many other teams are coming here. How many teams without a wizard are there, and why do we have to take care of him? Han replied. Team 2 refused, saying they couldn't change members who had already joined the group. Team 3 was different in race from the start. Teams 4 and 5 do have openings, but if we send him there and fail the mission, won't we lose a valuable mage? Hearing Han's very convincing reasoning, the team didn't say anything more. However, everyone's faces weren't very happy either. If this was none as when the team was first formed, it could still be called a golden squad, but now this lineup has been together for too long. Han said, just put him into actual combat. Talk is cheap compared to seeing it in action. Floor 28 should be fine, right? Yanka is a bit reluctant. We already have 5 people. Nerissa spoke up. I will withdraw. It's been a while since I last entered the dungeon daily. I need to gather poison ingredients. Hearing that, Ivanka fell silent and said nothing more. Nerissa probably understood Han's reasons and also grasped the meaning behind Ivanka's silent resistance. Tio sighed. My opinion is that Han raised an eyebrow. You don't want it to fight, do you? The kid shook his head. No, it's just been a while since I last fought in a real battle. Even though Master Shindunu's account is at level 30, Seo's level is only 28. After Shindunu gave up climbing, there was almost no chance to go into real combat. The group didn't discuss further and headed straight to the waiting room.
What about recording the battle report while Y is still appearing? Belkis entered the waiting room with an O sound.
I didn't know I could go on missions without a master. No one told me, Han asked back.
Are you going alone?
That's fine. It's good to practice your skills every now and then. Han reminds him to hold back. Masters wouldn't like it.
The whole group agreed to train on the 28th floor. Jenna asked, what formation should we use?
Han replied, cover Narisa's range. Can you do that? Jenna nodded. Let me try. It will be a bit different from usual.
The countdown door shows 10 seconds, and the familiar blue light envelops the 5 of them. Han encourages Kadio, you do your best too. Seo was a bit worried, but he kept a stiff mouth. If he didn't say anything, I would do it anyway. The 28th floor opens up before their eyes, with the mission to eliminate all enemies. The group stands right in front of the lizard's lair, Han hiding to one side. Although you could rush in right now, it's better to observe for a moment. Suddenly, Tio from behind conjured a glowing light rope from his agile hand beam. And after a few quick movements of pulling, twisting, stretching, and tightening, he muttered a spell under his breath, causing a bright light to spread out and illuminate everything around. Yonka was stunned. Using a beastman? Gradually, the light condensed in Zio's hand and then opened a 5-colored space portal. The system has added a note. The space portal has appeared, through which equipment and consumables can be summoned from the weapon storage into the battlefield. Jenna's eyes widened in surprise, as if she had seen it before in the dungeon days ago. What was it called again? Han replied. The Space Gate. Jenna nods repeatedly. Oh, right, that's it, Han explained further. The gate for adding items like potions or names. Oh, so you can take them out freely. Everyone was excited. That's right, Seo nodded. If magic can be used, unlimited items can be added from the weapon stash, solving the most critical issue in battle and supply, and the team's strength will increase many times. Yonka marveled. The Space Gate is a high-level magic. Ha reminds Kadio not to stand on the Space Gate. It's not necessary here. The demon horde has now gathered in a pile, ready to face the entire group. They growl, and humanity will perish. Then they charged forward to attack. Han rushed in, cutting 2 people in half, then ordered the team. Everyone act as if we've trained. Jenna and Belkis handle the left side, and the right side is taken care of. Ivanka and Seo stand in the middle. The boy pulls out a blue stone, frowning. I didn't expect to encounter this situation here. He mutters the spell. Activate Attribute Boost. The gem glows and flies into the air. A divine lizard rushes toward Kadio. That gem rises to a certain height, then pulls up a series of stones from the ground and transforms them into a giant figure that strikes down on the lizard. Then he takes out a darker blue stone, mutters an incantation, and activates Piercing. The system displays a message saying Seo has granted the team a new attribute, level 1. The team's stamina has been increased. The boy continued using other spells like teleportation to quickly attack and telepathically communicate, raising the ground to block the lizard's attacks, then using a shield to deflect the arrows, and finally manipulating magic to freely control the power of the lizard sorcerers. Thanks to that, everyone's attacks in the group became more effective and maximized their power. As the lizard god's assault dispersed, Seo reminded Yonga, "Drink the mana." Yonga just opened the potion bottle, and Seo raised his hand towards her. A beam of light envelops Ivanka, and she stands straight. Oh, is this some kind of magic transfer? Seo said nothing, only quietly transferring mana to Yonga. In Seo's skill set, his mana transfer skill has reached level 5. After the battle, everyone gathered together. Han spoke up. Just ask directly what you want. Yonka immediately asked, how much magic have you used? Jenna marveled. Wow, that's amazing. All the sorcerers do is breathe fire and summon lightning. Yonka starts showing off. Actually, that's the traditional magic. Elemental magic is an ancient school with a history of thousands of years. Seo pouts, remnants of the old generation. Yonka is just rambling on, agreeing without really listening. That's right. The remnants of the old generation suddenly realize something is off. Yonka shouted, "That's not it, you little brat." Belkis on the sidelines of the battle expresses a personal opinion. Khan doesn't seem to have a clear feeling about it. I think the female mage seems better. Han replied. There doesn't seem to be any difference on the outside. Seo explains. Since I don't know how you guys fight, I can't adjust accordingly, but everyone fights better than I thought. Because I was talking, Seo didn't notice a lizard sneaking up behind to attack. Hang threw the dagger into the enemy's head and asked again, "So are you going to fight seriously or not?" Seo was startled and turned back, then bowed his head, speaking sadly. But even if we fight here, Harura still turns away. Think it over slowly. We still have time. That night, Han casually sat and read messages for Master, mostly filled with insults from Sinunu. Hey, is it fun to use other people's heroes and spaceships? You bastard, I've been nice to you, but you're taking advantage of me. You think this is the end? Ha ha, wait a week and you'll see who I really am. Han was drinking water and thinking to himself, this guy is as stubborn as a leech, huh? It should have been quit the game by now. All the main heroes have been killed. The mages and the spaceship are gone. All the key facilities have been burned down, and the base level has dropped. Usually now I would just focus on recovery, but her confidence is impressive. After thinking for a moment, Han calls Unit and she appears immediately. You called me, sir, Master. I understand now. Just give the order and I will deploy immediately. Ha takes a sip of tea. This is not Nihem, but Tonya. Don't use the fleet. He set the cup down on the table. Don't worry, I will handle this quickly. A few days later, Han entered the waiting hall to assess the condition of the ship. In front of him is the disassembled ship frame, with various machinery and a glowing blue circular monocore inside. Reddy, in his yellow mechanic suit, is diligently repairing the frame. Han crossed his arms and asked, how much longer? Reddy, sweating profusely, crawled out to reply, we need at least a week due to insufficient manpower. Young wizard Seo is now standing nearby, channeling magic into the blue monocore. In front of him is a blue screen with 3 magical circles. Seo turned back and asked, why do you keep wandering around? Are you planning to go somewhere? Aren't you planning to go back to Harura? That's not allowed, right? I don't recommend it. The boy hesitated. Suddenly, a familiar voice reached him. Hey, you evil bastards, can you hear me? If you can, answer me. I am Captain Yo. You are about to become the king of thieves. The 3D image appears on the large screen in the control room as Seo approaches, in surprise. Are you still in contact? Seeing Seo start to curse, you traitor who was fed and fattened, is this how you repay me? When you return, get ready to be whipped 5 million times on your ass. You've been cleaning all afternoon, so the punishment isn't far off. No matter how fierce the storm or strong the wind, nothing can stop me. I will rise again, and I am the king of pirates. Han interrupted. Stop the chatter and get straight to the main point. I is upset. I just started the introduction. You have to listen to the whole thing. He coldly reached for the control panel and pressed the red button. Without saying a word, Yo hurriedly screamed. All right, don't turn it off, I'll speak. Clearing his throat, he looked serious. I'm here to declare war. Han raised an eyebrow. Declare war? The screen shifts to a fleet of ships in the background. The Golden Fleet is gathering on my command. How about that? Pretty cool, right? Han is anxious and showing off some weird underwear. Seo sighed, his face already showing the answer without needing to hear it. Yo kept rambling. My contact is to give you all a chance. Han frowns. A chance? He chuckled smugly. Yes, a special opportunity to join the undefeated fleet where it will become a sea of fire under our bombardment. Your achievement is very impressive. Han Aizlat, a giant hunter like you, is enough to share the glory with me. Han rubs his head in frustration. It seems this idiot has already watched my conquest of the 30th floor.
I declare loudly that the 2 of us will fight you fairly.
Seo is worried. What should we do now? It looks that way, but it's not easy. He has succeeded before. The scene shifts to a wide shot, capturing the entire view from above. Below, the warships are lined up neatly, and everyone is busy preparing to board.
I is very excited. Everything is ready, and there's even support now. If you join, I will ask Master to stop the special invasion for you.
Han's face is emotionless.
Are you ready? Of course we can beat any opponent who dares to show their face now.
She hadn't finished speaking when Han decisively pressed the button to turn it off. I will be there immediately. Han turned back and told Jay to prepare to launch the spaceship. Seo was startled. What? Reddy was also surprised. The ship is still under maintenance. The outer armor has already been removed, and a single shot would turn it into a pile of scrap metal. Han remains very calm. It's okay, just take me there. Reddy immediately changes his tone and hugs the wooden plank. 10 minutes. Seo was very displeased and shouted loudly.
Hey, Reddy stays calm and says it's okay, just need to go back to the original spot. Unette at NF has also heard the whole story.
She lifted her teacup and leisurely savored its refreshing taste. It seems like he's planning to use that, right? Han put his hands in his pockets and headed to the train to prepare his room. If not now, then when? EU announces that preparations are complete, and anytime you give the order, the spell can be cast. Ha looks up at the gray sky, and luckily the master is not online, which is perfect. Where is he going? Han just smiled. taking a walk. Entering the waiting hall, Tio and Jetty have been waiting for him all this time. Reddy announced that the issue was resolved and the position was set. Tio scowled. Truly a foolish move. Just one stray arrow and he could fall right down. Han smiled and stepped forward to pat Katio's head. Thank you. Tio still tries to stop him. Are they really waiting? Do they truly want to go? Or are they planning to betray, as he said? Han understood Katio's intention, just smiled and told the boy, Today's secret, don't tell anyone. Han boarded the ship, and then it took off. Reddy and Tio watched the ship, and although Han tries to reassure them, they can't help but feel a bit worried. A series of notifications appear on the control panel. Capitalism access rights have been granted. The system is operational, and Han is participating. The ship flew out of the barrier gate, and Han finally reactivated the communication device with ISO. As the screen appeared, she screamed, Hey, why do you keep cutting off communication? Is your master online? Why do you ask that? Yo was surprised. Han coldly answered the question. Yo stammered. No, it's very good. Han was satisfied, told them to prepare to die, and then cut the communication. A little while later, Han had moved to Harura. On the other side of the tower, a whirl of time and space was pouring out ships from one to another. Each spaceship is equipped with a crystal vending machine and a magic cannon, all being powerful, heavy weapons. This ship's scale and equipment are truly superior to the Korean vessel. Standing on the lead warship in his blazing red pirate outfit, Captain Y shouted loudly, This arrogant one told me I am a ruthless person. There won't be a second chance. She looked at the lone ship and what is the condition of this ship? Can it fight properly? Where are your subordinates? Why are you the only one here? Without waiting for Han to speak, Yo points and says, Anyway, you're almost done, so even if you kneel and beg me now, I won't spare you. Behind her, blue magic energy begins to concentrate on the cannons mounted at the bow, preparing for the first attack. Of course, there's no problem. I said 3 times, right? Han asked again. Yes, that's correct, Annette replied, preparing the uniform each time she could summon weapons within her magic energy limits. No matter how many things you summon at once, you still have 2 more uses left. Han smiled and raised the shining ring. Is that what you mean? Yoon respectfully replied, Master, whenever you wish, you can summon your weapon. Han focused and held up the ring shining with a brilliant golden light, softly saying, Number 47. Suddenly, golden magic light radiates throughout the space. Within that glow, a sword gradually appears, hazy at first, then becoming clear. Just then, a cannon fires a blast of magical energy directly at Han. He frowned, gripping the sword tightly. Then, when the green energy approached the spaceship, he swung the sword horizontally into the air. Suddenly, the space ahead became blurry, and the magical lightning seemed to split and be absorbed into the blade. System notification, Bragg level S absorbs the attack. He stands there, stunned, not understanding what just happened. Oh, wow, Hanzo. The ring is surrounded by a red light. Han calls number 89EU to coordinate and summon a mysterious purple flame in his hand, forming a glowing purple sphere. The system activates a special skill, AGSI level S, granting him max level heavenly eyes. Han places the purple sphere over his eye, opening it wide, merging the sphere and his eye into one. With his enhanced vision, he sees all the weaknesses of the enemy ships. At this moment, the enemy opens fire with 7 ships targeting Han directly. He remains calm, wielding the Pragar sword with swift, powerful strikes, absorbing magic energy into his blade, while enemy bullets scatter like autumn leaves, causing chaos. What is this? Why is it useless? After handling the attack, Han raises the ring and calls number 11. Suddenly, a golden beam of light descends from the sky into Han's hand, dispersing dust and light, revealing a golden spear with a shining tip, the divine weapon Gungnea Than Pragar soaring upward. A message now appears. Bragare has fully charged and switched to automatic defense mode. Han half opened his left eye, completing the connection between Gungnea and AGSI. The precise attack direction is determined by the critical engines on the opponent's ship. Han pointed the spear forward when suddenly a barrage of lightning struck from the sky and concentrated on the tip of the spear. He smirked and asked, Yo, do you know what BAP Trangbi is? Do you mean BAP equipment? Han smiled, raised his spear, and said, Let me show you. Then leaned back and launched the spear straight at a spaceship in front of him. The spear, crackling with lightning and tearing through the wind, shot straight at the ship's energy core, leaving a huge hole behind. The spaceship immediately exploded with a bang, scattering debris everywhere. Yo was so stunned that he gaped, eyes wide, as Gungnea completed her mission, flying back into Han's hands. So there are only 6 battleships left. Han smiled, his eyes burning with deadly intent. I can't use it anymore, so let me finish it off in one go. The remaining ships are still firing madly at Han, who is still in shock. No way, what's going on? Destroying a battleship with just one hit? A low-level hero destroys the battleship. And Bragg, fully charged and energized, circles around creating a steel shield for his spaceship. The cannon fired, the arrow shot freely, but didn't even scratch a piece of wood on the ship. After finishing, it returned to Han's side, obedient like a dog. He screamed, clutching his head. "What exactly are you?" Han didn't bother to answer, leaning back to launch Gung-Ni for the second time. With its magnificent golden streaks winding like a serpent, Gung-Dia precisely destroys 3 ships along its path. Wherever Gung-Dia goes, ships explode behind it, leaving 3 ships in its wake as it heads toward the 4th ship. Iso shouted urgently, "Wait, stop, stop!" But it was too late. Once he was in the momentum to launch, stopping was impossible. Gung-Dia gently turns the 4th ship into fireworks, before flying back into Han's hand, while the 2 remaining ships desperately beg for mercy. "Wait, we surrender. I don't know who you are, but you can take anything you want, so..." Han said nothing and fired his gun again, and the result was just a bang, like a repeating loop. The 2 of us can say this scene looks really familiar. Han, holding the spear that just flew back, smirked. There's only one left now. But Han no longer throws the spear. Instead, he flies the ship close to Yo's ship. Clack! The 2 ships collide. Han carries Gung-Nia and jumps onto the other ship. A man rushes out quickly. "Oh my God, sir." Han turned and hit the guy with a stick in the face, causing him to fall back. He casually sighed, "Oh no, I missed." The man clutching his face, eyes filled with tears, shows a hurt expression, but the treasure doesn't speak. Why do you underestimate him? Why did you suddenly rush out, scaring everyone? A group of people burst through the door. "Hey, hey, the general is here." They all kneel down. "We didn't recognize the hero, truly blind to the Mount Tai. Spare our lives. If we return, we will live honestly." Ha speaks sternly. "I have nothing to do with you all. Where is that spirit?" The 6 of them all kneel in 2 rows, hands raised as an offering at the door of the Why-So room. The man just now crawled over and tightly hugged Han's leg. "Take me with you." Han coldly, "Step aside. The guy is still stubborn. If we go back like this, we will be merged together. They're all going to die anyway." Han kicked back, hitting the guy right in the face. "Don't bother me." I pushed the door open and saw Yo already waiting there. She turned her back, eyes looking out the window. "Are they here already?" Her face darkened as she held a lollipop in her hand, waiting for a glorious death. This is the last piece of candy I can have in this world. I lose. But just go back. The taste of sour apple. Han didn't care what kind of act she was putting on, just ordered the oil to be brought over. She yelled again, "Wait!" But Han kept walking around, looking around. "Where is the oil?" "Why is furious? I told you to go back. Don't come any closer. That's enough." Han points the spear at Yo. "Is that enough?" "It's just because our ship ran out of resources, not because I was moved by mercy. You're just good at crying and whining. You've taken enough. We've lost a bunch of ships and a bunch of heroes already. You've already won. What more do you want?" Han glared at her. "Didn't I already say I don't know how to give up?" Yuo helplessly and resentfully throws the candy back at Han. "Hey, you bastard, I just finished recovering and haven't caught my breath, and you bring that damn weapon to destroy everything." All of it was borrowed from the spaceship. I could never pay it back in my lifetime. "How can I make you happy then?" The candy flew into Han's hand and shot out again. "Do you think I wanted to end up like this? What the hell is the Pirate King doing? I also want to meet a cool master like Loki and enjoy the glory. I didn't want to be a pirate either. I just want to be a hero," pointing to the left side of the ship. "The corridor on the left, the 2nd room. There is a fuel tank over there. Take everything, clean it out completely. If that damn master would change his mind, I could have climbed the tower again." I take out a stack of papers, toss them into the air. Everything is already prepared. Now everything is just trash. Han looked up, grabbed a paper from the air. The Beginner's Guide to Task Analysis, one of the old instructions written long ago. Having vented her anger, she put her hat back on her head properly. "Hung, I won't meet a tragic end like the other sisters. Keep watching. I'm exhausted and will leave with style." Seeing Han still standing there muttering to herself, she thought, she's a fierce and stubborn girl. "And what are you looking at? I already gave you the location, just use it to blow up the hall or something." She casually took another candy, threw away the wrapper, blushed and warned her, "And also don't pretend to be Loki recklessly. It seems that everyone's spirit in here shares the same idol. Loki." Han thought to herself. Each account only has one spirit. When the master leaves the game, the spirit also disappears at the same time.
That's why the spirit always risks everything to protect the hall. Han recalls the moments of her city panicking when the master logged out for a few days, then turning to ask this girl, if you're not here, what will happen to the master?
What are you talking about? Han patiently asked again. What I mean is if you disappear, how will the lobby operate? Yu hesitated. If I'm not here, it probably won't be good. Han could also guess that the spirit responsible for conveying commands and coordinating activities for the master, if it disappeared, the operation would be greatly affected. In Ni Hem also has no spirit, but a unit has taken on that role. Thinking of this, Han contacted Unit. Our ISO still out and about? Unit and his assistant, now controlling the ship heading to Harura, replied, sometimes I get news from Cirrus, but basically she's absent. Han thought to himself, and based on his analysis, if there are no spirits, the hull's efficiency drops by an average of 87%. Even basic commands are hard to execute, turning the account into an error and responding to Unest's words like that. He then turned to the ISO duplicate to suggest this to NFLH, who was just holding a position. ISO rushes over, dropping the candy she was chewing in disbelief. Regaining her composure, she angrily said she told them not to tease her. Han coldly and without a word explains that it's not a matter of liking or not liking, but that she simply can't. If I leave my position without permission, the main office management team will come to eliminate me. At this moment, a red portal opens beside Han, and a series of badges fall out from it, accompanied by a voice echoing. The main management team, I've taken down about 13 people already. It's fine, she said as she picked up each badge. This is the badge of the main headquarters management team, Han frowned. Yoon, could it be? That's right, just arrived at Harura. And then Han replied, because I thought something might happen, I couldn't feel at ease. Han and Yo stepped out into the main cabin and looked up, smiling. You're really stubborn. How many people have you taken with you? It's only me and Niso, Yoon replied. Iso stared in shock at the enormous spaceship above his head. This ship must be 3 times larger than our warship. What is this? Then a symbol caught her eye, revealing her stammering Brune Hill battleship from NFL Hem. The people on the ship panicked and scattered. What is that? Is it a monster? Ah, please, spare me. At this moment, Yo stammered as he looked at Han. Could it be that you, Han, realized she had figured it out, then grabbed her wing, threw her a guitar, and sent her flying onto Nilem's spaceship? She still managed to scream, It's you, Loki! Then she fell straight down from Brune Hoy's ship. After Yo finishes, Han orders Yunet to arrest those with abilities in the hall, except for those who participated in the looting. Yunet responded to the order. Han asked again, but is it possible to manipulate the data from this battle? Yunet smiled confidently. If I use spirits, it seems feasible. Now she belongs to Harura. I'll try to persuade her, Han reminded. If it works, do it. If not, forget it. No need to force it. Did that giant monster belong to you? Sir General. A man bows his head and begins to flatter. Oh my God, General, you are the greatest hero in the world. Han is indifferent. Don't worry, I won't use them. He looked back at his ship. Now only 2 chances left to summon weapons. Back in Taonia, Han resumed training and guided Kadio in physical exercises. The little boy kept panting and asking repeatedly, What are you doing? Harura said to prepare countless aircraft carriers for the attack, but you led a lousy fleet of Jiang and came back safely. Why ask again? I already explained. Seo, annoyed, you want me to persuade them to increase your forces? Who would believe that? Are you fooling children? Just a reminder. Stop talking about useless things and run. No one will sympathize with the lack of strength in the magic battle. Jenna has been practicing shooting recently and has some questions, but she's not going to the battlefield. Hasn't she been resting for a whole month? Thud, thud, thud. Another arrow hits the bullseye. Among the arrows already lodged there, Belkis is also training fiercely, each strike leaving a deep scar on the iron dummy. I don't understand why this keeps dragging on. Do you know the reason? Han pulls his shirt to wipe sweat, revealing his well-toned six-pack physique. Wow, it seems like he's thinking about the team arrangement. Seeing that, Belkis smirked and said, So, you're just debating who will be chosen for the main team. What is Y Van Ke awkwardly saying as he transforms into another orb? The current team is already perfect. Stop talking nonsense. Belkis teased. Why are you so angry? Yvonka didn't want to talk anymore and stormed into the magic hall. I'm going to do some research. Seeing that, Belkis was even more eager to tease her. Y Vanka interrupted sharply. Don't tease me, Jenna said defiantly. Removing her from the team, that's not going to happen. She's very important to the team, isn't she, brother? Han asked thoughtfully. What Belkis said is partly right, but only half the truth. If it were you, would you dare to leave Ivanka out? But others might still be possible. Belkis sneered.
Dad, what matters is what you talk about with the master. Han wiped his sweat with his hand. That's a serious consideration. I can only suggest it to the master. The final decision is up to master. The whole team has trained their formation and boosted fire resistance just to support Yonka's magic. If we exclude her now, it would go against the team's idea. If such an order is given, Han would be the first to oppose. Jenna is a bit worried. All 5 of them already have clear roles. If the performance is poor, the team composition has already been changed long ago. Han guesses. So what the master is really worried about isn't whether to change the main team, but whether to include CO in the backup team. Right now, CO doesn't know they're talking about her and is just panting heavily from the exhausting workout. That night in the magic hall, Xiaoda excitedly showed Ivanka the red potion. Ivanka, look, I just successfully made a mid-level vitality potion, all thanks to your guidance. In the past, making potions elsewhere was very difficult for me, but now, I'm starting to understand how to do it. She pondered a bit, but the success rate is still low and it consumes too many materials. That's the problem. But since my bag has a limited space, I guess I will have to carry mid-level potions from now on. If I prepare for the upcoming battles, can I produce them in bulk? Ivanka excitedly replied. If the Archmage joins the main team, this problem will be solved because through the space gate I can continuously supply the potions. Tuda smiled brightly and said, Then I need to make more potions. Thanks. Hearing that, Ivanka froze, her expression extremely complicated. CO stands outside, looking into the magic hall, and sighs. So it was a lie that there would be no overtime. Making high-grade potions would be really exhausting. The next morning, the master logged in and ordered the first team to be summoned. Ivanka looked much more radiant. I told you already, elemental magic is the best. Let the magic engineers go mess with the airships. This time, I will shine. Belkis mocked her. Why suddenly act so competitive? Does anyone even notice her? Nerissa chuckled. I think it's likely you'll be eliminated first. Belkis was annoyed. Do you want to die or what? Han cleared his throat. Let's save the arguing and flirting for later. Later. Jaina hopes that this time it won't be a maze or a desert, but somewhere more comfortable. Han nonchalantly said, like a flower field or something, and Jenna giggled. Han frowned and said, Those places are full of man-eating plants. The playful time is over. A bright blue light flashes and lifts the whole team to the 31st floor. The light gradually fades away. Everyone looked around in amazement. Blue sky, white clouds, golden sunshine, and the sound of waves crashing. They were standing on a boat surrounded by endless water. A mission window appears, indicating that the goal of this challenge is to explore and discover the designated location. Ivanka is startled. Where is this place? Why is there so much water? Belkis seems to be enjoying it. So this is the sea, a place I've only heard rumors about before. Han reminds you not to run around wildly. The boat is moving. Nerissa observes that it seems we have been summoned onto a boat at sea. Jenna was still confused. What is this? Why is it suddenly this place? I don't know either. Nerissa shook her head. Ha looked around, then gave an order. First, check the things on the boat. There should be some useful items. Jenna approached the wooden chest at the front of the boat and opened the lid to examine. There is drinking water and food. She picks up a round object. What is this? Ha looked over and replied, A compass. Do we have a map? Ivanka looked confused. This is so unreasonable. How can they throw us into the middle of the sea and call it an expedition? Jenna sobbed. It would have been better if they sent us to the desert. Ha looked north towards Labanchi and reassured everyone. If there was a way, they would have already figured it out. Just follow the direction Labanchi is heading. Do you guys know how to swim? After hearing the question, the 4 of them each turned in a different direction, all silently staring with blank face. Damn it, he ordered, except for Yonka. The other 4 take turns rowing the boat. Jenna, following the instructions, grabs the 2 oars and heads over. Yonka was surprised and a little annoyed. What's wrong? I can do it too, Han replied, but with only 2 oars, it won't be balanced. That's why they combined the warriors and the thieves into one group. So what should I do now? Yonka hesitated. Sit still and wait for Han to give orders, and if you don't want to become fish bait, don't use fire magic. Yonka stammers, No, that's not it. Ha reminds you to think carefully. This boat is made of wood. If it catches fire, everything will be burned down. Ivanka couldn't accept it. But due to the circumstances, she briefly lowered her eyes and bowed her head. I understand. The clear water gradually reveals a dark shadow, and the water bubbles ripple softly. Then suddenly, a school of sharks emerged and attacked the Han group, alongside the panicked mermaids of Jaina. Hey, Han, get everyone to stay calm. Don't panic, get ready to fight. If the boat flips over, it's all over. Han decisively takes off his gloves, draws his dagger, cuts his hand to draw blood to lure the sharks. then jumps into the water and leaves a message behind. Jenna supports from above. Underwater, you can see the full view of your enemies. Han lets his hand go, blood flowing into the water. The sharks smell the blood and turn sharply, rushing straight toward Han. The sharks changed direction just as Jenna on the shore saw their weakness and shot 3 arrows, hitting all 3 without missing. The remaining sharks met the same fate. The mermaid saw her fish being killed and roared, about to attack Han, but he was no match for her. A single sword strike was enough to finish her. Realizing her strength was fading, Han thought to himself, I need to surface to breathe. Suddenly, he feels himself being pulled down. Looking down, he sees the mermaid just now using her last bit of strength to hold onto Han's leg. On the boat, Jenna remains alert with her bow ready, looking around anxiously. I can't see Han anywhere, Yonka shouted. I will help, Belkis reminds. Didn't she hear what he said? If she's planning to burn the boat down, I won't stop her. Ivanka was about to object, but Naraza spoke up. Wait for instructions first. Suddenly, Jenna shouted, pointing at the shimmering black and red figure beneath the water. Oh, there it is. It's really Han, he groaned, taking deep breaths. Jenna pulled Han up and pounded him on the back. I really don't know what to do with him. I should have said something first. I was so startled. Han chuckled softly. I told you so, Jenna complains. Is that what you call talking? Then she reenacts the scene where Han, with a serious face, says she is supporting her, continues to complain, and jumps into the boat in the middle of a monster-filled sea. Truly brave. It made my heart drop out. Han reassures, but it's already over anyway. Eve Wongka breathes a sigh of relief. Luckily, Han is unharmed. Han reminded everyone, let's go, there's no time. Jenna was worried. Is your hand injured? Can you climb? It's just a light wound, no problem. Han reassures them as the boat glides smoothly across the water. Some mermaids tried to climb onto the boat but couldn't get past Han's defenses. Whenever one surfaced, it was slaughtered. He warned everyone. These guys have a habit of climbing onto the boat, so be careful. That will be useful. Jenna nodded in approval. You really are a brave captain. Han, assign the next shift. Jenna and Nerissa, the 2 of you go climb. Yonka sat in a corner, looking lost and sad. Belkis plopped down next to her, smirking. You were eager to use your spiritual power to climb earlier. Are you exhausted now? By the way, why not try learning a different type of magic? Ivanka frowned. It's not as easy as that. The basic concepts are completely different. Belkis just smiled. If it's not easy, forget it. I just want to go back quickly to train. The system informs that this mission may take longer, and even if you log out, the mission status will still be updated continuously. The ship keeps moving forward from night to morning and back to night. After 3 days, the mission is complete. Only Han and Jenna leveled up on this floor. The reward includes 150,000 gold, 3 types of tropical fruits, and 5 mermaid scales. The MVP of this floor naturally goes to Han. The whole group returned to the lounge. Jenna stretched again, annoyed by another tedious, cramped, and painful task, and bored as well. Unlike the group's cheerful homecoming, Ivanka seemed quite pensive. Before Han leaves the door, Ivanka calls him back. Hey, Han. He pauses. What? She forced a stiff smile. I want to try wind magic once. At this moment, the system notifies that the master has changed the team lineup. Yonka was removed from Team 1 and replaced by CEO. Hearing this, she suddenly froze stiff, as if glued. Let's take a moment to look back at Ivanka's past, in the magnificent and grand castle. A nobleman stroked young Ivanka's head and said, Tomorrow you will go to the Sunburst family and officially begin studying magic. There will be many classmates, but don't worry. Just keep trying to restore the past glory and don't be lazy. Yonka, you are still the pride of your father, the Count's family. Ivanka smiled confidently. Yes, father. And when learning magic, the girl was very talented at creating fire. While others struggled, she created a large flame. The teacher praised her. Congratulations, Ivanka, you have successfully completed your initiation. It seems you are well suited to the fire element. Yonka was very happy and excitedly told the teacher, I finally did it. Miss Person, please teach me the next spell. Any spell from water, earth, or wind is fine. Person shook her head. That can't be done. Yonka. Elemental mages usually specialize in only one element. Those who can harness 2 or more elements are extremely rare. Yonka thought to herself, I am the pride of my family. I have to do even better. Many of my classmates are already proficient in the basic spells. It's too late to start now. I will surpass everyone. I don't want to lose. As time passes, young Ivanka has always been practicing diligently. At that time, Bin was very worried because the prince had ordered the gathering of talented individuals from noble families to teach magic, but no one had achieved significant results. The assistant comforted her, suggesting perhaps to hope for the next session. While Miss Perrin was talking, someone loudly announced a fire in the hallway. The two hurriedly rushed over to check. The fire broke out in a classroom, and the students, including Ivanka, were very panicked because they couldn't put out the flames. Miss Person asked if it was GACHA. Although its power is weak, this is a fire-starting spell. Did you cause this? Yonka! The girl was so scared she stammered. I'm sorry, I was just practicing. A burst of green light erupted and turned into a strong wind, extinguishing the fire just now. Yonka was stunned. The fire is dying down as Miss Person looks at Ivanka with a satisfied smile. It seems a remarkable wizard has been born. I am very hopeful for your future, Yonka. Ivanka, who was praised, immediately became happy and excited. Back in the present, as Ivanka was overwhelmed with confusion from being replaced, she suddenly appeared happily spinning and jumping around. Amazed, she winked at Ivanka. Yonka told Chasu that from today, she was off the team and should rest until called back to the house. That's how it is. Resting? Ivanka asked back. That's right. How long is your leave? Han straightforwardly the 35th or 40th floor. Yonka was stunned, or rather in shock. It's too far away, and taking such a long break will cause it to fade away. Han sighed helplessly, with no other choice. This is the master's order, and there's no reason to refuse. King Ka finds it hard to accept. No reason at all, Han explains. I also oppose changing the team, but you already know the reason. Why are you reacting like that? Isn't it true that you always say you want to rest? She pouts. But Han interrupts, Don't worry, surely the master wouldn't abandon you. Whenever needed, I will call you. Yonka still feels dissatisfied, but she knows Han is right, so she can only point to the sky and scold. Master, do you see me as an obstacle? All right, so you mean I am useless, right? Then I will learn another attribute to open your eyes. Just wait and see. Nupakachi. Han sighed. He probably cooked something delicious to give to her. I knew she'd get this upset. Yonka tries to act tough, but when she gets back to her room and closes the door, the sadness is clearly visible on her face. A while later, Hanzo was in the waiting hall looking for Kadio. He and JY were still busy fixing the ship, with JY carrying components and Cat CO covered in oil stains, wiping sweat with a cloth. He asked Han, Do you want me to go with you? Is the spaceship still not ready? Before he could finish speaking, Han grabbed Katio by the shirt, casually took the wizard's robes, and dragged him out forcefully. Don't talk much. Let's go now. Sio screamed, Wait, hold on. After a while, Han dragged Sio into the waiting room and announced, From now on, you'll be a temporary member of Team 1. Understood? What? Why didn't you say anything earlier? Han replied tersely. I've only seen you lying around all day. Sio is angry because I stayed up late fixing the ship for you. What more do you want? Han closed his eyes. He had already made up his mind. Sorry for not telling you earlier. Sio glared at Belkis. Whatever happens, it's fine. Belkis gave a tough guy look, raised an eyebrow. Why are you looking at me like that? Sio quickly dodged the attack. No one is minding their own business and running into a fire ant nest. The system announces that they will reach level 32. The door will open in 10 seconds. Jenna is happy. She'll probably come back soon, right? Nerissa replied. Probably so. At this stage 32, they are still on the familiar boat, surrounded by endless water. The mission on this level is still to explore and investigate the designated location. CEO was surprised. Starfish? The cave nodded. Yes, the mission is to steer the ship in the direction of the compass and monsters will attack along the way. Be careful. CEO looks around, huffs, and then climbs up. What's the point of all that? Such a hassle. CEO raises his hand. A blue magical glow descends and wraps around the boat, transforming into a fan. With a whoosh, the boat, which was moving at 5 kilometers per hour, suddenly accelerates to 60 kilometers per hour. The sudden change in speed almost makes everyone fall over. Belkis struggles to hold onto the ship's edge. What's wrong? Using wind magic? CEO lazily said, No, I just created a simple propulsion device with magic. Belkis smirked and said, So I've been wasting my effort all along? Can I just throw away this raft now? Han looked up blankly, sitting still as water splashed onto his face. Leave that corner alone. Sharks appeared behind the boat, swimming quickly after the ship. Han ordered, just like before. Jenna already has the bow ready, luring them out, and you'll support, right? That's right. CEO then stopped the two of them. Wait a moment. CEO rolled up his sleeve and dipped his hand into the water, only to see his hand turn red as a stream of red electricity followed the water and engulfed all the chasing fish. In an instant, the fish were dead in mass. Jenna stared in shock as the bloated belly floated on the water's surface. CEO flicked the water off his hand, using the magnetic field to knock them out. Sharks have sensitive organs for electricity. Have you never used this before?
Han didn't answer, only stared intently at the young man in front of him. Indeed, he's a magician. I need to find out what else he can do. Seo lies down on the ship's deck and yawns. I'm closing my eyes now. After a quick rest to recharge, noticing everyone's curiosity about his abilities, Chio performed a few magic tricks for them to see. Seo jumped off the ship, his feet touching the water's surface, creating concentric ripples. He walks calmly on the water as if walking on land, able to manipulate surface tension like this. You can do it too. Although there are some conditions, Nerissa marvels. If this kid were on the 30th floor, things would be different. Hang nodded, not only able to walk on water, but also to run vertically up cliffs, no longer needing to risk climbing the statue's arm. Belkis was also quite impressed by Katio's talent.
Seems I underestimated you. You're very useful. I hope I can rely on you in the future. Jenna slightly defended Ivanka.
Yonka can do that too. She'll learn quickly. Seo jumps onto the boat and calmly explains that elementalists are not allowed because the magical properties are different. Jaina fell silent after hearing that, not knowing what else to say, and just turned away dejectedly. Han crossed his arms and thought to himself, well, let's wait and see. Nerissa gazed into the distance and saw a faint brown dot floating on the horizon. She leaned forward to look more closely and reported that it seemed to be a large sailing ship. Ha looked down at this compass, which also pointed toward the boat, and signaled to head there. Only when they got closer did they realize how huge the ship was, with Jia Hui on the sail. On the deck of the ship, a neatly braided white hair fluttered in the wind. Briaz leaned against the railing, gazing into the distance, when suddenly a familiar voice rang out. How have you been lately? Prius looked down and finally saw the familiar faces. She leaned out to look closely and exclaimed, "What are you doing?" After helping everyone onto the boat, Prius was still stunned. You really surprised me. Jenna smiled. Hello there. What do you mean? What do you think of her tone? Before I could marvel at it, Nerissa quickly covered his mouth and told Han, we will go inside to rest. Nerissa teasingly said, like uninvited guests. Do you think we should leave? Jenna replied with a smile. With such a noisy crowd, the princess will surely be uncomfortable. Han understood the teasing tone in his teammates' words, and after they went inside, turned to Brias and asked, Can I come in? I want to rest a bit. Prius was startled and quickly replied, Just relax. Her eyes sparkle with joy and a hint of excitement as she looks at me, full of questions. Why is she sitting on that small boat? How do I find the position of this boat? What exactly is the goal this time? Han didn't know what to say, awkwardly turned away, avoiding Prius's pleading gaze. It's just a mission, so don't look at me like that. I don't really understand either. Prius was lost in thought, thinking this time it wouldn't involve you guys. Han frowned. The first time we meet, you ask for money to help. Why are you so inconsistent? Prius, confused, hugged himself, not expecting everything to be so difficult. His comrades had lost their lives. Han said quietly, Didn't I tell you to leave me alone? Prius lowered his head. It's easier to say than to do. Han thought for a moment, not wanting to discuss this anymore, and changed the subject. So, where is this? Prius was surprised. Didn't you know I was coming? This is the southeast sea of the continent called the Infinite Sea, so you came here again because of the key? Han asked directly. Prius, tense, nodded in confirmation after a moment. Han sighed. This is the first time it's a desert. The second time it's the sea. Such an incredible environment. Prius explained that this ship was borrowed from his family, the sailors were also provided, and they received subsidies. He planned to hire mercenaries from the nearby island. With this, you probably don't need to rely on your strength to find the key anymore. Ha looked around the ship and realized that although it was very large, there was almost no one in sight, only a sailor pulling a rope to adjust the sail. Hearing Prius say that, he turned around with a frown. Even when the monster appeared again, Prius still tried to persuade Han. Well, anyway, let's turn the ship back to the port. Han seems stubborn. We don't need mercenaries. I don't want any more dead bodies. We can handle it ourselves. You just need to lead the way. Prius smirks in agreement, still as stubborn as ever. Han responds calmly. Sorry, but we can't refuse the mission no matter what it entails. B thinks for a moment, then looks directly at Han, concern flickering in her eyes. If the mission is to kill me, what will you do? Han coldly replies, I would do it too if I didn't want to die. Brias was stunned, her eyebrows slightly furrowing. Then she bent down to her waist and took out a bag of gold coins. I understand, this is all my property. I will hire you as a mercenaries. Han was stunned and said, No need. Come on, accept it confidently so I won't feel embarrassed. After a while of bargaining, Han also received 10,000 gold from Prius.
He looked at the pile of gold coins in his hand, thinking to himself, it's only worth 2 statues of war horses anyway.
The two shake hands and Prius adds, "This time I also owe it to you guys for calling me." Has Han not been joking around?
Prius' lips smirk. Just call me Prius, okay? But today I will tell you about the key. Hang nods. Tell me now. If you gather enough keys, you can open the door to the higher dimension. Han hesitated and asked, what's the point of doing that?
Prius hesitated. Isn't it already clear?
To save the continent. What does the upper world have to do with the continent? Han points out the anomaly. Prius, unsure how to explain further, weakly says, that, a dream. Han sighs. Everything is just a dream?
The all-purpose element is just too much, Han thought to himself as he connected all the data.
Prius saw us fighting in the dream and the impending doom of the future, so he was determined to save the continent. What was needed in that dream was the key, which was also the tool to open the door to the higher world. It's strange that every mission in this game is connected to this person. Seeing Han remain silent, Prius grew worried.
Are you upset?
No, he shook his head, just lost in thought. Tell me more about that dream in detail.
A little later, they also completed stage 32.
Belkis and Dio were promoted. The reward includes 170,000 gold coins and 3 shark fins. The MVP of this stage is CIO, always surrounded by the familiar blue glow.
Before leaving,
Han smiled. It's a pity, but it's time to return to the old place.
Let's make a mercenary contract for next time. See you then.
Prius's face showed a hint of reluctance, but he quickly regained his composure. Back in the waiting room, Belkis discussed plans.
I think the other team also needs to be prepared. Starting tomorrow, will this kid also join the team training?
Han confirms. That's right. Be in the living room at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Tio hurriedly reminded him.
I have to service this plane in the morning. Doing it at night is fine too.
Han glared at the kid. Tio shouted in protest.
That's overtime. It's basically breaking the contract.
Han looked at the kid with a dangerous expression. The contract was already different before and after signing. Don't turn me into someone who drains others dry. You just need to try a little harder, and you'll get double the time off. Tio felt betrayed and burst into tears.
Oh my God, Belkis burst into laughter, her sinister face making Tio startled and terrified. I like that decisiveness. Later, when Han was on his way back to his room, someone suddenly called out to that wizard, "How did it go?"
Han looked up and saw Yak standing there, wrapped in the scarf and coat that the master bought for her. Instead of his usual clothes, he was surprised. Why did she come here? She should have been on the 3rd floor.
Yanka is leaving now. She was just out for a walk and decided to stop by.
Han frowns. Going for a walk and ending up on the 1st floor?
Even if Yanka gets exposed, it's pretty bitter.
Who has the power?
Is something wrong? Then she showed off to you when you went on a mission? I finally finished training.
As Ivanka spoke, she opened her hand, a gust of wind swirling up from it, and she added that just a little more was needed.
Ha looked at her and asked, Yo, how many recovery stones she has left? Yo quickly appears, happily replies, Ish probably has about 7 left. Give her 1.
He asked to record in the journal that I was exhausted and handed the blue stone to Ivanka.
She probably has never used it before, but this stone allows her to review mission videos, and after watching, she will learn about him.
Ivanka probably also realized something, and her emotions became extremely complicated.
She took the stone and entered the waiting room, where the large screen immediately displayed scenes from level 32.
Among them, Sio stands out with her diverse magic abilities. When transforming into a fan-powered engine, killing sharks, or walking on water, Yanka becomes increasingly silent. While Ivanka went inside, Han sat leisurely outside. Yo asked, Aren't you going to sleep? It's already late. Han bowed his head and replied, Just taking a break here.
Why, So commented, That girl is only strong. Nothing useful besides that.
I think the young mage boy looks much better now. That girl always acts like she's so talented.
Serves you right.
Y sighs and disappears. Han says nothing, just sitting quietly there waiting for Ivanka. After a while, the door to the waiting room opened. Han asked, Are you done watching? Seeing Han, Ivanka was surprised. Are you not leaving yet? Even though I fast-forwarded, it still took several hours. Really impressive. The girl looked downcast. At that age, I hadn't even started my training. I was just fumbling around and couldn't do anything. This world is really unfair, Han pondered, but a mage can't be judged just by their appearance. King Ka sat down on the chair next to Han, and it was obvious he was still young. If I had known this earlier, I would have studied harder. Han suggested that she could join another group if she wanted to. The girl was determined. I don't want to go anywhere else besides here. I won't give up.
Han glanced at her and thought, not just Aaron, everyone is bound by it just because they want to stay on the first team. Ha remembered Aeon collapsing and crying when he lost to Belkis. I want to become stronger. I've never wanted to feel this ashamed again, but is there any other way now? Ivanka said, then stood up from the chair. Is it okay to arrive before 7 a.m. tomorrow? I'm also a backup member of Team 1, so I should have a chance too. See you again? Ha watched her leave and sighed. It really is a hassle. In the following days, Reddy and Sio were always busy in the lounge checking the condition of the ship. Veddy filled out the evaluation form. The lift is stable. It is able. Fuel efficiency is high, and no damage is visible anywhere. In this state, it should be enough to carry out the mission. Sio, however, thought differently, scrolling his hand over the screen in front of him, but the inside still lacked equipment. Weapons hadn't been installed yet, and the flight capability hadn't been tested. Reddy tired, with dark circles under his eyes, more pronounced than before. This mission is at sea, right? Anyway, it can't fly anyway. If you want to fix it more, I won't stop you, but I give up. Sio is tired. I get it, let's stop here. I'm exhausted too. The system displays a message saying that the repair of the capitalism spaceship is complete, and it can now deploy warships but only in authorized recall areas. Receiving the notification, Han headed to the waiting hall to assess the situation. CIO was now extremely dejected. You got tricked? Totally tricked. Oh my god, this place is even more strict than Harura. The system immediately notifies Master Katio, showing disapproval. The master wisely soothes with a warhorse statue. The boy stares blankly at the Vochi statue in front of him, then dismisses it. How many times already? I don't need any of this. Han sighed, picked up the statue thrown on the floor, and said, Well done. Take a short break for now. I will display this unclaimed statue in my showcase. All right, let Katio stay there crying his heart out. Then he turned to Juai and Rady and said, When you're not operating the ship, look for relics in the area. Rady asked back. There probably aren't many resource-rich relics on the 30th floor, right? Just check around occasionally. You might find better relics on the 40th floor. He turned to the kid still lying on the floor. Is the CO aircraft now free of problems? Did you see Sioyo? Anyway, the operation is stable now, and we can navigate and move. However, inside there are still no equipment or weapons, so more time is needed to complete this. And I alone and Jedi can't do everything by ourselves. Suddenly, he asked about Ivanka. But why is that mage just hanging around us? Our team can only have up to 5 people. Han smiled. Just be understanding of her. Sio remembered that she kept claiming to be practicing to patrol the outskirts as a fire mage, but was actually training wind magic in the newly established magic training area. Maybe she was only at the level of sensing the breeze. She's quite strange. Han asked how much of the wind attribute Yonka could grasp. The kid sighed. Elemental mages basically only control one type of attribute. That girl probably can't belong to the rare type that can use more than 2 attributes. Han heard that, but didn't say anything more. The next day, Team 1 gathered again to go to the 33rd floor. They could now use the flying ship as announced by the system. As the blue light faded, the team found themselves on Priya's familiar ship. The scene and the sound of crashing waves immediately affected everyone's senses. The mission for this floor is still to explore the designated location. Priya was already waiting, smiling beautifully to greet everyone. Are we there? Just as Han's group arrived, the system announced another side mission. Priya felt strange seeing everyone standing still, and when he read that the side mission was to summon a flying ship, the group all turned to discuss it together. A side mission, isn't it? Didn't we just do one in the desert? Jenna wondered. Summoning a plane, the idea sounds simple enough. Nerissa pondered. Han remained silent. That sounds suspicious. Priya approaches nervously. What are you guys talking about? Let me join in. Han turned back to remind him. Wait a moment, this is our business. Priya shyly tucks her hair back. I see. Regarding the summoning of the airship, the system suggests that the master consult the team first. As a result, Han and Belkis are somewhat negative, while the other 3 remain neutral. Han ponders, surprised by the side mission, especially since the goal was just to summon a ship. Even after seeing and completing many missions, this is the first time we've encountered something so strange. He turned to ask Priya, how long have we been away from the mainland? It's been over a month, she replied. A month? So we've gone quite far from the mainland. Yi's voice suddenly rang out. Hey, young wizard Han is surprised. Y continues. The master has ordered the summoning of the flying ship. Are you worried about staying here? Yeah, you know what will happen if you refuse, right? You threatens. Han nonchalantly shakes his head and dismisses it. The system notifies the master leader that Han has requested to decline the side mission. The master immediately agrees with Han's request without hesitation. Jenna wondered if the spaceship had been repaired properly. Han replied, just endure a little longer. It's already suspicious just by looking at it. She nodded and said,
That's right. The journey on the 33rd floor was quite peaceful, and small creatures like mermaids or sharks couldn't harm the large ship. The following period was almost like a rest time, allowing Hang to learn about the destination from Priya. At the end of the endless ocean lies the continent where an ancient dragon temple stands. In her dream, she saw the image of a glowing key there. Han lies on the hammock, lost in thought. Dreams are truly useful. Jenna, lying on the hammock beside, muttered, "Not bad at all. It would be great if Ivanka was here too." "What are you thinking about?" Jenna turned to Han. "It's just about the mission." Jenna sighed, saying, "All we do is missions. We're not machines. Take a break for once." The captain's side mission probably isn't anything serious. Han warned that underestimating could lead to an unjust death like many others. Jenna shrugged, but she hadn't faced any serious danger before. As she finished speaking, the system displayed a notification. Team 1 has entered the special zone, the domain of the water god. Han was stunned, stood up from his seat. "The special domain sounds a bit unstable. We need to turn the ship around and gather information." Looking around, the sky is not yet dark, but everything around has turned gloomy. Heavy black clouds hang low in the sky, and a deep, hoarse voice echoes. "So, you plan to return after stepping on our waters. Listen up, hero impersonator." The two of them looked back as Priya slowly approached, her head bowed as she walked. "We are not like other protectors being hunted. We will become the hunters, and you will pay for breaking the rules." Han frowned and asked, "Who are you?" Priya looked up and smiled eerily, her eyes glowing with an unnatural blue light. "The hunt begins." After saying that, Priya collapsed unconscious. Han quickly ran over to catch Priya, preventing her from hitting her head on the floor, and the ominous red warning message appeared again. Priya gradually regains consciousness, confused about what's happening. "What is this?" Han looked up at the warning message. "What is this?" Before she could finish speaking, there was a loud bang and the ship shook violently. Jenna shouted. Han was also surprised. "What is that?" "I don't know." Suddenly, Jenna didn't have time to say more when, boom, a huge column of water shot up into the air, right in front of the ship's bow. A giant tentacle, several meters long, writhes and slithers onto the ship. Then the second tentacle rises, followed by the third, fourth, and fifth. Tentacles wrapped around the ship from all sides, each covered with hundreds of sharp suction cups like blades. A giant level 38 appears in its true form. Belkist kicks open the door and rushes out. Sure enough, it was suspiciously quiet. Ha quickly drew his sword and gave orders. I kicked its leg, cutting off the tentacles attached to the boat. Just as I was about to strike, Kraken suddenly roared, releasing all its tentacles from the ship and thrashing wildly like a drowning person. A few seconds later, it was completely submerged beneath the water. The group was confused and asked each other, "Hey, what's going on?" "I don't know either. The monster suddenly gets pulled underwater. It seems something is happening beneath the water surface." The group leans over to look down, a giant dark shape rising to the surface. The sky is getting darker with more and more black clouds. The man stammers. Suddenly, Han turned back and gave an order. Priya grabbed the steering wheel and changed the boat's direction immediately. A wild laugh echoed through the space. Han immediately recognized that deep, hoarse voice and urged the man. "No time to explain. Hurry up!" Priya runs with all his might toward the steering wheel. "I understand." Boom! The water column behind Han shot up into the air once again, but this time it was much larger than before. In front of everyone, it is still that creature, but its body and tentacles are completely torn apart. Blood and flesh mixed together. Everyone stares in horror at the bizarre scene before their eyes, the sailors stammering speechless. That can't be true. As the water bones dissolve, the Kraken is not only torn apart, but also lying horizontally beneath a giant dragon. This dragon is probably 3 times bigger than the previous one. The system is now issuing a second warning. The enemy they are facing is the water dragon god at level 64. This is the boss's grandfather now, not the boss anymore. Everyone panicked. What is that? That monster is a dragon? A dragon appears. Why is the boss showing up? It's only level 33. One person still holds on to hope. Han, you're an expert on dragons, right? Han clenched his teeth. That thing looks like the half-hearted dragons on the 20th floor. The mission window now shows a new objective. Escape from the danger zone. The special objective is still to keep Prius alive. Han shouted urgently. The mission has changed. No more hunting or fighting, just escape as quickly as possible. Of course, the dragon won't let everyone get away, determined to take them all down. It sinks into the water, causing the sea to rage violently, with waves crashing against the ship's hull, making it tilt to one side. Everyone is in chaos. Is there any way to avoid it? The wind isn't favorable. How can we escape? Before the sailors could finish their sentence, a few of them had already tumbled into the sea along with the debris. Screams of panic echoed, mixed with the sound of breaking apart, as the dragon surged up, roaring loudly, causing the ship to tilt from 45 to 90 degrees relative to the water surface. The blessing system of the water deity had been activated. Han tried to stay calm, knowing that even impossible missions always have a way to be resolved. Belkis thrusts her sword into the floor, trying to hold herself steady. How are we supposed to face a monster like that? Han shouted at Prius, "Do we have any special equipment on this ship?" Prius panicked, unable to remember, and stammered. That's Seo quickly said, "Yes, I've searched the ship." He reached the helm and touched the control panel behind. This is a decommissioned airplane that has been converted into a sailing ship and can be activated in a short time. Priya struggled to steer the ship and asked again, what could possibly activate it? Seo fumbled to press the button on the helm. High-speed cruise mode. The system just announced that the ship's high-speed cruise mode has been activated, and the vessel immediately speeds forward, leaving behind a trail of white foam. Priya could hardly believe it. We did it, Seo frowned. But only for a short time. I need to think of another way. Behind the dragon, Jermu water god, I pressed down with my claw, and the climate immediately changed. Heavy rain poured down, and Ha looked up at the thick, dark clouds in the sky. Damn it, can it control the weather too? When Master announced Han's request to summon the spaceship, he quickly agreed. Han turned to Katio and asked, "We'll stall for time. You prepare to summon the spaceship. How long will it take?" Katio immediately started the ritual, focusing his mind. "It will take about 10 minutes. Han frowns. 10 minutes? In this situation, it's really going to take 10 minutes. There is no other way. A blue light from your hand gradually envelops you. A space gate begins to appear in the air, currently at 3% progress. The voice kept echoing, impossible to escape. Let's see how you resist. Another notification appeared. My dragon water god unleashes a tidal storm along with the voice of the other. The hunt begins behind the ship, with waves of monsters, including 32 level 33 mermaids and 5 level 39 young dragons swimming close behind. A few shadows leap out of the water and land steadily on the deck. The mermaids with weapons in hand sneer with their sharp-toothed mouths. Humans are still humans. Belkis and Nerissa quickly draw their swords, smiling excitedly. At last, something to do. Jenna also prepared her bow. Be careful not to drop it. Is that all? Prius tightly grips the helm. Luckily, he once learned how to steer a ship. The ship still glides quickly on the water, but the dragon's speed is no joke. It dives underwater, swiping just as fast.
I only see the shadow getting closer to the ship, Jenna shouted. Han, how do we fight back against the dragon? It's attacking from underwater.
Ha reminds them not to think about counterattacking as a red alert sounds, warning that the ship's flooding situation is worsening. A sailor runs to the side of the ship and spots 2 large holes, shouting to alert everyone. Water is flooding in from the bottom of the boat. Prius panicked. Han, what should we do now? Han was fighting off the mermaids while grinding his teeth, thinking of a plan. It was a trap from the very beginning. When the special area appears, you should have immediately sailed away without looking back. From the next attempt, Amkana will take advantage of this, but for me there won't be a next time. He shouts, orders to handle the minions, protect the space gate, and not let them touch it. The space gate is gradually completing with mana threads weaving a semicircular portal, now at 73% progress. We can't hold out any longer. The tail of the sea serpent is wrapped around the upper body of a sailor. In a flash, the sailor was dragged underwater. The situation was extremely critical, and the ship's high-speed travel mode had been halted. The sailors on the ship are also scattered everywhere, and the ship has a large hole in the middle. Prius is filled with self-blame. Is it happening again? Well, just a reminder, if you want to live with me, you should get used to things like this. Prius chuckled bitterly. In the end, it was true. At this moment, Seo successfully opened the space portal. He shouted loudly, clasped his hands together, and strands of magic entwined around his fingertips. The space gate system has been activated, allowing the summoning of mounts, equipment, and consumables to the battlefield. A massive space gate appears in the air. Master quickly selected to summon the Capitalism spaceship. The system displayed that Master had granted access to the spaceship. Seo shouted, I will go ahead and get everything ready. Han carried Prius as he shouted to remind the group. This ship is about to sink, everyone get on the spaceship. Nerissa agrees. If we keep fighting like this, we won't have a life left. At that moment, the dragon of the water spirit charged forward. It roared and then swung its tail forcefully, smashing the ship into 2 halves. All of you will die. The ship, the belongings, and the remaining crew will sink into the deep sea. Fortunately, Han's team and Prius made it safely onto the spaceship. Long Tui Than looked down with contempt. You think calling another ship will change anything? Han stood at the bow, flipping off the monster.
That's not a ship, it's a spaceship, you fishy bastard. At that moment, capitalism's hyperspeed navigation system was activated.
The spaceship accelerated forward, leaving the Sea Dragon standing there, shouting and shaking in frustration. The system notification confirmed that the Southwest Mission branch was complete due to the spaceship's recall.
The hidden gate of the Water God's hunt has been unlocked.
With only one chance, Han held Prius tightly at the ship's wall, thinking to himself that indeed the spaceship is still a spaceship. Its basic parameters are completely different from an ordinary ship.
Prius then turned back to ask the others.
Han replied, "Forget about them." Jenna is still stunned. What was that long, strange creature just now?
I don't know either.
Nye isn't the same type as the one we fought on level 20 of Hab. Nerissa remembered hearing about a monster that looked like that. It's called a sea god, an ancient song of the deep ocean.
In the early days of the Empire's founding,
It was born among the 4 dragons. Han let out a small breath of relief. Without the spaceship, we would have been in big trouble. This time, although there were no losses, we didn't come away empty-handed. At least I now understand the boss's basic stats and attack patterns on level 35. With proper preparation, conquering it is definitely possible. So, when we return to the waiting room, I'll ask for more time and also need to practice underwater combat. The whole team has now cleared stage 33, and Han, Nerissa, and Jenna have leveled up. This stage has less fighting, so the reward is usually 150,000 gold, and the MVP is Jenna. The storm passes, and she breathes a sigh of relief.
We've already overcome it, now let's go back and rest. The salty taste is still in this fog.
Nerissa has already planned the next stage and needs some time to prepare, so there will be a delay before the next battle. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. The hidden door opened, and the water god Krista demanded the prey. Han froze, eyes wide. The next announcement: tonight we go hunting. The water god hunt begins. 2 red alerts: unable to return to the waiting room, unable to leave the water god's zone. The capitalism spaceship is set up as a temporary base, and the automatic mission begins. A special clue from level 34 appears. Is the mission type hunting or being hunted? 1. Water Dragon is searching for Master's hero. 2. Water Dragon's sensing range will gradually expand over time. 3. Avoid being chased while gathering resources on the map. 4. If you're ready, start the Water God hunt. I'm stunned. What kind of crazy mission is this? What? This is a never-before-seen type of pattern. Jenna's face darkened after reading the mission. What's going on?
Han sighs in frustration. The mission is over, but we still can't go back, and the next level starts right away.
Then he told himself that it's okay. There will still be a way to conquer it. Like always, as long as he analyzes the rules, he will find a way. Han ordered the ship to stay still and figure out a way to deal with the situation. He explained to everyone that they were pulled into a hidden mission because they completed a side task, and that the rules of the hidden door are a bit different from usual missions, Jenna realized. Is that hidden door what's trapping us here? Belkis frowns. This is such a troublesome mission. Nerissa was helpless. Nothing was easy. Seo suddenly called out to Han, giving orders to Jenna. Seo is calling. She leads Prius to the rest area. Seo looks at Han with a complicated gaze. What's going on? Han pointed to the analysis map for Seo. It's just about carrying out the mission according to these rules. We are in the area between the red circle and the black dots. The black dots are hidden item locations with many spots to survive, while the red circle marks Tui Long's sensing range. This area will expand over time. With the size of this map, we can escape and hold out for a few days. All the preparations in the waiting room now have to be done during this mission. Otherwise, we can still gather more information. Seo trembles, his face grim. What? Are you saying the current situation is still useful? At this moment, a notification appeared stating that the capitalism spaceship has become a temporary base for the mission. The facilities on the ship are insufficient. Please build more. Master quickly presses confirm. Set up facilities for the spaceship. Choose the type of facility you want. A familiar blue light suddenly appears on Han's left wall. Yo peeked out, smiling brightly as she greeted Han. The adorable fairy Yo appeared. Han's face turned cold. Do you already know about this? Yo chuckled, scratching her head and ear. Just a little, anyway. Now that the spaceship has become a temporary base, I can operate here. I will assist with the spaceship's operation until the mission is complete. First, she directs Seo to organize the space on B7, the second floor. And the items from the dormitory will be moved here. Seo hasn't had a chance to mark it yet. Items in the guest room? With such an empty space, are you planning to sleep on the floor? A suggestion for the master. Building facilities on the spaceship requires different materials than the lounge.
To upgrade the rest area to level 1, you need 50 points along with beds, tables, and chairs of at least the basic level. Master confirms the selection of a level 1 resting room to begin construction. From within the gate, tables, chairs, and beds gradually appear. The system has notified that the resting room has been built at Section B7 of the spaceship. The hero's recovery efficiency has been improved. Additionally, the Master has built a training room in Zone C2, allowing for special training at the temporary base. The armory is built in Sector C5 of the ship and can summon heavy weapons. The lounge and common area are in Sector B1 and can be modified to change the heroes participating in the battle. From now on, this spaceship will operate as a forward base with functions similar to those in the lounge. Han will train the entire team and discuss plans. After completing the basic preparations, we will proceed to occupy the external points. We don't have much time, we'll depart tomorrow, Belkis asked cautiously. Would there be any benefit if we take control of it? Han answered honestly. You can collect a special item, although the other 3 points are still unclear, but I can guess one thing. The mermaid's tears, which cannot be crafted at this stage. This item allows underwater breathing, but to enter the dungeon today, where the materials are, we have to wait a few more days. Belkis was a bit suspicious. The tears of the mermaid. Does it really allow me to breathe underwater? Hang nodded, of course, but swimming is a different matter. So, while the spaceship is moving, we will practice underwater combat. Hearing this, the 4 of them looked stunned, their expressions a mix of fear and a desire to escape, all identical. Han added, but you've seen from that sardine that defeating enemies on the surface isn't easy. Since it stays underwater, we have to go in to deal with it. The atmosphere froze. Did Jenna dive underwater? In this case, Belkis makes an excuse that underwater weapons are not effective. Seo covers her face speechless, and Han crosses his arms sternly, so we need to learn new skills. The team looked dejected, and no one dared to say a word. Hangu encouraged them, don't worry, this time there's no need to burn your body. After speaking, Han left the room and had gone a short distance when he still heard the 4 people muttering. What should I do? I've never learned to swim. Neither have I, it's so unreasonable. Han sighed and called Yo, who quickly appeared. Loki, you called me. I want to contact the people in the waiting room. Is that possible? I hesitated because the different timeline seemed a bit difficult. Han sighed. If it doesn't work, then I guess there's nothing we can do. Fang's fate is to dedicate himself fully to his idol like Iso. Hearing the idol's sigh, he couldn't bear it and hurriedly corrected his words. No, wait a moment, let me try. The moon has already risen high outside when suddenly a voice reached Han's ears. Oh, Han, still in trouble? I thought you had escaped. I'm just camping for a bit. I called to discuss this anyway. Yes, go ahead. So I have to learn to fight underwater then? Han replied. Not to the point of underwater combat, just getting used to fighting on the water's surface is enough. Once the materials and infrastructure are ready, the Master will build a swimming pool. Inform the other teams. Okay, I will relay the message. Remember to stay alive. Just a half-joking, half-serious reminder. The call ends and is panting heavily. Oh damn, I'm exhausted. Han turned back to announce there's still one more person. Yo screamed. Oh, it's not finished yet? Han relaxed and turned back to enjoy the view of the sea. If it doesn't work out, it's okay. The Fang spirit won't let us down. Dai grits her teeth, lifts her face to the sky, and shouts loudly, it's nothing. Just a small matter, the power of the fairy. Right now in the magic hall, Ivanka and Tai are still diligently studying and preparing a large pot of thick red potion. Ivanka Ka is a bit anxious, reading a book while saying, it's been 3 days since I went out on a mission. I wonder how everyone is doing. Tiuda just stirred the potion and reassured her, if there's any problem, the fairy must have already reported it. Don't worry too much. As he finished speaking, Han's voice directly reached Ivanka's ears. Is the training going well? Yanka was startled. Huh? Oh, where are you saying that from? Tai didn't hear anything and looked at Yanka blankly. Han continued, it's just a mission, kid. She was surprised. Are you on a mission? It's been 3 days and she's still excited. Just wait a little longer, only a week left, and I will be able to use the great wind magic to overpower that kid. Han coldly dismisses wind magic. Trying to learn another attribute is pointless. King Ka stares blankly, his eyes turning sad, unable to hide his disappointment. Is that so? But then she gathered her spirits and asked again if he said he was on a mission, right? Is your healing potion okay? Right now, Tai and I are making mid-level healing potions, as long as that kid opens the space gate. Han straightforwardly said, that matter can be forgotten. Kaio can craft high-level healing potions, just set up a magic tower in the temporary base to produce them in bulk. So that's how it is? Han continued, I will accept the medicines made by Kaio, and send my thanks to the alchemist who helped me. And what we used on the 20th floor is a fiery magic that erupts from within the enemy. Get ready to use it within 30 seconds or boost the firepower if needed. Ivanka lowered her eyes, suddenly bringing up that story again. And also, you should learn to swim. Ivanka froze as if she couldn't believe her own hands. Are you joking? Are you really telling me there's a place for me? Han smirked. I'm not joking about these things, but I am of no use when I am on the sea, and Ivanka hesitates. That's all. Just pretend I didn't say anything. You reply with a tone that's half joking, half serious. Who said that? Just wait, I will learn to swim perfectly and come back to her. Then she looked down and spoke with a voice full of gratitude. Thank you. Han smiled contentedly, the night breeze flowing through his hair. All right then. All done, he turned to inform Yo. It's finished. You did very well. Yo's face was filled with agony as he whimpered. Ha, I thought you were about to die, so why did you decide like that? That person doesn't necessarily have to call him, Han explained. Now we only need one team, but in the future a larger formation will be necessary. Yo still stands there, confused. Han sighed. A magic user can't control the spaceship and cast supportive magic at the same time. If Seo pilots the ship, he won't be useful in close combat, leading to a shortage of team members. And it seems Tio doesn't really care about his position either. Io rests his chin, thinking. Huh? Controlling the spaceship should be left to the engineers. Han didn't respond, lost in thought. Seeing Han silent, Yo turned back to see how he was doing. Chat Han suddenly remembered something. Oh, I remember now. Try reaching out to Edit again, Yuto shouted to the sky. What? Again? Returning to Tonya, Roderick gazes at the cup in front of him in the memorial room, reminiscing about memories with his old comrades. The young man back then was very happy to share his hobbies with him. You know, sometimes I have free time when doing manual labor, and carving is my hobby. Chat Ed opens the door and steps in. Roderick has a message from Han. It seems there's no more time to reminisce about my teammates in the storage room. Roderick tries to steady himself. In the blink of an eye, the pain on my face disappeared. I understand. I will be there right away. The two of them move to the training ground. After hearing the suggestion, GACHA is surprised. You want me to train the coaches? I nod. Select those with talent and train them as much as possible. Dika is a bit worried. But we still lack people for the main team. Will that be okay? That's exactly why we need to improve the quality of training now. Edit, the number of people in training is just a small part, but the first floor has already exceeded 100 people long ago. You can't manage this many on your own now. Daga nodded. That's also true. And from now on, you'll be joining us to clear the stages. What does Edit's words make Dika feel? But I can't kill anyone, she frowned. Then it's okay for you to keep getting beaten up, right? I heard about it. The requirement to pass the second floor is to beat you badly? I heard that Jert beat you pretty badly, right? She said firmly, you are very weak. If you want to control everyone, you need to level up first. But if you don't merge or enter the dungeon, you can't upgrade. Whether you merge or enter the challenge, in the end you still have to kill people. Then she turned away. Roderick and I will take the initiative to fight, and you just need to stand and watch. When the level increases, those snake gods will appear. Then let's join the battle. We don't have much time because we need to finish before the pool is expanded. It won't last long, and later you'll just need to do the same with other trainees. At this point, Roderick finally turned back and said, Don't worry, you won't die. Suddenly waking up, I hurriedly followed the two. Yes, back to capitalism. A few days later, the pool on the spaceship was completed, and Han's team threw themselves into training like crazy. Regardless of day or night, like tonight, the moon has risen high, but Han and Jenna are still practicing combat underwater. They stand at a certain distance, Jenna raising her bow to aim and shoot with great force. But when the arrow reached Han, it barely touched and then fell off. Jenna quickly surfaced to breathe, worried, saying, You can't do anything underwater, your stance is off, your shots won't hit. Can we fight like this? Han stepped onto the shore without saying a word. Belkis, swimming nearby, frowned and asked, Is that mage useless or what? I will save you from this kind of suffering. I just realized I'm really bad at swimming. Belkis struggled to hold onto the edge of the pool before surfacing to discuss. What if we used the water walking spell from the mage to fight? Han shook his head. That's not enough. If they dive to the bottom of the sea, we're helpless. We need to learn underwater combat skills. Belkis sighed in boredom and continued practicing face-down breathing in the water. Knowing that, it would be better to just set fire in his hand. Underwater, Jenna's arrows moved incredibly slowly, and Han's sword strikes were no faster. Han thought for a moment and said to the team, Everyone bring your weapons out here to show me. All the weapons placed on the ground include 3 swords, a broadsword, and a set of bows and arrows, Han calculated. First, the weapons need to be upgraded. Weapons need Jenna scratched her head and said she just remembered that the arrow wings are quite large and cause a lot of resistance. Han ordered that when the master logs in, they should send the weapons through the space gate to the workshop and request to reduce the size of the arrowheads and wings. And with the sword, he held it and observed. Bifrost has a very wide blade that is advantageous for slashing, but underwater, it's quite harmless. Han held the hilt of the sword, gave it a flick, and said, "Do this. Switch to an aerodynamic form to reduce drag. Fold the edges of the blade inward and retract it, turning the sword into a compact shape." Jenna marveled, still convinced this was the best weapon. Han stroked the sword with a smug look on his face. Notice that? He has an eye for it. Just as he finished speaking, Mayer logged into the game. Han thought to himself, this father figure is really divine. Maybe even mosquito incense will work on him. He then proposed an upgrade to the equipment tailored to the area's characteristics. Master, of course, follows orders. IO happily throws all the equipment into the space portal for upgrades. The armor will also be designed for underwater combat. While waiting for the equipment to be upgraded, the team will train with weapons at the training camp, Han ordered. The whole group continued training. After continuous training for a while, Jenna awakened her level 1 underwater combat skill, while Han upgraded his fusion divine sword skill to level 2. Their attack speed and damage underwater have improved a lot compared to the first few days. Each shot from Gina can now cause damage underwater. Han also learned how to block underwater. Then he awakened his underwater combat skill like Gina. Thanks to the skills learned on the second day of the mission, their underwater movement improved. But as beginners at level 1, their natural speed still hasn't been reached. Meanwhile, a swimming pool was built in the third-floor training area of the lounge to kick off Tanya's Kwan Minshui Yoyong season. Edit, who knows how to swim, led Team 2 and Ivanka to start training. This mission is likely a large-scale one requiring multiple teams to participate, so all teams must learn to swim. Since there is no pool on the second floor, Teams 4 and 5 have to share the pool on the third floor. Although the third-floor pool isn't spacious, there's no other choice now. Unlike when the facilities were at a lower level, building now requires more materials, time, and technicians. The construction speed can be accelerated with gems, but gathering building materials still takes quite a bit of time. No BS has passed, and just at dawn, CO points in a direction. It seems we've reached the first base. At that moment, the system also announced that the ship had arrived at the first base. In the direction CO is pointing, there's a small island that looks more like a large rock in the sea than an actual island, with a mini treasure chest placed in the crevice between the rocks. Besides the box, there was nothing else around. Han thought to himself that it was obviously a trap. CO looks at Han with concern. What should we do now? Where is Tui Long? Han guesses it's nearby, wandering around. Sio suggests waiting for it to leave if it's dangerous. Han shakes his head, unsure if the little run has already noticed. They know we're targeting that object. You jump off the boat so I can go alone and quickly reach it to prepare to start the boat. To prepare for an emergency escape, CO quickly recites a spell and walks on water to catch him. As Han's foot touched the water, the mana surrounding him allowed him to stand firm on the surface. He knew all too well that using an item meant accepting the risk or abandoning it to avoid danger. And for Han, the answer was already decided without question. He kicked off the lid of the box, revealing 5 bottles of lower-tier mermaid tears. Just as Han was about to take out the bottles, a bright red warning appeared. Chicker activated, and the water dragon Krita appeared nearby, roaring loudly. The water spirit's protective effect is activated again. Han grits his teeth in frustration. This time, your father immediately knew what you were up to. Han quickly ran back to the ship. CO coordinated to throw a magic rope, pulling Han onto the ship. He urged him to quickly take the helm. Han manages to jump onto the train just as CO activates the high-speed control system, and the train instantly surges forward through the waves. Behind the ship, the massive shadow of the water dragon sped across the water, closing the gap. Han frowned. This time, Long Tui Tun is even faster than before. Jen hurriedly runs out after hearing the noise. What is this alarm sound? Are they here already? Han didn't answer, then turned back and asked, "Where is Prius?" "I told her to stay in the room," Jenna replied. At this moment, a deafening scream echoed, "I will tear you apart." Long Tui Tan's figure swelled up as Han observed the situation and turned back to report to her. On the left, the boy in the control room responded, "I know." The system reports that Ki That is deploying a water pressure attack. The sea monster opens its huge mouth, and a blue demon arrow shoots straight toward the ship. Unfortunately, this attack hit the right side of the ship, causing it to shake violently. At this moment, a notification appeared that the Master had logged into the system. Master also knew about Team 1 Jang in the battle, gritting his teeth. "Damn it, you're only logging in now?" CO struggled to hold the steering wheel tightly, unable to widen the distance. At this moment, the sea monster continues to unleash its evil water cannon. The blast hits the right side of the ship again, causing the spaceship to shake violently. Waves rise high, and suddenly a flood rushes into the hull. The system alerts the master that the team is in danger and encourages summoning weapons, with the interface appearing.
Hey, little mage, the master is ordering you to summon your weapon. What? I'm busy enough to die right now. Han runs in, soaked through. It's okay, just do it. CO is helpless. Once the hyperdrive system is activated, only I can control it. If I let go, the controls will. At this point, the system recommends the master switch to manual operation. There is also a manual control panel for the master. But tilt your phone left or right to steer the aircraft. Red button to accelerate, green button to decelerate. When the energy bar is full, you can activate the booster. Hitting the waves will reduce the ship's stability and speed. Be careful. Switch to the master's perspective on the phone. It's an image of a spaceship racing across the sea. Behind it, the water dragon is chasing. 2 buttons and a gauge appear on the screen. At this moment, the creature is right behind it. It arches its body and tilts its head back, mana slowly gathering in its neck, readying for another attack. On the ship's wing, an image of the master's eye appears. The dragon roars loudly and unleashes a stream of mana onto the right side of the ship once again. But this time it missed the target, and the master steered the ship to the left. The energy blade sped up a little more, and the furious dragon roared, "You sneaky bastard!" The mana stream surged from below, firing the 3 layers of water pressure cannon. This time, 2 streams were shot consecutively from the left and then the right, but the master skillfully dodged every attack. Left, then right, as agile as a water snake. The energy beams kept charging up until finally reaching their maximum. The system announced booster on, and with a bang, the ship emitted a golden glow and sped forward at an unimaginable speed. Han stood there, stunned, taking in the scene before him. Wow, this master is really on top of his game. The divine water dragon was furious, watching the ship speed away before its eyes, feeling both bitter and helpless. Han rotated his stiff neck a few times and finally got some relief. Kadio smiled brightly. "How does that master drive so skillfully?" "From now on, just leave the tasks to the master." Han replied, "From now on, just stay on the boat and support the magic." Wow. Suddenly, you transformed out of nowhere and said, "I didn't expect the master to drive so skillfully. Thanks to that, the mage is now free. Maybe it's okay to keep you in the team." Han briefly thought about Yonka's sad face, and then asked Kadio, "Do you know how to make high-level recovery potions?" "Just focus on that in the magic hall." "What do you mean CO looks pale?" "I just took a break and the kid pointed at Han, shouting about the materials. Without the materials, how can we make it? We can only gather the ingredients from the elixir during the week before making it." Han turned away coldly. "There are enough supplies in the warehouse already. Turn to Y and tell the gathering team to focus on collecting high-grade healing herbs." You nodded in response. "Got it." Han is calculating the next move. "There are 3 more strongholds at the first base we just left. We obtained the Mermaid's Tear, an important item for underwater combat that allows breathing underwater. But this one is not perfect. This low-level item only lasts for 10 minutes, so I can only hope the next point will have a more useful item, so I look at the Tear of the Mermaid again and put it away. If Waterf can manage this much, collecting all 4 items should be fine. No, I must gather them all at any cost. Meanwhile, Dung has started collecting the ingredients for crafting high-level recovery potions, and CO's workload has increased significantly to produce enough for all 5 teams. Waterf, clumsy for trying to help but ruining 6 bottles of medicine during the mid-level minigame. Not wanting Kyo to faint from the pressure, Han secretly made a few replacements for him. Outside the waiting hall, the other teams are still diligently practicing, but Team 3 is having a hard time. They are beastmen and are quite afraid of water. From afar, they haven't yet entered the pool, only splashes of water make her flinch and scream. "Are you kidding me? Do I really have to fight in a place like this again?" Takuma is struggling to save Lakari, who is drowning in the pool. The other 2 are vomiting green and yellow bile. Edit is worried. Those others are having a harder time with the water environment than I am. Binnick feels the same. Maybe it's better to remove the 3-person team from the mission. She sighed. If they are excluded for not being able to swim, then no one else besides me can go. Even Roderick is the same. I wondered what Yonka has been doing all this time. Ed, remind her not to be bothered. It seems she's practicing to use magic underwater. Can she really do it? Han will only tell her to do it if he can do it himself, Edit replied. Now underwater, Ivanka dives deeper, trying to conserve her oxygen. Her hands stretched forward as she focuses on developing her power. But since she's new to swimming, holding her breath for long is difficult, so she quickly surfaces to breathe. She quietly sighed, having failed again, then turned to ask Riemann about the situation. "So, How is the backup team for teams 4 and 5 doing? Rimin frowned. No one wants to join the main attack team. The two members behind look quite excited. Next time, we definitely need to add a female member. He didn't care much, and nervously told Edit. I don't know what rumors are spreading on the first floor, but it seems like the low survival rate is the real issue. Bin approached, and the first floor was already crowded, now resembling a gymnasium. Living in such close quarters must be very inconvenient, but no one seemed motivated. It's strange. In the upgrade room, GACHA has now also achieved 3-star hero status. A group of people in the square saw this scene and were very worried, whispering among themselves. Do you really think this is okay? Haven't 5 people already been consumed by that kid? I hear Master is raising him to manage the first floor. It's okay, just keep watching a little longer. If we keep doing things the old way, Master will never unite us. What is that kid planning to do alone on the first floor? But someone like him always ends up climbing to the upper floors and getting isolated. He sneered. So now he's trying to gather teammates as trainers. Just try to find a candidate to be the trainer. As for Han's side, the group has now reached the second treasure stronghold and, of course, encountered the water dragon again. It's pouring rain again and the sea is raging fiercely. Jenna is joining the battle this time. She shot an arrow at the monster's weak point, but the system sounded a warning. The Guardian of the Water God activated, and this monster has conditional immunity. Jenna was confused. What should she do now? The attack had no effect. Han looked stunned. Is it immune under certain conditions? I need to gather more information about it first. Han suggests that next time we encounter it, try shooting an arrow while underwater. Jenna was surprised. Shooting underwater? She also thinks it's immune, as Han explained. We have to come up with a plan. Tie the rope to yourself and jump into the water. Once we're done, we'll pull you up right away. Bell-kissed might be swept away. Jenna thumbs up, boosting everyone's confidence. Then using a real strong rope should work. Maybe we should try testing it out. The long bow has already been sent for adjustments. I'll try with the crossbow. Han turned back to remind Belkis and Nerissa. You two are still so slow. If it appears, don't leave the boat hull. Stay in the training yard and practice more. Belkis smirked. That was a really unpleasant thing to say. Still, the two of them obeyed and went back to training. Han thought to himself, to reduce the risk, it's best if everyone participates. But if this keeps up, the patrol mission will end soon. First, I must master underwater combat to a usable level. The dragon is still relentlessly attacking the ship as a concentrated mana flow gathers around its head. Then a massive surge of mana shoots straight toward the vessel. Water once again demonstrates its top-notch ship handling skills, weaving through attack after attack with drift moves that captivate, while the acceleration gauge gradually fills up over time. The gauge quickly filled up, reaching its maximum, and the ship sped away, much to the dragon's frustration. How are they so fast? Han smiled as he looked up at the master's icon. You're driving so well, but Han is worried. What if they encounter the sea monster when the master isn't logged in? The water monster still refuses to give up, roaring, This time, there's no way I'll let you escape. The system reports that the water dragon's thirst is roaring, and the blessing of the water god DNAG has been activated. Master quickly takes charge and steers the ship, drifting past the tidal wave in a scene that is nothing short of cinematic. The thrusters are fully charged, and the ship is enveloped in a golden light as it speeds away. The water dragon can only sadly call out after it. Wait a moment. Han quickly runs back to retrieve the treasure. In the Yang realm, there is a mini-ship. This is a C+ grade ocean sailing boat, a C item. It allows the user to summon a sailboat in battle. Note that this item can only be used at sea, activates only with the goddess's blessing, and is single use. After collecting it, they hear screams and see the shadow of a water dragon in the distance, so Han jumps back onto the boat and speeds away. Their third item is a B+ grade oxygen tank. It allows the user to restore oxygen when used on the goddess statue. This item can only be activated when receiving the goddess's blessing. During the fourth item retrieval, Jenna tried attacking the underwater dragon. Sure enough, it could be hit by arrows and didn't have any resistance to attacks. Han just got the fourth sun when Jenna returned to the boat, smiling as if the underwater attacks had been effective. Han muttered to himself. So the blessing of the water god only works outside of water? Jenna wondered. What's inside the duong? Inside is a dazzling, shining blue stone. This is a B+ class space summoning stone. It allows the user to summon a hero from the waiting hall to the spaceship. Note that you can only exchange heroes who have not received the goddess's blessing. This item indicates they have collected all the items from the bases. Notification system. Congratulations, Master, on collecting all the items. If you press the Start Hunt icon, the boss fight will begin. Looking back, it's not like Han worried. Watt logged in to steer the boat whenever the water dragon appeared. Unlike before, he only logged in the afternoon. Now it seems he's turned on notifications in the game. With the treasures, they are already half prepared to face the boss. While sitting and eating with the team, Jenna shared her thoughts. Most of them require us to have the goddess's blessing, so it looks like we need to find the goddess statue first. Just like when we fought the giant statue. When will we start fighting it? Han thought to herself. It seems she has now understood this game better. Maybe she could be a good leader. Still, I don't plan to let her leave the team. Thinking of that, Han replied, we're only almost finished. I don't think the master will try right now, because CEO will have to pilot the spaceship as soon as the battle with the boss begins. Only the 4 of us will face the dragon. Honestly, it will be a bit difficult. We will probably need to summon other teams to handle different roles and have a defense team protect the goddess statue while the attack team destroys the dragon. Since we don't have many mermaid tiers, we will be the only team attacking. Belkis, exhausted, sat yawning, and tears streamed down her face. Han paused for a moment before continuing. So we will use this when the master begins tomorrow. Han needs the blue summoning stone because we can only switch people, not summon other teams. So until we reach level 35, I will swap out one of us to get Ivanka. Everyone was surprised. Ivanka?
Ha shrugged. What else could we do? We need to use it underwater.
Are you sure? I already talked to her about this too. Han nodded. Nerissa thought for a moment, then raised her hand. Let me change it. Is that okay? Han asked again. Nerissa remained calm. It's fine. I still have a few things to take care of anyway. Belkis glances at Nerissa, unsure of what she's thinking. Meanwhile, in the square, Lyolin approaches a despondent Riemann.
Hey, have you found anyone useful yet? I've been at the training facility all day and haven't found anyone.
Riemann nodded in agreement. The guys in the rest area are the same. I don't know how to fill the last remaining spot anymore. It seems they can only let 3 people be instructors. The first floor has no motivation at all, as if they all think they won't be taken for synthesis no matter how bad they are. Team 5 is probably busy recruiting too. I wonder where they are. Lee raises her hand. They want a female member, so maybe they are in some dark alley looking for girls. In a small house, Team 5 looked surprised and skeptical. Are you serious? You really want to join our team? The red-haired girl crosses her arms, looking confused.
Yes, I think it would be quite dangerous to stay only on the first floor.
Rickon laughed. Ha ha ha, that's right. Who knows when the master will take others for synthesis? She's worried and hesitating. It's not that. Actually, a few people are acting quite suspiciously. They are all working for that Markon guy, and of course, it's not something good. Hearing this, Rikan and Miju looked at each other with very complicated expressions. Back to our spaceship. Han used the stone to exchange Nerissa and summon Ivanka. As soon as she arrived, she excitedly fanned herself and pouted. I knew it. That's right. I'm just on vacation. Now let's celebrate the return of the genius wizard. You must have missed me a lot. Han coldly. Have you learned to swim? Yanka froze in surprise, unable to react. Huh? Han glared at her. I don't think you're new to swimming, are you? I told you to learn level 4 fire magic so you could explode the fireball inside the enemy's body. You should know this will be very useful because you can use it underwater. I'm sure I've told you all of this before, haven't I? The girl blushed shyly. Well, I did try, but you're asking for too much. Han turned away. Then let me take you home. Yai Vankaka was startled and quickly held Han back. Wait a moment, I only need 1 day. So, Han Fi laughed. I'm just joking. We'll go find the goddess statue as soon as the mission begins. Ivanka Ka confidently continued. Then we will activate the goddess's blessing, right? Hang nodded. Yes, but we won't last long with such a large number. The longer we delay, the more disadvantages we face. We only have 5 mermaid tiers, boys. So Team 1 will fight the small fish, and Team 2 will protect the goddess statue. Belkis approaches. Are you sure you can fight underwater? That sounds pretty tough. Han glanced at Ivanka and asked, can you use 4th level fire magic underwater? Ivanka smiled and said, it's quite difficult for me to cast it on land within 30 seconds. And underwater, the girl stammered. What? Prince Ai Vuongka was startled, clenched his fist with determination, and said I can do it. Hang nodded and assigned tasks. Belkis, you and I will draw the attention of those little fish. Nerissa will join us later. Jenna will handle the smaller monsters near us, and Ivanka will take care of the attacks. Yanka was stunned. Me? Our attacks don't work very well underwater, Han explains. Maybe using magic to attack could give us a chance. You can do it, right? Yanka was very worried but steadied herself as she stared intently at Han. She has about 20 hours of training time each day and practices swimming very diligently. Although the waiting hall time can be controlled, they are now in the middle of a mission. It seems that Yanka has already learned basic swimming techniques in the waiting hall. However, there is a problem with Yanka. She lowered her head in frustration and said, I can't speak, so I can't cast magic underwater. When it comes to elemental magic, if I don't learn to cast the first level first, casting higher levels will be much more difficult. Suddenly feeling a deadly aura surrounding her, she looked up and saw Han glaring at her with a murderous gaze. It's not that I can't do it, I just need some time. Soon I'll be able to cast magic without even needing to recite a spell, and I'll get back to my diligent training in front of Han. Since I already understand the theory, I just need to practice more. I can do it! Han glared at her in frustration, thinking to himself, I need to keep an eye on her now. There's not much time left. At this moment, their ship has reached just beyond the detection boundary of the water deity. To prepare for the battle, the entire team trains tirelessly day and night. Right now, Han and Jenna are still training underwater in the combat pool. Both Jenna's shooting speed and her swordsmanship, as well as Han's blocking skills, have improved significantly. Their water combat skills have risen to level 4. After leveling up, Han's 100-meter record has improved. Now about 40 seconds, Han can breathe and dive for about 10 minutes. After training in water combat until late at night, Han focused on weapon training from dawn. But then a problem arose that night. Han swung his sword at the stairs, splitting the water into 2 sides. Han realized his skills didn't synchronize well, which could be very troublesome. His calculations are fine. Han remains a 3-star hero, level 33 with 134 out of 330 experience points. Strength, intelligence, stamina, and speed are all at max level. The skills he possesses include intermediate swordsmanship level 4, the fusion sword level 2, heavy strike level 3, mind's eye level 6, fire resistance level 3, pain inscription level 6, calmness level 2, fury level 8, resilience level 3, dragon slaying eye level 1, horseback riding technique level 1, and water combat level 4. There are a total of 12 skills. Even with so many skills, their combinations don't work very well together. When 2 skills combine perfectly, the power not only doubles, but at least triples. If someone maxes out the skill combination, its strength can increase tenfold or more. People call it breaking through the limit. Breaking through the limit is essential for lower-tier heroes to reach the level of high-tier heroes. Lost in thought, Han was startled when Jenna suddenly peeked out from behind. Huh? Han? Did you just use the young sea sword? Han walks onto the boat, surprised. Wow, aren't you asleep yet? I couldn't sleep, so I came to practice a bit more. And you? Han calmly, you can see it too. I'm training right now. Jenna laughs. You've trained that much, but still want to keep going? You've trained to the point of becoming a living weapon. Han sits down with his eyes closed. What kind of living weapon is that? Gina reenacts the previous scene of the missile attack, diverting the gunfire to cut through the dense foliage, and then setting the entire area ablaze. If that's not a weapon, then what is it? Han explains. I wasn't at the beach earlier. Jenna leaned against the railing. How strong do you really plan to become? Just think about how we feel trying to catch up with you. Han focused on thrusting his sword. That's your job, not mine. Jenna stared at Han intently, as if he was troubled by something. Tell me about it. My problem is that I am not strong enough. Are you satisfied now? Han replied indifferently. Well, it's really too much to deceive someone like that. Now I understand how you feel, Aaron. Jenna sighed. Then Han suddenly had an idea. Wait, Jenna, isn't she the one who achieved S-Winder by combining quick shooting with identifying weak points at NLH? It's a high-level archery skill that adjusts the arrow's trajectory to hit the target's lock point and penetrate armor. If Jenna, someone like Redigion with the potential to surpass a 1-star level, is chosen, Jenna would be surprised to see Han staring at her silently. After a while, Han explained his thoughts to her. She stretched her arm and twisted her body to relieve the fatigue. Oh, the problem is that they don't work together? Maybe it's actually simpler than you think. For me, the merging skill works best in situations like when I first learned them. Why don't you try using that method too? Are you asking about the situation when I first learned them? By the way, if you're sleepy, just go ahead and sleep. Jenna recalls. Let's see. It was on the 5th floor, right? The moment when the Geop Lin swarm launched their attack. Han was stabbed and then successfully activated his berserk ability. Jenna describes that moment. At that moment, he was like completely berserk, almost as if he was trying to see who would die first. Hearing Jenna's teasing words, Han's mouth twitched a few times before he raised his hand to make a gesture of the 18 dragons subduing palms over her head, speaking in a stern tone. Yeah, that's right. Jenna rubs the bump on her head and sighs. But now I don't feel that way. Should I say I feel more stable? Only now have you gained experience in mastering these skills. Jenna straightened up and looked serious. If you were acting tough before, then now you give me the impression that you're just a strategic machine. No matter what happens, you always stay calm and handle everything properly. Since it's a mental skill, does that also affect your ability to coordinate?
Han smirked. So you're saying I need to force myself into a life-or-death situation? That's a tough request.
So that method is useful, right? Jenna asked again.
It's not that it's useless, but I can't say it really helps. The first time learning a skill might influence its awakening later on.
Jenna was stunned.
Huh. What kind of half-hearted answer is that, you bastard?
The next morning, Ivanka woke up early to train. She sank to the bottom of the pool, held her breath,
Clasped her hands together, focused on her target ahead, and her hands gradually glowed with a faint orange light.
A moment later, the dummy in front of her gradually cracked open and exploded into 100 pieces. She happily surfaced, proudly showing off to Han.
How about it? Even underwater, I'm perfect.
Ha comments. Her firepower doesn't seem to be enough.
Yanka explains, I intentionally adjusted it because the target is small, so the actual combat firepower will be different. What about the mana efficiency? Han asked further. She raised her finger and said, I can do it 3 times, then I need to drink a potion. Han thought to himself, weaker than I expected. The fire magic I saw on the 20th floor isn't like this.
Iwu Ka looked at Han with hopeful eyes, cautious.
So we'll go together, right?
Han chuckled. Even if you don't like it, I'll take you with me, so don't worry. That afternoon, Han asked Yo to contact the waiting room again. She spread her arms and legs wide to cast her spell.
Han casually contacts Edit. How is your side?
Edit quickly replied, Our team is fine, but the third team is the problem. You mean the beast people from Kisa-san? Han wondered if they were severely seasick since they had never learned to swim.
Clearly that's a trait of their race.
Edit sighed as he recounted.
That's just how their race is. They have better physical abilities, but are at a disadvantage in other areas.
No matter how much we teach them, they just can't learn. They barely manage to learn dog paddle from afar, but it's useless in real combat. So instead of teaching them better swimming, we should help them adapt to the rough seas. We have been helping them before by making rafts, but honestly, except for Team 2, the other teams are completely unprepared. Team 4 and 5 also face issues recruiting new members. Liul brings Riken and Nerissa to meet Mar. He glared at the mastermind. Who is it? Hurry up and tell me, Mar said with a smile. It seems there was a misunderstanding. I was only trying to tell everyone the truth. Everyone is obsessed with climbing higher floors and ultimately losing their lives. That was also the case for Joubert. Isn't that right? Do you really think joining the assault team would be meaningful? Lulin was so annoyed he couldn't stand this coward anymore, so he decided to just eat potatoes like a pig and go die. Who would have thought that M would mockingly laugh? So what? Soon we will find out who will really die. At this point, Lulin can no longer stay calm and turns back to punch that bastard in the face. What are you doing? Don't you know that fighting heroes is forbidden? He gritted his teeth in anger and walked away, leaving Mac laughing mockingly behind. After recounting everything to Han, Edith sighed. Because the recruitment was delayed, teams 4 and 5 still didn't have enough members. Are all the newly recruited team members still at the 2-star level? Ha asked seriously.
All right then, we don't have much time. We'll deal with the first floor after this mission is over. Soon, we'll have to fight a giant sea dragon right in the middle of the ocean. Since it is immune to damage when it is out of water, naval combat becomes essential. Everyone except Team 3 should at least learn the skill of naval warfare. Edit smiles. Just like on level 20, we'll be the ones to take the lead against the enemy, right? And you guys will be the ones to attack. Han thought and responded. Probably so. Edit's face darkened. This time, things won't be like at the 20th floor. We've trained a lot beforehand. Han closed his eyes, understanding what Edit said, and comforted her. That was an accident. I will put an end to everything here, Edit responds. Got it. He finishes, wipes the sweat from his forehead, sighs, and praises Han. Well done. Are you happily asking again, Loki? Can you complete the mission in one go? Han closes his eyes. Are you serious? If I don't complete it in one go, I will die. That's right. Yo nodded. There was a knocking on the door from outside. Han went to open it and saw Priya standing hesitantly outside. Are you busy right now? Right now on the first floor, the allies of the main character are quite worried. Is it really okay to be so aggressive with the main attack team? The MC, sipping his old wine, chuckles bitterly. His tail has been caught. What else can he do now? Anyway, if that guy Han doesn't act, it's not too dangerous. Or did we do something that caught Gildermaster's attention? Even if I go, I don't think the Master will easily abandon those who have trained enough to reach the second floor like us. Anyway, those guys will just die in this mission. Eyes. He smiled triumphantly. Team 1 has been stuck on level 33 for days and still hasn't returned. Aren't you listening to what the gatherers are saying? The other teams should just focus on practicing swimming or something. It seems that a mission to attack the council has already begun. The attacking team has been reduced by half on the 30th floor. How many survivors will come back this time? As he was rambling on with his presentation, Nerissa entered. It's only been a short time since I left, and the first-floor housing area has turned into a wasteland. The crowd was startled. Clearly, I locked the door before I left. Yet I am not afraid at all. Oh, I see who you are, so you're a character who came down from the 3rd floor. Nerissa calmly laughs, taking off her coat. I have a few things I want to ask you. The bastard chuckled. Oh, you automatically take off your coat? This is the first time I've seen it. Suddenly he saw something that startled him, and he ordered everyone out. Nerissa sneered and fixed her coat. It seems you know what this is, huh? I thought I had seen enough trash like you to understand, but your extraordinary leadership style is beyond my comprehension. Clenching her teeth, she asked, Who are you? Nerissa glared at him. That's what I wanted to ask. Who are you? Markrin. Returning to Prius's sudden encounter, Han invited her to sit at the table and said, The real goal of this mission is not to destroy Tuilong, but to find the key. The water dragon is just an obstacle in the process. It seems this time I will have to stick with this boat. I've heard that 100 times already. Han said, We will find the key. Just tell us roughly where it is and what it looks like. Prius lowered her head in thought, her eyes flickering with worry. Then, as if she had made up her mind, she looked up at Han. All right, this time I will trust you again. Seo is dozing off in the cockpit. Yonka's call made him startle. What now? Please let me rest for a bit, okay? Yonka hesitates, hugging her arms. Sorry to bother you. Could you spare a moment for me? Seo was surprised after hearing that. Does she want me to teach her magic? Seo raised both hands in a gesture of helplessness. I am a mage, but not an elemental mage. The subjects are completely different. What does she want me to teach? Ivanka adjusted herself. I don't need to learn magic, I just want to learn some tricks. She clenched her fists and said, I'm nervous, but I know you're a genius, so I'm asking for your help. Hearing that, Seo was taken aback, recalling memories in Harura, where someone also called him a genius because he could grasp everything, after just a quick glance. At that moment, he lazily replied, I just dislike pointless work. If I don't do it right the first time, I'll have to redo it 2 or 3 times. Back to reality. Seo thought for a moment and then sighed, asking, just 10 minutes? Hearing that, Yonka knew Seo had agreed and was very happy. Meanwhile, in the waiting room, a large-scale alliance meeting was taking place. There are over 200 people gathered here, including 15 members from the 3 teams on the 3rd floor, 10 from Team B and 5 from the 2nd floor, along with about 50 support staff for construction, cooking, equipment crafting, and resource gathering. 130 people are from the 6th team onward. Although more than 130 people stayed on the 1st floor, only about 40 actually participated in the training. Troublemaking heroes will be merged or turned into soul stones to support the reserve training team and teams 4 and 5. A total of 50 heroes have disappeared. Among them, the news that a 2nd floor forge assistant was turned into an intermediate soulstone was unexpected. The unspoken rule that reaching the 2nd floor would be safe has been officially broken, showing that Master is anxious. But the current upgrade resources are too scarce to promote all the new members of Team B and the 5 3-star heroes. Only Surrigan and Jiren have reached 3 stars so far. However, Mar and most of his teammates still managed to avoid being fused. A few days later, the Master logged in to prepare for the big battle. The Han team was also fully equipped, and Han asked loudly, Are you all ready? Jenna leaned over and asked Ivanka, Are we as prepared as we can be, Yonka? She nodded. Of course, there's nothing to regret. Then she glanced at Seo, who was yawning repeatedly. Maybe so. Belkis teased, If you're not confident, just retreat. Wizard Yonkaka snapped at his brother. Be quiet. Here are the medicines. When I signal, drink her tears and declare victory. Belkis and Jenna are given 3 bottles of red potion plus 1 jar of mermaid tears, while the 2 mages receive 3 bottles of blue potion. Preparations are complete. The system has announced the formation of Attack Squad 1, led by Edit, with a total of 20 heroes. Master has confirmed to start the next mission, beginning the hunt. The familiar blue light envelops the ship as the system begins setting up. As the area is identified as the monster's domain, the sky darkens with thick clouds and the ship trembles violently. Han announces that the battle has begun. Jenna raises her bow and shouts, We can do it, everyone. Please come back safely. Yonka clenched her fist with determination. Of course, this is inevitable. The water dragon divine mechanism. Tath appears with blazing eyes, roaring loudly. Do you think you can run away forever? The real hunt has only just begun. Its massive body coils and then surges through the water toward the ship. 3 red warning lights flash as the rain intensifies and a towering tidal wave rises dozens of meters nearby.
A mission window appears. The mission type is theft, the target is unknown, but the priority remains keeping Prius alive. Han shouted to the position. Immediately, Belkis and Han ran quickly to the 2 crossbow machines on the sides of the ship, ready to attack. A giant tsunami rises up from within it. Mermaids, small sea dragons, and large sea dragons leap out, aiming for the ship and charge forward.
The ship activates its boost system,
Han shouts and holds on tight. The ship immediately speeds away, and a mermaid appears in Han's sight. He didn't hesitate and shot down the enemies, each one tearing through it instantly. At the same time, he commanded Katio to steer clear of them as much as possible, trusting in the goddess statue ahead. Seo firmly grips the steering wheel, already doing it without needing to be told, but steering a ship is really a difficult job. He wonders how Master Tham managed to control this thing. The thrusters gradually accelerate to their maximum capacity, and then the ship speeds up again, rushing forward. Jenna jumps around the ship, looking for a good spot to shoot and hit a few mer people jumping nearby. Han shouts, "Don't pay attention to the mer people. Take down the water dragon first." Belkis keeps shooting non-stop, replying, "I will do that now." Thunder roars across the sky as the giant shape of the water dragon gradually emerges from the tidal wave. Belkis was stunned and paralyzed. Han was startled by the speed of the monster. The water dragon god opened its mouth, unleashing a stream of blue mana directly at the ship, seemingly unavoidable and deadly. "I will turn this place into your graveyard," Han shouted urgently. Katio, you grit your teeth and wildly turn the steering, doing your best to avoid the attack. Luckily, the ship's boost helped it escape. Another water dragon is shot dead. Han quickly locates the target and gives orders. Jenna watches as far as she can. Once the mission begins, the goddess statue will definitely be hidden somewhere nearby. The water dragon god roars, "This is my territory," wherever the ship goes. Below, Tui Long is hot on their tail. Even though the spaceship speeds up to the maximum, the Lao La are not willing to give up. Seo gritted his teeth. Why do they keep clinging to the spaceship like that? Control. In a moment of regret, Catty lost control, causing Than to slow down. The ship's pace visibly decreased. Catty screams in panic, "Ah, no." As expected, the water dragon quickly appeared right behind the shouting ship, startling the 3 on board, who turned to see Han wildly shooting at the minions while urgently requesting the master to take the helm. And the master immediately appeared. At that moment, the dragon puffed out its chest, ready for its familiar water cannon. "I am immortal." The arrows flying towards it were deflected back. Un's cannon was fired once again, but with Master's skillful drifting, the ship narrowly avoided and the speed bar filled up again. A masterful turn pushes Than to its maximum speed as a golden light envelops the ship, and capitalism, under Master's control, speeds ahead while the dragon roars behind. But this time, the speed of the door has increased significantly, and in a flash, it caught up. It opened its wide mouth, aiming to attack the ship. But the Master unlocked the hyper boosteron, transforming the golden light into a purple aura that enveloped the ship, doubling capitalism's speed and leaving the monster far behind. Prius remains steady as the ship shakes violently. What exactly is happening outside? Seo, dizzy, crouched down. "Just let the master handle everything." "I'm so scared now. I will never do it again from now on." Suddenly, Jenna shouted and pointed in one direction. "Look!" Han looked over and saw something shining brightly on the horizon. Look closely. A bikini-wearing, sunglasses-adorning goddess statue standing tall amidst the roaring waves. Han grits his teeth and says, "What the hell is that? Did you struggle against the waves only to hide the goddess statue in the sea again? What kind of ridiculous design is that? Are you just staring nervously at those annoying little things?" Han asked, "Am I going to take the goddess statue alone?" Jenna worried. Han glared at her. "Can't you see the monsters behind? Do your best to support." At this moment, the system reports that Lao La's team is launching their second attack with 57 level 37 merfolk, 42 level 34 young dragons, and 25 mature dragons level 39 charging fiercely after the ship. Han smiled. "Belkis, don't you also want to try killing a dragon? Even though it's a young one, this should be good enough, right?" He smirked. "Huh? You want me to go kill fish?" "Oh, right, Katyo," he shouted loudly. "Go help destroy the ship." The little boy tiptoed to open the door. Then, lightning streaks across the sky, illuminating Belkis's face. "I'll handle all of them, and the number of dragons I kill will be considered more than yours." Han smirked and shot a quick glance at his teammate, then swiftly prepared to act. Seo has finished his part now, and the blue magic thread is wrapping around Han. He shouts, "I've adjusted the surface tension of your body, just jump into the water." Hang nods, takes a run-up, and rushes off. "I'm leaving now." He leaped swiftly forward, heading straight for the statue of the goddess, standing firm on the water's surface, drawing his sword, ready to kill anyone who dares to block his way. Here it is. A mermaid riding a water dragon emerges, shouting to intimidate. Han glares, quickly splitting both apart with swift precision without a wasted move. Han runs swiftly across the water with the minions chasing fiercely below. Jenna on the ship, also busy, uses her clairvoyance to lock onto all targets around Han, adjusting their trajectories and firing. The arrows followed the planned route perfectly, quickly taking down the mermaids and their mounts. Han was stunned. Silwinder, each of Jenna's arrows with piercing power, was more formidable than any ballista. If they target underwater, even sardines will suffer fatal damage. With Jenna's help, Han reached the statue. The system notification says this is an attachable object. Please install it in the appropriate position. Suddenly, a loud noise rings in your ears as a blue mana pillar rushes toward you. You think everything will go according to your plan? The dragon roared. Han hurriedly carried to the statue and jumped aside to dodge. A beam of light shot down into the water with a loud bang. Han was startled. If only their heads had been blown off already. Capitalism arrives just in time. I'm back. Han, come over here quickly. Han quickly grabbed Tsio's magic fiber ladder and crawled back onto the boat. Belkis hurried over. Did you get the item? Han hugs the statue and sighs. There you go. You look pretty impressive too, Belkis praises. Han responds. Look closely at the goddess statue. What is this? What's with this strange appearance? Han remained silent. It's not the usual outfit. It's the twin goddess, yet there's only one statue. Belkis just realized this now. Anne thinks for a moment without knowing why, but there might be more hidden goddess statues. If found, that would be good, but no need to search further. The goal is complete, so it's time to leave. The ship sped through the sky, lightning raging. Han pushed the statue into the ship's column, then turned back to the crossbow machine. He quietly calculated that the map is square, so it should be placed near the corners. Placing it in the middle would block all four directions. Aang has requested the master to cancel the control of capitalism. The master agreed immediately. I smile and say, You've raised him well. He's very obedient. I turn back to talk to Katio. Cow, from now on you're in charge of flying and checking the spaceship. The kid yelled. What? You want me to drive again? Han frowned. The master can't objectively assess the condition of the spaceship. No matter how skilled the control, if it keeps operating like that, it'll fall apart. Fly the spaceship to the edge of the map, and we will place the goddess statue there. Han's attacks all hit the invisible red wall, unable to reach the monster. Tio laughed loudly. Caca, I told you that you couldn't escape. The system announces that the water body form has activated, making them immune to physical damage. When the ship reaches the edge of the map, an invisible wall blocks their way. Tio announced that Han has arrived and the monster is close behind. Yonka and Gina stand on the observation deck. Watching the monster approach, Ivanka raises her hand, flames flickering around her hand. We can do it. Her eyes blaze with fierce determination as she raises her hand toward the monster and recites the spell. A fierce column of fire shoots straight at the water monster. The monster was startled by the fire attack. The water monster's blessing system was activated, and the fireballs couldn't reach it. But this attack successfully blocked the monster's path. Han seized the opportunity, grabbed the statue, and jumped into the sea. While Yonka's magic is buying us time, I will go place the goddess statue. You plant the statue deep into the sea at the edge of the map and then run back to the ship as fast as you can. A pillar of light erupts from the statue accompanied by a notification. The goddess's blessing has been activated across the entire battlefield. That beam of light shines straight up into the sky. Jenna happily. Han, the rain has stopped now. Han runs closer and shouts, Ready, the system will notify you next. The multidimensional summoning stone has been activated. Master can now handle additional teams. Please help the heroes who are receiving aid. The blue gem shines brightly. Master immediately pressed confirm to assign Team 2 to the mission. The entire team was quickly transported onto the ship. As soon as it appeared, the whole team rushed towards Han. We just need to protect the goddess statue on the ship as we discussed yesterday, right? Han nodded. That's right. Take Prius and follow him. Anon is eager. We will do our best. Jenna throws the model ship forward with force. The system announces that Jenna has used the small ship. The small ship is surrounded by a beam of light and instantly transforms into a massive ship, rivaling their old vessel. Kisasa's Team 3 was also sent into battle by the Master. Just as they were transported in, Kisasa looked grim. I hate water. The other four immediately fell into a state of panic. Kisa runs past Han and says, I heard about the situation from a woman I trust. I'll leave this battle to you. Hang nods. Okay. Team 4 of Ryman will be summoned next. Hold my hand up to Han and say, you have to survive this time too. Leol, meanwhile, was still talking to Jaren, saying, "Follow me, don't be afraid." Team 5 was summoned immediately after. Nerissa frowned and said, "Sorry for being late."
Han turned back. "It's okay, Nerissa and team, fight with us."
As soon as they arrived, the 3 members of Team 5 froze at the scene before them. What the? Is that the group we were summoned to Hell or some other place? I only see the giant dragon fighting back Ivanka's fireballs shot at it from below the sea, with the minions covering the water surface. Han calmed the crowd who were frozen in fear. "Stay calm and move to the other ship." Riemann runs off, raising his hand high. This farmer better do a good job this time. Ivanka continues to shoot fireballs at the dragon from above to buy time for everyone to escape to the other boat. Once everyone has crossed, Han contacts her. "Ivanka, it's enough. Stop." Yanka holds her head, feeling dizzy.
Jenna is worried. "Are you okay?"
She stammered. "I'm fine too." The monster roared angrily, roar. Then it fired a water cannon at the spaceship. But this time, its water cannon shot straight at the invisible wall, blocking it from the ship, blessed by the goddess. Han takes out the mini oxygen tank and says, "Let's go." The statue's eyes glow brightly. The system reports that the oxygen supply device has been activated. Everyone opened the mermaid's tear bottle and drank together. The system announced that the 5 main fighters had received the blessing of the water god. The oxygen supply device has been activated. The time limit has been extended to unlimited. Bilkist smiles. "Are we going to fight now?" Han contacts CO, fly the ship to the middle of the field. Neo, wait above for us to get into the water. CO, activate the super acceleration device for capitalism. The ship sped off again. The engine roared. "I won't let you go anywhere. The dragon clings on just like my ex when they want to hold on." Han sneered. "That's right. Keep chasing after us." The system announces that the water dragon god is roaring. It is gathering the power of the water deity. Let out a roar. The first wave of beast attacks has begun. There are 105 level 33 man-eating sharks, 80 level 37 sea monsters, 53 level 34 small dragons, 74 level 39 medium dragons, and 1 giant level 41 octopus. Han guessed he knew it. The monsters are coming from all directions of the field. Their target is the statue of the goddess. He immediately contacted the team leaders on the other ship. They are heading to help everyone, so fight back. Stay confident. Don't worry, Han, we will stop them at all costs. Cutting the connection, he hurriedly gave orders. "This isn't your first boss battle anymore, Anon. I can't take this treatment of you like you're a beginner anymore. Get your work done properly." Bink responded, "I'll handle the big bow here for Anon. You take care of the right side." Anon quickly follows the instructions and runs to the designated spot. "All right." Roderick turned back to remind Lilai. "They are using spears. Remember the spear techniques you learned?" Lilai was a bit worried, but remained determined. "All right then." Edit turns to remind everyone. "Since this is everyone's first time fighting the boss, don't panic. Just handle the weak enemies approaching the ship and drink as many potions as you need." Everyone shouted in unison, "Yes, the battle has officially begun." 2 crossbow machines are operating at full capacity, destroying any enemy that comes into their sights. A sea monster leaps onto the ship, facing the rookie soldier, Aaron. She was startled and quickly used her shield to block the attack when a balloon suddenly flew by and the monster lost its head. Luckily, Kasasa managed to kill the monster just in time, saving Aaron's life. She darted around the ship, tearing off the heads of any monsters she encountered, moving so fast that no one could see her shadow. She landed, then kicked off the head of a monster. "Even someone like me can't fulfill my duty, so everyone will be in danger. I know you're worried, but don't be afraid." Aaron's face turned pale as he stammered, "I know, but the monsters are too many. Layer after layer they keep rushing in." Riemann was fighting and shouting at the same time. "Getting surrounded would be very dangerous. Don't fight alone. We need to get into formation now." Lulin is cutting down the ones clinging to the ship's side. "If we don't deal with them here, we'll be surrounded for sure. With the chaos like this, how can we form a proper formation?" Hubert gritted his teeth and fought. "When I was a fisherman, I cut open countless fish, but I can't handle this anymore." Jero also sighed. "I guess I'll have to give up seafood for a while." Rakano shields against the enemy's blows, vowing that Squad 5 will do their best to eliminate the enemies climbing onto the deck. "Miju, keep hitting your shots." Miju shoots off the head of a mermaid in response. "I'll keep smashing their heads until they're dead. Leave the rest to me. Don't be afraid." Aaron's courage has risen high, charging with his sword to kill a mermaid. "Who says I'm afraid? I barely escaped from that hellish first floor alive. If I don't survive and get out of here, everything will be lost." Sugan fights and kills to vent his anger. "I will make those who look down on me on the first floor taste suffering. There, even if you hurt someone, they will be healed, so I think it would be a wonderful hobby."
Someone shouted, "There are a few guys aiming at the monument. Shoot them all." Bin calmly fires his bow non-stop at the sea dragons, hitting every time. Suddenly, the ship shook violently. As everyone panicked and wondered what was happening, a tentacle with sharp claws emerged and the giant octopus lunged up, wrapping its tentacles around the ship, causing chaos. What should we do to kill that giant thing? Daruma didn't waste words and immediately leapt forward, kicking the mutated octopus right in the face, making it fall back. Following Lahri, Nandio and Niset also rush in from the sides, teaming up with Kasasa to attack from above and below, truly attacking from all directions. Kisa leaps far away, transforming into a fire tiger. The sharp claws of the beast team kept scratching and tearing apart the monster, causing the carcass to fall into the sea. The beastmen faced the giant monster with a calm face, but when the seawater splashed up, Laakari let out a desperate scream. "Wow, the water," Daruma snorts. "Oh, it's so salty." Edit smiles. "Things seem to be better than last time." "Maybe so," Roderick agreed. "Yes, this time everyone must survive and return home." The crack slowly sank to the bottom of the sea, but the swarm of minions was still numerous, rising one after another to surround the ship. The mermaids leapt swiftly onto the boat, looking at everyone with mouths full of sharp teeth. "Look!" Humans Roderick and Edis quickly rushed to the left and right, swinging their weapons non-stop. Lakari leans against the pole, looking pale. "I must be sick. Help me! Help me!" Lai is panicking, and the seasickness of Team 3 seems to be getting worse. "Order them to retreat. Wait for Team 3 to stabilize." Riemann is exhausted from fighting. "Why do these guys keep crawling up endlessly?" One person shouted a warning. "Watch out for its jaw." Sugan was cut by the mermaid, shouting out. "Ah, my leg." Riken quickly ran over, took out the recovery serum, and said calmly, "Apply the medicine to that wound." Back with Han, the ship continues to glide, and the water dragon god is still tirelessly chasing. Han stares intently at the monsters, speaking sternly. "Are you ready? Let's go." Seo looked up, holding out the bottle. "Wait, take this with you. Throw it to him. It's mermaid tears." "Since I already have the ingredients, I made a little potion. Now there's only one bottle left," Han replied, "just in case. Probably we don't need it, but I still took the Chio potion and added some magic stones to boost basic stamina and strength for the team. The stamina and strength of all team members have increased 5-fold. The ship speeds toward the designated docking point so the team can jump down. The 5 of them dive down to face the monster. Han signals with his hand. "Let's begin." The water dragon spirit thrashes its tail and charges toward Han. The whole group quickly formed a team. Han calculated. "King Ka has already begun casting his spell. We must stop it at all costs." The 4 of them spread out, 2 on the left and 2 on the right. Han worries about overlap. He becomes incredibly tiny compared to the giant dragon. Han reassures himself. "Since I am right in front of it, it looks much bigger than I imagined." I draw my frost sword, kick hard against the water, and charge forward. At the same time, the front paw of the water dragon swung towards Han. He gripped the sword hilt tightly and struck with a powerful blow. In the seawater, claws and swords clash together. A heavy sound echoes and Han is pushed back. Meanwhile, Belkis seized the opportunity to rush forward and thrust his sword into the tough scales of the monster. As expected, the sword immediately pierced through the gap in the scales, blood splattering into the water, Han glaring, knowing that all damage is effective underwater. He raises sign number 2. Everyone attack. Nerissa, Belkis, and Jenna attacked simultaneously from 3 directions. All their strikes hit the monster directly, causing it to scream in pain. The first wave of attack has passed, and the bloodied dragon's body keeps bleeding non-stop. Now, it's Ivanka's turn. She has finished her chant, raising both hands toward the dragon, flames swirling around her as if ready for this attack. She muttered the spell to herself, and suddenly a powerful column of fire shot through the water towards the monster. It couldn't escape in time, and the attack caused its abdomen to burst open. Han assesses that the attack still isn't strong enough to defeat it. We must keep pushing with all our might until Ivanka is ready to fire another shot. We've completed all kinds of underwater training, so this is nothing. Thinking of that, Han continued to raise 2 fingers as a signal. Belkis received the order to rush up. The dragon swam around and then faced Han again. Its belly swelled up, the blue mana rushing from its stomach to its mouth, and then boom. The system announced that that was using the water cannon skill. The 3 spiraling water jets aimed directly at Ivanka, who was standing still in prayer. Han rushed over, using all his strength to block the first water jet. Belkis rushes to deal with the second water jet, but the force throws her far away. Jenna stands behind Yanka, aiming her bow and calculating the trajectory, successfully destroying the third water jet.
Yonka just finished with an explosive move that nearly severed its tail. Han thought to himself, Eve Wong Ka missed his shot, but that attack definitely caused serious damage.
Han rushes forward and strikes the dragon's body hard. We need to do everything before it regains consciousness and finishes this.
Then Han watched the dragon pause for a moment. What is it doing? In front of everyone, the dragon curled up and remained still. Han was stunned. Is it still unmoving while Ivanka is setting up her spell? Boom! A fireball rushes toward the dragon. Yonka raises both hands and recites a spell, causing the fireball to burrow into the monster's belly. The dragon, waiting for this moment, flashes its eyes brightly and then sways its tail to swim quickly to the surface. Han doesn't understand and follows. Could it be that it's planning to abandon us again and surface? What is it trying to do? The dragon is rushing towards the ship where the fierce battle is taking place. He gradually gathers a fireball and then uses the waterspout attack. Han knows what it's about to do, so he quickly contacts Edit. Edit, who is steering the boat? She replied, the people who need rest are taking turns at the helm. Han immediately reports that this giant fish intends to attack the boat. Turn around quickly. Panicking, we couldn't dodge the tornado. Han lost patience and shouted, that's not a tornado, but it's too late. The dragon opens its mouth and shoots a fireball toward the wooden boat. Everyone on the ship is in utter panic. It's on fire, what's happening? Han froze, unable to believe his eyes. Damn it, we didn't consider how the whirlpool activates. Who would have thought it would spew fire from its mouth? I should have planned more carefully. I'm so frustrated. The monster, after releasing the fireball, is very pleased and laughs loudly. Everyone else swims up after Han. Are you shocked, Jenna? What happened to the boat? Belkis was also stunned. What is going on, God? Han replies. That damn monster spat Ivanka's fire out. Belkis was startled. What do you mean? How is that possible? Han blamed himself. If its tornado just shoots water and air from its lungs, then it's entirely possible. But the problem is, I didn't consider this earlier. Kisasa shouted, Han, I never heard that this ship would be set on fire. As the heir to King Tarion, she looked on with fear from afar. But the 4 members of her team were different. All of them screaming. I told you we don't know how to swim. The stamina of the 3 outsiders team except Kiza has dropped by 50% due to panic. Everyone on the ship was panicking. Since it was a wooden boat, the fire spread quickly, and they kept trying to put it out. What the hell is going on? The fire is growing more intense and cannot be put out. What should we do now? Some of the big guys jumped into the sea, but Edit stopped them. Don't jump into the sea. There are monsters down there. Ki is frantic, trying to contact Han. What on earth is going on? Han! Han! What should I do now? Han clenched his teeth, trying to hold back his anger. Where is it? Did it escape into the sea to heal its wounds? But first, we need to find a way to stabilize the situation. Han quickly contacts CTIO. Go to the statue of the goddess now and support that side. Belkis, Nerissa. You two should also go support them. Nerissa worries, are the 3 of you planning to fight alone? That's right. Han nodded. If the statue of the goddess is taken, we will lose our underwater breathing ability. At that point, completing the mission would become even more difficult. So please try to hold on as long as you can. The 2 of them immediately turned around upon hearing the order. Understood. Ivoka felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, but I interrupted. Stay silent. This isn't her fault. The situation is a bit off course. But it can be fixed with a simple adjustment. Edit still confused, shooting arrows. Han calmly said, sorry, that was my fault. Edit, confused. Is it your fault? Han continues. The fighter jet will arrive right where you are. Leave the ship, take Prius onto the jet and retreat. If you can't hold out, you can leave the goddess statue behind. Just don't die, Edit shouted. Wait, I don't understand anything. It's because of me. Jenna tried to reassure her teammate. No one could have predicted this would happen, right? Yonga, you didn't do anything wrong. Trying your best is not a crime, Han speaks. If anyone is to blame, it's me. I am the one who decided to send Ivanka on this mission. I will take responsibility. Ivanka feels guilty, but I forced my way in anyway. Han calmly reassures her. I have never forced anyone. There is still a way to resolve this. Have you ever seen me lie? Hearing Han's words, Ivanka was moved to tears. Jenna is teasing nearby. Why does this atmosphere feel so tense? Yonka nervously shouted. What? What is she saying? Anyway, what should we do next? Jaina also looked confused. The monster seemed to have submerged into the water. Han tries to think. It's not just us who are injured, but it is too. The reason it didn't attack us on the water is because it's also in an unstable state. We need to figure out how to escape this situation. Think carefully. Han contacts Edith.
Remove the goddess statue now and get on the spaceship.
She hesitated. Then Han replied, "We will end this. If you insist, the whole team will be wiped out."
Although very worried, I will follow your lead. I understand now.
The three of us drink mana potions. Then Han says, "Now it's just the three of us to complete this mission." Yena worries about what to do next. Han reflects on the challenge of this stage. Our mission is not to destroy, but to seize. Ignore the water dragon, take the key, and give it to Prius.
That water worm might ambush us, but forget it. Can we do it?
Jaina clenched her fist with determination and said, "No other choice. Then let's do it. Let's move forward." The three of them quickly submerged into the water. On this side, due to the chaos, the fifth team's envoy was stabbed in the neck by a mermaid and died instantly. Li Lai was holding onto her spear, sitting and gasping for breath, her face pale, in a state of panic, with her stats dropping by 50%. The burning ship tilts to one side, causing the beast group to tumble into the sea. The ocean is their weakness, so Kija falls into a state of fear, with stats decreasing by 30%. She opened her eyes and saw Kari desperately kicking, trying hard to pull her sibling up. "Is everyone okay?" But the other three are still sinking deeper underwater and can't surface on their own. Nandio, terrified, watches Ni Sat being pierced to death by the mermaids right in front of him. She immediately turned around to find a way to swim up, but a sharp spear from the mermaid pierced her abdomen, then two other mermaids swam past her to escort her to paradise. Demura also struggled underwater but couldn't escape her fate, as a mermaid slashed deeply into her neck. Lakari panicked. "Sister, I can't take it anymore." "Hey, try to calm her down over there." "Lakari, stay calm, take a deep breath and keep your composure." She turns back to ask for help. "Hey, lend a hand. Among us, only I know how to swim." M hesitated. "I can swim okay." Aaron volunteers to go up. "I'll help." At that moment, a mermaid riding a shark leapt up to Aaron's level. She managed to kill the mermaid, but then was bitten by the shark and pulled underwater. Miju screams. Aaron and then Aaron also meets her end. "Edit on the command ship. Everyone retreat and transfer to the airship immediately. Don't leave your teammates behind. CEO on the other side is casting magic ropes down. I will activate a skill to help everyone walk on water. Just run." "I can't hold it for long. Hurry up." "Don't be afraid. Just run on the water." Kisasa supports Demura, who is unconscious, shouting loudly to rally Lakari. "Lakari, regain your senses. Aren't you a warrior?" At this moment, the system reports that the goddess statue has lost control, and the goddess's blessing has been revoked. The mermaids have surrounded the statue, and the heavy rain is pouring down. Kiasa puts Daruma down and keeps calling her name. Daruma can't wake up. Why is the medicine not working? Silently, the dead cannot be revived. Kiasa stands frozen, her face soaked, whether by rain or tears. Could she really have died so senselessly? I haven't done anything yet. A warrior dying so ungloriously like this. Lakari roars in fury, raising his claws. "We will kill them all." Kisasa has to restrain the girl again. "Calm down." Laki, Nerissa, and Belkis climbed onto the ship, drank all the medicine, and are now catching their breath. The situation is dire. The mermaid's tier oxygen level system is at 100%, and counting down like a phone battery, now at 98%. Han swims down into the water to calculate. Since the goddess statue has been taken over, we are limited on time. Prius already said there is a glowing temple at the bottom of the sea with shimmering blue light, and the oxygen level is at 93%. A distant scream echoes. Han glanced and saw the shape of the monster chasing from behind. Jenna was about to turn back and draw her bow to shoot, but Han signaled her to stop. "Ignore it. Its tail and fins are torn apart, and it's no longer fast." At that moment, the system reports that 32 more MMs are chasing after it. Han thought to himself that this way they could still lose them. A few minutes later, a sparkling light caught Han's attention. Han was stunned. Here it is, the temple is right there. Right now, the oxygen level is at 73%. Honestly, it's dropping faster than my phone's battery when my ex is around. The mermaids on this side are also fiercely chasing the spaceship. Master jumps in, agrees to take control of the ship, and pushes the speed to the maximum. Super boost, mega boost, then hell boost. The ship speeds like an arrow. He lets out a sigh of relief. Perfect. If we keep going like this, we can shake them off. CEO is panicking. No, it can't be. The master can't grasp the status of the gas ship. If we keep rushing like this, the engine output will be too powerful, and we don't know what will happen. Just then, a mermaid threw a spear into the rear engine of the spaceship, and with a bang, the rear engine caught fire again. Everyone panic again as they look at the fire. Damn it, the thruster system has been hit. Are we going to stop here? Pull everyone together and get ready to go. They're coming. CEO jumps into the water with his magic. Let the sharks handle them. Jump in suddenly. Stand firm on the water. then reach down to shock the fish all at once. However, it's still not enough. The number of enemies is too many. Likelin was panicked. Wasn't it possible to eliminate them all just now? CO, annoyed, don't think this is moaning. It also has its limits. I will check the thruster system. Help me. Edit orders to escort CO and Roderick while the others handle the enemies climbing onto the ship. CO begins casting a spell, with mana strands wrapping around his hands, opening the existing space gate filled with many mid-level healing potions, so don't hold back. Drink them all. Edit shouts. Set up the defenses. If CO falls, everything will be over. Protect the space portal. System notification. The space gate has been activated, allowing equipment and consumables to be summoned from the weapon storage into the battlefield. The fire has consumed half of the ship. Assign the roles. Nerissa Belkis's team, 1 is in charge of the front. Team 3 uses their mobility to protect the entire hull and prevent them from infiltrating from inside. Teams 2, 4, and 5 guard the sides of the ship. CO begins enhancing the attributes for the entire attack team. The whole team received a boost of 5 stamina and 5 strength. Li Lai, wielding her sword, couldn't stand up. Do I have to fight them again? I can't do this alone anymore. She started to go crazy and ramble that we will all die here right now. And Han, calm your friend down.
Lila, everyone is still with you. We won't die.
Bin hands her a healing potion and says, drink this. You'll calm down a bit.
Riman laughed. You left us to join Team 2, and now you're just sitting here in Bin. Lilai, it's been a while since we all teamed up together.
Anan also looks very eager. Lilai, can you support us? Lilai seemed to realize her mistake, smiled, thanked, and apologized for always being a burden. She finished the potion and stood up bravely with her teammates to face the enemy. Leave it to me. I'll go back to the Han group. At this moment, the mermaids are attacking fiercely, continuously throwing spears at the 3 of them, forcing them to dodge constantly. Han holds Ivanka and swims toward the temple. The oxygen level is now at 43%. Han determines that this is the temple containing the key, an ancient temple of the dragon tribe hidden deep within the endless abyss. The key, named the Sea Cup, is somewhere hidden in this vast temple. The giant goddess statue guarding the temple, with carvings symbolizing the dragon shrine. Is the temple sealed to prevent water from flooding in? He thought he saw the entrance, but it didn't seem easy to open due to the water pressure, leaving no time to find a way in. He decided quickly that he had to break it. Ivanka quickly launches a fireball into the temple, creating a large hole in the wall, and the pressure pulls the 3 of them straight inside. Once inside, Han immediately orders, "Stop them!" Ivanka bends down to breathe. I know that already. Ivanka recites a spell, and the falling rocks quickly rise to fill the hole. She suggests they might buy a little more time, but not long before they run out of air. Han rests. The more he moves vigorously, the faster he consumes oxygen, which is now at 28%. Hin calmly surveys the temple. Strangely, it seems to be unaffected by the flooding inside. Thanks to Yona blocking the hole with a stone, the water didn't flood in further, allowing them to hold out longer. The place they entered is a giant dome about the size of a sports stadium. Suddenly, Han turned around and asked, startling Jenna, "How is Jenna injured?" She scratched her head and laughed nervously. "Huh? It's okay." Ha glares at her. "Tell the truth before you get scolded," Jenna reassures. Using the recovery medicine would have healed her instantly. But the truth is, Jenna's leg is bleeding heavily. The system reports that she is in a hemorrhagic state, so Han knew he had to give her the medicine. She was scraped and had a chunk torn off, but after drinking several bottles of medicine and resting for a while, she would be fine. Jenna insists I can still fight. As Han sits down to examine Jenna's wound, a fierce voice suddenly echoes. "Who gave you permission to barge in here?" Then the loud noise from outside clearly echoed in. Han glanced and wondered if he should destroy this place. He poured the medicine into Jenna's wound, causing her to scream loudly. Han told Jenna, "Just wait here while Ivanka and I look for the key." Jenna begged, "I can still fight." Han carefully bandaged her wound, cutting her off. "Don't talk nonsense. The boy he brought is the tear of the mermaid that CO carried with him just in case." Jenna was surprised. "Is she sometimes this kind?" Han didn't answer. He turned back and told Ivanka, "Stay here too." "What do you mean?" "No way. If that was the case, I wouldn't have come here. I'll take responsibility if I do it myself. That is the duty of a noble. And you too, you were the one who called me here. Then act like a courteous gentleman and escort me." Seeing Ivanka's determined look, Han sighed and pointed in a direction. "There is no main entrance. The most vulnerable infiltration point is there. Jenna, wait until you recover and then kill each enemy one by one while we find the key." Jenna shouted, "What? Are you really leaving me here, Han didn't answer and turned away.
Yonka, stay close to me, and Jenna, I will come back to get you soon. Be good and go on. Not long after, a warning appeared saying this dungeon is designed for a team of 5. Han was startled and thought, oh no. I don't understand why Master suddenly spent 100 games to buy those 2 pink cheering sticks. And then those 2 sticks kept flying above Han and Ivanka. He gritted his teeth and asked, what the hell is this nonsense? Does this guy not understand the situation? Oh no, Watt is watching us, so we don't need to control the spaceship anymore. Other teams still seem to be intact, but the spaceship is definitely experiencing a malfunction. It looks like the water dragon is destroying the temple, causing the place to shake constantly, and the walls are starting to crack with debris falling everywhere. If this keeps up, the Temple of Poetry will be drowned along with the key. Han thought, and then turned to Ivanka and said, listen, it's just the 2 of us here. If a fight breaks out, I can't protect you completely on my own. You have to be able to protect yourself. Ivanka hesitated. Protect yourself. So that's what you mean, right? Han advised to use magic only temporarily and avoid direct confrontation. If you feel threatened, you can rely on me. Yonka turns away. I won't rely on anyone else. I can take care of myself, and my eyes are more determined than ever. Han was about to say something, but decided to stay silent. This was originally a dungeon for the 5-member team. They should have subdued the dragon first, prepared thoroughly, and then entered. But they no longer have time. If you and Ivanka Ka fail, everything will end here. Han clenched his fists and stepped into the dungeon with Ivanka Sia. Let's go. As soon as a figure appeared, the wall lamps lit up and all the lights in the palace turned on simultaneously. Above, the sunlight filters through a glass ceiling carved with a giant dragon. Both of them stand still, observing their surroundings. Yane looked at the intricately carved door and thought to herself, the cave has many passages, but none look like an exit. The exit is probably the door in front, and since it's closed, maybe some condition needs to be met to open it. Suddenly, a small sound came from behind, and Yu and Yonka turned around cautiously. Sejin squinted and searched, not daring to make a loud noise. He startled and spoke out, Yonka! She immediately replied, there's a monster. Sejin assumes a serious combat stance and says, I told you so. Only attack with single strikes, retreat if it gets dangerous. Yonka coldly replied, I know that already. As soon as she finished speaking, a giant monster suddenly charged from somewhere, followed by a swarm of its kind surrounding the 2 of them. Monsters pour in. Round 1, the fisherman is contaminated at level 41 times 5. He thought to himself that since this dungeon requires at least 5 people, there are 5 of them. They are large and seem much sturdier than usual. Sign, sword in hand, bravely says, Come at me. The Kautran true monsters all rush forward, wildly attacking him with their weapons. Jain clenched his teeth and braced himself, trying to stand firm, gripping the tail of his sword with his whole body to avoid being knocked down. Taking advantage of the monster's distraction, Sin subtly dodged to the side. A monster suddenly appeared from nowhere and rushed toward her. Yonka quietly recited a spell in her mind. A beam of light lifted it up, but missed. Drustatus. She crossed her arms and immediately summoned a fireball. Yonka fires a burst of sparks at the monster, shouting loudly as it bursts into flames. He looks at her in panic, keeping a sharp eye on his surroundings. Taking advantage of Yonka's distraction, a monster quickly closed in. Sao Jane ran over from afar, punched the monster away, and she fearfully curled up, covering her hands. Not giving you a moment to rest, another one from behind lunges forward with its mouth wide open. Sejane's eyes are sharp as blades as she decisively cuts the monster in half with her sword. He curled up and spun around before leaping into the air. Sao Jane slightly furrowed her brow, focusing to identify the target's position. He decisively landed and stabbed his weapon straight into the monster's chest. Both of them looked up to see the number of monsters increasing. Monsters are flooding in. Round 2, the level 42 by 7 contaminated fisherman. Sin thought to himself, I have to take them all down for the door to open, huh? He smirked and muttered, it really won't be easy. At that moment, somewhere else, Heidao took a deep breath, gathering all her strength to unleash a powerful water jet that shot straight to the ocean floor, causing the entire golden castle to shake violently. Yoon, trembling with her divine sword pressed to her chest, hides in the corner, clutching her sword tightly as she prays. Brave warriors. Hak Jiao sighed and calmed down, once again annoyed by the goddess's power and her useless rules. It curled up around the castle and said, it's just a matter of time. Dark Guild ascends to the top of the castle, smiling smugly, saying, that power will eventually run out. Let's see how long you can hold on. The high-grade weapon has already been pierced with a hollow hole. CIO shouted in panic. This can't be fixed. Even though the thrusters still work, increasing the power will cause the space magic core to leak out like a punctured balloon.
Hubert gasped and shouted, "So are we just going to be wiped out like this?" He hurriedly reassured, Team 1 is still launching their assault. Hold on a little longer. Why can't we contact Team 1? It's too far away to reach them. Don't worry. They're definitely still alive. He panic-stricken shouted, unable to believe since he had no idea where the fight was happening. As he finished speaking, a monster charged at him, swinging its weapon straight at Hubert. Rodri quickly ran to counterattack and save him, struggling to shake Hubert awake. Hubert regains consciousness and applies medicine to the wound. Le Colin immediately gives the order. Rodri carries the injured onto the boat, just as a monster lurking below lunges straight at his chest. "Damn these bastards!" Lean gritted his teeth in pain, struggling to pull his sword out of his body.
Jiren runs over from a distance and shouts loudly. Le Colin emerges from the water with a dark blade, attacking directly at
Jiren shields himself with a shield to fend off its sharp teeth. The scene on the bridge suddenly turns chaotic, with people and monsters pushing and shoving each other.
Lakari roars fiercely. "If you have no intention of fighting, get out of the way. I will tear you all apart."
Velkus swings his sword and smirks. "Kid, last time on the sailing ship, didn't you use the wind to push the boat? Could I really control this giant spaceship like I did back then? Sometimes you have to think with your head." He stands tall and laughs loudly. "Thanks to the supplies, I probably chopped off hundreds of dragon heads. I was planning to steal that sword from my senior. The blade broke 3 times, but it kept being reforged continuously." Nerissa quickly flew past to remind her that even with supplies through the space gate, the situation is still more difficult than expected. "If you don't take a break now," Velkus quickly throws a potion bottle at Kisasa, telling her to drink a vial. The battle is reaching its peak as a sudden heavy rain starts to fall, and Laerini softly gazes into the distance, lost in a nostalgic memory of the past. That evening was a sunset afternoon. The carriage was leisurely rolling along the road. "Dad, what should we do now? People aren't buying as much as we hoped." Her father calmly replied,
"It's true that the sales weren't enough, and we still have quite a bit left."
He looked at the bag's contents and sighed, but there was nothing else to do because the goods were affected by the heavy rain. "Thanks to working hard, at least we have enough money for tomorrow's meal." Lirini's father optimistically replied, "If the weather is good tomorrow, we can work even harder when we're full." Lirini will also eat a lot and do her best to help Dad. Lirini remembered holding the spear firmly in her hand, thinking to herself, "The weather is so nice. We have to work hard for tomorrow." She recalled the scene of the battle, muttering in her mind, "For tomorrow." Lirini thought about her friends who stood by her side, feeling moved. "Tomorrow?" She gently opened her eyes and sighed. "If only the weather was nice." Lirini tearfully whispers, "Dad, I want to say something." And so, she took her last breath. The system reports that Lirini has returned to the goddess's embrace, and her fighting spirit will be remembered forever. One of the team members cried out in despair, "You bastards!" Ben angrily launched a relentless attack. "Die!" Roderick clenched his fists, staring at the chaotic scene before him, with Lirini no longer breathing behind him. Roderick's eyes widened with emotion, gasping for breath. The monsters from the sea rush in growing numbers. Ben swings his sword and shouts, "Stop blocking me, you bastards!" Le Colin, clutching his chest and gasping, says, "I will kill all of you." Hubert clenched his fists in panic. "I can't go on anymore." Roderick gently reassured him. "Take a rest for a while. Stay here." The monster suddenly appeared and grabbed Lakari. Roderick looked at the chaotic scene before him, standing as if the sky was collapsing. He remembered himself holding his sword proudly, showing it off. "How is it? How did it go this time? He's quite something, isn't he? The first person to sacrifice himself in my heart." Rosa, in my memory, still said briskly, "I can still keep going because I run around town selling all day. I haven't been hurt yet," but she left before closing her eyes. Lirini lowered her head and sniffled on the 20th floor. This time it was Sister Ra's turn. She couldn't help but tremble softly. But someone like her, Roderick just silently watched Lirini curled up. Suddenly she whispered softly, surprising him, "Thank you." Lirini, tears streaming down her face. She smiled, knowing she could survive because Rodri had taught her the healing technique. She returned. In reality, she sacrificed herself right before Roderick's eyes. He was in extreme panic, his whole body stiffening and eyes wide open when a monster quickly appeared from behind, taking advantage of Ben's distraction to cut off his arm. Ben collapsed in pain, crying out in agony, when suddenly a beam of light shot past his shoulder and appeared in front of him. Roderick lost his composure and shouted loudly as a blue beam shot out, knocking the monsters into the air. He clenched the sword in his hand and charged forward to fight back. All they saw was a streak of blue light rapidly slicing through the air. Everyone fighting was stunned by the sight before them. Roderick launched a relentless barrage, not sparing a single monster. He skillfully dodged through the monsters like a flash of lightning, the blue liquid still dripping from his sword. Roderick plunges his sword down fiercely, tears streaming down his face. On the other side, Sejin and Yonka are struggling to fight off the monsters. The beast's eyes widened as it ran forward at full speed, while he kept up, chasing closely behind. Sin quickly drew his sword from his waist and cut the monster in half. Yonka was bleeding heavily and losing blood over time. He shouted Yonka in fear as the raging flames engulfed the entire space. She turned her head and asked. There was a long cut on her thigh. "Are you okay?" Sage Jane scolds him. Wasn't he told to retreat immediately if there was danger? Yonka shouted, "I'm still doing it, W monster." Round 3, the mermaids are contaminated at level 43 times 10, he thinks to himself. In the third round, Sin throws her the potion to catch, and Yonka asks worriedly, "Can you hold on?" He calmly replied, "There are still 2 potions left, we're still okay." SJ asked, "Do we have any more magic potions?" She was panting heavily, only 1 potion left. He immediately reminded her, "We don't know how many more turns we have, use it sparingly." The group of monsters shows no signs of decreasing and keeps appearing in greater numbers. Yonka casts a spell, thinking that if the whole team gathers enough, they might still be able to hold out. Jean sighed. Now regret was useless, and decisively swung his sword to decapitate a monster. Jean focused on the cut, observing the attack pattern, and looked for a way to take them down with the fewest strikes. He looked at the blue liquid surrounding the wall, thinking that the feeling of battle was gradually forming a strategy in his mind. Sage Jane winced painfully, but the system immediately announced that Han had entered a bleeding state, losing blood at regular intervals. Higher-level monsters also begin to appear. The 4th round of monsters, the contaminated mermaid, level 44 times 13. He frowned seriously, thinking that with each round, the number and level of monsters increase, probably continuing until they exceed the appropriate level. Seeing the monster attack with a skill, Seijin is startled. Why use rage? He quickly drank a healing potion and calculated that after activation, exhaustion would accumulate more heavily, and at most he could only reactivate it 2 more times. Seijin sighed as he recalled, what if this arena repeats 4 more rounds like in the temple? He looked at the approaching monsters with a sense of exhaustion, now only having 1 healing potion left. Seijin charged forward without fear, cutting the monsters in half with his weapon. Sao Jane quickly raised his hand to block the attack from ahead. In an instant, he changed the situation and defeated the monster. However, Sign was knocked backward and couldn't recover in time as the monsters continued to charge. Sao Jane clenched his teeth in panic, glaring warily, and gently released his grip, causing the recovery potion to fall to the ground. Immediately, the entire battlefield exploded. Sane quickly raised his hand to shield himself from the heat of the flames. Amid the flames, a sinister face slowly appears. The boy seems to realize something, his eyes wide with panic. Yonka stands firmly in front of him, reaching out her hand. She slowly opens her bright, wide eyes. Yonka has entered a state of magical energy outburst. Sao Jane thought in panic. An outburst of magic energy. He didn't have time to think, shouting loudly, "Stop it!" Yonka, heavy footsteps suddenly sounded on the ground. Yain was surrounded by all the monsters. W monsters. Round 5, the mermaid is contaminated, level 45 times 18. You darted like lightning to dodge the attack. Miss Jane with blazing eyes shouts loudly, "Get out of here." He swung his sword rapidly, smashing the monsters into 100 pieces. Cell Jane left everything behind and hurriedly ran away. Everywhere he ran, the monsters tore everything apart. Sage Jane moved swiftly, dodging around the beast. Suddenly, he appeared and cut off its head with a swing of his hand. Sin quickly kicked off and rushed toward Yonka. The monsters continued to attack, leaping together to block his path. The system still announces that Yonka is in a critical condition. With his life in danger, Sin panicked and wildly swung his weapon to clear the way. The monsters on both sides were quickly defeated, and the entire area was filled with the sound of weapons clashing and black liquid splattering everywhere. A group of monsters jumps down from the sky. 6 level 46 by 21 contaminated mermaid monsters. They bared their sharp teeth and glared at Seojin, who lost his temper and shouted angrily, "Hey, you damn bastard, don't you have any humanity?" The cave entrance remains tightly closed, then suddenly a loud noise occurs. The door creaks open, revealing the scene inside. The defeated monsters are scattered all over the floor. Jane is standing in the center, panting heavily. He tries to stay steady, his whole body trembling slightly.
Jane trembles and mutters, "I did it." He calmly sheaths his sword into the scabbard behind his back. Jane quietly gazes at the shadow reflected in the puddle on the floor, a burned hand trembling slightly as it moves. Yanka smirks softly and whispers to herself. I, leaning against the wall exhausted, ask if I can help with anything. You stand in front of Yanka, silently watching. All right, that's the last one, isn't it? You must have seen it wrong. There's still one more bottle. Jin gently helps Yanka take the medicine, the red liquid flowing down her injured thigh. Yanka sadly said, "It's a pity, but you comforted me. Don't worry, there's still a way." She gently raised her head, slightly smiled, and lied. The medicine bottle in Jane's hand falls and rolls on the ground, causing Yanka to lose her balance and collapse onto his shoulder. She closed her eyes tightly, tears in her eyes. I don't regret it because I said I would come. Jane tried to stay calm, as if it were a farewell. Don't talk nonsense. I told you I have a way. Yanka calmly replied, Have I ever lied? As soon as she finished speaking, she forced herself to sit up, smiling softly. Her hand relaxed in midair, reaching forward. Yanka looked at him one last time, trembling slightly. Her entire body radiated a brilliant light. Yanka gasped, Did I manage to do something? What about Jane? Clenching his trembling hand, he responded. Thanks to her, he suddenly fell silent. Words caught in his throat. Why does Jane lower his head, trying not to cry? He whispers softly, I'm sorry for blaming you. She fell silent and did not reply. Suddenly, Yanka curled her lips into a satisfied smile. She gently reached out, trying to touch Sane. Yanka, tears streaming down her face, smiled happily. Fool. She holds your face tightly and gently caresses it one last time. The entire cave was bathed in a brilliant light. Yanka lowered her arms and lay motionless. The system immediately announced that Yanka has returned to the embrace of the goddess. Her unwavering will be remembered forever. Sao Jane cannot move. His whole body is stiff. He bites his lip tightly and starts to cry. Sine bowed his head in farewell to his companion, his whole body trembling, unable to contain his emotions. Jane clenched his teeth in anger and fury, gazing into her eyes to admit that he had underestimated this world too much. Sine gently wipes his eyes. Yanka sighs, never having failed before. Every experiment led to success, and thinking he knew everything, a little loss was no big deal. Sin turned away sadly, thinking it wasn't her fault but his. He remembered the old Yanka, and how Sin had forced her and the team reluctantly. Thui Lung spat fire, the ship caught fire, and this led to the current situation. The entire cave shook violently. The ceiling is cracked. He reaches out to touch the sword on his back. Sage, Jane clenched Tron True's weapon for a moment, then decisively drew his sword, his hair turning pure white. The system announced that Han had entered a berserk state. Sage, Jane turned his head, his eyes blazing, thinking to himself that it had been a long time since he felt this way again. When he no longer cared about anything, when he had no thoughts left but to destroy the enemy before him, the waves far out at sea continued to crash relentlessly. The battleship cut through the waves at full speed. Monsters continue to leap onto the ship to defend it, while Yunette struggles to stay seated as her whole body shakes violently. She gasped for breath, clutching the sword tightly in her hand, when suddenly the boat jolted violently, throwing her to the ground and causing the sword to fly out of her grasp, spinning across the deck. The statue of the goddess at the bottom of the sea is still praying, with her hands clasped, when suddenly the light surrounding her body suddenly disappears. The Dark Alliance from afar also noticed something unusual. The monsters beneath the sea quickly leapt up to attack. Jenna swiftly fires an arrow forward, striking directly at the center of the monster's head. She quickly rushed away, cursing under her breath. Damn it. Suddenly, Jenna's eyes widened as she froze in midair. The entire surrounding wall was cracked and ready to collapse. The black dragon rushes up from underground, aiming straight at her. Just die already. Jenna screamed in fear as Han kept chasing her, closing in right behind her. Jenna swiftly turns to observe her, then leaps from the ground onto the black ghost, rushing into the air. Jenna drew her short bow and shot straight into its head, stunned by the immune protective membrane. Is it because you're not underwater? Jenna thought as she launched a series of attacks. How can we defeat a giant monster that's immune to everything like this? The tunnel is deserted, with no one in sight. Why is Jane slowly stepping forward? He decisively pushes open the slightly ajar door. In front of St. Jean are a group of monsters waiting, including 7 contaminated mermaid-level creatures with levels 47, times 27. He wondered if their numbers and levels would still increase even if he entered a different area. If so, then the final round wouldn't happen. Sao Jane, her eyes open wide. Shining with determination. It doesn't matter if the monster charges at me quickly. I'm determined, there's no need to hesitate now.
Jane unleashes his power, and no matter what is in front of him or how many enemies there are, he will no longer hesitate. The monsters charge at Sane all at once, howling madly, swinging axes fiercely as if to take his life. But Jane was still able to block their attack. In an instant, the situation reversed, and he swiftly took down all of them with a single strike. Never stopping, Sin moves like a raging storm, swiftly destroying each monster. With overwhelming power, he continues slaughtering the creatures. Then Jane quickly spun around, chopping off the head of the monster behind him. Another creature attacked from behind, but he managed to dodge just in time. In front of Jane, a monster throws an axe towards him, and he braces himself to block it with his sword. At the same time, Jane quickly gripped the axe as his weapon. Then, with a swift swing, he took down both of them. Suddenly, another axe is coming from behind, aiming straight at Celine's head. Another monster is sneaking up from behind for a surprise attack. But with quick reflexes and a strong body, he leapt into the air. In midair, Sign clenched his teeth, using his strength to hold the pose, the sword in his hand raised in harmony with the friction. Finally, Jin lands with his sharp sword spinning backward, defeating all the surrounding monsters to the point where the system has to notify. Alarm, the rage level exceeds the system's threshold, and the level is being recalibrated. Now, all Sign can think about is cutting down all of them. Next, the mechanical voice keeps updating. Han's awakening skill, Fury, has increased 2 levels to level 10. Fury level 8 has risen to 10. Han's Fury has reached the maximum level. Elsewhere, the tremors from the battle caused the space to shake as Jenna, battered all over, struggled to find a way out. This place is so spacious. She accidentally pushed open a door in the surrounding room. Jenna remained alert, her face showing pure astonishment at the scene inside. Jenna hesitates before calling out the person inside. Bianca is with Seijin, the battle is still ongoing, monsters are still rampaging, and he swiftly attacks, sword in hand, taking them down. During the battle, Sin was also injured quite a bit. The system issued a warning that Han's bleeding was worsening and his blood would decrease over time. He clenched his teeth and examined the wound, the stomach injury tearing open. But Seijin doesn't want to give up now. I can't fall here. Thanks to that, his skill level increased. Han's pain resistance skill level up to 7, from level 6 to 7.
You give it your all and leap to face the next monster head-on. The system keeps updating. Han's pain resistance and awakening skills rise another level, reaching level 8, and pain resistance, level 8.
So Jane gracefully uses space to destroy it, continuously chopping off the heads of the surrounding creatures. In Jean's eyes now, there is only a streak of blood and power. With calmness, stats surpassing the system's recalibration threshold, the information panel updates with each of Celine's actions. Han's Calm Awakening skill has risen 3 levels to 10, with Calm reaching level 10. Han's Calmness has reached the maximum level. Then he continues his attack on the monsters. In his berserk state, Seljane easily destroys them in large numbers. Every time he swings his sword, a monster falls. Han's Awakening skill, Unyielding, rises to level 4, and Unyielding level 3 reaches B. Sin puts all his strength into his full-scale attack stance. He raises his sword infused with power high and charges straight into the heart of the monsters. The sword is filled with murderous intent, ready to cut them to pieces. Somewhere else, Yunette suddenly jerks as if she can feel the battle. She gently closes the book. Yunette, with a worried face, softly whispers and calls out Master. At Celine's place, the monster's eyes turn red in panic as it witnesses his fury. Sjin is now a true killing machine, relentlessly destroying everything around him. The surrounding monsters were cut in half with ease. This was an overwhelming battle, and the victory was leaning in favor of Sin. The system continues to notify Master Han's soul is boiling with rage. After defeating everything, Selin quietly counts her plan. This is the 3rd cave. The door to the next level has opened, but we still haven't found the key. No matter which path we take, we have to clear all 5 caves to get the key, right? Fangtron's back moved steadily forward, determined to keep fighting. Entering the 4th cave, his awakening skill increased Han's pain resistance to level 10, and pain resistance level 8 to 10, reaching the maximum level. Seljane walks step by step, blood flowing with each movement. Currently, his skills are continuously being upgraded. Evolutionary skill, congratulations. Han's pain resistance has met the evolution condition, and has become a sustained combat skill. Pain resistance level M has been upgraded to combat endurance level 1. He is gasping continuously as the previous battle drained too much stamina. At a magnificent and grand tower, Seijin entered and faced 3 guardian monsters, 9 golems guarding level 50. He still raised his sword without giving up despite sustaining many injuries. Han becomes exhausted.
All stats dropped by 90%. Exhausted, Seijin's body suddenly froze. An image of Aloka appeared in his mind. You once complained, I know you can use fire, but what about the other spells? Teleport or fireball, which one can you use? But she didn't care. BAP destroys all spells meant for third-class students.
A fire mage like me using BAP? Don't be ridiculous.
Memories with Aloka come flooding back. She used to smile so brightly and affirmatively. This is the true power of great fire. I told you, just a little magic and they'll be stunned. Both of them have been together for a long time. Aloka keeps shouting. A high-level talent like me shouldn't have to endure such brutal training. I'm the type to use my brain. So Jane is teasing from behind. Then let's enjoy the meal. Meat is a reward for those who contribute. She helplessly can only scold. That brat dares to play with food openly. Aloka was very excited to get what she wanted, but she clutches the item tightly. You said you wanted this and paid in advance. Do a good job on your mission, and I'll give you more. Did you think this would shake me? How shameless. A flickering blue flame within that stream of memories. During the battle, Aloka reassured you that I was fine too, while he was out on a mission. She confidently fanned her fan and said, just taking a short break, now it's the return of the genius mage, and you can see how important I am. The more so, the blue flames burn even more fiercely. Sej Jane clenched his sword tightly, activating his unyielding power and skill. You step back, your body already in an attacking stance. Aloka's bloodied figure still smiling teasingly at Sin. You fool. It's like a reminder that fills him with power, inadvertently creating a new move for Selen. The awakening skill, combining the hero Han's fury and calmness, forms a new technique. Blue flames appear throughout the space, gathering at a vortex and condensing into a shining gem. It is the new power that Selene has grasped. Han has learned the exit level 1 skill. His whole body radiates a powerful blue light as the 3 guards attack simultaneously. Sejin also charged forward without hesitation, his sword easily blocking the spear tip of the guard. Moreover, in an instant, cracks appeared along the spear from a single strike, affecting the entire guard. His stone arm shattered into pieces while Seo Jane remained still. The remaining enemies also could not escape their fate of being shattered. Cracks spread deep across the bodies of the guards. Fragments of stone continue to fall, signaling that Selene is the victor in this battle. After defeating the 3 guards, Sin finally stopped to rest. His body was still covered in newfound power. To use it, Selene must pay a corresponding price. Those lights cut into his body. Sjain, exhausted, struggled to withstand the pain deep in his flesh, but his strength was limited, and his leg was forced back. Sjain clenched his teeth tightly, summoning all his strength. With iron will and unwavering resilience, you refuse to give up and will not fall. Thanks to that, Selene continues to gain new powers, awakening skills, exit, and defiance. The hero's ongoing battle is unified, and Zit skill gains a new effect. Jane secretly hopes that this is almost over. He speaks in a low, cold tone filled with deadly intent. Where are you bastards, hiding? Sage Jane walks forward, burning with the peak of hatred, just a little more to go. If even this can't be endured, I've decided to see it through to the end. You think I'll just let it go, right? In another area, the ship is battling against a fierce storm. The scene on the ship becomes even more gloomy and dark. Moreover, Kisasa and Leah, who are fighting the monsters, also freeze in place with pale faces. The 2 monsters in front of them have bitten off the heads of the 2 people on the ship. Seeing Kisasa and Leah's terrified faces, they grin triumphantly. Leah, overwhelmed with rage, charged at them, but another monster had already grabbed hold of Leah's body. She was dragged straight into the water, torn apart by its teeth. Kisasa desperately called out to Lakari. Velkus, faced with that dangerous situation, had to jump in to save Leah. Was no one able to save Lakari? I'm damn dead. He bravely plunged into the water to find Leah's silhouette, but it was already too late. She no longer had a breath. Lakari has returned to the goddess's embrace. His fighting spirit will be remembered forever. Velkus underwater also realized that sad truth, that guy. Before he could grasp the full situation, he had to face an attack from the monster. Velkus would not accept defeat easily. He immediately counterattacked. Velkus's attack shattered the ravenous monster into 100 pieces. Thanks to that, the system has updated his new ability data. Velkus's awakening skill and ferocity have increased from level 3 to level 4. With his achievement, Hero Velkus has learned the dragon-slaying skill. Empowered, Velkus seizes the opportunity, ready to destroy all the surrounding monsters. All right, I will swallow everything. On the ship, Roderick, wounded, wields a melee weapon against the monster. In a flash, it was split in 2 by the sword's blade. Roderick continued fighting the monsters, trying to hold his ground, but they are too many, and a creature is about to charge at him from behind. Unable to react in time, Roderick was struck and lost both his legs. He was thrown to another place, his body crashing hard against the ship's hull. Seizing the opportunity, the beast aimed its sharp spear at Roderick. He was too exhausted to resist and just lay there, letting fate take its course. Fortunately, others arrived just in time to help cut down the monsters. Given this grim situation, Lon urged everyone to hide. The ship is beyond saving. We have to retreat into the cabin. Ben also helped him retreat. Everyone, follow me. What is this, buddy? Are you upset that someone like Huberard has recovered from his injuries and is hiding here? He's crying, scared, and wants to give up. I won't fight. This is just a pointless death. Ben, bandaging his wound, ran and asked Han Tung Tich, "Where is Mizu?" Rodri also told the truth. He died a long time ago. Now the battlefield is overwhelmed by a large number of monsters. The ship's deck has been taken over. Everyone get into the cabin. Jaren anxiously asked everyone for their opinion. They've all gone inside, so where can we hide now? Behind the monsters, they wouldn't let go. They were right behind them. Tio turned around to fight them off and immediately suggested going down one more level. Freya clenched her sword tightly, helpless and unsure of what to do. What on earth is going on? Suddenly, her hiding spot was destroyed. A fierce monster charged at Freya as if to tear her apart. At that moment, Edith rushed in just in time, decapitating it and saving her. She hurriedly sent a message for Freya to retreat, but the escape route was not easy, and Edith also got injured. Immediately after, the monsters surrounded them on all sides, and neither of them could escape. Elsewhere, Jaren urgently reported being besieged, and the situation grew even more desperate as a Hubert screamed, his weapon broken. Lyman had to give the order, assigning a mission to everyone. So what should they do now? Draw the dagger, throw it, or slash, anything to block the attack. Now in every direction they have no way out, breaking through the encirclement. Facing the monsters, she keeps pleading for help. "Hin, what are you doing? Hurry up, please." The system keeps announcing bad news, confusing her even more. Hubos is in a state of imminent death, his life in danger. Jaren is bleeding continuously, losing blood over time, but no miracle happens as Roderick returns to the goddess's embrace. His fighting spirit will be remembered forever. In another area where Selin is present, the outside scene remains peaceful and calm with no signs of disturbance. Inside, the precious purple crystals are shining, and the sacred vessel placed in the most prominent spot is emitting a signal. It is spreading what is hidden through each layer of air. Jean faces it calmly without rushing. A series of red warning signals appeared around him. A giant monster emerged from the dangerous crystals. The final monster of round 10, an ancient guardian level 61. Sin is already in position, calculating internally. The second boss outside is trying to destroy the wall, but I still ignore my limits and keep moving. The black serpent breaks through the city wall, shouting, "You bastard, I will kill you!" Jin clenched his sword tightly, his will blazing fiercely, and for the final time, the ground around him cracked apart from Sealan's power. Without considering the consequences, he leapt forward boldly toward the monster. Han is on the verge of death, his life hanging by a thread. The monster quickly responds, entering a deadly battle. The tense atmosphere between the two sides has been ignited, with the dark blade howling wildly. Meanwhile, Sin also awakens a new power. The hero Han's awakening skill, divine sword fusion, and power boost combine to create a new skill, and the system notifies Sin. Han has learned Spirit Sword / level 1. He swung his sword powerfully, the sharp blade exuding a thick aura of death. While Sin was fighting the monster, the notification panel kept appearing. The blessing of the water god had been activated. The monster gains conditional immunity, resistant to physical attacks. But he didn't care and kept attacking. Sein kept swinging his sword, trying to break Hak Jiao's shield. Now his eyes are empty, with no judgment in any battle, everyone risking their lives. That gives Sin the motivation to keep fighting. In the end, all efforts paid off as he ignored the blessing of the water spirit. He shattered Hak Jiao's shield, disregarding the high-density jet field shield. Moreover, the monster was completely burned to ashes. Sage Jane won this battle, but his body had been greatly worn down. His berserk state also disappeared. Sage Jane spat out a mouthful of blood. He gradually collapsed because his body was exhausted. Sage Jane reached out his hand to touch the treasure, to end all this suffering. But his vision blurred and he could no longer tell which way to go. Then Jean could no longer resist and closed his eyes, surrendering. Finally, he collapsed to the ground, his body motionless. Why does Sa-Jane feel like his mind is sinking into the deep sea, yet he can faintly hear someone calling him? Gradually, Sa-Jane opens his eyes to Jenna's call. "Boss." Tears keep flowing as she questions continuously. "Wake up, what are you doing here?" Jane struggled to answer her question. Jenna, you already took the key. Jenna is the one who took the key to free everyone from this haunting battle. Hurry up and give the mission to Jenna. Give that to Freya. The thing will complete the mission. She anxiously asks about Celine's condition. And what about you? You gasped for breath as you confided in Jenna.
I don't think I will make it, but you're angry and don't want to hear it.
Is this the time to say such things?
Why does Jane only know how to apologize to her?
Sorry, your gaze seems to have lost the will to live.
I apologize for lying to you.
Jenna's scarred face only trying to hold back her tears. She doesn't want to give up quickly, taking out the medicine and constantly threatening. There's more, but now is not the time to apologize. Still, Cyan can't even move to take the medicine. Faced with that situation, she clenched her teeth and made up her mind. Jenna lifted her head and finished the entire bottle of medicine. Then she kissed Yane as he slowly received the injection. Jenna only felt somewhat at ease once the medicine was finished. She tore her shirt while scolding Jane to lift his spirits. If you die, I really won't forgive you. You were the one who told me to keep living. So what are you doing now? Gina keeps encouraging him. He wants Se-jin to keep living. The living must continue to move forward and not entertain such negative thoughts. He noticed the piece of cloth in Jenna's hand and quickly recognized it as Ayanka's familiar dress. Jenna was about to give him the next dose of medicine she had prepared, but he refused. Just give it to me. I will take it myself. The water has submerged the entire tower beneath the ocean. Jenna tightly binds you to herself and struggles to swim up and escape. Oxygen level at minus 39%. Why does Jane look at the flowing water with so many layered thoughts? He thought about Yanka's tragic death being pushed out of the temple. She was dragged to the bottom of the sea along with the remains of the sea dragon. The more Sin thinks about it, the more he feels guilty. Deep in the ocean's depths, where no one comes to look, he can't accept this ending. She will gradually disappear. Sin, before her death, I lost the meaning to live. I always thought I would die someday, but at least I want to stay by Yanka's side forever. I don't want to leave her behind in a place like that. And so, Sin sank into endless, aimless thoughts. Time passes, in another place, in a house with the lights on. Sin slowly wakes up, his dreamy eyes looking around. Did she survive? He looked at his body, sad that there wasn't a scratch or a wound anywhere. Jane feels helpless, unable to do anything more. I almost wish my body would also hurt, this damn waiting room of death. He silently blames himself for everything, not even allowing himself to feel pain.
Yane seems to wake up from a dream after the battle, and there's not even a scar left to hold onto a memory.
He immediately brightened up and called low-key. The girl was stunned to see Se-jin able to walk. You're awake? You really surprised me. I'm glad you're alive. Are you okay? But in the face of that concern, you responded indifferently as you saw. And seeing ISO tidying up, Sin asked, Are those belongings of the deceased? The girl nodded and explained to him. Yes, my master told me to keep it, but these are only the belongings of a few people. Maybe 8? The rest won't be stored in the warehouse. Jane's face darkened as he asked grimly, How many people have died? Yo looked at him for a long time before replying, 13 people. The grand mansion was immersed in silence, with long corridors stretching endlessly. 13 people? We're heading to the storage. We need to move the relics too. They will gradually be forgotten without leaving anything behind. So be it. The storage space is limited. Heavy footsteps echo, accompanied by a deep, dissatisfied voice. Storing only the belongings of the third-floor members, isn't that too unfair? Only LC Sin and Lemon survived in the group of 4, just Lemon and I. Group 5 was almost completely wiped out. Lecolin shook his head softly, a hint of regret in his eyes. Rakan, the leader of the 5-man team, that kid overcame everything so well only to die at the last moment. He put his hands in his pockets and let out a bitter sigh. If he had held on for just one more minute, he might still be alive. I told him that if he became stronger, girls would admire him, and he trained crazily for that. Lecolin slowly took out an old pendant. Inside was a small family photo of that boy. Sadly, not a single girl came to mourn for him. His hand clenched the keepsake tightly, his eyebrows furrowing. So when a new member is recruited, I will tell them that no one has ever been as brave and cool as that kid. The dry clicking sound echoed as he placed the pendant on the rough wooden table, so at least you can keep something of it as a memory, right? Sa-Jane stood stiffly in silence for a long moment, before turning to tell Isel not to throw away the belongings of unaccepted heroes into the storage. Tell the owner to increase the storage space and upgrade it, the girl nervously asked again. And the level of the facility too? It's such a waste of resources. You didn't look back, just coldly confirmed with one last statement. The storage level is too low. It only functions as a container. Yuo just nodded and listened. All right? As your figures disappear into the distance, Sin suddenly says, "You both did well, and since the owner saw it, the four of you might be allowed to go up to the third floor." Li Min heard the rare compliment and burst out laughing. I thought he was like a rock, but it turns out he's also human. Leon didn't answer, just tilted his head up to the sky. "Come on, let's go home. I'll push the cart for you." Inside a quiet room, only faint light flickers onto the gray walls. A woman's voice echoes, trembling and full of sorrow, like flames flickering on a candle holder. "So, now what do you want me to do?" Kiasa bowed her head and whispered in utter helplessness. "This isn't the death of a warrior or anything close to it. If this is how it ends." Her shoulders trembled violently with each sobbing breath. "Leaving me alone like this, you guys." The sound of steady footsteps echoed from afar, indicating someone was approaching. Ki looked on with tear-filled eyes. "You're the one who just came in? Hey, is that you? Where are the others?" The anger and despair burst out, causing Kia to cry bitter tears from afar. "I'm all alone now. Everyone has already died. Your voice sounds so heartbreaking." I was not strong enough. The people of the clan trusted and followed me. I failed to lead them. Why is Jane just standing there silently? For a moment, I felt like my throat was tightening, and I didn't know what more to say to comfort him. It took me a while to speak, but GACHA quickly shook his head and said, "It's okay. I don't blame you. If it weren't for you, we would have been wiped out long ago. I am the one who decided to entrust it to you. On the floor is an old mask. Let me go alone." "You're awake now?" He was about to complain, but that little archer kept insisting on holding a memorial ceremony. "I want to train my muscles, which Neresa's blood heavily damaged, you fool." Of course, Velkus was unharmed by that blow. He leaned on his hip and continued, "Why do you look like that, senior? Even if you're an elder, you're not a god. There will be losses in battle. If you keep letting all the losses weigh on you, there will never be an end." Jinna gently stepped forward and softly voiced her opinion. "I think using this time to become stronger is the best way to honor that wizard girl. Just one day, that's all we need." Her eyes show an unshakable determination, even as her voice remains gentle. She fought alongside us, risking her life, and she died to protect us. At least we can't do this, right? Velkus was momentarily confused by her intense gaze. That's not what I meant. But without waiting for him to say more, Jenna went straight to join. "Come here, Opa. I'm sure she's waiting too." Velkus still wants to interfere. The dead can't wait, so Neris immediately punched him in the stomach. "Are you seriously asking for a beating?" Sin stands silently in front of the display case, facing the harsh truth. If it were Master, he could have watched her videos and illustrations from when she was alive in the archive room, but now there are no signals or images of her appearing here anymore. Jenna stood beside him, sighing heavily, with only a few items left, which felt a bit sad. Something still caught his attention. But Cell Jane didn't turn around, but spoke up. Isel says that if the storage vault reaches the maximum level, we will be able to revisit the best moments of a fallen hero without needing to relive memories. By then, I probably won't even remember her face anymore. Jenna looked straight at him, her eyes more determined than ever before. "I will remember, because I survived thanks to her." She suddenly remembered something important, and what Jenna took out was an envelope still sealed. This is her sister's last will. "I think you should be the first to read it, so I kept it for you." Jenna looked at the letter in surprise and then asked again with suspicion. "She wants me to read it?" She doesn't hesitate to assert. I think she wanted that too. It seems she wrote it before going up to the 20th floor. His eyes darkened slightly as they fell on Bauthu's rough paper cover, tightening his grip on the letter in his hand. "You didn't look up and ask? Jan's room still hasn't been tidied up, right?" The girl nodded like a chicken. Of course not. Outside, the sky was gradually darkening, and the lights inside the mansion had been turned on. Sane slowly turned the doorknob, and the wooden door gently creaked open. Sine slowly stepped in and looked around. Everything from the bookshelves to the desk remained untouched, still neatly in place as if waiting for their owner to return. Seeing the pile of research materials as high as a mountain, he couldn't help but smile faintly with sadness. "I don't see much, but it seems she has been very diligent." She studied both in the magic hall and in her private room. The texts that I couldn't read before, thanks to Ianka upgrading the research reaction system for academics, now no one is waiting in the hall and is still clueless. G pulled out the wooden chair and slowly sat down. "Yonka." A tiny whisper softly echoes in the painfully quiet space. What a fool. Can I still call this a will if I slowly open and read her letter? I used to think only those about to die would write neat, slow words. Writing a will like this makes this paper seem completely unrelated to me. I will never die. No matter what happens, I will come back after the battle. So this is more like some random doodles written for fun.
I'll write whatever I want because no one is going to read it anyway. Hey Han, it, you stupid bastard, die.
I hated you from the first time we met. Why do you keep sticking by my side? I grew up as a beloved and cherished daughter in my family. Who are you to treat me like this?
You always overdo everything. I will take revenge on you for mocking me and making me work.
Jian's face gradually grew more grim, filled with unspoken feelings he couldn't put into words, yet he still stubbornly leaned in to read the remaining lines. As Jian's eyes scanned the words, at first he remains quite calm, but suddenly Jian's pupils dilate, and the hand holding the letter begins to tremble uncontrollably, causing the paper to rustle loudly.
I will make you pay for underestimating me. This genius mage, try being a decent person once. I'm waiting for you, you know?
Idiot?
Why did Jian suddenly call out in a hurried voice? Hey, under the light, your shadow cast on the floor looks so lonely, the fallen hero. I already know the answer. If the hero has died, they can't come back to life. I know because I used to be a player of this game.
However, ISO said something Selin had never dared to imagine. She might be resurrected. Selin's whole body trembled violently at this unbelievable news. Sin turned around sharply, her face showing shock at what had just been said. What?
Iso gently raised a small finger and smiled reassuringly. I said they might be able to come back.
Just by passing through all 100 floors, a destroyed world will be rebuilt. The girl's arms flail wildly in the air to illustrate. The heroes will start a new life there. Even if they lose their memories, you really don't believe it, do you?
Iso nodded firmly.
I heard the director say that. Yine's hand gently raised to stroke his chin, his mind beginning to tremble intensely at this flicker of hope. If what she said is true, the naive girl asked.
So I can go finish my work now? The boy asked.
Just go ahead. After the figure of IISO completely disappears, Celine stands still for a long time before slowly opening the system control panel. Welcome to Pig Makeup. Construction in progress. Please select the type of project to build. You have chosen a level 3 storage. Do you want to expand this project? The level of the project determines the construction time and the number of workers needed. During construction, heroes are not allowed to enter or exit. The estimated time is 10 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. The gift shop purchased a warhorse statue for 5,000 gold, a flower crown for 3,000 gold, and a flower necklace for 1,000 gold. Crafting the items has begun with the selected materials. The warhorse statue, flower crown, flower necklace, and the resulting item are unclear. You confidently touch the screen as the final confirmation prompt appears. Do you want to proceed with crafting? Immediately, a blinding light erupts, the item appears, and the power of the fairy craft is complete. You have received the sad warhorse statue. Jane holds the small item just created in the palm of his hand. Did you gently furrow your brow? Was the sad warhorse statue given to Hanba? Then he suddenly burst into loud laughter, a dry smile echoing through the empty room. The more I think about it, the more I find everything truly ironic and ridiculous. You're mourning. Are you mourning a hero from the game? He closed the door behind him as he left. I, the one who was Loki, could never do that. I've always seen heroes who die in their missions as nothing more than weeds. G slowly walks down the quiet, long corridor when suddenly a familiar voice echoes directly in his mind, causing him to stop. Master. Sin paused briefly. Is it Loan? That voice sounded a little relieved. It's good to see you're still safe. Sin didn't react much to that. I don't understand why I am still alive, let alone awakened. He also said, I can feel that you are much stronger than before. She still felt worried as she realized Celine's mood was at its lowest point. Master, are you not going back to Nim? I don't want to see you like this anymore. It seems you already guessed these words, so Sin immediately cuts in with determination. Don't be foolish. Now you're telling me to run away, Unit hurriedly wanted to explain. I'm just your friend, still as cold as before, never say such things again. She has no choice but to accept. I'm sorry. Unet's heart still couldn't find peace, but if things continue like this, it will be very dangerous. Even with Bifrost, we still end up in this situation. Technically, it was a success, but objectively it was a failed attack. So, I have a suggestion. After analyzing the pros and cons with solid reasoning, Unet tried to persuade him with the safest option. If the owner has no intention of returning to Nîmes, then what about our heroes from Nîmes moving to Town Nia? Your idea is to leave the tower conquest to us Nîmes, and you should preserve your noble body. Jain immediately muttered under his breath. What a stupid question. He began analyzing the real obstacles within Taunia's current level limits. We can't accept you. You need to reach the middle floor and be able to maintain at least 6 stars. Unet still hasn't given up. Even though we can't go by ourselves,
What if we send talented but low-ranked individuals, but Scene immediately blocks it?
Do you think my Master Kana is so stupid that he would accept a favor without suspicion? He gently places the statue in his hand. A failure in the mission could mean immediate death. There's no second chance. So Jane calmly states the important point. Those same rules apply to all 5 of you. That's right? Annette's pupils widened in utter shock. In stark contrast to her, Sin remained eerily silent. None of you 5 have ever failed a mission.
I'm just in the same situation as you guys. No wonder it's hard to be happy when right in front of you is a row of memorial statues.
Anyway, the heroes here have no choice but to become stronger on their own, even if it means many will die in the process. Jay reached out, gently caressing the cold surface of the statue he just placed down. Don't worry, I'll climb the tower. Yoon gently closed his eyes and nodded. Yes, we are waiting for the day you conquer the tower. Only Sane knows what he's pondering. Whether he'll forget it or bury it. Deep inside the chest so he would never remember again. Only one figure is left on the large training ground now, tirelessly practicing. I thought I told you to go rest. Velkis, with his body drenched in sweat, replied, Just light exercise. A confident smile spread across his face. I gained an interesting skill, but it seems useless in most situations. Level 1. C-rank extinction of the dragon race is an innate endurance type that resists all abnormal states received from dragons and increases all stats when fighting against dragons. Of the endurance abnormal state, attribute automatically activates when facing a dragon. Sejin silently wondered. The extinction of the dragon race. It seems Velkis also managed to merge his skills. He asked in a low voice, When did you get it? Velkis recounted. When I finished destroying all the sardines on the water surface. My awakening skill, the dragon-slaying skill, and Hero Velkis 3 stars blood resistance combined to create a new skill. While he was frantically fighting, he accidentally unlocked it. Velkis the 3-star has learned the first level of the Vanishing Dragon skill. Although this skill has many limitations, Jane still feels satisfied. He learned it by losing his blood resistance, which increased his survival chances. But unfortunately, it only works on dragons. I'm sure it will be useful. You're here now too? She was about to discuss some matters when I had to report to him about the first floor, but someone else interrupted. Han Edit simply said coldly, Come with me to the Z team training room for a moment. Sin could only say to the 2 before running after them. I will come back. Velkis clicked his tongue. Glad that we have separate training rooms for each team, but I don't have enough people to train with him and want to duel him. 2 figures reflected on the paved road. So Jane looked around for a while, then started, There's no one here. She didn't look back as everyone's spirits sank after Lilini's death. A sharp snap echoed as she drew her cold, sharp sword from its sheath. Pick up your sword and let's fight. So Jane felt a bit confused by her actions. Then why don't we fight in the arena? I stay calm and know my limits, so it's clear I will lose. I don't want others to see me lose when I am the team leader. Quickly lower your center of gravity and adopt a defensive stance with your sword. Then go ahead and fight with the intention to win. If you think you'll lose, you'll never win. Han Island, a 3-star level 34 with 280 out of 340 experience. A warrior class with 75 strength, 10 intelligence, 66 stamina, and 66 agility, possesses intermediate swordsmanship skills, surpassing level 1 with 4 destructive sword aura, 6th level keen eye, level 3 fire resistance, level 1 dragon slayer, level 4 underwater combat, and level 1 technique. As he finished speaking, Jane shot forward like a lightning bolt. The sound of metal clashing rang out, sparks flying everywhere in the training ground. An arrow shot through the air with perfect accuracy. Her fighting style remains as creative as before. Now it's even harder to deal with her because she has too many skills. Why is Jane not blinking and swinging her sword to shoot 2 arrows in mid-air? She has improved. She is too fast and sharp. Edit quickly seizes the opportunity and rushes in to close the distance and attack. You remained completely calm and defended carefully. Let's look at the individual stats. There is no gap between the edits. The one born is a 3-star, and I, born, am only a 1-star. She is very agile in using her skills and keeps changing her tactics, making her difficult to counter. Send the 3-star level 34 with 220 out of 340 experience. Profession Thief, Strength 41, Intelligence 10, Stamina 64, Agility 107, possesses basic spear skills at maximum level, basic archery at maximum level, pain tolerance level 2, 6th sense level 5, follow-up defender level 2, support aiming level 3, defensive throwing level 4, resistance to compression level 2, stealth level 4, flying unit level 6, linked shot level 2, Hawkeye level 4, penetrating target level 3, weapon switching level 4, climbing speed level 3,
Underwater combat level 2. Seelan's sword blocked her critical attack.
Cien is still not satisfied. Try your best.
You said you killed the black dragon on the 20th floor and the water dragon in the last mission. He slightly smirked with a cold smile. Don't regret asking for this. Han the 3-star has entered a surpassing threshold state, surpassing the B rank threshold with a unique type, enhancing the user's combat ability through self-destructive means, corroding vitality and potentially leading to death, with attributes and resistance to abnormal statuses. Han Island's 3-star exclusive skill note. Edit is startled and steps back in front of the overwhelming pressure suddenly unleashed. This time, Sin takes the initiative to attack. Usually she is emotional, but during missions she is cold and calculating. She possesses both leadership skills and quick light reflexes. These qualities are what have kept her alive until now. The two figures intertwined and moved so quickly that only faint shadows could be seen, gradually forcing her into a state of being pushed to the limit. But all those skills were learned because she was too weak. A powerful collision caused the blade in Edit's hand to be knocked away. Edit is too weak. Sajin once again raises the sword in her hand. Level B Destruction Sword Aura, with a unique passive that always activates to amplify the user's swordsmanship. Activation can occur when exceeding the threshold. Focus all your strength on one point to deliver a fatal blow. The user will take a fixed amount of damage that could lead to death. Han IAS's 3-star exclusive skill note. A powerful strike charges straight at Edit. She could only open her eyes wide in shock as a deafening explosion shook the training room immediately afterward. The ground was torn apart into deep, scorched trenches. Edit collapsed onto the cold ground, panting heavily as she realized the sword strike just now barely missed her side. She couldn't speak. He's so strong, I won't be able to win. A strong gust of wind blows her long white hair, which has grown even longer after using Selen's skill. Her hand clenches tightly and her voice trembles. You're so strong. Looking up at the person before me, I ask, so why can't you? She whispered helplessly, saying it was meaningless to claim she wouldn't let any of her teammates die. The more I speak, the more I fall apart. Lilini won't be the last to die. Anne and Binnick are completely devastated, but I am sure those two will eventually bring me back. But for Roderick, everything is over. The editor's voice gradually chokes up. He seems fine because he never speaks, but in reality, he's worse off than I am. Maybe he will never fight on the battlefield again. He was on the front lines with me, and now Roderick is gone. The second team is considered disbanded. Her face darkened considerably. I don't know what to do anymore. Sorry, I muttered apologetically. I'm sorry. I know it is not your fault, but I also know you've lost someone. But I don't know who to be angry at anymore. Selja's hair begins to shorten and gradually returns to normal as the skill ends. In his mind, he also had similar thoughts. We lost Yonka, the only elemental mage in the team, and Team 2 has suffered a major psychological blow. Basically, Team 3 has also been wiped out. The others who were advancing quickly have also been killed. I don't want to admit it, but this hall is basically done for. Still at that mansion, after this tower climb, including the newly summoned heroes, the waiting room's population has reached nearly 130 people, but less than half of them are truly focused on training. The number of heroes ready to advance to the second floor is too few, and the main assault team prepared for the third floor cannot even go into battle. Objectively speaking, the waiting room now is no different from being half destroyed. For those who were deeply attached to the game, the sense of loss at this moment must be immense. And for those who are not like that, if they give up here, no one can blame them. ISO happily flies over to call Loki. I have some news to report. Immediately, the girl jolted in surprise and rushed to ask Han why his whole body was covered in blood and what kind of training he was doing to end up like this. Sej Jain Thu recovers and heals himself, asking in a low voice. This isn't the first time, you know that. So what's the rush? ISO urgently reports the news. Earlier you told me to notify you if Master posted a raid video. He just did, except for the 35th floor. Jay crossed his arms, looking a bit nonchalant, but curious. Did he skip level 35? Despite the heavy loss, the video would definitely be very engaging for viewers. Iso pointed at the screen in front of you and said, anyway, I'll show you this YouTube channel. Looking at it briefly, I was surprised to see it has quite a few subscribers. Skimming through the channel and a few videos, this game really brings out the habit of spying. The hero has no private life at all. Whether it's the hero's tactics or personal life, everything is turned into clickbait content. Why didn't the super cool hero leave the bathroom for 5 hours? Then Jason paused in front of 2 videos, briefly assessing that the view counts for levels 15 and 20 were quite high, totaling 300,000.
After reading some comments, you secretly think that videos about proper hero training and nurturing are quite common. However, just that alone is not enough to build a subscriber base for the channel. After watching for a while, Seelin told ISO, I also noticed in the level 30 video that the editing and filming skills are well above average, quite impressive for someone doing this as a hobby. She agreed and exclaimed, right. I thought he was useless, but it turns out he's good at something. After browsing through quite a few viewer comments, you draw your conclusion. The reactions to the videos so far mainly fall into 3 categories, but the girl points out different comments. Many people say this hero is wasted or just insanely lucky. Reading the positive comments, Sin thinks, then scrolls past the negative words and harsh criticisms aimed at Amkena. His eyes are fixed on that sarcastic comment. What the hell is he doing back there? Why are you waving that stupid glowing stick? From then on, it was just personal attacks. Yo is so angry he's practically steaming. They're just jealous because they don't have a hero like Loki. They are jealous. John pondered silently, thinking that maybe she wasn't entirely wrong for not doing anything behind the scenes. Along with that, there was a reminder from the system that the master cannot interfere directly with the mission. He frowned, thinking to himself, but they can influence everything in other ways. The image of the command room, a facility that allows the master to intervene in missions, but it is a double-edged sword. You immediately reminded him that was the reason. Loki actually had no idea at all. You have seen dozens of experts wipe out the entire team just for stepping in at the wrong time. That's why Celine is still silent with Amen. He told himself that now it was like this. Then Sin turned with a hesitant voice. Yo, the strategy room is like a paper firework shot straight at his face. Along with that, it was announced that Han Basao had been appointed as vice master. The girl cheerfully congratulated on her promotion. From now on, Loki is the deputy master of Tonya. The deputy master is the representative of the master. They monitor the waiting room and combat activities, assisting in conquering the tower, with the master having the authority to expand. Depending on the situation, they can carry out missions at the tower independently. The AI experience is almost human. You picked up the paper from your head and asked, so I was appointed as vice master. But isn't it necessary to reach the maximum level in hero reaction research to appoint a vice president of the guild? ISO replied, That magic scholar of yours reached the maximum in the magic hall in just 2 days. Usually it takes a whole day, but he shot up all at once. I'm also shocked. The hero reaction research is complete, and the hero reaction has reached level 10. Sin quietly smiled, thinking about the problems Yonka stayed up all night to solve. Sin then said to him, with this matter, the Town Nea waiting room is basically in Loki's hands, so you can do whatever you want. Saojin, I gently pinched her cheek and asked, is this your doing? There's no way the master would hand over full control just because of a few suggestions. Ismail Mao replied, No, I just worry Han might leave Thalia. Her words made him pause for a moment. Jine let her down, so seeing the situation worsen, she tried to handle it herself. He slightly smirked and let out a sigh, then looked down and continued. Now that Amkena had appointed me as vice master, he's definitely going to dump all the troublesome stuff on me. Anyway, it's a necessary step. First, gather the team and then move to the members' housing area. Nerissa said, We heard the news. Congratulations on becoming vice master. Jenna smiled and added, Vice master is now the highest position here, right? I told you already, I'm sticking with the right person. Velkus was a bit confused. I don't understand why he's making such a fuss about this. The ISO behind warns, don't get cocky with me. We're no longer on the same level. CO rubbed his eyes irritably and asked, Can I go to sleep now because I'm tired? Jenna wondered if being a vice master was anything special. Jean told everyone to sit down first. Velkus asked confusedly, What is that paper? You reply that this is the current room layout diagram. You start explaining, I think everyone already knows. But the situation now is no longer the same. The number of people has increased, but the quality has not improved. We need to recruit new fighters because too many people have died on level 35, and it will continue. Sin suggests that to maintain our strength and complete future missions, we must change our approach. Nerissa is confused. Isn't that the master's job? You reply, Yes, but the number of people has skyrocketed. One person can't manage them all. So Jane extended her hand to the group, asking what is needed for one ruler to effectively lead a large group. And Velkus hesitated. So you mean? He asked seriously. Are you saying we should accept the master as our ruler? He closed his eyes tightly and replied coldly, Yes. Sin silently remembered that many heroes had lost their strength to stand up on their own without relying on anyone. In moments like these, we need a central figure with enough power to lead everything. One person alone isn't enough to rebuild this place. Amina's strength is indispensable. Velki stepped forward and said, I heard the master considers us like pawns on a chessboard. He then asked Selin,
We're just disposable toys, whether we live or die doesn't matter.
Isn't it because of that guy that we're being pushed into hellish missions? Now the two of them are facing each other in a tense atmosphere.
Velkus, in a low voice, his eyes flashing with anger, asked, "Are you saying we should help that bastard?" "I can't agree to that." He added, "The reason I've survived until now is my desire to become stronger on my own. Maybe just a little help from my senior. Those masters only look down on us and throw us into the battlefield."
Velkus added,
"If you are a master, I might agree, unlike you, that master is quite useless." Seeing that, he stood up and replied, "That master was never mine. The magic hall is empty with no one. At least summon a few high-level heroes. A wizard only appears from high-level summons, and we only have one wizard who can reach level 35. That's impossible. I was also brought here like everyone else."
"You all were kidnapped too, right?" "As far as I know, it was the master who brought us here."
Sio's voice starts to sound serious. "We follow orders not because we want to, but because we don't want to die. But agreeing with your proposal is different. It means voluntarily cooperating with the master."
Velkus reminds you.
"Let me be clear, forget this nonsense about Deputy Master. You're just a slave bragging about your chains."
Nerissa immediately cut in. "I disagree." He looked at her with confusion, startled.
"What?" She pounded her chest to assert herself. "I think we should help Master." Velkus reacted harshly, which was really disappointing.
"I didn't expect you to say that," Nerissa said seriously. "Don't judge based on emotions, you'll just look like a fool." He also coldly responded, helping the bastard who could kill us just for a moment of betrayal. "You insist this is the only way we can survive." Vel sneered. "I find this really amusing. I could die laughing." Yuo looked worried beside him.
"Wait a minute. Stop. Why is everyone like this?" "We are here to celebrate Han becoming Vice Master." A hand raises in agreement.
"Can I say something?" Jenna started to speak.
"I don't think the Master considers us trash to be discarded. Just think about it. We have what we asked for.
Good food, soft beds. He even seemed regretful when our teammate died, right?" "Remember earlier," she added, "if the Master didn't care about us at all, then when we refused to go into battle, he would have already killed us all." Jenna continues to analyze. "But we survived, which also says something. Maybe we were brought here for a reason." Velkus next to her still looked uncomfortable. She raised her finger and, above all, immediately Jane continued,
"Whether we like it or not, we have no choice but to help." Jenna looked up at him, secretly thinking that jumping in at that moment was perfect.
"See, that's why I said rights are important," Jean continued. "As the two others said, our presence here is related to Master, so we can't just ignore him."
ISO told us that if we want to go home, we have to pass level 100. Nerissa agreed. "I feel the same way. If we help Master, the benefits will come back to us.
Our success rate for the mission will increase." Jenna nervously explained, "I didn't mean to say we should be forced to do it. CO is simpler. As long as it reduces the workload, I don't mind. I just want to sleep now." Velkus stands to the side, eyes full of deadly anger. "Don't turn your back on me so quickly, kid. Want to sleep forever?" He's really annoyed. "Damn it. Fine, you're stabbing me in the back. Even if they don't want to, they still have to pass level 100 to go home. And the key is in the Master's hands."
Right now, he probably hasn't been fully accepted as the Master.
In the room, they continued to wonder, "So what should we do now?" SJ replies, "I'll keep the explanation simple. Along with the morning scene, there is a statement. I will help you be recognized." Master's eyes appear, indicating that the upgrade is complete and everything is ready. Welcome to Pig Make Cup.
In the heavily guarded residential area, the space is silent with not a single sound, and in a warehouse, a trembling voice echoes.
"Is it true that this is one of the challenges?" A frightened man, sweating all over, stammering as he questions. "Yes, the assault team has returned. If this keeps up, I'm afraid we will all be merged." "Huh? Fusion? Even if you're a cleanup crew, are you only afraid because we took stuff from the warehouse?" Then he grabbed the other guy's chin. He was caught off guard, his eyes wide with shock, his face darkening as he asked in a tense voice, "Are you afraid of merging? Are you afraid of that Han guy?" "Ignore the terrified face of him," Mac continued saying. "Do you know what is truly terrifying?" Then his eyes suddenly turned red, and he grinned like a demon demanding a life. He whispered, "Even in death, there's no peace." The scene shifts to another place, with bottles of alcohol scattered on the table, and a hand holding a glass of wine nearby. It seems he's drunk a lot. His muscles are bulging, but he looks a bit forlorn, sitting alone drinking to drown his sorrows when suddenly the door swings open with a creak, and a slender girl approaches the table, placing her empty glass down and scolding him. "You can't even drink properly gulping like that." "What's the point?"
Then she calmly sat down, pushed the glass in her hand forward and asked, "Are you planning to drink alone? Give me some more to see." Roderick remained silent, head bowed on the table, while Edit paid no attention and suddenly took the bottle to pour himself a drink. She said, "While doing it, it looks like the team is doing something with the master. With the current situation, it seems they can't sit still anymore." After pouring, she didn't drink right away but placed the glass down. The wine reflected her image, and her voice suddenly grew quiet while we just sat there silently. Her sad eyes gaze into her reflection in the wine glass as she recalls Lirini's words from their past dinner together, when she sadly said that many people had died. When Lirini said that, she raised her glass to comfort her and said we should mourn for them. That's right, but surviving and coming back is already something to be glad about. That's the life of mercenaries. Lirini turned to agree, and she was right. She closed her eyes briefly as the memory flooded back, then raised her glass and drank alone in one gulp before setting it down. Coldly, she said, "Tomorrow I will resume my actions." Finally, he looked up as she suggested to Roderick, "I want you to leave the team too." At the three-tier fountain outside the square, Jenna happily looked at Sel and said, "I've gathered them as you asked." Opa, all of those called over when they arrived and stood before him, were all anxious and nervous. Jenna then introduced, "They are all former officials from Nea." He looked at them seriously with his arms crossed and said, "More than I expected. All right, from now on, you'll do something else." Just like in Town Nea, his easy government job still involves recording everything in this waiting room. When one of them didn't understand what you meant, they immediately asked for clarification. Jane then explained in detail the number of people, current levels and classifications, their positions on the floor, the types and quantities of items in the warehouse, the current state of the facility, daily resource production from the dungeons during the week, daily output of the equipment workshop, and so on. "I want everything in the waiting room to be recorded thoroughly, without missing anything. Report back to me once it's done," he shouted after hearing that. "What? Why should we do that?" Suddenly, Yo appeared, happily smiling and talking. "Why is Han the representative of the master?" Then Yo looked straight into his eyes, radiating a threatening aura, and said, "If Sjay just speaks up, we're all doomed, so it's better to listen." After hearing these threats, he couldn't hold back and tears streamed down his face, followed by a piercing scream. "One by one, they are immortal spirits," he answered, trembling. "All right, then." Jenna looked at Han with confusion. "But what are we actually planning to do here?" I replied. "We're creating a fourth profession for the waiting room." Looking over there as they fly above their heads, the girl puffed out her chest and pointed at each person. Everyone looking panicked, SJ calmly continued, "The foundation of management is accurate information, knowing every detail to estimate how things operate. Based on that, the master will set policies and directions. If these people are civil servants, then the master is essentially their government. ISO has always handled all the management tasks, but now that's about to change." Yo, full of joy and smiling brightly, said, "Are you so scared that you decided to do it properly?" "See, that's the power I have." Then the two of them left. Jenna raised her hand and asked you again, "Oba, is this the end already?" He sighs, rubbing the back of his neck. "I wish this was only the beginning, in an abandoned house where everything is still intact and usable." The one who was arrogant with his subordinates earlier is now in a miserable state, tied up and kneeling on the ground. Sajane, holding a stack of documents, asks Marcorin, "Right?" Velkis stood nearby, glaring at Mar with his hands clenched and grinding his teeth. Mac looked at him and grinned, replying, "You're the one Han said is afraid of spirits, right? I've seen you leave through the space cracks during the punishment before, but this is the first time I've seen you so close. Are you born under 2 stars? You've only been summoned for 2 months, and you've already caused quite a bit of trouble, but your stats are pretty decent. Then why is the envoy stuck on the first floor? Aren't you afraid of merging? Fusion? That's no big deal." And so he faced another attack from Velkis. "I guess I have to make you talk. Wait a minute. Why is Jin frowning at this horrifying scene, watching the protagonist being beaten and thinking that this guy took advantage of the master's blind spot to form a secret team on the first floor? I don't remember his name very well. Right now, Mam's face is unrecognizable, and he's desperately begging to stop." Celine's thoughts still hadn't stopped, and he guessed, but one thing was certain. At that moment, Velkis delivered another kick to his face, almost knocking him out. Shin asked, "Are you going to kill him?" Velkis turned back and calmly replied, "It's nothing bad. After all, he's just trash." Sajin glanced at the MC and asked, "You stole and hid the waiting room supplies, didn't you? Not only theft, but also threats and intimidation. Extortion. You have truly committed a crime." Mac was beaten badly, lying on the ground as he tried to get up and argue. "This is not what we discussed." The woman, Nerissa,
Narissa Waiwa, let me see her. No matter what he says, you shouldn't care. You coldly say, the decision has already been made. I don't care what agreement you two have now. It's useless. Hearing that, he drops his face to the ground and laughs self-deprecatingly. So the ending was already decided. So what if I do? Am I only brought here to die in a battle? If so, you shouldn't have brought me here in the first place. Do you think I want to do this? Have you ever tried living on just potatoes 3 meals a day? As Velkus kicked him square in the face, he grimaced and cursed. Even trash knows how to talk. His face covered in blood, yet he still smiled and said, the end of this world has already been decided. Don't you see? Resisting is pointless. Why not enjoy each day like everyone else? Then he burst out laughing, a loud, hearty laugh of someone unafraid of death. Celine and Velkus give him a cold look. In the warehouse, Velkus's voice echoes, what are you going to do with him? Maybe it's fusion, said Jean replied. Keep him detained for now. I heard there are a few others like him. We've caught most of them already. They're not much different from this guy. Good job. I knew I gave this task to the right person. Velkus spat out a mouthful of saliva. What the hell did I do? Never ask me again, it's giving me a headache. Seeing Velkus's attitude, he thought this guy had wiped out a gang formed on the first floor. That gang was full of twisted thugs straight out of the underworld. They operate whenever the master is offline, stealing from other heroes and committing all kinds of crimes. We didn't have to worry about the first floor before, but everything has changed now. In a spacious hall where heroes gather to listen to a lecture, a large board displays detailed diagrams and useful information while Cell Jane remains busy with his own thoughts. So far, his only task has been to summon heroes and keep them in the waiting room. From now on, education and management will start immediately after summoning. Effective training and motivation will be the key. Mandatory education will be enforced. A series of papers are held up, printed with detailed instructions. The information won't be complicated, but rules will be established. Kill someone and you will die. Stealing cables from the master will get you killed. Damaging the lounge will get you killed. Townia is no longer a gathering place for heroes. It is becoming a structured society with rules and order.
And above all is the deputy master. Velkus lifted the MC and dragged him away, but still turned back to ask Senior, are you really going to continue doing such boring things?
Wouldn't that distract you from training? Sao Jane sighed and rubbed his temples, saying, that's true, there are too many of them. I wish I had someone trustworthy to entrust. While Mar was being pulled away by Velkus, he was receiving treatment in the waiting hall. Hearing Seelin say that, he replied, I haven't touched my sword today either. Se-Jin replied, if I find someone else to replace you, I will let you go immediately. Velkus happily congratulated him. I'm glad you'll be able to do it within 3 days. The system announced in the waiting hall. Welcome to P Makeup Master. You have unread reports. Reported by Deputy Master Han, 3 stars. Would you like to read it? Then the notifications kept popping up one after another, suggesting the public execution of Mar 2 stars. Deputy Master H 3 stars proposed a new administrative task. At this moment, SG is sitting on a bench by the road. He stared intently at the paper in his hand, thinking to himself that he had put so much effort into those reports, and he didn't even read them. Suddenly, a notification appeared, awarding Han 3 stars with 10 warhorse statues. Immediately after, a horse appeared right next to his seat. Holding the wooden horse in his hand, he smirked and wondered, am I so cheap? The system reappears. Tap the structure you want to build. You have selected the level 1 tactical station. Do you want to unlock the selected building? It costs 500 gems. And so, a tactical station instantly appeared in the square. A beautiful, natural-looking tactical station emerged. Are they upset because of the comments saying I'm carrying the team and getting a back rub? The system reminds Master. Now you can use your own tactics. Your custom tactical tips are limited during the mission. In this room, there are 2 chairs facing each other and a round table. The room is empty. The system continues to display the notification.
At the tactical station, touch the station to activate it. You can send specific signals to the hero you want to communicate with.
You can use as many as you like at the start of the mission, but as the mission progresses, penalties will be added. No matter what you say, think it through carefully. The higher the level of the tactical station, the more features you have to use. ISO, busy carrying wooden horses for Sin, feels annoyed upon hearing this and mutters under her breath. What? It's useless. They'll just cause chaos everywhere. Hearing that, Sin said, what? They want to interfere more. ISO responds. The master can only monitor from above. What do they know about the actual situation? Sin looked at her back and said, I was like that too. The girl snapped back annoyed. You're different. You should be the only one using the tactical station. Master can't handle something like that. Sin set the documents down on the chair and sighed, quite amused.
Walking through, the crowd is still bustling. Jin enters the tactical station. As he walked, he thought he had laid the groundwork to showcase his potential. He paused to look at the door before stepping inside. I think it's time for me to prove my worth. The door to the room gently opens.
You think if he has the authority to be our master, then let's see how skilled he really is. The system reports that Master Han Basao is proposing a simulated battle.
Do you accept?
A fake eye appears on the screen, surrounded by sword and shield icons, indicating a simulated battle. Master has accepted your simulated battle. In front of them is their own army of pawns. On Sin's side are the red monsters. It's similar to a regular mission and allows you to test and hone your tactical skills. The system announces the start of the simulated battle, one-on-one against artificial intelligence. The two opposing factions are monsters and heroes.
After completing the command plan, the monsters and heroes will move automatically. In the center of the round table, rolling hills gradually appear. Rivers and plains resemble a real battlefield. The system is loading and generating the map. The battlefield has been created, with the Hima Plateau terrain. The environmental effects show no monsters, just a few tricks. Upgrading the tactical station will unlock many different types of terrain. The area's mysteries are sealed away, and patrols are needed to reveal them on the battlefield. The simulated battlefield is becoming more and more refined. The system reminds you again, Master, you are the hero. The simulated battle will begin soon. Get ready. Sane crossed his arms and looked down at his red pieces, quietly calculating. It seems having 27 goblin cavalry to use isn't too bad. Goblins are usually too stupid to follow orders for the soul. Jane quietly observes that the master has placed several symbols at the center of the battlefield. The player's role is to devise the strategy and signal commands to coordinate the overall battle. It sounds simple, but in reality it is extremely complex. The master's army has assigned a specific position for each unit, and each one appears as an eye. Sin remains highly focused, observing the enemy while calculating strategies in his mind. The formation and tactical coordination of forces deployed contain countless variables that influence the situation. That's why some masters are only obsessed with simulated battles. Over here, Selen's monster army battlefield is also assigned to specific positions, then revealed by a red eye showing their area of influence. You secretly planned because this is the first time I will use a simpler tactic. I will divide into 9 groups, each with 3 people, to patrol the entire area. When detecting the enemy, immediately hold your position and wait for allies to gather, then deploy a circular formation to attack. Jian pushes a red piece onto the battlefield and thinks, what if the enemy hides in the forest? So I will prolong their battle. Physically, we have the advantage. The two sides have apparently spotted each other, and immediately a blue and a red charge at one another. In front of Selen's red monster piece are 2 warriors, Selen and Jenna. He smiled to himself, thinking I thought they would use Group 1. Not bad. Then he proudly lifted another piece and said, now the one-on-one duel lesson from the former international champion of the simulated battle begins. 10 minutes later, nearly 3 real minutes passed, and Master's green piece was lying defeated right next to Han's red piece. The system announces that the match is over. Sin clasped his hands together and rested them on the table, his face buried in his hands. He silently marveled, truly surprised. In front of Jine now are a row of hero cards. He's thinking about which one to choose. This time, I'm on the hero side. I'll change my strategy and use the 7-team formation. 10 minutes later, the red pieces fell backward. The system announces the end of the match. Suddenly, Sain is startled in horror, with a few beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, wondering, is this a neat Tin's skill? 5 minutes later, the system announced the game was over. Se-Jane broke out in a sweat, his face darkening into silence. After 3 simulated battles, he's terrible beyond belief. Jane feels so disappointed and let down, thinking he was so talented. And that master was shining brightly as he looked at him, while ISO appeared right above his head. The girl, shivering from the cold, angrily said, I told you Master is only good at racing games. Everything else he's terrible at now. She smiled smugly. You should take full control of the mission. Meanwhile, on Seo Jane's side, the system kept sending notifications repeatedly asking Han 3 stars to join the simulation battle. Han 3 stars refused the simulated fight, and the system continued to request Han 3 stars to participate in the simulated battle. Han refused again. After declining the challenge multiple times, he irritably turned and walked away.
Stop bothering me, I don't want to play. The master's eyes also look embarrassed, and sweat drops fall from the eye screen. Finally, the master resorted to bribing Sin with a gift. Did the system quickly notify Han about the warhorse statue as a reward?
Jine was startled, turned around and shot a glance down that gradually darkened his face.
Did he really think I would fall for such a petty trick?
So, in the end, I managed to fool him. Jane sat down and said, "Just one more game."
Master's eyes narrowed with great pleasure, and after a while a pile of wooden horse figurines appeared on the table. Just by looking, you can tell that the master used these wooden horses to keep you playing with it for several rounds. After losing several times in a row, the master was crying its eyes out, and the system quickly stepped in to save the situation. "Master, do you want to log out?"
Master agrees immediately. "Yes." Iso also gaped in amazement. "It's really terrible." Sage Jane looked at the red chess pieces fallen all over the board with a look of disgust. "It seems they used gold to challenge me 13 times. It shows they are truly willing to learn.
Wouldn't it be better to practice with others?"
Sin thought of his teammates. Velkus grits his teeth in anger. "Is the master trying to control us with Miskainen's skills?" Nerissa closed her eyes and pretended it was all the same, which was amazing. And Jenna was beaming.
"They just need to try harder."
Thinking that, Jin frowned, "they will only lose the trust of others." Then he sighed and said,
"Do I have to find some fool from the first floor? Don't Jeoli and the others learn anything from the videos?"
Then he turned and said,
"Io, show me the videos the master uploaded." Sajane frowned as he focused on the screen beside him, and Iso was equally attentive. Iso asked, "What do you think?"
Sin squinted, sweating as he watched the video system screen, and said, "Only paying attention to me." Io looked so overwhelmed that he couldn't even respond. Why is Sa Jane so hard to understand? Master should be monitoring the entire mission, but most of the cameras are focused only on him. On the screen, a picture of him smiling happily is zoomed in, next to a wooden horse statue. "No wonder Jean agreed to be lured and played a few rounds with the master earlier," he said.
"That's why they have no real insight at all. I need to use the internet. Iso can manage it."
Then the girl asks if he will reveal that he's Lokia again. Jine keeps typing and says, "I will say I am a subscriber. I will both praise and give advice.
I will analyze the raids from level 5 to level 30 and then remind them of what I wrote in the previous document. That will be helpful."
The tactics system in the command station becomes even more complex as your level increases.
Initially, only 7 commands are available with the station's levels displayed from low to high. When the tactical station reaches level 5, you are allowed to use features such as fortress construction, enemy removal, firepower concentration, trap setting, infiltration, hiding, reinforcement, cooperation, and rest. Basic tactics levels 1 to 4, intermediate tactics 5 to 9, even allow you to command skill activation timing. High-level tactics 10 to 14. The tactical station seems useless at this moment, but it is necessary to reach higher levels of the tower. Special tactics levels 15 to 20 at most. You think this is because once you reach level 15, special tactics will be unlocked.
"How is Jine?" He looked thoughtfully down at the center of the mock battlefield from earlier. "I don't expect much from the master. I'll have thousands of these. I just need them to be good enough to help us once when we need it.
There are 10 people in total, and we guarantee that each one specializes in what they're best at." Everyone responds in unison, "We're pleased to meet you."
He continued to introduce each group one by one. All of them are talented in their specific fields. There are 2 swordsmanship experts, 2 archers, and 2 spear users. We also have 4 people capable of teaching more comprehensive skills like survival, hunting, and infiltration.
Jine praised him, saying, "You did well." Saraton politely replied, "It's thanks to the disappearance of the gang."
Once the system was up and running, finding talented people became much easier. He then introduced someone standing right next to Jine. "This is Jess, who was a hunter before coming here."
Jess shyly smiled and said, "I've heard a lot about you."
"I've seen you fight too." But Saraton interrupted, saying he'll probably do well in combat as well. They are standing in front of a screen reviewing footage of their previous missions, when someone asks in amazement. A gemstone spins back. Jess responds excitedly, "Yes, Master showed me your missions." Jin thought to himself, he's quite meticulous.
"Did you follow the conditions I set when recruiting?"
"Yes. I only gathered the best at teaching others."
Sajin then said, "So let me introduce someone to you."
Just then, a pair of legs approached, and from now on, he will be the head of training. Saraton's eyes widened in shock. The person approaching was Roderick. He greeted him, saying, "Long time no see." Seeing Roderick, both Selin and Saratin were very happy. You started to wonder why he was here as a teacher, and it was because of Edith's strong recommendation that I appointed Roderick as head coach. She said that he feels sorrow longer than anyone else whenever a teammate passes away. She can't stand to see him suffer like that anymore. However, he is also very talented at teaching others. His serious gaze gives others a feeling of stability and reassurance. Sin still couldn't stop his thoughts. Edith spent the whole night convincing him, and in the end, he gave in. He never gave up during his time in Team 2. His combat experience makes up for the lack of experience among the other instructors. Sao Jane sighed contentedly with a smile. Maybe it's time for him to retire. A housing complex with 4 windows is enough to showcase its spaciousness and grandeur. Seeing S. John approach, Edit immediately asked, "Are you here too?" Siji just approached her and asked where the newcomers are, then Edith turned back to answer. "They are waiting in the living room. They want to see you."
As soon as Edit finished speaking, a series of notifications appeared. Master Aniting has received Hero Rain.
Master Aniting has received Hero Min. There is a strong connection between the two of them. The Wind of Fate and the Icy Harmony have been formed. When you followed her into the room, you also received the notifications above. Your emotions go from shock to amazement. They managed to summon the 3-star destined heroes again. Oh my, they are truly lucky. The door to the edit room opens, and Jine steps inside. They were greeted by 2 female heroes with quite unusual outfits and matching headbands, only differing in their hair colors, one green and one blue. Both of their faces were full of joy as they saw him, and they exclaimed together, "So you're Han?" The green-haired heroine happily introduces herself. I am Ren. The other person happily added, "I am Min." Sajin sat down and invited them to sit as well. No need to be so formal. "Just sit down." When you saw them settle in, you immediately asked if they were mages. "Yes, that's right." He stepped forward, pouring tea into glasses for the 3 of them as he introduced. Rain is a wind element mage, and Im is an ice element mage. They are elemental mages. Hearing that, Seijie was surprised and asked again, "2 mages?" "Those 2, Ren confidently boasted. "We used to be quite famous in the north. You know that." Place the filled teacup back on the tray. "We have tested them. They are excellent. They will be truly useful in our future battles." Xin raises her glass of tea, takes a sip, and quietly contemplates. Feng and Bang are also destined to be together. This time, Antin has hit the jackpot. After thinking, he said, "Help the second team complete their mission until they are fully recovered. The remaining time will be spent working at the Magic Castle. From now on, CO will be in charge of the spaceship." Edit then asked again, "But Han, are you sure there are 2 mages in the second team? Don't you think that would be unbalanced?" "You understand what she's worried about, and you know that too." Then you glance at Jean and continue. "You said that balancing resources fairly is important." Jean replied grimly, changing tactics. And you hesitated, then asked anxiously, "How did you end up lost in thought?" Finally, you said, "We will only use each hero once." Your words also make her find it hard to believe, her entire face showing surprise. Sin remembers the team members and then resolutely continues, "From now on, except for teams 1 and 2, everyone will only be used once." What? From team 3 onwards, they will be exploited and discarded. Both Ren and Men are so scared they dare not speak up. Wait, if the roles are divided like on the 20th floor, what then? "We will handle that ourselves. We have a mage scholar for a reason." Thinking about the terrain outside, he calmly pointed out that Kisasa was hiding in the forest, with only 2 members from the 4-person team surviving. At the same time, Lincoln anxiously asked Han if she was really still hiding out there. Li M, looking worried, replied, "I heard their numbers are too few to add members to the team." And Sajane reported very seriously that there are too few experienced fighters against the boss. Even if we aim for the 40th floor, fear and panic will eventually swallow us. As he walks, he calmly explains that training new elite heroes without experience fighting the boss requires a lot of time and money. Usually, that's almost impossible. In the end, Sajane announced seriously that the Master would lead the attack with teams 1 and 2 as the core, even if the Master didn't say it. I still agree with the plan. Remembering those people, I firmly think that if we can't split our forces, we must gather more and overpower them. No matter what happens, we will not fall. Right now, in the New Goland area, the space is immersed in silence. Glancing over the camps, Sin silently analyzes that Kisasa probably won't leave the forest. It seems that way. In his mind, the information about the enemy immediately appeared. Team 3 has strength comparable to ours, but they have been affected by the disadvantages of the underwater environment and a series of misfortunes. Even if we want to reinforce their numbers, non-human races almost never appear. In fact, they were wiped out. One side entered the forest while Sane pondered carefully. Even if Amina is gentle, she would never let useless heroes sit idly. If this keeps up, Kisasa is in danger, and suddenly someone steps out to catch his attention. That's Velkis. He's talking with Selin now. We've been meeting quite often lately, haven't we? He asked suspiciously, "What's going on?" It's already midnight, and he just smiles happily as he recounts. "A new recruit showed potential, so I gave him a trial match. And you, Senior? Why are you still awake, Senior?" Without hesitation, he turned around and replied coldly, "I will go see Kisasa." Glancing at her back, Velkis indifferently assessed, If she collapses, there she was never special. Just let her go. What use is weak spirit with strength? He still sticks to his decision and calmly explains, part of the reason why things have come to this is also because of me. Hearing that, he seriously judges that he has become weak, and the senior is no longer the same as before. Sin was surprised and muttered softly, weak and fragile. Over there, Velkus had already decisively left. I'm leaving now. Good luck with your role as a babysitter. In the quiet, deep forest, the bones of the night gradually rise to cover everything. It was at this same place that S. Jane once returned with someone, and now only you are left alone. In Celine's memory, there used to be 2 figures standing guard among the trees. Now that the humans are gone, Cel Jane slowly walks through the bushes, following him to the camp near the city wall before speaking. Kia, from afar, I've come to pick you up. Your voice echoes through the silent space. Have you finished sorting out your thoughts? Come back. We need you for the mission. Suddenly, a distant voice from behind the bushes asks about the mission, only her emotionless voice responding in return. What does that matter? All my loved ones are dead. What do I gain by helping you? Sage Yane did not back down, calmly revealing, if we reach the 100th floor, we can bring them back. You knew that, didn't you? No sooner had she finished speaking, Kisasa immediately questioned. What guarantee is there that what you say is true? Is true, he replied seriously. I don't have one, but I still believe it's worth trusting. After a moment, Kisasa's mocking laughter echoed among the leaves. Then she calmly expressed her initial feelings. I think I will be fine. I am a proud warrior of the Windstorm tribe. You have passed the rite of passage, and I am the heir recognized by the Beast King. Hearing this, Sao Jane gently agreed, yes, she is a warrior. But before she could finish, Kisasa immediately cut her off. But I can't. You fall silent, no longer speaking. On the other side, she coldly dismisses him and turns away. Her voice clearly reaches Sao Jane. I don't blame you. It's all my fault. My mistake led to the death of my people. Someone like me, can I still hold on to any pride? After listening, he slowly asked, do you know what will happen if this continues? Clearly, Kyu understands everything. I know. Maybe an ending like that isn't so bad after all. Sage Jane closed her eyes and calmly commented, how pathetic. The image of her from before flashed through his mind. Sage Jane casually judges. The first time I saw her in this forest, she shone like the sun. But now the one standing before me is just a decayed remnant. In response to that harsh words, Kiyasasa remains unfazed. So you are the one who will end me. It's an honor. Are you really going to keep wasting away like this with no emotion? The Jin was met with silence. Seeing this, he slowly drew his sword. I understand, Kaisa. Without hesitation, he drew his weapon. The cowardly act was followed by a wave of attack like a flood destroying the ground, and it continued to spread, creating a loud noise. Sejin's actions caused Yo to appear in panic, asking questions. What's going on? Loki sternly ordered, I told you already, don't stop me. Hearing that, the girl quickly disappeared. All right, be careful, Loki. At this moment, he once again swings his sword into the forest. Sejin's power quickly destroys everything. At this point, Kasa could no longer escape. She jumped down, angrily demanding, what are you doing? The boy paid no mind and coldly replied, die right here. What's wrong? Didn't you think I would attack you like this? One side raises their sword, while Sejin calmly speaks. Most of the waiting room's contents recover over time, but that doesn't mean they are without durability. He extended his weapon by several meters and calmly declared that if the base's stability was compromised and she didn't use gold to repair it, it would be destroyed. The next second, Sao Jane swung his sword horizontally, and seeing this, Kia quickly jumped back to dodge, while angrily cursing. Are you crazy? Carrying your sword on your shoulder? He calmly replied. Weren't you just shouting about being a warrior earlier? Now you're whining and crying again. How pathetic. His face cold and challenging, he charged in. I won't hold back this time like I did before. At this point, Kisasa was completely angered, and without hesitation, she rushed forward. I didn't expect you to be like this. As the distance closed, she raised her hand, revealing sharp claws, and in an instant, Kisasa darted forward like lightning to attack. Seeing her like that, Sao Jane chuckled softly with a sense of relief, finally revealing her true face. It's been a long time, hasn't it? In front of him, she tearfully questioned with confusion, why did you do this? A tear falls down his face, making him lose focus and think. That's right, Edith also acted like that, but in reality, he only decisively threw a punch, hitting Kisasa without mercy. Calmly judging internally, getting hit was over in an instant. Kisasa, with a swollen, bleeding face, faces Sao Jane with a cold, criticizing gaze. She should be able to endure this.
Someone with no real strength yet acts so arrogantly as if they are so important. Immediately, she glared fiercely at him. Then Kiasa supported herself with her hands and spun around to deliver a kick attack. Seo Jane dodged the move and immediately pulled out a throwing dagger. The next second, he threw a powerful strike at her, an attack so fast she struggled to escape. Without waiting for Kiasa to react, Sin lunged forward and slashed at her leg. As she dodged onto a tree, the system immediately displayed a notification. Kisasa, a 4-star, is suffering from a bleeding effect, and her HP will gradually decrease over time. Below, Sin calmly draws his dagger. Looking at him, she angrily and sadly said, "I am disappointed in you for doing that." But Sin did not respond. He continued to attack indifferently, forcing Kisa to focus on evading. As soon as she hit the ground, Seo Jane's sword extended to strike. She quickly raised her hand to block. Facing him, Kiasa shouted angrily, "Answer her," with Sin's cold voice. "Have you been lazy ever since then? You are no longer this person you used to be." Hearing that, Kiasa forcefully pushed him away. Then she gritted her teeth and declared, "If I take this seriously, you'll fall with one hit." In an instant, a flash streaked across the sky. In the next instant, Kisasa appeared in front of Sane and threw a punch. The two quickly clashed in a fierce battle, one attacking with claws and the other taunting from afar. Is that all? Watching this scene, Sane happily smiles. It looks like she's starting to speed up. Luckily, we're in the waiting room. At the same time, notifications about him kept appearing. Han 3 stars is suffering from bleeding effects. HP will decrease over time, so he can only defend and avoid being passive. Seo Jane quickly lunged with her sword. The next moment, Kisasa clung to the tree and swept her leg across. Then she created some distance and stopped her attack. Seeing that, Sao Jin looked at her suspiciously and asked confusedly why she stopped. Kiasa replied in a cold, emotionless tone, "Just stop here." But Seo Jane didn't want to. He seriously declared, "Don't run away. If you keep going, I think I can win." At that moment, Kichdong muttered, "I wish you would." Her foot stomped hard on the ground, shouting angrily as if no one was there. She hunched over like a beast, screaming in fury, "Han Isarat, why will kill someone?" Immediately, the system appeared announcing that Kisasa 4 stars activated Beastly Instinct. Seeing this, Sane cautiously confirmed that she was truly furious. If he wasn't careful, he could lose his life, so he didn't hesitate to provoke her further. "Come here," Kisasa shouted furiously, "just as you wanted." And in the next second, she shot out like a cannon, then saw her raise her leg and kick powerfully, instantly knocking Sin away. You fell far away and couldn't stop. Without giving Salen time to react, Kisasa appeared again beside you. Seeing this, Sane quickly swung his sword to strike her, but she dodged each attack. Then came Kisasa's counterattack. She kicks out with a side kick. As she bends down to dodge the attack, she sees Jane's terrifying tree-like state and thinks to herself that a direct hit would definitely be deadly. Watching Kisasa from across, he quickly calculates his move, keeping his eye movement minimal to observe the starting point of her attack and predict where the strike will land. One eye on her actions, the other focused on adjusting his body to stay light and agile. At this moment, Kisasa once again closed in on Jane. He retreated to create distance while quickly analyzing the situation. Kisasa's agility stat is lower than Edith's, but her swift body movement skills are completely superior. All of her skills are also top tier. Having chosen the skill, Sin immediately applied it through the movement tracking with his 6th level Mind's Eye. In an instant, every move of Kisasa was fully visible to him. Seizing the opportunity, Selin raised his sword to block her hand, then quickly drew another weapon from his waist. Then both Selin and Jane simultaneously used their 2 swords to counter Kisasa. Seeing that, she coldly said, "Have you been hiding your power?" At the same time, her damage notification appeared. Kisasa, 4 stars, is suffering from a bleeding effect. HP will decrease gradually over time. Facing Sin, she focused on fighting without forgetting to answer. "I've never hidden it." Watch Kisasa's moves. I quietly realize I understood that from this fight. Kisasa's basic stats are among the top in the 4-star rank. Even in the mid-stage, her combat power remains unchanged. Sane was fighting while distractedly assessing. Her talent is also top tier. We absolutely cannot let her get away. Thinking of this, he chuckled softly. If both sides developed normally, we would have lost already, but I'll play a little dirty. Jain clenched his sword tightly, suddenly recalling Shah Master's words that the most important thing in a duel is what you know. He paused, watching his opponent closely, calmly repeating his words in his mind, reading the opponent. In an instant, Sin caught Kisasa's action of raising his sword to counter, and a few seconds later, no matter how she attacked, he blocked every strike. There's no other choice, so she had to jump back to defend Sign.
Kisasa solemnly remarked, "You have become much stronger than before."
Hearing that, he calmly replied, "I have trained tirelessly," holding his weapons up with both hands. Seriously judged, "This isn't over yet, is it?"
Immediately, Kisa's eyes turned completely black. The very next second, she transforms into a beast and charges at Sane. The unique beast transformation skill has been activated. Kisasa, a 4-star, transforms, and you quickly slash out a sword to push her back. But in the next moment, Kisasa darted around like lightning, making it impossible for Sane to catch sight of her. Damn it, I've lost her trail. Suddenly, Kisasa lunged down, breaking the ground, but luckily, he escaped quickly. Sin didn't attack, but watched Kisasa cautiously. Seeing her figure clearly, he calmly analyzed that she was in her human form. His mind immediately made a judgment. It seems she can transform between human and beast forms. Immediately after, Cyan excitedly taunted, "This scene is even more amazing than seeing her roar in the forest corner." In response, Kisasa's furious scream echoed loudly. Sin quickly spun on the ground. The next second, he unleashes his power. Han Basao has entered a transcendent state. Sin sternly shouted, "Wake up!" Immediately, the system displayed a notification that Han Basao's destructive sword spirit awakening skill had reached level 21.
The very next second, a loud explosion suddenly erupts in the depths, destroying and breaking numerous trees in the forest.
Kiasa Shah opened her eyes on the ground. Noticing her, Sane calmly said, "You're awake?" Hearing her murmuring drowsily. Beside him, she just nonchalantly teased, "Get up earlier, sleep in late, and relax." Kiasa Cha let out a sigh, sarcastically concluding that she had lost. Sign bluntly confirms, "I have won." After a moment of silence, Kiasa Shah sadly comments, "You have really become stronger. I did it because I have been through hell." "Then why? Why didn't you kill me?" Hearing that, Sane carelessly threatened, "Are you not hurt enough yet? But you still keep talking and boasting. Inside, you're deeply worried, with your rage and sword spirit both strong but very hard to control. If I weren't in the waiting room, I would be dead by now. I need to find a way quickly." Putting aside my feelings, Sin turns around to care for Casa. "Do you feel a little less tense now? You're just avoiding it and overthinking. Go do some exercise or something." I lift my eyes to the sky, silent and still. After a moment, Jine calmly responds, "Everyone is gone now. They won't come back again." She immediately blamed him without hesitation. "My tribe died because of you." Han Sao Jane doesn't deny it either. "Yes, I was wrong about everything, and you keep blaming me gloomily. Take responsibility and cooperate with the questioning." "How is that possible? I only heard her insistently request to join the team." A little while later, Jine returned to the mansion. On the sofa, Velkus was curious to learn more. "I smell blood." "Did you win?" Suk couldn't help but think to himself, "Is he a dog?" "Then you coldly replied, thinking I must have lost." He also felt that it couldn't be true. "That makes sense." Sitting on the chair, Sin relaxed his mind and started chatting.
"Anyway, how's the training going? It's been a while since we last fought, right?" Velkus nonchalantly replied. "It's just so-so, you're just avoiding it."
"I'm always ready." Hearing that, he immediately announced and started preparing for the selection matches. He suddenly asked, "What do you mean by that? The selection match?" Sign calmly explains, "There is a strong person about to join but no space left," and then looks up at Velkus, who coldly judges, "The weak must step back. Only the strong have the right to move forward into battle. Don't let emotions interfere this time." Immediately, his gaze also turned cold. The next day, everyone gathered at the training ground. Tae, Jin, and 3 teammates stand facing each other, glancing to one side. Jenna hesitates before speaking. One side quietly observes Kisasa while she hesitantly asks, "Does that person want to join our team?" When someone mentioned Kisasa, Sajane immediately introduced him as the highest-ranked hero in the waiting room. "She's strong enough to match me, so wasting her away there would be such a shame."
"Over there!" Velkus grabbed his weapon, eager to fight. "So the winner gets the spot?"
"I'm ready now. I'm no longer the person I used to be." Hearing that, Sajane inwardly thought reluctantly, "Weren't you once crushed by Kisasa?" "Then you grab his shoulder tightly and give orders. Jenna goes first. It's not your turn yet." Seeing that, Jenna agreed without hesitation. "Do you mean I'll fight first?"
"All right, let me see how I do."
Seeing the opponent, Kiyosasa exclaimed excitedly, "So my opponent is that human girl." "Why, Jine?" Calmly reminding her that she is her first opponent, she then curiously asks, "So there's a second one too?" "Whatever." Seeing the two of them enter the arena, Sayin fell into deep thought. Jenna didn't participate in the selection, but she had her reasons for fighting. One was to gather diverse combat data, and the other was to increase Jen's experience. He glanced at the two beside him, seriously contemplating. The last reason was to give them a slight advantage so they could observe their opponents first. Over there, Nerissa quietly watched their backs before suddenly turning away. Her actions confused, saying, "What's going on?"
In the arena, Jenna has already started fighting, so I came here. Facing the arrow, Kisasa directly charged forward.
In the next moment, she closed in on Jenna, raising her hand to point at her opponent's neck. At the last second, Kiasa stopped. Jenna stammered in horror, "I lost." Hearing that, she patted her on the shoulder to praise her. "You're faster than a human. Pretty good too. But don't rely too much on your footwork." "Hey, can I try again?" Jin cheerfully agreed. "Go ahead, Kisasa, you don't mind, right?" She graciously accepted. "I'm always ready. Permission granted." Jenna hesitated, mixed with admiration. "You're so fast." She smiled brightly and waved provocatively at her opponent. 30 minutes later, everyone was still at the training ground. Meanwhile, Jenna's final record was a loss. She was beaten badly and cried out in pain, "I lost." Her best achievement was in the final match. She lasted nearly 5 minutes, but didn't land a single real hit. She couldn't help but praise her. "You're strong. I see potential in you." "Thanks for the compliment. Let's have a rematch sometime." She agrees comfortably. "All right then." Seeing that, Velkus happily spoke up. "Looks like it's my turn now."
He smiles with amusement and judges, honestly saying, "We can't eliminate the archer girl or the magic scholar. So basically only I or this woman will be eliminated."
I step onto the field confidently and declare,
"That kid is still as strange and strong as ever, reminding me of you, senior, but I won't just stand by." She doesn't show any opinion from afar, only calmly challenges.
"Let's see what you're made of." She unleashed her powerful aura and sneered provocatively. "Charge forward." Velkus pointed his sword at her and responded eagerly, "Let's see if I deserve to step into the forest." Both of them are filled with fighting spirit, glaring fiercely at each other. The tension between them grows increasingly intense and fierce. Then, in the next moment, both of them, like beasts, charged at each other, and instantly only flashes of light could be seen streaking across the sky. Outside, Sin stood with his arms crossed, watching the fight, observing Velkus for a moment, contemplating and analyzing, using killing intent and fighting spirit to strengthen his body. He increased his endurance with his primal instincts, but that was not enough to hold on. Facing Kisasa, he was clearly overwhelmed. Kisasa is almost at 5-star level, among the top, even within 4-star ranks. This overwhelming attack power is truly extraordinary. Out of curiosity about the situation of another team during the 35th floor raid, Sin used the memory stone to review the footage. From that, you can clearly see Kisasa's combat strength. Even in the unfavorable underwater conditions, Kisasa still broke the neck of a 2-meter-tall mermaid and crushed a giant cock, turning the sea red. While Sei-Jane was lost in thought, Kisasa suddenly shot across the sky like lightning, preventing Velkus from seeing her. Seeing this, Nerissa remained silent, then suddenly bowed her head and let out a sigh. Then, Nerissa raised her hand to express her opinion. An ordinary hero wouldn't last even a single day. Immediately, Sin turned around in shock to look at her, while Kisasa had already stopped in the courtyard, and Velkus was glaring with deadly intent. Nerissa repeats once more, "I am saying I will withdraw from Group 1. That surprises Velkus. "Are you crazy? Are you serious?" Nerissa lowered her voice. "I'm serious, and as you also know, it would be more advantageous for me to withdraw from the group instead of her. My role isn't something only I can do. Spying tasks can be handled by Jenna or that beast person too." Jean finally spoke, saying, "If you withdraw on your own, you won't be able to come back. Do you understand?" Nerissa calmly replied, "I am already prepared." Sin emphasizes, "There won't be a place for you in the other groups either." Nerissa responds, "I know." Hearing this, Velkus angrily stomped the ground. However, Nerissa still had no intention of changing her stance. "I know you're busy managing the waiting room. If you hand it over to me, I think I can handle it smoothly." Hankisa immediately suggested, "I can withdraw." Sin casually replied, "Just do it." Velkus's face darkened as he gritted his teeth and said, "I am speechless. I don't know what to say anymore. You said we need to prepare for the selection match."
"Is that what she means?" Nerissa insisted. "Do not judge by emotions. Results come first."
"In this case, it would be better for me to withdraw." Then she asked, "I want to talk to him privately." Velkus, furious, turned and walked away. "She's not worth listening to. That woman looks completely lost." His hand started to tremble with anger as a hot cup of tea was just poured onto the table inside the house that evening. Sin seriously asked her what she was thinking, why she suddenly withdrew. Nerissa sincerely revealed, "I didn't do it for nothing. I have been thinking about this for a long time, so Jane made an offer. At first, she was confident about surviving. Now she's changed her mind." "What?" "Let me say it again. Losing to Kisasa doesn't mean the end. There will be many other chances, and I will also help you. Nerissa has some thoughts. When I first arrived here, I couldn't trust anyone. Everyone except me seems like an enemy, she said firmly. If you're the prince, I think I can entrust her to you. Then Nerissa suddenly stood up, surprising Sin. What? Then she slowly took off her coat. Just sat quietly, watching closely. After Nerissa removed her last layer of clothing, the tattoo on her back was revealed. It is a special secret technique of the Honen family called the Sunset Seal, a magical mark that forces absolute obedience on its owner. She said it also enhances physical strength and perception, shortens lifespan, preserves youth, and boosts memory. Since then, Sin could tell she still remembered her past life. Nerissa honestly shared, after ascending, I have recovered almost everything. Not only that, but now she also clearly remembers memories from a long time ago. Nerissa still vividly recalls that rainy day. Someone holding a blood-stained knife reports shocking news. Your parents are dead. They targeted Nerissa, and now your brother is also gone, leaving only you alive. The man in black ordered, if you don't want to die, stay silent and obey. At that moment, Nerissa could only helplessly follow their commands. She is led onto a stage under countless gazes, where a suave man sits cross-legged on a chair, surrounded by small heaters. The strange group closed their eyes and recited a spell to perform the ritual. It truly made Nerissa suffer to the point of tears. But those people had no intention of stopping, and the red tattoo gradually etched itself onto Nerissa's body. The space here is extremely chaotic, with bottles of scorpion wine stacked on the cabinet. Then there were some knives stuck haphazardly, and at that moment, Nerissa had grown up. Her eyes were both cold and sharp. Nerissa handled everyone inside alone. Then Ko Chan-than knelt on one knee. Nerissa continued her story. I am the blade and the shadow sent from the Hansen family. From now on, I will serve as my new master every day. She also mentioned that after my family was destroyed and I was sold into slavery to the Hansen family and raised as a special agent, the princess took me in, Phraesis Andragna. She has become my new master. Nerissa remembers clearly that back then she did not treat me like a slave. Although it seems she no longer remembers me now, recalling the past makes her feel amused, but then Nerissa's mouth closes again. She asked softly, is this world created to restore Tonia? Sin had been silent all along and then closed his eyes tightly, taking a deep breath. That made Nerissa certain. I suspected it, but you really do know everything. I wonder when the others will find out the truth. So Jane will respond after level 40 when the 4-star upgrade limit is removed. They will witness it themselves when promoted to 4 stars. Nerissa also understands everything. So we're rewriting history. No wonder the history I know seems different. Her voice suddenly grew lower. The Hansen family, who once managed the Empire's treasury and were loyal to the royal family, publicly supported the goddess sect at level 15. The one who conspired against Lady Phraeus, Nerissa confesses. At that time I was not with the princess, she went alone. The moment we were summoned here, it seems our existence in Tonia also disappeared, or else our existences would overlap. She sighed in relief. Thank goodness we didn't encounter ourselves in the past. Sina asked, have you investigated everything all this time? Nerissa calmly set down her teacup, because no one told me anything. She already has her answer in her heart. I will withdraw. It's been a while since I last went to the dungeon daily. She continued, I keep exploring dungeons and interrogating first-floor members. Nerissa confirmed I will go to the dungeon every day. Celine skeptically asked again if she was sure. Nerissa said I still had things to do. In the end, Celine realized, so she had been lying to me. Nerissa revealed, that was why I wanted to leave the group and investigate on my own. If I stayed in Group 1, I wouldn't have the time. While Jane is talking, I think there is still something that needs to be clarified. From Nerissa's perspective, I believe that could help us with our mission. According to her, even if the people on the first floor look like fools who only know how to relax, with training, they could reach the 9th floor in 2 weeks. Then many would start questioning the Nilsa invasion and wonder if this tower's path reflects Tonia's past. Celine dares to assert that, yes, only those who have climbed the tower can access information about it, while useless ones will be eliminated. But Nerissa suddenly asked back, are you sure? Then she told a story. He is about to be executed publicly. Born a 2-star hero, he reached level 13 and avoided assimilation by regularly climbing the tower. Coming from Vadia's underground society, he controlled the first floor without revealing himself. According to Nerissa, he knows a lot. Maybe because he used to make a living trading information, Sin can see through it. I don't know what he knows, but it definitely can't be completely accurate. And Nerissa also sees that clearly. That's right, mixing lies with small truths to manipulate others. SJ's face suddenly darkened. You suspect your father asked, "Are you asking me to tell you everything I know?" Nerissa denied. No. I just want to know who the enemy is and who isn't. And who. Sin repeats the two words enemies. Nerissa emphasizes that no hero in the hall is on the side of the church. Our main enemy is the Church of Wicca, also known as the Goddess Church, because the truth she saw is that hundreds of heroes were summoned, but none of them are followers of the church or saints. Isn't that obvious? To us, the goddess's church is a monster. So what about me? A killing aura surrounds her. I come from the Hanan family, the enemy. Nerissa seems a bit different. Now I can tell who is an ally and who is an enemy. The previous battle was chaotic, but it proved that our true enemy on the 15th floor is the goddess's church. But it didn't end there. At level 20, we discovered that the Hansons are also enemies. One notable point is that countless heroes have been summoned, but apart from Nerissa, no one has any connection to the Hansons. Nerissa continued the story of the Asinis family, one of the 4 great clans, which is definitely an ally because after obtaining the first key, they helped us escape. She shared information, but the Senberg family, who trained sorcerers like them, may not necessarily be allies. Even Jain himself knows that besides the royal family, there are 5 other powers ruling Thalia. If all of them become our enemies, then I wonder what exactly you are trying to say. The window remains tightly closed. Nerissa silently gazes at Selin with a meaning-filled look. Later, she replied, I am considering the possibility that an enemy might be summoned into our hall. Nerissa was confident and thought, I am sure you have enough experience to know how difficult it will be to deal with someone who can manipulate the crowd. And she slowly emphasized that even if they used their strength, Nerissa listed each thing, her words. The hot-tempered man shouted, Are you crazy? Nerissa understood that these people, or the information they seek, would try to take control of the hall. Sin sat in silence, pondering, as he had already considered this possibility. Based on your calculations, if someone with such abilities appears in our hall and becomes stronger silently, and Sane has decided, we will be in great danger. Nerissa then concluded, That is why I am making this proposal. She straightforwardly demanded, Let me take your place to become the Foremaster. Sin's expression tightened as he observed the other person's attitude. In a new world, the massive facilities are spread out widely. The system announces Level 4 normal summoning station, 90% chance to summon 1 star, 10% chance to summon 2 stars. The chance of summoning someone related is 4.7%, with 10 summons and 100,000 G master. Starting 10 summons, get ready for your new heroes. The system updates with a press of a button. The people around are confused. What is this? Where am I? Is this a village? Why am I here? Maribel also didn't understand what was going on. Where am I right now? I was just there a moment ago. The staff said this time there will be 10 summons at once. Selena continued, somewhat difficult to categorize by generation since the summoning happens quite frequently, and she mentioned this is the 6th generation. It would be better to increase each group size to 50 people. Send the request. Hello, I am Selena. I will be responsible for guiding everyone. Selena calmly reassures. You're probably all confused about where you are and why you're here, right? I understand how you all feel. Now please follow me. I will explain everything. The inside area is very pure and clean. After hearing this, the man suspected dimpumed guest. So we came here because of a wizard you call master, and we have to protect the world from monsters. Everyone was amazed. That's incredible. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. It's like a fairy tale for the children. Saving the world, and they still can't believe it, Selena reminded them. The details have already been written down on paper, you know. An old man spoke. I don't know how to read, but I can read just fine, the male staff member said. No one here is illiterate, Selena laughed. Just consider it as the magic that the master used. And she announced that today I will take everyone on a tour of the main hall. Everyone will start working from tomorrow. The old man was surprised. What? You really want us to fight? Selena points towards the 2 burly men standing at the corner. Someone will guide you along. A guide spoke up. Maybe now people don't realize it, but once you fight, you'll see it's unavoidable. Maribel angrily shouted, I can't do that, I've never even held a weapon. I won't do those disgusting things. Why am I the one sitting here with these commoners in the first place? It really is quite uncomfortable. The others all turned their eyes toward her. What? What's wrong with that girl? A female hero? A polite and popular male employee. Social status will be determined by her skills or any special abilities she possesses. Maribel retorts. What? I'm just an ordinary person. Do you know who I am? Then she introduced herself, saying, My name is Mary Ben J. I'm sure you've heard this name before. Maribel also said that the position of Konchar, the Silver Holy Knight of the Silver Palace, is my brother, the man said. So, she's a noble. What does the timer level mean?
Selena checks the information. 1 star?
The male staff member whispers a reminder. Take note. Selena smiled kindly. I will take you to your place. Please follow me. Then Maribel was taken to a housing area. She looked at it and turned pale. Maribel exclaimed in horror, Do I really have to stay in such a small room?
Selena forced a smile and said, It's much better now. This room used to have 16 people before. Now there are only 12 left, and there are beds now too.
Maribel couldn't accept 12 people in this tiny room. Actually, there are only 11 now. A kid named Dorina just died after coming in. It's really embarrassing. She's only 14. Maribel was once again stunned. Dead? A woman in the room spoke up. I'm not really sure either, since I've only been here for just over a week. So feel free to ask if you have any questions. Maribel wondered if the man named Han was the leader here.
And even that fairy girl is afraid of him. That's why she decided it would be better for me to ask him to move me to a better room upstairs. Sally was too used to this. It's no use at all.
I'm sure he won't care about what we say anymore. With her lady's attitude, Maribel thinks I'm someone valuable. Someone's voice called out, Bring me a cup of tea.
Everyone get out! Quickly get out! The waterfall outside is rushing down fiercely.
Maribel still can't accept it. She never imagined she would end up in a place like this. How could she bear it? I have to complain now. Suddenly, her eyes widened, and above, she saw the silhouette of a group of people.
Lehman loudly announces that Macy N and 13 others have been exposed for involvement in assault, extortion,
human trafficking, and many other immoral crimes.
And they declared that they would be executed. The criminals shouted, What is going on, Emek?
We trusted you all along, Max sneered with a malicious laugh.
What are you talking about? I already told you.
He started to change his story, saying you wouldn't be gathered together. Mac was even more disgusting, blurted out,
Didn't he say you wouldn't be executed?
Do you have any last words? Mac sneers and says, Do you know anything? That this hall is not the only one. There are more than 3 others. This endless fallen world.
He joyfully shouted, All of us are fighting in vain in a world that was doomed from the start. If you want to fight,
crawl and die already, you fools. Maribel started to feel that something was wrong. Here, those people are going crazy. Execute them. Maribel felt fear. This place is really crazy. Now we're in a different house. Someone is reading the information sheet in their hand. The daughter of the Showa family. Her brother is a holy knight of the goddess's order. The woman spoke.
All right, take a rest now, then put the documents down. I still have a lot of work to do.
Nerissa happily looked at the pile of papers as an authorized deputy master, and then burst into laughter.
Nerissa looked out the window and exclaimed, Wow, everything seems to be going exactly as she planned.
Not even a little difficult. At this moment, in the general room, 2 torches in front were lit, and Jenna, sweating profusely, turned to question. Do we really have to go this far? There's no one to treat injuries in the training hall. You're being too cruel. But Sane calmly turned back and reminded her, Fight with full strength. I can tell you're holding back. Hearing that, she only felt more confused. But before Jenna could finish speaking, he interrupted firmly, I don't want to waste any more time. She then became more determined and declared,
All right, I'm here. Jenna swung the whip decisively, causing Seelan's back to bleed.
You're in so much pain, you're stunned, eyes wide open. Damn it. She stepped back a worried step, bloodied after just 1 hit. And even Sei Jin couldn't have predicted this situation. It hurts more than I thought. But it won't be long before Jenna keeps swinging the whip again. I'll keep fighting, and that will surprise you too. Damn it. At this moment, Sei Jin also understood one thing. The level 2 B-rank soul sword fusion, the rare dual entity passive link activated automatically, enhances the user's swordsmanship and can only be used actively when surpassing a threshold. All hidden power is unleashed in a single devastating slash. Part of the damage dealt will be reflected back to the user, potentially causing death. Exceeding level 1, B+ rank, a unique type that forces the body beyond its limits to increase strength, trading the user's life at a certain ratio, and immune to negative status effects. Note, this is Han Iserat's 3-star exclusive skill, and S. Jin secretly feels some regret. Surviving the battle with Long Tui was entirely due to luck. I only boosted my strength through mental chaos. He relaxed his chest muscles as he recalled it with relief. If I push a little further, I might even lose my life. S. Jane concluded after many different battles. That belief was further strengthened after the battles with Edis and Kisaza. I could also easily predict one thing. I used that move in the waiting room. If I had been on a mission, I would have died already. Wayne's scream clearly shows that this body is still not strong enough to withstand those techniques. Jenna kept fighting back while reminding him that 9 rounds are over. But no matter how painful it is, you keep reminding yourself that you must increase your physical endurance to break through the limit and fully master the soul sword and soul spirit. All right. Immediately after, Jane received something else. Awakening skill. Han 3 stars has received a level 1 resurrection skill. She continued to whip fiercely while announcing it. That's the 10th time.
You're about to lose your temper, so you shout a warning. 30 said to stop already.
Then Say Jane stepped into a large tub while Jenna anxiously asked about the situation outside. Are you okay? You clenched your teeth tightly, showing a clearly uncomfortable expression. Of course I'm fine. Sin has a way to heal his wounds. The training method is simple. Keep getting injured and recovering in the training room, where healing isn't possible. I've already rummaged through the storage to get all the healing supplies. If done correctly, I can achieve a resilient body and superior summoning ability. You turned away and glanced back, mocking how you used to shoot arrows and target points. Now, you're whining over a few whips. Oh, Jenna also realized immediately and asked back in surprise, Did you just insult me? But Sane understood very well that this was only the first round, and at least 10 rounds are needed each day. She looked tense and stammered, asking if this method really was some kind of advanced training, and if they truly had to go this far. Sitting inside the bathtub, she glanced out and emphasized that the stage of using sandbags for training was no longer effective. Now, we need a training intensity suitable for an extraordinary body. After soaking for a while, Sin spoke up and requested, I am fully recovered, let's move on to the second session.
As a result, your skills also leveled up, with your awakening ability and Han's resurrection power advancing to level 2. But to have time to train, Sin must also be grateful to Nerissa for being temporarily appointed as deputy commander, which gave me the chance to focus on training. She handles management tasks exceptionally well.
You understand the hard work Nerissa has to do.
She restructured the entire training system, set up the administrative department, and established legal standards. Once everything was in motion, Amina recruited dozens of heroes at once to fill the manpower gap. Because she had to constantly submit reports to the master, Oko was almost always busy.
Amikana is also trying her best at this moment, constantly participating in tactical battles with rookies to meet the mid-level combat standards. If her win rate keeps increasing, she'll qualify for promotion to the strategy department, and her skills will be strong enough to face the members of the raid team. Suddenly, something else keeps rushing toward her. Cao Dui quickly raised his weapon in response, then countered by lifting his heel a few more inches, while Selen's face was covered in sweat and tense. Velkus, standing at the back, asked curiously, What kind of training is that? He looked straight ahead and clearly explained that it was to train endurance, using a wooden sword to block the heavy club without breaking it. After observing, he then gave his judgment. To me, it looks like that crazy game. This method has an important feature. It requires redirecting several tons of force upon impact, which can be completely shattered with a direct strike, like crushing a battle crossbow. But then what's the point of training anymore? Why does Jane look ahead with such focus, all to sharpen his senses and techniques? He swings decisively, making a loud sound.
The system has sent another update. Hanba's awakening skill and recovery ability have risen to level 3.
Sin excitedly pulls up his shirt to wipe the sweat and urges him on.
I did it. Why do you keep looking at me like that?
If you want to spar, go find Kasasa. He looked discouraged as he reported the situation. Since the qualifying match, she hasn't trained in combat at all. Her attacks are all brute force. Unlike yours, fighting her isn't interesting at all. Earlier, Nerissa also expressed her wishes, and I hope you will allow me to leave Team L. Velkus is more useful than I am now, she smiled confidently. If I end up getting kicked out just because I spend all day training, that fool deserves a better position because he's obviously going to lose. SJ stepped forward and urged, Follow me, I'll show you something. After hearing that, he readily agreed, very willing. Selen's mind was only focused on the master, but suddenly his face darkened as he instructed, Training can wait, unfortunately I just remembered something urgent. Velkus, hearing that, became angry. Again. Then Sane put his hands in his pockets and calmly walked into the room to question. Sorry if I woke you up. Ayunet, what's going on?
You didn't call just to say hello.
She smiled brightly and gave a simple explanation. I just wanted to say goodnight. Just a fun joke. Yune then continued to remind him that he said he would contact her every week. Remember? It's nothing, just a slight itch in my throat. In the end, she had to honestly admit her reason. I have something to report to you.
Master, this is a serious matter, and I believe it exceeds your authority to act on your own. So Jane, sitting down, quickly deduced that the seriousness was about the United League, right?
After hearing that, she confirmed the information, truly worthy of being called master for their quick deduction.
There are rumors that the Union's tavern is gathering at one location, and he calmly continued to verify the details. So what was the result of your investigation? Eat quickly emphasized the seriousness. It's true. Hundreds of warships are pouring in from across the entire server, gathering troops without a global raid. It's obvious now, you bastards, Master. I mean, the members of the Unified Alliance are carrying out public actions. SJ glanced away, worried, and repeated, You mean the comments under Amkana's video? I see it too, but it hasn't stopped yet. Onet's reminder this time is a little different. He frowns and narrows his eyes, confused and curious. Is it different? Show her the screen in front of Selen. You just took a quick glance and could tell this is your channel. Unet continued explaining that your video is being bombarded by comments from the organization. It's hilarious. Is there still someone obsessed with this useless guy? Acting like a professional, but he's just a pay-to-win, full of tricks, not real strength, just lucky to summon a hero. Wasting a hero by choosing the wrong master, if it were me, I'd be too ashamed to post anything at all. Idiot. What kind of rude stunt is this? What are these crazy guys? Are they feeling inferior? Why target Loki? Even if they were hired thugs, they acted in a highly organized manner. She quickly recounted the details of the situation. The exact timing was 1 week ago, according to Earth's calendar, the day after the Bass Union was crushed. Hearing that, Sin was surprised. Unet from the Bass League also added a few more details. I heard it was established to fight against the rampant looting by the United League. She worriedly emphasized one more thing, but they won't last another week. Unet then had to remind again, but it wasn't really that important. Uneto stood above, looking down and emphasizing, We need you. Master Sin looked worried as he asked again, Are you serious? Unet seems to be confidently adding a scenario. Yes, if you return to Ni. Hearing that, he became even more worried. Do you think Nim will lose to the TP guys like this? But I still trust and confirm it for sure. There will be days when our losses are much lower. After listening for a while, Seal Jin immediately urged, It's up to you to decide. I won't create something so fragile. Just let me know how it ends. But then you gave a strange answer. I can't remember your face, Master. He still asked clearly and firmly. Tell me, why do you need me after all? Yoon frowned and clearly explained the reason, because I do not have the authority to command Neat Him's #1 team. He quickly asked, Are you planning to summon the #1 team? Eat also quickly confirmed the information. Yes, they haven't touched the other secret bases, so the target is clear now. Sin clutched his head in exhaustion and frustration. I knew that they would come eventually, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. A war? You start to recall your calculations very carefully. 129 wins. No defeats. Nim has never backed down from any battle. Even if it's a large guild with hundreds of people, a cross-server alliance, or even solo rankers like me. I understand. Unet immediately reminded him to be careful. I have already sent the request to deploy troops to Tar. The battleship will arrive in 2 days. Please keep the holy body intact until then. Sin immediately issued another order to recall the outer team to prevent them from being ambushed unexpectedly. He also requested one more thing. I also want to have complete information about the forces and combat stats. She didn't hesitate and quickly agreed to follow. Order my murder issued. Sejjan gazed at the ring on her finger. The evidence of the fallen one proves the identity of Nit Him's owner, and he grinned confidently as he declared, It's time to be worthy of what you've received. The scene shifts to another place as the system announces, That night, welcome to Pig Makeup. It continued to send another question. Master, you have an unread letter. Would you like to check it? Yes or no? Inside is a letter with a lengthy message about additional training for the sender, Loki Nit Him. We are sending this notification to provide extra training services to the top performers in each system. This training session will continue from where we left off last time, and since Hero Hanaizaret has performed excellently, we would like to extend an invitation to him. The system continues to send another question. Has the sender requested to deploy the 3-star hero H? Do you agree? Yes or no? He leans down and makes a guess. He hasn't agreed yet. It seems he's still hesitant. A new update notification clearly asks if Hero Master Hanba is requesting your acceptance of the transfer. Are you accepting the transfer or not? Jenna chews loudly and turns back asking, Are you leaving again? When will you come back? Yes, Jean immediately updates the situation. It won't be long, I'll be back within a week. Velkus, looking annoyed, reminded him, If you're leaving, who will you be fighting against? Senior, what's so attractive about that place? But Jenna immediately interrupted to praise it. It's a wonderful place with so much to learn. She bites her bread with a look of regret, emphasizing, I also want to join the additional training. Jaina speaks up to comfort him, then reminds him again that it's nothing special. While I am away, behave properly. When I return, everything will be busy again.
Gina raised her hand to signal confidently. I know we were already busy, and I will get stronger too. A smile also appeared on his face. Then a few quick notifications flashed on the screen.
The Langrius 07 spaceship from Nithim is requesting to dock, and the automatic approval is opening a space crack.
There is a huge structure standing there. Seja Jane approaches from afar, wondering how the repairs on capitalism are progressing.
She turned around with a bright, excited smile and announced, "Almost done."
Brady stands with his hands on his hips, updating the situation.
We've just added a few more maintenance workers.
That makes you wonder too, Fio. What about Carrie? She also quickly updates the situation clearly and hands over everything to the twin mage duo at the magic hall. She looked up and made her decision.
I will take a test drive and then stop by the ruins nearby that I visited before.
Hey, Jane? Hearing that, I quickly reminded her, bringing along a group of 4 and a few promising rookies as guards in case something happens. If that place is already occupied or looks troublesome, don't hesitate. Retreat immediately. Someone approaching from behind becomes panicked. Loki, are you really leaving? Yes. Jane turned back and gave a vague explanation. I forgot to tell you. Hearing that, the girl became even more panicked. Aren't you coming back? So you're planning to leave me behind and abandon me here? Sin saw the attitude and also spoke up to remind her not to overdo it. I will be back soon. That girl stammered, wanting to say more, but you understood and firmly confirmed. Come back and watch over this place for me, okay?
At this point, in front of the boats, a ladder was set up from the ship to the ground, and Raiden appeared with a grim face, speaking rapidly.
Are you still well? I apologize for my rudeness last time. Her voice became hesitant and flustered. Can we depart right now?
Yain just glanced and recognized it right away. It seems she has revealed her true nature.
It's up to you. Hearing that, Raiden obediently responded.
Yes, sir. The system quickly updates the news at this time.
Master, the deployment is starting. The hero has been dispatched. A few notifications then appeared, indicating the start of the space jump.
Nithim's Lanog 07 spaceship is departing. Sin leans back on the pillow, confidently stating that we will arrive by dawn.
The spaceship is now flying high in the sky. At this moment, he also has all the information in hand. Eid has provided detailed information about the United Council's forces, including the number and types of ships, their elite heroes, key strategic assets, and even their main tactics. But there is one more important thing. The United Council members include a truly exceptional individual. That person still brazenly dominates everywhere.
The Deputy Master and Chief Strategist of the Unified Council leader.
This hero single-handedly infiltrated the Bass Alliance's core and wiped out all the leadership, mocking dozens of elite guards as if they were nothing. In short, the Bass Alliance was completely wiped out by a single hero. He raised his head, beginning to feel curious and intrigued. According to the survivors, he is a candidate for the 7 stars. That rumor has already spread.
Sis was also suspected of the same thing.
Then Seijin looked outside with full confidence.
Anyway, we will win as always. Suddenly, a shockwave suddenly occurs.
You look outside and feel puzzled. What is this disturbance? Why did Jane get up from the bed, puzzled and confused? What's going on? Ren also appeared just in time to look outside. You frown and quietly observe outside. Then Jane speaks firmly to emphasize his point. Forget it, I figured it out. You saw through all of this from the beginning.
That was quick. An innocent ambush.
And, You are from Nithim, right? The arrogant ones swagger as if they are the rulers of the world. A voice from inside demands. From now on, anyone bearing the black cord symbol will not survive leaving here. Raiden has also become panic-stricken and worried. Sorry, we didn't expect this to happen. What should we do now? This isn't a battleship. We have no weapons. The guy outside arrogantly declares that he will slaughter all of you. At that moment, she suddenly remembered the shield, but its power had already broken through the outer defenses.
He stepped down there and announced arrogantly,
Only 2 of you? Fine, I will make you regret being born. She took her weapon and charged forward, volunteering to buy some time. But suddenly Sane became curious and asked Raiden, can you use berserk magic? Raiden was a bit surprised, but also confirmed. Huh? Yes, but you don't need to wait any longer to praise. Excellent. He brandished his weapon angrily and declared, You don't know who you're facing. I'm level 50. But as soon as he finished speaking, he lost his head. I will cut your limbs off piece by piece. The system also quickly updates now. Han 3 stars has entered a state beyond the limit. Everyone standing around was stunned. Sage Jane then became even stronger. He quickly turns around and shouts an order. Raiden, use your enhancement. She quickly coordinates from behind. Celine's muscles grew larger than usual. He drew his sword, ready. On the other side, he was no longer there. He charged straight at Idintu Seelan. The guy sneered dismissively and said, "You think beating a level 50 kid makes you so great? The more he fights, the more blood he spills. You're truly an interesting rookie." The battle is getting more intense, and he too is showing his strength along with a challenge. Let's see if you can withstand this move. So Jane quickly deduced that his opponent was around level 70. Even if you managed to take down the level 50 guy with a surprise attack, the stats still show a huge gap. His eyes suddenly lit up, and Riden's attack was launched unexpectedly. She firmly volunteered to hold him off, so let me buy some time. But Sane turned back to remind her, it's not necessary. He charges forward arrogantly, declaring that the game is over, kid. I will send both of your heads back to your mother. A surge of power from the sky descends, and immediately a massive shockwave erupts there. Ren steps back, mouth agape in surprise. What? Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? One of them is quickly affected by that power, and they can't predict this situation. Chiri's super speed punch at the speed of light made those guys quickly lean back, leaving only 2 people standing there. Raiden was also surprised and quickly guessed that the person was from the 13th floor. You also nodded to confirm the information. Yeah, that's right. Suddenly, someone approaches from afar. Sorry for being late, I got lost. Nihaku scratched his head awkwardly. Clearly, Yonette said turn right, but it turned out to be left. So I ran around in circles for an hour. The girl regained her composure and stood straight. Anyway, I was officially introduced. Nihaku held up one side of her dress to introduce herself. I am Nihaquest's fan, the 5th-ranked Nihaquest fan of Nim. The girl's eyes lit up with excitement. It was an honor to meet him. Master Nikahu tears up sadly as he recalls the past. I heard that you came last time, but I arrived after you had already left. I'm really disappointed. I even wondered if you hated me. Sajane crossed his arms and firmly asserted that there was no reason to hate or like her. But meeting her here is also fine. The girl praised him, saying, Master, you're really cool and cold, just as I imagined. You seem discouraged, so I remind you not to say such things anymore. Sign glanced down anxiously. It seems like her way of speaking is a bit stuttered. Nikahu also seems to understand and nervously scratches his head. Does the way I speak bother you? Sorry, I can't control it either. Then the girl remembered and told the 2 of them to wait a moment. I'll deal with those troublemakers first. Then Nikahu raised her hand to give the order, and a large bow appeared in her hand. Nikahu closed one eye and shot her bow forward. The enemies immediately panicked and ran away. Damn it! Seeing the arrows flying, they had to urge each other to retreat quickly. One who couldn't escape in time was struck by lightning and turned black. Nikahu's power continues to grow. They turn around, hurriedly protecting themselves, guarding the airship, and reinforcing the magic barrier. The girl still didn't hesitate to shoot her arrow decisively. Nikahu raised her hand and looked out into the distance to observe the situation. About 25 enemies with 3 mages, all their biological responses disappeared. Raiden behind them was stunned to see that. That is Nihaku on the 13th floor, her eyes shining brightly as she approaches in fascination. It's an honor to meet a hero I've only heard about in rumors. The girl shyly blushed and scratched her head awkwardly. I'm not a hero. Raiden still happily kept shaking hands and praising. But you're as strong as the rumors say. You destroyed an airship with just 1 strike. Sin then left the door and walked away. Now that the problem is solved, I'm going back to sleep now. Call me when we arrive. Seeing Nikahu run after him surprised him. Why is she following me? The girl looked up in surprise and asked back, Is that not allowed? Jin glanced down and guessed that Nihaquest was a fan when she was first summoned, nearly eliminated a few times because she couldn't do anything. If her talent had been discovered earlier, she would have been merged already. You turn your face away, clearly annoyed, still refusing to listen. Don't try to kill me. Their spaceship is still flying in the sky. It passes through many locations. Sage Jane was sitting inside the room when Raiden announced, Master, we've arrived. Looking down at the floor, you feel amazed. What's going on? Did she just sleep here? Sage Jane, clutching his head, opened the door and stepped outside. Frowning as he looked into the distance where a symbol appeared before his eyes, the same symbol as on their spaceship. Sin looked towards the location and asked again. Brennhilde Raiden quickly confirmed beside him. Yes, it is our destination, and also Nithim's largest warship. It is Brainhill 01. The spaceship is moving inside another area. It has already entered and is now stationary there. She stands high above, bows politely. I can only see you off here. It's an honor to escort you. Sign raised his arm, pleased and praising. Yes, well done. At this moment, Unnit also appeared to greet him. Long time no see, Master. I hope you are still well. She raised her arm to lead the way. We have prepared a seat for you. Master, please this way, then inquire about the situation in detail. Have you received the full report? S quickly confirms the information. I've already skimmed through it. It's the Bass Alliance, right? I wish we had footage of the attack. You cross your arms and glance around, puzzled. Where's the ship now? It doesn't seem to be near Nithim. She closed her eyes, smiled brightly, and announced the location. It's near the Union Council's gathering point. Hearing that, Sin marveled, so it was a forward outpost. The next day, Yune made a suggestion. By the way, Master, may I ask you for a favor to enhance your prestige as a master? You won't refuse, right? She asked confidently and surely. What's wrong, Jane? Beads of sweat form on my forehead as I worry. What is this feeling of unease? Then lead the way. Deeper inside. This way, Celine's eyes widened with a bright sparkle, while his face darkened with discomfort that couldn't be hidden. Annette, on the other hand, looked pleased and praised. It's very magnificent, isn't it? She looks at the design and expresses her feelings. I poured my heart into designing this knit him command uniform. Jane hesitantly stammered to ask again. You want me to wear that? Annette explained without hesitation. There are other crew members on the bridge as well. It will help you appear as regal as a true master. He was startled and demanded, Don't joke anymore, no way. Her eyes sparkled brightly as she tried to persuade him. Really, you won't wear it after all. I made this uniform just for you, Master Yunette said tearfully, turning away. You once said you would do anything for me. But Sane looked more uncomfortable and emphasized, I never said that. The more she tried to speak up to persuade him, the more she felt heartbroken that he didn't care how much it hurt. Master, are you really refusing? The boy clenched his teeth and grew even angrier. Cunning. After a while, Annette clapped continuously in delight. Excellent. She was very satisfied and praised him. You look amazing. Just a glance is enough to make an impression. Sin, not satisfied, pulls his hat down further. Shut up. But you keep praising me instead of listening. Why do you suit this person so well? You emphasize it again, feeling even more annoyed. I told you to be quiet. Jay is in a terrible mood, blaming himself. I never expected to wear the same uniform I once gave to someone else. You're creating a stain in your own history. And she, from afar, her eyes shining with admiration, had to take a picture. She even leaned in close to confirm that her identity would not be exposed. Master, we only choose the most discreet people. Hearing that, Seijin was pleased. Well done. Did you check the bright screen to confirm if the first team's position has been verified? Yoon quickly confirmed the details. Nihaku has joined, and Liedion will come immediately once you give the order. I regret to inform you that we have also received a response from Maiden, but after hearing that, S-Jean quickly guessed that Cirrus was not there. Unit also hesitantly confirmed the same. It seems he's quite far away. She continued to try to clarify his opinion. What do you plan to do? If you try, you can still call him over. Sin coldly made a decision. Forget about him. We don't need a series for this. Unit bowed her head and smiled brightly, announcing, Understood. I will order the other members under your name immediately. Then she turned and left, giving a few instructions. I will be out for a while. The combat data you requested will be brought by the new intern. Hearing that, Sain was surprised and asked again, Intern. He confirms, once again, that they will arrive soon. The boy looks at the documents with a resigned sigh, saying, The pile of papers is as high as a mountain, so no sleep tonight. Suddenly, a voice called out loudly, Rambo ISO, carrying a pile of papers, kept blaming, Why does that fox always dump these things on my head? Always making me go get coffee. Every day, nagging, driving me crazy. The girl remained very confident, thinking to herself, Just wait and see. Once Loki acknowledges me, I will hold my head up high. But when she saw Sin ISO, she froze, pointed her finger, and shouted in panic. Sin also turned to ask how things are going. How have you been lately? Hey, you glance over and can tell he's teasing. Is Teach Ni doing well? It doesn't seem easy, does it? Yo also irritably emphasized. Do you think I'm okay? I've given up my free sky and now I'm just a slave. It's pathetic. Even Yo would feel ashamed to say it now. So Sign made a proposal, then I will set you free. The girl eagerly stepped forward and declared, I am the best intern here. Coffee scans documents, copies, always perfect. Dreams will change too. Remember this, from now on, I will be the king of interns. He took a sip and then asked for another glass. Yuo turned to urge him to clarify. So what do you think will happen? I used to be Hala, so I know the United Council is insanely powerful. The girl even confidently emphasized, especially their leader, who is truly remarkable. Having never lost a battle until the 70th floor, I've only seen his hero once. Hearing that, even Sane had to pay attention. Did she see it? Lee immediately recounted the situation back then during a performance, where dozens of warriors were defeated before they even had a chance to touch anyone.
What's even scarier is that he's just one of the strong under the leader's command. After taking another sip of coffee, I have to admit, it's understandable.
That leader invested an enormous amount of money in less than 3 months and has already burned through billions. Iso's nose lifts confidently. Even Loki's undefeated streak this time won't be easy to beat. Seeing that attitude, Sane was taken aback.
Why do you sound so proud?
You're one of Nithim's people too.
The girl regained her composure and explained clearly, I'm just warning you, the council's agreement is no joke, so I mean you should do your best.
Io continued to lean in and ask sincerely. So Loki, what strategy have you prepared? What's the secret plan to tip the scales this time? But he just turned away and firmly stated that he had no plan at all. The girl froze in place, unable to believe it. What are you talking about? Then how can we turn the situation around? If we fight head-on, we will definitely lose, right? Compared to Nim, Sin's strength is also acknowledged as they start muttering and calculating. She said 20,000 heroes and 427 ships. You start confidently typing on the keyboard, and a voice from the screen announces that we will fight fairly somewhere. Until one side is completely wiped out, the victorious side will claim everything, and we will broadcast our victory live. If we lose, we will admit defeat and join the unified council, accepting their rule. Sin was also surprised and exclaimed, You're the first crazy person to say you'll broadcast this. You look inside the calculation document. The battle will start in a few hours in real time, but according to this world's time, it's tomorrow. So Jane opened social media and read intently. The news must have spread across official forums and all makeup pages. Actually, anyone paying attention would notice that lately there have been some strange, hateful comments appearing on Loki's videos, and people suspect it's the work of the Unified Council. Because not long after, the Super Whale Club called the United Council declared war on Loki. These bastards even ambushed those who had symbols similar to Loki. They really are useless. Because of that, many innocent players got caught in the crossfire and everything exploded. Some streamers say that they will broadcast live, so fans are extremely excited. If Loki really shows up, this could turn into an epic entertainment event. You also understand that if you don't show up, they'll mock and ridicule you, turning you into a joke. Please let those council members taste some of life's bitterness. We believe in you, Loki. Honestly, even rankers would be terrified by this scale. LOL. If I were Loki, I'd just leave right away. Pup developers call it a player conflict. Even normal players get caught in the crossfire. RIP. This game gangs up to bully one person too cowardly. Honestly, Loki's time is over. LOL. You're a member of the United Council, right? What the hell is this? Do you have nothing to do? Why did you destroy my hot air balloon? Loki, please send those bastards to the graveyard. LOL. Your time's up, huh? Still haven't managed to pass level 80? No matter how much they wait, they won't get anywhere. These guys' skills are just that bad. Sign raised his hand to cover his mouth and chuckle softly. His face also became mysterious and emphasized, so embarrassed he wanted to disappear instantly. Their spaceship has arrived at a different location in the 7.375 m of space. It is heading straight for the sun. Behind it, there are many other ships, each with different shapes. Jane raised her hand to her chin and quickly deduced there were about 600 ships. Yu was stunned when she heard this and emphasized that it was an enormous number. It's too dangerous, maybe we should surrender to the Alliance. Yoon suddenly appeared, grabbing the girl and saying, Please forgive me, I'm still inexperienced. I probably spoke too hastily. Nikahu's eyes sparkled with excitement. They're really numerous. It would be so fun to take them all down. Iso stubbornly continued, Fire away. Just one attack and they'll be gone. Why do we only have one spaceship? Nihim also has an awesome fleet. Seijin, after a moment of silence, spoke up to remind everyone that enough is enough. He quickly looked up at the screen and realized that the broadcast had become a sensation. Not only 1-inch TV, but even famous BJs were broadcasting on their channel. Seijin pulls his hat down further with a look of disappointment. I can't believe we're turning into a show. Don't worry, your face won't be exposed. Master, you also didn't hesitate to emphasize, that will be a problem. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the other side, saying, Nihim, as he confidently introduced himself. I am the Supreme Commander of the Nista Fleet. Why did you only send one spaceship? Are you mocking our declaration? A series of comments burst out in astonishment. Are you serious? Why did NFL Hem only send out one spaceship? Are they really here to surrender? Really? I've been waiting for this all day. Even Loki has run out of ideas. Big win always wins. The cheering comments keep coming in. Loki, keep going. You absolutely have to win. Jin, after reading these comments, immediately gives the order for the strange viewers to stop the broadcast. She nodded in agreement and quickly followed suit.
Got it.
Nista on the other side insists firmly again.
Give up.
Sorry, but it's too late. Unit hesitantly reports the current situation. They said it's okay.
Jane looked disappointed and made her decision. Then we have no choice left.
Over there, he was still boldly declaring that today we would wipe you out and show everyone the alliance that rules the world.
Back here, suddenly you spoke up out of curiosity.
Unit, I want to ask you something. You've been waiting to listen. Yes. Sage Jane didn't hesitate to voice her question. Why did you call me? I'm useless. Unit closed her eyes and calmly gave her reason. It's because we wanted to show you how we fight. After hearing that, you quickly confirmed as well. I knew it. A massive wave of power crashes into the spaceship, followed quickly by a huge explosion.
On the ship on the other side, someone reports that there is no response from the enemy. They have been sunk.
He lifts his head, full of arrogant contempt.
You fools of arrogance! How dare you send a spaceship? Charge forward and attack Nin M.
Nista confidently declares that we are invincible as shards of debris scatter everywhere through the air. The familiar outfit appears once again. Rodigian introduces himself. I am Rodigian. Greetings, Master. Sage Jane immediately made a decision without hesitation. Now that there are 3 members of the Team 1 here, let's go outside. They quickly disappeared from that place and appeared beside the spaceship. Nista also had to look extremely surprised.
Who are you guys? How did you get in here? Did you fly a few kilometers?
My hand still holding the hidden sword, I remain calm. I wonder who that person is. I knew everything wouldn't end well. Lokai's puppies. 2 more strange people were quickly summoned, followed by 2 girls appearing as well. The other side's team was now fully assembled. Sage Jane frowned, clearly showing his wariness. The senior hero of the alliance. The other side also spoke up bluntly, declaring, I don't know how you got here, but you're already walking into your death.
Nista pointed forward and shouted, Take down those bastards!
But Sucha calmly ordered, Stay silent, Commander. They are my prey. Do not interfere. He smirked and introduced himself. I am the king of 100 swords. Do you, Cha? I have heard a lot about you. Demon sword. Then Swacha confidently declared, I will take away that false reputation of yours. Sejin was a bit surprised and turned to ask, Demon sword. Rodigian lowered his head and calmly said, You don't need to worry about it. Swacha's hand reaches back to grab his sword. The 100-Sword King, a master swordsman who has never lost a one-on-one fight in 100 battles, and everyone calls him by that nickname. The heroes respectfully called him the 100-Sword King. Ducha then shouted without hesitation, Die. I am still very confident and clearly remind you that I am Mobius's top swordsman. Suddenly, Rodigian appeared with a darkened face. King of 100 swords, may I borrow your sword? His eyes widened in shock. Ducha turned his face to get a clearer view, still stunned and not understanding what was happening. What do you mean? Thank you, it's a good sword. Nista, standing above, also found it hard to understand and wondered. What just happened? Rodigian, seeing that, also took responsibility for himself. It's my fault. Everyone in the comments is also getting noisy. What just happened? Are they all dead? Don't you know? Loki's hero just delivered a decisive blow. But is that guy at an extremely high level? She approached the chair and politely extended her hand. Please have a seat. Unette bows down, waiting for orders. Master, please give the command. She deliberately whispered, emphasizing clearly, Command us to win. Rodigian also added his firm belief that we couldn't act without orders. He placed his hand on his chin and listened as they declared victory.
Nikahu charged forward, his eyes blazing. Following the order, Master Unit also realized this was the perfect moment.
As a former master, I know very well. Let's begin. She stood there sensing and then confidently confirming that the unidentified error meant these people were very strong. Now I am a hero. I can feel it more clearly. Then the system quickly updates the situation, and the configuration is being reset to reconfigure the fleet's control system. Master Ra is currently ordering a full attack on the fleet, warning that the targets are allied forces while UNIT itself cannot believe it has surpassed my imagination. She closed her eyes and praised him, saying, You are a magnificent weapon. The forward firing was quickly activated with great power. The bullets shot out, causing rocks to shatter and debris to fly everywhere, smoke and fire filling the air. Over there, they suddenly scolded him. Leader! What are you doing? Are you crazy? Nista was also stunned and stepped back, confused. It's not me. He became extremely angry and shouted at those bastards. The system then kept updating information. An unidentified error occurred, and the spaceship continued to be targeted by gun barrels, followed by a massive explosion. The explosions kept happening one after another, as the 3 of them watched from inside. Yoon smiled as she looked at the different screens, her eyes shining with excitement. Now this is getting more interesting. Yunette keeps tapping the screen excitedly. Fire everywhere, smoke and chaos filling the air. Suddenly, the system sent an alert that the enemies had boarded the ship. A comm guard warned, "Don't panic, there are only a few of them." Your team still tries to focus and charge forward, remaining calm inside, while Rodriguez watches silently with a grim face, alert to the surroundings. He drew his sword confidently and decisively. As he was walking, one of them suddenly stopped, and a swift slash quickly cut through him. The enemies are quickly attacked in rapid succession. Jane observes carefully and comments cautiously, noting a move that can pierce through walls and even distances. Then he simply commented with a short remark, and I didn't know what else to say. Seeing this, Rodigan politely praised him. Master is truly compassionate. A familiar arrow is immediately shot out. It pierced through everything and flew far away. It was none other than Nikahu flying away. Nihaku suddenly activates her ability. Yunette, on this side, is also using her clairvoyance technique. Master, I will share my vision so you can see the situation more clearly. Nikahu is outside, trying to manage the situation, continuously firing her arrows. Nikahu repeatedly uses the Pick Super Lightning spell. Seeing this, Y also feels a bit discouraged. Can't they make things easier for me? The girl was trembling all over, unable to believe it. No way, that can't be true. The three who dare to face thousands of enemies? You sit calmly below and assert it confidently. That's why we don't need any tactics. Yo lowered his head in worry and reminded us. But the enemy side has dozens of 5-star innate heroes, even 6-star max level 1s. Jay still doesn't pay much attention to those things. Reaching the maximum level, what's the big deal? Suddenly, you focused on something. Celine saw that something was flying toward her. The apocalypse? Yunette quickly realized and explained. It is a great spell cast by 20 mages sacrificing their own lives, and then she confidently volunteers to charge into battle. Let me break that thing down. It's too fragile now. There was a protective barrier around their spaceship. Nista's face darkened in shock, as a spell that cost so many lives was easily blocked. Onette remains calm as she presses the button on the screen. Rodigan forcefully swings and shatters the window. Nihaku smiled brightly and charged forward to attack. The system then sent a notification. The gap in strength is too great. The broadcast has ended. The system sent an additional inquiry. The master currently has 587 unread messages. Do you want to check? Yes. Number S, Jane also spoke up to clarify the situation. I heard that 400 of their 1,000 warships are heading to Ninheimer. What happened to them? Yunette quickly recounted the details, and Muden, who was coordinating with the First Fleet, suddenly heard an angry voice ring out. You bastards, they brought more people to rush in. Even if it costs us our lives, we will drag you out of this world. But Seo Jane simply swung her sword lightly and took care of them. The two remaining ones stared in shock. The system now asks for your opinion. Laudika of the United Heart Alliance is requesting to surrender. Do you accept or not? But Sign resolutely declared that he refused all surrender offers. Seeing this, they were all stunned. Ilias of the United Front is asking to surrender. Do you accept? Yes. No. At least spare the innocent people. They can't even accept surrender? Then Sin decisively gave a firm order. No one was to be spared by Rodigan. He received the order to respond firmly and clearly. Master Rodigan quickly dealt with all of them. Izo also appeared terrified from behind, asking what exactly are those people? Yunette calmly and frankly reminds you. If you don't want to be a forever apprentice, you'd better get used to it. SJ also speaks up now, emphasizing that victory. He arranges the plan and gives orders to them. It's probably tens of millions of worlds that just disappeared in a few minutes. Find their base and wipe them all out. The system now displays a notification that hot air balloons are being dispatched to the designated targets. Jine glanced at the red screen, then quickly issued a warning. Master is them. You also look out and focus your gaze. You're really late. Broken glass shards scatter down below. One more step down, another person jumps straight down below. At this moment, Sa cheerfully and excitedly introduces himself. I am KDJ, in charge of torture in the United Front Alliance. Pleased to meet you, heroes of NPLHEM-A. KDJ level 99. Not appearing at this moment, but without detailed information. Sioha, with a charming expression, introduces herself. I am Sioha Nyacha. In charge of Beauty in the Heart Alliance, it's a pleasure to meet you. Sifa Niachara is level 99. Nista clings to the railing, mouth agape in disbelief. Who are they? He was trembling all over, turned to remind them that they were heroes under the leader of the United Heart Alliance, and warned to be careful. They are on a completely different level from the heroes you've faced before. You also notice a strange change in attitude.
Why are you talking to me like we're allies? Clearly, you're an enemy. Sioha quickly spoken up to question, Commander, how could you betray our leader when he trusted you with such an important task?
Nita sat down trembling below, stammering. No, I won't. But then her eyes suddenly lit up, and his face was covered in fresh blood, suffering intensely.
Kosiha then happily and cruelly declared that it was a death worthy of bugs. Then she shifted her gaze to praise a handsome young man. You don't want to play with me either, do you?
It seems you think you've already won, but you're mistaken. This is only a small part of our alliance.
Then Sio quickly emphasized her intention clearly.
I am the embodiment of immortality, a demon sorcerer who has accepted 7 curses, a hidden corner of the infinite realm, a being who must not die. I will grant you a death that is both tragic and beautiful.
But right after that, she was attacked.
Nikahu appeared from behind and said, I accidentally shot them,
but Sa burst out laughing and assured her, Don't worry, I haven't killed her yet.
But then a figure fell down, revealing a look of panic as he called out her name. And Sio Ka was furious as he questioned back.
Are you guys joking with us? Se-Jane calmly announced from above, She's dead, but it seems he still stubbornly can't believe it. Nonsense. Even if Sio is torn into 100 pieces, she can still come back to life. He explained calmly and in detail.
Nihaku's lightning is filled with curses and various adverse effects. It's natural that she has so many effects. After facing monsters on both floors, Se-Jane even understands them and gives a reminder. Your master probably doesn't know either, since he's still stuck on the 71st floor after burning a lot of money. But suddenly he speaks up to emphasize.
Master, you don't need to waste words on them. Her eyes blazing red, she asked with great annoyance. How dare you flirt with our masters? She sighed heavily, feeling overwhelmed. This also has its difficulties.
Nerissa recalled the past. It's been quite a while since she arrived here. On the first day, she was swept away to a strange place and started hunting the demon beasts from the very first day.
So what kind of place is this after all? On day 2, my training showed that my abilities were growing abnormally. Could it be similar to the mark I possess? I still need more information.
On the 5th day, I was officially assigned to Group 3. I have to work closely with a guy with an unpleasant appearance. I decided to ignore him and just focus on the day I first met the person called the leader of this place.
He claims to be a farmer, but the scars on his arms and his untanned skin clearly tell a different story. With that rough attitude and pride, he could be a noble-born knight in training, but he lacks the proper knowledge of etiquette for it. I have reviewed the achievements on level 15 through the memory stone. If I keep climbing this tower, will I also be able to meet her again?
If I survive, maybe I will find out something.
She recalls the moment S-Jean revealed the truth. We come from a different world. At that moment, Nerissa opened her eyes wide in surprise. This man seems to know a lot. While he carefully gives instructions, she quietly thinks to herself, coming here was part of the mission, so could it be that he arrived here first? When did he come to this world? There she will receive her mission. If she fails, she will die. Nerissa wondered silently. Could this be a scheme to mock the princess? If I can get close, I might find some clues. On day 52, I was transferred to Group 1 to continue observing him. How does he know every strange phenomenon surrounding this place so thoroughly? He doesn't even have the magical knowledge to become a mage. On day 102, I investigated everyone in the waiting room, but no one had a special status except for the man named Han, and finally the special 20th floor dungeon. She recalled the important event when I reunited with Ricardo von Honorop, the head of the Hongen family. Watching him get engulfed in the raging flames, suddenly a strange glow flickered from within. Suddenly, a giant dragon appears. It's dangerous. Hangi, the level 42 black dragon, which makes her regretful. Unfortunately, she only managed to see his face for less than 3 seconds. After passing the checkpoint, Nerissa thought to herself that while Han was in a place called Nilem H, Edit had started managing the waiting room and searching for candidates for the ambushes. I was surprised to learn there were other waiting rooms, but Edit's behavior was also worth monitoring. She was confused and wondered how she had regained her motivation after so many deaths on the 20th floor. I suspect that Edit may have received information from Han. Next, Nerissa quietly considered that if she continued to be just a member of the group, it would clearly be very difficult to obtain information. In a blink, at the entrance to level 25, climbing the tower to save the main dungeon world, the current number of allies is 25. At that moment, she saw Freya kneeling before her. Nerissa exclaimed in shock, I have met the princess. She wondered in surprise, why is she here? Still doing well, kid? She seems to have forgotten about me. No way. Is the past changing? Then, inside a house, Nerissa hesitated, realizing she still lacked the necessary information. At that moment, M, who was tightly bound, suddenly smirked and spoke. Things are not as described.
Weren't you going to overlook it if I told you what I know? I don't care and dismiss it outright. What you're saying isn't information, just wild speculation. That can't be called information.
He listened and eagerly provoked, then said, "So you never intended to trade from the beginning?"
Nerissa coldly turned her head and sneered.
A trade only works if both sides are on equal footing. If there's nothing to gain from you,
Then there will be no deal at all. Then she confidently added a final blow.
have you forgotten? You won't survive here if you're ignorant. Before leaving, Nerissa glared and declared, "There is no place for fools like you in the world I am building." Returning to the present, she pondered to herself, digging deeper is just pointless. Nerissa gazed out the window in a daze, but she still had questions. "Hangelin, who exactly are you?" At the same time, Yunette coldly challenged you.
Who do you think you're wagging your tail for?
She decisively makes the woman in front of her disappear. Yun smiles and asks, "So when will the United Council finally show its true power?"
Okay, seeing that, became angry and summoned magic. Anyway, that woman is just the public face of the Unified Council.
"I will show you my true power." He summons a multitude of fallen bodies from the ground to rise. As soon as he finished speaking, Oka chuckled happily.
Kids, I will add all of you to my collection.
If he unites the 4 bodies, it will be perfect.
After reciting the spell, he quickly ordered, "Advance, undead army, devour them all."
At that moment, Yunette simply uttered a word that made them vanish, disappearing. Watching the soldiers blown away,
Oka was stunned and confused, panic-stricken and shouting amidst the chaos.
"What is this? What's happening?"
"What kind of magic are you using?" she replied calmly.
"Not necessarily, no hesitation."
"Okay, charge forward and die."
At that moment, Su suddenly appeared and quickly stopped him. At the same time, it materialized behind Oka. Sin immediately recognized him. He is the vice leader of the United Council, the one who infiltrated the senior ranks of the Bass Alliance alone and slaughtered hundreds. He pondered and observed, a 7-star candidate indeed. At this moment, Oka, on the brink of death, begged and said, "If it were you, kill them all." As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed Oka and summoned the monster inside him. The power of the United Council. In an instant, the monster devoured everything, and Such took a ready stance to fight, then signaled Yuna to support the master, which might get a bit violent. She agrees with the idea, of course, that Hero is not an ordinary 6-star type.
Maybe you haven't seen it yet, Master,
but 7 stars can perform the fusion on their own. Upon hearing the explanation, he was stunned and exclaimed, "So what she meant was that what he just swallowed was the fusion?" Sin silently analyzed, to reach the 7-star level he desires, he needs a special item called the Reversal Secretary.
I have searched through all databases and areas, but have never found it. I wonder why I ended up here. It's also related to the emergency Lam Sio dungeon.
GACHA examined his opponent with a professional gaze. Clearly a 7-star hero, though not quite complete, but yes, that's him. Without hesitation, he darkened his face and typed on the keyboard to confront him. "Where does this hero come from? You don't need to know, just tell me or I will kill you."
After hearing that, he burst out laughing like a fool.
"Do you really think you can kill me? You fools think you can kill me?"
You are just ordinary data. You really don't know your true identity, do you? You think you can kill me?
The one wielding infinite power? Then, not tore up the ground, causing it to shatter and scatter in all directions.
Everyone frowned cautiously as they looked at the opponent. Just then, a red warning alert appeared on the system display.
Not level 143. He opens his giant mouth and declares, "I will swallow you whole."
While Not was still dreaming, a sudden beam of light pierced through his body. Start with just one.
Susha fiercely swung his sword in a flurry, creating a raging whirlwind. Despite being hit, Not still wore a crazed smile. He rapidly recovered and then lunged with his sharp fangs towards Susha. At that moment, 3 golden arrows suddenly shot toward him. Nihaku sneered with excitement. "Aren't these guys the trio of stickers?" To eliminate the armored insects, kill Lao most. Suddenly, Sage Jane spoke up to stop them. "Wait a minute. We might be able to get some information from him." The girl sighed and added, "It's really annoying." But fine. At that moment, Swacha quickly swung her sword repeatedly, still delusional about her strength and shouting threats even as she was being beaten. "What are you so calm about? All of you will soon be digested in my stomach." He, the pervert, enjoys the pain. "Yes, cut me more, kill me more, keep killing me. I boast that as I recover at the speed of a shrine, the more I die, the stronger I become. Each time I die, I get closer to perfection. Master, I've brought hot tea and some snacks. Do you prefer coffee or black tea?" Sin casually replied.
Coffee? As soon as I picked up the cup, I was startled and looked up at the scene before me. Sajane was confused. What is this? Watching his aura spike after each resurrection, he was amazed. Was he really leveling up? Not swaggeringly moves around provoking. Look at me, I'm even stronger now. He delusionally announces that eventually I will make the entire world kneel before me. Then, not levels up to 164 and aggressively absorbs all the surrounding life energy. Noticing the strange attribute, Jane sips his coffee and evaluates. Does he level up each time he heals a star? Truly an interesting trait. Unit stands beside him, adding that it's not over yet. He's also gradually becoming immune to the slashes. At the same time, Nihaku frowns and criticizes. And this disgusting sewer water, I understand why. This isn't sewage water, it's called coffee, a modern invention from Earth. The girl pouted and complained, how disgusting. I don't understand why people drink this. At this moment, Jane was eating cake and pondering silently. And as he recovered more, his level and resistance increased. No wonder he could wipe out an entire gang alone. While they were busy fighting, Yoon asked Han curiously, how does it taste? I grilled it myself. You clearly said it was too sweet. She nodded in acknowledgement. I see. From now on, seeing that they don't care, not angrily curses and fights back, as if the troublemakers don't exist, he goes berserk and charges forward. What are you celebrating? I will kill you all. Yoon forcefully pushed him away. Don't interrupt. Then she coldly ordered, continue until the master is satisfied, with a murderous resolve. I was planning to do the same. I can't hold back anymore. You bastards, I will kill you all. Seeing the bodies lying on the ground, he desperately drew blood from beneath the surface, and in an instant, it leveled up to 176. After witnessing this extraordinary scene, Unit called the apprentice out to record it as material. That's an interesting ability. Why is the intern just standing there staring? Start taking notes now. This is extremely valuable data. Yo hurriedly looked around. Yes. She calmly suggested that he could still transform further. The girl nodded, indicating she understood. She can transform. Got it? Having noted this act of ignoring, it lost its temper. The bastard continued reporting the battlefield situation. The target's slash resistance seems to have reached its maximum, about 90%. Swatcha criticizes, it's pathetic. Io quickly commented, 90% resistance, but I feel like I'm cutting tofu. You've lost all patience and ask. Loki, where did this bastard get such a last chance from? You're not going to answer? So he doesn't want to talk, or maybe. Sign wondered suspiciously he couldn't answer. Meanwhile, the battle between Not and Swatcha continued, with people dodging and slashing non-stop. Swatcha swung his sword and charged forward. At that moment, he took the hit and leveled up to 185. Feeling that this game of cat and mouse had reached its end, Unit bowed and suggested that perhaps this was the limit. He nodded in agreement. Yeah, it seems his level can't be increased any further. Stop now, he's truly pitiful. Suddenly, Not swung his sharp hand forward. However, before he could fight back, Shah finished him off in pieces. He grimaced and said, I'm tired of playing with you. It's over, Master, who watched the dramatic display. Praised Sin. Well done, Nihaku sneers sarcastically. Hurry up, is it because the Master is watching? He immediately dismisses it, not quite. At the same time, an update on the overall battlefield situation. Master, congratulations on your 130th victory. He asked about the situation on the other fronts, and she honestly reported that the 1st, 3rd, and 4th fleets have already infiltrated the United Council's base. The battle is progressing smoothly, with a few enemies resisting, but no casualties so far. Hearing this, Join's face suddenly darkened. You frown and comment that Mien is truly going crazy. He then asks in confusion about their strength. Is he really that strong from the start? Sejit Jane asked in confusion. What? Was the girl explaining the previous irregularity? I mean, I've also heard he's very strong, but it's strange. Didn't he have trouble attacking other servers? He almost lost many times. You look confused recalling that terrible event, right? Back then, when the 4th-ranked player attacked, that guy was over 3,000 levels higher, and they almost got wiped out. S quickly denied it. That never happened. He silently thought to himself that the so-called 7-star was quite strong, completely different from that useless meat, because he was a true 7-star. As soon as he finished speaking, Sajine recalled the painful defeat, but even he had lost to the series, and only just managed to escape. That's why I am haunted by the 7-star rank. You decide to tell yourself that even in your current state, if you can level up one more time. Suddenly, Jane's eyes widen as he looks up at the screen with a sharp, blazing image. Jane quietly rejoiced. So he is truly alive. Without hesitation, Unit reports the situation, never having seen anyone so lacking in talent, needing a bit more time to bring him back to his former self, as he has only grasped the basic knowledge so far. At that moment, Celine changed his mind and argued that he wasn't ready to leave anywhere. Mien refused to accept a second chance. We must make the most of him while we still can. Cut to the flagship Bren Hill after completing some minor post-war tasks. I returned to the Bren Hill flagship. I plan to stay here until the analysis results are ready. Sitting at the modern control panel, I reflect on managing the NFLH activities on behalf of Urinet. While others are busy researching with Urinet's help, I operate the main console myself, just like back on Earth. Sin reminded himself, and, in his free time, continued practicing combat with Lydion. At this moment, Shah cautiously praised him. "Master, that last move was impressive. You're out of breath and laughing bitterly. You're not the one who should be saying that. Even when surpassing the limit and merging with the Soul Sword, the gap is still so wide." A second later, Sin proudly states, "But still, I have made you step back 5 times. You look amazed as you return to your original form." He adjusted his stats to match yours, but your progress is truly impressive. Honestly, I feel like I'm about to run out of breath. My awakening skill, 3-star Han, mid-level swordsmanship, has now leveled up to level 5. Hearing this, Sua asked anxiously, "Does this skill have extremely high potential for development?" "You remind me of Siri breathing first." Sin was stunned and asked again, "Siri blowing first." Swacha calmly reports, "He has many shortcomings compared to me, but he always overcomes them with some mysterious power."
You honestly deny it? There's really nothing mysterious about it.
He confidently confirms, "But for me, yes." Sign excitedly interrupts. "Anyway, that's enough. Let's get back to the main issue." The scene shifts to the laboratory, where you look through a thick stack of files. A few days later, the analysis of the net is complete. After reading the first line, Celine froze in shock because the name and age looked like a joke. He's 32 years old, so that's why it's 32. What kind of name is this? Without hesitation, you quickly absorb the information. Looking at the hundreds of millions spent, he was not just born with a silver spoon, but with a diamond spoon, as the third son of the AA Group, one of Korea's top conglomerates. Sajane continued reading about his tragic life. He was originally destined to inherit a subsidiary and live a luxurious life, but a series of power struggles pushed him out. He was exiled to the countryside with only a large sum of money in hand. Then he turned to the world of gaming. He throws hundreds of millions each time he plays the ranking game, earning him a badge of honor. He spends money on those around him and acts like a king, because in real life, he could not become a king. Then, he turned the page to his 5th game, L. After conquering Eik, he and his team moved on to Pup. At this moment, Celine looked at her with a cautious gaze, but it was surprising that even the master's origins could be uncovered. Did she even manage to find out things like this? Unit bowed her head to update the news, because everything was recorded in Mobius's server. She warned seriously, "Master, the next information might shock you." He looked confused, not understanding what she meant. Then Une provided the medical examination results, which are related to Kaiser 32's current condition. Looking at the screen, a mysterious person is lying helplessly on the hospital bed. She reports the results, identifying the person as Sel Toon, 32 years old, who has been brain dead for a month. This is CCTV footage from the basement level 3 of Shamwan General Hospital. After hearing it, Sin pieces together all the events.
Many of my suspicions have now become clear. You furrow your brow as you realize the true nature of the Heavenly Book, whose origin remains unknown.
As N began to fight, Kaiser 32 fell silent. Just as he was pondering, Sin suddenly spoke. "So, the family book of heaven and earth is actually Unit. Tell me plainly, where is my body?" At this moment, Jin ponders and deduces that the Challenger of Destiny is the book that reverses the heavens. The more the master immerses himself in the game, the closer he gets to Morius. Not becoming a 7-star after Kaiser 32 was declared brain-dead. The requirements to reach 7 stars. The hero and master's fusion. After understanding the villain's scheme, he was furious that the bastard had opened the dungeon resembling Lin Sui Yu on his account. I was also brought here for the purpose of fusion. Then Sin quietly sighed in relief, but for some reason, the fusion failed, and I survived. The update board shows Hanseljain 1 star, Sayedisi 4 stars, Building 4 stars, then vanishing into the light. He was stunned and thought to himself, yet the truth remains that I was brought here. My body is probably still on Earth, just like Kaiser 32. At that moment, Unet bowed his head and apologized. "We are still searching. I am sorry." SJ is confused and asking. "It's probably just somewhere nearby." "Anyway, I want to be alone for a while. You understand, right? So I'll take my leave now. Remember those top experts who suddenly disappeared? The top 4 fighters have all been torn apart, so that's why they suddenly disappeared. One of them is a genius that even I have to admire." Sin reminisces about the past. A legendary figure of the past, he was active long before I became a top-tier player and truly a genius. Up to now, you can only comfort yourself. All the words he said during the promotion are just empty talk. At that moment, with a deep warning, I told myself not to hate him too much. Even I didn't expect you to be summoned to Mobius. Gene firmly believed this in his heart, then recalled the moment when the reward wasn't actually summoned by that guy. Only you truly embodied the meaning of those words. Master, believe in this bond between you and your heroes. Among the 100 million owners, only you remain. With a knowing glance full of implication, you are the only master truly ruling the waiting room, Sin quickly argued. From the beginning, it was all just an accident. That bastard only had one goal. You grit your teeth in hatred, wanting to kill yourself, and fuse with the strongest in the series. But when the fusion failed, he began plotting to reuse me. Sin sneered angrily. Quite economical of you. Don't you think so? As the ship in the sky is now approaching the gate.
As soon as he returned, the system happily announced that the dispatch was complete. 3-star Han has safely returned from NFL Hem.
Now you can control Han 3 stars. The mission has affected the hero's condition. Check the hero's report for details. At that moment, Raiden saluted. It's truly an honor to serve you, the boy said with a disappointed sarcasm. What a damn joke. Don't get carried away. As I entered the other space, John quietly thought everyone must be asleep.
At that moment, he suddenly looked up in surprise, gazing at the newly risen structure like mushrooms,
Suspiciously noticing many facilities he had never seen before. Jane looked around the street, and when he stopped at a villa, he was confused. They had added a 4th floor.
The next day, he carefully examined the structure of the lounge from the 3rd to the 4th floor.
It is not just about adding floors. An entire training campus has been built. All facilities from the storage to the equipment workshop have been upgraded, providing a solid foundation for systematic activities that are now finally complete. Even the luxury dormitory on the 4th floor has changed. The dining hall, lounge, bathrooms, and offices have all been expanded, and there is even a private training room inside. What's truly surprising is that each team was given a private mansion, complete with their own servants, and the chef is an experienced old master who has been working in the kitchen even before being summoned. The butler and maids, who had reached the limit of their growth after climbing to the 20th floor, were reassigned to support roles. Previously, heroes who stopped developing would be sent for fusion, but Nerissa acted, saying there would be a mental issue if hard-working people didn't get any rewards. Then Celine, standing above, commented, "Are there more than 300 people waiting?" He is also among many who have lost their lives to fusion or combat, but the number of additions exceeded expectations. Nerissa proudly explained. More people climbing lower levels means a significant increase in gold earned per floor. We have been summoning 10 times more than usual every day. Hearing this, you narrow your eyes in suspicion, but that alone probably isn't enough, right? She laughs in praise, as expected. You're really clever. Actually, we've bent the rules a bit. Then Nerissa recounted the journey. When Hala swept through most of the surrounding areas, many dying waiting rooms were abandoned. Some rooms only had high-level heroes or excellent support units left gradually dwindling. Even their resources were left intact. I surveyed 6 waiting rooms by airship and recruited promising talents. After hearing that, you hesitated and asked cautiously, "This guy definitely isn't an ordinary looter." Nerissa straightforwardly explained that we initially planned to explore the ruins, but since they had all been occupied, we chose the next most feasible option. There won't be any strong reactions. Sin nods in agreement that appointing her as acting vice master was probably the right decision.
At the same time, she skillfully changed the subject. There are still many waiting rooms left, so we will continue patrolling until the next ascent.
Given your clever business mind, I was nervous that I had underestimated Nerissa's abilities. I didn't expect her to accomplish this in such a short time, and if they come from abandoned accounts, there would be no risk of complaints or sabotage from other masters. Just from experiencing Ha's raid, he was able to see several steps ahead. Next, she cheerfully suggests, "Let's go to the 3rd floor and I'll explain the rest." The scene shifts to the training ground, where a heavy rain is pouring down. Inside the 9th floor, the fierce monsters charge up, and a scared boy screams loudly. He grits his teeth and stands his ground with his shield against the wolf. Seeing the unstable situation, Maribel steadied herself and signaled, maintaining the formation. "Don't retreat, follow the training." The assistant behind her scolded unhappily, "Why didn't you raise your bow?" Maribel immediately explained, "I was afraid I might hit my teammate." Next, she tremblingly points her arrow forward. Maribel, panicked, throws her weapon to the ground. "I can't do it." The teammate angrily grabbed her collar and scolded her. "Are you joking with me? You're only on the 9th floor and you're already scared and running away." Maribel closed her eyes and argued back, ignoring it. "I've never done anything like this before."
After hearing that, she sighed and gave an order. Dana, come out. From now on, the trainers will take over.
After being dismissed, Maribel returned to the villa, where a sassy girl sarcastically spoke up. Maribel, I heard you failed to climb the tower again? Maribel stood up to defend herself. I can't fight monsters. Even training is too hard. Then try applying for a collection job. They usually need extra people. Why do I have to do such petty jobs in the first place? She smugly boasted, I'd rather be an official than do any menial work. I have learned all kinds of training from professional instructors. Hearing this, the girl with attitude slung her backpack and left. Well then, good luck. I'm leaving now. Maribel nervously asked where she was going. The edgy girl smirked and explained, I have always liked jewelry and have completed my training in crafting skills, so I officially went up to the second floor. At that moment, Maribel's roommate spoke up, suggesting they try to reach the 12th floor together. They say if she passes the 12th floor, she can go to the second floor. No way. But there is a rumor that she has to kill someone there. The scene shifts to the square. Are those people who were born 3-star? Nerissa, standing beside the report, said, Master has been summoning a lot of elite heroes lately. Everyone wondered if that person was Han. He looks quite normal. She continues to update that all 5 members of the new team are innate 3-star, and the process is still ongoing. Next, Nerissa proudly introduced the 6 main teams. We have organized 6 teams and a main assault team to prepare for large-scale raids. Now that they are all above level 20, give them 3 more weeks and they'll reach the appropriate level. Hearing this, he cast a doubtful glance ahead. Are those 2 also on the 3rd floor? The friendly man waves, and the farm hasn't been seen for a long time. She nodded in confirmation. Yes. Even if they survive on the 35th floor, they are not skilled enough to be assigned to the B level. At that moment, Nerissa clearly analyzed that Lemon and Rick Killen were no longer part of the assault team. Now, they are the leaders of a new role. The regional reconnaissance team often encounters clashes when operating airships, so skilled guards are essential. At that moment, a burst of blazing purple light exploded, causing chaos among everyone. What is that light? That was a high-level hero summon. If a kind person appears, we will accept them. She calmly smiles as it seems a high-level summon is happening on the 2nd floor right now. Even for high-level heroes, we assign them to the 1st or 2nd floor based on their personality and abilities. There are a few people who would have been amazing if they had been summoned a little earlier. The 2 girls standing nearby helplessly pray, please let a mage appear so we can escape this research hell. At that moment, Sajine silently reasoned that summoning high-level heroes was essential to restore lost strength, as these top-tier heroes could ascend the tower more quickly. Unlike before, now we have a solid system. High-level heroes can no longer rely solely on strength to dominate the waiting room.
At this moment, a burly man cheerfully said, should we let loose a bit? The person next to him threw up his hands in frustration. I know, no need to tell me, the system is now stable enough to handle large-scale elite summons. The 3rd floor, the main assault team, and top professionals have already cleared level 215.
10 people on the 2nd floor have already cleared level 12, including hero trainers, chefs, miners, gatherers, craftsmen, civilians. A team of 15 residents, 10 more people, 4 staff members, and 2 dedicated chefs on the 1st floor with 150 apprentices. Jane nodded in satisfaction. The 2nd floor is also working hard. She arranged for those below to aspire to go higher, reminding them. As long as they are not lazy, this is much more practical than merging, designed so everyone can find a role suitable for them. While he was praising enthusiastically, better than I expected. All right, a grating voice suddenly sounded. Stop joking, press the button. Let me out, I just want to talk to the person in charge. She frowned and looked toward the noise. What's going on? As she finished speaking, the guard scratched his head and reported that this woman had just barged in, and she was annoyed and questioning.
My name is Maribel Z. How dare you treat a noble lady so rudely?
After the introduction, Sin sharply questioned her talent. A noble? Is she a mage or something? Oh, Nerissa secretly mocks that she has no special skills or class, just a spoiled girl. We checked her room for magical research talent, but upon hearing the results, you turned around and left.
Are all nobles like that? Anyway, I'm going to train now.
Maribel hurriedly intervened. Wait! Sin glared at the girl, loudly questioning. Compared to Yanka, are you a pretty high-ranking person here? They're all trash. I don't deserve to be stuck in a place like this. Marbel shamelessly voiced her opinion. Please, just listen to me. Thanks to Nerissa's efforts, the waiting room now functions like a small village. But for the upcoming missions, even more manpower will be needed. Seeing her panicked expression, Sin sighed inwardly. Toner's insane difficulty will keep swallowing heroes, one after another.
Next, in the brightly lit central square of New Goland, the system announced from level 28 that the conquest mission was to clear all enemies. To advance to the next level, the main attack team must demonstrate even greater strength. When the unnecessary responsibilities were eliminated, the team was reorganized. Most of the main attack group had received new equipment. Unlike the previous equipment designed for underwater combat, the new combat suit offers both mobility and defense. Rumor has it that a blacksmith recruited from another waiting room successfully crafted a level B gear, forcing Anter, who could only craft up to level C, to give up his top position. Even his disciples quickly followed with successful B-grade equipment. As Anter's pride was shattered, he was given a break to explore the dungeon. At this moment, Kisa fiercely raised her claws and decisively defeated the monsters. Watching this scene, Jenna exclaimed in amazement. At that moment, Kisasa's eyes suddenly lit up. She transformed into a fierce tiger, clearly demonstrating her excellence. She is very skilled in one-on-one fights and in chaotic battles. She is truly unmatched. Bring her here even if it's troublesome, but the value she offers is worth it. As long as the next level isn't an underwater map, Kisasa can easily lead the mission. After the battle, Jenna stretched and stepped out, feeling a bit more relaxed. Sin listened carefully and warned cautiously. She doesn't want to lose her fighting instinct over those things. Just then, at the space gate, ISO hurriedly ordered, "Hurry up, go inside." She then announced that there was a line waiting at the space crack. He calmly added, "Only one group is allowed to enter the main dungeon for small missions." At that moment, a rookie angrily questioned, "Why isn't there an instructor joining us this time?" Yu coldly snapped, "What good does knowing do?" Everyone gasped in fear. Are we really going up to the 9th floor without any guidance? At this moment, Sajane suddenly noticed Maribel standing alone and lonely. Is she the girl from before? Everyone's faces turned pale as they shouted, "We could all die." The crowd hesitates to comment. Good luck, they also want us to face real combat. At that moment, the system suddenly updated the information, leaving him stunned. The current level of the main dungeon is 36F. The door will open in 10 seconds. Get ready. Hearing this, Sajane doubted and asked suspiciously, then turned around and signaled, "This is the wind spell deployment? You go ahead, I'll observe for a bit before entering." You quickly notice that even Amina is preparing for the next climb, while Maribel's group is frustrated and complaining. An hour has already passed. They are furious and shouting, "How much longer do we have to wait like this? If we want to go back, we have to do something, but this is just unreasonable. Why are we on the 36th floor instead of the 9th? This is suicide, we're all going to die." Meanwhile, a majestic silver-armored knight shouted loudly, "Who are you? State your names." He stopped his horse right in front of them, and without hesitation, the knight proudly introduced himself. "I am Silver Knight K5 Char. If you are mercenaries, then lower your weapons." As soon as she finished speaking, the atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Mirabelle exclaimed in surprise, "Big brother!" "Help, I'm your brother, your sister Maribel Chard." After hearing that, he suspiciously asked, "Big brother, you're happy, can't believe we meet here." However, the Silver Knight quickly dismissed it. "What nonsense are you talking about?" left Maribel stunned. Next, he aggressively pointed his spear forward. "I don't have a sister. Do you dare to impersonate our family?" She was stunned and tried to explain. "Wait, it's really me, brother." Just as she was about to say the name, the spear appeared before Mary's eyes. And so Mary Ben, a star returned into the goddess's embrace. Her determination will be remembered forever. Jack, a star returned to the goddess's embrace. His determination will be remembered forever. Christopher, a star, has returned to the goddess's embrace. His determination will be remembered forever. Saklai, a 1-star, has returned into the goddess's embrace. His determination will be remembered forever. D has returned to the embrace of the goddess. His determination will be remembered forever. Group 27 has been defeated. You lost. Jane stands silently, deep in thought. About an hour from the start until destruction, if it was a normal conquest mission, the lower-level players wouldn't last that long on a higher floor. As he finished speaking, he looked at the blinking simulation screen. No, everything is different now. Am Kana at this moment. Then Sin was sure he would approach me. Next, a notification appeared. Level 2 Tactical Room has 5 simulated matches. Level 3 Tactical Room has 10 or more simulated matches. Level 4 Tactical Room requires 50 simulated wins or more. Level 5 requires 100. Standing in front of the virtual arena leaderboard, a simulated battle is proposed to Han. 3 stars. He entered a room and wondered to himself, so they have upgraded the strategy room enough for mid-level tactics. That upgrade condition isn't easy. I don't know how they managed to do it. Jane stared intently. These things should have been enough. The problem was that about 30 minutes had passed, and the map on the table remained unchanged, with no sign of movement in his gaze. I remained silent, staring into their eyes for a long time. Then Jean sighs in frustration, still not understanding what they are trying to say. He goes outside, scratches his head, and sighs. I need to analyze the simulation match to infer as much as possible about level 36. Are we still not synchronized properly? Sino concluded the chain of information, saying, we lost many promising candidates in the last trial. Even Amkana is afraid of that, which is why she hesitated and didn't want us to climb the tower. We have to use every tactic to survive. The scene shifts to the 6264 Dela dimension, where frightened soldiers are asked, who are you? How did you get here? Lai Min looked upset and confidently declared, if you have fighting skills or special abilities, come to our waiting room. I promise a much better life than this place. Doesn't anyone here want to prove their worth in a bigger world? While he was calming them down, everyone was panicking and whispering. This isn't coercion or intimidation. It's clear they're planning to kidnap us. Do you know where that place is? Just take your time and decide freely. Then a proud man stepped forward with contempt. You talk big, but do you really have the guts? He shouted loudly. If you think you can seduce our team members, you're very mistaken. Even here, we still have camaraderie. Then, the man growled threateningly, if you keep rambling on, I will cut out your tongue. Hearing this, Lei Colin smirked and challenged, do you have the courage to prove that? As soon as he finished, the two stared each other down. Without hesitation, they immediately launched their attack. The man's swift strikes were met with skillful defenses, and in an instant, Leon managed to knock his sword away. Seeing your failure, he dismissively scoffs. Do you think swinging a sword in the training yard without a master's guidance will make you better? We always face real combat in the tower, not just practice. Seconds later, Leon coldly announced the schedule. We will stay here for half a day before moving to another waiting room. If anyone wants to leave, let us know before then. At the same time, Lai Min stepped onto the boat to check the situation. What is our next destination? The subordinate quickly reports that it's probably the space-time coordinate 2441. At that moment, Rady approaches and announces, something's wrong. She hurriedly checked her notebook and made a decision. The records show that Master left less than a month ago. They might come back. If they return and find all the heroes have been robbed, their reputation will be damaged. It's better to go to the nearest place. In the evening of space, 8422, inside the Pig Make Cup game area, in front of the majestic gate and a space crack. Celine's group is waiting under the gate. At this moment, Jenna excitedly exclaims, I haven't climbed the tower in a long time. He crossed his arms and said, as long as you stay calm, she won't die. Tio retorted angrily, this place is really strange. Completely different from Har. The difficulty is not normal at all. She hesitated and shouted, do I really be able to trust you? Seijin straightforwardly asked, have you ever seen me lie? Then he shrugged and signaled, let's just forget it and go inside the gate together. At that moment, Jenna excitedly shouted, I will only trust you this time, so everyone else must not die. Oh. 3 Jean coldly denies responsibility. Don't trust me. It's too much pressure. Over there, standing beside the lake, I will also trust you. He hopelessly protests in vain. I told you not to trust me, and if you get stabbed in the back, don't blame me. Jine sighed in exasperation. Level 30 is a desert. Level 35 is the sea. I just hope this will be a normal mission this time. She helplessly added, I can't even guess what will be on the 40th floor. Seeing the lonely look in his eyes, he was restless. Velkus had been like that since Nerissa left. At least he wasn't going berserk. In an instant, Salen quickly ordered, I've gathered enough information. Whatever appears, we just need to do our mission. Get ready to go. A moment later, the team entered the new dungeon. As they stepped inside, they were greeted by a breathtaking scene, with a sudden spring breeze blowing through. He slowly opened his eyes and looked around. In front of him was a clear natural scene, and the system displayed a level 36 mission notification. Seize the target and take the designated supplies. Stepping forward without hesitation, Jenna looked puzzled and wondered, are we stealing? What does it mean? Should we go ahead and scout first? Sign Tin Vai can decode it. No need. Once we reach the hillside, we'll see everything. Just then, Kiasa snorted to report. Han? I hear strange sounds and I can smell something too. Huang Yi frowns. What does it smell like? She pursed her lips in silence for a long time. Then Kiashasa unconsciously smiled brightly. Then she rushed forward fiercely, with steel and blood. Seeing Sao Jane running desperately, Kisa suddenly slammed on the brakes at the towering cliff. She hesitated as she looked down, noticing the strange behavior, wondering what she had discovered. Witnessing the chaos below, Kiajasa instinctively exclaimed, there are countless people down there, too many to count. Looking at the flags on both sides, she deduces it's a war. Hearing this, everyone freezes and stares at the scene of stabbing and slashing. Where are we? Why are they fighting? I don't know. Does anyone here know? As soon as she finished speaking, Sao Jane sighed in frustration. If Nerissa were here, she would have already figured something out. I'm starting to remember her. After observing, you immediately noticed that the symbols on the other side had a much larger force. Isn't that flag from the goddess church? At this moment, Tio is probing and reporting the situation. This is a restricted area, and it seems the way to the battlefield has been blocked. Jain understood the situation and gave the order, we should find an alternative route and try to infer the details of the mission. Before the battle erupted, Jenna was stunned in shock. Standing nearby, she furrowed her brow and rubbed her eyes. The magic in the air is too thick, making my eyes hurt. With the situation so unstable, Sin sighed in disappointment. We didn't get anything. Let's check somewhere else. He hesitated and thought, we once sent a small reconnaissance team to break through level 36 and 3 other teams just promoted to 3 stars. But all were wiped out with the current defenses. Losing 4 teams isn't too bad, but still too many lives sacrificed for just 1 level. Sin bitterly analyzed, based on mock battles with Amina. The low-level team was wiped out by scouts before they could do anything. Other groups managed to operate for a while, but were then surrounded and wiped out by the enemy. You nod knowingly, as if you've understood this harsh law of survival. So the key to this mission is to avoid being detected by the enemy? Surely Amkena has uncovered something. The whole group turned their backs and left. If they truly cared about our group, they wouldn't have thrown us straight into the meat grinder like before. Then they sat hidden in the bushes, observing the situation, while Sin peeked out from behind the foliage. You counted carefully. 87 church soldiers level 21, and 5 church knights level 23. At that moment, Jane stroked his chin, realizing that this was the true nature of the situation. Is this mission really just about looting? Next, you turn to give instructions, seemingly aiming to get involved in this battle. Velkus skeptically asks a question. You mean the battlefield over there? They have overwhelming numbers. Seiji Jin nodded in response. Yes, I know. Thousands of them. A second later, he shot a mocking glance. Are you scared? He sneered in response. Nonsense. All I've been doing so far are random chaos-clearing missions. This time I'm really interested. Without waiting any longer, Sane signaled and charged toward the front lines. All right, follow me and move quickly. Suddenly, the soldiers hear a strange noise and turn around, but before they can react, an arrow flies and pierces one soldier's neck. They shouted in panic, "We are under attack!" At that moment, the commander shouted to calm them down, pull out your weapons and fight back. How many enemies are there? The low-ranking soldier nervously confirmed 5 men. Hearing this, the commander was stunned and froze in place. What? While they shouted, Kia from afar jumped in to attack. That kid's monster was still holding his ground and ordered not to break the formation, to hold their position. As he finished speaking, he was pierced by Velkus's sword. The commander tremblingly asked for their identity. What are you? Are you mercenaries? He growled threateningly, you don't need to know. And at the same time, Jenna successfully took down the remaining enemies. At that moment, Sao Jane fought while telling the reinforcements to arrive and keep a retreat route ready. He hurriedly turned to give orders to Ionka, who was casting stage 1 magic in the back. At that moment, Sane met Kisasa's fiery gaze. Understanding her competitive spirit, he nodded and turned away. But inside, Sane was secretly furious. Yet the soldiers kept guiding him, saying, don't panic, keep fighting, hold the line. As soon as he finished praying, he charged forward and swung his sword. The goddess's blessing was suddenly interrupted by a furious man shouting, you bastards, how dare you do such cowardly things in my absence? Knight Kai Vonch, the Silver Holy Knight, bearer of wrath, has arrived. Anyone who dares to block the goddess's path will be crushed beneath my sword. Sej Jane frowned and looked at the familiar face in confusion and exclaimed. The person was stunned and exclaimed with joy. Finally, we meet again. I will never forget that face. He recalls a glorious past. Do you remember the heaven-shaking battle on the stairs where we bet our lives? What the hell are you talking about? Seeing that the other party didn't respond, Kay was stunned and added, could it be that you've forgotten our fateful reunion in the Silver Hall? At that moment, Saojin muttered suspiciously to himself, stairs, the epic battle, the Silver Hall, you're trying to dredge up your memory. Sao Jane anxiously tries to think hard, but the scene remains very blurry to him. While Kai sadly laments, Kisasa suddenly kicks him in the face from behind. 5 years have passed, and I, a descendant of the Sleece lineage, have never forgotten. Seeing Kai lying unconscious on the ground, Velkus curiously asked Han, do you know who he is? He casually replied, I don't know. He put away his sword and criticized. Anyway, that last fight was boring. They were too weak. Not like before at all. Jenna scratched her head and awkwardly smiled. Maybe it's because we've gotten stronger. It's too powerful, really. After hearing that, Velkus stared blankly and repeated. She smiled and explained as if it were a humanoid weapon. But while they were engrossed in their conversation, Kadi pulled back the curtain and signaled, though it still didn't seem quite real. Look at this. Inside the wooden crates are huge quantities of goods. Mana bottles. Hundreds of bottles. Realizing the true scale, Sane's face suddenly turned serious. This isn't a raid mission. Hundreds of mana bottles. In the end, you conclude in a deep, gravelly voice that a large-scale battle is coming, and we will have to fight at a significant disadvantage. At this moment, the system display shows level 36, target raid mission type, to seize the specified supplies. Sin looked at the defeated soldiers and thought to himself that the raid was over, and they would probably head back soon. He needed to organize the information for the return. The system then appeared with the message that the mission type had changed to an unknown category. The target is unclear? You furrowed your brow in confusion as you looked at it. Over here, Kia just finished reading the message and asked in confusion. Not clear? What is this? It just says unclear. Jenna hesitated to continue, seeming not to have finished. Inside Sao Jane's mind, he wondered if that was why the Vanguard teams had been wiped out. Do we have to find the target ourselves? No wonder the Vanguard units are in chaos. What should we do now? Sane replied quietly as he walked away. We have no choice but to explore a little more. Maybe if we check this battlefield, we might learn something. In that moment, everyone stood on the cliff, gazing into the distance, and the space suddenly fell silent. A chaotic battle unfolds between the two factions, one with the white flag of the cult worshipping the twin goddesses, and the other with the banner of the Asinis clan. Loyal to Prius, as soldiers from both sides clash fiercely. The church's army is fully exploiting their numerical advantage. The infantry is in the front. Cavalry circles around from behind, a classic hammer and anvil tactic. Essential in large-scale battles, a giant fireball suddenly appeared in the sky. The magic bombardment will soon stop because we have destroyed their mana potion. It fell straight down, causing a massive explosion, but perhaps it won't change the overall situation. The shockwave from the blast was enormous, shaking the entire space. The church's army still holds a decisive advantage. By the time they were summoned, the Asinis forces were already on the brink of collapse. Seijin watched the situation unfold. Sighing in disbelief at how uneven it was, he frowned, thinking to himself that there was no hope left, with no army, few mages, and their formation in disarray. Jenna looked in that direction and asked, "Are we sure we can't go down there?" Sane replied coldly, "If you're curious, try it." All the arrows shot at the barrier are reflected back. His voice echoes, "That makes sense. I guess all we can do now is observe." Outside the barrier, those trying to break through but failing look angry. Sin also begins to understand why the previous teams died. Either they panic and run away, getting spotted by the scouts, or they rush in recklessly and get wiped out trying to intervene. He looked out and thought to himself, so all we can do is... Thinking of that, Sin whispered, "Doing nothing from now on." Outside the barrier, the explosion still rumbled loudly. He said in a low voice, "If we explore recklessly, all of us could die. Let's observe a little longer. There must be a clue somewhere." After a long while, the smoky battle still showed no end. At this moment, Jenna, just waking up, faintly saw the system's sparks and let out a sigh. "Is this the signal to return to the waiting room? Remember that time we completed a reconnaissance mission without even doing anything?" He replied in a low voice, "Yes, that's true." She sighed in relief. "Thank God, I thought we were stuck forever." Kisasa heard and asked, "What do you mean by Archer?" Jenna replied, "I mean we are about to be taken back. It seems we will return once the battle on the other side ends." Looking down at the chaos, Sao Jane silently thought that even though our side lost, we can still go back. Something's not right with this mission. Kisa smiles playfully and says, "Han, there's a really strong-looking person over there." He looked in that direction and muttered, "The guys are down there. The Black Knights are fighting crazily. Sin has seen them before. He even fought against them once." Remembering the moment when he faced a Dark Knight, Jane silently wondered what this escort mission on the 15th floor was trying to show us, as the Dark Knight blocked the entrance near the end. Velkus also spoke up, saying it would be really fun to fight those guys. He wondered and asked, "Where did they come from?" At first, we couldn't see them. "Over there," she points and says, "Han, the human woman from before is nearby, like she's begging to save humanity or something like that." Suddenly, he opens his eyes wide and rushes off like a gust of wind. Seeing Jean rush down, she shouted, "Han, you said that area was already blocked off." He replied, "Then just wait there." As I ran, I wondered why she didn't understand. And the more I thought about it, the more frustrated I became, grinding my teeth and asking myself how this could be happening. While on this side, the soldiers were being wiped out by the Black Knights. The sound of screams kept ringing out.
Please, I surrender. Spare my life.
Freya angrily shouted. Did you just say you surrendered? Standing bravely before the soldiers, she said, Just come and take my life. Please spare them. Spare. Isn't it true from the very beginning that all you wanted was my life? They didn't say much, just swung their swords, killing a soldier each, blood splattering everywhere, and the soldier fell right in front of Freya, leaving her stunned. Why are you tormenting me like this? All I want is to save my people. The Black Knights, with their cold and grim expressions, all transmitted their voices simultaneously. Kill the witch. Kill her. Kill the filthy witch. Witch, it hurts, kill her. It hurts so much. The cold sounds continued to echo. She has tarnished it. Our pride. She has betrayed the world we love. Hearing that, Freya asked in confusion, What do you mean by that? Are you saying I betrayed something? At this moment, Jain has run over. He maintains his balance to stop. Inside the barrier, Sin calls out to Freya. Hearing her name, she slowly turned to look, while he kept pounding on the barrier, anxiously calling out, Answer me! Prios is Frey. Freya saw a sign and smiled kindly, calling out weakly, Han. She looked happy as she said, You're alive. I'm so glad. At that moment, a dark knight approached Freya, and instantly, all Seijin could see was a spray of blood. Seeing this, he was stunned and speechless. The blue light from the system grew clearer and clearer. In that instant, Sin also disappeared with a flash of light. The system displayed a message that the sky scene was complete. Han, Jenna, and Kisasa have leveled up and received a reward of 300,000 gold. A low-level MVP red shard. The card with that image appears from afar. Then the system transports everyone to the main hall. As soon as they arrived, Jenna asked in confusion, Did the princess just die? S clenched his teeth and silently reassured himself, Stay calm. A notification screen appears, announcing the failure of mission 1 out of 5, and that this mission will repeat until level 40. At this point, his face darkened completely. She thought to herself that this mission repeats over the same period of time. The image of Freya representing the mission appears, a notorious loop because of its difficulty. This mission repeats the same task until level 40, and if the goal isn't achieved within that range, it ends in failure. Jane still feels hopeful and quietly thinks that means there's still a chance to save Freya. So, you're saying that girl might still be alive? After everything we've been through just for the princess, it would be pointless if it all ends here, wouldn't it? Moreover, it seems that time and space don't hold much meaning in these missions. She keeps wondering if maybe she could go back to when she was still alive. What if she starts over from the beginning? He agrees too. I think the same. There's no way she would have died so easily. Then Seljin took out a watch and said, Jenna, take this. Jenna asked curiously, What is it? He warned her, It's a pocket watch. Don't lose it. It's very expensive, as she excitedly spun the watch in her hand. How expensive can something this small be? Seijin said coldly, 100,000 gold. You said even the master hesitated before buying it. This is a low-level magic component, but it's very hard to come by in this situation. We will need it for the mission, so handle it carefully. After hearing this, Jenna was stunned and nearly dropped her fork looking at the intricately designed silver watch in her hand. She asked, So, what should we do now? Seijin replied, We need to review everything again and observe how the situation is unfolding. Follow me to the strategy room outside the mansion. The area is still quiet. Inside, he pointed at the map and said, This is where we were summoned. That forest is where the supply unit fought. We haven't been there yet, only observed from afar. Looking at the positions on the map, Seijin continued, If this is the same battlefield, we should complete the map thoroughly. The scene shifts to the next day at New World, and his voice echoes as Team 1 gathers. Blinding system lights transport everyone to another space, with a notification appearing on the 37th floor about an unclear mission and an unknown target. Here, Kisasa is closing her eyes to focus, saying there is still the smell of blood and burnt steel. Sign said in a deep voice, as if we had truly gone back to the starting point. You give the order? Jenna checks the time. Jenna quickly runs off to respond. I will go ahead. Jenna's role is to determine the time limit of the mission from start to finish and to monitor how long we can hold out. She goes to the cliff to observe the battle below. Reina will time the main event precisely to the second. While observing, she records all the events on the battlefield so we can use them as reference points for decision-making. At least in this loop, Jenna will not participate in the fight. At this moment, Seijin says to Kisasa, I rely on you. She confidently replies, Trust in me. That's why we're called the Storm Team. With that, Kisasa dashed off at full speed. Kisasa's mission is to scout the battlefield. During this cycle, Kisasa is not participating, while Katio on this side is focusing on consolidating the actions of his teammates. Sjin said, Katio is the same, we can't use him because their visual data is being synchronized.
What they see will be stored as image data in a magic crystal,
Velkus said. So it's just the two of us left. I think that's enough. Let's go. Jin looked up at the sky, imagining Amakana, and silently wondered if this was truly a looping mission, which would explain why Amakana kept sending out pioneer teams. He muttered, is this what she wanted us to see in that simulated battle? Sao Jane remembered Freya's gentle smile and felt a wave of sadness. Priosis. She has died so many times in this tower, and will have to die many more times. The scene shifts elsewhere, but the soldiers are escorting a carriage convoy, and one soldier asks, did you hear that strange sound just now? The other asks back, what do you mean by what sound? The soldier replied, like the sound of mice scurrying, but before he could finish, both heads were severed in a single slash. The two sharp swords immediately lunged at another soldier, causing him to panic and shout out, who are you? In an instant, the scene of violence unfolds suddenly, blood splattering everywhere and screams echoing in despair. Let me go. They are monsters, evil demons. I am the Silver Knight, Kaivon Char, the executor of the goddess's wrath. On this side, Selin and Velkus keep accelerating. He is thinking that if we destroy this supply line, we can limit the magical artillery of the church's army and delay the destruction of our allies. Sage Jin said urgently, let's hurry up. Upon arrival, you saw the fallen soldiers lying scattered, looking extremely tragic. Sa quickly ordered Velkus to turn left and to check the boundary of the field. Got it, stay careful, too. Suddenly, the system notified you that you earned 1 star for Gendiev and 1 star for Saruman. At CTIO's location, a message appears from Team Leader Han. The field is larger than I thought. Kaido, is the communication link ready? Team 1, Kato, is done. Han, the leader of Team 1, is connecting me with Kisasa. The system screen begins to appear in front of Shin, showing the scene of Kisasa being chased. That is a level 41 X13 Black Knight. Are you wondering why you're being chased? The team breakers are chasing after her. Seeing her trying to run fast, Sin communicates with her through the system. Team leader of Team 1, Han Kisasa. Are you okay? Member of the first team, Kisasa Han. These things smell really foul. At this moment, she runs past the fortress on the high cliff, and the sound echoes. Leader of Team 1, Han, where did they come from? Team 1 member Kisasa looks toward the dark fortress from that fortress over there. Kisasa reports that that strange structure is not the only one. We've already passed another one earlier. So you have at least 2 fortresses. Can you cut off their pursuit? Kisas replied, of course I can. He was riding quickly across the field, planning to hand over the right side of the field to Kisasa and investigate the left himself. Soon after, Sin arrived. In front of him were thousands of soldiers. Sajane gradually moved closer to them. The soldiers were so densely packed in rows and columns that it was suffocating. Each soldier is well equipped, holding a sturdy bow in their hand. As I ride in on horseback, I think, archers? Eliminating them will buy more time for my allies, Sajane muttered, confidently. I am beginning to understand this mission. You observe the enemies and items, then analyze that the points on the left are delaying tactics to block reinforcements and supplies. Looking at the fortress, Sin concluded that there is a fortress on the right with targets. That means we will need to attack both sides at the same time. At this point, his face was covered in sweat as he assessed that this is the highest difficulty level. Even for a loop-type mission, Sejin thought to himself, this is too bad. He imagined his own combat team, considering the limited time, split forces, and multiple points to hold. There's even a pursuit team. Han recalled Amana's wicked smile, and her words about this being an S-rank difficulty, like the NFL. Does Han secretly suspect this is also her scheme? Did she arrange the mission just to show off? Seo Jane urged his horse to go faster and silently declared, I will crush any mission she throws at me. I told you you picked the wrong person. As I quickly approached the target, I whispered to myself, don't stop. We'll rush onto the bridge and head to the archers' push from the west to the north and regroup with Kisasa. That is the final target for this second run. Suddenly, Seo Jane widened his eyes as he saw 2 arrows flying rapidly toward him. One arrow hit the white horse in the chest, while the other struck him directly. The white horse collapsed, crying out in pain. Sage Jine also fell down, but he quickly regained his balance and stood firm. In front of Jine was a strange masked demon who looked very powerful. He is drawing another arrow, preparing for the next attack. Danger warning system activated. The magic bullet sniper watched you for a long time. Sign decisively pulled out the arrow. The clock now struck the exact hour. The system displays a message that the stage has been cleared. Belkis with 3 stars and Hio with 4 stars have leveled up, earning 320,000 gold. MVP Kisasa. Seeing that, he wondered if they would come looking for him at any time. Suddenly, the strange demon shot an arrow, but he quickly shattered it. Jain knelt down with an arrow stuck in his thigh, grinding his teeth in pain and silently thinking, "Not bad. I almost got a fatal hit but couldn't get close." So the Western Scout failed. That freak stormed in and messed everything up. Looking at the masked demon, I secretly thought it was thanks to him that the archers joined the fight. Behind him, the fierce battle between the two factions was still ongoing. Seeing that, he thought Frey must be among them, because the notification had appeared. That means the mission completion conditions have been met. Sin still sits there, lost in thought. Even though we've passed the screen, the result is still the second elimination. At this moment, a message from Jenna appears saying, "I think our team member Jenna has already finished." He asked, "How many minutes do I know?" Standing inside the barrier watching the battle, she responds to the message. From the start of the battle until His Highness passed away, it was exactly 183 minutes and 53 seconds. Sin was now sweating profusely, grinding his teeth as he silently calculated. So about 3 hours during that time, we need to take control of all points and finally join the battlefield. Jain's body is being transported away by the system. I'm angry and sigh. If it weren't for that monster, this would have been much easier. Next time, I'll catch him. Immediately after, Sin was transported back to the command room. A notification appeared showing a failed mission result of 2 out of 5, and this mission repeats up to level 40. Seeing that, Sio looked helpless and said, "This is really difficult." "Why is this mission so hard?" Velkus spoke up. "Hey, little mage, aren't you the one who begged to go on this mission? Are you scared now?" She replied, "It's too much for me. In Hala, as long as you stay calm, you can manage. But what's going on here?" The 35th floor was already strange, and now this place is too. Even the replayed missions we saw on the stone are crazy. Jenna hesitated before speaking. "I'm not really happy that we made it through, but it's not entirely useless. If we regroup and organize, maybe we can figure something out." Seeing Sin hold his head, she asked with concern, "Hey, is something wrong?" "He doesn't look well," he replied. "Just tired." Sin muttered in frustration, "It's just some annoying thoughts." "So that's it. Do we really have to endure this whole thing up to level 100? Each stage of the mission is set at a terrifying level. That distant figure asks, "What now? Han? Are we continuing the lessons today?" "It's getting late. What if we regroup tomorrow?" He quickly replied, "Let's organize what we found today. On the 3rd run, we need a clear plan to win." Sign secretly wondered if the mission itself was mocking us, asking if we could really overcome it. The scene shifts to another place where Edith sits in deep thought with a glass of wine in hand. She sat like that for a long time. Edith remembered that Larini had said many people had died. Edith finished her drink and spoke, "But if we only shrink back, we'll never move forward." She added in a low voice, "Yes, we should mourn those who fell, but we should also celebrate surviving." "That's just how mercenaries do it," Leonie replied. "I think so." Back in the present, Edith handed Lai a drink. She took a quick sip and then declared that no one had died. With a somber expression, she muttered, "At least it's not our team." The scene shifts to evening at the DH Manor. Inside, Sin is sitting and studying documents, looking at the positions on the map, thinking this is everything we've gathered from reconnaissance so far. Access denied. While examining the strongholds, Sin calculated that eliminating the supply units and archers in the west could delay the destruction of our allies. Of course, we can't ignore the forts in the west either. Surveying the fortress on the map, he drew a plan of attack. To the east, there are 3 fortresses and a statue of a goddess. We must avoid the Black Knights and take at least 3 forts within 3 hours. Then Sin pondered, standing as a hero, "This is all we can do. This is driving me crazy. If only I could use the strategic tools of the Master, I could have come up with a real plan." You asked Iso what she thinks of the difficulty level here. The girl hesitated and replied, "I'm not sure either. If it weren't for Loki, Tao Mia's difficulty would have wiped us out long ago." Sin said, "I know the difficulty varies depending on the account, so is it determined by luck?" "It's not luck. I heard from the director that there's a reason, even though he didn't explain it clearly, and your expression looks annoyed as you speak. So who created these missions then? Was it that clown claiming to be the director?" Hearing that, the girl also became a bit scared and broke out in a sweat. Sane exhaled heavily, sighing in frustration, which made Yo startled. The girl pinched his cheek and shouted,
Hey, you're not planning to go back to the NFL, are you? If Loki leaves, this place is finished, and so am I.
Don't go, I will do anything, Jin said in a deep voice.
I didn't mean it, so let go.
You coldly said, enough, go away. It makes ISO a little choked up. At this moment, the system suddenly lights up, and the girl tremblingly reaches out to press the screen. Wait a moment. ISO's voice trembled more and more as tears and snot streamed down his face.
Suddenly, the director sent a message. The screen displayed a notification that only GM could reply to, asking, "How is Theo?" Hearing this name, Sane immediately thought of Theo's appearance and exclaimed inwardly as the message continued to display on the screen.
Theo, it's been quite a while since your first one-star promotion ceremony, hasn't it?
You can meet me anytime you want. I thought you would call me at least once, but you never did.
You really don't understand a girl's heart at all.
You're asking if only I saw this message?
Amakana can't see, right? She nods once. Sage Jane immediately typed a reply saying, Hun, I've never called you. Get lost. Do you like my gift? If used properly, one of your hunting dogs could reach 7 stars. You remember the image of it level 16 larvae, thinking to yourself, a gift? So its membership in the Unity group was arranged by her. So you reported everything to him, did you?
The girl was startled and shouted no.
He cast a cold, sharp glance at Isung, who was trembling in fear, and silently concluded that Ys was just his subordinate after all. He can't oppose him face to face. If hints could appear, browsing the web and other functions would also work. Then connecting to Mobius Cop's chat would be just child's play. On this side, Theo is sitting in a dark room, typing a message that says, Anyway, Loki, it's really surprising that you're still alive with that cursed account. Honestly, that's impressive, but I can't get it to work. She sat looking at the screen, the messages still appearing steadily. Why did Jine ask, can't get it to work? According to the reply, that account is completely unbalanced. I expected you to have to come to me by at least level 20, but you lasted longer. I think you've lived up to your name already. Your master still hasn't given up, has he? Usually they would have given up already. She added, I've told you before that account is not normal. Once it collapses, it's truly gone. The conversation continues with the same content, but how much longer can you endure this? According to Amkana, right? You really think someone who only knows how to wave a glowing stick from behind can lead you? If you understand this best, then no matter how strong the hero is, it's all useless if the master is incompetent. Everything is over, and Theo's hand continues to move swiftly over the keyboard. Just stop sending pointless messages and get straight to the point. At this moment, her eyes grew colder along with the message. I will give you the position of Tia's master. Keep rambling on, don't worry, it's not some slave contract, just a few conditions to follow, and of course, if you conquer all 100 floors, I will guarantee your return to Earth with a huge reward. Those words made Sane frown in discomfort, recalling that when he faced Unette before, he had also said something like this, implying that even if the master gave up, it might not cause problems and suggesting he could take on the role of master instead. I secretly think that if I use the divine race in Bifrost, I might still be able to operate without a master. The influence of that sword is too terrifying. Neji sitting in front of the game map, crying and thinking, damn it, I have to cook now. Jean analyzes for America, this is just a game, a thing to have fun with, but ready to throw away if no longer interested. Their determination is completely different from ours because our lives are on the line. I keep analyzing in my mind that if Amina is eliminated and I become the master, the difficulty of the mission will also change. Then Cell Jane turned to ask, Yo, what do you think? They said that to climb the tower, they need to change the master. This made the girl suddenly startle. She hesitated, nervously pressing 2 fingers together, and stammered out each word. Maybe trusting the master isn't such a bad idea after all. You called him a fool from the very beginning, but now it's different. Imagine Yona standing under the flashing sticks waving around and the image of Sane battered after the battle, saying, He's clumsy, his tastes are strange but not bad, at least he doesn't abuse Lokai. The girl even praised him, saying he played passionately and was willing to spend money, and hearing that, he responded, sounding just like a game addict. Iso excitedly said, I have something to show you. Loki Sin asked, what is it? Iso excitedly raised both hands and shouted, Amkana's phone history. The girl burst into laughter. Move on. Jin watched that scene helplessly, thinking, can she even see all of that? An image of a phone screen appears, Iso says. He saved the top secret document you put on his phone and checked it repeatedly. He has opened it 132 times. The girl confidently said so much that her nose almost grew longer, and from the last page of the scroll, Amina started taking notes. A player was focused on scrolling through their phone with a note saying, on the 20th of the 20th, I received a strange file from someone named Loki. Among all the confusing words, I still read to the end. The girl continued to take notes calmly, observing his arrangement and analysis.
I think he's a very impressive person. Wouldn't it be better to use that skill for something other than gaming? You read the line, but anyway, I decided to imitate him and record my gaming history.
It looks fun, with a calm face, I think. Who would still do that now? And with a phone, no less.
That girl is on the train still taking notes. On January 2nd, she finished clearing level 15.
Hang almost died, all because of Aaron. He tried, but his skills didn't improve at all. He's truly useless. She didn't care about her surroundings, focusing only on her phone. On the 20th of the 20th month, she finished clearing level 20.
Han kills a dragon alone. I heard that a 1-star is trash.
The instructions were wrong. Anyway, he did a good job, so I gave him a warhorse statue.
Han was very happy, and even when he sat at his desk, notes continued to be written steadily. On the 20th of the 20th, Han was assigned to a business trip at NFL Hem. She researched Loki. He's even more of a gamer than she thought, but she still can't understand why he would care about her. Why is that? Still, she was grateful for the help.
I was thinking about giving up, but now I feel pretty happy. Another day when I was lying around playing games and got scolded by my mom, I also wrote it down, so
Jane has now read the note, indicating that the 20th of the month, the 20th, has finished cleaning the 25th floor. Kisasa is also very helpful.
Luckily I invested money in food there, but I guess I'll have to live on instant noodles for a while. You coldly think that all these words are just useless nonsense. The image of America's YouTube channel appears alongside the note for the 20th of the 20th.
I uploaded a video of myself passing the 30th floor on my tube, and the views aren't bad. Could my heroes really be that strong?
Maybe my video editing skills are pretty good too. I will start editing and re-upload the footage I recorded from the first floor.
While it's still fresh, I have to take advantage of it. Browsing through the videos I've uploaded, she comments that Han really is just a rat. How is he so strong? Could it be that he merged with the 4 stars early on or something? Back then, I knew nothing about the game, but I have no regrets. Han is worth much more than the effort he put in. My video views increased thanks to him. Suddenly, my phone vibrated. The note shows the date as the 20th of the 20th month, at level 35. John Kia from Team 1 has died.
I thought Han had died in the final dungeon. Luckily, he survived, but a teammate was lost and he looked very sad.
I gave him a warhorse statue to comfort him. Why is Jane pondering when reading the words? Who is he? But something feels off. Could anyone really believe such a story? The feeling is really very vivid. The girl recounts how she told her colleagues at work and got scolded for scrolling through her phone.
They asked if she was really sober and even suggested she quit gaming, saying she was addicted.
Still, she remains absorbed in her passion for gaming and thinks she really doesn't want to quit. Am I going crazy? The girl smiles with that joy, as if Jane and she are standing back to back. I don't know why the heroes are starting to feel close. You read the line about January 2nd. I don't think I should. On October 20th, I was beaten badly by Han in a mock battle.
I think this part was written quite recently, and the girl player is reflecting deeply. Then I review the instructions I recorded and carefully note down up to the 35th floor. Of course, this analysis isn't perfect. Mainly rough guesses pieced together.
She took notes because she didn't want to do things halfway. This time, Han might die. The girl was called into the boss's office for a reminder. The explanation in the diary is about everyday notes on being addicted to makeup, like getting caught using the phone at work and getting scolded, walking while looking at the phone and crashing into a pole, and scenes of her being scolded by her mother every day. But those things didn't discourage her. She noted that she didn't want to give up. After reading, John said in a serious tone, "They're in a mock battle with Chloe. That person has no talent at all, still struggling even on easy difficulty." The scene shifts to a room where Naji D looks very happy on the screen.
Amekana was sweating all over. Jane's voice rang out, "You're only good at playing racing games at a decent level."
Looking at how they manage the room and train the heroes, there's nothing remarkable. The door slowly opens, and he thinks they have determination. Sin enters slowly and says, "Let's see if that helps." The system display shows, Master Han 3 stars requests a mock battle. Do you accept? Condition: 1 warhorse statue for each match. He pressed agree, secretly thinking this mission would be the stage to prove himself as a master.
Can I modify the mock battle system, ISO? I want to change the map. The system reminds you that 5,000 gold will be automatically deducted. As Sin observes the map, he also requests a printed copy to defend the central area. Place 3 fortresses in the east and 2 outposts in the west. ISO responds, "Understood." The system announces the start of the 1 versus 1 mock battle. The fight against the AI with shining blue armored statues appearing from the system.
He slammed down a piece and paid attention to what this mock battle really means. In the evening, the scenery outside the city became quiet. At Thao's place, she opened the message screen and muttered, ending the conversation alone? Loki, you're pretty bold. Theo, standing in silence and looking over the city, smugly said, Do they really think they can't kill them? She raised her glass, smirking. It's easy to kill, but deciding to do it is the hard part. Suddenly, Theo threw her glass of wine, asking herself, Isn't the game amazing? Looking through the red wine and the shattered glass with cold eyes, she affirmed that time cannot be stopped because those who can stay, or even reset it. In the command room, Velkas's star card appears on the sword-shaped piece. On the battlefield, Sajain is also fiercely directing him. He continues to firmly place a knight on the board. At the same time, the knights charge forward in the battle. The sword and knight pieces are facing each other, just as the soldiers outside the battlefield are beheaded by the knights. The knight statue also shattered. In the gloomy fortress, the goddess statue still emitted flickering red light. As another piece falls apart, the goddess statue is no longer intact. Sin is focused on taking notes, while Jenna observes the surroundings. Back at the mansion, everyone is gathered around examining a map, except Kisa, who keeps dozing off from boredom. Meanwhile, a target is set up for archery practice. Everyone is practicing diligently. One person is sitting quietly sharpening arrows, while Edit is tirelessly training with a puppet. Roderick is quietly observing everyone. At Selin's location, he is riding his horse quickly forward. There, the masked demon was already waiting. The Dark Knights also rushed over like a gust of wind. Freya is once again struck directly in the chest. The system immediately notifies that the mission has failed. This is a mission that will be repeated until the 40th floor. Everyone is quickly transported back to the main room. On the system map, the knight statue has been destroyed. Amana's eyes on the screen sparkle brightly. The pieces are scattered across the map as the scene shifts to Newend, where the space crack remains quietly sealed. A notification appears along with the image of the edit. Note that the mission has failed 4 out of 5 times. This mission will be repeated until the 40th floor. All players gather here. The system displays a cautious notification. This mission requires 5 groups and is of medium scale. If a group lacks members, use paid or free summoning to recruit more heroes. This mission is fixed with a front team and a backup team. The backup team can join when certain conditions are met. Be careful. If the mission fails, access to floors 37 and 40 will be locked and reset to floor 36. Jenna clenched her fist and said with determination, We can do this. Let's go. Keep going. We can do this, right? After all this effort, Velkas laughed. Well, whether I succeed or not, this is the last time. If we fail, we will die together. The dungeon system is warning us. The current challenge is level 40. The door will open in 10 seconds. Get ready. The mission is being recorded, and the person's profile will be saved. CO, feeling discouraged, said, I feel like we came here for nothing, just to suffer. Sign said in a deep voice, It's better than the place we've been before, that's true. She replied, but it's still so boring. At this moment, Kisa said to him, Han, if I die in battle, don't leave me alone. She continued, I don't want to be left alone anymore. Before she could finish speaking, Scene stomped hard on her foot and coldly said, Your race is best at talking nonsense. Say something more reasonable. Don't you feel ashamed calling yourself a warrior? She stammered, rubbing her aching leg from afar. But Sign confidently declared that he had no intention of dying, that we would all return alive. Hearing this, she was stunned for a moment, then looked up at the sky, lost in thought. All the preparations for climbing are complete. Americana's eyes appear bright and shining. Seljane muttered, Now it's all up to you. Then he asked Edith, How are the other teams? She replied, No problem at all. From the training match, not only the leaders but also the members are very skilled. Looking at Sen's group, she had added, The results of the training match show they are just as capable as our team. They will demonstrate many potentials to help us in this mission. Looking at Bianca and the others, Edith continued, Maybe because many of them come from high-level summons, they have a lot of experience and leadership spirit. Unlike before, everyone will cooperate in observing Javier's group. Edit concludes that especially the 5-member team, with all members being 3-star high-level heroes, are undoubtedly the best warriors now. The system notification shows a strong connection can be seen from the 5 summoned individuals. A shadow of the link has been formed in front of the blood serum. Hearing that, Salen silently thought that the entire team of 5 was linked together and the members would work in unison. Those people didn't look like trained swordsmen or mages anymore. It's strange. He observed everyone once more and quietly concluded that many of them looked confident they would survive. Returning with low-level heroes trained by rules and high-level heroes with extraordinary melee skills. The preparation time was long, and while Jine was still thinking, it seemed that everything was going according to plan so we wouldn't be wiped out like last time. Then the space crack started to glow. ISO quickly said, "High-level Team 1, go in." The system reminded again. "Main dungeon, current challenge is level 40. The door will open in 10 seconds. Get ready. The mission is being recorded and the person's profile will be saved." The system's light floods the room as Jine stands in silence for a long time, each glow gradually singing onto his face, causing Sin to slowly open his eyes. The light from the room shines more intensely before transitioning to a different scene. A clear blue sky with white clouds and gentle falling leaves creating a peaceful setting. The system appears with meaningless content. Floor 40, some kind of unknown mission. Purpose unknown.
Sin turned and shouted, "I have explained the campaign until my mouth was dry. Does anyone still not understand?" Jenna replied, "I have memorized it perfectly."
Velkus also spoke. "It seems I've heard it more than 10 times now. There's more than 3 hours left." He shouted, "Then get out of the way." As soon as he finished, Kisasa transformed into a giant beast. The special fire skill has been activated. Kisasa transforms.
Everyone disperse, Jine ordered him.
Kisasa handled the Isekai'd.
The remaining people, follow me to the west.
On the other side, a convoy of carriages is being escorted by soldiers along the road.
With more than 2 hours remaining, the scene repeats. An officer is nearly pierced by 2 swords, crying out in fear, "What are you?"
The countdown continues as soldiers are ruthlessly slaughtered.
Screams of terror. "Save us, it's a monster."
The commander saw this and said, "Don't panic. Grab your weapons and fight back."
"How many enemies are there?" the frightened soldier replied. "There are 4 of them. Up above, Jenna fires 2 arrows. The 2 silver knights immediately decapitated them in an instant. One silver knight sat on his horse, shouting, 'You bastards, I am the Silver Knight, heir of the Silver City.' He kept calling Konchar, but before he could finish, Velkus cut 2 people in half. Salen asked Velkus, "You handled the main threat yourself, right?" He replied confidently, "I don't worry. After I cut down a few of them, the others will be scared and run away," he said while running with his team and calculating. "The key point of this mission is how much time we save. We can't afford to waste even a moment. Time is passing faster and faster, and the sound of hooves grows louder. Right now, the Black Knights are rushing to chase after Kisa, and she immediately sends out a message. Facing some troublesome enemies in the northeast plains with not enough troops, she plans to lure everyone from the plains and eliminate them. Leader of Group 1, Han understood. Jin, Jenna, and Seo have already run quite a distance ahead. Belkus from Group 1, we have also arrived at the southwest. Belkus from Group 1, I will now infiltrate inside. You and Jenna have also arrived, quietly thinking we're almost at the second area. The figure of the masked demon stands proudly there again. Sign marvels at the wall where the masked man appears. Danger system alert. The masked demon at a higher level draws his bow and fires a single arrow. Jenna also refused to give up. She focused intensely, activated her eye skill to observe, and fired a powerful arrow. The arrows from both sides collide, causing a fierce clash. Giant on this side also fights back desperately, lamenting that Jenna's archery skills are falling behind that bastard's, then shouting out, "Annoying bastard." The strange demon kept firing powerful arrows non-stop, while Sin observed and evaluated. At first, the arrows from that bastard couldn't be seen clearly. Their directions were completely random. He clearly shot from the front, but the arrows appeared to come from the side or behind. He continued to think that both arrows and magic were useless against this guy. So at the same time, Seo arrived to support Jenna from behind.
She shouted, "All right, I'm coming."
Jenna's arrow shot forward at wind-cutting speed.
It unleashed a powerful wave of pressure toward the masked demon, who also narrowly avoided the attack. Seo immediately raised his hand to perform the seal. Streams of light surged out, connecting everything, and Jine's body also emitted flickering light from the system. The magic arrow is also enveloped in that light. At this moment, Cell Jane suddenly appeared behind the demon. You quickly kicked him in the side. Surprised, the strange creature swung back but couldn't counter in time, losing his footing and slipping. The strange masked demon falls down the cliff. Sin quickly sends a message. "Velkus, how is the base situation?"
Velkus replied, "I have successfully infiltrated the outpost. Velkus' number remains the same, a little over 300. Right now he is hiding in a corner inside the outpost, reporting back to Celine. Since it's not a battlefield, many of them have let their guard down. Team Leader 1, Han, don't waste time fighting them." The message still appears. Team Leader Han, seal off the exit with explosives and take down each of their commanders. Velkus started to ignite the bomb. He responded to the message with a seemingly cheerful tone. Immediately, a series of explosions erupted before the bewildered soldiers. An alarm blares, signaling a new wave of attacks.
The message continues to display. One Belkis team member, I will wipe them out and take over the base. He has also appeared. The message continues to ring out. Team leader Han, since you're with Ko, don't hesitate to use the medicinal herbs. Belkis, member of Team 1, herbs? As the countdown ticks down, Belkis steps out confidently, drawing his sword while replying to a message. I never really needed to hit from the start. On this side, Jane asks Jenna, how many minutes have passed? Jenna glanced at her watch and replied, we've already spent 40 minutes. You said we have been wasting too much time on the move. Seeing Seo jump down, Seolin calls Katio and says, wait, don't lose patience. His body is wrapped in blue light, and he thinks to himself, we won't have enough time if we use the normal way. Then we will have to use an alternative method. CIO performs a seal and shouts to connect. You've arrived already. Are you in the middle of the battle? It seems I have disturbed her. At this moment, the bodies of the Black Knights lie scattered in a pitiful state. She said no, it just finished. Seeing their bodies, Sin asked, so is the chase team over then? Kiasa quickly replied, there are no more suspicious smells around here. Sejane said quietly, that makes the eastern route safer now. Thinking of the image of the saintly statue, he muttered, next we must destroy the saintly statue. We need to be the first to destroy the blue one that can summon the reserve team. Looking at the positions of the statues on the map, Sane calculates there are 3 holy female statues in this area. All of them are inside fortresses and it will take a lot of time to reach them. And the problem is that the position of the blue statue changes randomly over time. The tactical command system is being activated. Various tactics could be employed. He gazed thoughtfully at the sky. Seeing the arrow pointing forward, he silently exclaimed, that's right. Then he told Kisasa, let's go. Sin continued texting. Team 1 leader, Han Velkis, are you done? At this point, 10 minutes have been added, and he takes the opportunity to run faster. Reply message appears. Belkis from Team 1, I have already cut down the enemy commander. The others have all fled in fear. Well done, Team 1 leader Han. You've bought us some extra time. Now head northwest and take down the archers with Jenna. On this side, level 36 by 72 archers are focusing their attack, with a barrage of arrows raining down like a storm. They swooped down at wind-cutting speed. Kisasa skillfully dodged each deadly arrow while carrying Jin on her back. She quickly leapt and escaped over the city wall. The archers looked up in amazement at Kisasa's massive shadow that seemed to cover the sky. Her sharp teeth bared in front of a frightened soldier, and she didn't hesitate to bite into his head. Sign on his back also coordinated with his sword to cut down the remaining enemies. Kia kept rushing forward, biting and tearing wildly. He uses his cold, sharp eyes to observe and attack at the same time. Both of them have eliminated a large number of enemies to advance inside. Jane shouted, the enemies are at the western wall. She doesn't hold back and attacks those blocking her way. The Silver Knights defending their stance shout out, blocking again. She is doing her best to run forward. He coordinated his sword to take down the remaining enemies one by one, blood splattering everywhere as Sin attacked each of them. Even when both Silver Knights charged at once, he fought back cleanly. Their end was to leave in pain. Sign opened his tired eyes wide, realizing he had found the statue on the podium, the holy maiden who could summon the reserve army. Both of them gradually moved inside. After a moment of contemplating the death of the heretics, suddenly a foot appeared and stomped down forcefully. A high-ranking cult enforcer wielding a sledgehammer stepped out, alerting the danger system. Both of them accelerated even more. He silently thought, let's go back to the 38th floor. We've spent too much time here. Sane said, we will move immediately. At this moment, his hair turns white, and his body emits fierce lightning bolts. Han Basao has now entered a surpassing threshold state. Jine grits his teeth, swings his sword forward, his eyes turning white, lightning bolts erupting fiercely. He also roars, unleashing a powerful aura, and they coordinate their attack perfectly. As a result, Rodri's head was cut off. An additional 10 minutes were granted. Jin finished and took out a vial of liquid to drink. The system appeared, and Han's overload state was resolved. Jenna, how are the Western archers doing? The archers on Jenna's side are also being eliminated one by one. I have taken down these enemies' archery team leader. It will take a little more time to eliminate the rest. While Jenna is holding her ground, a message appears showing that a member of Jenna's team has just joined. What about him? At Celine's location, Kisasa and you just destroyed the Saintess statue, and a message response appears. Leader of Team 1, Han. We have just destroyed the Saintess statue here too, when suddenly a towering beam of light shot down. The item effect notification system has been activated. The reserve teams can now be deployed. Reach out to save the heroes in distress. Choose the designated backup teams. Team 2, Team 3, Team 4, or Team 5. At Edit's location, everyone just teleported as the message appeared.
Leader Han Edis of Team 1 doesn't have time to waste. Move her team quickly. Leader of Team 1. Han.
She has been here before, so she knows how it is, and Master will tell her where to capture. Leader of Group 2. Eid is understood, so all she needs to do is follow the arrows.
The scene shifts to evening at a building, with blue light swirling atop the tower. A blinding beam of light shoots down onto the building, and the system's flickering signals appear inside. Symbols begin to display. The system says, "The tactical card has been activated."
Edit stood silently for a long time. On the map, the sword symbol indicates the priority fortress. 3 fortresses have been captured and statues destroyed. Team 2 and 3 hold the fortress in the west. Looking at the map, Sane muttered, Team 4 is holding the fortress in the north.
Team 5, take control of the southern fortress.
He plotted the route on the map, giving instructions.
If she encounters the enemy cavalry, split the team and proceed with the elite assault unit. Looking at the position of the fortress, he continued, the infiltration specialist will go into the fortresses and destroy the statues.
After hearing this, she immediately moved quickly with her team. SJ declared, the mission begins. The scene shifts to the majestic castle appearing. Sejin's gaze darkens slightly as he speaks heavily, marking the first time all the team leaders have gathered like this since the reorganization. Soon, the full-scale attack on level 40 will begin. You carefully observe the formation map in front of you, looking resolute. Perhaps everyone has realized it from the Crystal Review. This boss battle is different from usual missions. I'll explain the strategy for this one, so don't forget and die unnecessarily. The view gradually blurred by the smoke and fire of the 36th floor battlefield as Sejin and her team stood proudly on the cliff. We have taken the time to understand the battlefield and the conditions. Suddenly, a barrier wall appears, dividing the terrain. Master has sent 5 scout teams to explore the terrain and situation, so we can rely on that. The deafening explosions continue to erupt.
Level 37, second ring. Everyone stands tall, ready to face the battle.
If the vanguard team is not completely wiped out, the other teams cannot advance. Those carefully recorded details are the reason Team 1 must carry out the surrounding mission no matter what. The system screen clearly displays each frame across all terrains. We focused on timing, the key factor of the princess's death, and the scale of the reinforcements. The response time and exploration of the battlefield. The open space becomes heavy and eerily silent.
Level 38, round 3, we attacked the eastern fortresses and searched for targets. On the citadel, the radiant halo shone brightly.
Each fortress contains a divine statue, its mysterious color instantly filling the space, with walls emitting red, purple, or blue light. In the darkness, a deadly intent quietly erupts fiercely. Each statue is guarded by a notorious boss, so we need to overwhelm them with numbers and end the battle quickly. Now, the divine statue has turned to a deep purple on the 39th floor, the 4th ring, unlike the 3rd ring. The target's location has changed and is now randomly placed anywhere. Their positions inside the fortress are random, and even their colors vary each time. Everyone's gaze is filled with intense killing intent, looking frantic.
In short, we have 3 minutes to destroy all targets and eliminate the enemies.
The image of the shattered statue appears in pieces. Destroying the red statue will weaken the space barrier, allowing reinforcements from Asenis outside the battlefield,
but the enemy's firepower won't diminish, so rushing in carelessly is basically suicide.
With a clear view of the new target, a resolute mind, the blue statue allows the deployment of internal reserves. Our team will destroy the blue statue first to summon everyone into the battlefield. Jane remains calm as the combat formation is summoned. We still don't know the abilities of the purple statue. Since the reserve team was suddenly summoned, preparations are not yet complete, but we think its function isn't much different from the red one. Suddenly summoning everyone, the combat formation. You still remain calm and lay out each strategy.
When attacking a fortress, there are 3 targets. First, destroy the statue. Second, eliminate the powerful enemies.
Third, seize the fortress. To prevent the enemy reinforcements from being summoned, everyone must successfully take control of the fortress. Sejane's eyes became resolute as she confidently declared that once deployed, the master would command the reserve team, so everyone should prepare thoroughly. Any questions? Sven, with a cold and determined expression, said, No. Let's do a final review before going into combat. Bianca hesitated for a moment before speaking uncertainly. Our team 4 still isn't strong enough. I hope we get 3 more days. Javi smiled smugly.
Tramcho exclaims, Impressive! Indeed a senior. We will seize this opportunity to learn as much as possible from you.
His eyes calmly observed the force on the map. Except for me, all the team leaders have been 3-star from the beginning. Don't forget that arrogance can kill people instantly. Follow Edit L's orders carefully. I will explain the entire plan we have prepared.
Master's orders have been given. Each team leader, leading their members, follows Master's command. Everyone quickly took their positions and soared away like a raging storm. The units prepared for battle and dispersed. Scene transition at 2 minutes 46 seconds. The blue god statue is shattered. Seijin rides her divine beast proudly forward, her gaze darkening slightly. Because the blue god statue has been destroyed, Edit's team will go to take over that fortress. We will head to another fortress and eliminate other troublesome enemies like before. As expected, we have a lot to do so the other teams can handle it. Enough time, right? The city gate immediately swung open and the wind howled fiercely. At this moment, heavy footsteps thudded loudly, indicating that the Juiji Dui had caught up. Sane remained calm, his voice firm, as if we had already drawn their attention, so there was no need to fight. Just lure them away to make it easier for the assault teams to seize the fortress and then escape.
Can you do it? The confident voice asked simply, looking straight at the target, clearly stating, "We will join Team 5 in the next fortress attack."
Because one fortress has fallen, their defenses will be much tighter. We probably can't charge in as easily as before.
Don't worry, Edit said sarcastically. Even if they have 1,000 people, they cannot stop the raging storm. The two immediately split and rush in opposite directions. She brandished her sharp swords at the soldiers. Moments later, Edith resolutely said, "I will attract the attention of the Bink soldiers with my madness. Open the gate so a Nan can enter the fortress." The howling wind roars together with the decisive reply. Following orders, Edit charged into the encirclement of soldiers, unleashing powerful counterattacks. The moment had come, 1:51:29. Every position was fiercely attacking.
At this moment, Han Kisa has arrived at the southern fortress, and the situation seems to be in their favor. A moment later, at 1:50, the southern fortress beneath the city remains mysteriously silent. Suddenly, frantic shouts rang out one after another, surrounding the intruders. "The enemy only has 5 men. How did they get in here? What's wrong with the gate?" Javier suddenly infiltrated and calmly took out each soldier. "On the fortress," Sign sighed softly, looking frantic. "I thought the guards would be so lax." It turns out that Team 5 has arrived and started the siege. We'll go after the target while Team 5 draws their attention.
A panicked voice suddenly shouts out, "The statue of the god is right in front of us. Why do you still look so calm and composed?" Stating that for later. "Focus on the target first." Suddenly his steps halt, looking stunned. What's wrong with him? Sweet, with his bloodshot eyes full of murderous intent, is heavily advancing step by step. That's right, he's fast enough to cause trouble. If she can't react, she might lose her head right away. See, it's dangerous. Senior high school teacher Tam Van Quan, St. Rozelka, level 46, moves at a speed impossible to see with the naked eye, delivering a punch straight towards Sin. He remains calm, his sturdy back standing firm amidst the slashing blades, as Swift quietly approaches from behind, smirking with a sharp blade raised. Sejane decisively grabbed Swift by the collar, his arm immediately tensing with a cold, bloodshot gaze. "Tell me, I'm used to this already." Pathetic. Are we really here just to kill him? Sejane immediately cut in coldly. "If you don't know how to handle it, it could be very dangerous. Are you listening to me, T.O.? Member of Team 1, CIO and RUO. We've taken care of the second one, switch places with Jenna. I'm heading out to help Jenna reduce their forces. Team 5 will handle capturing the fortress and the statue. Don't push yourselves too hard." The 26th level cultist soldiers on the other side quickly responded, and at this moment, she and Yu seemed to be moving through a space-time gap. Velkus raised an eyebrow, looking indifferent. "He's here. We're about to go out." "Are you serious? The archery team has been wiped out?" "There must be around 100 of them. They're fast. Most of them got shot and died, so I haven't even killed half. Surrounding the battlefield are rows of fallen soldiers. We are ready." "Let's go. Hold out a little longer. We're almost done." The road ahead seems even more difficult. The final task for Team 1 to complete. To the north of the archers is a river cutting across the plain as the scene shifts. On the other side of that river, the water flows fiercely, and the dark sorcerer appears with a murderous intent erupting. There is a wizard who defeated me in the 3rd challenge, waiting in danger, the current level of the dark mage. He slowly raised his arm, dark energy immediately gathering. Gabriel's fierce wind surged like a storm, swirling everything away. Everyone calmly searches for a safe way to escape, because that magic cost us too much time wandering near the river. Jine's expression turned serious as he resolutely spoke. Tio helplessly replied, "I understand." She decisively jumps down from the horse as a magic gate slowly opens, then suddenly moves and speaks in unison. Ren and the main character immediately appear here, their eyes full of delight. The twin wind and ice mages have arrived. Sage Yane decisively rides past on horseback. urgently saying, "I know you're busy, but please hurry. Of course, I will finish this quickly and return." A flash of light from the magic tools in their hands, and streams of spiritual energy immediately gathered around. "GACHA crew. God dien this." The space instantly trembled from the overwhelming power, eyes flickering with complexity, rushing forward. 3 cards combined with a surge of energy, unleashing a mighty spell fused with raging storm and fire. The caster in front of them is a powerful tornado, and the battle is still raging fiercely. The tornado with its immense power causes the space to tremble, forcing the dark mage to brace himself, looking uneasy. Seeing this, Sane raises an eyebrow in satisfaction and murmurs in admiration. That was impressive. Smiling softly, I say, "Mission accomplished. Well done, everyone."
Min also excitedly said, "I'll go ahead now, see you later," and then briefly looked at Velkus.
"Velkus?" He clenched his sword tightly, looking excited. "Now it's my turn." Velkus calmly observes each of his movements. No matter how fierce the magic storm, his immunity prevents even a scratch. He immediately took a fighting stance, his eyes blazing with fire. "So I will go and cut him down myself." Velkus's expression flickered briefly, a murderous intent erupting. He rushes forward like an unstoppable whirlwind, while the dark mage remains calm, frantically setting up a series of strange magic arrays. "Trying to stop me with magic? You can't do that."
The protective barrier around the dark mage suddenly exploded, and amidst the darkness a small light appeared, then flashed brightly like a radiant halo.
Velkus's eyes turned red as he decisively sent him to hell. The surrounding space seemed to freeze, becoming heavy and dark, and the soldiers' faces instantly paled in terror. He keeps attacking wildly, his sword slashing through space and drowning everything in the smell of fresh blood. Velkus stands tall, gazing across the river, softly sighing. So it's that simple. After all, Jin calmly spoke, crossing the storm and the river's barrier to confront directly with physical attacks. Once the strategy is understood, everything becomes easier. Seo hesitated briefly, then sighed and said, "I can't go on." A hint of a smile played on his lips.
"All right, rest here and take your medicine. We never know when we'll have to move on. That bastard +10.
At 1 minute 30 seconds, the screen reflects the positions of each squad, and at this moment, Han Belkis Seo has already eliminated the dark mage approaching the enemy's rear line. Everyone's faces showed a sense of excitement. Velkus's eyes grew sharp as he spoke in a heavy tone. "There is a unit without defenses behind. A perfect spot for an ambush. I can see the mages stationed in the rear line. Sign remains calm. Wait a moment. Once the fortress falls, we will move on to the next phase." Jenna stands proudly amidst the wreckage, coldly reporting that Jenna Opa Red God statue team member has been destroyed. The system sound immediately announced that the target's effect had been activated, and the arena's boundary had collapsed. Are the reinforcement troops from outside the arena now able to enter? Is the girl archer finished? That's an impressive speed. On the screen, quick response messages are displayed. Load. Team 1 leader. Han did a good job. Go back to Kasasa. Team 1 member Jenna is walking. Team leader Han of the first squad. Now that Seo is resting, go back as quickly as possible. At this moment, a powerful army is rushing forward relentlessly. Jenna from the first team has only one target left. The enemy is coming to greet us. A nightly duel, perhaps? Everything is getting so complicated. Sven coldly delivers a deadly blow, killing each soldier one by one. He paused briefly, his serious expression replying to the message. Squad 2's leader has already taken the eastern fortress. The enemy won't be increasing their numbers anymore. Team leader Sven, should we send reinforcements to the northern fortress? And what about Team 4? Leader of Team 4. Bianca, we still haven't found the idol statue. It seems to have been hidden inside the fortress. Captain 2, stay calm and do not lose any defenders until reinforcements arrive. Plus, 20 seconds. Each position is still performing their duties excellently. At this moment, Teams 2 and 3 have joined the northern fortress, with each member's gaze filled with unwavering determination. The scene shifts to the northern fortress, where the city is shrouded in silence as Sven and Annan rush forward with frantic speed, swords drawn. The next statue of the god immediately shattered. Seo Jane suddenly paused as he saw a flash of light. The barrier door opens and the system sound rings out. The target's effect activates, breaking fate. The boy's expression suddenly changes, his eyes filled with complexity. Updating the mission. The conquest mission type. The target shifts the course of the battle. The fight erupts immediately, shrouded in thick smoke. "Do you think we will win?" Velkus asked hesitantly, feeling a bit uneasy. "Even with the campaigns we've carried out, the situation remains painfully unfavorable. We're strong, but our small numbers can't turn this around on our own." Sin still resolutely replied, "We still have to fight."
The NFL-HEM members are called heroes because they have completed an impossible mission.
Now it's Selen's turn, his face showing complexity as he handles all the extension points with only about an hour left. Priya's death is unavoidable. 59 seconds. The only way to stop that is to complete the mission. Time seems to stand still as the space turns dark. Sin calmly surveyed the battlefield, lost in thought. If the enemy prolongs this battle into a war of attrition, the entire team will suffer heavy losses like on the 35th floor. Reinforcements from Asinus have appeared in the southeast. Growing anxiety intensifies. Although Asinus's forces have also received reinforcements, we don't have time to wait. Team 1 will disrupt the main force first. Jain's face remained resolute as he calmly ordered Han, the Team 1 leader, to not head towards the battlefield, but to go to the command camp. Team Leader Han, explain the situation to the commander and hold our defensive line. Team Leader Han, keep resisting so our formation doesn't collapse. The sound of galloping horses grew faster and more frantic. I will try. Team 2 Leader.
If we fail, it will be the end. Second Team Leader edit, we have a wizard, so maybe it will succeed.
And what about you? Team Leader Han, we will create chaos in the rear line.
Captain of Team 1, Han, I'm counting on you. Your eyes turn cold as you decisively declare the move.
The teams are also taking action now. He's watching you with great interest. So, they are always fighting within their lines. At this moment, the enemy raises their guard, takes down the mages, and launches a sudden breakthrough. What the hell is going on? What are the guards in the rear doing as they watch their own lines being attacked? The soldier shouted urgently, but Seo Zin quickly ended him decisively. Stay calm, and focus on the enemy. His face turned pale as he questioned with dissatisfaction. Who are you? Where do you come from? Suddenly, an arrow shot through the body, but during the reconnaissance, Jenna appeared unexpectedly, her demeanor becoming frantic. Oh my, I will handle the mages. Sign's lips curl into a smug smile. We should have gone around, but they've already joined in. Then I will find Jenna and lead the attack against them. As expected, Kisasa's mobility is impressive.
Velkus decisively said, Go, I will handle this place.
You ride in and attack with a cold voice. Jenna, if you see those tall bastards, kill them all. Ignore the little ones. Stay calm and focus on the target, so I only shoot at the shining armored ones, right? A camp suddenly appears right in front, targeting the strong enemy on the hill, where a command post is surely directing their troops. The mad commander shouts passionately, and a special ambush team from the rear line unleashes a storm of arrows tearing through the wind. Jenna's face hardened as he charged forward regardless of everything, not bothering to dodge, just going on. The arrows were immediately blocked by shields, causing him to halt abruptly with eyes wide in shock. What is this? Arrows piercing through each soldier, decisively ending their lives. Sei Jane rides into the enemy encirclement, and instant message responses appear on the screen. Han, how is the team leader doing? It's too crowded here. Second squad leader, it seems our formation hasn't broken apart. They are holding out somehow. Team leader Han, have you contacted their commander yet? Edit's face briefly darkened with concern as their eyes grew colder. Second team leader, they thank us for the help, saying we bought them some time. They plan to gather and retreat. Team 1 Han leader, don't retreat. Tell them to keep fighting. His expression turned cold as the message was responded to. The second team leader? The second team leader. They told us not to talk nonsense. They also have mages to connect directly. The message alert sounded immediately. Captain Han Kadio, connect with them. She grits her teeth, her expression flickering. Damn it! The commander still maintains a calm demeanor. Commander, I don't know who you are, but thank you for your help. I am the commander of Selen. Cutting him off decisively. Team 1 Han leader, no need to greet us. We don't have time. Your gaze is full of intent, and you clearly declare that no one is allowed to escape. Victory, the battle is still fierce, Commander. I appreciate your help, but this is a different matter, very risky. And there's this too. Sin coldly replied, I will kill the enemies in front of you, leader of the first team. He hesitated for a moment. Commander, what did you say? Jenna clenched her bow tightly, a hint of unease on her face. Can we break through? Even Kiasa can't force her way through there. His eyes carried a hint of complexity. There are 3 of us, on the other side about 400 to 500. If we just break through, maybe we can do it. But we have to deal with the people at the command camp. Sin remains calm and resolutely gives the order. The elite soldiers are definitely everywhere. Jenna, throw me as far as you can. I'll handle the rest. 1 to 2, 32 seconds. The sunset is gradually setting. The commander collapses to his knees, trembling voice. Impossible. Issue the order coldly. Did you hear me? That is an order from our commander.
Lead the entire army and do your best.
She has a calm face, but a crazy look. I've already spoken with the commander.
Edith's eyes seem to burn with fiery passion.
Let's move to the battlefield. She calmly gives orders in a cold tone.
Come on, the two of you stay in the rear and capture the enemies with mid-range magic.
The rallying cry echoes aloud. I understand. Then Edith turned to continue giving orders.
Team 3 was assigned to watch over the commander and prevent him from doing anything reckless, while also holding the line of defense. If you find the princess, protect her and bring her back to the command camp, her back standing tall there. Team 4 will lead the charge directly alongside us.
Team 4 leads the way, Bianca frowned and questioned. Shouldn't Team 2 be leading instead?
She firmly explained with a determined look that if I die, there will be no one left to lead the assault, and in fact, her breaking power is stronger.
The reply came immediately. I understand.
Edith's eyes showed a complex expression as she firmly declared, Team 4, prepare to fight immediately.
59 minutes, 59 seconds. Each position seems to be shifting. Manho's red eyes glare fiercely, killing intent erupting intensely. Jenna braced herself and launched a series of counterattacks. In response, multiple magic arrays immediately formed. She seems to be affected by a powerful force, her furious cry of pain shaking the space. Kisasa suddenly appears, her frustration reaching its peak. Jenna quickly draws a series of sharp arrows, immediately locking onto her target. She took a deep breath. Soon after, Dongtung charged straight at each of the mages with overwhelming power. Jenna was momentarily shocked and panicked, exclaiming, "No, the arrows are useless!" Her face also showed unease. "Han, can you take down the mages?" Jane immediately froze.
As expected, mages on the defensive line are really hard to deal with. His expression shows a mix of emotions. Ordinary flying objects can't break a mage's barrier, but with B4 I can. The sword, carrying immense power, slices through space and charges forward.
The space immediately trembled, and the view became blurry. The two soldiers quickly tightened their spears and charged forward. Seijin was momentarily stunned as the spear pierced straight toward the black horse. It immediately collapsed in pain. The strong smell of blood filled the air as he decisively raised his sword, its sharp blade slicing through the space, causing each soldier to fall quickly. With swift agility, Scene unleashes a series of finishing moves on his opponents. Moments later, he jumps down, his knees smashing into the ground, his eyes suddenly cold and filled with a fierce, icy intent, then turns back, thrusting his sword into the earth, creating a deep hole. Soon after, Sajane approached, raising her sword, delivering decisive strikes that filled the battlefield with a strong stench of blood. The system immediately issued a warning, and she resolutely warned others. Kisasa Jenna, from now on, be alert for the powerful enemies approaching. The heavy footsteps are rushing in, a total of 17 of them, each one quite notorious. An instant screen appears, showing the list of high-level war commanders of Rosvio City, level 43, high-level war commander Satina, level 43. Senior Assault Team Leader Tibet, Takama, level 42. Senior Vanguard Leader, Gut, level 43. High-level Silent Death Squad Captain Dref, level 44. When Jane first arrived at Enhim, he learned intermediate swordsmanship and soul sword fusion from Redigen, executing perfect moves as Nihaku's crazed gaze turned terrifying. Nihaku, you can eliminate enemies with just a few shots from her bow, followed by Unet's fleeting smug smile. Yun, you can cause chaos among the enemies. Redigen, you've leveled up and tore it apart as if dealing with a child. It's over, the commanding voice echoed. After observing their battle, Celine was personally trained by Ridian. The fierce confrontation took place. In the thick darkness, a flash of light suddenly appeared, a powerful, agile, and balanced sword. Yes, the aura immediately shone brightly. A sword technique was mastered, originating from those three things. His eyes flickered briefly as he executed moves with perfect speed and swift swordsmanship. Sane's gaze locked onto his opponent, and a surge of murderous intent erupted, his expression changing. Moments later, Sane decisively charged forward to attack. A barrage of fierce swords swiftly struck to finish off the opponents, but at this moment, they remained unharmed. His legs grew heavy, looking helpless. Kill as many as you can. Jine's face immediately darkened. Murderous intent erupted, yet they still did not flinch. The unleashed power caused the space to tremble, and the overwhelming strength made them all feel uneasy. Your eyes are bloodshot and full of murderous intent, looking frantic. If we delay, we'll be surrounded. A sound from the system immediately rang out. Han had entered the limit state. A flash of lightning streaked through the dark night, and the power was now formidable, as if wanting to drown the enemy. We must finish quickly. The soul sword fusion skill activates, and the army can no longer respond. The ground beneath the fortress trembles violently. creating a bottomless pit of immense power. At this moment, Sane stands tall with his sword lowered. The commander stares in shock at the scene, his face pale as he hesitates to speak. What the hell is going on? Is that person a demon? Are you okay? You still look calm. Do I look okay? At this moment, Casa excitedly walks over and pats my shoulder. You're so cool, H. You're the best. Sejane immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and tried to control her power. Please. A smug smile briefly flashes, and you softly sigh. It seems that the morale-breaking performance really works. She raised an eyebrow and shivered slightly. You really are a demon. That smile is too sinister. Sejane firmly declares we need to crush their spirits so they won't resist. Even after training, that move really hurts. Your back still facing the enemy with dignity, and then a message appears on the screen. Even with risky moves, we are still too far to attack the enemy command camp. Team 1. Leader Han, have you rested enough? Move into the battlefield and reconnect with the commander. Member of Team 1. CIO understands. At 48 minutes and 46 seconds, the situation is very tense. Sejin calmly said, Team 1 Leader Han, I have taken out those high-level enemies. Can we win now? The commander hesitated in response. Commander, we will try our best. You cut in decisively. Leader of Team 1, Han. It's not that we will try. It's already certain. It's the right thing to do. The heavy footsteps rush forward, the wind of victory now blowing in our direction. Team 4 will lead the way. Everyone charge forward! Edit's eyes show determination as he firmly declares. And Nan Bainik, we will also fight from the rear to kill as many as possible and boost our troops' morale. Make it as grandiose as possible, Nan decisively replied. Understood, sister. At this moment, Ren and M's expressions turned cold. G Siodio CW has been activated. The enemy forces immediately fall into chaos. Is there still a mage with mana? They have a mage. Kill them all. She immediately smiled excitedly, her eyes full of enthusiasm. You can easily block those arrows with a defensive spell. She hesitated for a moment and shivered. Men, look over there. A rain of arrows cuts through the wind straight at them. Something that looks like a giant crossbow, a barrier wall, instantly appears, forming a shield. Soon the thick fog begins to clear, and Ren and M are still standing strong. Zio quickly feels uneasy and shouts to everyone, Are they still alive? There's no time. Everyone grab supplies and charge forward. Menli grinned smugly, looking excited, handing out healing potions to the soldiers in need and telling any mages to drink mana potions. The shouts caused the space to shake violently as they advanced, the pounding of hooves moving terrifyingly, moving forward 35 minutes, 25 seconds. The positions of each member are reflected on the screen. Sejane calmly observes the battle and taunts him. If the leader of the first Han team can't win here, he's even more useless than a soldier. Got it? The commander's gaze turned cold. Commander, I understand now. Don't humiliate me anymore. You decisively declare to Captain Han of Team 1. Good. I've prepared everything. Don't be a fool who doesn't know how to enjoy it. Do it well. He rides at the front of the army and commands loudly. The cavalry will have to break through head-on right now. Put the horses' hooves on their backs. Sven's eyes carried a complex look, his voice hesitant. Captain of Team 3. Sven, we have protected the princess. Should we escort her to the command camp? The screen immediately displays a message. Team 2's leader edits, changing the escort route. If we go to the command camp, we will become targets for the arrows. You mean he responded decisively and Captain Sven understood. The pursuit team can chase, so all of Team 3 will escort. The sound of heavy hooves is growing more intense. The system immediately issues a warning. Our allied NPC knights from the Tasteri have joined the battle. With deadly intent in their eyes, they heroically command to charge forward. Everyone, protect the heroes. Sejane's lips slowly curl into a smile. Our reinforcements have arrived? Bianca pushes forward, her face showing a hint of unease. Leader of Team 4. Bianca Eras, even if we break through here, we still won't reach Team 1's location. Leader of Team B, and Bianca is not just about numbers. The deeper we go into their camp, the stronger the enemy seems to become. At this moment, the system screen briefly flickers as 3-star Marco starts bleeding, his blood gradually decreasing, hesitating slightly as he observes the battle ahead. Wait a moment, Team 4 seems to be holding them off. What should we do now? Should we move forward and join the fight with them? She immediately cut in. No, that would be too dangerous. He helplessly argued. But Squad 4 is also in danger. Are you trying to die too? 3-star Marcos has returned to the arms of the Lord. His will be remembered forever. Leader of Team 2. Edit, Bianca, stop attacking the main force. Move to the left flank with the reinforcements. Team 2 leader Edit.
If we attack the left flank, the enemy will be divided and collapse.
The battlefield on the screen seems to be shifting position. Team 4's leader is Bianca, but on the other hand,
We will be attacked from behind, right?
Captain of Team 2, if we use the cavalry charging ahead as a shield, we can split one flank with minimal casualties. Ken clenched his bowstring tightly, dissatisfied as he questioned, Bianca, Marcos is injured. You need to fall back. Bianca still insists on charging forward, her eyes full of deadly intent. No retreat. Follow me. We will change our attack direction. Jane's face shows mixed emotions. So, instead of supporting Team 1, the plan is to redirect Edit to command a campaign to attack the left flank of the cult army, focus on destroying one flank to break the enemy's encirclement. He was briefly satisfied, his agile and calm body taking down each soldier. It was an unexpectedly brilliant plan.
I've already taken down most of the generals. A headless army is just a chaotic mess.
His gaze fixed on the camp. Sane felt a flicker of unease as a surge of murderous intent erupted fiercely, and the system's warning sounds blared urgently. Valenson, the level 56 leader of the blood sect, with a determined gaze, clearly issued his command. It turns out that guy is Commander Jenna. Try shooting from this distance. Jenna calmly aims her bow at the target, her arrow carrying immense power as it cuts through the wind. Valenson stands tall and fierce, but the arrow is immediately blocked by an invisible shield. He seems unharmed, still calm, with an arrow as powerful as her slingshot. Only Valenson clenched his weapon tightly, looking frantic, his eyes bloodshot with rage, shining with fury. At this moment, Bianca was still fighting back fiercely, but she suddenly paused, a hint of recognition on her face. The deafening explosion shook the ground. Smoke and fire billowing, the scene underground turned desolate, and the smell of blood filled the air. The system immediately announced that Anton Basau has returned to the arms of the Lord. His will be remembered forever. Bianca, terrified, slumped down with a pale face. That look just now was Se-jin's darkened eyes, speaking in a heavy tone. Exactly, because this is not an ordinary human battle. A murderous intent erupts fiercely around Valenon.
Stay calm and question, you're not an ordinary guy either, right? The supplies haven't arrived on time, and the archers are nowhere to be found.
Next to Vosak, he maintained a cold demeanor and sneered. Guerrilla fighters are monsters, probably because we've cut off their supply lines. Like Lord Valenson, our actions have sparked a chaotic battle, and I fear we cannot lead properly in this situation. Valenson's eyes burned red with madness as all regular infantry retreated, forming a line with shield bearers and placing spear soldiers at the front. Strategy is not something to be taken lightly. Immediately, the sound of horns and drums began to echo loudly. Damn it, this is so annoying. Their eyes are filled with intense hostility and a readiness to fight. The daredevils rushing forward have now started to keep their distance from the spears. Even if we get through that gap, the old problems will just happen again. Sin ordered firmly, his voice becoming urgent. Jenna, keep shooting arrows at them. Jenna's face briefly shows helplessness. What? But it won't work. You must decisively declare it. It doesn't matter, don't give him time to give orders. A series of arrows with great force immediately cut through the wind and shot forward. I understand. Facing him, they maintained a steady and resolute stance, clearly announcing the deployment of the 2nd Demon Magic Team,
and beginning to attack the vanguard. If necessary, they would exhaust their mana completely.
Valenson spoke heavily, looking frantic. We just need to show that our troops' morale still remains. The reckless gaze carried complex emotions. But if we attack while enemies and allies are mixed, and the mages are calmly setting up magic formations even at the cost of soldiers, we must break their morale. The smoke and flames suddenly burst out. The space trembled violently, and the commander's gaze flickered before firmly declaring to cease the attack as the enemy mage faction had joined the battle. Javier's face showed complex emotions. Team 4, who are at the front line, must have taken a direct hit. If we keep going like this, it will be a retreat into slaughter. At this moment, the system's voice echoes. Cal is seriously injured, and his life is in danger. Bianca decisively gave the order, looking uneasy. Cal regained his composure, stepped forward with Cal, and retreated to the back. Oh my God, his lower body has been blown away. He briefly looks pleased, then softly sighs. We've bought some time. Their formation has collapsed, and she hesitates before speaking. They have even used up all their remaining mana, so further bombardment is impossible. Valenson still firmly ordered. It's okay, gather all the scattered units in the middle. If they disperse the formation and try to take us down piece by piece, chaos will ensue. His murderous gaze is fixed on Jenna. First the woman and that monster. Do we have to take them all down? At this moment, Kisasa is also frantically rushing forward with the two of them, determined to head toward the approaching enemy army. Sin's face immediately turned pale as he shouted, Jenna Kisasa. Her eyes turned crazed, and she decisively said, "Don't come to save me."
A flash of light erupts from the middle of the battle, roars and sharp claws attack relentlessly, causing the enemies to break apart instantly. The stench of decay fills the air. Kisasa fiercely charges forward, her voice resolute. "Even if I die here, I won't blame you. Don't look back. Let's go."
The crazed eyes are on them, saying, "I trust you. Han, go to him." At this moment, Edit quickly charged forward with a cold gaze, swiftly taking down each soldier with her agility. Edit's face grew anxious as she spoke heavily. "We succeeded in dividing the Holy General's forces, but the situation hasn't improved because Team 1 still hasn't launched a surprise attack on the command camp, right? We need to support them." After saying that, she turned and left quickly. "Stay here and hold them off. I will go support Team 1. A firm voice immediately responded from behind. "Sister, I will go too." "No, stay here." A hesitant tone sounded. "Sister." Ben's eyes grew resolute, his face determined. "We won't die." She was stunned, her eyes filled with complex emotions. She resolutely closed her eyes, calming herself, when suddenly an arrow shot through the wind. "Sis, we won't lose," she resolutely spoke, looking heavy-hearted. "Just do as you wish." Memories like a slow-motion film passing through her mind. "Don't leave me alone." Freya suddenly turned her head back, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. Sven spoke firmly, his unease evident.
"Damn it, the pursuers keep following. Run now, we can't stay here." At this moment, the cold system voice echoes. The 3-star corpse is severely injured, and his life is in danger.
Time is running out as the heavy sound of hooves approaches. Run for 9 minutes and 50 seconds. Edit's face shows mixed emotions. "Commander of Team 2, this is Edit. Do all team leaders hear me clearly?" She decisively ordered with a determined look. Commander of Team 2 nodded. "Each unit needs to form a suicide assault team to attack the enemy headquarters directly." Sven's face flickered with hesitation as he hesitated to speak. "What? Is it such a risky plan?" He clenched his sword tightly and said in a heavy voice, "Commander of Team 3 Sen, Princess Chui Lung's team is a formidable force. Commander of Team 3 Sven, Team 3 has just lost a member. I cannot send anyone else." A response sound immediately rings out. "Squad 2, leader. So besides Squad 3, Squad 4 and 5, hurry here. We must eliminate the enemy general." Bianca immediately turned decisively and left. "I will take the lead."
"Everyone, fall back to support," Anton angrily questioned.
"Are you still conscious?" Reckless actions need limits too. She continued to relay the message to everyone, commanding Team 2 to move out. If she could go ahead, she should go and join Team 1. Yabi's lips curled into a knowing smile. "All right, I understand." He charged forward decisively, calmly facing each enemy, his cold slash causing them to fall instantly, and the ground trembled violently beneath his overwhelming power. "I will lead the way. Everyone move forward quickly." Suddenly, a heavy voice rang out as a figure hovered in midair and then descended forcefully, causing the ground to crack apart. Velkus appeared suddenly, mockingly saying, "Have all the strong ones fallen? Looks like I arrived a bit late." Jenna clenched her arrow, a fleeting smile on her face. Ben Kia, far away, immediately sighed, looking utterly frantic. "It's truly too late now." The system's alert sound immediately rang out. 4-star Kaizase is losing a lot of blood and will quickly weaken over time. Time is still passing. 6 minutes 32 seconds. Sin calmly faces each enemy. 5 minutes 48 seconds. His expression turns cold and ruthless. At 5 minutes and 29 seconds, decisive strikes fall one after another. Jean's eyes seem to burst with intensity as he charges forward with a frantic look. Time seems to stand still as Sin grits his teeth and takes a deep breath. At 4 minutes and 56 seconds, his eyes widen in frustration, his body growing increasingly exhausted, but he must keep moving forward. But now each step feels heavier. Son strains to swing his sword, his body growing weaker, his arms losing strength, and even the metal he once easily cut through can no longer be pierced. He angrily ordered, looking frantic, "What are you all still standing there for? Why don't you hurry up and eliminate all the criminals?" A hesitant voice suddenly rang out, but then a powerful force seemed to surge forward and overwhelm them. His eyes turned cold and crazed as Captain Yi Han leads the entire team to attack. "Can anyone hear me clearly?" Si Jin confidently declared. "Commander Yi Han, from this moment on, none of us will have to die anymore." Sio's face flickered with a hint of change. He was lying. "I am not lying, Commander of Team 1 Han." The smell of blood instantly filled the air. During all this time, Sane had felt that nothing was real. At this moment, he is using all his strength to continue fighting back, because Seijin has always been deluding himself that the screams of pain are ringing out continuously. This is reality, as each dark aura spreads through the entire space. Why have you been feeling so confused and lost all this time? Time seems to stand still. For Yane, these 3 minutes and 59 seconds are just a game. Jik bursts out with overwhelming power. Invincible? That sounds pretty good. The sound from the system immediately rang out. Han with 3 stars has shifted to a superior state. As soon as the soldier raised his sword towards him, an arrow shot through the air to finish him off. Yain clenched his sword tightly, looking frantic. GACHA suddenly appears and crushes the opponent behind. Edit's eyes are filled with complex emotions as he screams wildly, "Han, attack now!" A sly smile plays on his lips. Bianca exudes a commanding presence that shocks the space, causing soldiers to fall one after another as heavy hoofbeats rush forward, and everyone's expressions turn grim with heavy gazes. Sejane's eyes are filled with murderous intent as he charges wildly at Valenson standing proudly before the camp, his strike powerful enough to carve a straight line through the earth. Black smoke billowing into the sky, turning the camp into a ruin, his expression darkening and his face changing color as he realizes even those minions of that witch dare to stand against him. Valenson's eyes turned bloodshot with rage as deadly intent flared from Scene. The two charged straight at each other, and it seemed as if the world itself paused. He clenched the sword tightly in his hand, his eyes turning cruel. Sejane's face showed complex emotions as his spiritual power gathered intensely. Valenson remains calm, perfectly dodging each strike, immediately lowering his center of gravity as the sword passes by, the space around him heavy with tension. Even the ground feels the shock. Valenson's eyes blazing with rage, he drew his sword and charged forward. Suddenly, the blade stabbed straight down, blood splattering everywhere, and he immediately froze, his body gradually losing strength. Valenon frantically turns towards Idit. He immediately gathers his strength to strike down, but fails. And suddenly, Valenson is stunned as he sees his arm detach and fall to the ground. The strong stench of blood fills the entire space as Sane's murderous intent surges intensely. His face turned crazed, veins bulging, as he swung his sword to split the ground and pull himself back. Moments later, Valenson closed his eyes tightly, his whole body seemingly frozen. He is like a battered, helpless puppet, covered in wounds. 59 seconds. Seeing Valenson lying in a miserable state on the ground surprises Esegine a little, but he still withstands the attack.
You're quite resilient, huh? You're also about to die.
You better listen up. This is a lesson for all of you. Open your eyes and look carefully at how pathetic your captain is. He may be arrogant, but he still speaks confidently. No matter how many soldiers you have or how heavily armored you are, our swords will tear through your flesh and stain it with your blood. Even if I fall, my subordinates will still fight on. Before he could finish speaking, Javier drove his sword straight into Valenson's chest to end him, knowing full well I wouldn't have time to listen to such words. He drew his blood-stained sword, thinking it was someone else. Turns out it was General Valenson.
It's been a long time since I last saw you.
Javier's lips curl up.
You probably don't even know what I look like, do you? He added.
Our team will stay a bit longer to play before leaving. Why is Jain suddenly speaking in his original voice? The mission is over, so let's leave. Dying now would be a waste. Do you understand? My eyes glanced and said, in this mission, I have used the superior state 3 times. If the mission isn't over yet, this will be very troublesome. The soldiers then rose up and shouted, are you all planning to let him go back unscathed? Don't you want to avenge Lord Valenson? Avenge the general, the goddess is watching us, kill him. Time's up, what should I do now? Clean up the remnants or escort the princess? Sajane ponders that the mission was to turn the tide of the battle, and the outcome where Fries should have died has already been changed. The system displays and classifies the mission, targets the objective, reverses the battlefield situation, and the situation has been decided and the goal achieved. If the escort team responsible for Fries is not wiped out, the mission has succeeded. But the mission is not over yet, and continues. Should I go back to fight? Sajane sat down and replied, no, I need to reorganize the formation and keep monitoring the situation. Suddenly, a horse rushes in from afar at incredible speed. H! The shouts kept ringing out. Hein! Freya rode up and said, your teammates risked everything to protect me. Luckily, the reinforcements arrived just in time, so I managed to keep my life. You keep complaining. I told you to take her away and hide, Sven replied. Look, there's no reason left to run anymore. The Asinas family has convinced other noble houses to send reinforcements here. The man introduces himself as El Radaster. Everyone go now, we will hold them off. The escape route is now secure. He thought to himself, Radaster? Sounds familiar. I think I've seen that name somewhere before. Sign simply spoke. When people are kind-hearted, there's no need to refuse. Freya continued, I am so lucky to be able to help everyone. I almost had to live with guilt for the rest of my life. I wonder what crime you have committed. She replied, If you can't save your benefactor, then what is it if not a sin? Freya innocently said, I thought that only existed in books. But it turns out heroes really do exist in this world, just a few people who can change fate. It truly broadened my horizons, truly worthy of being the goddess's envoy. Stop talking like that, it gives me goosebumps, but it sounds so good. The bloodied soldiers shout, We won the battle, you bastards, kill them all. Edith sat quietly and said, I'm sorry for making you fight so hard. Bianca stands up holding her spear and says, I know this battle is tough, so there's no need to feel guilty. Frey stammers and asks, Is this you returning to that place again? Maybe so. I'll be back soon, and we can talk then. There are many things you're wondering about, where this place is and who those people are. Shouts ring out, break through the encirclement, show them the might of the Asinus Knight Corps, the strongest in the Empire. Why do they have to fight in this battle? But for now, let's put aside what's happening here. Sign gradually moved away. See you again later. She smiled softly. All right. See you again soon. The information windows display that the 5th Arantia exploration dungeon has been opened. In this area, if a PvP situation occurs, the recovery effects of the waiting room will not apply. The hero's death protection system will be disabled. If a hero dies during a PvP fight, they cannot be revived. In the restaurant inside the auxiliary building, lively laughter and chatter fill the room. What is this? We've never served such high-quality wine before. It's a gift from Master because today is a special day. Sven chuckled happily. You're quite the drinker. Nerissa said, This mission has been hard enough for everyone. Sajane was also a bit surprised, not expecting everyone to consider opening a bar on the 2nd floor. At first I was against it, but now I think it turned out pretty well. You gaze into the distance, because there are many drunks here. If we use this alcohol wisely, we can adjust the stress levels. That's only if you drink in moderation. Everyone is drunk now, so they're acting out of control. He softly said, Losing only 3 people in this battle is already a miracle. Of course, there are casualties, so it will take time to ease the sadness. Tranbach continued, For this mission, the 5th dungeon exploration has also been opened. Not only is there more information than before, but resources can also be gathered, and heroes can be sent there to train and change the atmosphere for rest. You're guessing the 4-star upgrade ceremony is coming soon? We're also about to move to a new level, Nerissa said. Actually, I also have something I want to discuss regarding this 4-star upgrade. Tranbach reassures her, Don't worry, I will recount what I witnessed. Please tell me if possible. Thank you very much, because I definitely want to confirm some things. He sighed and said, You find this 4-star promotion suspicious, right? I already know there's a big gap in information and strength between 3 stars and 4 stars. Perhaps the scene I am about to witness will be very different from the vague, unclear images you have seen before. Because even during the Napami operation, you could sense a change in attitude among the 4-star heroes. The scene shifts to another land with the wind howling and a gaze watching down on the rushing crowd. Jenna shouts, Hey, on the left, I'll move ahead to block. After finishing, she jumped from tree to tree like a squirrel. Normally, after clearing level 40, it would be time to rest and recover, but you urged Amkana and challenged level 41 immediately. The first reason is curiosity about what has changed after level 40 here, and the second is that reaching 4-star level up is no longer far away. Tranbach thought to himself, just one more level to reach level 40. If I complete this mission safely, will I meet the requirements to level up to 4 stars? He was determined to chase after them, thinking that after the boss fight there would be a relaxing mission. But looking at how difficult it really is a tough mission. The system announces that the 41st floor is a pursuit and elimination mission targeting remnants. You want to talk with Frias to learn more about the 40th floor's background, but everyone has arrived here and must complete this mission first, and maybe after finishing it, you'll get a chance to speak privately with her. You observe that they probably haven't run far ahead. The thought crossed Tranbach's mind that the target was already badly injured before encountering us. Just chase the one who is alive now and finish him off. On the right, Jenna is rushing through the forest. Belkis and Kisasa are circling around the edge to block the enemy's retreat. I also activated Sio's tracking magic to prepare for any unexpected situations. How does the Imperial Princess of Friz look on the system? Do you think you can catch him? He replied, Of course I can. There's no way that guy will escape. Freya hesitated and asked, If possible, can you capture that person alive? Captain, how about Team 1? The person you're chasing is the only surviving commander of the Church Legion. I want to gather information through interrogation. Tranbach wondered, does that mean Friz also doesn't know the full details?
The message shows that the Imperial Princess Friss, as you predicted, I came here with the support of the Asinus family to find the final key.
She spoke softly, but the church legions suddenly appeared as if they had known in advance. I'm very curious. Why do they call me a witch and want to know why they hate and obstruct me so much?
Freya replied. Princess of the Fries Empire. Sorry, but can I ask you for a favor? Han responded. I'll try, but I can't promise anything.
Suddenly, a level 23 Church Legion soldier rushed from behind, but Tranbach quickly counterattacked, causing him to spit blood. As he observed more closely, he noticed something was a bit strange. If you observe the objects and notifications from the system carefully, the entity called the goddess is helping us complete the mission. When the hero dies, a message will appear indicating a return to the goddess's embrace. Looking at the statues, they all depict the goddess. Tranbach looked at the unmoving soldier on the ground, but the main enemy in the mission was actually the Church Legion that does not worship the goddess, which is quite contradictory. Suddenly, a voice rang out.
Got it now? Jenna appeared here behind you, Han.
You tell him that Friz said to capture the commander alive. She wants to interrogate him, so I only dealt with the small fry. She wondered if letting that person live would complete the mission. Tranbach chuckled softly. Of course it would. He turned to the side, threw down his sword, and knelt down immediately. If you cooperate, I will spare your life. Vosak's face looked extremely unpleasant right now. She clenched her teeth as she listened to Tranbach's declaration and prepared to reveal everything she knew. A silver lightning bolt appears on the screen. Vosak level 47. Jenna lowers her bow and approaches.
You understand clearly now, right? As long as you obediently obey me, I won't hurt you.
Wujok sneered.
Do you think I will obey the orders of a traitor?
You frown. Betrayal? She declared that I would never forgive. Absolutely never forgive. Absolutely never. This leaves Jenna completely confused. Sage Jane crossed her arms and said, I'm not sure why she said that either. She clenched her sword. If that's the case, then let both of you embrace that foolishness. Vess charged forward, shouting to hell with you, suddenly blocking her with a horizontal slash. Jenna praised. That's terrifying. Did you see my expression just now? I was covered in goosebumps. You slash your sword down. Freya, capturing the enemy general has failed. System display. It's a pity about Princess Friss of the Empire, but there's nothing more to do. You've done your best. Is it over from behind Velkus's voice? Sage Jane Thu Kim again advised you to sleep well tonight. Maybe starting tomorrow. The 4-star upgrade process will begin. He wondered if the seal would be removed. How can that be achieved? He responds. Mainly exploring dungeons, but there are still many other methods.
I will explain step by step later.
Sio looked down at the corpse and spoke softly.
Sorry, Kisasa, but I really don't want to do this. You're an exception.
Normally, pressing the button upgrades the skill we have. Vo reached out and gently stroked her face, causing Vac to close his eyes. The system displays the stats panels. Among Master's heroes, one is waiting to be promoted.
If you have gathered enough materials, craft the upgrade stones and recover the forgotten fragments of memory. The hero is eligible for promotion.
4 stars is a crucial milestone that determines the future of the hero. They need special attention from the Master. Take good care of them. The scene shifts to New York, where the crystal shards begin to appear. The 3 stones linked together form a magic circle, rumbling loudly as a powerful divine force spirals out.
Fusion failed. Materials have been destroyed. Fusion unsuccessful. Materials have been cancelled.
Jin thought to himself that the high-grade upgrade stones received as rewards must go to NFL Hem. Just one success is enough for the team to reach 4 stars. The system displays the training result notification. Sender Lokini, FLH. Thank you for participating in the training course. Your hero has completed the safety training and achieved excellent results among 200 trainees. We are sending this letter to congratulate the outstanding heroes who will receive small gifts. And the Master will also get a reward. Hero Han is the top 3-star hero of the entire course. Jenna is a second-tier 3-star hero overall. Item attached. Do you want to receive it? You have received a high-grade spirit stone. You have received double high-grade upgrade stones. You have received 300,000 gold. You think about it, you should at least successfully craft an upgrade stone. The notifications keep appearing. Crafting failed. Materials destroyed. Fusion failed. Materials destroyed. The failed fusion destroyed the materials. S. Jine looked extremely surprised. The failed fusion destroys the materials. His eyes wide open, bloodshot and intense, as he reports failure again and again. S. Jane is incredibly shocked, so in the end you only managed to find one correct one. A 50% chance, and you failed 10 times in a row. Yo clenched her fists and prayed. I must not fail, right? Absolutely not. What are you doing to make such a fuss?
The girl replied, because from 4 stars upward there's a chance of failure. Sane turned around. Do you mean failure when leveling up the stars? The chance is less than 1%, so don't worry. Only the really unlucky ones end up getting it. The system reports that the master is upgrading the target hero to 3 stars. Upgrading the hero to 4 stars. This has a low chance of failure. If it fails, the hero will fall into a state of chaos. Do you want to try? Tip. From 4 stars onwards, there is a chance of failure. If the hero fails to upgrade, they will become frantic, losing their reason and going insane in this state. He pondered, and it seemed that when the time came, Master hesitated. That's understandable, because a hero driven to madness loses their reason and becomes useless. Pick up the stone and keep going. The system notifies that the first team captain, Han Ba Sao, requests to level up. Do you want to proceed? Cheer up. Keep going. You must not give up. Sane smiled softly. I am so moved I could die. After a moment, he quickly appeared at the magic circle, where the scene inside was extremely cold and silent. He approached and placed the stone in the center. Suddenly, the sword behind Sane trembled violently. He turned back to look at Bifrost. Why is it like this? Suddenly, a flash of light made Sane uncomfortable. The light shone like a star falling beneath the ground. His eyes closed tightly, then he opened them to look again. The system announces an unknown level space with an undefined mission and target. Another dimension appears, causing Jin to panic. What is this place? No level, no mission, no target. Inside the dusty palace of Jasar, the throne for the Lord. Jin approaches and opens the door, thick smoke billowing inside. King Jin calmly steps inside. Inside, he was utterly amazed. Why are the goblins here? No, monsters are not just goblins. All eyes are fixed on Sin, who should be humanity's sworn enemies, so why are they all gathered here?
Moreover, as I observe, they seem to be terrified of something, when suddenly a voice rings out.
Is everyone here already? The lavish but cold banquet table appears.
Sajane was momentarily startled, quickly recognizing the black dragon on the 20th floor. Ricardo spoke. The Asinis family has not arrived yet. Hans and Ricardo von Heingeroff's level is not yet determined. The masked man grumbles. Why is Asinis absent? He clearly issued the summons already. He replied that they said they would fight to their last breath. Ricardo looked at the empty chair. In those final moments, isn't it better to be together? That's why this celebration is being held. Persephone chuckled softly. If you command it, even if it means using force, the head of the Saint Buffon, Reitel Ven El.
Vai, family is not yet confirmed, the man whispered. Very well, if dying in a distant battlefield is their pride, then let us respect that decision.
Ragna loudly said, Hey, protectors of this continent, you have endured so much hardship all this time. I will remember your contributions. There were times when we had to shed blood and risk the fate of our family to protect this place. At least this time, we were able to gather here. Ragna shines like a god. I sincerely thank everyone. I am truly honored to fight alongside you all. The magic seeker, Kurusa, with an undefined level. It's a pity. If only my masterpiece magic had a bit more overwhelming power, the outcome of this battle might have been different. He let out a small sound. Oh no, your invention is truly formidable and game-changing. He softly says, Thank you for acknowledging that. Ragna adds, Also my gratitude to the Sea Dragon clan. Kiitat said, I never thought I would have to fight on every front like this despite living so long. However, it's a new experience. It has brought a different flavor to this eternal and monotonous life. I fought with all my might, and that made me feel truly exhilarated. He chuckled softly. Your Excellency's burden has been too great. Even without direct support from the goddess, your unwavering faith has preserved your nobility until the very end. Ryan said, Don't say that. I only feel extremely ashamed. Thank you to the Mercenary Corps and the Holy Knight Order. I will never forget this debt. Third Commander of the Iron-Blooded Mercenary Corps, Valenson, level unknown. The Elite Silver Lightning Cavalry. Saint Knight Vassal at an unknown level raises his glass high. Let us raise our glasses together for this final farewell celebration. Throughout history, our Tanya race has shed countless blood due to divisions by different races and ideals. But in this battle, we were able to become one united force. He raises his glass high. Still, in the end, we failed. Our beloved homeland will be engulfed in flames, and we will disappear from the pages of history. Or perhaps this land of Tonia itself will no longer exist. Ja continued, but even if we don't win, I have no regrets. Everyone has done their best and fulfilled their responsibilities. The heir to the second throne, Free Friesen Ragna, with an undetermined level. Ragna's voice turns cold, as if our time is running out. According to the report, the enemy forces will enter the palace area within the next hour.
This means we only have this little time left. DM speaks up to interrupt. Gods, I apologize. Third Guard Commander Darkman, level undetermined. Ragna chuckled softly. Haven't we all tried our best, so why blame anyone now? Suddenly, a shockwave exploded. How unfortunate. A dark, oppressive resentment flared up like a flame, a mocking smile curling on the lips. A woman appears, don't you think so? Why, Jean? Stay still and watch. She speaks. Hello? Is this the first time we meet since the 2-star promotion ceremony? SSSHLV.999. It is said that your survival until now is already a miracle. Truly, the hero chosen by the master. You said, why did you appear? I don't want to see your face. She sighed and said, that comment makes me sad. I had a hard time arranging this event just to have a rare, free moment, holding the glass of wine. Don't you think it's truly pathetic? Loki, they lost, failed, miserably and humiliatingly, yet now they pretend they did their best and have no regrets. She brings the glass close to her mouth, and they are amusingly and ridiculously comforting themselves. In a whisper, except for one person. They are all just trash and completely unworthy of being saved. Sin replied, I thought you had remained silent since the 3-star promotion ritual. So why are you revealing yourself now? If this is a deal, I've already outright refused it, right? She chuckled softly and said, I also want to see a good show. His eyes sharpened, and he said, don't play tricks for you. This is just one of countless worlds about to be destroyed. According to Zhang Te, but because of the presence of someone here, this world becomes special. Isn't it true that you're climbing the tower smoothly with your S-level account that I once discarded? It's surprising that the master still hasn't given up. So sarcastic, your rough personality is still the same as always? She said sternly. Honestly, don't overestimate your power. As long as I intend to, someone like you will be dealt with immediately. You're the one who should stop pretending. You believe you can't kill me during the second ascension ritual? No, actually you don't have the ability to kill me. Because heroes exist to change and rewrite stories, even you cannot directly distort karma. The clear proof is that you came here to persuade me, right? Your intentions are too obvious. Theo pretends to cry, but who knows if your hope is just an illusion. Suddenly, Theo Sejin charged forward with a horizontal slash. I'm the kind of person who likes watching movies alone. Please don't disturb me. She laughs loudly. I went through so much trouble to come here. Why are you treating me so coldly? It's truly a big difference from when I was just a powerless kid. My dear princess, Freya said loudly, I don't want everything to end here. Ragna turned and said, my beloved sister. You have supported us both, materially and spiritually. She said loudly, everyone listened to me. Is it because of such a terrible ending? Such an ending that we have sweat and blood fighting until now? Freya kept persuading, trying her best but still lost. Are you still satisfied? Is that all the value your efforts to protect have? So you have to fall before such a terrible crisis after all these hardships. Don't you feel anger and rage? Look at the faces of your fellow tribesmen standing behind you. They are terrified, trembling, and filled with fear. So, the leaders of the warriors choose to give up and accept defeat. Don't you feel ashamed of your ancestors who tried to build and protect this place? Kotat shouted angrily. How dare you speak so disrespectfully? Get your words in order. Even if you carry the noble royal blood, you better watch your tongue. Be quiet, she laughed loudly. I won't accept an ending like this, enjoying the feast and ending the battle here. How ridiculous, even now our warriors are still bleeding out there on the battlefield. We are also extremely resentful, but all methods have become ineffective. Princess, what do you intend to do? You mean we should cry and cause chaos? Ki, crossing her arms, also spoke. The gods also understand the feelings of the princess, but the outcome is beyond all of our control. Sometimes we need to accept the harsh truth, which is our last pride. Freya lowered her head. There is still one solution, isn't there? She looked up at the saintess. Isn't the prophecy from the goddess already given? Freya continued. I heard it contains an important clue to save this continent. Then why are you keeping it a secret? Wojciech asked to explain. Princess, the saintess would never casually hide the goddess's prophecy. Maybe there's been a misunderstanding. She insists she's not mistaken. I heard very clearly. The goddess has given us a chance. He said he would give us a chance to start over from the beginning. He was confused after hearing that. Your Highness, what are you talking about? Freya asked coldly. That is the ability to reverse time and go back a few years. Cao Jin pondered. I am beginning to understand the whole picture. You understand why you showed me this scene? She pondered. Reversing time. Her teeth clenched to reveal the true purpose of the mission to the heroes. Freya continued. If we could go back to that moment, the outcome might change. Giving up like this would be such a waste, wouldn't it? It ends without knowing anything, not even who the enemy is.
I can't accept that. No matter how slim the chances of success are, if there's a way, shouldn't we try? Kiani asked. Is that really true? Rand finally spoke up. The fact that the goddess delivered such a prophecy is completely true. He slammed his hand down on the table. Why was he hiding that truth? She stammered, then Rand's entire body flickered with interference, his eyes wide with confusion. She asked, even if we start over, can we really change this fate? Is accepting this ending really the better choice? Rand softly said, all the races of Tonya have united their strength, yet we couldn't win even once. You want to go back again? We are all too exhausted. The god thinks ending everything here is the best option. Freya slams her hand on the table and shouts, is this really so cowardly to end things so meaningless? Don't joke around. Her hand clenched so tightly that it was trembling. There was a time I thought you were true heroes, but it seems I was mistaken. Why is no one willing to stand up with me? Even if the chances are slim, if there's a way, shouldn't we try? Freya's eyes widened with tears streaming down, showing her determination. I will do it. Whether it's 100 times or 1,000 times, I will come back and change everything. If doing so can save my people, I will do it. She suddenly stood up and loudly declared, O goddess, if you are watching, please answer this urgent plea. I, Frasanya, accept this offer. Freya is determined. If no one joins, I will return alone. Suddenly, the queen's eyes lit up. The heir to the throne is free. At this moment, the pact has been officially sealed. Freya softly says, for those people, grant them an ending worthy of their stature. Darkman shouted, wait a minute, your highness, what are you saying? For the unworthy, a corresponding curse will be cast down. Immediately, he was struck by an invisible force that caused him to vomit blood. Everyone will be slain. O golden heir, I will bestow upon you the blessing of the goddess. A chance will be granted to you, and noble heroes will follow in your footsteps. A rain of blood begins to fall across the sky. Ragna knelt down trembling, struggling to call out. Freya! Big Brother shouted in pain. Freya! Freya's eyes turn icy cold. Freeze, the subconscious words echo fiercely. Face the challenge. Fight until the end. Seize your destiny with your own hands. The Golden Throne was always meant for you. Why does Yane look down on them? As expected, they are just a bunch of fools. No way can they be called heroes. I draw my sword, of course. Only when it's true do I need to act. Hey, stop making things up. Dio even had to use his intervention power to manifest before me. You directly swung your sword to break the statue. In other words, there's something she absolutely doesn't want to reveal. The Friz I used to know isn't this kind of person. Idiot. The cracks and shattered light reveal everything. This clumsy stunt is just unnecessary. A flash of light appears in the sky and all the truth will be revealed. Crystal shards fall below, sparkling like fireworks. Kiani frowned and asked, is that true? Ryan replied, yes, the goddess did indeed send down such a prophecy. He roared, why did you hide that? She stammered. That thing? Ragna speaks. Frice? Freya asks. Isn't it clear to you too? He replied casually. I know. She was stunned. Then why bother anymore? Ragna interrupted. Do you understand what you will have to sacrifice? He clenched his teeth and gritted out just for that one single chance. Are you planning to push all living beings on this continent into the depths of hell forever? Frey stared blankly. What do you mean by that? Ran asked. Princess, our goddess is not the all-powerful creator of all things. She bites her lip, trembling. To perform the miracle, a sacrifice and an equivalent pact are needed. The gods saw Ran recount. The image of us becoming others' toys, surviving worse than death, enduring eternal suffering, the once whole continent torn apart into fragments with past and future losing all meaning. Ragna chuckled softly. Frice, I understand how you feel, of course. How can you not be furious after all your efforts ended like this? How can it be easy anymore? He closed his eyes, bowed his head. Nothing is eternal. Everything that has a beginning must have an end, and that end has come during our generation. Ragna warns not to risk everything for a momentary desire. A man then asks, but, Your Highness, the Prince, surely things won't end like that. The owner of the Lentia Anbecht Gradia L5 house has not been confirmed. He draws his sword. Of course, we have our own pride as well. Ragna is determined. Shouldn't he strike a powerful blow before retreating? Kiani agrees. Yes, the gods have been waiting for this day for a very long time, Your Highness. You reply. Persephone, how is the situation downstairs? Have all the Veal women and children been safely evacuated? Valenson replied. Yes, everyone has been evacuated. Ragna, order the gates to be closed immediately. Until the very last moment, we will still fight back, he declared firmly. We will not fall cowardly. Until the very last person, we will show those bastards our unyielding will.
Are you ready to die with me for the one we love, Tan? Kiani said loudly.
The gods will follow him to their last breath. He takes his step forward, and what death could be more glorious than this?
Kiani persuades, after all, we will die someday. Do you want to live as an ordinary swordsman, grow old and die, or die as true heroes?
Ragnar reassured them, don't be afraid. I will be the first to fall. I will carve a glorious path down to hell for the heroes who follow.
Suddenly a voice called out, Your Majesty the Emperor. A soldier bowed and reported that the Asinis Knights have been completely wiped out.
He whispers, next up is us, get ready. Ragnar turned back and said, My beloved little sister Fris, I am sorry I could not erase the hatred in your heart. If you still can't let go until the very end, then Ragnar might as well accept that invitation when he gets close to Freya. She was stunned. What do you mean? He added, I will always stand by your side. Freya was terrified. What are you saying?
Then Ragnar stepped outside and said, Let's give them a final battle with a conclusion that leaves no shame.
Daemon softly called out, Your Highness the Princess, she whispered. I understand now. Please do not say more.
From now on, I will no longer mention the goddess's prophecy.
He chuckled softly and said, Thank you for your patience.
Ragnar pointed and declared, Fellow countrymen, fight to the end. A blast erupted as Tung's army shouted in a dark tone, Who gave you permission to decide on a surprise attack?
A woman in a hood slowly walks in, only to see a bunch of pathetic fools, so-called heroes who have kicked away their chance to turn the tide. Utterly stupid, words fail me. In a cold tone, or maybe out of fear, both sides are equally pathetic.
The man shouted, Who are you? You insolent fool! How dare you speak so recklessly?
She immediately blew him up. A dog that doesn't recognize its owner isn't worth living. Ryan trembled, pleading to the goddess, and said in a reproachful tone, I am sure I conveyed the message clearly.
Why are you acting on your own like this? She stammered.
We gods insist. Do you also deserve to be called my apostles?
When it suits you, you exploit. When I need you, you turn your back and run away, she declared. I have made it very clear that I give you a chance to start over, but you dare to refuse. There is a limit to shamelessness.
Rian bowed his head. The gods were deeply grateful for the blessing bestowed by the goddess, but they wanted to choose their own ending. Please grant us that permission. Since when are dogs allowed to disobey their master?
You say you want to die with honor? Who gave you permission? Honestly, Tia isn't allowed to end here, isn't that right?
A voice spoke up, stepping back. The gods acknowledge that the goddess has bestowed blessings upon us, but the power to decide our fate lies with us. Please go back and let us face our deserved fate. According to her soft laugh, it's truly reckless. Ragnar spoke.
You think you have the right to speak to the goddess like that just because this body carries royal blood passed down since the founding of the nation?
After hearing that, she found it amusing that royal blood was just a mixed breed of monster and human.
All the soldiers now surrounded her, whispering, So you praised me sweetly before, and now you want to kill me?
Her eyes sparkled with deadly intent as she asked, Do you not wonder what that girl begged me for? Freya shouted. What are you talking about? I never made a pact with you. According to reports, that girl said she was willing to save Tanya at any cost. Kotat glanced at this princess and continued, saying that even if it had to sacrifice everything it had and everyone around it, it told me it wanted to turn back time once more. She shouted, No, I have never said those words. I have never met the person. Her lips curled up. I, the pure goddess, swear on my soul this is absolutely the truth.
Freya shouted angrily, Don't lie, turn around, don't you believe me yet? If I break this vow, even I could be destroyed. You should understand that better than anyone.
Wait, according to the statement, those who give up the challenge are not qualified to become heroes. Become a sacrificial offering for true heroes. Ragnar couldn't hold back any longer and snapped, What are you talking about? Stretching out his hand, he said, A game needs an enemy, so obediently become experience points. Suddenly, an explosion erupted, shocking everyone, and they all spat out blood before they could react. An internal civil war erupts within her, and she growls, I am truly disappointed in all of you. She believes that no one who worships me can ever attain freedom. Pay the price for betraying my expectations with eternal death. I look towards her. You have been chosen as Tanya's protagonist, so feel proud. Freya stammered, No.
I am warning you that a red alert has appeared indicating danger. Han has already begun to be corrupted.
He thought to himself, So this is how you deal with heroes who see the truth. Corruption? So this is the reason why your level-ups keep failing.
According to her words, a true hero must be able to let go of everything for their goal. Isn't that right? Francis shouted, "No, don't lie. Just admit it. You betrayed them." Freya screamed like crazy. "No, it's all lies." "It's not a lie. You said that in your dream," her whole body trembling as she stammered. "That." She opened the book in her hand and turned around. Almost no hero candidate was usable. "This world is pretty much doomed. It's really troublesome. Tokia's high-level hero candidate is a 5-star, and the other 3 are S4 stars? Probably so." She looked toward Ragna, knowing that this place was clearly doomed as well. That lowly scum has stirred up an unpleasant wind, flipping through the pages of the book and sneering, "If you signed a contract with me, your success rate would probably be much higher. At least it would be better than signing with a fallen woman over such trivial matters." You look at me with a resentful gaze and sneer. "Do you hate me? Then become strong. Become the strongest enemy and swallow the entire world. Maybe then you'll have a chance to take revenge on me." Suddenly, a surge of energy appeared behind him. Sejane thought to himself, "So you've revealed everything, and now you want me to leave? Considering that you even opened a space gate, why did she do all these things? And whether the truth you saw was also deliberately arranged, you don't even know. But one thing is certain, the truth you just witnessed is so filthy and disgusting that it tears apart like an invisible ending, causing everything to fall into a nearly shattered state." Sejane's eyes widened as he looked up at the display. "On the 80th floor, you lower yourself. This is an external intervention." Another space appears suddenly. Ragna, with a bitter voice filled with resentment, says, "I will wait, Black Prince Freos. On Ragna, level 354. Jain whispered, "Yes, wait, I will soon let you rest in peace." A light like a car headlamp shone directly at him.
System notification. Congratulations, Master. The forgotten memories of the hero have been awakened. Han has completed the 4-star upgrade and is now 4 stars. The illustration has been updated.
Level and skill limits have been expanded. The hero's first mark has been unlocked. Tip: what is an emblem?
A special ability that heroes can acquire through dungeon summons.
The essential requirement to become a great hero is a quality mark that's even more valuable than 10 skills.
Don't forget to assign marks to the heroes.
Jenna shouted. "Congratulations! Now you're also a 4-star hero," she asked in Magical. "It's king." Asti. In confusion. "What's wrong? Your expression looks really scary." "You look like you're about to swallow someone," he warns. "Next is your turn. Get ready." Jenna wondered. Truly advice from someone experienced. "Is there anything I need to prepare for the 4-star upgrade? I heard it might fail." Suddenly, just as she finished speaking, Sejane swung her hand and punched the nearby pole, startling her. Jenna looked confused, not understanding what was happening. "Something went wrong. I don't think there's any room for negotiation with you." Notification displayed, warning line for GM detecting unidentified chat messages.
Congratulations, Master.
The forgotten memory of the hero has awakened Jenna to 4 stars. The upgrade is complete, now 4 stars.
Congratulations, Master. The forgotten memories of the hero have awakened. Belkis has been promoted to 4 stars, reaching level 4. The power of the summoner goddess is now complete.
You have received a high-grade upgrade stone.
Congratulations, Master.
The forgotten memories of the hero have awakened. Edis has completed his 4-star upgrade and become 4 stars. The scene shifts back to the estate.
Edit crosses his arms and says seriously, "Everyone has probably seen the same things I did. Everyone is gathered here."
Jenna scratched her head and honestly said, "I really can't believe it. I don't know exactly what it means, but I know it's extremely important. I was just following orders from above, but now I realize everything seems to have a meaning. If I had known this would happen, I would have looked more carefully." Velkis spoke. Some of those who once crowded the palace later appeared as enemies. "I really don't understand why we don't just kill everyone and be done with it. I don't have a knack for solving riddles." Kisa also spoke. "Our family has made a contract. We heard a voice and accepted the contract. Then our homeland was swallowed by darkness." Sayo added, "I was born a 4-star, so I've never leveled up." But her case seems similar. Those who accept the contract become heroes. He continued, "That really is too cruel."
"If you're going to explain, you should explain to the Imperial Party."
Jenna agrees. "That's right, there are many confusing parts."
Nerissa stood up. "If you don't understand, I will explain each step."
She recounts that Toner has now fallen. The heroes are returning to Toner before its destruction to carry out their mission. Nerissa added, "We were summoned here after making a pact with the goddess. With the hope of saving the world, the princess plays a key role in this mission." Jenna leaned in and whispered, "I really don't understand. Even if what NL said is true, I don't remember signing any kind of contract." Nerissa explained, Based on my analysis, lower-ranked heroes are more likely to be brought here against their will, while higher-ranked heroes seem different. She then asked, do you know how many years have passed since HR was reset from the time of its destruction?
CO replied, the waiting room was delayed in the 30s, so no one knows the exact details.
Although we're not sure, it has definitely been over 10 years.
Velkus's eyes flashed with anger as he asked, so why didn't you tell us before? Sayo shouted in fear, you didn't even ask. I'm not sure either. Besides, we're busy every single day.
He said through gritted teeth, nothing has really changed after all.
We still have to conquer to level 100, right?
If you ask, maybe they already told you. Nothing has changed, but this could confuse the other residents, so it's best we keep this between us. Nerissa softly said, from now on we should limit access to the dungeon to only high-ranking personnel. Rewind, what year is it now?
In the 338th year of the Empire, if you go into the dungeon and talk to the residents, you'll realize this is the past. She continued, the current rumors are wild, like a wizard named Master kidnapping people and showing illusions.
But as the number of high-level heroes increases, we won't be able to control them anymore. Edit asked Han, what do you think about the people on the lower floors? Since it's quiet, I called for more. Han S. Jane leaned on the chair and stood up. I have no particular opinion, do as you wish.
You move away and decide to go, just let me know afterwards and I will follow.
Where are you going? Seijin whispered. Sorry, I don't feel well. What Nercia saw cannot be told to anyone. Whether they believe it or not, it is already dangerous information in itself. If people find out that the goddess regards humans in Toner as mere toys, the hero's morale will collapse immediately. Yo appears, Loki's first subordinate. Yo shows up. Yang sighed. I saw something very interesting during the leveling process. You put quite an effort into weaving a convincing lie. The girl looked confused. What does she mean? Loki, do you seriously only answer yes or no? Are the monsters in the quests related to destruction? Sin wondered why we had to fight them. She hesitated. Wait, it's because of Tan. Your voice is cold.
Yo, I know more than you think. Don't even try to hide it.
The girl trembled with fear all over her body. Seo Jane's eyes glanced upward. Take this sword and use it. It can hide that thing's eyes.
Yo is worried that if this gets exposed, we're definitely dead.
Seijin reassures her, I won't let anyone hurt you.
The girl asks again, you're not lying, right?
Both hands thrust forward, unleashing a powerful aura that fills the room.
The system reports an unidentified error, and ISO struggles to hold on.
The monsters we've fought so far have nothing to do with Toner's destruction. The girl hesitantly asked Jane, are you saying that the ones we've killed, humans and other races, are all heroes? The girl nodded firmly, feeling in her heart that every monster was once a loyal protector who risked their lives for Thaya's survival. He wondered why everything had turned out this way. Bio explains that to run this game, certain mandatory conditions must be met. The girl continues, saying that the two Mobius goddesses created Pigup to save a world already doomed to decline. Through the game, they gain the power to intervene. Simply put, they are borrowing strength from the Earth's inhabitants in higher world layers. He hesitated, but then decided to speak out. In a game, if there is a hero, there must also be an antagonist. So Hansel Jin seemed to realize something. He interrupted the girl. Did they turn innocent people into targets to be eliminated? The girl continued speaking. But if the real enemies reveal themselves now, Iz lowers his head, helpless. Is it because we are completely unable to face them? S looked at the weapon in his hand and could consider it the same. He slowly lowered the weapon, and the scene returned to silence. So Jean understands very well who the real enemy we must fight is. He sighs tiredly. The pressure from the sky is so intense I want to die. Those things are behind level 80. Chaotic crystal level 322 times 13. Despair, crystal level 315 times 11. Level 311 resentment crystals times 15. If these terrifying entities appeared earlier, clearing the game would be impossible. Stein stood up and coldly said to Yo, exhausted on the ground, thanks to you, I now understand everything. All right, don't worry. I won't let any losses happen. The plan remains unchanged. Keep climbing the tower, defeating monsters, and continuously increasing strength.
And when the moment of truth arrives, Sin will find a way back to Earth. But along that journey, an additional mission will emerge that must be completed.
His cold gaze looked out the door, and this time she knew her fate was sealed. A cold voice echoed, clearly indicating she was still hiding some secret. Nerissa continues speaking to the maid, still holding back something undisclosed. From now on, recount in detail everything she sees and hears when she's near him. The maid respectfully replied clearly, I have received the order. A cruel glint flashed in her eyes. This is such a difficult situation. You broke your promise to honestly share everything with me. The scene shifts to New World. A robotic voice echoes. Welcome back to Pigmake Cup. New World War. Get ready for the 7th season. It would be a shame to miss it. Joining is super fun. The rewards are doubled and even more exciting. Dear friends, to avoid keeping you waiting any longer,
The Master War Festa is about to begin. Especially this festival offers incredibly valuable gifts that any master would desire. Do you want to know what they are?
rainbow-shaped stones to engrave S-rank seals and even 5-star heroes. I'll only reveal this much for now. More details will come soon. Stay tuned for details. The commemorative package for the 7th Festa will be available for purchase.
The second compensation phase for the frequent server errors was announced the next morning. The plan from the meeting was kept secret from lower-level heroes, but information would be revealed to those who cleared the 40th floor.
Nerissa calmly said, "The key is to weave truth and lies skillfully. Managing information is my specialty. Just trust me to handle it."
There are currently 5 exploration dungeons open, with more explorers and items being acquired.
But we need to keep tight control to prevent information leaks, and Nerissa will be responsible for screening personnel.
The waiting area has also been moved to the level 40 zone based on the weekly reconnaissance results by airship.
Unlike before,
The Master is now very lively, because they are all wealthy and passionate players at their respective levels, so using the same plundering tactics as before could lead to retaliation.
to accelerate the tower climbing, they need a huge amount of resources and a team of elite heroes.
The challenge at level 45 will definitely be much tougher than at level 40.
Although hero training faces no major obstacles, it still lacks a powerful push for a breakthrough. Inside Sign, we need more high-level heroes. Do you crave becoming stronger? Do you want to break through your own limits?
Then step into the most glorious challenge awaiting you, Master.
Dear Masters, the eagerly awaited Festa Festival has returned. This is the arena for top rankers to showcase their strength and for masters craving the top spot to compete. The details are as follows. Sin sits in a daze, pondering. Has it already been the 7th festival season? Every so often, a large-scale event that covers the entire server takes place. Warfesta is one of those seasonal recurring events. A giant monster will appear at a designated location. Masters will form alliances and work together to defeat the monster. Of course, the rewards are extremely rare materials that can't be found anywhere else. Even the components used to craft the 5 divine weapons are gathered from this raid.
You sit among the wreckage, and with your current abilities, participating in the main event is already a difficult challenge. If you do join, is this your main goal?
Throughout the festival, special events will be held all over the Space City, and heroes who perform well will earn points and rewards. Collect points to exchange for materials and equipment at the event shop. The list of rewards ranges from essentials like high-grade medicine to advancement items like high-quality upgrade stones. Items exchanged for points include special construction designs and rare materials. If they obtain the Rainbow Spirit Stone, they can create seals. With a serious expression, he is calculating something. Even though he has reached 4 stars, the other slots are still empty.
Usually you have to grind through dungeons and exploration in to get rainbow-shaped stones.
But even so, the highest result is only grade B. A series of thoughts flashed through his mind. Meanwhile, those rainbow-colored dang lamstones could reach rank S. He pointed his finger at a spot on the system display. This is a stroke of luck to accelerate the stalled development in just a moment. Something on the screen caught Seelan's attention, leaving him stunned.
What the hell? I can't believe my eyes. I rubbed them a few times and squinted, cold sweat running down my cheeks, secretly cursing. Is the game developer crazy?
The summon ticket guarantees a 5-star hero as a limited reward for the top scorer in the Space City. Through a different scene, we arrive at a barren, desolate, and gloomy place where a conflict seems to be unfolding. The blazing red energy source explodes, scattering small rocks everywhere, as a giant monster struggles to resist the energy. It roars in anger, surrounded by battlecruisers ready to fight at any moment. She commands loudly with seriousness, its blood almost drained. All the ships focus their fire and unleash their main cannons. The warships immediately respond by firing a burst of energy. She continues cautiously. The aircraft are at risk of counterattack.
Mages, retreat your ships and form an attack formation to break through the second wave, then charge straight at the monster. Activate support magic to boost your power and prepare for a teleporting attack.
A loud explosion occurred, releasing a blazing red energy, causing the warships to immediately cease their attack and retreat from the energy source.
On the other side, Velka smiled contentedly and asked, Celine, before you move to other waiting areas, are they also like this monster there?
If just one of them had joined the campaign, everything would have been much easier, he replied calmly. Because the masterminds in war are all seasoned players, every hero involved has already reached the maximum level. The boy turned to him and asked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling scared?" He clearly looks frightened, but still tries to avoid it. "What are you afraid of?" Fly the spaceship closer so I can see clearly and remember this moment. Sin objects. No, that's too dangerous and could get us caught in the danger zone. This event is where everyone works together to defeat the giant monster in the designated area. No matter how tempting the rewards are, they are not yet qualified to participate in the 4-star Space City. In theory, just striking once and watching from the sidelines counts as participation, but even a single tail swipe from the monster in this challenge is enough to wipe them out. During the previous festival season, NFL played a key role in wiping out the weak who tried to come here to steal treasures. If they didn't contribute the minimum amount, they would be crushed instantly by the fleet's firepower. Sitjin crossed his arms and said coldly, "Our goal is not war, but the side event, moving to the Space City and competing in various categories to win." His eyes became determined as he seized the guaranteed 5-star summoning ticket, a gift from the item exchange event. Sejin quietly calculates everything. Are you still thinking clearly? That is definitely a 5-star summoning ticket. The thing that has never been given as a reward, even once in 7 festival seasons. Do you think you can get that ticket just by aiming for the top overall score in the new Space City? You can accumulate points through event activities and use those points to buy items to aim for the top overall score. So we must win at least 3 categories. In the 6 Space Cities system, choosing the deployment location requires careful consideration. If we participate in the 3-star or 2-star city, the main team won't be allowed to compete, so we don't have many options even for high-level rankers if we happen to face the top players in the server. Winning all 3 categories is impossible. Even the competitors are unsure which space city their opponents will choose. Surely they are also engaged in intense mental battles, or they will ignore minor events to focus all their efforts on hunting the giant red monster. An item appears on the screen costing only 110 watts. This amount will be added to your next phone bill. Are you sure you want to proceed with the payment? The huge number stunned Sin, so surprised that he couldn't even speak. He wondered silently if he should buy this blood-sucking package from the publisher. If you want to aim for a high rank, you have no choice but to spend money. You grit your teeth and choose 2 special items. The system panel shows a PT increase of 30%. When accumulating Festa points, an additional 30% bonus will be added to the stats of the cavalry statue for Hanbi Star. Sin lowers his eyes in helplessness. Is this useless item really worth making me use a 5-star summon ticket? Can you say that more nicely? At least hundreds of thousands of masters are participating in this event, and each space city only provides 1 summon ticket. To get that ticket, you have to sweep the championship in numerous competitive categories. The system voice suddenly intensifies, increasing the stats of the Sagittarius statue for Hanbi, the knight statue. Sejin silently calculates in his mind. Anyway, my original goal was still to become a rainbow striker because the first KC press will shape my future development. Finishing strength. Yeah, please. So, I need to invest wisely. You carry the wooden horses, and as for the 5-star summoning ticket, the team will bring it here, with a total of 12 members. Sejane's lips curl slightly. Having decided to join, their only goal must be the championship. The survival arena, single combat 1 versus 1 Belkis. Team battles 2 versus 2, Anan Binik. Team 3 versus 3, Jenna Kizasa. Group battles 5 versus 5, Javier F. Wadiu Kobamudin. A distant battleship approaches and lands slowly. Jenna nervously asks Sin if they can handle this, and if the prize is a 5-star summoning ticket, top experts will surely come for Sin. Our destination is the space city reserved for 4-star elites. Even if they are in the intermediate rank, they are still limited to 4 stars, so don't worry too much. But our group has only just reached this 4-star level ourselves. The level gap is definitely not insignificant. You confidently speak, saying that to reach 5 stars, you need to reach level 55. Compared to our current level 40, the gap is at most 15 levels. We've faced and overcome such differences in previous stages before, right? It's simple to say, but the gap between level 40 and 55 is nearly 150 stat points, including potential growth points. Of course, maximizing stat growth like that isn't really feasible, so the actual difference is around 100 points, and victory or defeat depends on skill mastery, so the level gap can still be somewhat compensated, and there's no other choice left. If you feel frustrated, blame yourself for not reaching level 55 yet. Inside, you seem helpless. In reality, what's more concerning than the level gap is the disparity in equipment. There will be countless opponents appearing with a bunch of S-rank gear, but the lack of level and equipment will be compensated by combat experience. Saojin continued seriously. The crowd gathered, there are just rookies. While we struggle to grind through the game, they just hang around easy missions. The difficulty of the quests in Thaya is extremely harsh. That's why the heroes from Thaya also have to become strong accordingly. Jinjin looked at those present and thought to himself, these people still don't realize how far their true strength has come.
We're almost there. Your excitement means the event is at that spot, right? The venue is in the Hellas Space City. Jenna excitedly said, the number of ships here is truly impressive. Our goal is to take the top spot, right?
I don't know if we'll succeed, but Celine remains calm. It's good if we do, and if not, don't put too much pressure on yourself. I'm amazed. The architecture of these buildings looks so strange. This is the first time I've seen anything like this with my own eyes. The team leader has arrived at the event area. You can check the scores, gift list, heroes' health and morale status, and ongoing city activities on the electronic board. Some missions require the master's guidance. Be sure to check carefully to maximize your score. Boosting the master's power. The entire team gains a 30% bonus in points thanks to the Festa package effect. A massive battleship lands on the ground. Rady, curious, asks where we should start now. Shin replied, the spaceship will be used for side activities, so wake up Seo to check the equipment. The Dark Mage is at a disadvantage in these kinds of tournaments, so he won't participate. Saying that, the three of them quickly strode forward.
Are you the employee of Mobius Corporation? The guard shouted. Everyone, please line up in order and do not push or cause trouble, or you will be expelled immediately.
Rady, tired, complains that it's too crowded and smells mixed together. Edit points ahead excitedly. It seems that thing is called a bus. I heard it's a carriage that doesn't need horses. Jenna's eyes lit up. It looks like we'll be stopping at a place called a hotel. I heard there's a buffet there so we can eat as much as we want. Velkus wondered, are all the people here 4-star experts? Jenna looked at him with confusion. What's going on? He looks around at the others and explains, but they don't seem to be experts at all. I thought that at 4 stars, you should at least be on par with that beast girl over there. Sedge Jane sneered. Stop dreaming. Kiasa is among the top in the original 4-star generals. You could consider her close to 5-star level. He sighed deeply, quite boring. Javier chuckled casually, but honestly, there are talented people around. He continued, there are a few formidable individuals secretly hiding their strength around here. There are also those who emit a presence that makes me cautious. Sedge Jane glanced at him, secretly admiring. Your intuition is quite sharp, isn't it? It seems your mastery of the A-level mind's eye skill surpasses even mine. Javier pointed towards them, especially that group over there, who seemed to have no intention of hiding their strength.
He continued, watch carefully, those are the real rivals to be wary of. Judging by the size of the spaceship, they've definitely gone beyond at least 60 floors.
Rank 7,402, Lakia red bean porridge. The clicking of high heels echoed from afar as she approached. Ricaria stepped out, looked around, and spoke with a sarcastic tone. They're just small fry. Velkus smirked slyly as he saw her. So, that's how it is. It's not like no one has a soul, Jenna continued. That girl over there looks strong, but Jane cut her off, feeling a bit uncomfortable, right?
She feels helpless. Yes, that's exactly how it feels.
She asked curiously, what is that carriage for? The other person replied, it seems to be for welcoming a special guest.
He stepped down from a luxurious car with confidence. Ricaria excitedly approached him.
That's a nice car. Our team will use that one. He gently declines. Sorry, but you are not qualified to use this, she shouted angrily. How ridiculous! My master has conquered up to the 64th level, and I am a core member of the assault team. That should be enough qualification, right? She glanced at those present, sneering, clearly superior to the bunch of ordinary people surrounding her. Everyone around angrily retorted, hey you, watch your words. And the other added, who do you think you are, a nobody? Aren't we all at 4-star or 2-star level? Ricaria said calmly. 4 stars? What do you mean 4 stars? She cast a contemptuous look at everyone and said, we are originally 4-star. While you can tell just by looking that you came up from 1-star and 2-star cheap ranks, truly a bunch of trash, better not come near and start a conversation. The other person shouted angrily, what did you just say? She replied, our team's goal is to win the crown in this event. That outcome is obvious. So, I must firmly interrupt her and say, I confirm that you do not have the authority. This is truly unacceptable. Then who has the right to sit in that vehicle? He pointed upward. She looked up and immediately froze. A massive battleship is flying overhead, preparing to land. Ricaria shouts towards the battleship. It looks even smaller and more pathetic than our Arias. Someone riding on a spaceship that looks like a dried fish, and they still have the nerve. His level seems to be around 50 as well. A symbol of a goat appeared, and she narrowed her eyes as if recognizing something. That black goat symbol suddenly darkened her face, looking incredulous and stammering. Hak Son Duong. Velkus turned to ask what the hell Hakson Duong even was. Sejay Jane was furious and thinking to herself. At this moment, the two people came down, and there were many voices gossiping loudly around.
They've arranged quite an interesting act, Ricaria shouted in anger. Why did those characters appear here?
He turned calmly, raised his hand, and replied, "You are blocking the way of our distinguished guests. Please make way." He calmly led the group and thought to himself, "The service here seems quite attentive. So you're willing to pass up the chance in the high-level space city, just to humble yourself and come all the way here." He politely invites everyone. Karen followed and said, "Please get in the car. Wait a moment. There's still one more person who hasn't arrived yet." He turned to look to the side and said, "What are you dawdling for? It's getting late." "Sorry about that. I was too caught up in choosing my clothes." Everyone turned to look at him at the same time. Aaron slowly and deliberately took a step forward. In another place, many withered leaves fall to the ground, creating a chaotic scene towards the meteorites, with a house standing tall amidst the landscape. "Are you the one? You are in the same training camp as me this time," he continued. "I heard there were a lot of coaches at first, but it seems they have all fallen away by now." Sajin still arrogantly sat there and continued, "From your demeanor, it seems you don't belong to the NFL, right? Where are you from?" He started to stand up and continued speaking only in front of Aaron. "I suppose there's no need to mention the other things, right? You and I are both in the same situation right now. He looked at you as you entered and continued, both of us seeking to become stronger. You're the same, right?" Srajan started looking into the space and describing what was inside. "Didn't you once claim that you wanted to reach the pinnacle of strength?" Aaron space, 0584. The gate leads to the realm of the thesis, a space where merely existing is enough to erode your life force. The survival rate there must be less than 3%, Aaron replied coldly. "I have no intention of dying here. I will do everything I can to avoid shame in my own eyes." He steps forward and tells him to turn back. "You too. Take care of yourself." Aaron begins to think with a serious expression as Jenna anxiously looks around, panic-stricken. She shouted loudly and Aaron could hear her voice calling his name repeatedly. Hey, Aaron seems to have made up his mind. He gets into the car, leaving her calls behind. Ayon's back gradually disappeared from her sight. Jenna asked in a daze, "Does he not see me?" Velkus sneered. "I kept wondering where that guy went, and it turns out he joined the other side." She couldn't believe her eyes. "It has to be Aaron, right?" "I'm sure I didn't see it wrong." He keeps going. "It seems Niflhem is holding the dominant position in this area, being chauffeured in such a luxurious carriage. Her life has truly changed. The harsh reality has dealt Jenna a devastating blow." She sadly lowered her head. "It's true. The Aaron you knew before." Chavi wondered, "Did that person really used to be our senior? It seems like he's been to more bustling cities than this remote place." In response to her anger, he mocked her stylish outfit and said, "I envy it. Even as I hold Kia at a distance, I think it's still a good sign. Hard to accept because the reality is we are in a very difficult situation. But if even Niflhem gets involved, our chance to obtain the 5-star summon ticket will vanish into thin air, right?" Sane calmly replied, "It's okay if we don't get it. This is just the beginning, so don't put too much pressure on ourselves. Getting that ticket would be great. But if not, it's okay. The main goal is to obtain the rainbow-colored stone. And that alone is already considered a brilliant success. From what I've heard, his abilities are actually quite mediocre." Looking at Jenna and Kasasa sleeping soundly, Sin nodded in agreement. Even a group of guys like him couldn't compare to just one of them, especially with such a senior involved. That means he's now become much more formidable than before. Velkus thought about fighting Aaron, imagining a fierce battle, and a smile unconsciously crept onto his face. The tall building stands silent in the sunset, its glass reflecting a faint orange hue as vehicles pass slowly below. Lunch turns to Hangter with a mysterious look. "Has everyone heard the news? Neem is also involved in this fight." Hangter asked in amazement, "Really? That fighting group is considered the strongest on server too?" The conversation continued. Jenna happened to overhear the conversation as she walked by. "It's the same team that formed the alliance last time. I've heard that with just 4 members, they wiped out hundreds of battleships." Hangter seems pretty excited. "This festival really has a lot to look forward to, with 5 top-ranked experts gathering here in this 4-star space city." Rena couldn't help but speak up. Everywhere she went, people were buzzing about NFLH. Sin calmly responded, as if a few other prominent figures were also present. Velkis chimes in, saying that the situation is becoming extremely tense and exciting, and he might as well announce it now. "We are divided into 3 rooms, so we'll split into teams. Make sure not to wander around or cause trouble with the others in different rooms. If you want to show your strength, just wait patiently until the main event begins." The chandelier gently sways, casting sparkling light across the room. The neatly arranged buffet counter displays many hot dishes. shining metallic under the lights as a curious voice echoes. But has Eren really switched sides? Salen still remains calm. If he's already gone, then what does it matter? Jenna added. We have to persuade him to come back to everyone. She hesitated. No matter what, I don't want to face Eren, Jenna said. Maybe we won't even need a direct confrontation because each event has tens of thousands of participants. He continued. This grand event includes a total of 5 special competitions, each with different criteria. But with so many contestants, just making it to the next round is already a challenge. To top the overall score leaderboard, you need to win at least 3 categories. Hearing that, Jenna worriedly turned to ask if you had to be champion in 3 events. Is that even possible with the top rankers also here? Inside Jin's car, according to leaked intel, 5 top-ranked predators are gathering here. Even though they are all 4-star level, the heroes they bring are definitely on a completely different level. He smiled at her and said, You have to win. Don't you believe in yourself? She forced a smile and raised a finger as if to say more, but her eyes revealed a hint of hesitation. I think to myself, no one said I lack confidence. Smoke billows into beautiful floating circles, vibrant like a playful game in the sky. It's the second day of the festival at the Red Festa qualifiers for all 5 events. Red Festa is expected to last about a week, with specific timings subject to adjustment depending on each match. But since Battle Royale is a time-consuming battle, it will be divided into 4 stages: qualifiers, semifinals, and finals. There are a total of 5 competition zones: Team Battle Arena, Individual Arena, Squad Arena, Battle Royale Arena, and Duo Arena. All venues are expected to be overwhelmed until the next round begins. In the Team Arena, whispers spread, and in the end, how many people are gathering here? It seems the number has reached 100,000, right? Team Battle Arena. Everyone is tense. I wonder how many spots are available to advance to the next round. Is it true that Nailhem has registered to participate? I must get through to the next round at all costs. If not, that cruel master will use me as a sacrificial fusion to scare everyone. Sane looked up and explained to Anand. The space city isn't a waiting area, so your wounds won't heal on their own. The master has prepared the finest medicines, but supplies are limited. If you lose the match, you will be revived, but that hero will be stripped of their right to participate in the remaining battles. Keep going. So don't act recklessly during the match. Anand seemed to have made up her mind and responded firmly. I understand now. The MC excitedly steps forward, full of energy, warmly welcoming the heroes who have joined this event. It's a pleasure to meet you. Everyone looked at her, surprised and almost unable to believe their eyes, and softly exclaimed, Who is that? Enraged, the MC flies over to confront him. What was that you mumbled? Nothing, huh? How dare you compare me to that little house elf? Can't you see my gold-plated employee badge? Don't lump me together with the nameless slaves living off your homes, or I'll smash your heads in. Understood? The MC returned to his original demeanor, speaking softly. Dear honorable heroes, this tournament will operate under a system that's been very popular lately. I hope you all have a truly wonderful experience. The system interface appears, and she continues. Everyone, pay attention. These are the special gifts reserved for the leaders of this event. And among them, the most coveted item for all heroes is the highest tier rainbow gemstone. The reward for the winner, not for you useless ones. I mean the ultimate items that even heroes trying their best would find hard to get. Racaria sat with her arms crossed, feeling proud, almost slipping up. As long as I seize that rainbow stone, I will crush their arrogance. No matter if it's Nye or anyone else, they are just outdated fools. The MC appears mysterious, summoning a source of energy, and now everyone listen up. Her next words excite the crowd and stir cheers. The qualifiers are officially starting. Enjoy the intense battles ahead. The competition will last for a whole week. Rank 33,200 off-buys. Rank 52,104 Guntara. The festival has truly exploded, with Rankaria at 7,402. Everyone participating is at 4-star level. Rank 666 member of the Liberty Genomist Guild, rank 302 Vando, and rank 85 member of the Woman Unity Association. Many experts with high rankings are present. Rank 43, the housekeeper king who plays the stock market Gitara. Rank 21, the broken bowl Marek Ramda. Rank 16, Elios Elivaga, leader of the United Alliance. Rank 11, El Audas, 8th true adult, Jinun Gagap. Rank 5, Loki NFLH. Through this event, Lon with a loudspeaker announces to all heroes that we will be forming groups. Anyone participating in team battles, please move to this side and line up properly.
Tyre ranked 2,485,004 Amina Tunier.
This will be a golden opportunity to attract the attention of the entire world. The scene shifts to the Battle Royale survival arena. A loud voice boomed. Heroes on the 18th list, pay attention.
It is requested that all weapons currently in possession be surrendered, and absolutely no personal items are allowed on stage. Any cheating detected will result in immediate disqualification.
Jean glanced around cautiously, her expression complex. Jean had finished dressing and was mentally preparing for the arena. I asked while walking, "Can I leave early if I finish the selection round?" The guard replied, "Those who have completed their tasks can leave freely." However, the nature of this event is a prolonged attrition battle. Still, leaving is still an option. Sajane slowly raises her hand to the sky and casts a spell in the midst of a ruined area filled with old cars and skyscrapers covered in moss. The goal is to survive until only 50 people remain, with 124 out of 50 contestants left on the list. Sajane moves to this place and stands tall, gazing at the scene before her as the deathmatch rounds card appears. The deadly selection around player number S Battle Royale. A special simulation space is being created for the event. After losing their equipment, everyone must start with nothing but their bare hands. Periodically, the safe zone will shrink and supply drops will be released. Search for hidden gear and supplies to eliminate your opponents. The last 50 survivors in each round will advance. You clench your fists and look around, thinking to yourself, "Is this terrain set up in a modern style this time?"
I heard there are many useful items scattered across the map. SJ glanced to the side and saw Than sat here, thinking, luckily I just found a decent item.
Who? From afar, someone calls out to Sin. "Hey, brother." A contestant approaches S. Jane with a bright smile. What a funny coincidence to meet here. Your goal must also be to become the champion, right? Before the contestant could finish speaking, you swiftly struck and defeated him without mercy.
Everything is just beginning. Instead of slaughtering each other, let's form an alliance.
And with that, he turned his back and walked away, his voice cold.
I can't do that, I'm in a hurry. 1 kin plus 3 points.
Right now, on the YouTube app, a live stream is showing the appearance of 2 new people. The 3 of them move cautiously, very alert, doing their best to defend themselves. The leader whispers softly, the number of survivors decreasing rapidly. Everyone stay alert and be extremely careful. There are 1,894 out of 50 contestants remaining. In the leader's mind, 20 minutes have passed since the start, and the loot they've gathered is hardly worth mentioning. At this point, having to fight someone would be really troublesome. When 2 groups clash, the leading contestant looks quite surprised. In his mind, that guy probably doesn't have any fancy weapons either. Maybe we can come to an understanding. The leader of the contestants spoke. How about we pretend not to see each other and go our separate ways? If half of the contestants are eliminated, it's automatically considered they will advance to the next round without bloodshed. The contestant next to him agrees, saying it would be better for both sides. Before he finished speaking, Seal Jin stepped forward from behind and took down that contestant. 2 kin plus 7 points. The leading contestant shouted, but was taken down by him. Watch out for an ambush. 3 kin plus 15 points. 4 kin plus 25 points. Sin, with a cold gaze, summons a source of light. Kim Bio screamed in fear, stopping her hand. There's no need to be so cruel. 5 kin plus 50 points. You used your strength to attack the contestant and then delivered a deadly knee strike. 6 kin plus 100 points. She screamed, "Stop following me." Monster stuff. Demon stuff. Before she could finish her sentence, she activated the blood flame on the spot. 7 kin plus 100 points for a total of 300 points, Sin calmly speaks. The map is bigger than I thought, so it took quite a bit of time. If it were half as small, I could have already gone to watch the singles match. You carry a large weapon, kneel in front of a boat, and open it with your hand. The scene shifts to rain, and Sin stands silently, watching the fallen soldiers. Next, you use a branch to disguise yourself and ambush the enemy. In Sin's mind, including this one, only 2 people are left. Hey buddy, who exactly are you? Wasn't it just you who wiped out all the other contestants? Are you really a 4-star hero like us? Your eyes have turned cold. That's exactly what I was about to ask you. Your strength isn't even worthy of a 2nd star. Lu Shi shouted loudly, with determination, no matter who you are, you won't break through this absolute defense. Lie down and accept defeat. Sign kicked their defensive line away. Lu Chi stepped back, looking stunned. No, this is impossible. You raise your weapon, you definitely can. He can only scream in despair. 15 kin plus 300 PT, total 1,500 PT. On B received a participation reward of 50 gems and 100 points. The reward for passing the qualifying round is 500 gems and 1,000 points. Receive the reward for defeating 1,500 points and be sent back. The Festa package rewards will be compiled and updated later.
Lanch looked a bit nervous as he looked at you. Congratulations, you have successfully advanced to the next round.
Xian wondered, "Can I leave now?" he stammered. "Yes, please come back here at 8 o'clock in the morning." A blue light flashes, illuminating the entire corridor.
Jian overheard the surrounding chatter. He's the one causing chaos at the Battle Royal arena. I've heard he only needs a nail hammered into the skull to finish off his opponent. And I've also heard he cuts off the limbs of those who surrender and then dismembers them.
In his mind, it seems like I am being given a very strange nickname. The scene shifts to the 1-versus-1 qualifying round of the individual arena.
The stages are prepared for battle. Velkus saw Jane from afar and asked curiously,
"Senior, why are you here? Aren't you in the middle of a match?"
He coldly replied, "I've handled that already. How's the singles round going?"
He calmly replied,
"I only had to fight 5 elimination matches because they were all weak. There are 2 more matches left, so I'm just here observing for now."
"So far, only the strongest have made it through the qualifiers, right?"
And turning to Velkus, "Are you injured at all? Have you faced any decent opponents yet?"
He replied so-so, and then looked towards the stage. "That guy over there seems to have matured a lot. His rapid progress surpasses even natural talent. It's truly astonishing." Celine added, "He's not in the NFLH for no reason. He must have trained to the point of exhaustion."
"Maybe their effort is even more terrifying than mine." "Yes," Jean said coldly,
"but the result is only this much. Still not truly meeting my expectations. In my heart, it feels like he's only just reached the intermediate level of healing arts."
Velkus pointed to this distance, but more importantly, look at the person on the other side. Following his direction, a fighting arena is underway, and he is furious.
"Do you really dare to look down on me that much?" Lindis spun his weapon and lowered his voice, saying,
"Not exactly. I'm just using a suitable weapon to greet you."
Velkus marvels that each elimination match, the guy brings out a different weapon. A spear in the first round, an axe in the second, a bow in the third, and now a dagger. Sign seems to have succeeded in provoking Velkus's fighting spirit.
"That guy looks unfamiliar. Is he a new summon while I was away?" A voice from afar exclaims in admiration, "I didn't expect there to be such a monster."
Indeed, Niall Hem's level is different.
When he speaks again, he says, "I hear he's currently Niall Hem's top intern." There, the conversation continues, and if that's all, it would be fine. His nickname is Sword Demon Talent, so react to it.
Sword Demon.
When it comes to the title Sword Demon, it is precisely Loki's left arm, Mobius's strongest swordsman. Lindis's face is cold.
Sajin looked at him, wondering if he had already reached the level of advanced weapon mastery, which can only be attained by the end of the 5-star level. But this guy learns so quickly. His eyes are deep and full of scheming.
I've started to get a rough idea of his demeanor and why Velkus is so eager to fight.
Night falls and the street becomes quiet. In a building, the system displays a total reward of 1,650 Toto and 10,400 PT. Jenna eagerly chews large bites of food, her voice excited.
NIFL Hem looks intimidating, but overall we still have a chance to win. She happily turned to everyone and said that as long as the team doesn't make mistakes, the championship will be within reach.
"That's right, everyone, right."
Someone else spoke up. When I heard that heroes from other waiting rooms would join, I was very worried, but in reality, they weren't as tough opponents as I had thought. Sin, sitting as the judge, warned, "Don't be overconfident. When we reach the main rounds, we'll face top-ranked heroes. Everyone, check the bracket." You look down at the papers on the table, pondering the team's schedule and the pairing format, which doesn't seem very favorable. In the singles event, we already faced rank 302 Vando at round 128, and the doubles is just a disaster. Since round 64, we've had to face top-tier expert Elivaga, so I picked up a paper. The only way is to prepare all kinds of medicines just in case. Velkus's branch is quite stable in the singles competition. It's surprising that high-ranked heroes face each other so early and get eliminated one after another.
If they go further, a confrontation between Velkus and Aeon might happen. Although I know that guy doesn't really care anyway. All the rooms have already turned off their lights.
Only Celine's room is still lit, and he sits there staring intently at the papers. Suddenly, a noise caught his attention.
As Jay opened the door with obvious irritation on his face.
"What's going on?" Aaron outside looks calm, but with a complicated expression, softly asking Celine, "Can I come in?" The scene shifts to the building, Celine's room still lit. Aaron hesitantly speaks, "I'm sorry if I woke you up."
Sin interrupted, "You're still awake. Come in, go ahead."
"And what about the others?" Sin replied, "They're all asleep now."
"It's already late, forgive me, I can only take this chance to find you now."
I wonder, it's been a while since we last met, hasn't it?
Are you still okay? Aaron replied.
Yes, I'm still fine. Seeing everyone safe and sound reassures me. Keep going. In reality, not everything went smoothly, but did you really think we would die that easily?
Celine asked Aaron what it felt like there. He looked up at the steaming cup of tea, and indeed, it was a strange land. His face reflected on the surface of the tea inside the cup. A whole year of my life spent there, so he continued. I suddenly realized it might only be as long as a day in the outside world. Now I no longer even clearly remember what my sister looked like. Old memories gradually surface in Aaron's mind. In the courtyard, a voice echoes. The one called Marion is truly terrifying. I have challenged him dozens of times, but never once managed to touch his clothes. Rajin drew his weapon and said, I crave power.
Please help me surpass Rydian.
Inni looks at him coldly. Another troublemaker has come here again, he continued. You also have comparable strength to him, Imace, right? In that case, please let me fight under fair conditions. He sneered. What do you mean by a fair condition? Remove all differences in stats or special skills. We only determine superiority based on pure weapon skills. He agrees with you. Fine, I'll also test my abilities. Then he smiled a strange smile. I've heard that the members of NFLH's first team are all monstrous beings. Inchi sneered, as if he had already fought them all and was no match. He said provocatively, I may look like this, but I'm also considered a promising talent. A loud noise rang out. Inchi leapt forward, and a battle erupted, everyone's faces tense. Drajan cast him a contemptuous look and said, I hear you've been honing your skills here for tens of thousands of years. Please, let me witness the highest realm of swordsmanship. The pinnacle of spear art? Another person has misunderstood my intentions again. With that, he sped up and charged straight ahead. Aaron stepped out and froze in surprise at the scene. Inchai stepped back a few paces and sighed, not bad speed. He, with eyes blazing like a wild beast, is now frantically attacking Inchi. Inchi, terrified, quickly raises both hands in surrender, then slumps down in a corner, voice deep and terrifying. I failed. I completely failed. Jin also seems to disbelieve what he's seeing and asks, is this really serious? Inchi, as if accepting his fate, smiled strangely and said, my spear skills only reach the basic level of novice. He grinned mischievously and shot him a provocative look. Sorry about that, my abilities only go so far. Then he swung his weapon and struck, causing Inchi to fall on the spot, coldly saying, it's good to understand that. At this moment, Inchi pondered and said, let me check. What's the name of the 3-star talent? Your maximum development potential is only good enough to be in the top 100 of the NFL HEM. Now listen carefully to what he instructs. If you don't rest even for a day, only by luck and seizing every opportunity can you hope to reach that position. Rajin shouted angrily, swinging his weapon at him. Shut up now! You also know that's impossible from the start, right? When you first faced them, you felt it too, didn't you? That you absolutely have no chance to catch up. At that moment, Inchi appeared on the roof and shot him a contemptuous look. No matter how long a cockroach lives, it will always be a cockroach. No matter how many years a rabbit trains, it cannot fly into the sky, and no matter how hard a deer tries to swim, it cannot reach the bottom of the great pond. His expression is very serious, threatening him. At this point, you probably now understand that the source of my power does not come from technique. No matter how many years you strive, you will never reach my footsteps. Aaron looked up at him, thinking there was no sound or disturbance in the air, a complete silence. He asked curiously, so you achieved that incredible power through effort? Inchi descended and explained, nothing great is ever achieved by effort alone. It's just a common phrase used by defeated people to comfort themselves. Srajan angrily retorts, but no matter how talented he is, without effort, he cuts him off. Don't delude yourself, that's not effort. That is called training. He explains that training definitely brings results, while effort is often useless. In other words, producing results is training, while achieving nothing is just futile effort. Aaron and Inchi listened intently. She continued, solve the conflict tearing you apart inside first, or you won't learn anything from me. The giant rocks hovered in midair as if supported by invisible forces, one rushing forward at a wind-breaking speed. The strike pierced straight through, shattering the puppet apart. From then on, Aaron threw himself into training. I no longer feel hungry or sleepy, and I can't even tell how much time has passed. I gaze into the distance. The sun set at the horizon, seeming eternal. How many days have I been here? Inchai crossed her legs and spoke calmly. 2 days. Aaron hesitated. Only 2 days? I thought a whole month had already passed.
Regine refuses to give up and throws himself into training while shouting loudly, "Don't underestimate me, I will kill you."
What right do you have to judge my limits? Who do you think you are to decide my future? In the quiet room, the sunset's light creates a cozy atmosphere, while the old clock softly ticks in the stillness. The old books are neatly arranged on the shelves. Aeon sits quietly in front of the desk, sunlight streaming through the window. His hand touches the swirling black vortex. The rotational force surges violently. Simply spinning the spear can never generate real torque. He confidently instructs, you must coordinate your muscles and bones smoothly to maximize your strength, starting from your feet. He spread his arms and spun a swirl of purple and white energy, and if he refined this spear rotation technique to perfection, it would evolve into the Latoan spear. Then he turned to Aaron and said, "Aaron, give it a try." She calmly said, "It's useless." "Do you think a blind person can understand the color red or blue just by hearing about them?" He continued, "It's been a year now. What have you learned here?" Aaron looked quite surprised by what he said. My negative thoughts still haunt Aaron. A year has flown by, but I still haven't grasped the truth of power or learned how to create it. I still can't truly understand. In Chai sneers mockingly, our Aaron hasn't learned a thing after all. His subsequent words made Aaron frown. While he had learned humility here, felt calm and steady, and was on the path to the next level, Aaron still gained nothing. That's wonderful. Go ahead and be proud of yourself. He sneered. You really are a genius. Aaron curiously repeats the phrase. A genius? In-Chi smiles happily, a genius of effort. Aaron looks up at him with a puzzled expression. Aside from eating and drinking, he only spends his time wielding his sword. In-Chi slowly sat up and asked seriously, "What is your purpose for existing?" When the final result turns out to be nothing at all, he lowers his head and replies, "To go back to your family." He was already behind him and asked seriously, "Is this the best you can do?" Then In-Chi leaned close to his ear, feeling the tragedy of lacking talent himself. But so what? Just giving up is the end. The questions flooded Aaron's mind. Why insist on being so strong? Are you imprisoning yourself in old, broken memories? With such a humble background and those patchwork memories, how could it be? He looked up, his calm voice echoing in the silence. Without understanding strength, you cannot move forward. Without understanding yourself, you cannot see the future. These thoughts constantly appeared in Captain Aaron's mind, the benefactor who guided him to where he is today. But now I can't clearly remember that person's face anymore. The more I recall, the more I feel sad. Miss Jenna, the young girl who always has a radiant smile, turns out to have a very deep soul. He continued to think that Yonka seemed only to care about herself at first, but I realized she always quietly paid attention to her teammates. The images of those Aaron had met appeared one after another, and there were so many others as well. I used to forge many meaningful bonds, but now I can't remember them clearly anymore. Aaron silently vows to remember his comrades and Nina, his only sister. In his heart, my name is Aaron Delk. Don't forget it. Wake up your memory. I have a valid reason to become strong. Memories close. At this moment, Aaron continued to tell Sin that he kept writing letters with no one to receive them. If I didn't keep a record every day, I might have lost all my memories. Eventually, I might not even remember my own name. He asked curiously, so the captain also came to watch the qualifying match. What did you think of my performance? Yain sighed in admiration. It's quite impressive. It seems he has truly mastered intermediate healing arts. Aaron lowered his head, every word carrying an unhidden sadness. That is the result of 57 years of my life. Aaron gazed into his reflection in the steaming cup and continued in a deep voice, I had to spend 57 long years to reach that level. With a deep voice, he wondered, how many more years of his life would he need to spend to be worthy of standing alongside the fifth and looking in the same direction as him? Aaron continued, I am truly sorry for blaming fate in front of you. SG calmly replied, Don't worry, I was the one who dragged you into this journey. I must listen carefully to these feelings. Hearing that, Aaron softly said, Thank you very much. Then he clasped his hands together, his tone a bit awkward. Hey man, in this tournament I'm participating as a member of NFL HEM. But if I manage to win the singles title outside of Jaina and Kasasa, who are listening in, your voice still echoes steadily. I plan to return to Toner. The scene shifts to the morning in the city, where colorful fireworks continuously light up the sky. In Newland, today is the third day of the Festa tournament. The knockout matches officially begin. In the battle, Velkus fought with all his might. After passing the 256th round in the morning, he faced an opponent with stealth and illusion skills in the 128th round in the afternoon. Surrounded by countless shadow clones, the situation looks extremely dire.
Velkus stands before the corpse of an enemy, a sinister smile of immense power on his face. But as his health dropped lower, the power from his primal talent skills surged even more fiercely, and he finished the fight in less than 3 minutes. After the match ended, Velkus turned his wrist and Anand stood wiping sweat, neither showing any sign of fatigue. Even the top-tier duo achieved an absolute victory. They advanced to the round of 64 very smoothly, while Kisasa also fought actively. She darted forward with her hand full of sharp claws. Kisasa swiftly launched her attack, but the soldier was quick enough to block it.
Over here, Edit also approaches another enemy. Seeing the explosion ahead, he shouts, "Aelin!"
Edit was attacking while secretly assessing that these guys are only level B or C at best, wearing a bunch of junk, but still resilient. Seizing the opportunity, Jenna from this side fires straight at him, feeling annoyed inside because the skilled marksman on the other side has caused too much trouble for me. At this moment, a fully cloaked black-robed figure with a sharp dagger rushes in, and a voice shouts,
"The arrow barrage disrupted all our actions. Berlina, focus on taking out the ones behind first."
Seeing that guy, Kiasa widened her eyes in anger and shouted, "What are you all doing?" Immediately, she swung her hand to attack, but he jumped away just in time to dodge, and Jenna on this side keeps shooting arrows forward non-stop. She mutters, "How can we defeat them so easily in this battle?" At Edit's location, the archer kept deflecting arrows while thinking to himself that, because that beastman was always on the defensive, we couldn't get close. And that assassin constantly waiting for an opening to ambush us was quite annoying. Please stop. Stop it already. He's overwhelmed by the relentless attacks and screams. Please stop shooting at us. S received a message from Jenna at this moment. "Guys, we just won the team match earlier."
The others trembled and exclaimed when they heard that.
"Damn it, you're crazy," you reply.
"Everyone, you've worked hard. See you later." The system displays a notification about the survival competition round. A special combat zone has been set up exclusively for this event. Stripping all weapons and starting the fight with bare hands, the save zone will gradually shrink.
The aid packages will be dropped randomly. Search for hidden gear and items to eliminate opponents. The list of the final 20 individuals advancing to the semifinals. Sin wondered if this time the rule was that he had to be in the top 20 survivors, and then quickly opened his pouch only to find a dull claw and sigh in disappointment. Damn it, I got another piece of junk. The system keeps reminding me to survive until I reach the top 20 through 4 qualifying rounds out of 120 to get 20. While Jean was inspecting the frying pan, a young man standing by the trash looked around. When he turned to look, they locked eyes intensely, and a heavy silence fell between them. Suddenly, the other person turned away. Seeing that, Sin spoke up. "Hey, the guy over there has been singled out. He's terrified, sweating all over. You and I just crossed paths, you know." Hearing that, he slowly glanced over. Sui looked up with terrifying eyes and growled, "Why are you pretending not to see me here?" After finishing the task, Senin calmly walks back to his room, thinking to himself that each kill earns points. So how could I ignore such a tasty target like you? Everyone clings to the same mindset as before, hiding from combat at the start and only rushing into a chaotic fight at the last moment. Everyone saw you and broke out in sweat, whispers spread around. You're definitely crazy. That one person alone sent nearly 40 players out of the game. Suddenly, the system announced 38 kin, total 3,400 PT. Ihan with 4 stars receives a main reward of 1,000 game points and 3,000 points. Han with 3 stars gets 3,400 points for kills and retreats safely. PTC's accumulated rewards from the Festa package will be settled later. Looking at the system screen, he muttered, after just finishing the Battle Royale, he's already preparing to move straight into the semifinals. Scroll down to see the categories, Sin said boredly.
Master is busy grinding points from side games, but it's best not to have too many expectations about it.
Being at the top of the racing tournament earns 1,000 points, while the others are all ranked B. Clearly, the only way to accumulate points is by winning the main matches. The scene shifts to the evening at the brightly lit mansion. Inside, Velkus and Jenna sit in silence until the sound of a door opening catches their attention. CG walks in and asks what everyone is doing here. Seeing that, she says, "You're here already?" Then Jenna looked at the screen showing Seelan's battle and cheerfully said, "I saw your fight being broadcast on that TV, so I just sat here to watch and pass the time." Velkus also added, still with his cold and ruthless demeanor as always, "I am very satisfied."
I was just being modest. I did raise my hand quite a bit earlier. Sin asked, "How are the main round standings now?"
It's nothing special. Everything happened so fast that I took the chance to go shopping and play minigames to earn some extra points. So what exactly is this pie makeup thing? He wondered to himself, sitting in the waiting room for the top 300 players, but feeling no interest at all. So what was the result of the match?
Then Jean asked, "The members of Team 5 must have finished too, right?" Jenna replied confidently, saying they had already won. They just hadn't seen anyone return to the hotel yet. At match 128, when Javert's team won, it was said that the game in round 128 made the audience cheer non-stop. But in reality, it was just the eliminated players waiting for the shuttle to pick them up. The strength of Team 2 far exceeds anything they've seen before, so their excitement is natural. The scene shifts to a high-angle view of the city, all bathed in dazzling lights. At a street corner, the traffic light has turned red and the neon sign of a small bar glows brightly. Inside, a waiter is diligently cleaning glasses and someone sighs, "This city is truly amazing." So basically, what is the most important thing you want to mention? Hearing the opponent's answer, NFLH often holds trainee recruitment sessions to find potential talents. We never use underhanded tricks to lure anyone. The blonde-haired person continued, "We choose to observe directly and negotiate fairly. With a hero who has reached 4-star enhancement, the starting price will be from 10,000 to 20,000 game, and based on actual strength, we are willing to pay up to 30,000 game. If you're interested, I will propose a deal between the masters." That's when Jeever's group finally revealed themselves. He casually raises his glass and says, "So basically, you're facing Laut Tasca, the 11th ranked leader of the Liberty Gang." He asked if we wanted to proceed with the transfer process to that side, right? The scene shifts to another day. On the 4th day of the Festival, the city was bustling with traffic when suddenly a surge of energy erupted from nowhere. It straightens up and heads toward where Anna and Edith are standing. Andrian appears with water spheres in his hands. He chuckled with amusement. "For such a mediocre strength, you managed to come all the way here. It's almost unbelievable. Do you dare keep your distance when facing a mage?" With that, Andrian continued to unleash powerful water streams forward, shouting, "Where do you think you can run to here?" He observed the situation, realizing all attention was focused on that warrior, and scrutinizing Velkus's guesses. How could that archer's presence be so faint? It seems that it's not because he doesn't know how to use his skills, but because he's almost making himself invisible in the battle, causing the opponent to become overconfident. Even though he's right in front of me, it feels like I'm looking at a lifeless creature. He kept launching attacks while casting magic with his hands, all the while keeps calculating in his mind. I just need to slip up and look away for a moment, and I'll immediately forget he's even there. However, if I let my guard down even for a moment, he will deliver a fatal blow to my weakness immediately. Andrian watched Anna desperately holding her ground and wondered silently, could it be that the overwhelming aura of that melee fighter is so strong that it obscures all his allies? I don't care, he thought proudly. Anyway, the current terrain fully favors us. Then he created an energy vortex and shouted excitedly, "Right now I will erase the prejudice that mages are at a disadvantage in real combat." On that illusionary vortex, droplets of water fall down. Seeing this, Anna shouted, "What is that?" Even VKIS was stunned by that scene. Andrian, seeing this, laughed even more joyfully. "You must be amazed, right?" Well, it's no wonder, because until now, no one who has witnessed my magic has survived. Suddenly, from within the whirlpool, a series of monsters armed with weapons charged out, and he continued shouting, "Prepare yourselves to be prey for the deep-sea monsters." Back in the past, this was the scene of slaughter caused by these monsters. The evil monsters shouted, "You humans, those humans!" Then they killed a poor girl. In the present, they are gradually approaching Annon and Edith, as waves begin to drown and sweep both of them away, much to the delight of the monsters.